After you were reborn, you turned into a mountain and were worshipped by the people as a mountain god. They not only served you well with good food and drink every day, but also sent women to you as concubines. However, you were not happy at all because the panel in front of you had not changed, and your merit had always been 2 points. You had no hands or feet, so even if you wanted to do something good, you couldn't move. While you were contemplating how to gain merit, suddenly a group of refugees arrived at the foot of the mountain. From their words, you learned that these people had fled from the neighboring Feng County. About half a month ago, a demon disaster occurred in Feng County, and demons were killing people in the county town on a large scale. In one night, more than 90,000 people died in the county with over 100,000 residents, and these refugees were just a small part of those who escaped. Originally, these people were planning to flee to Peach Blossom County 10 miles away, but the county magistrate of Peach Blossom County knew about the demon disaster in Feng County and had ordered the gate of the county town to be closed, strictly prohibiting people from Feng County from entering the town. Having been turned away, these refugees from Feng County could only take refuge at the foot of the Great Mountain. At this moment, a child of 11 or 12 years old, with a bewildered look on his face, said, "Brother Wu, since Peach Blossom County won't let us in, do we have to go back to Feng County?" The others also looked at Wu Zhe, who had led them safely out of Feng County, avoiding demons along the way. Wu Zhe spoke directly. "We can't go back to Feng County. The demon disaster just happened in Feng County, and almost all the people in the county town have died. The place is filled with blood and energy, which demons love. They must still be there." He had served in the Imperial Army and knew that demons thrived in environments filled with blood and resentment, as resting in such environments could rapidly increase their strength. The child looked around at the surrounding woods, feeling afraid, and said, "We can't go back. Are we only able to live at the foot of this mountain of the mountain god? Without the protection of the imperial aura of the county town, demons could easily devour them." Wu Zhe sighed and nodded. "Apart from Peach Blossom County, the nearest county town is over 70 miles away. We might be eaten by demons before we even get there." Wu Zhe looked up at the towering great mountain behind him, feeling a glimmer of hope, hoping that this rumored mountain god could really protect them. However, these people did not know that you had been secretly observing them all along and had gained a lot of information from their mouths. The chaos caused by demons can be traced back to 8 years ago, when a bloody meteorite fell from the sky. Since then, the traces of demons began to appear within the territory of Dichu. The court sent troops to suppress them, but these demons were like wildfires that could not be extinguished no matter what. They eventually broke free from the court's control. Larger cities like county towns, protected by the court's luck, are not easily invaded by ordinary demons. However, villages and small towns without the court's protection suffered a tragic fate, almost all being slaughtered by demons. Even county towns protected by the court's luck are not completely safe. Powerful demons can break through the city defenses with the court's luck, slaughter within the city, and when the bloodlust overwhelms the court's luck, other demons can ignore the court's luck and invade the city, unleashing a brutal massacre. Just half a month ago, Fengcheng was breached by a powerful demon, making you exclaim, "Truly a chaotic world of demons." At this time, Wu Zhe was sitting outside the wooden shed. He was not sleeping. Someone must stay awake during camping in the wild, otherwise no one would know how they died. Suddenly, the chirping of insects in the mountains and forests stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Wu Zhe noticed it immediately. His face changed, and he woke everyone up immediately. Everyone woke up from their sleep, looking around in confusion, but they didn't see anything. "Big brother Wu, what's happening?" Wu Zhe spoke in a deep voice, his eyes fixed ahead, one hand already holding a military knife tightly from the package. "Something is coming." Sure enough, the next moment, a strange cry rang out, sounding like a mouse's cry. Upon hearing this sound, the refugees' faces changed drastically, looking fearful. They were too familiar with this sound, something they would never forget in their lifetime. That night in Feng County was filled with the sound of rats squeaking. It was the group of rat demons that had arrived. Seeing their companions frightened, Wu Zhe spoke in a deep voice, "Don't panic, pick up your weapons and fight these monsters." With this command, everyone regained their composure, one by one picking up their weapons, gritting their teeth, eyes red, determined to take down at least one monster even if it meant death. You were the first to notice the appearance of the rat demons, releasing your divine sense, making the rat demons hiding in the dark forest visible to you. This group of rat demons was as big as a dog, with very sharp claws, entirely red in color, and with red pupils. What's most terrifying is that there were more than 30 of these rat demons, and as soon as Yuzawa's group took up their weapons in defense, the group of rat demons began to move, only to see the rat demon's legs stomping from the ground, his body flying high, his two front paws bending and viciously tearing and grabbing at Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe's response was quite decisive. His saber was sheathed in a flash of cold light, and he directly chopped the rat demon that pounced on him to the ground. However, the saber failed to cut the rat demon in two, only leaving a deep bloody scar under the rat demon's ribs. Seeing the blood, the rat demon went completely crazy, pouncing forward and backward into the crowd. Wu Zai led the way, blocking in front of the crowd with his saber, blocking 5 or 6 rat demons with his own strength. The rest of them fought with their weapons as well. The group of rat demons were the weakest of the demons, and those who had a few martial arts tricks up their sleeves could easily kill them. There were more of them, but there were more than a dozen of them, so they could last at least 2 pairs of hours. The scene was quite bloody, and only after a few moments of fighting, 3 rat demons were killed, and Wu Zai and the others also lost 1 person. Li Yu, on the other hand, was secretly watching, and as he observed down, he realized that the battle power of these rat demons was not as strong as he had imagined, but the victory was in numbers, and with Yuzawa and the others they couldn't resist. Moreover, in the dark, there was a much larger rat demon hibernating, which should be the leader of this group of rat demons. If there was no help coming, they would last for a while at most, and when they were exhausted, they would be the meal of this group of rat demons. Rather, it was Yuzawa's stance that somewhat surprised Li Yu. The saber was wide open. The force of each slash was quite fierce. The aura was killing. It should have been learned in the art of the sword, but although the force is great, the speed is a bit sluggish, and against the speedy rat demon, it often chops the air. He also took several hard-ripping scratches from the rat demon when he couldn't dodge. The Yuzawa crowd had been struggling for a quarter of an hour, and 4 people had already died. They were mentally exhausted at the moment, while the rat demon, seeing blood, became more and more frantic, and its attack became more and more violent. The crowd was in despair. They were going to die here tonight. Brother Wu, in my next life I want to be your brother. The child lay on the ground and spoke. He had just been resisting the rat demon with his weapon as well, but because his strength was too small, he only got stomped by the rat demon and fell to the ground. Yuzawa's heart was overwhelmed with sadness when he saw blood spilling from the corners of Little Tiger's mouth. Even though he had been in the army and learned the martial art of swordplay, he was still unable to resist in the face of demons, much less protect others. Is this how it's going to die? He hadn't avenged his wife and daughter yet. How could he die like this? God's mountain. Isn't this the rumored sacred mountain? Why hasn't the mountain manifested itself to protect us? It was also at this time that an even hoarser scream rang out, followed by a rat demon the size of a small calf jumping out. Seeing the rat demon that was fully twice the size, Wu Zai and the others completely despaired in their hearts. A demonic creature that has entered the rank. It was no longer something an ordinary person could resist. As soon as this first-order rat demon appeared, its mouth sucked in, and the 4 corpses lying on the ground were enveloped by a black mist and dragged into its mouth. Mouths closed, chewing up one after the other, blood splattering down like juice. Seeing this, the other rat demons rushed to the ground and licked up the spilled blood. And at that moment, Li Yu was watching this scene. Originally, he hadn't wanted to make a move to save these people, but after seeing Yuzawa's stance, he decided to save the group. And with such a group of people living at the foot of the mountain, he wouldn't be too bored. As soon as the first-rank rat demon struck, it directly shocked the crowds of Wu Zai. Aside from Wu Zai and Little Tiger, the others had already given up resisting, their hearts desperate beyond measure. For his part, Yuzawa gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his saber. Against demons that were not in the rank, ordinary people could still fight against them with their martial arts. However, when facing a first-order demon, it was simply powerless to fight back, and going up was just sending it to its death. Uzi understands this profoundly. On the battlefield, when meeting a first-order demonic creature, only a centurion who had cultivated the initiation could fight against it, and that's as far as he'd ever gotten in the military. As captain of a 10-man squad, only cultivators were able to deal with demons that had entered the rank. The giant rat demon chewed for a while before swallowing it. Then the crimson eyes stared eerily at Wu Zai. Although it didn't have much spiritual intelligence, it was still able to clearly feel that the blood aura of the man in front of it was much stronger than the others. This blood-rich food tastes better when you eat it. Yuzawa's body shivered at just the stare. The next moment the giant rat demon moved. With just a slight movement of its large mouth, a bone was spat out of its mouth and shot towards Wu Zai's face. Yuzawa's face changed and he raised his saber to block. Dang! The huge impact caused Yuzawa to fly backwards, his body hitting the ground hard. The hand holding the saber was also trembling from the shock. The tiger's mouth cracked and blood flowed. The saber fell to the ground and an opening appeared in the center. The bone spat out by that rat demon, on the other hand, crushed into a pile of ashes. Blood dripped from the corners of Wu Zai's mouth and his complexion darkened. He was already able to predict his own downfall. That is to become food in the mouth of this rat demon. But just at that moment, the divine mountain shook, and a large white mist drifted down from the top, covering the top of the head where they were. What's this? Fog in the middle of the night? Yuzawa looked up with a strange feeling in her mind. And the next moment, a scene that shocked him appeared, only to see a large hand made of mist suddenly stretching out from that white mist, directly grabbing towards that first-order rat demon. The giant rat demon reacted, its hair exploding all over its body, as if it sensed some danger, and turned its head to escape, but being locked in by the big hand. How could it just run away when it wanted to? The rat demon didn't run more than a dozen meters before it was directly grabbed by the large hand, and before it could let out a scream, it was crushed on the spot. The foul-smelling flesh and blood exploded and splattered all over the place. The rest of the rat demons that were not in the rank had long since been scared and prostrated on the ground, not daring to move. Li Yu, on the other hand, was not tired of it, and after crushing the giant rat demon, he crushed those rat demons that were not in the rank one by one. The scene was like pinching ants on the ground. The large hand then slowly dissipated, and the white mist returned to the top of the mountain. The divine light restrained within, adding a sense of mystery to the divine mountain. All of Yuzawa's group was shocked by this scene. This is a miracle. The large hand that fell from the sky and effortlessly resolved the brutal and ferocious demonic creature. This was a tactic that could only be done by a god. The divine mountain has manifested. This white mist appeared only after the divine mountain shook, and associating it with the legend of the divine mountain, the crowd immediately realized that this was the divine mountain manifesting its spirit. Then all of them fell to their knees in immense excitement and bowed down to the sacred mountain. Yuz was also incredulous in his heart. He had been in the military and had seen cultivators, but even the most powerful cultivators in the army, there was no way to follow the example of just now when people didn't even show up. They could manifest their big hands and crush the demonic creatures as if they were crushing ants. Perhaps the topmost practitioners could do it, but how different were practitioners at that level from gods? Big Brother Wu, the divine mountain has really manifested. He's sheltering us. Little Tiger struggled to get up from the ground, his face pale, but his expression was incomparably joyful. Wu Zhe stood up and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his hand as he said in an agitated mood, "Yes, the divine mountain has really manifested. The rumors are true. The divine mountain really does shelter those under his command, escaping from death." All of them were incomparably grateful to the divine mountain and their hearts were filled with awe. With the divine mountain's manifestation sheltering them, this night, the crowd slept with incomparable peace of mind, incomparable solidity. On the other hand, Li Yu, who had struck out and crushed a group of rat demons to death, was a bit out of breath. In order to put on this big pussy, he, who could have easily subdued the rat demon, specially used more divine thoughts to lure clouds and mist from the top of the mountain, and adorned the invisible hand that his divine thoughts had transformed into a big hand of white mist that was visible to mortals. The maneuver had cost him a dozen times more power, but it was worth it, shaking up the Yuzawa bunch. Not so much that he struck out on his own, and then they didn't see it and thought the rat demon had suddenly died violently on its own. Day 2, Liu suddenly realized that the panel that had been unchanged all along had finally changed. Realm, First Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 597/10,000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Merit has increased from a constant 2 points for 10,000 years to 597 points. What's going on here? Could it be the reason for killing that rat demon? But if it was the reason for killing the rat demon, shouldn't that have been added last night? Is there a delay in this thing? Li Yu was puzzled in his heart, but soon he understood why this merit had gone up. At the foot of the mountain, a freshly made wooden table was set up in the center of the wooden shed, in front of which was placed an incense burner with 3 sticks of incense. There were also a few pieces of bacon on a plate in front of the incense burner, as well as a plate of rice and a side of flour. This was the best thing Yiz and the others could come up with on their bodies. Lord Mountain God blessing. Thank you Lord Mountain God for the grace of blessing last night. The little people have specially set up incense to pay tribute to the God's grace, and I ask that Lord Mountain God not mind the shabby tribute. In front of the offering table, Yuzawa bowed with folded hands and a reverent gaze. The rest of the people also knelt behind, awe in their hearts, and repaid Lord Mountain God's saving grace by kneeling, also praying for the blessing of the mountain gods. Looking at the scene in front of him, and looking at the slowly growing merit on the panel, it had grown from 597 points just now to 685 points now. Liu finally understood how this merit was obtained. As long as you collect the incense offerings, you'll be able to harvest merit points. First harvested incense offering, gained the spell Manifestation Body. Manifestation of incarnation. Using mana to condense a temporary body can achieve the effect of incarnation outside the body, but the incarnation is fragile and cannot carry mana. Liu's heart stirred. There was actually a reward. Manifestation Body? This was great. Even though it couldn't carry mana, It would allow him to step out of the divine mountain range and never be restricted again. Although the incarnation was fragile, it was fine if it died, and it could be reassembled with mana. Looked at the panel again. Realm, First Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 685/10-000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Spell, Manifestation. Manifestation bodies belong to spells and were not categorized as divine powers, so wasn't the divine power of this mountain god's blessing going to be even more powerful? Instead, we can find a chance to try this mountain god blessing. On the other side of the mountain, at the foot of the mountain, the people of Yuzawa had already finished offering sacrifices to the mountain god. Compared to yesterday, everyone was clearly a little more energized today. It's not just because of a good night's sleep last night, it's because of the security, blessed by the mountain gods. Through a night of discussion last night, they had decided that they would stay at the bottom of God's mountain and live here from now on. With the blessing of the mountain gods, they might be safer than those who lived in the county by virtue of the Imperial Chi shelter. After deciding to stay, the people of Yuzawa set about clearing land and cutting down trees. The wooden shack wasn't going to cut it if they lived there for a long time, so they started cutting down trees to build a better house. Yuzawa led 5 or 6 big, strong men to the woods to cut down the trees, while the rest of the men tamped the earth and made earth bricks. The only women left in the team were in charge of cooking and boiling water, and Xiaohu's several children were also playing on the side. For a while the foothills were hot and the atmosphere was buzzing. Li Yu watched this scene and witnessed the gradual construction of a village prototype from these people's hands. To his surprise, the first thing Yuz and the others did after cutting down the trees and drying the earth bricks was not to build the house they lived in. Instead, a simple temple was built right in the center, and the previously made offering table was moved in, and the incense burners and tributes were set up again. For this reason Yuz even went outside the county town of Peach Blossom County to beg for joss sticks. Peach Blossom County wouldn't let them people in, but it was still okay to buy and sell something outside the county. After all, the Yaman who handled the work and it didn't reap the benefits either. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense, and as we reside at the foot of his mountain, incense must be offered so that Lord Mountain God will shelter us from demonic attacks. Yuzawa said this to the big guy. Everyone had no opinion. On the contrary, some people still felt that the tribute was a bit shabby and worried that Lord Mountain God wouldn't be able to look at it. To this Yuz was helpless, stating that the money they had brought out of Phone County was not much. You can't buy better tributes, so you have to put up the incense and candles first. When conditions are better in the future, better tributes will be offered to Lord Mountain God. The temple was built with a lot of dedication and was ready in less than 2 days, and this time they were in a bit of a dilemma. Usually the gods and goddesses enshrined inside the temple would have idols, but they had never seen the mountain god, let alone know what he looked like. The rumors I heard were only ambiguous, saying that it was a sacred mountain, and that the sacred mountain had a spirit that would shelter all beings. In the end, Yuzawa simply stopped making idols. The sacred mountain was right in front of his eyes, so why bother to make another idol? Li Yu, on the other hand, didn't care about the matter of whether there was an idol or not, because on the first day the temple was erected, his merit had been growing slowly. It didn't add up to much, but at least it was stable, and it was now close to 2,000 merit points. Realm, First Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 1954 out of 10,000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Spell, Manifestation. Although it was still a bit far from 10,000 points of merit, with this temple in place, it was just a matter of sooner or later. When the merit is full, he should be able to raise his realm. Li Yu was still a bit puzzled about this First Order Spirit Mountain realm. He didn't know the cultivation system of this world, and he knew even less about the realm division of cultivators. Wu Zhe, these people were too low level. Even if they had come into contact with a cultivator that would be the weakest cultivator, there was no way to explore information about cultivators from them. On the contrary, the division of the realm of the demonic creatures is more widely known. The first to the ninth order. The first order is the weakest. The ninth order is the legendary demon saint. The one who resisted the court's chi to break through Phone County was a third order demon. The demons under his command are even more numerous. Li Yu wasn't sure of his own strength, and he didn't know what would happen against that third-ranked great demon. As for demons, he hadn't come into contact with them for the time being, but he had heard Wu Zhe talk about how demons would be even more terrifying than demonic creatures. Looking again at the manifestation body on the panel, he decided to give it a try in his mind. He'd been traveling through Narayama for the better part of a year now, and he was so bored with lying around every day that he was growing trees on his body. Nope, he had trees growing on him right now, and a large grove of them at that. Li Yu was still very much looking forward to being a new man. Mental recitation of spells, running spells, a white fog cohesion blurred silhouette, wobbling is very unstable. Seems to be a gust of wind can be blown away. Is this for me to pinch my face? Looking at the blurry silhouette, Liu fell into deep thought. To be pinched into what? Into his original form? A few somewhat wicked ideas flashed through his mind, but he shook his head to dismiss them. Let's just pinch it as an old man. It also fits the fragile character of this manifestation. Determined, Liu personally manipulated the knife. According to the previous life of the TV series in the Immortal Sword and Chivalry in the Qingwei Taoist Master's mold pinch. However, in a moment, the lifelike, immortal-like Taoist Master Qingwei appeared halfway up the divine mountain. Liu, who had become a human being again, poked and prodded with his hand here and there in a very novel manner, but soon he regained his composure. After all, it wasn't like it was his first time being a man of lesser means. Stroking his beard with his hand, Liu strolled up the mountain with his hands behind his back. Usually, they used their gods to look at their mountains, but now that they were walking on them in person, it was quite a marvelous feeling. After more than 10 days, the village at the foot of the mountain was now in its infancy, with 7 neat rows of wooden houses situated by the river. There were more than 10 of them in Yuzawa, and 7 rooms were more than enough for them. If it's not enough, they can expand out later. They're already set for the long haul. During the construction of the village, some people also passed by here and were a bit incredulous when they saw that some people actually dared to build houses directly at the foot of the mountain to live in. In this world, not to mention villages, even small towns of a few thousand people are not safe, without the imperial court's chi to shelter them. If they are targeted by demons, then there is only one way to die. Are these dozens of people out of their minds to be living in the wilderness and building a village? If it weren't for the fact that it was daytime, he would have thought that a demon had set up a mirage to confuse people. This is like hitting a lantern in the outhouse, looking for death. The passers-by who saw the scene had almost all these thoughts in their minds. It was also determined that Yuzawa's group wouldn't survive more than a month. There are those who look on coldly, and naturally there are those who are kind. When a woman on a carriage saw this, she immediately came down to persuade the people of Wuza, admonishing them not to stay here and to hurry back to the county seat. Otherwise, if you let the demons get to you, you won't be able to live. Wu Zhe could see that the woman was being kind, but he could only smile bitterly and reply, "We are from Feng County, and Peach Blossom County won't let us in." The woman froze. She didn't expect the group in front of her to be from Feng County. No wonder, then, that Peach Blossom County could not be visited, and the nearest Tianyue County was more than 70 miles away. Being desperate, I had to stay at the foot of this mountain. The woman is a good-hearted person. She opened her mouth and said, "I know some people in Peach Blossom County, but I can say that I will let you go into the county to take refuge." But it's just that. Halfway through her words, her beautiful eyes turned slightly, looking up and down at Yu's sturdy and powerful body. Yuzawa was naturally a man of understanding, and knew the woman's thoughts as soon as he heard them. If it was before the mountain god had manifested himself, for the sake of the lives of the big guys, he might have just agreed. After all, the woman didn't look like any kind of evil person. But now that they're here, sheltered by the mountain gods, they don't need to go to the county seat. Even the county is not as safe as they are here. So Yuzawa decisively refused. "I'm sorry, ma'am, we're not going to go to Peach Blossom County. Stay here and the Divine Mountain will shelter us." Yuzawa bluntly refused. The words caused the woman some consternation, not expecting her to be rejected. Was she in too much of a hurry? However, listening to the words of the man in front of her, it didn't seem like he was resisting what she had just said, but for other reasons. "God's mountain? This big mountain behind you?" The woman opened her mouth in confusion, looking up at the towering peaks in the distance. The mountain range is magnificent, and the top of the mountain looks like a sword blade going straight into the clouds. It does look so much like a mountain of God that way. The maid next to her seemed to have heard rumors of a sacred mountain and whispered, "Madam, the slave girl has heard her mother say that there is a sacred mountain in the north of Peach Blossom County, and it is rumored that the sacred mountain has a spirit that shelters all living beings." Rumors? The woman frowned upon hearing this. She naturally didn't quite believe the rumor. There are no statues of gods enshrined in this place, nor are there any incense-rich Taoist temples. Just a rumor that the sacred mountain has a spirit. If the sacred mountain really had a spirit, this place would have been filled with incense. Also looking at the man in front of him, his gaze was in awe when he spoke of the divine mountain, as if he was truly certain that the divine mountain would shelter them. After thinking about it, the woman weighed her words and began to persuade Wu Zhe to leave this place and go forward to Peach Blossom County for refuge. But through and through, Yuzawa refused. "Stubborn, in that case, you're on your own." Seeing that she could not be persuaded, the woman's heart was angry, and she felt that all her good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. So he just turned his head and got into the carriage and left. As he watched the woman leave, Tiger smirked and stepped forward, bumping Yuzawa's ass with his shoulder. "Brother Wu, that lady looks so noble and is also interested in you. Why doesn't Brother Wu submit to her? Yuzawa's face darkened as he grabbed the back of Tiger's collar with one hand and slapped Tiger's ass hard with his other big hand. What a wallop for a little kid to eavesdrop on. Xiaowu grimaced at the beating and ran off to the side with his hands covering his fiery buttocks. It was just an interlude, and Yuzawa didn't take it too much to heart, as he had more important things to do. The village is now erected in a form with places to live. Next it's time to tackle the food. Before that they were living on the possessions they brought out of Fengxian to buy food, and now that the money is running out, that's the first problem the village faces, and that's food. So Yuzawa called the crowd together to discuss what they were going to do. Uncle Wu, the oldest in the group, stood out hunched over and spoke. I've checked the old man across the river in the past. The land is fertile and very suitable for growing rice, and it's so large that just 10% of the land can feed all of us. When the crowd heard this, their faces showed joy. Uncle Wu was an experienced old farmer who had farmed all his life, and his judgment could never be wrong. Great! Then I'll immediately call on Ernia to go across the river to clear the fields, and try to reclaim them before spring. I know water. I'll be in charge of digging canals to divert water for watering, and I can fish in the river. A group of people were talking, and the more they talked, the more they were energized, and they all had a vision of the future in their hearts. As Yuz watched the scene, a rare smile appeared on his face. Opening up the land for farming is a long-term solution, but we are now faced with not having enough food. Although you can fish in the river, it's too little to eat. That's why I've decided to pick a few people to go with me to hunt inside the nearby mountains and dig for wild vegetables. As soon as the words fell, several young men stepped forward. Brother Wu, I'll go with you. I'm going hunting too. Yuzawa chose a few of the more skilled ones inside, and next to him, Xiaohu also expressed his desire to go hunting, but he was directly pushed back. Once the resolution was made, arrangements were made for everyone to divide up the action. Those who were responsible for clearing the land, those who drew water, those who hunted, all of them were all busy. Later that evening, several of Yuzawa's men came back from hunting with a prey on each of their shoulders. There are wild boars, hares, geese, etc. Yuz, however, was wounded, a deep scratch on his back. They met a vicious tiger in the mountain forest. Wu Zhe in order to save people. Hard to take a claw of that vicious tiger. Good thing in the end to escape from death. Hunting is dangerous. Besides, with the mountain god's protection, nothing can happen to me. Yuzawa said this to a few people who were worried about him. Days passed like this, and Liu was watching the village day by day. Watching the village grow from nothing, from a fledgling beginning to its current beginnings. Half of the paddy fields across the river have been cleared, diversion canals have been dug, and rafts are now being built to facilitate fishing. People in the village wake up almost every day and go to the temple to pay their respects. Those who hunt will also burn a stick of incense on their way out and pray for his protection. So down the line Liu's merit was also growing slowly and had come to over 3,000 points. That's a little slow, not as much as the previous times it went up. He pondered for a moment, thinking that the lack of offerings should be the reason. For the first two sacrifices, tribute offerings were laid out in addition to incense. It was shabby, but it was an offering, so it added more merit points. And since incense and worship on weekdays is not a tribute, merit points naturally increase slowly. Liu thought to himself that he couldn't just ask them for sacrifices. It would be too degrading to his image as a mountain god. It's better to leave them to their own devices. Turn your attention to the village. There's another good show today. A few days before Yuzawa had planned to round up the evil tiger, the king of the forest, in the mountains. When he first heard about this he was still very surprised, thinking that this Wu Zhe was not inflated and actually dared to hunt the evil tiger. But thinking about Yuzawa's skill, and the trap weapons that were prepared, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. As long as the plan was sound and the actions were a bit more meticulous, it wouldn't be hard to successfully kill the evil tiger. Although the evil tiger was ferocious, it was only a beast and could still be dealt with. As for how they were going to round up the vicious tiger, Liu was still eager to see it. On the other side, in the village, Yuzawa wiped down his saber. The gaping hole in the center had been smoothed out by him, looking diabolical but still sharp. Brother Wu, we're ready. Er Qing came in front of Yuz, looking nervous. He was about to go round up the vicious tigers, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Yuzawa nodded and put away his saber and stood up, looking at the 5 hunters in front of him. There were only 6 of them in this roundup of vicious tigers. This evil tiger is entrenched in the mountains and forests. It's in the dark and we're in the light. If we don't get rid of it, then we'll be threatened every time we hunt. So this evil tiger must be gotten rid of. Yuzawa spoke loudly, instantly causing the 5 to look agitated. Kill the evil tiger. The others in the village all gathered around, knowing that Wu Zhe and the others were going to kill the evil tiger. Their faces were all a little worried. Master Shuang, the evil tiger is not easy to deal with. Be careful. Uncle Wu opened his mouth. These days he was already changing his tone to call Wu Zhe as the Zhuang master. The others naturally had no problem with this and followed suit, slowly changing their words. Uncle Wu, don't worry. With the mountain god blessing us, nothing will happen. Wu Zhe opened his mouth, his heart filled with confidence, hearing that there was a mountain god sheltering them. The stone in the hearts of the people in the village was put down, but they were still a bit worried. May the mountain gods take refuge. Before departing, Yuzawa took the 5 men into the temple to offer incense and pray for the blessing of the mountain god. After the incense, the group set off straight away. The mountain forest where the evil tiger is located is to the south of the village and requires a detour through a thicket to get there. During this period of time, Wu Zhe had been hunting here and encountered that evil tiger several times, each time very dangerous. If I hadn't been prepared in advance, I'm afraid I would have died in the tiger's mouth. They needed to come over all the time to hunt, and every time they did, they had to watch out for this vicious tiger, which was very troublesome. There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, and there is no such thing as 1,000 days of defense against a thief. So Yuzawa finally decided to get rid of this evil tiger and stop it forever. While passing through the shrubbery, the Yuzawa guys accidentally bumped into a group of people. Someone inside recognized Wu Zhe and said in surprise, "Brother Wu Zhe, you're actually still alive." Yuzawa looked up and followed the sound, and saw a man dressed like a scholar looking at him with a surprised expression. Brother Bai Liang. Recognizing the scholar in front of him, Wu Zhe's face also showed joy. Bai Liang is a Shoutsai who has a court merit, and the two are old acquaintances, both from Feng County. The two men met, and it was rather like meeting a friend from another country. There was a bit of catching up, and each mentioned how they had escaped from Fountain County that night. Bai Liang sighed. That day I was also invited by the county magistrate to attend his birthday banquet. When the demons attacked the county town, the birthday banquet was in chaos. The county magistrate had an official body and possessed the chi of the imperial court. The demons couldn't do anything to help him for a while. They could only shift their target, so he easily escaped carrying the official seal. I found the right time to follow behind the county master and managed to escape. But then the county magistrate wouldn't let me follow him, fearing that too many people would attract demons, so he would drive me away. Yuzawa's heart burned with anger as he listened. No wonder that night Feng County was overrun by demons all of a sudden. It turned out to be that this motherfucking county magistrate himself fled first, and also fled with the official seal that suppresses the chi of the court. This beast, killing everyone, Yuzawa said angrily. This thing of luck is mysterious and mysterious. If the county magistrate did not escape with the official seal that night, maybe the demon would not have attacked Feng County. More than 100,000 people in Fengxian County would not have died. More than 90,000 deaths for nothing. Things have come to this, there's no point in talking more. Alas, Bai Liang shook his head inside. Yuzawa also fell silent, knowing that no amount of anger in his heart would help. Next, he asked some more things, and when he learned that Bai Liang, a Shoutsai, couldn't get into Peach Blossom County either, Wu Zhe was a bit at a loss as to what to say. In a world of great trouble, where demons run amok, it's best not to expect others to save you, Bai Liang said with some mockery. Without mentioning that, Brother Wuza, are you guys heading to the Spirit Cave? Bai Liang asked. They were heading in the same direction as the Yuzawa guys. Spirit Cave? What is that place? Uzi was a bit puzzled. You don't know? Bai Liang was a bit surprised and explained. That is a place of refuge. After the fall of Feng County, Sheriff Chen brought a team of government officials to escape to the Spirit Cave, and the rest of those who escaped also headed there. It is said that it is located in the Sundance position of the leading flame, and that it has the miraculous effect of driving away demons and avoiding the devil, so it is safer to hide there. It dawned on Yuzawa that most of the people who had escaped from Feng County, most of them died on the Wilderness Road, and part of the living ones went to Tianyu County, 70 miles away, and part of them found a safer place to roost like they did. Now it seemed that most of the people had gone to the Spirit Cave. After all, with Sheriff Chen there, the power of the court was still very convincing. Even the Sheriff Chen can't get into Peach Blossom County? They are all from the Imperial Court. The county magistrate of Peach Blossom County is too unsympathetic. Instead of going to the Spirit Cave, we're going to hunt tigers in the mountains in front of us. Wu Zhe didn't hide anything and directly stated his purpose. Bai Liang froze, thinking that he had misheard. Hunting tigers? Yes, it's a tiger hunt. Bai Liang thought that his buddy would not be stimulated brain confused. Now what is the situation and still in the mood to hunt tigers? Brother Wu Zhe, how can you still be in the mood to hunt tigers now that the demons are in chaos? It's better to hurry up and take refuge with me in the Spirit Cave to save yourself from the demons, Bai Liang persuaded. What Spirit Cave? We're sheltered by the Divine Mountain. The demons can't harm us. Before Wu Zhe could say anything, Err Cheng stood out and proudly said, What divine mountain shelter? Bai Liang was puzzled. It's the divine mountain. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense and will shelter us all, Ching said proudly, turning his head to look at the towering divine mountain behind him, his expression filled with awe. Bai Liang also looked at the divine mountain. The momentum was indeed majestic, but he didn't quite believe it in his heart. Ching is right. The divine mountain will bless us. So brother Bai Liang, I won't go to the spirit cave. Wu Zhe opened his mouth, paused, and said in a sincere tone, Brother Bai Liang, if you believe in me, you can stay with me at the divine mountain. Now that we've opened up a village at the foot of the divine mountain, with the blessing of the mountain god, the demons can't threaten our lives. What mountain god asylum? Bullshit. Before Bai Liang could say anything, someone from the back sneered. Yeah, I grew up in Feng County. How come I've never heard of a sacred mountain nearby? I'm afraid this person has been scared silly by the demons, letting go of the safe spirit cave and actually staying here? Brother Bai Liang, don't waste your time on fools. We still have to reach the spirit cave before nightfall. Hearing those words, Ozzy's face sank. The Erching's several people were even more furious with their faces, glaring angrily at the several people who had spoken out of turn. The atmosphere was a little tense. Bai Liang was a bit desperate to say something, wanting to persuade his best friend a few more times, but when he saw the look on Wu Zhe's face, he knew that no amount of persuasion would be of any use. All he could say in the end was to take care and turn back to their group. Yuzawa didn't say anything, pulling the exasperated Erching and turning towards the mountains. The direction of the spirit cave was also over in the mountains, so Bai Liang's group also headed towards the mountains. The person in the group who had just exited his mouth scoffed. Brother Bai Liang, didn't your buddy say he was going to hunt tigers? We just happened to be on the way. Why don't we stop by and see how they hunt tigers? The group of people laughed, all feeling that the Yuzawa guys were out of their depth. The evil tiger can be rounded up by a few ordinary people just because they say so? Although it was only a beast and not a demon, it was a ceiling among beasts. Bai Liang's face was a bit ugly. Although he didn't agree with Wu Zhe's idea of staying here and not going to the spirit cave, the two of them were after all old acquaintances, and he couldn't see others sneering at Wu Zhe like this. A few of you. Everyone is now a fleeing refugee, so let's talk less. He spoke faintly, but those people wouldn't pay any attention to him and continued to talk smack. After escaping from Feng County for so long and suppressing his emotions for almost a month, he finally found a place to vent, and naturally, Yu's side heard the jeers, but he didn't bother, because at this moment, he had already entered the mountain forest, which was the territory of the evil tiger. Ow-hoo! The tiger whistled in the mountain forest. As soon as several people stepped into the mountain forest, the vicious tiger inside seemed to sense that someone had violated its territory and let out a dull roar. The roar shook the mountains and forests, and some of the yellowed leaves were shaken down. Wu Zhe's face changed slightly. How come the sound of this evil tiger was a few points more terrifying than the last time he saw it? The color of Bai Liang and his group, who were following behind, changed drastically. Just now, he heard Yuzawa say that he was going to hunt tigers, and he was carrying hunting equipment on his body, so it wasn't like he was bluffing. So they thought they were going to round up weak and sick tigers, or injured and crippled tigers. But the sound of the tiger's roar completely sobered them up, stopping them in their tracks and not daring to take another step forward. This is not a sick tiger or a disabled tiger. This sound is a proper tiger king. Wu Zhe's group of 6 people dared to say that they were going to round up a tiger king. Wasn't this looking for death? Bai Liang's face was anxious as he shouted down towards Wu Zhe. Brother Wu Zhe, this is the tiger king. Don't be confused. Quickly leave this mountain forest so as not to lose your life in the tiger's mouth. Yuzawa took a deep breath. He too knew he might have been hasty. This evil tiger clearly had an average voice the first few times, but today it had risen by a large margin, which was really a bit weird. Brother Wu, are we retreating? Ching opened his mouth, his mood changing from a little nervous at the beginning to bottomless. Wu Zhe's gaze was fixed on the stirring branches and leaves deep in the mountain forest. His expression was grave as he said in a deep voice, "It's too late. That evil tiger has already come over." Upon hearing these words, the Erching few people's complexion changed drastically, but the experience they had gained from hunting during this period of time prevented them from panicking. The 5 of them quickly pulled out their weapons and stood in position, staring dead ahead, waiting in anticipation. As soon as Bai Liang and the others in the back took a look at the battle, they knew that the evil tiger had arrived, and the crowd panicked. Some turned and ran, others stood still in shock, and some broke into tears. Where is this psychopath who hunts your mother's tigers? And now that you've attracted the evil tiger, let's see if you're still alive. Run away. The evil tiger is enraged, and everyone present will die. The atmosphere of fear affected everyone, reminding those present of the night when Feng County was overrun by demons. The crowd scattered and ran away. Brother Wu Zhe, run. Before Bai Liang ran, he also turned around and shouted at Wu Zhe, which was kind enough. However, the Wu Zhe few people did not move, but instead, their expressions were grave as they stared tightly ahead. The mountains and forests are the place of the evil tiger, and when the position is disorganized and running around, then it is really letting this evil tiger slaughter. As expected, there was soon a scream from those who panicked and ran into the mountains, accompanied by the hissing of a vicious tiger. At this time, Wu Zhe could finally determine that this evil tiger had become stronger than the previous times he met it. Urching, hurry up and set up the traps while you can, otherwise we'll really be planted here today. Wu Zhe quickly spoke. Chang nodded and took down the package behind his back, cooperating with a few others to quickly set up the trap. Li Yu's divine thoughts had been looking this way, watching the evil tiger kill with his own eyes. This time he didn't step in to save these people. He wasn't a saint to save just any stranger, and these people didn't offer him incense, and even spoke out against this divine mountain of his, so it would already be goodness of his heart not to punish these people. It was the vicious tiger that surprised him a bit. When Li Yu met this evil tiger a few times before, he also looked at it. It was an ordinary beast, nothing special, but now it is different. The original yellow and black tiger stripe color of the evil tiger has changed. The yellow has turned into blood yellow. The pair of tiger eyes are not as godly as before. The tiger's eyes are full of tyranny. Is this a demonization? It's turning into a demon? Li Yu stared at the vicious tiger that was weaving in and out of the mountains and forests, secretly pondering in his heart. When demonization appeared, it wasn't a normal beast, but a demonic creature. Physical fitness and strength were greatly improved, along with a voracious appetite for blood food. This is not going to be easy for Yuzawa to deal with, and I'll have to make a move in the end. He wouldn't care about the others, but the Wu Zhe people, Li Yu wouldn't let anything happen to them. After all, having received the incense of others, it was only natural to shelter these people as well. In the mountain forest, taking advantage of the gap between the evil tiger going after the others, the Erqing few people quickly set up a trap. Though he knew that the trap probably wouldn't do much for the evil tiger right now, the effort needed to be made. Otherwise, if it's that close, you'll regret it. At this time, the evil tiger also noticed the several people of Wu Zhe who had been staying put in the mountain forest, and with a turn of his feet, he directly pounced towards the several people. The few people who were being pursued were relieved when they saw the evil tiger reversing its direction. Any later and they'd be in the tiger's mouth. At the same time, he looked at the several people from Wu Zhe who were targeted by the vicious tiger, and his eyes revealed sympathy. Bai Liang also saw this scene and was anxious in his heart, wanting to shout loudly for Wu Zhe to run. But he was afraid that shouting would attract the evil tiger, so he could only watch anxiously. As he watched the evil tiger take a step towards his side, Yuzawa took a deep breath, his hands trembling. He could also see that this evil tiger was probably demonized and had become a demonic creature. They didn't have much of a chance of winning before they were demonized, and now that they were demonized, they had no chance at all of winning against this evil tiger. The several people next to Erqing had taut expressions and their legs were shivering, as if they already knew what was going to happen to them. But even so, several people were not scared out of their wits and still held their weapons tightly. At the same time, there was some vague anticipation in his heart, and he looked back at the lofty and atmospheric divine mountain. Will Lord Yamagami shelter them? Li Yu would of course shelter them, but this time he wasn't going to do it himself. He had never tried this divine ability of the mountain god's blessing, but now he could take this opportunity to try it out. Avatars were different from spells, requiring more of his power to be used up. It was the first time Li Yu had used the divine ability, and the moment he cast the mountain god's blessing, most of the originally abundant power was directly extracted, slowly condensing into a ball of golden aura. The golden aura then dispersed, and a piece of yellow paper emitting a white glow floated in the air. The god's traveling book. It was a divine talisman, and Li Yu knew what it did just by looking at it. Permanently enchanted with speed. After receiving the talisman, you gain the method of divine movement, and your speed increases dramatically, allowing you to travel 800 miles at night and 1,000 miles in the day. Rather just right for Yuzawa. When he fought against the rat demon before, he could see that Wu Zhe's power was fierce, but his speed was too slow, and 8 or 9 out of 10 attacks fell short. The genius is using up its strength for nothing, but now with the addition of this divine walking talisman it was a different story. The speed increased drastically, and with his rigid force, it was like a tiger with wings. And the divine traveling talisman is not only acceleration, but also will enhance the physical essence of the person who receives the talisman, belonging to the all-round enhancement. Only in terms of speed has a substantial increase. The divine traveling talisman. Edict. Li Yu's mind moved, and the divine talisman floating in the air flew directly towards the bottom, directly entering Wu Zhe's body. The divine talisman was not inside his body, and Wu Zei's expression was suddenly stagnant. He only felt a warm current explode inside his body, which then surged into his limbs and bones, nourishing his entire body. What's happening here? The golden light just now was so fast that he couldn't see it at all, and only saw that the golden light was falling down from above the divine mountain. Could it be that the mountain gods have manifested themselves? With this thought in his mind, Yuzawa suddenly felt a powerful force surge inside his body, and in just an instant he felt himself ascending. There was also a slight golden aura emanating from his skin, and when the next few people, Chang, saw it, they were scared to think that Big Brother Wu was going to ascend. The mountain god blesses the divine traveling talisman. After receiving the talisman, Yuzawa finally realized what was really going on and was overwhelmed with excitement written all over his face. He directly turned towards the divine mountain and knelt down, his gaze devout. Wu Zei worships Lord Mountain God. Thank you Lord Mountain God for being ordained. Disciple will live up to Lord Mountain God's expectations. With a sincere tone, he bowed 3 times in a row before getting up from the ground. Urging several people are anxious to die. Do not know how Big Brother Wu kneel up. That evil tiger but is about to come to the front. Big Brother Wu, what are you talking about? What mountain god lord is under the spell? And I just saw Brother Wu's body glowing on you. What's going on? Urchin hurriedly opened his mouth. He looked at the calmness of Big Brother Wu at this moment. Where was the grave tension of the vicious tiger he had just faced? I have been blessed by the Lord God of the mountain. Yuzawa's simple sentence directly confused the Erqing several people. The reaction was ecstasy. In that case, then they are saved. Seeing that Erqing still wanted to say something, Wu Zei waved his hand and said, if you have something to say later, I'll first behead this demon tiger first. After saying that, he turned around and looked at the demonic tiger that was walking step by step ahead. Compared to the previous encounters, this demonic tiger not only had its skin color changed, but its body size was also a circle larger. With a great sense of oppression, Yuzawa also walked towards the demon tiger, facing it head-on with a calm demeanor and a tight grip on his saber in his hand. After receiving the talisman, he could clearly feel the changes within his body, and his strength and endurance were drastically improved. And what's even more exaggerated is the speed aspect, which is greatly improved. When I think of the time when I was in the army at the court, the instructors of the army in those days taught them to cultivate and practice their swords, but his cultivation talent is not high. The whole 5 years of cultivation has not been initiated, and finally can only rely on diligently learned knife skills mixed with the captain of the squad. If you can't enter the door of cultivation, you'll always be a pawn and cannon fodder in the military. Even when the closest relatives were bullied by the cultivators, they were powerless to resist and could only watch their wives and daughters die in front of them. Thinking of the painful memories, Yuzawa's hands trembled a little, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. This damned world, the demonic chaos, the court is even more flies and dogs, a nest of snakes and rats. After the death of his own wife and daughter, he had gone to report it, but all he got was a severe beating, and no one looked at him as a little soldier. The court was still clear about the value of cultivators and ordinary people. Since then he has returned to Fengxian County, where his wife used to live in her hometown, as if he were dead. He also practiced as hard as he could like crazy, but talent doesn't work, just doesn't work. No matter how much he practiced he couldn't get in the door. But now, his once unattainable dream had come true so simply. After obtaining the blessing of the mountain god and being blessed by the talisman, his physique improved dramatically, and the dam in his body that had been blocking him for more than 10 years finally broke. The water was flowing and blended together, directly allowing him to step over that threshold and enter the door, becoming a true cultivator now. This unexpected gain was something Liu hadn't expected. The divine talisman was very extraordinary, but it wasn't enough to directly allow a mortal to be initiated as a successful cultivator. It seems that this Yuzawa has practiced before and worked hard. A man with a story to tell. Liu thought so in his heart while watching Yuz. The entry-level cultivator didn't look weak, and was a bit stronger compared to the first-rank rat demon from the other day. And the evil tiger below was still in the demonization stage and hadn't entered the rank. For Wu Zei, who was now a cultivator, it wouldn't take a while to kill it. The group of people who hadn't fled far from the distance stared in disbelief when they saw that instead of fleeing, Wu Zei walked up towards the vicious tiger head-on. This guy is crazy. Rushing to his death? Animal thing. It's good to be dead. Tricked us into coming over to the mountains, only to be targeted by the evil tiger, killing us. There were a few people gnashing their teeth, the very same ones who had sneered at Yuzawa in the beginning. As they watched Uzi go up to his death, they only felt a pang of pain in their hearts. Brother Yuzawa, you're really crazy. Bai Liang paled and muttered. I told you to come with me to the spirit cave, but you just refused. Now it's good. You're going to be buried in the tiger's mouth. He laughed bitterly, determining in his heart that Wu Zei was dead. But the next scene that happened completely dropped their jaws. Wu Zei, who had already become a cultivator, had a different aura throughout at the moment. Before, he was rigid and full of explosive power, but now, his eyes were shining, his temperament was off the charts, and he was gently stepping on his feet, walking idly, as if he were a chivalrous man. The hearts of the few hearts of Erching in the back were in their throats. Although Big Brother Wu said that he had been blessed by the mountain god, they were still immensely worried as they watched Big Brother Wu kill the demon tiger with their own eyes. At this time, the vicious tiger was only 10 steps away from him. Violently the vicious tiger increased its speed and leapt high from the ground. Its tyrannical tiger eyes stared at Wu Zhe. Its bloody mouth opened and let out a tiger whistle. From a distance of a few meters, Ozzy could smell the scent of blood in the mouth of the evil tiger. "Come on, let's try the blade on you, beast." With his saber sheathed, Yu's body sank, took one step, and instantly appeared on the right side, his amazing speed directly causing the evil tiger to pounce. Is this the power of the divine walking talisman? What a speed! Such a fast speed shocked Yuzawa's mind. The evil tiger pounced and became furious, turning around and continuing to pounce towards Wu Zhe again. Instead, Yuzawa was walking idly, and with a slight leap of his feet, he avoided the vicious tiger's attack. It was as if he was teasing a dog. The evil tiger pounced several more times, but it didn't even touch the corner of Yuzawa's coat. This scene directly caused the crowd watching from afar to drop their jaws. The incredibly fierce and vicious tiger was played around like a dog in front of Yuzawa. Hiss! How can he be so fast? Is this still a human cultivator? Could he be a cultivator? The crowd's faces changed a bit at the thought that Yuz might be a cultivator, especially the ones who had mocked Wu Zhe earlier. Their faces were incomparably ugly. Bai Liang was even more unbelievable. As he was a close friend of Wu Zhe, he naturally knew his bottom line. How did Brother Yuzawa become so powerful? Isn't he not gifted? How did he suddenly become a cultivator? When the urchin few saw Big Brother Wu teasing the evil tiger, their hanging hearts finally dropped, and their faces turned a little red with excitement. In the middle of the field, Wu Zhe was quite elated in his heart after trying the speed of the divine walking talisman, and the vicious tiger that he had slipped as a dog had long since become furious, and his attacks became more and more violent. Seeing this, Yuzawa crossed his saber and said in a cold voice, "It's time to send you beasts on their way." In a flash of cold light, the saber cut through the vicious tiger's neck, and the blood slid in a beautiful trajectory in the air. With a bang, a large tiger's head rolled to the ground. The evil tiger was completely dead, slashed to death by Yuzawa. The urchin few saw this scene and were incredulous in their hearts before letting out excited cheers. The evil tiger is dead, killed by Brother Wu. For his part, Bai Liang's group was speechless for a long time, their hearts having been shaken to the core long ago. Cultivators? There were in Feng County, but they hadn't seen them, much less seen a cultivator make a move to behead a demonic creature. Because the night the demons attacked Feng County, the cultivators ran faster than they did. That was a third-order demon. At that time, the strongest in Feng County was only the guest secretary invited by the county magistrate, and he was only a second-order cultivator. Facing a third-order great demon, that second-order cultivator ran faster than anyone else. The county magistrate had already run out of sight before he could call out for his escort, and because of this the county magistrate was cursing when he escaped. Now that the practitioner had beheaded the demonic tiger with a single slash, the sense of image that this brought was truly too shocking. Bai Liang wiped his eyes, always thinking that he had misread the situation. Hadn't this best friend of his been a waste of space all along? How did he just soar straight into the sky and become a cultivator? A couple of the men saw what was going on and turned and ran. They had opened their mouths to taunt Yuzawa, and now that they had seen Yuzawa's strength, they were afraid of retaliation. So they turned around and ran, all without hesitation. With a complicated expression, Bai Liang walked forward and spoke. "Brother Wu Zhe, I didn't expect you to hide quite deeply. Even I was fooled, but I always thought you were an ordinary person." Yuzawa turned back to Shiro. "Brother Bai Liang, I haven't lied to you. The person I was before was an ordinary person, but now you're a cultivator," Bai Liang said. Yuzawa broke into a smile, his expression visible with delight, and turned his gaze to look at the divine mountain in awe. "It's all because of the favor of the mountain god, Oyama, that I have the honor of becoming a cultivator." He was overwhelmed with excitement as he felt it. The divine talisman bestowed by the mountain god was very extraordinary. Not only did it allow him to directly become a cultivator and enter the refined Dharma realm, the divine talisman even contained a Dharma amongst it, the law of divine action. Dharma is the foundation of the practitioner. Without the Dharma, you can't become a cultivator even if you have great talent. What Wu Zhe had previously practiced was the Fire Heart Sutra issued by the court, which could only allow one to cultivate to the introductory level, which was the refining technique realm. If one wanted to cultivate further up the ladder, then one would have to have a higher level cultivation method. and there seemed to be no upper limit to the methods of divine behavior among the divine talismans. This meant that if he was talented enough, then he would be able to cultivate to a higher and deeper realm, and it was not even impossible for him to become a mighty cultivator of the 8th or 9th rank. The divine talisman also indirectly enhanced his qualifications, so he didn't have to worry about stopping at the Dharma refining realm. He could still move up. That's what made Uzi's mind overwhelmed with excitement. Bai Liang was envious in his heart. Compared to the cultivator, his Shiokai status was shit. Mountain God's favor. Brother Wu Zhe, you're referring to this divine mountain? Bai Liang sensed the key point. From the very beginning of the encounter, Yuzawa had been talking about the mountain gods, and while he had been a bit unconvinced before, he was a bit convinced now. That's right, it's the God Mountain. Wu Zhe's tone was awe-inspiring as he added, Brother Bai Liang, listen to my brother's advice. Don't go to the spirit cave. Just stay here. With the blessing of Lord Mountain God, there is no place safer than here. Bai Liang hesitated in his heart, and in his mind, he was already convinced of Wu Zhe's words. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to explain the fact that his best friend had suddenly become a cultivator. After thinking for a moment, in the end, Bai Liang decided to listen to Wu Zhe and stay in the Divine Mountain. There were also a few people who were familiar with Bai Liang who, after discussing the matter, also chose to stay in the Divine Mountain with Bai Liang. Confused you guys? The Spirit Cave side is safer. Sheriff Chen is also a cultivator. Aren't you guys looking for death by staying on Divine Mountain? Someone said with hatred, then thought about continuing to persuade Bai Liang's few people to go with them to the Spirit Cave. It was as if the Spirit Cave was the safest and holiest place in their hearts. But Bai Liang's few people were already determined, and refused to do whatever this man said. In the end, the group parted ways, with a few of Bai Liang choosing to stay at the Divine Mountain, while most of the others continued on their way to the Spirit Cave. Something's not right. Something seems to be wrong with those people? Li Yu, who had been in the shadows, frowned a little. Under his divine thoughts, he always felt that the one who had been advising Bai Liang and the others to head to the Spirit Cave was very wrong. However, that person had been standing outside the Divine Mountain, making it impossible for his divine thoughts to directly investigate. This Spirit Cave, I'm afraid it's not safe either. Li Yu had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't dare to be sure, in case he had looked away. But it was none of his business, so just hold on and watch the show. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at the panel. Something had just popped up that he hadn't noticed. Upon closer inspection, there's actually another reward. Recipient breaks through the refining realm for the first time and obtains the magic weapon *Shinshanin, Seal of Mountain Suppression, containing the power of millions of mountains. It suppresses all evil spirits in the world. It has a restraining effect on demons and evil spirits, and can be transformed into harmless energy after suppressing and refining them. Good baby. After reading the introduction of this Shinshan seal, Li Yu knew that it was a good thing. I just don't know what grade this mountain suppressing seal is, and what level of demons and evil spirits it can suppress at most. Note, the seal follows the strength of the bearer. The stronger the bearer is, the stronger the seal will be. Great, and a special explanation. Enhanced with level, that's an even better treasure. But with the strength of the bearer of the seal. But the problem was that Li Yu did not know how strong he was. Although the panel said realm first order spirit mountain, he could kill a first order demon with a breath of air. Wu Zhe, who had already become a first order cultivator, was just a matter of exhaling 2 breaths in his eyes. So Li Yu felt that his realm was probably different from the cultivators, demons and others in this world. After all, he wasn't a man, but a mountain of gods. On the other hand, after Bai Liang decided to stay at the Divine Mountain, Wu Zhe brought him along to pack up the evil tiger's corpse. This thing was a good thing. Although the evil tiger hadn't successfully transformed into a demon yet, it was already characterized by demonization. Its blood, flesh and tiger bone is a great tonic. Bai Liang initially thought that Wu Zhe was trying to pull it back and eat it. But then he realized that the evil tiger was meant to be used as a sacrifice for the ritual. The moment he killed the evil tiger, Yuzawa had already thought about the evil tiger's role. He'd actually prefer to capture the evil tiger alive. Dead things aren't the same as living things, but in the end, he still beheaded the evil tiger with a single slash. With a live sacrifice, he was worried that Lord Mountain God would be displeased. After all, live sacrifices were usually evil. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense, sheltering all living beings, and he is a god of the righteous path. Will you accept a living sacrifice like the evil one? On balance, in the end, he gave up the living sacrifice. The vicious tiger was quite large, the size of a buffalo. With such a large offering, then the previous offering table wouldn't work, and a new, larger table would need to be made so that the offering could be placed. When the new offering table was made and the incense burner was set up, the tiger's head was placed in the center with the tiger's body lying behind it. Everyone in the village had come, including a few people from Bai Liang who had just joined the village. Light the incense and begin the ritual. Standing in the center of the room, Wu Zei's expression was solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. This festival should only be considered the first official festival in the village. The demonized evil tiger was used as a sacrifice, and the corpse was laid out on the table in two parts, with a goat on the left and right, and a wild boar on each side. The incense burner has been replaced with a larger one, the whole body cast in brass, golden, very dazzling in the sun. There were a total of 17 villagers in the village, plus the 5 newcomers, Bai Liang, making a total of 22. At this moment, all 22 people were present to witness this mountain god sacrificial ritual. Wu Zei, a martial artist, did not have a few drops of ink in his stomach and had never experienced a sacrifice, so he did not know anything about the ceremonial process of the sacrifice. In this regard, Bai Liang does know something, at least a Xiao, so last night overnight wrote a sacrifice to the mountain god. At this moment, Wu Zei was holding the sacred text of mountain sacrifice written by Bai Liang in his hand, and his expression was solemn as he said aloud, Vi, De Chu 487 years of the year 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 of the 10 years of Dibudal Sebekate, disciple Wu Zei to the demon tiger 3 sacrifices burning incense to sacrifice to the sacred mountain god. Now the world is in great chaos, the court is corrupt, the demon chaotic, poison the earth, living beings suffer. Disciple prayed, may the mountain god on God to bless the earth, cut down the demons and evil spirits. The people should be honored as the god on God, the mountain god under the jurisdiction of the world peace, the demons to avoid retreat, the people's wish, God's grace is generous, hidden evil to promote goodness, burning table gift thanks. Disciple sincere C, prayed to the mountain god, and peacefully enjoy the incense. Vowie, yet, disciple Bo, after reading the mountain god's text, Yuz knelt down and bowed heavily, 9 times in a row. The rest followed suit, kneeling and bowing in awe. Then standing up, Yuzawa took the offering to the fireplace and lit it on fire. Li Yu had been watching the scene. Such a formalized sacrifice gave him the feeling of being a god. The sacrificial text slowly burned, and his merit points rose wildly. Realm, First Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 762110. 000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Spells, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. The merit points brought by this demonic tiger actually amounted to several thousand, which was frighteningly high. It seemed that demons were still very different from ordinary beasts. Moreover, this demonic tiger had not yet entered the rank. If it were to enter the rank and become a true demon, it was estimated that it would provide even more merit points. When he thought of this, Liu somewhat regretted that day when he directly pinched and exploded all of the rat demons. If I had known to leave his body intact and let Wu Zei bring it over to him for sacrifice, the merit would have gone up a lot. That would have broken the realm to the 2nd rank long ago, but it's now just over 2,000 points away from being full 10k. Without sacrifices to offer, slow growth would be just over a month. Fast. During the sacrifice, the people of Wu Zei could clearly see that the incense they had offered all floated towards the sacred mountain, as if it had been absorbed by it. And what shocked them even more was that amongst the corpse of that demonic tiger, there was a faint blood chi that was being pulled and drifted into the divine mountain. Is this the divine mountain manifesting itself and enjoying their offerings? Yuzawa and the others were in an agitated mood, and their expressions grew even more awe-inspiring. By the time the sacrifice was over, the demon tiger's corpse had lost its luster, as if it had turned back into a wild beast. The meat from the sacrifice could be left to eat, and that demonic tiger had lost its flavor and turned ordinary though, but that is also the tiger meat, belonging to as a tonic. Tiger bone tiger whip is more tonic in the tonic. Xiaowu stared at the tiger whip with glowing eyes, but was pushed aside by Yuzawa with a righteous face. Kids aren't allowed to eat that. That tiger's ass has plenty of meat. You go eat that. Being pushed aside to eat ass meat, Xiaohu was indignant, but he could only watch as a few big men from Yuz were there to divide up the tiger whip. Brother Wu Zei, it doesn't seem like you can use it to eat this, right? Bai Liang's face was puzzled. He was aware of Yuzawa's past, and he hadn't looked for another woman since the deaths of Yuzawa's wife and daughter. After this tiger penis supplement, there is no place to use the strength. I'm going to use it for practicing. Ozzy said so. The way of cultivation is not only to rely on one's own hard work, but sometimes one has to borrow external objects. Although this tiger penis had become ordinary, it was a thing that could replenish chi and blood. Something is better than nothing. Bai Liang drifted off, and envy grew in his heart. He also wanted to cultivate and become a cultivator, but his talent was just as bad as Yuzawa's. Seeing his best friend, who was as untalented as himself, step by step on the path of cultivation, he was too envious in his heart. Looking in the direction of the offering table, he looked up again at the mysterious and enigmatic mountain of God. Bai Liang was a bit foolish in his heart. If he could also be blessed by the mountain god, how good would that be? Nearly a month had passed, and during this time nothing major had happened in the village. Everyone was working feverishly to build the village. The once uninhabited wilderness has now become lively, with a small village rising out of the ground. In the course of this month, more than 10 more refugees came to the Divine Mountain, and the number of people in the village came to more than 40 at once. There are slowly not enough houses to go around, but new ones are being built and the village as a whole is expanding again. The original, simple temple has been refurbished, this time with bricks and tiles, no longer a simple wooden hut. Tell Erniu and the others to step up their brick burning. Lord Mountain God's temple is still too small. It needs to be enlarged by another circle. Bai Liang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and looked at the rather imposing temple in front of him. Mr. White, isn't this big enough? The temple is now as big as 5 of our houses, and it's all brick. Erniu was a bit puzzled. In his perception, this temple in front of him was already the biggest he had ever seen. It's not enough. Bai Liang shook his head and then said, have you ever been to the temple of the Golden Dragon Temple? I've heard of it, but I've never been there. Erniu shook his head. Golden Dragon Temple is the first Buddhist temple and the first Buddhist temple in the world. I've been there. That Golden Dragon Temple is very big, so big that you can't imagine. Let's put it this way. It's at least as big as half of Feng County. Bai Liang opened his mouth, his tone very emotional. The fame of the Golden Dragon Temple, the head of the Buddhist sect in the world, had shaken the world. Even the demons had to give in and give a few points when they met them. Hiss, half of Feng County is that big. Erniu was shocked, never having thought that a temple could be that big. After digesting this news, he stammered a bit, then won't we have to build a temple as big as the Golden Dragon Temple? He roughly pictured in his mind's eye how big half of Fountain County was, and then he sweated a little. So big. How many bricks and tiles must be burnt then? That's not so bad, as long as it's 2 circles bigger than it is now. Bai Liang laughed. Erniu then breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran his ass off to burn bricks. Brother Bai Liang, how is it? Are you still used to living in the village? Wu Zhe came from the side and spoke with a smile. Bai Liang nodded, his expression relaxing, still getting used to it, although it's a bit boring and grueling here, and everything has to start all over again. But it's safe. There's no safer place to sleep than here. He was still a bit put out when he initially moved into Divine Mountain. After a couple of days of all being fine with each other, it was time to let go completely. During the period, there were also demons that harassed, but they were all weak demons, and they didn't even need the mountain god to manifest. Wu Zhe's one hand easily took care of them. After the days of jittery flight, Bai Liang was also finally having a few days of peace. It's just that everything is just starting out in the villages and a lot of things are not available, which is really inconvenient. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Ozzy said, confident. This place was sheltered by the mountain gods, and in today's world of demonic chaos, it was too difficult to have a shelter that could accommodate them. As long as everyone knows the mighty name of the mountain god, they will naturally come by name to pray for his blessing. Bai Liang also understood this and laughed. Not bad. In the future, this place will only become more and more prosperous, and by virtue of Lord Mountain God's favor, it's also considered to be a shelter left for the people of the world. Yuzawa nodded and the two continued to talk about the future of the village, both looking forward to it. And after a month of precipitation, Liyu's merit had now come to 9,865 points. It was only 2 or 3 days away from the full 10,000 in the realm breakthrough. This month he had been watching the development of the village at the foot of the mountain, rather like running a game. It was a feeling he kinda enjoyed. The village was now, in his eyes, finally looking a little like a village, but there were still too few people, not even 50, but he wasn't in a hurry. As long as the prestige spread, refugees from all over the world would come here one after another. I'm afraid he's going to have a headache of not having enough room for that many people by then. Liu was also very attentive to the training of the people under his command, but the mountain god bestowed blessings he hadn't given again, and now it was just Yuzawa who was blessed by him. It wasn't that he didn't want to bless these people, he just didn't want to give it too casually, otherwise it would be too cheap. Moreover, this divine talisman was quite extraordinary, and from Wu Zhe's mere words, he could tell that if this divine talisman was known by other people, he was afraid that it would stir up fire. There is no upper limit to the Dharma. That will attract the people of the world to rush to it. That's why divine talismans can't be given casually. You have to observe all aspects of a good person's character, loyalty, and so on. Otherwise, when the time comes to raise a white-eyed wolf, the villain, that would be a problem. In the evening, a group of people appeared near the divine mountain, and Liu sensed it at the first moment. The divine thoughts unfolded and immediately saw the group's situation. There were 18 men in all clad in armor and carrying weapons. In the center of the procession were 3 wagons. all of which held several large boxes with a flag on them. Li Yuan Dart Company. This is a team of dart guards? Li Yu was stunned in his heart. He did not expect that in this demonic and chaotic world, there were actually people who still dared to protect the dart. After seeing the leader, he felt normal. It turns out that the leader is a first-order cultivator, and the others are all good martial artists. This battle is enough to save their lives as long as they don't get too unlucky and encounter a big demon. After all, it's not like you can meet a demon every day, or else Dichu would have fallen apart long ago. Merchants transporting goods and farmers going out to farm have to travel out of the county. By traveling during the day and returning home at night, the probability of meeting a demon can be greatly circumvented. The direction of the dart team at the moment was exactly the village at the foot of the mountain. Li Yu roughly checked. These people should not have any malicious intent. After another quarter of an hour or so, as the dart team was about to approach the village, the people in the village finally spotted the team. A moment later, Yuzuo walked out of the village, saber in hand, looking alert. By Liang and Erqing, several people followed behind, ready to deal with unexpected situations. The dart team's men stopped when they saw Wu Zhe appear. Then the leading dart head stepped out alone and arched his hand toward Wu Zhe. Chen Jianqi of the Li Yuan dart team. Meet the brother. Seeing that the visitor did not reveal any malicious intent, Wu Zhe's heart was slightly relieved, and he similarly arched his hand and returned. Thousand Mountain Villa Master. Wu Zhe. The Thousand Mountain Villa was the name that everyone had gotten together to jointly choose a few days ago, and he had been elected by the crowd to be the owner of the villa. Although Bai Liang came from the back of the line, he had read books and was a shokai, so he became the deputy head of the manor. After greeting, the next is some polite words. Then the dart team's Chen Jianqi indicated the intention of coming. They were escorting a dart from Tianyue County to Peach Blossom County, but now that it was getting late, it was a big no-no to go on a dart journey at night, so they wanted to stay at the Thousand Hills Villa for a night, and wait until tomorrow morning before departing for Peach Blossom County. After stating the request, Chen Jianqi was also very understanding and sent a bag of silver. Yuzuo didn't pick it up the first time, but turned back to discuss with Bai Liang before finally agreeing. Yes, but you cannot enter the village, only camp outside of it. Yuzuo nodded, but drew the line. These people are not allowed to enter the villages. Jianqi Chen nodded his head, indicating his willingness to accept. They wanted to stay here in a borrowed room, but it was really just to have more people and be safer. Looking at the village, it seemed like it had just been established not long ago and there weren't many people, but the fact that there were people living there showed that it was still relatively safe. Moreover, he could tell that the owner of this Thousand Mountain Villa was a cultivator just like him, in which case it would be better to borrow a room here. If you met a demon, it was better to have someone join forces to help you than to face it alone. Soon, Chen Jianqi led the dart team to camp on the outskirts of the Thousand Mountain Villa. Yuzuo had also been keeping an eye on the men in case anything happened. After setting up camp, Chen Jianqi came looking for Wu Zhe with some specialties from Tianyue County. He stepped in only after Yuzuo agreed to let him enter the village. Looking at this newly established village, he was still puzzled in his mind. These days, there are not many villages that can survive on their own. After all, the villages are too small, there are not many people, and without the protection of the court's luck, the demons will surely all die when they come. Even if Yuzuo was a first-order cultivator, it was useless because once the demons appeared, they were bound to come in groups. One person can't protect an entire village. The temple in the village caught Chen Jianqi's attention, and he initially thought that it was the residence of Wu Zhe, the lord of the village. But a closer look is surprisingly not. It looks like there is a table of offerings inside, and there are incense burners lit with incense. Is this a shrine, or some kind of temple? His mind was full of doubts, but he knew the difference and didn't look more or inquire about this. After giving the specialties to Wu Zhe, and after a few polite words about the frequency of demons appearing in the neighborhood and other topics, Jianqi Chen went back to rest. After a night without words, early the next morning, Jianqi Chen directly bid farewell to Wu Zhe and left for Peach Blossom County. It was also on this day that a message spread all around Peach Blossom County, and it even reached the Thousand Hills Villa. Something happened over at the Spirit Cave. Bai Liang found Wu Zhe. His face was pale, and as he said these words, there was still some fear in his heart, a palpitating look. What's going on? Seeing that Bai Liang was flustered and his face was white with fear, Wu Zhe's brows instantly condensed. Bai Liang swallowed hard and lost his voice. All dead. The people over at Spirit Cave are all dead. Wu Zhe's face changed after hearing this. There were nearly 1,000 refugees over at the Spirit Cave. It's not something they can compare to the Thousand Hills. There were still a few practitioners of the refinement realm from Sheriff Chen over there. How could they all die all of a sudden? Bai Liang's heart was incomparably fearful. If he hadn't chosen to stay in the Divine Mountain more than a month ago, but had followed those people to the Spirit Cave to take refuge, then today he would end up exactly like these people. The other 4 people who had chosen to stay with Bai Liang were all having heart palpitations at the moment, glad that they had made the right choice. What exactly happened? Could it be that the demons from killing Feng County have set their sights on the Spirit Cave? Yuzawa was in a grave mood, even though he had gotten into some trouble with some people from the Spirit Cave. But we are all refugees who have been poisoned by demons, and at this moment, we can't help but feel some feelings of a rabbit's death, not to mention that's over 1,000 lives. These people had managed to escape from Feng County with great difficulty and ended up hiding in the Spirit Cave, thinking that they would be safe. I didn't realize it would end up the same way, all dead. When Liu heard what Bai Liang said, his gaze instantly cast over Spirit Cave, before he felt that there was something wrong with the person who had been advising Bai Liang and the others to head to the Spirit Cave, only that at that time, the person was standing outside the Divine Mountain, and his divine thoughts couldn't be probed out, so he couldn't investigate in detail. Now it proved that his senses were not wrong, and that Spirit Cave really did have a problem. I just didn't realize it would be such a big problem, with over 1,000 people all dead. He wondered in his mind, were the demons at work again? Bai Liang took a deep breath and suppressed his undulating thoughts as he said with an ugly face, "It's not a demonic creature. It's a devil." Hiss. Yuzawa sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this. Demons are in turmoil, and where there are demons, there are naturally devils, and of these, the devil is the most feared. Demons are at least tangible, visible, vicious and tyrannical but can still find ways to deal with them. But the demons are horrible, too evil in their methods, compelling people and mirage fools, and it's also hidden from the crowd. So you can't defend yourself. Once a riot breaks out, it's bound to be a shocker. For the common people, this demonic creature was undoubtedly the most threatening existence, even more terrifying than the demonic creature. Learning that it was a demonic creature that was causing trouble, Liu thought to himself that it was really so. He had guessed it before. He just wasn't sure because he hadn't seen a demon yet. Now it seems like that person that day should have been possessed by a demonic creature, and has been encouraging people to head to the Spirit Cave so that he can kill them all in one fell swoop. In that case, the demonic creature was truly terrifying. In just over a month's time the fleeing refugees were gathered up to more than 1,000 people, and then they were directly massacred in blood. Moreover, this demonic creature was very cautious, and could actually sense the danger, not daring to approach the Divine Mountain. Regarding what exactly happened in the Spirit Cave, Liu still wanted to know. The demons had gone to great lengths to lure more than 1,000 people to the Spirit Cave, which sounded like a lot of people. But it wasn't worth mentioning when compared to the more than 90,000 people who had been slaughtered and gnawed on by the demons in Feng County. But his divine thoughts simply couldn't probe that far to directly see the scene of the Spirit Cave. But he's got manifestation. Although the manifested incarnation was weak, it shouldn't be a problem to go and check out the situation. Liu immediately performed his manifestation body, and an immortal old man appeared at the foot of the mountain. Previously, Bai Liang had mentioned the location of the Spirit Cave, so he directly maneuvered his manifestation body to the Spirit Cave, inside the Thousand Mountain Villa. Ever since Bai Liang had finished talking about the encounter in the Spirit Cave, Wu Zhe had immediately brought a few people to discuss the matter of dealing with the demons. Demons are good at bewitching people. From now on, all outsiders should maintain a high enough level of vigilance to prevent being tempted by demons. At this point, Bai Liang and the others also realized afterward that the person who had persuaded them to head to the Spirit Cave a month ago was probably problematic. He had been made up his mind to head to the Spirit Cave by 3 words, and now he was sweating a little coldly just thinking about it. He must have been under the compulsion of the demon. Otherwise, with his habit of weighing pros and cons, he would never have been able to make up his mind so quickly. This decision to stay in the Divine Mountain was all because he had seen the strength of Yuzawa and then waited before choosing to stay. And at that time he believed that the man traveled to the Spirit Cave, but he didn't see anything with his own eyes, and he made up his mind based on the man's words alone. This demon really can't be defended. Bai Liang was so afraid in his heart that he even felt that it was a bit hasty to let the people from Liyuan Dart Company stay in the village last night. After finalizing the resolution to guard against the demons, several of Yuzawa's people went about their own affairs. The village is in the midst of development and they are called upon to step in on many busy matters, and to plan for the future. The village population has grown from about 20 to over 50 in that time. They all believed in their hearts that there would be more and more people from the Thousand Hills in the future. It's not impossible that villages will slowly become small towns, or even a whole new county. Peach County. This is a county whose size is not too different from that of Feng County, with a population of more than 100,000 people, covering an area a little larger than that of Feng County. Ever since the incident in Feng County, the people of Peach Blossom County have been a bit jittery in their hearts, fearing that the next moment the tragedy in Feng County will happen in Peach Blossom County. Fortunately, the county magistrate responded in time, and immediately closed the county gate at the moment of the accident in Fengxian. The danger is largely eliminated by only going out and not in. But the practice was also very inhumane. More than 10,000 people escaped from Feng County, and at least 7,000 or 8,000 people came across the outskirts of Taohua County before they were all driven away again. But the people in Peach County are quite supportive of this approach. What does the safety of the people of Feng County matter to them? They don't show the slightest compassion when their own lives are at stake. After almost 2 months of peace and quiet, the demons did not appear, and it was thought that Peach Blossom County was thus safe. But the news of the Spirit Cave directly caused panic to rise in the hearts of the entire Peach Blossom County. Demonic creature. This is something more terrifying than a demonic creature. Some special demons can even avoid the court's chi and sneak into the county to harm people. Their methods are too evil. Upon learning of this news, the county magistrate immediately had the Yamen step up patrols in the county. Once any suspicious person is found, he will be immediately escorted to the prison. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Almost all of the people caught in this are innocent. After all, if demons were so easily revealed, would they still be called demons? At this moment in the county master's residence, Chen Jianqi of the Liyuan Dart Company, who had borrowed a room at the Thousand Mountain Villa, was standing in the hall. He had come to deliver the dart, and the dart he was escorting on this trip was none other than the prefect's. Peach Blossom County magistrate sat in the upper seat, his obese body squeezing the entire mahogany table and chairs, his 8-character beard sagging under his nose, his face full of grease. Tell us what you met on your way over from Tianyu County. The county governor, Wang Tu, spoke leisurely. At his side stood an old monk with his head bowed and his eyes closed. Chen Jianqi wanted to speak but stopped. He knew that the county governor was interrogating him. The Liyuan Dart team came from Tianyue County, passing through Feng County and Spirit Cave along the way, which can be the base camps for demons to appear. When the demons in the Spirit Cave rebelled, the Dart team was naturally affected. Fortunately, the Liyuan Dart team itself had strength, and was not yet directly escorted into the prison, but being interrogated was unavoidable. The journey was quite peaceful, meeting 7 demons, 6 of which were ordinary demons, and the other was a first-order rat demon that I met near Feng County. Chen Jianqi weighed his words and continued. I didn't meet any demons near the Spirit Cave, but there was a group of refugees who were very enthusiastic and wanted to pull us to the Spirit Cave for shelter, and the mission was on the line, so I refused. Speaking of this, Jianqi Chen was inexplicably afraid in his heart. He was invited by the incredibly enthusiastic refugees that day, and he was really a bit shaken, thinking that after a long journey, it would be good to go to Spirit Cave to have a good rest for a day. Fortunately, the rules of Liyuan Dart Company were strict and he didn't dare to transgress them. Plus he was a FA refinement realm cultivator. His willpower was much stronger than ordinary people, so he didn't get compelled. The county governor, Wang Tu, listened with narrowed eyes and slowly said, and then, Jianqi Chen hesitated for a moment and spoke. Then he arrived at the Divine Mountain, borrowed a night's stay at the Thousand Mountain Villa at the foot of the Divine Mountain, and came directly to the county town the next morning. He didn't hide it and told the whole story of what happened on the road. Wang Hua's eyes raised and he coldly grunted. Divine Mountain? Thousand Mountain Village? This official has been an official in Peach Blossom County for many years. How come I've never heard of such a village? You're lying. The county magistrate's narrow eyes stared tightly at Jianqi Chen, a look of skepticism written all over his face. Chen Jianqi was stunned and hurriedly said, My lord, I didn't lie. Last night, I really did stay at the Thousand Mountain Villa at the foot of the Divine Mountain to borrow a night. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate. He was sweating in his heart, thinking that it might be the county magistrate testing him. How else to explain that the parent officials of Peach Blossom County did not know that there was a village less than 10 miles from the county seat? Wang Tu sat up slightly straighter and looked at Jianqi Chen. As an official for many years, he still has the eyesight. This Chen Jianqi, whether he lied or not, he can tell at a glance. At this moment, Jianqi Chen's reaction did not seem like he was lying. But what kind of world is it today? Where in the world are there villages that have survived alone? Such a village would have been targeted by demons and eaten up long ago. You said there's a village at the foot of Divine Mountain called Thousand Mountain Village? Wang Tu questioned in a cold voice. Right. Jianqi Chen nodded his head affirmatively. Wang Tu said, Good. Then let me ask you, in this world where demons and devils are in turmoil, what village has been able to survive until now? After saying that, Wang Du stared at him closely. Chen Jianqi immediately returned. My lord, that Thousand Mountain Villa was just established. The houses there are all new wood, and even the plowed fields were just reclaimed. For the Thousand Hills Villa, Chen Jianqi he had his own observations. Otherwise, in today's world, how could he easily go to a strange village to borrow a room? Newly established? Wang Tu frowned slightly. Yes, my lord. Those villagers I have also sized up. They should be the refugees who escaped from Feng County. Their Zhuang master is a cultivator of the refining technique realm, Chen Jianqi added. Wang Tu looked at Jianqi Chen for a long while before turning his head to look at the old monk on the side. When he saw the old monk nod slightly, he turned around, a smile on his greasy face. It seems that this official has misunderstood, so please forgive me. Strongman Chen, he spoke apologetically, but his tone was flat. Seeing that it was dealt with, Jianqi Chen was also relieved. As for Wang Tu's change in attitude, he was able to understand that, being an official in today's court, there were hardly a few who were purists. Wang Tu then sat Chen Jianqi down for tea and discussed the matter of escorting the dart. They escorted darts from Tianyue County, and this side of Peach Blossom County naturally had darts to escort to Tianyue County. After talking for a moment, Chen Jianqi left the county residence. Only on the occasion of his departure, Wang Tu instructed him one more thing. That is to go back and pass by the Thousand Hills Villa, on behalf of the county governor to send an invitation to that Thousand Hills Villa's owner, Wu Zhe, to come to the Peach Blossom County house as a guest guard. In a chaotic world, cultivators were a rare commodity, and in order to ensure the safety of his life, Wang Tu didn't mind having a few more guards. Jianqi Chen naturally agreed. He also felt that Wu Zhe should agree. The county governor had made a very good offer, saying that he was willing to accept all the villagers of the Thousand Mountain Villa. There were only about 50 men, and there was nothing that could not be done to get into the county, provided the search was understood. Where's the safety of hugging it out of town as opposed to being in the county? I believe that Brother Yuzawa should understand these truths. In a dense mountain forest, the incarnation in the likeness of Taoist Master Changwei walked forward step by step. Li Yu had already traveled more than 10 miles based on the directions from Bai Liang's mouth. Other dangers along the way aside, this body alone was just too weak. Otherwise he wouldn't have traveled so slowly. It was almost dark before he got there fast. Ahead was the Spirit Cave, and now when he looked up, he could already see a huge canyon. The canyon is surrounded by a waterfall. The scenery is beautiful. The trees are lush and green. It is similar to the landscape of Guilin and Guangxi in the previous life. It was hard to associate this beauty with a demonic creature. In the middle of the canyon, there was a huge cave. There is the Spirit Cave, but now it could have been renamed the Devil's Cave. As soon as Liu stepped into the canyon, he felt a piercing chill that was quite oozing. Instead of clear water, brightly colored blood flowed from a small river in the canyon. This is so oozing before we even enter the cave. One could only say that it was worthy of being a demonic creature, and the impact it gave was not at all inferior to that of a demonic creature. But Liu wasn't afraid of anything. He directly stepped forward and drilled into the cave with just his body. It was dark to the eyes. You could smell a very strong odor of blood, and something seemed to be moving in front of you. Fixing his eyes, he froze a little. It was actually full of people. All these people are still alive? Heads turned. The cavern was packed with people, each with a disoriented gaze and a face full of fear, standing frozen in place and not moving. What's even more frightening is that all of these people, without exception, had a blood vessel inserted at the top of their heads. Thousands of veins connected together, eventually connecting at the top of the cave. Li Yu looked up, trying to see what exactly it was attached to. As a result, before he could see clearly, his eyes went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already on the Divine Mountain. The manifestation was killed. However, this was also expected by Li Yu. The manifestation body was the eye, inserted over to see the situation. Now the eye is drained, but it also knows what happened in the Spirit Cave. Those people have become the living dead and are being utilized by that demonic creature, which should be helping it to cultivate. Li Yu probably surmised this result, and to find out exactly what's going on, that's the only way to send someone there. The manifestation is too weak to do much more than watch. What happened in the Spirit Cave was so oozing that sending a random person over there would likely be intimidating. The most suitable candidate is naturally Yuzawa. However, Wu Zhe's strength was only a first-order cultivator, so going there would probably be a 9 deaths. There were not many candidates for the time being, so Li Yu could only give up for now. It wasn't like the Spirit Cave was connected to the Divine Mountain anyway, it was just his curiosity. At night, the villagers in the village began to rest, but because of the demonic rebellion, Yuzawa sent 2 men to take turns keeping watch. Yuzawa believes that the village is safe, although it is blessed by the sacred mountain, but one cannot live in a constant state of tenderness that leads to the loss of a sense of crisis. This is very dangerous. The world of demonic chaos, there is no sense of crisis. That is basically not far from death. That's why the people of the Thousand Hills must have a sense of crisis and always guard against demons. Even Yuzawa himself was cultivating very hard. It had been almost a month since he stepped into the refined law realm, and now the realm had stabilized. If the current him were to face the rat demon from a few months ago, he felt that he would be able to decapitate it in 3 slashes. If it was combined with the divine walking talisman, it could even be killed in a second with a single slash. It was also when he was cultivating that he realized how terrifying the divine walking talisman bestowed by the mountain god was. Not only did this divine walking talisman enhance his qualifications, it also increased his cultivation speed all by a large margin. The divine talisman's own divine traveling method was even more subtle and extraordinary, and the more carefully one pondered it, the more one could appreciate its subtleties. The enhancement that the divine walking talisman gave him was simply the greatest enhancement in all aspects, while the speed aspect was already beyond imagination. From the Thousand Mountain Villa to Peach Blossom County was a total of more than 10 miles. Wu Zhe estimated that he would not need to burn half an incense stick of time to arrive if he activated his divine walking talisman to catch up, and the speed would follow his realm faster and faster. If his realm broke through again and he became a second-order cultivator, the enhancement brought by the divine mountain talisman would be even greater. Knowing that the divine walking talisman was so extraordinary, Wu Zhe was even more in awe of Lord Mountain God. Previously, I had thought that Lord Mountain God might be a mere mountain god, but now I'm afraid that it's more than just an ordinary mountain god. As for the deeper levels, he didn't dare to think about it. The matters of the mountain god lord were not something he could relate to. The next day, along with the usual people from the village came to the temple to offer incense and worship. Li Yu's merit value had also finally reached the full 10,000 points. Merit value reaches 10,000. Realm elevated. Advancing to second order spirit mountain. Unlocking the avatar. Dharma heaven and earth. The first thing Li Yu felt as his realm elevated was that his divine thoughts were expanding wildly. Previously, when his realm was still a first stage spirit mountain, his divine thoughts would only be able to cover the entire range of the divine mountain. But now his divine thoughts directly covered a 10-mile area near the divine mountain, and he had even been able to see the county town of Peach Blossom County. The great enhancement of his divine idea made his spirit soar, and he no longer needed to be bound to the divine mountain. Range of 10 miles of divine thoughts, that is to say, Wu Zhe these people as long as they do not go out of the range of these 10 miles, encountering danger he can always come to the rescue. After the realm breakthrough, he could feel that the power in his body had also risen by a large margin and was much stronger. It was just that there was a lack of comparison objects, so Li Yu still didn't know how strong he was. The avatar explains the Dharma heaven and earth. Upon hearing the name of this divine ability, his heart stirred. This avatar is strong. After casting it, it condenses its own power to manifest a Dharma phase, which is intimidating and powerful. Finally, an offensive divine spell. Li Yu's heart rejoiced. The mountain god's blessing and manifestation in front of him were not considered offensive divine spells. This led to a single means of attack, which could only be done through divine thoughts. Although there was a magic weapon, the seal of mountain suppression, in the back, it could still only be manipulated through divine thoughts. Wasn't it still the same? Now that he had the Dharma phase heaven and earth, when he met the enemy, he could manifest his Dharma phase and swing his fist to do battle with the enemy. For a mountain, every time you move your fist is a rare opportunity. The panel changed after the promotion. Realm, second order spirit mountain. Merit, 12/100000. Avatar, blessing of the mountain god. Dharma of heaven and earth. Spell, manifestation. Artifact, Jinshan seal. The realm had changed from a mediocre first-order spirit mountain to a mediocre second-order spirit mountain. Li Yu thought that the spirit mountain behind him would change, but he didn't expect it to be the same spirit mountain. Merit points went from 10,000 to needing 100,000 to advance. The next realm he estimated should be the third-order spirit mountain, and there wouldn't be much change. 10,000 points of merit he spent a full 2 months. This 100,000 points of merit, I do not know how long it will take to make up the full. It looked like there were still too few people in the village. If there were more people, he would have been able to gain more merit. Earlier, he had thought of letting Yuzawa and the others work on their own for the development of the village and just watch for themselves. Now it seemed that in order to raise his realm as quickly as possible, he still had to personally go down and promote the development of the village himself. And only when the village grew better and better, with more and more people, and more high-level sacrifices, could he quickly raise his realm. But that's something that can't be rushed and needs to be planned out. On the contrary, for the new divine ability Dharma heaven and earth, Li Yu couldn't wait to try it out. Of course, casting Dharma phase heaven and earth on the divine mountain moved a little too much, but fortunately, nowadays, his divine thoughts had a coverage area of 10 miles. That's why he chose to find a place outside the divine mountain to cast it. As soon as he thought of it, his divine thoughts were released and he directly searched in the vicinity of the divine mountain. In the next moment, he found a nest of first-order rat demons in a gloomy nest more than 7 miles away from the Divine Mountain. In the deepest part of the lair, there was also a huge blood-colored sleeping second-order rat demon. How can we allow others to sleep soundly on our couch? Not to mention a bunch of street rats that everyone's been beating up on. Very well, you're it. Li Yu's expression was calm as he directly executed the divine ability Dharma phase heaven and earth. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color as a giant silhouette that was 100 feet tall and carried a sense of oppression appeared in midair. The giant, whose face could not be seen, emitted a golden aura like a god descending into the world, and as soon as it appeared, it directly woke up the rat demons in the nest. That second-rank rat demon instantly exploded, feeling a sense of crisis that he had never experienced before. It actually didn't even want its rat children and grandchildren, and its huge rat body rushed out of the nest and directly fled. Still want to leave? Li Yu's manifested Dharma face stared at the rat demon, coldly snorted, and his giant hand gently pressed down, directly crushing the escaping second-rank rat demon into a meat cake. The other hand then took advantage of the fact that the first-rank rat demons in the nest hadn't reacted yet and directly slapped them all to pieces. Just like that, it didn't take half a minute for a nest of rat demons to be directly annihilated by it. This divine ability is really powerful. Li Yu marveled in his heart. Against these rat demons, it was simply a descending blow. Next, he cleared the demonic creatures within 10 miles of the Divine Mountain's range, directly slapping them to death as soon as his divine thought swept in. In just one incense stick's time, the cleanup had been completed. From now on, no demonic creature will exist within 10 miles of the Divine Mountain's range. With the divine ability of Dharma phase heaven and earth, Li Yu was confident in his heart. He felt that even if the third-ranked demon that had attacked Phone County was in front of him, it would just be a slap in the face. It is said that a third-order great demon will open up divine wisdom, speak human language, be able to calculate, and basically have the same intelligence as a human. This was also the reason why third-order demons were called great demons, with divine intelligence. It would be a direct distinction from second-order first-order demons, and the stronger demons could even morph into human form. Now that he had the means to attack and the range was expanded to 10 miles, Li Yu felt that he could let Wu Zhe go to the Spirit Cave to explore the situation. The Divine Mountain was also more than 10 miles away from the Spirit Cave, just a few miles beyond the range of his divine mind, leaving him with no way to directly probe with his divine mind. Still need to get Yuzawa over there. The good thing was that he could strike now, and with Wu Zhe's divine talisman boost, once he met danger, escaping a few miles away would not be a problem. As long as it entered the range of his divine mind, it would be safe. Li Yu then directly directed his gaze to Yu's who was cultivating in the village. He had wanted to use his manifestation body to meet Yuzawa, but he felt it was too troublesome, so he directly used his divine thoughts to enter Yuzawa's mind and call out to him. Hearing the call from the depths of his mind, a voice so grand and infinite that Yuzawa woke up on the spot. Who are you? How did you get in my head? For a moment, Yuzawa thought if he was being targeted by a demon. The Divine Mountain is me, and I am the Divine Mountain. Li Yu's answer was simple. When Wu Zhe heard this reply, his expression immediately shifted from nervousness to excitement, and he quickly knelt down, saying in an excited tone, Disciple Wu Zhe, meet Lord Mountain God. Just now, Disciple has offended a lot. Please forgive me, Lord Mountain God. It was impossible for Uzi not to get excited. This is the Lord God of the mountain. Although the previous Mountain God Lord had stepped in to save them and gave him a blessing and a talisman, but in the process they had never seen Lord Mountain God's honorable face, nor had they ever heard Lord Mountain God open his golden mouth. Now that Lord Mountain God had approached him, Yuzawa couldn't have been more excited. He was certain in his heart that this was Lord Mountain God, because he could feel the power of this consciousness, so powerful that it was mysterious and untouchable, and the throbbing of the divine immortal talisman in his body couldn't be faked. It was given to him by the Mountain God. There is no harm in it. This time I have manifested myself as a saint because I have two things to command you. Li Yu opened his mouth indifferently, but in Wu Zhe's ears, that voice was incomparably sacred. Learning that Lord Mountain God had something to command him, Wu Zhe immediately straightened his expression and said seriously, Lord Mountain God, just ask, whether it's up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Disciple will certainly go all out and give his life even if it's not necessary. Nowadays, Lord Mountain God was already in existence more divine than a god in his heart. Whatever Lord Mountain God requested, he would give everything to make it happen. Seeing this attitude of Wu Zhe, Li Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. He really hadn't misjudged the man. Yuz was a man of loyalty and justice, and quite a bloodthirsty character. The first thing is that now that the demons are in chaos, all the people of the world are in deep water, their lives are in danger, 1,000 buildings in peace, and 1,000 people in the world. If there are refugees who have nowhere to go, you may bring them to the Divine Mountain. and I will bless them as they come. Liu slowly spoke. The more the 1,000-mountain villa developed, then the more merit he could obtain. Moreover, these refugees who had nowhere else to go came to him, and he was happy to shelter these people from the demons. It's a win-win. Big win. Win-num. After listening to the first thing Lord Mountain God commanded, Yuzawa stood in awe, and his heart was even more fervent. He burst into some hot tears. It had been 8 years since the demonic chaos. In those 8 years, more than 10 million people died. During this period, the imperial court did nothing, and the Buddhist and Taoist sects, which received the world's incense, looked after themselves. The big families pay them to help out and shelter. The rest of the people, who won't bother to look at them more than once, are left to fend for themselves. He is one of the many people. Feng County was attacked by a big demon. The court did not send people to help, and did not let people come to receive the refugees. The Taoist and Buddhist sects, which claimed to eliminate demons, did not come to get rid of them either. Refugees can only rely on their own warmth. Went to the Peach Blossom County was driven out. The world is so big there is no place to stay. Luckily, God eventually favored them and allowed them to come to the sacred mountain. Lord Mountain God's divine grace was so great that he took pity on them and stepped in to save them. And now, Lord Mountain God is even asking him to bring in all the refugees who have nowhere else to go, to be sheltered by him. That's the real God. Truly righteous gods. Liu was a bit baffled as he watched Yuzawa shed hot tears. I thought, why are you crying? Yuzawa wiped away the tears on his cheeks with his hand, then heavily kowtowed a few times, his tone incomparably sincere. Lord Mountain God, my disciple thanks you for your divine grace on behalf of all the people in the world. Your blessing will save countless lives. The disciples will do their best to bring any refugees who have nowhere else to go to the divine mountain. When he finished, he bowed heavily a few more times. Liu waited for him to finish kowtowing before he continued to speak out. The second thing, you know about what happened over at the Spirit Cave, so go there and investigate to see what's going on, and you have nothing to fear if you are in danger. I will step in. Wu Zei's expression was solemn and his tone was firm. Disciple will fulfill the task given by Lord Mountain God. Aha! After instructing the matter, Liu's divine thoughts directly left. He believed that Wu Zei could do it, with his heart and character. As long as he was given room to grow, he would be a unique character in the future. And it's kind of his test for Yuzawa. If he couldn't even pass these tests, then Yuzawa wouldn't be worth the amount of money he had invested. After Liu left, Wu Zei didn't get up from the ground the first time, but knelt for a long time again before standing up. Standing up, he looked overwhelmed. The Lord God of the mountain manifested himself to come to him, and he gave him a mission. The significance of this can be extraordinary. Previously, although they lived at the foot of the divine mountain and still worshipped the mountain god Lord, the mountain god Lord had never really manifested himself in the true sense of the word since the beginning. This still leaves some people in the village with some uncertainty in their minds, thinking that Lord Yamagami would not even put them at ease and just save them out of hand. Perhaps one day the mountain god Lord would stop paying attention to them, and when that time came, would they be able to continue to live peacefully without the shelter of the mountain god Lord? And now that Lord Mountain God had finally manifested, it meant that Lord Mountain God was paying attention to them. Giving an account of the mission was moreover acknowledging them, recognizing them as people of the divine mountain. From now on, externally, they could finally call themselves residents of the divine mountain. There's no need to add the Thousand Hills villa at the foot of the mountain behind the sacred mountain. When they left the house, some villagers noticed that there was something different about Yuzawa today. Master Shuang, why do I feel that you are even more divine today? Has your cultivation risen again? Some of the villagers opened their mouths, thinking that Wu Zei was furthering his cultivation. Wu Zei took a deep breath and suppressed his inner excitement, shaking his head and smiling. It's not that my cultivation has grown, but just now, Lord Mountain God manifested himself and came to find me. Not cultivation up into that happy. What? Halfway through his sentence, the villager suddenly felt something was wrong. His eyes widened and his tone was a bit incredulous. What did you just say? Lord Zhuang? Lord Mountain God has manifested. He wondered if he could have misheard. The villagers nearby also heard the commotion and leaned in. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stirred and murmured. Their gazes all gathered on Yuzawa. What? Lord Mountain God has manifested himself? Master Shuang, is this true or not? Did Lord Mountain God really appear in the village? Brother Wu, where is Lord Mountain God? I'm going to bow down to his old man. The people were talking, and in an instant the whole village had gathered. After Bai Liang learned the news, he also quickly rushed over, with some of the same disbelief in his heart. Brother Yuz, they say that Lord Mountain God has manifested. Is this true? He looked to Yuz and inquired. Wu Zei smiled and nodded his head with a serious expression. It's true. Lord Mountain God has really manifested. When these words came out, the people present all became excited. Bai Liang was also a bit shocked and hurriedly asked where Lord Mountain God was now. He also wanted to go forward for an audience. At this Yuzawa shook his head regretfully. Lord Mountain God was mysterious and mysterious. He only saw him and then left. After hearing this, Bai Liang only felt pity in his heart, but he was not discouraged. Since Lord Mountain God had manifested himself, it was only natural that if there was a first time, there would be a second time, and it showed that everything they did, Lord Mountain God was looking at. As long as they worked hard for Lord Mountain God, then sooner or later they would be favored by Lord Mountain God. Afterward, Wu Zhe quieted the crowd and said in a serious tone, "This time, the Mountain God manifested himself and gave a decree. We are under the patronage of Lord Mountain God, so we naturally have to work for his old man." After hearing this, all of them had no opinion. There was even a bit of a leap of faith. It would be a great blessing to work for the gods. Lord Zhuang, what does Lord Mountain God want us to do? Hurry up and say it. I, Erniu, will be the first to step forward and help. Before Uzi could say anything, there were already people who couldn't wait. There's no need to rush everyone. Lord Mountain God's will can't be accomplished overnight. It requires all of us to work together to make it happen. Wu Zhe opened his mouth and spoke out that Lord Mountain God had asked them to develop the 1,000 Mountain Villa and recruit refugees to come to the Divine Mountain to shelter all the people of the world. The crowd quieted down after hearing the words of the banker. They didn't realize that Lord Mountain God was going to let them do these things, and their hearts rose in respect, worshipping Lord Mountain God even more. Only those who have gone hungry know how important food is. The people in the village had experienced the threat of demons and knew how valuable a place where they could live in peace was. What a great feat for the Lord of the Mountain to take in all the refugees and shelter them, worthy of being Lord Mountain God, with such divine grace. All the people of the world should be grateful to Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration after hearing this. At the same time, a wave of respect for Lord Mountain God arose in his heart. The matter of recruiting refugees, however, did not come to fruition immediately. Now that Thousand Hills is in its infancy, the food and housing issues are just meeting the demand, and it would take a lot of planning to accommodate the refugees now. Wu Zhe also briefly stated the future plans of the 1,000 Mountain Villa. As ordered by the Mountain God Lord, all the 10 miles around the Divine Mountain could be built up. This aspect was left to Bai Liang, who had more important things to do with his words. The second thing Lord Yamagami commanded, he didn't tell the village. After all, he was the only cultivator in the village, and the villagers couldn't help, so they didn't bother to say anything, but he did talk to White Light about it. Bai Liang was a bit worried at first, as the Spirit Cave was haunted by demons there, but when he heard that Lord Mountain God would safeguard Wu Zhe's safety, he was completely relieved. Brother Wu Zhe, don't worry about going. I'll watch over this side of the village. There won't be any major problems, Bai Liang said to Wu Zhe, who was ready to go. Yuzawa nodded his head. He was also very comfortable with Bai Liang. After saying goodbye, he turned around directly and headed in the direction of the Spirit Cave. It was a journey of more than 10 miles to the Spirit Cave, but for Wu Zhe, who now possessed the divine walking talisman, it would only take 2/4 of an hour to travel without going at full speed. Li Yu's divine thoughts kept following behind Wu Zhe, and only stopped when he reached a range of 10 miles. It was up to Uzi to go the rest of the way. With the divine traveling talisman, Li Yu did not worry about what dangers Wu Zhe would meet. When he was almost close to the Spirit Cave, Wu Zhe felt the temperature around him drop a lot, and suddenly felt a bit eerie. 100 paces further on, you see a large canyon in which the Spirit Cave is located. From the canyon flowed a small river in which the water flowed all blood red. Yuzawa frowned a bit, puzzled. Didn't the people in the Spirit Cave die out long ago? Why is there still blood flowing out of it? Could it be that the demon has gone and captured someone somewhere else? At this moment, Wu Zhe was nervous in his heart. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to search for a demon. To say that he wasn't nervous would be a lie. Taking a deep breath, Yuzawa took a heavy-hearted step into the canyon. Upon entering the canyon, the first thing he saw was a cave. This should be the Spirit Cave, Yuzawa muttered to himself. He then didn't hesitate and jumped straight in. As soon as he entered the Spirit Cave, a pungent smell of blood hit his face. Wu Zhe was not prepared and almost vomited when he smelled the smell. Turning his head to look at the location where the smell was emanating from, his pupils instantly dilated with a shocked expression. Thousands of people looked confused and stood in the center of the Spirit Cave, their eyes lost in thought and their mouths slightly open. From the top of their heads, there was a vein connecting them, as if they were constantly pumping something. Yuzawa sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene before him was quite oozing. If he hadn't gone to the battlefield and seen the demons massacre the city in Feng County, and his mental quality was too hard, he was afraid that he wouldn't dare to move in place at this moment. Countless veins connected to the top of the cavern, and Yuzawa looked up to see an incredibly ugly giant hovering above it. The giant thing looked like a spider, but it didn't have legs. Instead, it had countless densely packed veins that were connecting thousands of living dead. It was also the moment Yuz raised his head that the giant object sensed him, and in an instant a vein went straight to Yuz's face, wanting to plunge in the top of his head. Yuzawa reacted quickly. His saber was instantly sheathed. His hand rose and fell, directly cutting off that blood vessel. The demonic creature let out a hiss as its vascular tentacles were chopped off. The roar was quite abrasive, making your ears tingle and goosebumps rise all over your body. In the next moment, 7 or 8 tentacles shot down towards Yuzawa. Yuzawa's complexion changed as he drew his saber, and only 3 tentacles were chopped off. The rest of the tentacles went straight for his head from different angles, to plunge into the top of his head. But how could Yuzawa, who possessed the divine walking talisman, be encountered so easily? With the power of the divine walking talisman, Wu Zei's figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the spirit cave. Both attacks fell short, and the demonic creature seemed to be enraged by Yuzawa. In an instant, countless densely packed tentacles flew out, directly locking up Wu Zei, making it impossible for him to escape. In the face of this situation, Ozzy could only retreat for the time being, not daring to fight against these tentacles. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Go and cut off all those tentacles attached to people's heads. The voice of Lord Yamagami. With a movement in his heart, Wu Zei's footsteps immediately changed, and the divine walking talisman was unleashed, passing through the gaps between the tentacles and rushing into the cavern once again. Li Yu had been observing in the dark. Originally, his divine thoughts could not cover the spirit cave. However, he realized that he could cast down some of his divine thoughts with the help of the divine walking talisman in Uzzy's body, so that he could see everything that Uzzy saw. He had been secretly watching from the moment Wu Zei entered the spirit cave. The shape of that demonic creature was quite disgusting. A proper monstrosity. The upper body was a spider and the lower body looked like a squid, but it had an unknown number of times more tentacles than a squid. So that's what demons look like? It's also too disgusting. Li Yu was disgusted in his heart. In comparison, the view of demonic creatures was much better than that of demons, and it was discovered through observation that the demonic creature was extracting the essence of these people through its tentacles. These people were all alive at the moment, and although the tentacles had extracted their essence, they had also delivered some substances to enable them to maintain their vital signs. But these people are alive, and it's no different than being dead. The head had long since been penetrated by the tentacles, its own consciousness broken, leaving only the body still alive. Li Yu asked Wu Zei to chop off the tentacles of this demonic creature to interrupt the demonic creature's cultivation, and it would be even better if he could enrage him and lure him out of the spirit cave in the process. Yuzawa avoided the attack of the demonic tentacles and rushed directly into the living dead, his saber in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at the tentacles above the heads of these people. Hiss! The demonic creature let out a roar, completely enraged by Yuzawa. With each swing of his blade, Yuzawa was able to cut off a dozen tentacles. As soon as the tentacles broke, the person whose essence was extracted directly fell to the ground, his body instantly drying up and becoming as skin and bones. Yuzawa swung his sword continuously, cutting off hundreds of tentacles in less than a moment, and the demonic creature was completely enraged. The tentacles of this attack came directly into the hundreds. Although Yuzawa's speed was fast, it was difficult to dodge under such a fierce attack. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by a tentacle, and his body flew directly backwards, smashing into the cave's walls and stirring up a puff of dust. But the tentacles that drew on the refugee's essence had also been half chopped off by him. Seeing that the demon was almost enraged, Li Yu told Wu Zei to hurry up and exit the cave and run in the direction of the divine mountain. If Wu Zei, who possessed the divine walking talisman, wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to catch up with him at all unless he crossed 2 great realms. Receiving Lord Mountain God's order, Wu Zei didn't hesitate for a moment. The divine walking talisman was unleashed, and his figure once again disappeared in place. Only a golden light could be seen flying rapidly towards the outside of the cave. The demon was enraged. How could it sit back and watch Yuzawa escape just like that? Its cultivation sustenance, but half of it was destroyed by this man. Rumble! The demonic creature hovering over the cavern moved, countless tentacles against the ground, and used his feet as it began to crawl outside the cavern. Although it was crawling, the demonic creature's speed wasn't slow, and in an instant, it was out of the canyon, chasing after Yuz in the direction he had fled. At this time, Wu Zei had already escaped a few miles away. Approaching within 10 miles of the divine mountain, he was smashed in the chest by the tentacle. Some dull pain, but not a big problem. Being chased by a demonic creature didn't have the slightest fear in his heart, and he even felt a bit of excitement. If Lord Mountain God hadn't told him to keep fleeing in the direction of the divine mountain, He would have wanted to kill him with the speed of the divine walking talisman. Although this demonic creature looked oozing and its methods were evil, it seemed to have little frontal combat power. Although he couldn't kill the demonic creature, this demonic creature couldn't kill him either. And through observation, Liu determined that this demonic creature's realm was not very high. That is, it was at the level of the second stage, but it was much stronger than an ordinary second stage demonic creature. The main thing was the means of the demonic creature. Those densely packed tentacles that gave a sense of impact that could be even more violent than the second-order demonic creature. It's coming after us. Feeling the vibration of the ground, Yuzawa turned around in surprise and saw a black mass coming towards him from a distance. He turned to continue his escape, but the voice of Lord Yamagami sounded once more. No need to run away. Upon hearing Lord Mountain God's voice, Yuzawa immediately stood still, anticipation rising in his heart. Is this Lord Yamagami's way of clearing out the demons himself? Liyu's divine thoughts gazed at the demons that were frantically rushing towards Wuzei. This place already belonged to the range of the divine mountain, and he was already able to make a move. The moment it was about to enter the range of the divine mountain, the demonic creature seemed to be sensing danger. But the person who had destroyed half of its cultivation sustenance was right in front of it, and anger washed over it, so it didn't care and charged right in. This time the demonic creature no longer retained its strength. The one just now was extracting the essence of the refugees to cultivate, and had no way to deal with Wuzei with its full strength, which allowed Wuzei to take advantage of the situation. Now it struck out with all its might to shatter the man in front of it into pieces. The already huge demonic creature stormed up, its size instantly skyrocketing several times. Like a monster appearing in the mountains and forests, countless beasts were scared and fled in all directions. You! Damn it! From the mouth of the demonic creature, 3 unclear words actually emerged. Liu was a bit surprised when he heard it. This demonic creature's realm was only at the second stage, but it was actually already able to spit out human words. Although the words were a bit unclear, it was already able to show that this demonic creature had divine intelligence. Yuzawa had jumped at the chance to strike, but was taken aback when he heard the demonic creature spit out human words. To be able to speak human language, then this was already not something he could mess with. It was better to stand honestly on the side and wait for Lord Mountain God to make a move to suppress it. After the demonic spider stormed up, its countless tentacles twisted together and transformed into a large hand that slapped down hard in Wuzei's direction. But just at that moment, a golden light flashed, the ground shook, and a wild wind and tiger roared. The golden light slowly coalesced in the air into the shape of a giant. Sacred and extraordinary, the giant's face could not be seen, but added a touch of mystery. The giant simply raised his hand lightly and directly blocked the demonic spider's attack. This is the Dharma heaven and earth. As soon as the Dharma phase heaven and earth came out, the majestic godly giant stood between heaven and earth, emitting a golden aura of oppression all over his body. The demonic spider's offense was like an ant trying to shake a tree in front of the giant. Incomparably ridiculous. Seeing Lord Mountain God strike, Wuzei's eyes widened. His expression incomparably shocked. Compared to the last time Lord Mountain God struck out, this time's might was significantly greater. The sense of impact brought to him was too shocking, like a god descending to wash away the filth of the world. Is this the true face of Lord Yamagami? Yuzawa muttered, only feeling that the giant in front of him was incomparably sacred, making him not even dare to look directly at it. And the demonic spider that took a hard slap from Liu's Dharma heaven and earth, its tentacles exploded all over its body. As a demonic creature, facing a giant that emanated a divine aura seemed to naturally have a feeling of being suppressed, causing trepidation to rise in its heart. What are you? The demonic spider spoke out, his tone colorful, awe showing among those 2 black ink-colored eyes. It was born not long ago, but due to the special construction of the magical creature, it has long had a basic understanding of this world. In the demonic spider's cognition, it was impossible for the current human practitioners to have such means, and this scene in front of him was simply unheard of. God! Liu responded indifferently, not wanting to say anything more to this demonic creature at all, and slapped down another slap. The demon spider hissed and let out a sharp roar as its countless tentacles dug into the ground, then used it as support to fling its body out. Liu looked at the demonic spider's useless struggles and didn't bother to drag it out any further. Large golden hands fell from the mouth, from far and near, and directly pinched the demonic spider's body. The demonic spider struggled, and countless tentacles crawled all over Liu's large hand, looking rather disgusting and oozing. The supreme god spares his life. I'm willing to offer up the demon seed and only ask that the little one be spared. Feeling its body being pinched on the verge of bursting open, the demonic spider let out a painful plea for mercy, still trying to find a ray of hope. A magic seed? What is it? Liu was puzzled in his heart. The devil spider spoke up in a hurry. The devil seed is unique to our devil race. It is the external manifestation of the cultivation realm. After listening, Li Yu's heart was clear. To put it bluntly, this devil seed is the devil spider all over the cultivation. But how could he possibly look at the cultivation of a tiny second-order demon? Without the slightest pause, Li Yu's large hand gently closed, and the demonic spider directly burst open. The black gas overflowed. There was no scene of blood and flesh splattering. After the death of the devil spider, the body all turned into a strand of black gas, and then slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. It seems that this demonic creature is still very different from a demonic creature, Li Yu said in his heart. Demons, no matter what, have flesh and blood, and demonic creatures are constructed in a very peculiar way, just like this demonic spider, which is made up of black gas all over its body. But when alive, they look no different from normal beings, and when touched are similar to flesh and blood. Only after they are killed can you see that they are not flesh and blood. Disciple Wu Zhe, meet Lord Mountain God. Wu Zhe knelt down in the direction of the giant, his tone sincere. Li Yu turned back and nodded gently. Well, you're doing very well. He was generally pleased with Yuzawa's performance, calm and collected in the face of danger, without carelessness or fear of the enemy. Thank you, Lord Mountain God, for your appreciation. Wu Zhe was excited. This was the first time he had been praised by the Mountain God Lord, indicating that the Mountain God Lord recognized him. After you go back, cultivate more. Now that the demons are rampant, the enemies will only get stronger in the future. Your cultivation must keep up, Li Yu exhorted. It couldn't be that every time he met danger, he had to do it himself. It is best to train these men under your command to have the ability to defend themselves. Disciple will definitely go all out in his cultivation, Wu Zhe said in a firm tone. Li Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. And with that, he withdrew the Dharma heaven and earth. The giant that stood between heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and the sacred pressure disappeared. Seeing Lord Mountain God leave, Yuzawa breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, then stood up from the ground. The sense of oppression that Lord Mountain God's true form gave him was too strong. Being so far away, one could feel the pressure, which was breathtaking. It was a good thing that the mission was completed perfectly, and he was even praised by Lord Mountain God, which put him in an excited mood. When he returned to the Thousand Mountain Villa, Bai Liang immediately approached him and asked about how the task explained by the Mountain God had been accomplished. Yuzawa smiled and nodded, indicating that everything was intact and that Lord Yamagami was pleased with it. When Bai Liang heard this, he also broke into a smile. If Lord Mountain God is satisfied with Yuzawa, then he is satisfied with the entire Thousand Mountain Villa. In this way, the Thousand Mountain Villa would be even more favored by Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang then took out his planned 5-year plan for the future development of Thousand Hills Villa. These include recruiting refugees from outside the country, expanding villages, reclaiming barren land, diverting water and building canals, etc. Although Yuz didn't have much culture, Bai Liang wrote very straightforwardly, and he could still barely understand it when he looked at it carefully. Brother Bai Liang deserves to be a Shiokai, planning the future of the village so well in less than a day. After reading it, Yuzawa couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration for the plan. Bai Liang just laughed at this and then said, there are still some that I didn't write down in the booklet, such as in the future when Thousand Hills Villa grows and develops, we can consider combining the villages into a town. Uzi's heart fluttered. This was crucial. In the future, the Thousand Hills Villa would definitely become more and more crowded, and it would be a bit inappropriate to call it a village then. That's why it's quite necessary for Hushuan to become a town. And it's only a matter of time before it even grows further and becomes a new county town. Of course, these are a long way off and not something that can be considered right now. Well, Brother Bai Liang, you're just in charge. I'm going to cultivate wholeheartedly next. Wu Zhe opened his mouth. Lord Mountain God told him to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible, and he didn't dare to disobey. So during this next period of time, he would cultivate hard and strive to break through into a second-order cultivator as soon as possible. Bai Liang heard Wu Zhe say that Lord Mountain God had told him to devote himself to cultivation, so he was very much in favor of him going to cultivation and leaving the village chores to him. So next, Yuzawa began to close his door and cultivate wholeheartedly. Bai Liang, on the other hand, gradually took over the affairs of the Thousand Mountain Villa. After 5 more days like this, a group of people came from outside the Thousand Hills Villa. Chen Jianqi of the Li Yuan Dart Company has come to pay a visit to Brother Wu Zhe. A thick and powerful voice resounded outside the manor. When Wu Zhe, who was cultivating in the house, heard this, he stopped his cultivation, turned around and left the house, heading to the outside of the manor. Farewell, Brother Chen. When Wu Zhe walked out of the village, he met the group of Chen Jianqi's dart team. This time, the dart team, just like the last time they met, the wagons were loaded with goods, only the goods had changed. At Chen Jianqi's side, there was an additional person wearing a court uniform. Yuzawa looked at him twice more and recognized that this man should be a magistrate of Peach Blossom County. As soon as Jianqi Chen and his group walked into the range of the Divine Mountain, Li Yu had his eyes on them, not because of the men, but attracted by the goods on the wagon. Under his divine perception, there was actually a hint of demonic aura emanating from within these goods. This demonic aura was exactly the same as the black aura that emanated from the last time when he pinched the demonic spider. After sensing the demonic aura, Li Yu's first reaction was that these people from Li Yuan Dart Company might have been targeted by demons, but under close scrutiny again, it didn't feel right. The demonic aura inside this cargo had obviously been artificially concealed, and there were all sorts of meat to cover up the odor around the cargo. It was obvious that the owner of the goods had done it deliberately, and it was very likely that the items containing demonic chi inside had been put there by him. Does this Chen Jianqi, who is in charge of transporting the darts, know that there is something wrong with what they are transporting? Li Yu's divine mind wanted to directly probe what was inside the goods, but just as soon as he probed in, he realized that someone had done something inside and a ban had been put in place. As long as someone wanted to inspect the goods, the prohibition would immediately be triggered, informing the one who had set up the prohibition and destroying the items inside at the same time. Moreover, this prohibition was very uncomplicated. Even if a third-order cultivator wanted to break it, there was no way to do so. The level of secrecy is quite high. Li Yu immediately realized that there might be something hidden in this. This prohibition could stop others, but not him. His divine thoughts surged straight in, completely ignoring the forbidden restrictions, and he was able to see the items that contained demonic chi unhindered. Those were 7 black ink-colored beads, metaphysical black in color, the size of a pigeon's egg, all of which were contained in separate jade boxes. This is magic seed. Li Yu only took one look and roughly guessed what kind of item it was. Demon seed, the cohesive body of a demon's entire cultivation. Last time, the demonic spider wanted to hand over the demonic seed to save its life before dying, but he didn't even bother to look at it before directly crushing it. Now I didn't expect that someone in Peach Blossom County would actually entrust Li Yuan Dart Company with the transportation of magic seeds. You should know that the devil's seed is contraband in the Chu court. If you catch it, you'll be sentenced to collusion with demons and execution of all 9 clans. Li Yu just checked and didn't mean to move the demon seed. This stuff is of no use to him at all. The kind of thing that would be too dirty to give to him. Attention was then turned to the Dart Company and their party to see if they could learn from these people who the goods belonged to. Ha ha, Brother Yuzawa don't come back well. Seeing Wu Zhe walk out, Chen Jianqi also greeted him with a smile and presented some more gifts brought from Peach Blossom County. However, Wu Zhe did not take it, but instead looked at Jianqi Chen, as if waiting for him to speak. When Jianqi Chen saw this, he was a bit embarrassed, but he quickly adjusted and stopped being polite, directly stating the purpose of his trip. Brother Wu Zhe, this time I came here to deliver a message for County Magistrate Wang. Jianqi Chen spoke. County Magistrate Wang? Wu Zhe frowned and thought for a while before realizing that it was that county magistrate of Peach Blossom County. But he didn't have any dealings with Magistrate Wang. What would he pass on? Yes, it's County Magistrate Wang of Peach Blossom County. Jianqi Chen didn't have any nonsense and directly stated that County Magistrate Wang wanted to ask Wu Zhe to be his escort, and a very generous offer was made. And for the others in the village, it was also stated that they could be allowed to go in and take refuge in Peach Blossom County. After saying that, Jianqi Chen said, Brother Wu Zhe, you can count on waiting for a nobleman. From now on, you no longer have to live a hard life in this wilderness, and you have to always prevent the attacks of demons. After entering Peach Blossom County, you'll be living a peaceful life in the future. He felt that Wu Zhe would definitely be happy in his heart. After all, in his opinion, where was the broken village of Thousand Hills Village as safe and comfortable as the county town of Peach Blossom County? Wu Zhe's face was calm from the beginning, and after listening to Jianqi Chen's words, his tone was a bit displeased as he said, Brother Chen, I'm sorry to say that I won't be going to Peach Blossom County, and I won't be going to work as that escort for County Magistrate Wang. Jianqi Chen was stunned and thought that he had misheard. Brother Yuzawa, what are you saying? You don't want to go to the prefecture? Wu Zhe shook his head decisively, and only then did Jianqi Chen make sure he hadn't heard wrong. He was about to say something else, but then he thought that he didn't have much to do with Yuzawa, and the two of them had only met once, so he arched his hand and said, since Brother Wuza has made his own decision, then I will say no more. This time, I'm just delivering a message for County Magistrate Wang, so please forgive Brother Wuza if I've offended you. Wu Zhe's face looked better this time, but at this time, the magistrate beside Chen Jianqi was not happy. He jumped out and pointed at Wu Zhe's nose and sneered. What the hell are you? The master is kind-hearted and can't see the refugees suffering outside, so he kindly let you enter the county to take refuge, and even let you be his escort. Do you know what an honor it is to be the master's guard? How many people in the county town want to be but don't have a chance? You're really blind and don't know the simple goodness of the Lord. If you don't go to the county town, how long do you think you can survive in this village in the middle of nowhere, being targeted by demons? The people in that village are all rations for the demons. Foolish. If you don't go to the county, then stay here and die. Hearing these words from the magistrate, Wu Zei's face suddenly sank. He was tempted to do so, but was pulled back just in time by a piece of white brightness. Brother Wu Zei, he's a magistrate. We can't hurt him. Bai Liang's face was equally ugly, but he knew the importance of the situation. Today's court is floundering and turbulent, but at least it's still functioning. If they injured the magistrates today, then it was very likely that the county would send out troops against the 1,000 Mountain Villa tomorrow. If you can't deal with demons, can't you deal with a group of refugees? Bai Liang knew this deep in his heart. The courtiers of the court are pretty useless against demons, quite the wimps, and are often scared shitless, but when it comes to dealing with their own people, it's called a dog's fight, and their hands are harder than one another. It was as if they wanted to take out all the humiliation they had received from the demons on their own people. Yuzawa had served as a soldier for the court and naturally knew this. Taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his anger and gave the magistrate a cold look. That magistrate was frightened by such a look from Wu Zei and took a few steps back, fearful in his heart. Some worry that Yuz will not be able to resist the action. He can now be one person. The situation is stronger than the people. He put down a few harsh words, turned around and went back to the county. Jian Qichen had been watching from the sidelines, and when he saw the magistrate go back to the county town to file a complaint, he sighed and said, Brother Wu Zei, you're in trouble. Offending the prefectural magistrate. Even though Yuzawa and the others weren't inside the county, they wouldn't be in for a good time. I follow the law, and I haven't done anything evil, so what trouble can Magistrate Wang find me in? Wu Zei said. Despite what he said, he knew there would be trouble. Jian Qichen thought for a moment and spoke. Brother Wu Zei, we're going back to Tianyu County on this trip, so why don't you guys come with us? It's safer over there than Peach Blossom County. Tianyu County was a large county with a population of more than 500,000. A full 5 times more than Peach Blossom County. The more people there are in the county, the more imperial chi there is accordingly, and the safer it will be. Chen Jianqi had a guilty conscience, and this disaster in 1,000 Mountain Villa was considered to be something he had caused. He has been walking in the Jianghu for many years and has a righteousness in his heart. Since he caused the trouble, then naturally we must help. Otherwise how can we still be based in the Jianghu in the future? After hearing these words from Jian Qichen, Wu Zei instantly changed his opinion of him. Tianyu County was more than 70 miles away. It was a long way to travel, and the more people in the group, then the more demons would be attracted. For Chen Jianqi to open his mouth and allow them to follow him to Tianyu County to seek refuge, he was obviously quite sincere, but there was no way Wu Zei would agree. He directly shook his head and said, Thank you Brother Chen for your kind words. We're not going to Tianyu County. We're safe here now with the blessing of the mountain god. After being rejected, Chen Jianqi was slightly surprised, but didn't say any more. On the contrary, he was a bit puzzled by the mountain god in Yu's words and asked in disbelief, Brother Yuz, the mountain god you are talking about, isn't it the deity worshipped in that temple inside your village? The last time he had borrowed a room, he had noticed the temple in the middle of the 1,000 Mountain Villa. At the time, he just thought it was strange and assumed it was a shrine or something. Not bad. The temple is dedicated to none other than Lord Mountain God. Yuzawa nodded. Jian Qichen suddenly raised his head and looked towards the majestic divine mountain, its peak towering into the clouds, giving off a sense of mystery. He was skeptical of Yuzawa's words, but he wouldn't raise his voice to question them. He had traveled the Jianghu for many years and had seen many scenes. I've heard an unknown number of rumors about land deities like this, but there are almost none of them true. Although he had never seen a truly spiritual temple, he approached them all with the attitude that he would rather believe in them than not. This was one of the reasons why he had never been in trouble since he had been escorting darts for so many years. Since Brother Wu Zei doesn't want to go to Tianyu County, I won't advise you much, so I'll take my leave first. See you again sometime. Chen Jianqi arched his hand, and with his mission in mind, he was not in a position to stay. There's also a rush to escort the goods back to Tianyu County, which are quite valuable. It was a gift from Magistrate Wang Tuo Wang to Magistrate Min Xianyu of Tianyu County. The king's household had placed a large amount of money on him to make sure that the goods were delivered to Min Xianyu unharmed, and that the goods were not to be unpacked. Take care, Brother Chen. Wu Zei returned with an arch. After seeing the dart team and their group leave, he then turned around with a heavy face and went back to the village. Bai Liang followed along and said in a deep voice, having offended Magistrate Wang this time, I'm afraid he'll be looking for trouble from us next. There's no need to be afraid of soldiers, Yu said dryly. If you're not afraid of demons, are you afraid of a drunken magistrate? Moreover, the Thousand Hills Villa is more than 10 miles away from Peach Blossom County. which is beyond the reach of the whip, and it's not that easy for that Wang Tu to really find him in trouble. Even if trouble did come to his door, Yuzawa wouldn't let Wang Du get away with it. Bai Liang slowly nodded his head. He wasn't very worried in his heart. After all, the Thousand Mountain Villa was blessed by the mountain god. Nothing could go wrong. On the other hand, the magistrate who ran back to Peach Blossom County from the Thousand Hills Villa traveled to the county office at the first opportunity and found Wang Tu. Wang Tu sat at the top, holding a teacup and sipping tea slowly. The old monk on his side was still standing with his head bowed, hands folded, a look of meditation. Raising his eyes to look at the kneeling magistrates below, he spoke indifferently. How did things go? When are the cultivators from that Thousand Mountain Villa going to come over? The magistrate's body trembled and cried out, Master, that Thousand Hills Villa's owner doesn't know what's good for him and refused your invitation. Master, Wang Tu's hand holding the teacup lurched, his brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, What's going on? The magistrate hastened to tell the whole story once again, in which there is no lack of adding oil and vinegar. Master, that Wu Zhe is simply flouting your majesty, and is also trying to take a shot at me on the grounds that he is a cultivator. If not for the fact that my little one ran fast, I'm afraid that I would have to receive a severe beating, the magistrate said with a face of indignation. After listening to his men, Wang Tu's face had completely sunk. Humph, foolish people in the countryside who don't know the number of heaven. Do you really think that just because you become a cultivator, you can ignore the court's orders? Wang Tu's tone had gotten a bit angry. After so many years of being an official in Peach Blossom County, there had never been anyone who dared to disobey his orders. Maybe they've appeared before, but they must all be dead. Send an order to Sheriff Wang to bring along 100 magistrates, and go and bring down that Thousand Mountain Villa in one fell swoop. That manor's owner, Wu Zhe, escort him before this official, Wang Tu ordered with a big wave of his hand. Kneeling Yamen were excited. Wang Sheriff made a move. That Wu Zhe is dead. Wait for Magistrate Wang. But at that moment, a low voice rang out, and Wang Du turned his head back. It was the old monk who had been keeping his head down. Master Sanka, you have a question? Wang Tu's tone turned respectful all of a sudden. Master Sangue raised his head, his wrinkled face devoid of sadness and joy as he slowly spoke. Magistrate Wang, this is a critical time, and it is not advisable to cause trouble when Sheriff Wang cannot leave the county. Wang Du listened with some hindsight and slapped the back of his head. Oops, I almost missed the big plan. Thanks to Master Sangue's reminder, Wang Tu hurriedly thanked the old monk. Then he turned back, his face changed, and said in a cold voice, Don't let Sheriff Wang go. Instead you take a dozen people to Thousand Hills, and routinely make the villagers of Thousand Hills pay their taxes. Since he couldn't directly destroy the Thousand Mountain Villa, but he still had countless ways to find trouble. We'll deal with this Thousand Hills thing when the big things are done. I take orders. The magistrate nodded and retreated. After the magistrate retreated, Wang Tu turned his head to look at Master Sangue. Grand Master, the demon seed you asked me to give to Min Chanhua has already been sent over. Do you think he'll agree to our request? Master Sangue gently nodded his head and spoke. It will. Prefect Min is nearly 80 years old and can't hold out for a few more years. The devil seed can renew his life for 10 years. He can't carry this temptation. Upon hearing this, Wang Tu gradually revealed a smile and said in a complimentary tone, Master Sangue's work of transforming demons into his own is truly heavenly. Magistrate Wang doesn't need to compliment old monk. When the plan is completed, you will gain only a little more than that Magistrate Min, the old monk said calmly. Then thank you Master Sanka in advance. Thousand Hills. After that magistrate went back to Peach Blossom County to file a complaint, Wu Zhe went back to the house to cultivate again. These days, he cultivated with the help of the divine walking talisman, getting twice the result with half the effort, and vaguely touching the barrier of breakthrough. That's why he was scrambling to break through the realm and become a second-order cultivator in one fell swoop. Bai Liang, on the other hand, took charge of the affairs of the village, planning the construction of the village, as well as recruiting refugees from outside. Xiaohu was chosen by Bai Liang to go outside to spread the news that there is a Thousand Mountain Villa on this side of the Divine Mountain, which is blessed by the mountain gods and is not afraid of demons, and welcomes all people to come and live and take refuge, no matter what kind of person, what kind of identity. As long as the body is clean and not a criminal, they can come to the Thousand Mountain Villa. Thousand Hills admits everyone. Bai Liang was only willing to let Little Tiger spread the news within a 10-mile radius around the Divine Mountain. Such progress is very slow, and one can only wait until there are people passing within the boundaries of the sacred mountain to go up and lobby the people, give a portion of the money again and send the passers-by outside to spread the word. Originally, the village's money was almost spent, but Bai Liang's several people brought a lot more, saving enough to spend for a long time. Many people who heard the rumors about the Thousand Mountain Villa expressed their disbelief. Almost everyone who can roam the neighborhood is a local, not many from out of town. It's not like we haven't heard the rumors of the Divine Mountain. Just how long ago was that? And how come it didn't manifest in the past, but it's manifesting now? There was the spirit cave demon compulsion in front of them, so not many people really believed that the Thousand Mountain Villa was safe. They were afraid that Thousand Hills was the next spirit cave. Xiaowu took a few children and lobbied hard for 2 days, but actually did not attract a single person. Even after the news spread, the refugees passing by the Divine Mountain became fewer, seemingly in fear of the Thousand Mountain Villa. Bai Liang sighed a little when he learned of this. The approach this time was indeed a bit too hasty, and it had not been long since the incident at the Spirit Cave, and here they were recruiting refugees. Naturally, not many people will believe this, but on the contrary, they will be more resistant to come to the Thousand Hills Villa. Xiaowu's tender face blamed himself a little, feeling that it was because he hadn't done enough that no one wanted to come to the Thousand Mountain Villa. Touching little Tiger's head, Bai Liang laughed. No need to blame yourself, you've done well enough. No one wants to come to our Thousand Mountain Villa. That's because the timing wasn't good enough. After comforting little Tiger for a few moments, Bai Liang went forward to find Wu Zhe to discuss how to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe pondered for a moment before saying, "This is a difficult matter to resolve. We can only wait for the fear of the Spirit Cave to subside in everyone's hearts before we can lobby them again." Bai Liang was helpless after hearing this. Being affected by the Spirit Cave caused no one in the Thousand Mountain Villa to dare to come now. Even now, when the people of the Thousand Mountain Villa go out outside, they will be treated as a plague and avoided. I used to be able to take the game I shot and traded with people for food, but not anymore. We can only wait for the wind to pass, Bai Liang said to himself. The difficulties encountered by the Thousand Mountain Villa were naturally clear to Liu, but he couldn't help much. He couldn't be asked to perform the Dharma phase of heaven and earth and show those who didn't believe in it a mountain god manifestation. Could he? He had thought about it, but then thought better of it. What's the use of having all these devotees if everything has to be solved by him, the mountain god? Besides, he wasn't in a hurry, letting the people of the Thousand Hills Villa take their time to solve the problem. It was only after experiencing difficulties that people would grow. It's a grind for these guys, too. Looking at the panel, since advancing to the second order Spirit Mountain, his strength had risen greatly, and along with it, the Divine Mountain had also changed from the inside out. Liu could sense that the rock layer inside the mountain had undergone a qualitative change, evolving from ordinary rock into crystal clear crystals. Realm advancement can still bring changes to the body? He found this amazing. If the realm were to break through even further, then wouldn't his body turn from an ordinary mountain into a truly divine mountain? But it wasn't that easy to break through, and now the merit points needed to break through the third stage were less than 1/10. Realm, Second Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 1563/100000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Spell, Manifestation. Artifact, Jinshan Seal. There were no sacrifices in the Thousand Hills during this period of time, so the merit points grew very slowly. Although it is growing steadily every day, the number of villages is so small that not much is added. Right now, he could increase his merit points by almost 150 a day, and if he wanted to gather 100,000 merit points, it would take him 2.5 full years. If the number of people in the Thousand Mountain Villa doubled and there were 500 people, then 1,500 points could be added in a day, and the time it took to break through to the Third Order Spirit Mountain could be greatly reduced. And if there are 5,000 of them, then it only takes 7 days to break through. This is without counting the sacrificial tribute. If there is a very valuable offering, then the merit will grow even faster. An uninvited guest? God's mind sensed a group of government officials in official court uniforms entering the Divine Mountain range, each with an unpleasant expression and all carrying blades. Liu knew that Magistrate Wang wanted to invite Wu Zhe to come to Peach Blossom County to be a guard, but Wu Zhe refused, thus offending Magistrate Wang. Now it seems the trouble is at the door, but only one of these people is a cultivator, and it's still only of the first rank, so Yuzawa should be able to deal with it. Under the probing of his divine thoughts, there was nowhere for these people to hide. Since there was no threat to the Thousand Mountain Villa, Liu was lazy and just watched the show. Half an hour later, the magistrates sent out by Wang Tu finally arrived outside the Thousand Mountain Villa, each one panting with exhaustion. These yamen, except for the cultivator at the head, the others were all fat and chubby, rather like a feeling of being a drunkard. Seeing this scene, Tiger, who ran out to pee, was so scared that he didn't even break and just pulled up his pants and ran towards the village. A few moments later, little Tiger reappeared, followed by several people, including Wu Zhe and Bai Liang. Since as soon as he saw the clothes these people were wearing, he realized that trouble had arrived. At the head of the magistrates was the apprentice of Sheriff Wang, Qianku. Qianku raised his head with a proud face and said in a cold voice, "By order of the king's magistrate, I have come to Thousand Mountain Villa to collect the head tax, field tax, house tax, water extraction tax, logging tax, hunting tax, and fire tax." In one breath, he said a dozen taxes before finally saying, "All the taxes together total 967 taels and 8 cents. After saying that, he looked at Uzi with a cold face. "Lord Wu Zhuang, please pay up the taxes. If you can't pay it, then you'll have to be invited to sit in the county's heavenly prison." At this moment, the faces of several people in Wu Zhe had completely sunk, close to 1,000 taels in taxes. What kind of concept is that? In today's world, 1 tael of silver can be enough to feed a person for half a year. Bai Liang stared at Qian Ku and said in a deep voice, "The imperial laws have long since declared that fields acquired by refugees opening up the land are exempt from taxes for 3 years. Oh, then take away the field tax, subtract 8 coins, and you still need to pay 967 taels of silver." Qian Ku said nonchalantly, "Thousand Mountain Villa doesn't belong to Peach Blossom County, but is under the jurisdiction of Feng County. Where does County Magistrate Wang get the right to collect taxes from us?" Bai Liang continued, "Who told you that it doesn't belong to Peach Blossom County anymore? Feng County is gone, so the former jurisdiction of Feng County naturally becomes Peach Blossom County's." Qian Ku sneered, "If you want to compete with them, are you sure you can beat them?" Bai Liang was instantly speechless, with the feeling that a showman had met a soldier and couldn't reason with him. The man in front of him was obviously playing a scoundrel based on his power, and there was still nothing he could do about it. That's when Yuzawa spoke up. "If we don't deliver, what can you do? Not handing it over? Defy the court's law and order, and be escorted to the dungeon to await interrogation," Qian Ku said in an icy tone. The atmosphere was immediately scorched, and both sides were furiously glaring at each other. The magistrates, relying on the good equipment on their bodies, all had disdainful faces and looked at the villagers of the Thousand Hills as if they were beggars, but they were all just accompaniments, and it was mainly going to depend on the 2 cultivators in the field. Sparks flew as Yuzawa locked eyes with Chike. The moment Chike said that, Yuzawa knew this couldn't end well. "In that case, let's see the real thing in fists and feet." Yuzawa took out his saber and looked coldly at Chike. "Ha ha ha, very good, very tough. Let me see how much weight a cultivator from the refugee pile has." Thousand Ku laughed, his expression steeped in viciousness as he drew the twin swords at his waist and swung into a stance to pounce on Yuzawa. An overpowering murderous aura attached itself to the twin swords, and the blades cut through the air with a cracking sound. Yuzawa held his breath and held his sword in both hands, blocking it across his chest. As soon as the blades came into contact, there was a loud bang-dash sound, and both sides retreated 3 steps each. The first exchange was just a test, weighing the strength of the other side. Qian Ku's face suddenly grimaced. Both of them took 3 steps back each, looking indistinguishable from each other, but he was attacking with all his might, while Yuzawa was just blocking his sword across his chest in defense. In the end, Yuzawa was knocked back 3 steps, and he was also shaken back 3 steps directly by the force of the rebound. After one move, the highs and lows were immediately apparent. "You've been in the military." Thousand Ku's eyes stared, and at this moment, he also recognized the military sword in Yu's hand, together with the stance of holding the sword just now. It was clearly the court's demon-slaying sword technique. Instead of responding, Yuzawa looked at him and said, "Still going on?" Now Chike's face changed a bit. When a cultivator fights, one move can determine the winner. Although everyone was a first-order cultivator, but the same realm that there was a gap. It was obvious that he was not as strong as Yuzawa, and if he continued to fight, the one who would suffer would only be himself. But with the order of the magistrate Wang, it would not be too good not to make a move. Finally, Qian Ku clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Why don't you continue? So what if the demon-slaying blade technique? My female and male twin blades are no slouches either." As the words fell, he didn't wait for Uzi to react and directly struck out. Yuzawa responded with a rush of swords, easily countering the double swords with a single one. After only a few rounds, Chike was crushed to death. Not only was Wu Zhe's sword skill more powerful than his cultivation was also superior. This was still the case where he hadn't used the divine walking talisman. If he had used the power of the divine walking talisman, he was afraid that he would have directly taken down Qian Ku in the first round. The more Qian Ku fought, the more cold sweat on his head, to the end directly gritted his teeth to avoid the attack of Yu's, jumped to more than 10 meters behind him, and directly opened his mouth to surrender. This made the other magistrates who followed dumbfounded. The county magistrate had asked them to collect taxes, thinking that they could again fox and bully the people. But how is this a surrender before it even starts? On the contrary, The Thousand Hills Villa let out a cheer as the villa master repelled the imperial eagles that had come to force the collection of taxes. Chico surrendered with a rather ugly look on his face, but Yuzawa was indeed stronger than him, and there was nothing he could do to him at all, unless Sheriff Wang, a second-order cultivator, stepped in. But County Magistrate Wang said that Sheriff Wang had more important things to attend to and couldn't come. I'll admit it this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Qianke gritted his teeth and put down a vicious sentence before turning around and leaving with a group of men. Master Zhuang has won the fight. The villagers began to cheer, their faces beaming with excitement. In the past, when they met the court officials, which one of them was not coy and obedient, and did whatever the officials told them to do, which was incredibly humiliating. Now they can finally get tough in front of the magistrate. Little Tiger's little face was agitated as he came up to Wu Zhe and said, "Big brother Wu, why don't you kill that person? Wouldn't that be better?" Bai Liang slapped Xiaohu on the back of his head and said, "What does a little kid know? If we really want to kill that Qianke, then our Thousand Hills Villa and County Magistrate Wang are immortal." Tiger grinned, covering the back of his head with a puzzled expression. Yuzawa didn't look a bit happy. His expression was grave. This time the trouble is over, and in time there may be more trouble. There's no way that Magistrate Wang is going to let this go. This time, the refinement realm Qianke that was sent was beaten and fled, so the next time he would have to face, it would probably be a second-order cultivator. I'll go back to my cultivation and try to break through the realm as soon as possible. A sense of urgency rose in Wu Zhe's heart, and after saying a few words to Bai Liang, he hurried back to the house to cultivate. This scene was all in Liu's eyes. The gap between Yuzawa and Qianke was a bit surprising to him. I didn't realize that Wu Zhe's strength was much stronger than those in the same realm, and although he had that demon-slaying blade technique to his credit, in the end, he still relied on the advantage of his realm. It seems that his cultivation speed isn't slow, he's almost close to being a second-stage cultivator. Li Yu thought to himself, the enchantment brought by the divine walking talisman was truly amazing. Wu Zhe was originally an ordinary person with no talent for cultivation, and the divine walking talisman not only gave him the talent, but also made his talent stronger, which was already beyond the realm of genius, still somewhat underestimating the mountain god's giving blessings. Thinking of the blessing bestowed by the mountain god, he felt that it was time to seek another person to receive the talisman for him, or else the Thousand Mountain Villa wouldn't work well relying on only one practitioner. Wu Zhe. He had already decided on the candidate, the only one in the village who had read books, the scholar Bai Liang. Through this period of observation, Liu can see that Bai Liang this person has a good character, but at the same time has the main opinion, as a deputy banker, but many matters will not have been to ask Wu Zhe. They can make decisions. It's a good one, worth nurturing. However, Liu wanted to wait for a while and find a time to receive a talisman for him. The village had returned to peace since Qianke had come to seek trouble with the Thousand Hills village and ended up failing and fleeing. Xiaohu was still trying to go out and lobby the refugees outside to come to Thousand Hills Villa. Only the effect still did not work. Almost a month's time, only less than 10 people came to the Thousand Mountain Villa with apprehension. These were people who were already desperate, had nowhere to go, no money on them, and nothing to eat. Either way, it was death. That's why they gritted their teeth and came to the Thousand Mountain Villa. If it was really a trap for the demons just like the Spirit Cave, then they admitted to it. But if it was really like what the kid said, that there was a mountain god blessing and plenty of food, then they would have a way to live. On the first day they arrived at the Thousand Hills, these people were still a bit jittery. After a few days, after feeling the days when they had enough food and could eat until they were full, they felt that even if the Thousand Hills Villa exposed its true colors now and a group of demons came out and swallowed them, they felt that it would be worth it. Half a month passed. The demons still didn't show up, and they were fed every day, and the scholarly deputy lord of the manor even set aside a piece of land for them to build a house. In the back, they were given a piece of barren land, which they said belonged to them after it had been reclaimed into good land. Such a day made these people who came to the Thousand Hills feel incredibly dreamy. The house is there, the fields are there, and they are able to eat. This is a life that how many people can only dream of in today's demonic and chaotic world. Auntie, are we going to live here from now on? A young girl in her teens looked to her mother with wide eyes. The little girl's mother looked at her with a gentle smile and said, "Well, from now on, Mother and Shue will always live here." Yay! Yuki bounced in place. Very jumpy. Snowy will never have to run around, never have to sleep in a tree, never have to go hungry, never have to get frozen hands, never have to see a dead person again. The woman looked at her daughter, but tears fell down her face. They've been displaced for so long, and now they've finally found their own safe haven. Shue, quickly drink the porridge. After drinking it, Mother will take you to worship Lord Mountain God. Aha! Snowy was obedient and immediately squatted down to drink the kanji. After finishing the porridge, Yuki led the woman by the hand to the temple in the middle of the village. After arriving at the Thousand Mountain Villa, the vice lord of the villa's requirements for them were simple. They had to believe in the mountain god, and every day, they had to go to the temple to pay homage to the Lord Mountain God and offer incense. It's a rule of the Thousand Hills that everyone must do. Entering the temple, he looked at the empty walls in front of the offering table, still without the idol. At first the woman was a little puzzled as to why there was no idol, but later she understood. What need is there for an idol when the worship is to the Lord God of the mountain, and the sacred mountain is right in front of us? Of course they wouldn't know that the real reason was because the people of the Thousand Mountain Villa didn't know what Lord Mountain God looked like, so they simply didn't erect the idol. Not quite 10 years old, Yuki was short, and chronic malnutrition made her look thin. There wasn't even a lot of meat on the legs, and the bones were visible on the knees. After entering the temple, Yuki, who liked to move around and chatter, directly quieted down, then directly kneeled on the ground, her knees knocking on the hard ground, and she didn't feel any pain. Closing her eyes and folding her arms, Yuki whispered, "Lord Mountain God, Shueshue has come to worship your old man again." Just now, Shueshue ate a huge bowl of porridge, and her stomach is bulging a bit. Shueshue hopes that Lord Mountain God blesses Shueshue's tummy so that it doesn't bulge so much. After whispering, Yuki bowed heavily a few times as an adult would do. Then it's all about looking down with bated breath at your bulging belly and waiting for it to deflate. The woman at the side looked at her daughter with some tears and laughter, hurriedly pulling Shueshue up from the ground and reprimanding her in a low voice. "Shueshue, don't be ridiculous. Lord Mountain God is a god, incomparably honorable. How could he pay attention to your little tummy?" Quickly apologized to Lord Mountain God. Shueshue wanted to argue in her mind, but she was obedient to her mother's words, so she knelt on the ground again and whispered, "I'm sorry Lord Mountain God. It's Shueshue who has disturbed your old man. Don't say the words in your heart in the future. They won't work if you say them." The woman pulled Shueshue away from the temple, not forgetting to teach her daughter as she did so. Yuki, on the other hand, kept her eyes down at her stomach until she saw her bulbous belly slowly deflate, revealing a fluttering cheer. "Yamagami-sama is the best for Yuki." Letting go of the woman's hand, Yuki ran back into the temple and bowed a few more times to Lord Mountain God. Watching the scene, Liu also guffawed in his heart. It was him who had just stepped in to help the little girl, Shueshue, digest a bit, which allowed Shueshue's bulbous stomach to return to its original state. To this little girl who only came to Thousand Hills Villa a month ago, Liu was still very fond of her. Little girl, cute, lively, and an incredibly pure heart, anyone would like to see. And unlike other people, when other people offered him worship, they prayed for the safety of the whole family, for honor and wealth, to drive away illnesses and disasters, and so on and so forth. But Yuki was different. Every time he came to worship the god, he would whisper such ludicrous wishes as to make his bulging belly less bulging. At first Liu didn't pay any attention to it, but behind him, the little girl persisted every day, and he found it interesting, so he casually fulfilled Shueshue's wish. It was also a way to add a touch of interest to his boring life. This month's increase in merit was not much. Although there were about 10 more people in the Thousand Mountain Villa, the increase in merit points only grew from about 150 points per day to 180 points. Over the course of a month, a total of 400 merit points were added, plus the previous ones were not even enough for 10,000 points, and the condition of 100,000 was even further away. It was only Liu who had a Buddhist personality and had little sense of urgency about realm breakthroughs, so he didn't care that much. During this month, the Thousand Hills Villa had developed quite rapidly, and Bai Liang had managed it quite well without any trouble. For his part, Wu Zhe had been cultivating, and affairs were almost entirely Bai Liang's responsibility. Only when Bai Liang was elusive would he come out to consult with him. Nearly 50 acres of good village land had now been cleared, which was very much more. The rice seeds that were planted at the beginning have grown lush and over a meter tall. In a month or so, the rice will be harvested and obtained. A part of the good land is used to grow vegetables and a part is transplanted with fruit trees. Fruit trees are searched from the mountain forest. A few children picked the fruit back. Bai Liang saw directly let people go to the fruit tree hole dug away, planted in the Thousand Hills Villa. That way the village will have fruit in the future. Since the cultivated fields were on the opposite side of the river, it was inconvenient to pass by each time, and a boat was required to get there. Bai Liang took a shot and decided directly to build a wooden bridge over the river. A dozen men who came behind volunteered to build this wooden bridge. They are also embarrassed to have been eating dry food in the villages. Although I usually help with a little bit of work, it's all hit and miss, and I don't do many real favors. After Bai Liang agreed, these people were energized to join the bridge building team, and now the wooden bridge project was near the end and about to be built. The houses in the village were also building more and more now. and considering that the scale of the Thousand Hills Villa would become bigger and bigger in the future, Bai Liang had been letting the workers in charge of logging not stop, and had been cutting down the trees in the mountains and forests, directly cutting down most of the mountains and forests. A large stock of lumber was kept, and more houses were built, very humble, but sturdy enough to house people. The villagers were in full swing building the village, while Yuzawa was concentrating on his training. At this moment, Wu Zhe in the house, his brows furrowed and his forehead sweating, was already in the final throes of breaking through the realm. The aura between heaven and earth gathered toward the house, and the villagers who passed by thought that a wind was blowing. Li Yu noticed the commotion and his divine thoughts directly descended. Then he saw that Wu Zhe was breaking through to the second stage cultivator. This was Yuzawa's third attempt to break through the second rank, the first two having ended in failure. But this time Li Yu felt that he should be able to successfully break through. The aura in the sky above the Thousand Mountain Villa formed a vortex that constantly circled. From above, it looked like a deep-sea beast opening its mouth to swallow everything. However, this aura vortex could only be seen by cultivators, so this huge commotion didn't cause the people in the village to gather around. Everyone was still busy with their own business. Only Bai Liang, a knowledgeable person, looked towards the house where Wu Zhe was, with a slightly anxious expression. Ozzy had told him when he was preparing for the breakthrough to help watch over it, so that no one would come to interfere. The first two times, white light was on guard outside the house. With the experience of the previous two failures, this time Bai Liang was in a somewhat apprehensive mood. I don't know if brother Wu Zhe will be able to make a successful breakthrough this time? Bai Liang sighed to himself. To be honest, he was quite shocked at the fact that Yuzawa was ready to break through the second stage in less than a few months of becoming a cultivator. Even if this was replaced by a cultivation heavenly pride from the capital side of the imperial court, they wouldn't be able to cultivate this fast, right? For a moment, Bai Liang wondered if his best friend had some hidden talent or had been taken over by some powerful demonic cultivator. How else could one explain such a fast cultivation speed that was simply heaven-defying? In response, Yuzawa said that it was all an effect of the blessing of Lord Yamagami. This made Bai Liang even more envious in his heart. While looking forward to when he would be blessed by the mountain god, he wanted to progress so badly, and was especially eager to become a practitioner. In a world of demonic chaos, all things are inferior, but only the cultivation is high. To put it bluntly, it's all about the strongest. Only cultivators have the power to defend themselves and stand in the midst of a chaotic world. And unlike Yuzawa, who was unattached, he had a family. He came from the Bai family in the capital, a late-ranking family in the capital, though late-ranking, but still a powerful and noble class. When he was a teenager, a conflict with his father made him leave home in a fit of anger, and he eventually made it to the Shiokai with his own ability. After 7 years away from home, he had only returned to the White House once, or because his birth mother had died of an illness and had gone back for the funeral. That time back, things eased up a bit with the family, but there was still a gap. His family disliked him for being unproductive and inferior to his cousin at home who had the talent to cultivate, and looked at him coldly all day long. Shiokai merit in the Bai family, not in their eyes at all. In today's Dechu court, not to mention Shiokai, even the status of the scholar gong is not as good as that of a cultivator. Some ministers are even already discussing whether the imperial examination system should be abolished. Fortunately, today's emperor is not considered to be dim, and in the end did not agree with this minister's proposal. The imperial examinations were still retained. So in the end, Bai Liang left the capital alone and came to live in Feng County, the borderland of Qingzhou. If you can become a cultivator and return to the capital, you must show your family what it means to be 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. And don't cheat the youth to be poor. There was a gas in Bai Liang's heart, but he had always hidden it in the deepest part of his heart and never mentioned it to others. Inside the house at this point, Yuzawa had come to the crunch. The vortex of spiritual energy in the sky above his head suddenly poured down, madly surging into his body, and in just a moment, he only felt that his body was about to explode. In the end, he persevered with perseverance. His skin was already oozing beads of blood, and his body felt a surge of relief as his internal passages were opened. Yuzawa stood up, his face excited as he felt the spiritual energy slowly flowing within his body. It worked! I've broken through to the Tongfa realm and become a second-stage cultivator. Wu Zhe's tone was excited. Once upon a time, it was a longing for him to even become a cultivator, and now he had already crossed over the refined Dharma realm and achieved the passing Dharma realm cultivator. In the next moment, Wu Zhe pointed his toes, and his entire body directly leapt up, flying out of the house and floating in the air. Bai Liang, who had been standing guard outside, saw a figure flying out of the house and thought he was seeing things. Fixing his eyes, he realized it was Yuzawa coming out. Looking at Wu Zhe, who was flying in the air, Bai Liang immediately knew that this breakthrough had been successful, and he sounded excited. Brother Yuzawa, you did it! Wu Zhe looked down at Bai Liang, his body slowly falling down before coming in front of Bai Liang, unable to hide the joy on his face. It worked! Thanks to Brother Bai Liang for keeping watch this day. What's the point of being polite? Let me see how second-order cultivators are different from us mortals. Bai Liang stepped forward and poked right and pinched left at Wu Zhe's body, his face full of envy. Wu Zhe looked at Bai Liang's envious expression and knew what his best friend was thinking, but he could only laugh bitterly in his heart. Although he had been blessed by Lord Mountain God, he was not qualified to beg Lord Mountain God to give Bai Liang a blessing as well. Lord Mountain God was a god, a supreme deity, who did whatever he wanted to do as he pleased, without anyone being able to dictate. Bai Liang knew these truths as well, which was why he never prayed for the Lord God of the mountain to grant him blessings. All he could do was to perform well and work diligently for Lord Yamagami, only hoping to be seen by him. The rest, then, is left to providence. After looking at the changes in Wu Zhe's body, Bai Liang said, "It seems like it hasn't changed much from us ordinary people, but the skin is much whiter." The two of them chatted a few more times, and suddenly Bai Liang said in a deep voice, "Brother Wu Zhe, you're now a second-order cultivator. So what are you going to do about the vendetta in the capital back then?" The two had been close friends for many years, and Bai Liang knew what Wu Zhe had been through, and likewise Wu Zhe knew what Bai Liang had been through. Yuzawa's expression stagnated and his face gradually lowered. "The vengeance of killing my wife and daughter is not shared. I dare not forget it for a moment." He gritted his teeth, but then his tone returned to calm and said in a deep voice, "This revenge will be avenged sooner or later, but not now. I still have to work for Lord Mountain God, and when the 1,000 Mountain Villa develops and grows, and produces even better talents, and my cultivation is further advanced, then we can talk about entering the capital." After all these years, Yuzawa had learned a lot. Although the person who had killed his wife and daughter was only a first-order practitioner, he was now a second-order practitioner who could pin down a first-order practitioner as easily as he could. But that was the capital. Not to mention the power behind those people. Just the guard force of the capital was enough for him to eat a pot. Vengeance must be taken. It's just that the time has not yet come. Hearing this, Bai Liang nodded reassuringly. He asked this mainly because he was worried that after Wu Zhe broke through to the profound realm, he would be overwhelmed by hatred and was about to go to the capital to take revenge. Bai Liang, who grew up in the capital, knows how deep the water in the capital is. The forbidden army of the imperial city of the capital, that was every single one of them was a cultivator, and their strength was incomparably powerful. The first Taoist sect in the world, the Xianqing Temple, the #1 Buddhist sect in the world, the Golden Dragon Temple. These two forces are also in the capital. It could be said that the capital city gathered the most powerful forces of the human race today. Not only was there the suppression of the qi of the two great sects of Taoism and Buddhism, the dragon's qi of the Dechu court, but there were also countless experts sitting in the town. Demons don't even dare to look at it, let alone violate it. So if you want to kill a party of power in the capital, you can imagine how difficult it is. The news that Yu's realm had broken through and he had become a second-order cultivator quickly spread through the village. The villagers who heard the news had joy on their faces. If the lord of the village was more powerful, then their village would be safer. Now that they were already living in the Thousand Hills Villa for several months, they had already developed a sense of belonging to the place and didn't want everything here to be destroyed. The houses, paddy fields, etc. in the village were all built by them, and this is their own son. The little tiger kids were quite adoring of Wu Zhe. They also wanted to become cultivators. Wu Zhe didn't have the means of the court to measure Xiaohus and their cultivation talents. What he could do was to take out the Kung Fu Fire Heart Sutra that he had obtained when he was in the army at the imperial court and give it to Xiaohu and the others to go and cultivate. If a few of them had the talent to cultivate, then they would be able to step into the refined Dharma realm and become first-order cultivators through bitter cultivation. The rest of the guys in their 20s and 30s looked at the feats with some burning eyes. When Yu saw this, he told them to try it if they wanted to, as long as they didn't delay their daytime work, and wait for the night to cultivate. A group of people were incomparably excited, and after shouting many thanks to the banker a few times, they ran out of sight with the merit law. But Yuzawa doesn't hold out much hope for these people. Cultivation was something that had to start at a young age, and once you were over 16, then it would be very difficult to cultivate, unless you were a genius and possessed a very high level of talent. But how rare geniuses are. Very few. He had some expectations for these children of Little Tiger. After breaking through to the profound realm, the sense of urgency in Wu Zhe's heart gradually dissipated. However, ever since Qianke left in a mess a month ago, the Thousand Hills Villa has been at peace with itself. The Peach Blossom County side seemed to have forgotten about it and didn't continue to send people to look for trouble. Yuzawa hoped that Magistrate Wan was so busy with his day-to-day work that he had really forgotten about it. But again, he dared not take any chances. He should continue to send out patrols, and the defense of the village must not be slackened. And as the first 10 or so people who came to Thousand Hills did not meet with danger, the hearts of the refugees who were still wandering outside began to stir. Some people had already begun to travel to the Thousand Mountain Villa one after another, wanting to take refuge there from the demons. But Baekryung's attitude towards these people is not as friendly as it was a month ago. It is directly stated that the village does not provide food for houses at this time, and that if you want food and shelter then you will have to work in the village. The previous favorable treatment of those 10 or so people was because those people had come against the flow of the Thousand Hills when no one dared to come to the Thousand Hills. Bai Liang thanked these people for their trust, so naturally, he gave them some preferential treatment. The ones who came now were all those who came only after watching and determining that the Thousand Hills were not in danger. To these people who were suspected of speculation, Bai Liang was not much friendlier, but he did not treat them harshly either, just letting them exchange their labor for food and shelter. Even so, this practice has been a godsend in the eyes of the refugees. What they wanted was simple, just a haven free from demonic infestation. And now Baekryung is saying that if you work in the village you will be fed and housed. If you do well, you will be given your own field and so on. This completely energized the refugees to join the village construction brigade. And Thousand Hills Villa grew rapidly and slowly expanded in size. As the number of people increased, the number of merit points added each day became much higher. Li Yu's merit points had now come to over 10,000, and it's continuing to grow at a rate of over 400 points per day. There were over 100 people in the Thousand Hills now, and more, and it would take time for the news to fester. When the news of the Thousand Mountain Villa had completely spread over dozens of miles around, there would be a bunch of people flooding into the Divine Mountain at that time. This was something Li Yu was happy to see. Other than that, recently Li Yu had been studying a newly acquired magic weapon, Heart Mirror. This was the reward that Wu Zhe had obtained after breaking through the passing Dharma realm. When he obtained the Heart Mirror, Li Yu was still a bit dismayed. Then he also summarized the general pattern. Those who have received his blessings are rewarded once for every time they break through a realm. However, the rewards obtained from each realm would not be repeated. For example, he had already obtained the rewards from the refining Dharma realm and the passing Dharma realm. In the future, if other people he blessed broke through the refined Dharma realm and the passing Dharma realm, he would not be rewarded again. He hadn't had a chance to use the mountain suppressing seal he was rewarded with last time, and now there was a heart mirror. While the seal of Jinshan was an attacking magic weapon, the function of the heart mirror was to peer into the hearts of the people, and could shine a light on the true body of a living being, the Yuan Shen. Li Yu had tried it a few times and realized that the mind could not only peer into the hearts of people, but could even hear the voices of others. However, listening to the voice of the heart can only be used on mortals, the cultivator's heart and mind alert. There is no way to eavesdrop on the voice of the heart, but peeping into the hearts of the people is still possible. Through the heart mirror, he identified the magistrates mixed in with the refugees. 3 in total. These 3 men received orders from Thousand Ko to infiltrate the refugees and blend into the Thousand Hills village to spy on the information. Yesterday, Li Yu had seen that one of them had spread the news that Wu Zhe had broken through to the second stage cultivator, but he didn't stop it. He just watched the show in silence. He had already informed Yuzawa that these 3 were spies, and it was none of his business what Yuzawa was going to do about it. The Thousand Mountain Villa was now his source of merit points, and he could not allow others to come and wreak havoc. Neither can the courtiers. Peach County. Shenko was directly taken aback when he received the news that Wu Zhe had broken through the profound realm. How is that possible? That guy only fought me a month ago, and he was still only at the refining realm, and this is only a month's time before he's at the passing realm? The magistrate who came to report said that there was no error in the information and that it had been confirmed several times. Shenko's face was grim as he waved his men away, then turned on his heel and hurriedly headed for the prefecture. When he came to the county government, he couldn't care less about the briefing and ran directly into the lobby to find Wang Tu. Lord Wang, there's something wrong with that Thousand Mountain Villa, Qianke said with an ugly face. Wang Tu was very dissatisfied with Qianke's performance of barging straight in. His brows furrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, "What's the problem? Is it a problem that you sent a team of men who ended up being beaten and fled?" Wang Tu was very dissatisfied with Qianke's performance last time. The same on the Thousand Mountain Village dares to disobey his order is incomparable anger. If not have more important things to deal with, he would have let Wang Sheriff lead the team. Stepping on the Thousand Mountain Village, Qianke's face stiffened before he said, "My lord, there's really something wrong with Thousand Hills Villa. That owner, Wu Zhe, broke through to the Tongfa realm a few days ago, and became a second-stage cultivator. And according to the news I obtained, this Wu Zhe was just an ordinary person a few months ago, when he broke through to the first-rank cultivator by a fluke. and everyone assumed that it took more than 10 years of hard cultivation to break through. But after he broke through the first rank, it took him less than 3 months to break through to the second rank. There's definitely a problem here. Wang Tu's eyes narrowed when he heard Chike's words. Are you telling the truth? 1,000 times true. Qianke's tone was incomparably certain. Master Sangue, who had been bowing his head, also raised his head at this moment, his old eyes gazing furtively. Wang Tu's heart was unbelievable. He had never seen anyone who could directly break through from the refining Dharma realm to the passing Dharma realm in a few months' time. I'm afraid that such a fast speed is only possible for the most demonic geniuses, right? Can't it be that Wu Zhe is a bright pearl that has been dusted? A 1 in a million cultivation genius? Wang Tu voiced his speculation. His gaze chilled. If Wu Zhe was truly a genius, then now that he had been offended, then he must nip it in the bud. Otherwise, when he grew up, it would be himself who would be in danger then. My lord, that Wu Zhe can't possibly be a genius. He's been in the army at the court and uses the court's demon-slaying blade technique. If he's truly a genius, there's no way the court didn't realize it, Qianke said with certainty. After hearing Qianke's words, Wang Tu turned his head and exchanged a glance with Master Sangue, a hint of astonishment appearing in his eyes. If he really has been in the army, then surely he is not a genius. As a county magistrate on one side, Wang Tu naturally knew all aspects of the imperial court system, especially in the treatment of cultivators. If the army really found a cultivation genius, it would certainly be favored. Either they were recruited by the powerful families in the capital, then they were assassinated, and would never be given a chance to rise to power. But since he's not a cultivation genius, then why is his cultivation speed so fast? Could it be that there is a chance? Wang Tu's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. He himself was also a cultivator, only his talent was too poor, relying on the court's luck to add to his body, barely entering the refined Dharma realm. And the combat power aspect was greatly inferior to other refinement realm cultivators and could not be compared. If he could know what Wu Zhe had cultivated so fast with the help of, wouldn't he be able to become a second-rank cultivator as well? What about even the third order, and even more so the fourth and fifth? Master Sangue's voice slowly resounded. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Breaking through to the passing Dharma realm within a few months. This is also one of the few heavenly pride Buddhists inside the Golden Dragon Temple that can do it. This Wu Zhe must have used unusual means, practicing evil magic, or even being in the company of demons and selling his soul to gain cultivation. A golden aura swept across his eyes as he looked toward Wang Tu. Magistrate Wang, I suspect that what happened in the Spirit Cave is most likely related to that Wu Zhe, and even the death of the demon spider was caused by him. Wang Du froze when he heard this, and then it was as if he had figured something out. The Spirit Cave was only 10 miles away from the Divine Mountain, very close to each other. But again, something doesn't make sense. For example, when the demonic spider in the Spirit Cave died, it appeared that Wu Zhe had not yet broken through to the profound realm. This was something that Qianke could testify to. When he went looking for trouble last month, he fought with Wu Zhe, and both of them were at that time cultivators of the refining technique realm, and the demon spider was a second-order demonic creature. Not to mention that Wu Zhe was only a first-order cultivator at that time. Even if he was already a second-order cultivator, it wasn't that easy to deal with the demon spider. After all, under the same cultivation level, demonic creatures were usually a bit stronger than human and demonic creatures. Wang Tu voiced these doubts, but Master Sangue just smiled faintly and said, "These aren't any problems." When he fought against Qianke last month he was only at the first rank, which means that he was hiding his strength at that time. Although second-rank demons are difficult to deal with, finding their weaknesses can still be easily subdued. And since this person's realm breakthrough is so fast, there must be someone behind it. After listening to Master Sangue's words, Wang Tu believed it, and in his heart, he was instantly certain that the demon spider in the Spirit Cave should have been exterminated by Wu Zhe's hand. On the side, Qianke listened in a cold sweat. What kind of people did he offend? A second-order practitioner with a possible hidden big brother behind him. Why does it feel like there's always a whiff of conspiracy here? Wang Tu's face turned ugly as he waved his hand for Qianke to retreat first. When there were only 2 people left in the hall, his tone was suddenly grim. So the demon spider that we raised with great difficulty was just exterminated by that kid? Master Sangue's face also gradually sank. His eyes lowered as he spoke. Probably, the person who struck was resolute in his methods, and even the demonic spider's demonic seed was obliterated without leaving a trace. The demon spider was bred by him through a secret method, and the reason why he dared to release it in the Spirit Cave without sending anyone to guard it was because he could sense the location of the demon spider through the secret method. Even if the demonic spider was decimated, it could sense the location through the demonic seed. Just how did he not expect that the person who killed his demon spider would not even look at the magic seed? and backhandedly obliterated it along with the magic seed. Wang Tu gritted his teeth. If something happens to the spirit cave and our plan is damaged, will the harvest still be successful by then? A hint of a smile appeared on Master Sangui's face as he said lightly, County Magistrate Wang, don't forget that there is also Sheriff Wang, who is also a second-order cultivator. Filling in the gap of the demonic spider is barely a possibility. Wang Tu was silent. Sheriff Wang was his close confidant and was also considered his brother-in-law. His people were also quite loyal to him, pointing that way and being quite obedient. He was a little reluctant to part with it, but the thought of what he could gain if the plan succeeded set his gaze on fire again. If you can't get rid of the kid, you can't get rid of the wolf. What's the big deal about your brother-in-law? Good. I'll tell Sheriff Wang not to go out lately and wait for your command, Master Sanka, Wang Tu said. Hearing Wang Tu's words, Master Sangui nodded his head in satisfaction. He then narrowed his eyes and spoke. The plan is proceeding normally, but that incident out of the spirit cave has to be guarded against. The person behind that 1,000-mountain villa, I suspect that it is the Xianqing one that is out in the shadows to cause trouble. Xianqing one. Wang Tu's pupils shrank. This was the #1 Taoist sect in the world. Even if His Majesty the Emperor met him, he would have to give him 3 points. What purpose did they have in coming here? Just to ruin their plans? And how was he going to see the moves when facing Xianqing one? Magistrate Wang doesn't need to be alarmed. Although Xianqing one is strong, we at Golden Dragon Temple are not vegetarians either, Master Sangui said in a cold voice. The Xianqing one made this commotion just because they want a piece of the pie, but if they want this cup of soup, it depends on whether they have the ability to do so. Wang Tu looked at Master Sangui, slightly bent over, and smiled fawningly. Then how does Master Sangui plan to deal with the Xianqing one visitors? Master Sangui pondered for a while before he said, I will personally go to 1,000 Mountain Villa to see what trick Xianqing one wants to play. Both of them had believed since the beginning that the person behind Wu Zhe was Xianqing one. As for the 1,000 Hills Villa reported by Qian Ko, which relies on a sacred mountain for shelter, it is said that a mountain god deity manifests from time to protect the villagers of the 1,000 Hills Villa. These Wang Du and Master Sangui directly ignored them. One was an imperial official, and the other was a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, the #1 Buddhist sect in the world. How could he possibly believe such nonsense? If there really are gods in this world, where were they when the demons were in rebellion? In their opinion, these were just tricks used by the Xianqing one to confuse people. 1,000 Hills. Xiaovu sneaked into the temple with a box in his hand. Today the temple is large and the main hall is furnished with offering tables for the villagers to worship daily. In the back, it was divided into several rooms, where anything in the village was basically discussed. At this moment, in the room within the temple, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were sitting opposite each other, discussing something. The two men stopped at this when Tiger pushed his way in. Big brother Wu, big brother Bai, I've brought the stuff. Tiger placed the box in his hand on the table. Yuzawa picked up the box and opened it, and upon seeing the contents, he dipped his finger in a bit and sniffed it before nodding. Stuff is fine. Tiger, you did a good job this time, Yuzawa complimented. Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment, then said, Big brother Wu, can I also participate in tonight's operation? Looking at the tiger's blear-eyed look, Yuzawa refused without mercy. Adults matters, little children mind less. Your priority right now is, cultivate diligently and strive to become a cultivator. That way you can help. Little Tiger's face was anxious, and he complained, becoming a cultivator is not that easy. Big brother Wu, I am almost 12 years old. I am not too young to help, so just take me with you. With that, he even turned his head to plead with Bai Liang, but both were ignoring him. This kid, Xiaohu, is so active that he can never sit still. Yuzawa knew Xiaohu's nature, but he didn't let Xiaohu participate, not because he was worried that Xiaohu would be in some kind of danger, but to grind his nature. Otherwise, if you still have this impatient nature in the future, how can you do anything? Little Tiger, you go back first. It's impossible for your big brother Wu to bring you along. Go back and cultivate well. When you become a cultivator, you will naturally be brought along. Bai Liang slowly opened his mouth, and Little Tiger listened and left the temple with some reluctance. Seeing Xiaohu leave, the two of them then talked about business. Those 3 insiders that have been uncovered, what are you going to do with them? Brother Wuza? Bai Liang said with a gloomy expression. Yuzawa thought for a moment and spoke. Ignore them for now. Find a house and lock them up. Just don't let them die. These 3 are magistrates. If they die then things will be in big trouble. Shiranui knew this as well and nodded. These are just scouts. It's the big fish in the back that's the most troublesome. With a heavy look on his face, Wu Zhe continued. The news of my breakthrough to the profound realm should have spread back to Peach Blossom County by now, and that county magistrate will definitely be suspicious when he finds out. I just wonder what the reaction will be. Bai Liang frowned, only feeling that this matter was quite troublesome. He had already offended Wang Tu, and now he had exposed Wu Zei's abnormal cultivation speed. This was now a case where it was difficult for Wang Hua to not pay attention to Thousand Hills Villa. In short, he will definitely send someone to come to our Thousand Mountain Villa again, possibly even in person. Bai Liang speculated. What are we going to do about it if he comes? Yuzawa asked. Looking at Shiro, Bai Liang couldn't think of a good way to do it, and in the end, it was still the Thousand Hills Villa that didn't have enough depth. It's not enough to do a tough fight against a county magistrate. Even though Wu Zei had already broken through into a second-order cultivator, it wasn't as if Peach Blossom County didn't have second-order cultivators, and that Sheriff Wan was one of them. There's no way to cope with it. It can only be a soldier's way of stopping the water to cover the earth. Bai Liang sighed. However, the good thing was that even if things were tricky, the Thousand Mountain Villa was ultimately at the foot of the Divine Mountain, and with Lord Mountain God as their backing, they weren't anxious inwardly. Put this at your place for now. It might come in handy when the time comes. Wu Zei handed that box to Bai Liang. Bai Liang, however, covered his nose in a bit of disgust and reluctantly took it. At night, the Thousand Hills Villa was lit up with lights, much better looking than the previous darkness. In the villages of the past, basically no one went out as long as it was nighttime, but now everyone dares to go out, and as long as they don't go outside the boundaries of the Thousand Hills, they feel safe. A few figures sneaked around and appeared near the Thousand Mountain Villa. The man at the head of the group had a large bald head that was somewhat reflective in the moonlight. Master San Gue, this is the Thousand Mountain Villa. Xianke followed at his side and said cautiously. As for Master San Gue, his brows had been furrowed ever since he entered the Divine Mountains range, and there was always a bad feeling in his heart. This feeling grew stronger the closer he got to the Thousand Hills Villa. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes that had been watching him from the sky. San Gue looked up at the sky and was slightly relieved when he was sure there was nothing there. It's probably because Lao Di himself thought too much. Yuan Shen out of body. That's at least a Yinshan realm cultivator who can do that. It's impossible for Xian Qingwan to send a Yinshan realm powerhouse to Qingzhou, San Gue secretly said in his heart. Upon sensing that there seemed to be something staring at him from the sky, San Gue guessed if there was a cultivator who had gone out of his body through his Yuan Shen and was floating in the air staring at them. But the Yin God realm was already a fifth-order cultivator, and a cultivator who had reached this realm was strong enough to be called a powerhouse. So how could he come here to the remote land of Qingzhou? So it's probably just him. But apparently it wasn't a delusion on his part, but someone really had been watching them from the air. Liu had his eyes on these people from the moment they entered the Divine Mountain range, not because of anything else, but this old monk was too conspicuous. Third-order practitioner. This was the highest realm cultivator he had seen so far, and it was the same realm as the third-ranked demon in Feng County. When he first saw this old monk, Liu was surprised, because he recognized Qianku as a magistrate from Peach Blossom County, and Qianku had brought the old monk to sneak into the Divine Mountain, which meant that the old monk should also be from Peach Blossom County. And since Peach Blossom County possessed a third-order cultivator, why didn't they go to the rescue when Feng County was in distress? Even the refugees escaping from Feng County who wanted to enter Peach Blossom County for shelter were rejected. Obviously, when a third-order cultivator took on a third-order great demon, not to say that he could exterminate it, right? But driving it away could at least be done, right? But the magistrate of Peach Blossom County just didn't let this old monk make a move or even show his face. Therein lies the problem. And it's a big one. This Wang too. Could it be that he has a ghost in his heart? Liu felt that there seemed to be some kind of conspiracy here. Even the demonic disaster that befell Fountain County was most likely not an accident. There is also the Spirit Cave. Remember Bai Liang once said, Chen Sheriff and his entourage want to enter the county was rejected. It is that Peach Blossom County Wang Sheriff recommended to them the Spirit Cave. It is said that it is located in the Sunda position of Lihua, which has an extraordinary aura and has the effect of driving away demons and avoiding them. After hearing what Sheriff Wang said, Sheriff Chen then led the surviving refugees to the Spirit Cave. Then the Spirit Cave had a tragedy like that, and all of them became the feeder's sustenance for the demon spider, and none of them could survive. Associated with these, Liu's mind was already roughly certain that the magistrate of this Peach Blossom County had major problems. The moment the old monk appeared, Yuzawa was alerted by Lord Mountain God, his face steeped in seriousness as he said, someone is close to Thousand Mountain Villa, and their strength is not low. Bai Liang's face also became grave as he asked, are you able to deal with it? Yuzawa shook his head as Lord Mountain God's reminder that this person's realm was higher than his, probably a third-order cultivator. He was only at the second stage now, so he was no match at all. When Bai Liang saw this, his brows furrowed. In that case, if Wu Zei was no match, then the Thousand Mountain Villa would not have the slightest resistance, even though they had Lord Yamagami in their pocket. It showed that they were too useless. Don't worry, that person won't do it easily either. If they really want to make a move, then they won't sneak into the Thousand Mountain Villa. Wu Zhe analyzed. The fact that these people sneaked in the middle of the night meant that they didn't want to make too much noise. Bai Liang nodded and took out the box that Xiuhu had just brought with him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Is this thing going to be used? Will it be useless? Use it. It won't hurt to try it anyway. If it doesn't come in handy. Yuzawa thought for a moment or decided to use it. Bright nodded and turned hastily with the box and went off to make other preparations. Yuzawa also exited the temple and followed the hints given by the mountain god Sama to a jungle on the north side of the Thousand Mountain Villa. And in the jungle at the moment, Master Sangue and Xianke were both waiting for the inner circle in the Thousand Mountain Villa. The jungle at night was filled with insect chirps. Master Sangue was a little disturbed by what he heard and said unhappily, "Why hasn't the inner man come out yet? Has there been some accident?" Xianke hurriedly said, "Master, don't be anxious. Falcon, they are a few of the county magistrates with the strongest hands and the best infiltration ability. They have performed this kind of infiltration mission a few times without any accidents. It hasn't shown up this late, so I guess it's getting out of sight of the village. We should be here in a little while." When he said this, Chico sounded confident. The 3 falcons were his personal men that he had personally brought out, and he was very assured of his men's work. Master Sangue stared at him for a while, staring at Xianke before he sneered. "Do you think that group of bull-noses from Xianqingwan are vegetarians? How many points can an ordinary person hide in front of them?" Saying that, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Villa with a ghostly gaze. "No, wait, the insider in the village may have already leaked out. And I'm afraid the Nubizi of the Xianqingwan have already followed the clues provided by the insider and are ready to ambush us." When Xianke heard this, his face changed and he panicked a little. Then, Master, now, do we have to hurry up and evacuate? Otherwise, if they succeed in their ambush, wouldn't that be the end of it? Evacuate? Master Sangue's creased face twitched slightly, revealing a mocking smile. "How can I be ambushed by those cow noses of Xianqingwan? If they don't come, then forget it. If they really dare to ambush me, then this place will be their burial place tonight." Hearing this, Xianke, who was on the side, thought, "This old monk, he can really brag." He naturally did not believe in his heart. Xianqingwan, that is the world's first Taoist sect. No one inside is simple. Although Yu Monk is the monk of the Golden Dragon Temple, the #1 Buddhist sect in the world. But against the Xianqingwan, at most, you will not be able to win or lose, and you can't talk about crushing in all aspects. However, he didn't dare to say this in his heart. Xianke fawned and looked towards Master Sangue. "Master, you are a profound Buddhist. The bullnoses of the Xianqingwan are nothing in front of you. Not worth mentioning, but I'm only at the refining Dharma realm. I can't carry those bull noses for a single move. So you see, can we retreat a little bit for a distance?" Xianke said carefully, afraid of offending this old monk. Master Sangue lightly glanced at Xianke, naturally knowing what was on his mind. He was not as willing as Xianke and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry. In a frontier place like Chengzhou, Xianqingwan will at most send Taoist priests of the Tongfa realm. The old lineage is an entering Xian realm cultivator, and no matter how I put it, the advantage of the entering Xian realm over the passing Dharma realm is mine." When Xianke heard that the old monk was a third-order cultivator, his heart felt certain that it should be stable. A third-order cultivator, in the Peach Blossom County's surroundings, was already in existence that could be claimed as a king. At that moment, there was a rustling sound from the jungle in front of the 2 men. "Someone's coming." Xianke immediately tensed up, guessing whether it was his men or Xianqingwan's people. Master Sangue also squinted his eyes to look ahead. He already possessed divine thoughts at the Xianxian realm, so he had long since gotten a good look at the person in front of him. It's a second-order practitioner, waiting for the arrival to approach. Xianke's face changed slightly when he saw the person in front of him. "Yuzawa, how is it you?" He didn't expect that it wasn't his men or the people from the Xianqingwan who came, but instead, it was the Thousand Mountain Villa's villa master, Wu Zhe. At this moment, as if he had thought of something, his eyes widened and he pointed his finger at Wu Zhe, shouting, You can't be someone from the Xiancheng clan." Chico's reaction made Yuzawa, who had just appeared, a little suspicious. "What Xianqing temple? Isn't that the best Taoist sect in the world? When did he, Wu Zhe, become a member of the Xianqing clan? What nonsense are you talking about?" Wu Zhe's face was heavy, and he only slightly glanced at Xianke before turning his gaze to the old monk next to him. The moment he saw this old monk, Wu Zhe's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, it was an entering the Xian realm cultivator. "Grandmaster visited Thousand Mountain Villa late at night. I wonder what's the matter." Wu Zhe arched his hand and said politely, "Ha." Grandmaster Sangue shot a glance at Wu Zhe, From Qianke's words he realized that the man in front of him was Wu Zhe, the villa master of the Thousand Mountain Villa. After letting out a laugh of unknown meaning, Master Sanka folded his hands together and bowed his head to recite a Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha. I am here to seek a spirit that was suppressed in the Spirit Cave some time ago. I wonder if Founder Wu has seen it. Spirit Cave? Spirits? Yuzawa stared slightly. Wasn't that a demon? He was revealed by Lord Mountain God and was raised to ashes on the spot. Wu Zhe frowned and replied, if it's a spirit, I've never seen it, but I did meet a demonic creature in the Spirit Cave, and it has already been exterminated by Lord Mountain God's hand. Hearing this, Master Sanki's lowered head slowly raised. In that case, that spirit creature was just destroyed by Sure Master Wu? It's a demonic creature, not a spirit creature, and it wasn't me who shot out to exterminate it. I don't have that ability. It was Lord Mountain God himself who shot out to suppress it. Yuz emphasized, while realizing that this old monk was afraid that he was here to find trouble. He quietly mobilized the divine walking talisman in his body, always on guard against the old monk's attacks. Master Sangue shook his head, his tone still as undulating as ever. That's a spirit kept by the old lineage, not a demonic creature. And if the monk Wu gets greedy and steals that spirit, please return it to the old lineage. There was fire in Yu's heart. This old monk was talking nonsense with his eyes open. The demonic object was described by him as a spirit, and it was said that he had gotten greedy and stolen the spirit. He suppressed the fire in his heart and said in an unkind tone, Master, I've never seen any spirit creatures in the Spirit Cave. You're afraid that you've misremembered, or maybe what you keep was never a spirit creature, but a demonic creature. Master Sangue was not affected by Yu's words, but continued to shake his head, making a sad and compassionate face. Amitabha Buddha. The old lineage keeps the spirits in the Spirit Cave in order to match the Spirit Cave's leading fire and Sundance position, which can repel demons 10 miles away. But God is not as good as people want. Wuxia Master forcibly went to the Spirit Cave to steal the spiritual objects, resulting in the Spirit Cave spiritual power overflow. Away from the fire Sunda bit missing the spiritual eye, lost the magic, which allowed the demons to take advantage of the opportunity. Thousands of people suffered from the devil's poisonous mouth. Master Sanka sighed at the end of his words. Chike's entire body froze after hearing that. He didn't know about the sordid collusion between Master Sangue and Magistrate Wang. So the first thing he thought was that Master Sangue was telling the truth. What a vicious heart. For the sake of your own selfish desires, you stole the spirit and killed thousands of refugees. You've committed a heinous crime, Wu Zhe, and deserve to be punished for it. Thousand Ko glared angrily at Yuz. He certainly wasn't doing it for the thousands of dead refugees, but he was using it as an excuse to lash out at Yuz. You fart. Yuzawa's face was red as he held his breath, and his heart was on the verge of exploding with anger. This is the second time he has been wrongly accused. The first time being when he went forward to sue when his wife and daughter were killed and then was wrongly accused. He didn't expect this old monk in front of him to be so shameless, reversing black and white and distorting the facts. Obviously he went to the Spirit Cave to exorcise the demons, but in this bald ass's mouth, it became him stealing the spirits, allowing the demons to take advantage of the situation and killing thousands of people. That Spirit Cave doesn't have any spirit creatures at all, only demonic creatures. I see that this bald donkey of yours is keeping demons. Wu Zhe cursed, and was not afraid of this bald donkey's strength in the Xian realm. Qianko sneered. How dare you argue? Master Sangue is a senior monk of the Golden Dragon Temple. You're saying that Master keeps demons? Ha 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 ha, what a heavenly joke. Golden Dragon Temple. Wu Zhe froze. He had naturally heard of the reputation of the world's #1 Buddhist sect. However, he didn't believe that the bald donkey in front of him, who didn't even want his face, would be a monk of the Golden Dragon Temple. That's right, Master Sangue is none other than the senior monk of the Golden Dragon Temple. You pariah, you stole the Master's spirit and killed thousands of people. You deserve to die. Qianko cursed angrily, then drew his sword and was about to strike at Wu Zhe. After he lost to Wu Zhe last time, he had held a lot of anger in his heart. Later on, he got the news that Wu Zhe had broken through to the second stage, becoming a Tong Fa realm cultivator. He still had some suspicions in his mind. So he just happened to take advantage of Master Sanki's presence to make a test run. Seeing Thousand Ko drawing his sword and charging, Wu Zhe didn't even look at him. His right hand drew his sword and swung it gently. A blade light chopped at Thousand Ko, directly sending him flying more than 10 meters. Lying on the ground with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Qianko had an incredulous look on his face. This guy had really become a passage realm cultivator. He was a bit unwilling in his heart. He himself had been stuck in the refinement realm for 7 or 8 years, and as a result, Wu Zhe broke through to become the passage realm in a few months' time. On what grounds? Amitabha. A Buddha's cry rang out, and Master Sangue stood out. A mysterious light flew out from his body and entered Qianke's body, instantly restoring Qianke's injuries. Enchanter Wu stole the spirit and killed thousands of people, and now he is enraged and has struck out to hurt people. He has already entered the devil. The old monk held his Buddha beads in his hands, and his eyes looked toward Yuz in a ghostly manner. The old lineage exorcises demons and removes devils, acting on behalf of heaven. And now that the monk has become a demon, he is no different from a demon. As a Buddhist disciple, I should take action to eliminate them. Saying that, Master Sangue pressed forward with each step, and the pressure belonging to the ingenuity realm pressed down on Wu Zhe. However, his mind was always on guard, waiting for the people from the Xianqing behind Wu Zhe to show themselves. He had already decided that Wu Zhe was the bright figure introduced by the Xiancheng clan. Old bald ass, let go of your motherfucking bullshit. You spit blood and distort the truth. Wu Zhe was burning with rage. If he wasn't in a lesser realm than this bald donkey, he would have already greeted the bald donkey with a fist towards his bald head. As Scholar Wu is persistent, I can only suppress you on behalf of the Buddha. Sangui's eyes condensed as he took a step and instantly appeared in front of Wu Zhe. His large hand was in the form of an eagle's claw as he grabbed towards Wu Zhe's neck. Wu Zhe had long been on guard, and when the old monk instantly arrived in front of him, he activated the divine walking talisman, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant. Sangui's attack fell short, only catching air, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. That speed. Something's wrong. Just now, Wu Zhe's speed was so fast that even he could only catch a little trace of it. This was the speed that a profound realm cultivator could achieve. It was with his cultivation level of entering the Xian realm that he could not do this. The first thing Sangue decided was that Wu Zhe must have a speed-enhancing artifact, or even one given to him by the person behind the Xianqing. It seems that I was not wrong in my guess. You are indeed a member of the Xianqing. Founder Wu. Turning around and looking at Wu Zhe who appeared on the other side, Master Sangue sneered. What Xianqing? I'm from the Divine Mountain. Wu Zhe coldly grunted, killing intent already surging out of his eyes as he looked at the old monk. Now that it's come to this, is there still a need to hide it? Well then, let's see how tough you'll still be when I take you down. Sangui's tone was disdainful. Did he really think that with such speed he couldn't do anything to him? It's just a magic weapon. If Xianqing has it, how could Golden Dragon Temple not have it? He was seen backhanding a mantle from the cuff of his robe. It was a magic weapon, and the grade wasn't low. It was of the same third rank as his realm. The mantle was held in his hand, emitting a ray of Buddhist light, and a Sanskrit text emerged on the mantle's body, exuding a mighty pressure. Sensing something bad, Wu Zhe was immediately about to activate his divine walking talisman to flee, but the mantle in Sangui's hand emitted a Buddhist light that directly locked onto Yuzawa. For a while, Ozzy only felt that his body became incomparably sluggish. Trying to lift his feet became slow, and even the thoughts that flashed through his mind became sluggish. He was shocked in his heart. What was this thing that was so powerful? Seeing Yuzawa being restrained, Master Sanka smiled faintly. Amitabha Buddha, with the Dharma mantle here, you can't escape. You'd better hurry up and call out the person from the Xianqing temple behind you. Yuzawa gritted his teeth and said, You bald ass, what the hell are you talking about? He didn't understand why this bald donkey was always talking about the Xianqing. He didn't know anyone from the Xianqing at all. Li Yu, who witnessed everything from the shadows, was the one who saw it. This old monk was afraid that he had misunderstood, mistakenly thinking that the Thousand Mountain Villa was backed by people from the Xianqing, and that Wu Zhe was also someone who had been pushed out by the Xianqing. There was also the demonic spider in the spirit cave that was presumably bred by this old monk. The demon spider was killed by him, and the first thing he suspected was Yuzawa, and then he set himself up as an imaginary enemy. And this old monk is afraid that he is colluding with Magistrate Wang. Things are not that simple. Li Yu was not interested in these intrigues, but he had his eyes on the mantle in Sangui's hand. The magic weapons of this world. I wonder how powerful they are. He had two of the magic weapons, both of which were quite powerful, so he also wanted to see exactly how powerful other people's magic weapons in this world were. Thinking of this, Li Yu prepared to strike. The divine mountain radiated light, and a force projected down from it to coalesce in the air. And at this moment, Sangui's eyebrows jumped straight up, and the Sherpa hanging around his neck emitted a shimmering light. He was horrified. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Sangue directly crushed the relics, and immediately the relics emitted a 7-colored light. A Buddhist light flashed, and Sangue directly disappeared in place. Looking at the old monk who had disappeared in place, Yuzawa was dumbfounded. However, he soon realized that it should be Lord Mountain God who had struck. As a result, this bald donkey realized the danger and ran straight away. Li Yu was also a bit surprised. He was about to make a move to take down this monk, but he didn't expect that this monk had something. He could sense the danger in advance and slipped away in an instant. It was unknown what kind of magic treasure was used to directly teleport away. He hadn't thought that this old monk would run it first. After all, in the range of his divine mountain, even if he was fast, he couldn't escape him. But this time he was careless and underestimated the monk. Golden Dragon Temple? The #1 Buddhist sect in the world. It seems like something, Li Yu muttered to himself. He had heard of the Xianqing Temple and the Golden Dragon Temple from the villagers in the Thousand Mountain Villa before. These two forces were the Taoist sect leader and the Buddhist sect leader within Great Chu. There are half-saints sitting within each of the sects, the strongest on earth. Possessing such a foundation, it was not uncommon for the disciples under the door to have 1 or 2 life-preserving magic treasures. Next time, if you meet a disciple of such a large sect, you'll have to be more careful, lest it be another night like tonight, and that old monk take the opportunity to slip away. It's just a bit of a shame that he didn't get his hands on that magic weapon in the old monk's hand. As soon as the old monk fled, the only one left at the scene was the dumbfounded Qian Ku. He had only just risen from the ground, and was overjoyed to see Master Sanka locking eyes with his mantle. He thought that he could finally avenge his last humiliation and kill Yuzawa here, but I didn't expect the reversal to come so quickly. After using the mantle to lock onto Wu Zhe, Master Sangui just wanted to say something, but suddenly, his face just changed, and then he took off the shirizi hanging around his neck and directly pinched and exploded it, and the person instantly disappeared. And then there was the fact that he was thrown down. Xianka's face was horrified as he turned his head, and he had already seen Yuzawa walking towards him with a grim expression on his face. He snapped and directly knelt down. Out of the blue he begged for forgiveness. Wu, Master Wu Zhuang. This time it wasn't me who wanted to come. It was that county magistrate Wang. He forced me to lead the way for the old monk. I was also forced. Do you think I'll believe that? Yuzawa stood in front of him, looking down at him. The last time Thousand Cook came to Thousand Mountain Villa to force the collection of taxes, he withdrew his hand and only taught him a mild lesson. As a result, this time, he directly brought along a third-order cultivator, and if Lord Mountain God hadn't stepped in, then one could only imagine what the consequences of the Thousand Mountain Villa would have been. Wu Zhuang Master, you must believe me. I really was forced. That Wang magistrate in the county only hand in the sky. That Wang constable is even his brother-in-law, although I am a refining realm cultivator, but has been subjected to Wang constable suppression. I have long been unable to stand. Xianka's face was sad, snot and tears, crying with incomparable sincerity. Yuzawa kept her eyes on him, watching him perform. Thousand Cook continued to sell misery. In the Jianghu, body cannot help. Little brother is also just working for the court. Have to listen to that dog official. If God can give me another chance, I'm willing to give up the darkness and never again be a court eagle dog. With that said, he lifted his head and looked at Yuzawa with a determined gaze. Master Wu, Xianko has been drifting around for half a lifetime, only hating that he hasn't met a bright master. If Master Wu doesn't give up, Xianko would like to join the Thousand Mountain Villa, and in the rest of his life, he will do his utmost for the Thousand Mountain Villa, until he dies. An incomparably smooth flow of words was spat out, and Xianka's heart was incomparably apprehensive as he looked towards Yu's. Wu Zhe then eyelids jumped straight. He also did not intend to kill this Thousand Ku. How directly to this guy in front of him stared into this look. It would be impossible to get Thousand Ku to join Thousand Hills. This guy is obviously Wang Tu's henchman. Who knows what bad water is hidden in his heart? Yuzawa grunted in a cold tone. Get lost. Although the Thousand Hills Villa accepts refugees, it doesn't accept everyone, especially people like you. Xianka's face went white, only feeling that he was going to be finished. Lord Wu Zhuang, I am truly sincere and will go through fire and water for the Thousand Mountain Villa. You can just take me in. Get lost where you came from. Don't be hypocritical here. I won't kill you now, but if there is a next time, even if you have a court background I will still kill you. With a solemn tone, Wu Zhe added, go back and tell Wang Tuo Wang magistrate that the Thousand Mountain Villa just wants to perch peacefully here in the Divine Mountain, and with the help of the Lord Mountain God's shelter is able to survive in the chaotic world. Thousand Mountain Villa doesn't cause trouble, but it's never afraid of trouble either. If we dare to offend again, we are not afraid to turn the other cheek. This time, Yuzawa was completely enraged by Wang Tu, 3 times to find trouble, but also let so shameless bald ass to wrong him. Angry in his heart, fire are burning up 3 feet high. Upon hearing this, Xianko was stunned, not expecting Yuzawa to let himself go so easily. At the same time the heart is a little lost. Although he had offered to join the Thousand Mountain Villa with the intention of saving his life, he might not have had this in his heart. What I just said is half true. It's true that Wang Sheriff suppressed him, and it's also true that he wasn't treated well in front of Wang Tu, especially after the failure of the forced tax collection last month. Wang Tu was even more disliked in his mind. As a refinement realm cultivator, he was treated even worse than the relations in the county office, who made those people almost all brother-in-laws of Wang Du. He, Qian Ku, did not have any sisters or brothers, and even if he did, there was no way he would push them into the fire pit to serve that fat pig. Wang Tu, as he said the words about joining the Thousand Mountain Villa, he suddenly realized that it might not be bad to get away from the fly-on-the-wall environment of the imperial court, but his reputation had long been rotten, and there was no way Yuzawa would accept him. With a slight sigh in his heart, Chike stood up from the ground and arched his hand towards Yuzawa. Lord Wuza, I will bring the message to Magistrate Wang, so farewell. After saying that, he turned around and left straight away. Looking at Chike's back as he left, Yuzawa frowned a little. It always felt as if the guy had changed a bit, but I couldn't tell where. Shook, lazy to think so much. Things that have been resolved. He also turned around to go back to the Thousand Mountain Villa. There was also a lot of preparation on the white light side, but now it doesn't look like it will be used. The Lord of the Mountain God took a direct shot at the man. In the dark, Liu put away his heart mirror and was a little surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that this Thousand Ku really had the intention of joining the Thousand Mountain Villa. The mirror of the heart peers into the heart and discerns truth from falsehood. Although it was not possible for a practitioner to directly peer into the heart, it was possible to peer into the general mental activity. When Xianke said that he wanted to join the Thousand Mountain Villa, he took out his heart mirror to identify whether the words were true or false. Originally, Liu thought that Thousand Hills Villa lacked combat power nowadays, and for such a cultivator, Wu Zhe might agree. As it turned out, Yuzawa was very wary and didn't agree to let Chike join the Thousand Hills. But this is good. This Qianku already has a different heart. Go back to Peach Blossom County. Maybe even become the Thousand Hills Villa reverse inserted in the county's spies. Now Liu was certain that Wang Tu was connected to the old monk and the spirit cave. These people were plotting some kind of conspiracy, and the demonic scourge in Feng County even had something to do with them. The demon spider from the spirit cave, the 7 demon seeds transported by the Liyuan Dart Company, and so on. All the suspicions are linked and the finger points to Peach County. And isn't the one who can say anything in Peach Blossom County that County Magistrate Wang? Tonight, that old monk was still an Ingenuity Realm cultivator, a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. Peach Blossom County was located in the borderland of Qingzhou, and belonged to a place with not much of a population. How could such a barren place attract disciples from the Golden Dragon Temple? The evidence is in front of us. These two must be up to no good. But Liu was not a constable and was not obliged to investigate these conspiracies. And he was also lazy. As long as it didn't spread to the Divine Mountain and didn't jeopardize the interests of the Divine Mountain, he wouldn't bother with these people's plots. If these people didn't know how to die, then don't blame him for his thunderbolt when the time came. 20 miles away from the Divine Mountain, on the shore of a lake, the shimmering light flickered, and an old monk was sitting on the ground, panting heavily. His face wore a look of afterthought. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his entire body was incomparably weak. Master Ancestor's relics were detonated by him, and all the Buddha power contained in them exploded, instantly moving him 15 miles away. Then he was still uneasy, sparing his spiritual energy to run out another 5 miles until he couldn't run at all. In God Realm. At least a In God Realm powerhouse. San Gui's tone trembled. The suffocating threat of death was too terrifying. In the face of a 4th order cultivator 1 realm above him, the Gnosis Realm powerhouse didn't have this sense of oppression either. Only a In God Realm powerhouse that was 2 realms above him and had reached the 5th rank would be like this. If he didn't have the relics left behind by his master ancestor, he might have really planted himself in Qingzhou this time. Looking at the shirizi in his hand that had turned into powder and lost its luster, San Gui was incomparably distressed. This was the relics condensed by the incineration of the golden body of a ancient realm monk after his death. It contained the Buddha power of the 5th order In God Realm, and a full outburst could block a In God Realm strike. As a result, now in order to escape, he puts the shekels to use. This is a disposable life-preserving magic weapon. It's gone when you use it. Having lost the In God Realm Buddha relic, even if the next plan with Wang Tu was successful, this trip to Qingzhou was destined to be a blood loss. Behind the Thousand Hills Villa, what kind of person is the one who made the move? San Gui's gaze was sinister as he gritted his teeth. Ever since he had been cultivating, he had never suffered such a big loss and was still in such a sorry state. It's impossible for the Xian Cheng clan to send the In God Realm powerhouse over here. It's not in line with their interest plan. San Gui frowned. Ancient Realm powerhouse. This was a cultivator with status even in the Golden Dragon Temple. It could not be sent out easily. The same thing happened with the Xianqing Quan. Usually both sides would only send one In God Realm powerhouse to sit in each state. The 6th order Yangshan realm would not leave the central state easily. And now that the In God Realm powerhouses of Qingzhou were all staying in the state city, keeping an eye on each other, Whoever left the other In God Realm powerhouses would notice at the first opportunity. So it directly ruled out the strong In God Realm practitioners of the Xianqing clan stationed in Qingzhou. Could it be a fifth-order demon king? Or maybe a fifth-order demon? At that thought, Sanka shook his head again in the negative. The number of fifth-order demon kings and fifth-order devils was limited, and they were basically being watched by the court's ancient realm, so it was impossible for them to go out without authorization. And demons and devils don't act in the same way as the human race. They are ferocious and tyrannical. When will they cultivate human forces and still harbor them? Isn't that a lie? Ruling out all possibilities, what was left was that the In God Realm powerhouse behind this Thousand Mountain Villa was most likely a wild cultivator. Wild cultivators are not bound by sects and courts, and are free to come and go as they please. The mysterious powerhouse behind this Thousand Mountain Villa should be a wild cultivator. San Gui's face became progressively ugly, and in his heart, he said that it was bad luck. He came to Peach Blossom County just to get some cultivation sustenance, wanting to take a step further and break through the God Realm of Enlightenment. I didn't expect to actually run into an ancient realm wild cultivator here. It caused him to use up the Sherpa left behind by his master ancestor, and his only life-preserving magic weapon was gone. What is the purpose of this In God Realm wild cultivator at Divine Mountain? To collect incense? Thinking about the information you got from the Thousand Hills, there seems to be a temple erected in that village dedicated to the mountain god, and every day the villagers go to the temple to offer incense to the mountain god. Looks like I guessed right. It's really collecting incense. San Gui sneered in his heart. Is incense that easy to collect? I'm not afraid of the repercussions. Who doesn't know that incense is a good thing and can help greatly aid in cultivation? But this thing does more harm than good. Without enough qi, bitterness, who dares to bear the incense of the people? The incense is something that only the gods of heaven and earth are qualified to collect, and a practitioner who goes against the heavens will only end up suffering a backlash and dying a violent death. History is full of such things, and none of them survived. There are even Ninth-Order Saint Realm powerhouses who, in order to ascend to immortality, go on a rampage to build temples on earth and collect people's incense, wanting to become immortal in this way. But in the end, the position is not enough. The incense backfires, as strong as the Saint Realm is still ashes. A wild cultivator is a wild cultivator. Wait for the backlash to kill you. San Gui viciously cursed, and then continued to recover from his internal injuries. Detonating the Buddha power within the relics consumed all of his strength and was also met with a slight backlash. With a strength of the third rank, it was normal to receive a backlash when forcing the use of a fifth-ranked magic treasure. Since the Divine Mountain had a In God Realm sitting on it, he shouldn't go and offend it. Hurry up and urge Wang Tu to speed up his plan and leave this hellhole once he gets his hands on the stuff. After sitting in meditation for an hour, San Gui then got up and left, returning to Peach Blossom County. As he entered the county, he first carefully scouted the area to make sure there was no danger before strutting in. Master San Gui. The magistrates guarding the gate lowered their heads in greeting when they saw him. San Gui nodded his head faintly and headed straight towards the prefecture. When he walked into the lobby, the first thing he saw was Chike, who had come back to report. Master San Gui, you're back. Xianke revealed a joyful face and hurriedly stepped forward to offer words of compliments. Instead, San Gui stared at him, his eyes narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "How did you get back safely?" Xianke hurriedly told the story of how Yuzawa released him back, naturally skimming over the words that he was going to abandon the darkness. After listening to Chike's words, Sanki's heart sighed in relief. It seemed that it was right as he had guessed. That ancient realm wild cultivator really wanted to collect incense at the Divine Mountain and was not interested in them. Wu Zhe asked Xianke to bring back a message, meaning don't mess with their Thousand Mountain Villa. Wang Tu, who hadn't made a sound, was holding his heart and his face was blue. What a good one. Not to cause trouble nor to be afraid of trouble. When did an imperial court official have to be threatened by a pariah? He didn't know what San Gui had encountered with Xianke in the Divine Mountain. He just heard Xianke's words and was furious in his heart. Chico wanted to say something, but he was met with Wang Tu's disgruntled stare and waved his hand for him to hurry up and get lost. In the end, he could only leave the county hall with a belly full of anger. After Xianke left, Wang Tu looked at Master San Gui, with some dissatisfaction in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Master San Gui, what exactly happened? Is Thousand Mountain Villa, a small village, that difficult to deal with? Just how many people did the Xinqing Quan send? He knew that San Gui was an entered Xian realm cultivator, and that in this acre of Peach Blossom County, he was the emperor of the land, and could run roughshod over people. To be able to make a third-order cultivator suffer, that could only mean that the Xinqing clan had similarly sent an entering Xian realm cultivator, or even more than one. San Gui took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, County Magistrate Wang, I would advise you not to mess with the Thousand Mountain Villa in the future, or else you won't even know how to die. He was a little reluctant to mention this matter. It was just too lousy, and he even blew up his master ancestor's Sherpa. Wang Tu was shocked in his heart and looked at Master Sangui's face. Why? Could it be that the Shenqing Quan is eyeing this place? He was suspicious in his mind. Golden Dragon Temple was not on par with Xianchengguan. Sangui was a disciple of Golden Dragon Temple. As to be so afraid of Xianchengguan? If outsiders knew about it, they were afraid that they would be scoffed at. And even if the people of the Golden Dragon Temple knew about it, they would think that Sangui had lost face for the Golden Dragon Temple. Ha! Sangui laughed coldly and said, if it was just Xianchengguan, would the old man be in such a sorry state? If it's not the Xianqing Temple, then what? Now Wang Du was even more puzzled. If it's not the Xianqing Temple, then what else is the Golden Dragon Temple afraid of? Demons? Demons were indeed powerful, but the territory of Dichu, which was the territory of the human race, was more than fearful enough to do so. The court? The imperial court does not have that kind of effort to support a wild mountain village. With this power, it would be better to strengthen the guard force of the counties and cities more. Behind the Thousand Mountain Villa is a wild cultivator of the Yin God realm. Sangui exhaled heavily and said in a deep voice. Wang Du thought he had misheard. What? The Yin God realm. Sangui's words caused him to stand up directly from his seat, his expression incomparably shocked. Impossible. Yin God realm. 5th rank cultivator. How could such a strong person appear in the Divine Mountain and harbor a village behind it? The Yin Shin realm. What kind of concept was that? To be able to walk horizontally within Great Chu without fear of demons. It was even possible to go to the base camps of the demons outside the country and still be able to return in one piece after so much as a stroll. Cultivators who had reached this realm were already strong enough to be called strong. It is the backbone of the human practitioners. Such a strong person, as long as they were willing to bend over backwards to join a force, they would be able to enjoy incomparably generous treatment and cultivation resources. If you work for the court, you can be directly appointed as a third-grade Beijing official, with all the titles and mansions. Wang Tu wouldn't believe, no matter what, that there would be a Yinshin realm powerhouse who would ignore all of this and come to the borderlands of Qingzhou to shelter a broken village. Nothing is impossible. If it wasn't for a Yin God realm powerhouse, would the old man be in such a sorry state? Sangui's face was incomparably ugly. Wang Tu was sweating coldly, and his expression was already a bit panicked. What then? A Yin God realm powerhouse is right next to us, so wouldn't our plan have been seen through long ago? Yinshin realm, as the name implies, means that one has cultivated the Yuanshan, and can have the Yuanshan go out of the body during the night, and travel outside of the sky. However, if it is daytime, the genjutsu has to return to the body, otherwise it will be burned by the sun's rays. Only when one's realm reached the Yangshan realm could one ignore the blazing sun Yuanshan out of the body. When a Yuanshan went out of the body, it was invisible to onlookers, and if a Yinshan realm powerhouse intended to probe, then their actions were nakedly visible. Sangui also had this concern in his heart, but he said, this point is assured. That Yinshan realm wild cultivator probably doesn't want to cause trouble. He collects incense in the Divine Mountain. He has his own purpose. It doesn't conflict with our plan. Besides, our little thing isn't in the eyes of the Yin God realm. Just don't mess with him again. After hearing these words, Wang Tu's heart was relieved, but he was still a bit uneasy. He secretly decided in his heart that when the plan succeeded and the stuff was in his hands, he would immediately leave this hellish place. It just so happens that he has served in Peach Blossom County for 5 years, and when the time comes to go back to the state capital to make some arrangements, so that the adults above will assign him a good job, which is not difficult to do. In that case, shouldn't the plan be accelerated to avoid complications? Wang Tu said. Sangui nodded his head. Originally he wanted to wait a while longer to wrap up, but now that there was a change of events, he could only wrap up the dishes early. Let Cheng Qianfang come over. So many people died in Feng County, the blood pills refined will not be small. Sanka spoke faintly. Cheng Qianfang was precisely the county magistrate of Feng County, and he was the first one to escape from Feng County with the official seal on the night of the demonic plague in Feng County. After escaping, Cheng Qianfang drove away by Liang and other irrelevant personnel, and only brought some of his close family members to secretly enter Peach Blossom County, and then temporarily secluded himself. Wang Tu nodded his head and immediately asked someone to go and invite Cheng Qianfang here. Within moments, a skinny old man stepped in. Although Cheng had of the appearance of old, but walking tiger, quite a bit of momentum. County Minister Wang, Master Sangui, what is the reason for calling me here? Cheng Qianfang opened his mouth in doubt. Magistrate Cheng, we need to speed up our plan and wrap it up as soon as possible, Wang Tu said in a grave tone. Cheng Qianfang's face changed when he heard this. How is this going to work? The plan hasn't even gotten to the last step yet, and to wrap it up now, can that thing be complete? Saying that, he looked at Wang Tu with blood in his eyes and questioned, Magistrate Wang, I'm playing with you with the lives of 100,000 people in Feng County. I'm now so broken that I don't even dare to go back to the state capital. And now I'm counting on that thing you promised. If you want to unload on Magistrate Wang, I am not a good fool either. Abandoning everything and cooperating with these people like Magistrate Wang, Cheng Qianfang naturally kept a backhand. Otherwise, in the end, he would be eaten up without even realizing it. Wang Tu quickly smiled and said, Cheng Magistrate is not anxious. This official does not have the meaning of unloading the mill to kill the donkey. Early closing that is forced to do so. There are variables. What variables? Cheng frowned ahead. Wang Tu hurriedly told about the divine mountain in God realm, and Cheng Qianfang's face changed drastically after hearing this. At the same time, he was a little skeptical that this was not Wang Tu who was hoodwinking him. It wasn't until Master San Gui nodded his head and admitted that it was true that he believed it in his heart. Then what about my stuff? Wrapping up early, is there still the effect you guys are talking about? Cheng Qianfang said with an ugly face. Master San Gui slowly said, the effect is definitely there. Only it will be discounted somewhat. The effect will only be 70 to 80% of the original. Cheng Qianfang frowned and wanted to say something, but at this time, Master San Gui became impatient in his mind and coldly grunted. Enough of Master Chang, it's only a loss of 2 or 3% of the effect. It's not like it can't be used. You don't need to pretend to be aggrieved in front of Lao Dian. Which of the people involved in the plan had as much to lose as Lao Dian? In order to explore the Divine Mountain, the relics left behind by the Master Ancestor were detonated. And the old Cossack hasn't even said anything yet. Which one of you is qualified to say so? The moment San Gui said this, Cheng's front instantly quieted down. Wang Tu didn't dare to say anything more. The main implementer of the plan was Master San Gui, and they were just playing second fiddle. San Gui's face eased and said lightly, having offended that ancient realm wild cultivator, this place is not suitable to stay for long. What we need to do now is to hurry up and wrap up, get the stuff in hand, stop the loss in time, and then leave this place. Having lost the relics of the Master Ancestor, he could only get his hands on that now to compensate back a little, or else he would have lost a lot of money this time. Let's do as Master San Gui said. Cheng Qianfang finally agreed to wrap things up early. With that, he took out 5 white jade bottles from his body. San Gui took it and poured out the blood elixir inside. Each one was crystal clear and blood red in color, emitting a clear fragrance without the imagined smell of blood. 5 pills per bottle, a total of 25 blood pills. All here. Cheng Qianfang opened his mouth. 90,000 people. How come it's only this much? Wang Tu frowned a little, feeling that Cheng Qianfang had pocketed it. Cheng Qianfang, however, laughed coldly and said, that big demon is in Feng County, so go ask it why it's just so little. Well, demonic creatures are greedy by nature, and it's only natural for it to be a little more costly when it's allowed to step in and take the blame for this. San Gui put the blood elixir back into the bottle and spoke slowly. He then asked Wang Tu to hurry up and inform Min Xianyu of Tianyu County, who was the last link in the plan. If he wanted to wrap up early, he still had to rely on Min Xiyu as assistance. And on Sheriff Wang's side, Magistrate Wang, you hold on tight. You can do it. Wang Tu nodded with a cold expression. While few people were grasping at straws to wrap things up, the Divine Mountain was a different scene. After scaring that Xian Yuan realm bald donkey away a few days ago, the Thousand Mountain Villa had returned to peace. Since the first batch of refugees defected to the Thousand Hills Villa and turned out to be safe and sound, the number of refugees coming one after another was increasing. The Thousand Hills Villa, which had already been greatly expanded, could not be squeezed in all of a sudden. The population came to over 500. This was a bit of a surprise to Liu, with more than 500 people going to the temple to worship every day. Now his merit points could increase by more than 1,500 points every day. Looking at the panel again, the merit points had come to over 20,000. Realm, Second Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 24612/100000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal, Heart Mirror. If he were to increase 1,500 points a day at the current rate, it would only be 2 months if he wanted to break through the Third Order Spirit Mountain. This unexpected gain had already made Liu happy. Now it seemed that even without the sacrificial ceremony, the growth of merit points would not be slow. Yesterday Yuz had discussed with Bai Liang and the others and decided to hold a large-scale sacrificial ceremony once a year. This year's has already been sacrificed with a demon tiger, so the next sacrifice will have to wait until next year. The development of the Thousand Hills Villa will be even more prosperous next year, so next year's sacrificial ceremony will be even more grand and lively. The villages are more crowded and more merit points are added, but with that comes more problems. Before the problem of housing and transportation is solved, there is not enough food again. The rice planted will not be harvested for another month. But some of the food prepared in the village is not enough for so many mouths. Although Erqing led the hunting team to hunt in the mountains every day, the prey was limited, and the prey in the nearby mountains and forests were almost hunted out, so where else could they feed so many people? For this kind of tricky problem, Wu Zhe didn't know how to solve it for a while, and in the end, it was Bai Liang who stepped forward and used his thunderous tactics to make the refugees who came to Thousand Hills Villa in the back hand over the money they had on them. These refugees were able to survive until now after the fall of Feng County, so naturally they had stock. Now that they had defected to Thousand Mountain Villa, there was no way Bai Liang would let Thousand Mountain Villa feed them for nothing. If you want to take refuge here, you can. First hand over what you have on you as protection money. Of course, Bai Liang still promised that this was only temporary, and that he would return this money to them later when Thousand Hills Villa's grain was harvested and they got through this difficult time. At first the refugees were a little reluctant, but a big man with a tiger's back spoke up. Eating other people's food, living other people's fast more than 10 days. Now let you pay some money. Still not happy? Do you still want to lose face? If you have a backbone and don't want to pay, then spit out what you've eaten from others these days and get out. After the big man disdainfully threw down these words, he directly led the way to surrender all the silver on his body. Bai Liang was very favorably impressed with the man's approach and looked favorably upon him. With the big man taking the lead, and with the big man's words shaming the hearts of a section of people, everyone also took out the money they had on them and handed it in. Bai Liang was in charge of the statistics and kept detailed notes on how much each person had surrendered. The big man had been standing beside Bai Liang after handing over the silver, and when he saw Bai Liang recording all this, he said, "Master Bai Zhuang, you don't need to keep track of all this. Can't it be that you really want to give us back the silver?" Bai Liang looked serious and said, "If I say I'll pay it back, then I'll definitely pay it back and never go back on my word." The big man paused. His heart suddenly touched a little, and only after a long time did he say, "Lord Bai Zhuang, in fact, you don't need to return it to us. We're very grateful to be able to let us people live in the Thousand Mountain Villa and avoid the demons. So what is this amount of money? In today's world, $1,000 can't buy you a safe place." Bai Liang shook his head and put down his brush with a serious expression. The Thousand Mountain Villa is not a sect force that collects protection money, so it will not collect money from the refugees who have come to join it. What we are doing now is just a matter of necessity as we are in a difficult situation. When we get through the hard times, we'll return it, and those who defect to Thousand Mountain Villa in the future won't have to continue handing over their money. Lord Mountain God's will is to shelter all the people of the world, which is selfless. If they charge money for everyone who comes to pray for shelter, can they still be called selfless? That would change the flavor. So this money must be returned. He cannot open this head. Otherwise in the future the road of the Thousand Mountain Villa will be crooked. The big man looked surprised. He somewhat didn't understand what Bai Liang was doing, but his heart was greatly shaken. "Master Bai, although I don't understand this, I can tell that you are good people, and from now on, Thousand Hills Villa will be my Dutian Morning's second home." Dutian Morning looked incredibly serious and arched his hand at Bai Liang. Bai Liang revealed a smile. He also had a good feeling about the big man in front of him. His earlier actions could tell that this person was very righteous. Next, Bai Liang continued to record the amount of money handed in by all the refugees, waiting until it was almost dark to finish recording. The money collected up was converted into silver and amounted to more than 1,000 taels. This amount is already very much. If we go to the county town and buy it as grain, we can feed everyone in the Thousand Hills Villa for 3 months. Bai Liang immediately asked Cheng to bring a few people with him and take the money to purchase food. Dutian Morning volunteered that he would also travel with him. After looking at his tiger-like body, Bai Liang agreed to let him go forward. Cheng and the others went to purchase food, and in less than a day, they pulled back several carts full of dry food. Dutian Morning is worthy of a tiger's back. Other people are a few people to pull a car together. Only he pulls a car alone. Performance is still incomparably easy. This performance really surprised Bai Liang, who at first thought that Dutian Morning was a cultivator. After inquiring, he learned that it was not, and that Dutian Morning's strength was only because he was born with godly strength, and had been so since he was a child. In the past, there were also people who sought his natural divine strength and thought he was a good seedling, but as a result, once they measured their cultivation talent, they were wasted. Pity, Bai Liang sighed slightly. With such divine power, if one were to have the talent to cultivate, it would simply be like adding wings to a tiger. Unfortunately, God does not let people be born perfect, and after giving Dutian Morning natural divine power, naturally he will not let him have the talent of cultivation anymore, unless Lord God of the mountain could favor him. But it's not that easy. We'll have to see how Dutian Morning performs. It was important to realize that Bai Liang himself hadn't even been blessed by Lord Mountain God until now. Once the food problem was solved, the sense of urgency in Thousand Hills was gone. People are again enthusiastically joining in the construction of the village. When there are more people, management becomes a problem. Bai Liang was only a showman and had never managed so many people before, so he could only learn slowly and gain experience. He chose 5 men from the first village patriarchs and made them captains to manage the villagers below them. These 5 were older, more experienced villagers, and everyone is responsible for different areas. For example, Uncle Wu, who is good at farming, is responsible for leading his team to reclaim the wasteland, plant food, weed and fertilize, and so on. Erniu, who burned the bricks before, remained in charge of this piece, leading the men below in digging up the soil, creating adobe, and firing the tiles and bricks. The hunting team was still in charge of Chang. He picked some young and strong men in the village and first taught them the skills of hunting, and then let them go hunting in the jungle after they became skillful. At first, Chang followed them around to prevent them from encountering ferocious beasts that could lead to injuries. Wait for these people to be security conscious before allowing them to act independently. The remaining 2 teams were responsible for cutting down trees and doing crafts. The captains of these 2 teams were a couple, the man named Su Liang and the woman named Wang Chui. Both of them were villagers who had followed Yuzawa from the beginning, and Su Liang had been in charge of logging during the pre-construction period of the village. His brain is blunt, but has a body of brute force, and do things very focused, cutting trees when the head of hard work. His wife called him to eat. He had to first cut the tree on the head first before eating. When Bai Liang asked Su Liang to be the captain, he was still a bit confused and shook his head no repeatedly, saying that he was not competent. But after some persuasion from Bai Liang and his wife Wang Chui, Su Liang took on the burden. After becoming the captain, Su Liang worked even harder to cut down the trees. His wife, Wang Chui, brought the women of the village together to do handicrafts, what with needlework, rice panning and cooking and other chores. There are also young children who are left unattended and they are responsible for helping with the children. These are the matters for which the 5 captains are responsible. The rest was still being handled by Bai Liang, and Wu Zhe, the manor master, occasionally came out to help, but most of the time he stayed inside to cultivate. Since advancing to the second stage Tong Fa realm, Wu Zhe felt that he had gained sublimation. The divine walking talisman, not to his surprise, followed him as his realm became stronger. At the refinement realm, it would take him roughly half an incense stick of time to arrive at Peach Blossom County if he fully activated the divine walking talisman to catch up, but now he only needed a tea break. However, although the divine walking talisman was fast, the consumption was also huge, and he would not use it easily. Before entering the profound realm, he was still a little apprehensive in his heart, fearing that he would meet a bottleneck after breaking through. After all, his talent is right there, and the ceiling has been locked up for a long time. Fortunately, after breaking through the passing Dharma realm, Wu Zhe didn't meet the so-called realm barriers, and his cultivation remained unimpeded. The divine walking talisman bestowed by Lord Mountain God. Just what kind of divine item is it? It was only at this time that Wu Zhe truly understood how terrifying the divine walking talisman really was. Mortals without any talent, after being blessed with the talisman, cultivated without any bottleneck, and cultivated extremely fast, surpassing the speed of geniuses. It's a miracle. Yuzawa was even more in awe of Lord Mountain God in his heart. Possessing such a mysterious and transcendent means, I'm afraid that the Mountain God Lord's rank was more than just an ordinary mountain god. The children in the village practiced the Fire Heart Sutra, but sadly, none of them cultivated the effects. Bai Liang was a bit lost on this. People with cultivation talent were really scarce. It is no wonder that the imperial court's control of cultivation techniques is not so strict, and there is no fear of being stolen. However, Bai Liang wasn't discouraged by this. Since Xiuhu and these kids couldn't do it, he would continue to expand the scope, so that the new kids who had joined would also cultivate. If you join the Thousand Hills, then you have to treat everyone the same. Everyone looked excited as they handed out the Fire Heart Sutra. They didn't expect to come here not only to take refuge, but also to have cultivation techniques to take. They had never met a place that treated them so well. Bai Liang didn't hold much hope in his heart. Was someone with a talent for cultivation so easy to find? He had more important things to attend to now. That's the issue of the population of Thousand Hills. The population of Thousand Hills today numbers close to 600, but there is a serious imbalance of men and women in this population. The men were almost 500, while the women were less than 100. That's a rather grotesque ratio, but it really can't be helped. After all, men are significantly more likely to survive in a chaotic world than women. Among the people who escaped from the demon scourge in Feng County, men accounted for at least 70%. If there are too few women, then it will be difficult for the 1,000 hills to grow in the long run. Can't we have 5 men sharing one wife? It's scary to think about. So what Bai Liang had to solve was where to find so many women to join the 1,000 hills. The question stumped him. Shangguan Xiuyu, one of the few close friends who had previously given up the spirit cave with him and committed to the 1,000 mountain villa, heard Bai Liang's difficulty over this and somewhat wanted to speak. Brother Bai, for this difficult problem you mentioned, I do have a very good method. I just don't know if it's a good idea to tell it. Shangguan Xiuyu's face was unnatural as he looked at Bai Liang and said, "What law? What's inappropriate to tell?" Bai Liang's eyes lit up when he heard there was a solution. Shangguan Xiuyu looked around with difficulty. After seeing no one, "This is close to speak in a low voice, not just women? Kiln is a lot. And also do not need to persuade them to come to 1,000 Mountain Villa, as long as you pay for their ransom can be." After hearing Shangguan Xiuyu's words, Bai Liang's face stiffened and his eyes looked at him strangely. Shangguan Xiuyu was stared at uncomfortably, straightened up and said, "Brother Bai, I'm just proposing. Use this method if you think it's okay. Forget it if it's not." He regretted it a little. He was usually the image of a decent man. That comment just now kind of ruined his whole image. "No, this method you mentioned by Brother Shangguan is fine. I just don't know how many silver taels it takes to ransom a woman." Bai Liang's tone was serious. He was really considering the method proposed by Shangguan Xiuyu. Although a greenhouse girl sounds bad and people will dislike her for it, but in today's chaotic world, who cares about that much? Moreover, these women of the world are not voluntarily degraded. Most of them are the world's hard times, family hardship, desperate to sell themselves in the greenhouse. Hearing Bai Liang agree with him, Shangguan Xiuyu's expression also turned serious as he spoke. "In this regard, a friend of mine knows a lot about it. He said before that an ordinary prostitute can be ransomed for up to 10 taels of silver. For the better ones, the price may have to be doubled. And as for the flower girl level, that can easily cost 100 or 2,000 taels, or even 10,000 taels. I only heard these from my friends. I've never been there myself," Shangguan Xiuyu seriously emphasized. Bai Liang nodded his head gently. The price of this ransom calculation was indeed quite expensive. Flower leader and whatnot was not in his consideration. What 1,000 Hills Villa wanted was just women, so only ordinary women were needed. 10 taels of silver for an ordinary whore. 10 would cost 100 taels, and 100 would cost 1,000 taels. According to the current population ratio of the 1,000 Hills Villa, at least another 400 women would have to be brought in before it would be enough. But where can we find so many prostitutes? There are only 100 women in a greenhouse, and if you want to ransom all of them, they have to be willing to do it. If we ransom them all, how can we continue to run the brothel? So it can only be one greenhouse redeeming a dozen people, and you have to find dozens of greenhouses to do it. These problems were secondary to the silver needed for redemption. 4,000 taels of silver. Bai Liang sucked in a breath of cold air. So much money. Where could he find it? 1,000 Mountain Villa is now flourishing. But in fact, the poor batch, the few silvers still have to be used to buy food to sustain life. There is no way to get that much silver to ransom for a greenhouse girl. Let's put this aside for now and discuss it later when we have the money. Bai Liang sighed. And only later when we have the money. Shangguan Xiuyu nodded. And before he left, he specifically instructed Bai Liang that he had only heard about it, but had never been there. Bai Liang naturally nodded his head repeatedly. He couldn't expose him on the spot. Could he? The development of the 1,000 Mountain Villa. Li Yu had all of it in his eyes. Looking at the village that used to occupy only a small piece of land, now that it had now developed into a large manor, he felt very marvelous in his heart. It felt like playing a business game, but this was real for him. The wooden houses in the villages are now gradually being replaced by houses made of bricks. Brick kilns are fired day and night. Everyone is full of energy, and the sweat of the workers is attached to every brick that is fired. The main road in the middle of the village is even paved with limestone bricks, because this is the road to the temple. Bai Liang attaches great importance to it. Specially let the villagers go to the nearby mountains to chisel down the green stone, chiseled into bricks to pave the road. The renovation of the temple had also been completed, and the entire body was constructed with new yellow bricks, which shone brightly and quite brightly in the sunlight. The roof is also all with new tiles. Each piece is fired out of the fine. Inferior villagers keep their own use, only the fine used in the temple. The temple was expanded several times larger, covering nearly an acre of land, and in addition to the main hall for everyone's daily worship, there were 2 separate secondary halls and a back room. The 2 subtangs were normally used for discussing matters, and Bai Liang was now handling matters in the subtang on the right. And when there was something to report in the village, everyone would come to the temple's subtang to find him as well. The subchamber on the left is now the place where Yuzawa practices, and he now spends his days practicing in the temple as well as protecting it from vandalism. The back room of the temple, on the other hand, was used to discuss important matters. and the villagers in general were not allowed to enter. Only a few important village executives of Yuzawa by Liang would be allowed to enter. The main hall was where everyone worshipped, and the place right in the center of the offering table remained without the idol. Everyone seems to have acquiesced to the statement that the mountain of God is right in front of them, so why do they need an idol? Li Yu did not care much about this. The acquisition of merit points as long as the default worshipper was worshipping him, the mountain god. As for whether or not there is an idol, it doesn't matter, as long as there are merit points. He was also worried that if the villagers made a statue of him, what would happen if it didn't look good? Not if it doesn't look good, and not if it's too good. Li Yu also didn't need to specially reveal his real body for the sake of this matter of molding a god statue, which would also be too low for his image as a mountain god. So it's best to simply leave it alone and keep it a mystery. Realm, Second Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 56320/100000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal, Heart Mirror. During this period of time, his merit points had also come to more than 50,000, and he was only halfway to breaking through the realm. The population growth of the Thousand Hills Villa came to a bottleneck, and all the refugees in the neighborhood had already defected to the Thousand Hills Villa. Less than 10,000 people escaped during the demonic plague in Foam County, of which several thousand fled to Tianyue County. Several thousand died on the way. More than 1,000 died in the Spirit Cave, and nearly 1,000 died of starvation in the aftermath. In the end, it is estimated that less than 1,000 will survive. The Thousand Hills had gathered nearly 600 people, which was obviously close to the limit. If you want to recruit another population, you'll have to start with other counties. But other counties haven't had disasters like the one in Fountain County, and they're safe living in the county. Why should I abandon everything in the county to come and join the Thousand Hills, which I've never heard of? So the population of Thousand Hills stops there for now. Li Yu naturally heard those words from Shangguan Qiuyu. In his heart, he called out that this guy was a talent, actually able to think of this method. Ordinary people don't come to Thousand Hills, but prostitutes don't necessarily. In this world, those who fall into prostitution are almost all forced to do so, and if they can be given freedom and ransomed, I believe they won't care that the place where they will live in the future is just a small village that has just been established. It's just that it takes money to ransom a prostitute, and Thousand Hills is too poor to get that kind of money right now. Li Yu is just a mountain, and there is no gold mine inside the mountain, so he can only love it. The subsequent refugees who defected to the Thousand Mountain Villa, he irradiated them all with his heart mirror, and this time there was no major problem with the people inside. There were just a few jerks of poor character, but that wasn't much of a problem. With Yuzawa, a cultivator, weighing them down, they couldn't turn over any waves. While the village was developing and building, Li Yu was also paying attention to Wu Zei's cultivation. After receiving the talisman, the limitations of Wu Zei's talent had been broken, and nowadays cultivation for Wu Zei was just a matter of accumulating step by step, and then when it came to the realm barriers, just focus on breaking through. Such cultivation was simply too simple, but cultivating only by virtue of absorbing heaven and earth aura was still relatively slow. Other cultivators would generally seek out various heavenly materials and treasures to take to aid in their cultivation, but Yuzawa didn't have any of that and had to rely on himself. Li Yu speculated that it would take at least a year or two if Wu Zei wanted to break through to the third stage of the ingenuity realm through his own cultivation. This was still with the help of the divine traveling talisman. Otherwise it would only take longer. Even so, Yuzawa was still energized. After all, in the past, it was a luxury for him to even cultivate. Aside from Wu Zei, Bai Liang had also been under Li Yu's attention. This only Shotsai in the Thousand Hills Villa was the second candidate for the blessing of his mountain god. Ever since Bai Liang had committed himself to the Thousand Mountain Villa, his performance had been good, and he could be said to have bowed out. Before that, he had decided to observe for a period of time, and after determining that Bai Liang was doing well, he would bestow blessings on him. And during this period of time Bai Liang had performed quite well. Not only was he single-mindedly working for the Thousand Mountain Villa, but he had also taken care of it in a well-organized manner, and was very much on top of his game. Li Yu was not stingy. For such a loyal and excellent performing henchman, it was only right to bestow blessings on him. He cast the mountain god's blessing. His body's power was drained for the most part, only to see a golden light coalesce from the mountain peaks, slowly gathering into a single point and slowly fusing. In the end, the golden light completely fused and turned into a golden talisman breaking through the air and falling directly towards the location of the temple under the mountain. The golden light was so dazzling that all the people in the village saw it and looked up. What's that? A golden light. Is this Lord Mountain God manifesting? Lord Mountain God has really manifested. The golden light was falling from the top of the sacred mountain. The first thing everyone thought was that this was the manifestation of the mountain god. All of them were excited. All put down the work in hand, and knelt down in the direction of the sacred mountain. The golden light fell into the middle of the temple in the blink of an eye, and when the crowd saw this, they were even more certain that this was the manifestation of Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang, who was taking care of business in the right subtemple of the temple, was a bit puzzled when he heard the noise outside. What happened to the village? Getting up from his chair, Shiro was ready to go out and see what was going on outside, but just then, a golden light filled the room, and Bai Liang was startled by the scene before he realized what had happened. The golden light then surged all the way into his chest, holding him on the spot. Wu Zhe, who was cultivating in the left vice hall, also noticed the vision and immediately came to the right vice hall, and after seeing the familiar scene before him, his expression was both shocked and delighted. He recognized that this was a vision of the blessing from the Mountain God Lord, and that brother Bai Liang had also been blessed by the Mountain God Lord. Wu Zhe was sincerely happy for Bai Liang in his heart. He had seen everything that Bai Liang had done for Thousand Mountain Villa. It was also known that Bai Liang was eager to be blessed by the Lord God of the mountain as he was. But Lord Mountain God is a god, and his thoughts are confusing to no one, and no one knows if Lord Mountain God will bestow blessings again. Bai Liang was enveloped in golden light for a moment before he slowly came back to his senses. He was overwhelmed with emotion as he realized what was going on, but now was not the time to be happy. He immediately sat down cross-legged and gave his full attention to receiving the blessing from the mountain god. The blessing only ended when all the golden light surged into his body. Bai Liang slowly opened his eyes, a golden aura flashing in his eyes. God's numinous talisman. It was the mountain god who blessed the talisman he had received. A golden divine talisman was suspended in his sea of consciousness. Permanent enhancement of the divine mind. After receiving the talisman, to obtain the method of divine mind, the divine sense of a substantial increase in the later stage of the Yuan Shen out of the body. You can swim towards the North Sea in Twilight Kangwu. To put it simply, it meant that his divine sense was more powerful than the average cultivator. Divine sense was something that cultivators could only have when they reached the Xianxian realm, and Wu Zhe hadn't even cultivated divine sense yet. But nowadays, Bai Liang, who had made a breakthrough in his realm after receiving the talisman, and who was in the refining law realm, had already possessed divine sense. Although his divine sense could sense a range of only a few dozen meters, it was quite powerful. More than that, what he cared about was the divine numinous talisman that contained the divine numinous technique, which, like Wu Zhe's divine walking technique, had no realm limitations. Bai Liang was in a surging mood. He was not so excited when he passed the Xiaocai exam. After the excitement, Bai Liang then reacted and hurriedly came to the main hall, kowtowing with an incomparably respectful demeanor. Disciple Bai Liang, kowtow to Lord Mountain God for his blessings. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense. Disciple is unable to repay it. From now on, Sword Mountain and Fire Sea, Demon City and Devil Domain, as long as Lord Mountain God gives a word, disciple will be the first to die. After knocking 9 times in a row, Bai Liang slowly got up, feeling the power within his body that belonged to a cultivator. His face couldn't hide his excitement. At this moment, he wanted to let out a laugh, but now that he was in the temple, he didn't dare to laugh out loud. How many years have passed and how many years have you practiced without being able to get started? Originally, he had long since lost hope of becoming a cultivator. It wasn't until he came to the Divine Mountain and witnessed what happened to his best friend, Yuzawa, that the flame extinguished in his heart was rekindled. Now that I have finally realized my original wish, the excitement in my heart can be imagined. Congratulations to Brother Bai Liang for being honored with the blessing of Lord Mountain God, successfully breaking through and becoming a cultivator. Wu Zhe, who had witnessed the whole thing, finally spoke out to congratulate Bai Liang, and his face was also beaming with joy. Bai Liang revealed a smile and laughed. It's all thanks to Lord Mountain God's divine favor, or else I wouldn't have been able to become a refinement realm cultivator for the rest of my life. Being blessed by Lord Mountain God, the refining technique realm is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go in the future. Wu Zhe patted Bai Liang's shoulder. Bai Liang thought deeply. He was aware that after Wu Zhe received the talisman, the limitations of his talent were also unlocked, and from then on, there was no bottleneck in his cultivation. Now that he had also received the divine talisman, he would naturally be just like Wu Zhe, and in the future, his cultivation would no longer be limited by his talent. Immediately afterward, Wu Zhe curiously inquired what kind of divine talisman Bai Liang had received. Bai Liang didn't hide it and directly informed that it was a divine numinous talisman. Divine thought talisman. Good. Then in that case, wouldn't you be more powerful than me now? Wu Zhe was in awe. To have divine sense at the refinement realm. Who would dare to believe this? Each has its own merits. Brother Wu Zhe, your divine walking talisman isn't bad either. An entering Xian realm cultivator wouldn't be able to touch the corner of your coat. Bai Liang laughed. The divine talisman was very extraordinary, as both men had recognized. This thing must be kept secret and not known by outsiders, or it will only lead to trouble. The two agreed to just claim to the public that they had been blessed by the mountain god, and not to say anything about what they had been blessed with. To the villagers of the Thousand Hills also said the same thing. Anyway, say too much is not much use. Ambiguity on the contrary, the effect is better. The news that Deputy Zhuang Master Bai Liang had been blessed by Lord Mountain God shook all the villagers. This time they had all watched with their own eyes as the golden light fell into the temple, and then Lord Bai Zhuang came out as a cultivator. The crowd erupted into cheers as the Thousand Mountain Villa gained another cultivator. The patriarchal villagers of the Thousand Mountain Villa were excited, but not as excited as the newcomers. They had seen the mountain gods manifesting and whatnot so many times that they only felt normal in their hearts. But all the new villagers had only heard of Lord Mountain God's mighty name and had never seen any miracles. The scene that was now before their eyes gave them a rather strong sense of shock. There really is a god. Lord Mountain God has really manifested himself. It's unbelievable that Lord Bai Zhuang has become a cultivator straight away after being blessed by Lord Mountain God. For a while, everyone wanted to flood into the temple and worship the mountain god, praying that Lord Mountain God would also favor them and bless them. Erching several people stopped in time, otherwise let so many people pour into the temple at the same time. Then this just built temple was afraid that it would be squeezed and damaged. Bai Liang looked serious and said, I can understand everyone's mood of wanting to worship Lord Mountain God, but order must be there. If you want to go in one by one, if you dare to cut in front of the temple, you will be directly driven out of the Thousand Hills Villa. He can tolerate these people being playful and making all sorts of comments on other matters, but in front of Lord Mountain God, there was no room for any disrespectful behavior on the part of the villagers. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down, and they all began to line up in a well-organized manner. Having spent some time in the Thousand Hills, they had long known how safe it was, not to mention the demons to intrude. The robbers and beasts do not dare to come to the offense. In the demonic chaos of the world, is simply a paradise. They don't want to be thrown out, one after another. The villagers went into the temple to worship and pray for the blessing of the mountain god. Outside, Chang and the other patriarchal villagers watched and shook their heads straight in their hearts. The blessing of the Lord of the mountain god is not something that can be obtained just by worshipping, but it is only after doing something for the Lord of the mountain god and doing one's best that one can obtain the favor of the Lord of the mountain god and obtain the blessing. They had all watched the performance of the White Estate Master, working wholeheartedly for the Thousand Mountain Villa without any selfishness, and they all admired it in their hearts. He was blessed by the mountain god, and Chang and the others felt in their hearts that it was well deserved. At the same time, Bai Liang's blessing from the mountain god Lord also allowed Chang and the others to see an opportunity. What they had done, the mountain god Lord had seen, and as long as they performed well enough, then they had not yet had the chance to obtain the blessings of the mountain god Lord. These patriarchal villagers, with their stupid hearts, couldn't wait to express themselves. In the following time, the villagers' visits to the temple to worship became more frequent. In the past it would only be once a day, just like clocking in at work, and now it's become 2 or 3 times a day. And at night when I go to bed I go to worship once before I go home to sleep. Although the number of worships became more frequent, Li Yu's merit points added remained the same. It looks like the increase in merit points has nothing to do with the number of worships. Li Yu pondered in his heart. Originally he thought that the merit points would double, but the result disappointed him. But even though the merit points hadn't doubled, his merit points had come to over 60,000 points, just short of 30,000 more. These days, there was a man in the village who caught Li Yu's attention. It was a tiger-backed, tall man named Du Tian Morning. When he took the lead in handing over the money before, Li Yu noticed him and thought that this person's character was quite good. While everyone hated to go to the temple more than a few times a day to worship the mountain god, he was still worshipping only once a day, just as he had done before. The rest of the time, he spent working for the Thousand Hills. Du Tian Morning was born with godly strength, so when Bai Liang thought about it, he asked him to go to the mountain to chisel the green stone and then carry it down on his back. The previous wooden bridge was a bit shaky and often needed to be reinforced and refurbished, and each time it was reinforced it was a pain in the ass, so Bai Liang decided to tear down the wooden bridge and rebuild a stone bridge. However, the amount of stone needed for the construction of the stone bridge was large and the stones were heavy, making it difficult to move them down from the mountains. So the naturally gifted Du Tian Morning took over the burden. His workload alone is equivalent to that of dozens of people. Sometimes Wu Zhe didn't cultivate and would go to help carry the stones, but it turned out that Wu Zhe, a passage realm cultivator, hadn't carried as much as Du Tian Morning. After all, cultivators needed to consume spiritual energy, and after consuming it, they needed to replenish it. On the other hand, Du Tian Morning, who was born with divine strength, did not need to consume spiritual energy, and as long as he ate enough, he could keep moving stones for a day. Wu Zhe was all shocked and ended up comparing his strength to Du Tian Morning's and realized that his strength was on par with Du Tian Morning's. The result was too surprising. He was a Tong Fa realm cultivator, and although it was said that cultivator advantages did not manifest in strength, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. It can only be said that it is worthy of being born with divine power. It is a pity that Du Tian Morning's cultivation talent is too wasted. It is even worse than Bai Liang. Liu also checked Du Tian Morning with his divine thoughts and determined that he was just an ordinary person, and that his strength was so great was just due to his natural divine power. It seems that in this world, there are not only cultivators, but also strange people. That was all he could say to that. Although there were people who were born with great strength in their previous life on Earth, there was a limit to how big that could be. The likes of Du Tian Morning are beyond the realm of ordinary people. Apart from Du Tian Morning, the other thing Liu was concerned about was the girl Xue Xue. This sweet and simple girl still went to the temple every day and prayed to him, the mountain god, to do some crying wishes. Today's Yuki helps her mother with her needlework, and her finger accidentally bleeds from a needle. Then she immediately jumped up and down to the temple, and firstly, she worshipped earnestly like an adult, and then she muttered in a milky voice, "Old Grandpa Mountain God, Snow's hand is stabbed and bleeding." Snow begs old Grandpa Mountain God to keep Snow's hand from bleeding. After whispering, Yuki counted out a few more times before eyeing the small bloody eye on her finger from the needle. Liu cried and laughed a little. Everyone else was praying for him to bestow blessings, but this little guy was not oblivious to the fact that what he prayed to him was always these small things. He loved this little girl so much that he granted her wishes every time, and also reminded Yuki not to tell anyone else, including her mother. Yuki's big eyes widened as she looked at her little hand, and immediately broke into a happy smile when she saw that the pinhole had healed and her hand didn't hurt anymore. "Thank you, Grandpa Mountain God. Xue Xue loves Grandpa Mountain God the most." The little girl jumped up from the ground and ran around the offering table. Then after promising Grandpa Mountain God that she wouldn't tell anyone else that this was a secret that belonged to the two of them, she turned around and went out of the temple to help her mother. It was rare for someone to call him Grandpa, and counting Liu's mental age, he was less than 30 years old. He hadn't even held a son in his previous life, let alone a grandchild. Snowy is not only simple and lively, but also hardworking. From her mother's mouth, she learned that Xue Xue was not yet 8 years old, only 7.5 years old. Previously, Liu thought it was around 10 years old because Xue Xue acted very knowledgeable. I can only say that in this world nowadays, there are not many children in the people's families who don't know any better. I'm afraid, 7-year-old Yuki is a favorite in the village, and many of the adults tease her regularly. Kids her age like to play with her too, but the little girl doesn't seem to enjoy playing with kids her age. Instead, she ran to the temple every day to talk and whisper to her mountain god grandfather. Bai Liang was dealing with affairs in the left subtang and often met Xue Xue bouncing to the main hall to worship the mountain god. He also laughed with both Yuzawa and mentioned the little girl, Yuki, who was the most unique of all the children in the village. Wu Zei's fire heart scripture also gave a copy to Xue Xue, so that she could go back to cultivate it and see what effect it had. It was given casually, without much hope, but suddenly one day, Snowy jumped and ran into the temple with a happy pace, and went straight to Bai Liang. "Bai Zhuang Master, Bai Zhuang Master, Xue Xue has practiced. Xue Xue is going to become a cultivator." Xue Xue blinked her big eyes as she stood outside the door of the left vice hall and shouted with leaps and bounds. Hearing the milky cry, Bai Liang rushed out and looked at Xue Xue suspiciously and asked, "Xue Xue, what did you say? You practiced to become a cultivator?" Yuki nodded repeatedly, her little face filled with pride. "Well, the kung fu that Master Zhuang gave to Xue Xue practiced it, and now Xue Xue is a cultivator." Bai Liang took Xue Xue's small hand and began to probe. It was discovered that within Xue Xue's body, there was a trace if any of spiritual energy wandering around, something that only occurs when a cultivator absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Bai Liang's face was astonished, and his eyes changed when he looked at Xue Xue. He hurriedly went to the right vice hall and called out Wu Zhe, saying, "Brother Wu Zhe, someone in our village possesses a talent for cultivation." Yuzawa was equally shocked in his heart when he heard this news. "Who is it?" he asked in a rush. Shiranui replied, "It's the girl who jumps into the temple every day." "Yuki?" Yuzawa immediately remembered that lively and cute little girl. Afterwards, Bai Liang brought news to Xue Xue. Wu Zhe also personally checked on Xue Xue's situation and found that she truly possessed a talent for cultivation, and it seemed that her talent wasn't bad. "It's still true. It's only been a few days of cultivation and there's spirit power in your body. This talent is also upper middle class when placed in the capital. Yuzawa couldn't help but marvel, not expecting such a windfall at all. Master Wu, has Shueshue become a cultivator as well? When will she be able to fly like you? Master Wu. The little girl's big eyes looked up at Uzi with a look of anticipation. Wu Zhe smiled gently and said, Shueshue, you're still young, although you possess the talent of cultivation. But right now the cultivation is not yet initiated. You're not considered a cultivator yet. Although Shueshue had already condensed spiritual energy within her body, there was still a long way to go before she could enter the ranks to become a FA refining realm cultivator. The two users didn't know how long they would need to cultivate. After all, the two of them had taken a shortcut to become cultivators through the divine talisman blessed by the mountain god. The process of a normal person cultivating to become a cultivator was something they couldn't figure out for themselves. The little girl's nice eyebrows furrowed, and she inquired again about how she could become a cultivator. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang looked at each other, and in the end it was Bai Liang who stood out stiffly and said, Shueshue, you only need to cultivate hard and follow the cultivation as described in the Fire Heart Sutra, and do it step by step, and when the time comes, you will naturally break through and become a cultivator. Hearing the words of the White Manor Master, Shueshue pouted, feeling that the White Manor Master had gone round and round as if he hadn't said anything. Bai Liang was helpless in his heart. If your Uncle Bai had broken through the refinement realm on his own, then he would naturally know the experience of cultivation. But he only became a cultivator with the help of the power of the divine numinous talisman. And so did Wu Zhe. The two half-wits together were still half-wits, so naturally he couldn't give Shueshue any advice, and they didn't dare to talk nonsense. If they said the wrong thing, the consequences were unimaginable, so it could only be perfunctory, allowing Shueshue to comprehend and cultivate on her own. Relying on the little girl's talent, she might be able to realize the key herself. Shueshue, or else you can ask Lord Mountain God. Maybe Lord Mountain God will give you some instructions. Wu Zhe suddenly thought of something and looked at the little girl. Shueshue's eyes lit up, and her little head nodded busily before she turned right around and happily ran and jumped as she headed for the main hall of the temple. Seeing this, Yuzawa sighed in relief. He was really afraid that the little girl would continue to ask, and if she continued to ask, his image as a banker would be ruined. When the little girl enters the main hall of the temple, she kneels and worships, then whispers, Grandpa Mountain God, Shueshue is going to become a cultivator, but Uncle Bai and Uncle Wu are too stupid to teach Shueshue. So Shueshue can only come to ask you, Grandpa Mountain God. Listening to the little girl's muttering, Li Yu was somewhat speechless in his heart. Uzi and the others don't get it. He doesn't get it either. Moreover, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang were at least human beings, and he wasn't even a human being. He could only be considered a mountain. The way he practiced was to collect incense, different from everyone else. So how could he be taught? Li Yu felt a headache all of a sudden. Wu Zhe's and their concerns were likewise his concerns. The Thousand Mountain Villa had managed to produce someone with cultivation talent, so they didn't dare to point it out indiscriminately. Besides, the little girl was a great favorite of his, so it was all the more reason not to point at her at will. In the end, Li Yu could only repeat what Bai Liang had just said. Shueshue, you only need to cultivate hard and follow the cultivation as described in the Fire Heart Sutra in a step-by-step manner, and when the time comes, you will naturally be able to break through and become a cultivator. Exactly how to cultivate it was still for the little girl to realize on her own. Getting a response from Grandpa Mountain God, Shueshue's eyes lit up and looked in the direction of the offering table with eyes full of adoration. It's still Grandpa Mountain God who's great. Shueshue was taught. The little girl only felt benefited and bowed a few more times to Grandpa Mountain God, then bounced away. When they left the main hall, the two Yuzawa went up to ask if they had obtained guidance from the Mountain God Sama. Shueshue nodded her head repeatedly, looking adoring. Grandpa Mountain God is awesome. Just say a word and Shueshue knows how to cultivate. Saying that, the little girl pouted her little mouth again and looked at Bai Liang. Unlike Uncle Bai, who talks and talks, but in the end, he doesn't say anything. Bai Liang looked embarrassed and said, how can I compare to Lord Mountain God? When Lord Mountain God instructs, naturally, it's a word of gold and very rare. He sighed in his heart, worthy of being the Mountain God Lord. A casual instruction could make Shueshue happy like this. He's far out of reach. The news that the little girl, Shueshue, possessed a talent for cultivation quickly spread through the village. For a while, the two of them, Shueshue and her mother, became the hotspot of the Thousand Hills Villa, and those who knew Shueshue's mother began to climb up the ranks of their relatives. The people who came to climb the relatives every day almost trampled the threshold. Shueshue's mother Li could only brace herself with a smile when she met this kind of scene. It wasn't until Bai Liang reprimanded these people that this phenomenon ceased. At the same time, Bai Liang also changed the place where both Li's mother and daughter lived to the center of the village, near the temple. Now that Li Shui, or the little girl Shueshue, was a genius with cultivation talent. It was natural to be taken seriously. Bai Liang directly asked Li not to do the work, and was responsible for taking care of Li Shui at home. Li Shui, on the other hand, stayed at home and practiced, and was responsible for delivering whatever villages were needed. For the only person in the village who possessed a talent for cultivation, both Wu Zhe and Bai Liang attached great importance to it. It was only the two of them who didn't know anything about breaking through the refined law realm, or else they would have already taught Li Shui to cultivate in person. Ever since Bai Liang had become a cultivator, there were fewer things to be responsible for than before. Since he had to cultivate, the unimportant affairs of the village could only go down to the 5 captains. Only major events would go through him, and the time he saved he used to cultivate. The 5 captains do their duty and have all been trained by White Light, so they are not rusty in handling matters. Even the efficiency of the village's operation became faster because of the elimination of the link of reporting to Baekliang to make a decision. Su Liang led the logging team and had already cut the surrounding jungle bare. The decision has now been made to log the mangrove forest 3 miles away. It is the distance that makes it hard to transport the cut trees when the time comes, so Su Liang planned to build a boat, and the timber could be easily transported back to the village by river water transportation. Ernio's side started a new kiln, only this time it wasn't for burning bricks, but for ceramics. A brick kiln is sufficient for brick firing, and what the village lacks now is a variety of ceramic wares. So as soon as Ernio was free, he immediately built a new kiln and prepared to fire ceramics. Wang Shui found a mulberry forest not far from the village, and also found some silkworm eggs on the mulberry trees. She then organized the women of the village with the intention of building a large hut for sericulture. When we have silk later, we can still sell it for money. Urchin doesn't hunt now. It's the young men he's trained to go out hunting. Nowadays, a large piece of wasteland has been enclosed next to his Uncle Wu's paddy field, in which he keeps mountain chickens, mountain pigs, and goats in captivity. These were only cubs, ones he had met while hunting, and they were all taken to the village to be raised. When you hunt every day, you will always run out of prey, and the best thing to do is to farm your own so that you can grow in the long run. The manure from the livestock was taken by Uncle Wu to water the crops, and today the area of paddy fields has reached more than 100 acres. Not only rice, but also all kinds of vegetables are in season. Eggplants, corn, tomatoes, peppers, and so on. Thousand Hills is in full swing and everything is moving in a good direction. As for the Peach Blossom County side, ever since Monk Sangue was scared away, no one had been sent to trouble Thousand Mountain Villa. Everyone was happy about this, and without the interference of the government officials, the Thousand Hills Villa developed even more rapidly. Li Yu's merit points also rubbed up. Peach County. Ever since that night when he once again fled back to the county in a sorry state from the Thousand Hills Villa, Qianko had become even more unpopular with Wang Tu, though this time it was Monk Sanka who ran first, and it wasn't his fault that he was abandoned. But Wang Du continued to treat him coldly. Chaik was holding his breath in his heart and wanted to loudly question on what grounds, but he didn't dare and could only keep his anger inside. On this day he was drinking in a tavern as a way to vent his anger. Suddenly an old man walked past him, and Chaik's hand holding the wineglass paused directly. He wiped his eyes in disbelief and looked at the old man with shock in his heart. Isn't this the county magistrate of Feng County, Lord Cheng Qianfang? He recognized the identity of the old man in front of him at a glance. He was thinking of going up to confirm it, but the old man had already walked away. Chaik stood up and left some broken silver on the table before following. At this moment he had many doubts in his mind. Didn't that county magistrate Chung flee Qingzhou after the fall of Feng County? The news he got from Wang Tuo was that after the fall of Feng County, the state government was furious and ordered that Cheng Qianfang, who had fled the county without authorization, be beaten into the heavenly prison, so that Cheng Qianfang would die to thank for his crime. As a result, Cheng Qianfang was scared away and fled Qingzhou, his whereabouts unknown. But now that Cheng Qianfang appeared in Peach Blossom County again, this scene was also too bizarre. Suspicious in his mind, Chico quietly followed, following the old man. Turning 7 times in the alleys, Qianko watched the old man enter a small courtyard. He didn't follow him in again. If he got any closer, even if he was a cultivator, he would be discovered. So he waited where he was, and almost 4 or 5 quarters of an hour later, someone came out of the small courtyard. The person who walked out shocked Chaik's heart and almost shouted, "Wang Tu, Magistrate Wang." Thousand Ke's expression was shocked, and there were more doubts in his heart. To prevent detection, he rushed out of the area and returned to his home. Until he closed the door to his home, Chico's heart was still pounding. County Magistrate Wang. How dare he hang out with County Magistrate Chang? It was unbelievable in his mind that there must be some kind of ulterior secret. Harboring a criminal is a capital offense. It was impossible for Wang Tu not to understand this, but he still hid the state governor and hid Cheng Qianfang in Peach Blossom County. What to do? Should we go and complain to the state capital? But the state capital of Qingzhou is close to 1,000 miles away. How do I report it? 1000's mind was torn, only feeling that he had discovered an unimaginable secret. He didn't dare to think deeper, there was more involved than that. I'm afraid. That monk Sanka is afraid that he is among them. Qianko instantly had some regrets. Why did he follow up just now? This is good. Knowing the unbearable secret, he was afraid of trapping himself in it. Lay down on the bed and drift off to sleep with your heart in your mouth. The next day, Qianko went to the county government with a heavy heart. He did not dare to go to Wang Tu, and thought that it would be better to go to Wang Sheriff to find a sidebar. Sheriff Wang is Wang Tu's brother-in-law and close friend, so I think he knows a little bit of the inside story. Qianko came to Wang Sheriff's residence, knocked for a while but no one came out, until an officer came over to tell him that Sheriff Wang had gone on a mission and hadn't come to the county office for several days. Haven't shown up in days? For some reason, Qianko's heart suddenly felt a little uneasy, with the feeling that something big was about to happen. It seems like I haven't seen Magistrate Wang at the county hall for a few days either. It suddenly occurred to him that except for yesterday when he followed Cheng Qianfang to secretly meet Wang Tu, he hadn't met Magistrate Wang in the past few days. That old monk also disappeared, and he could not be seen at the county courthouse. There's not really anything going on, is there? Sensing something keenly, Qianko worriedly left the county office and traveled to a corner of the county town. After leaving the county office, Qianko walked down the county path with a troubled look. I hope it's not what I think it is, he thought darkly in his mind. A few moments later, Qianko arrived at a temple in the west of the county. The plaque hanging over the temple gate is inscribed with the 3 big characters of Golden Dragon Temple. This is the monk Sangue came to Peach Blossom County. Wang Tua specially ordered people to build. Weekdays Sangue monk live in this. Looking at the tightly closed doors of the Golden Dragon Temple, Qianko frowned a little. Before that, the temple was open every day and received a wide range of incense, and many visitors came to ask for Buddha's blessing. Qianko came to a small store on the side and found the store owner and inquired, "Boss, is this Golden Dragon Temple closed these days?" The store owner first sized up Qianko and saw that he was wearing a magistrate's uniform before nodding back. It's been closed for a long time. Since half a month ago, that high monk invited from the state capital also stopped showing up. I don't know if he went back to the state capital. It closed half a month ago. With more doubts in his mind, Qianko chatted with the store owner a few more times before leaving. Coming to the side of the Golden Dragon Temple, which was a wall a few meters high, he was hesitant to go over it to check it out. It was a dangerous move, and if it was discovered, the consequences were unimaginable. In the end, Qianko gritted his teeth. So be it if he was found out. He was Wang Tu's henchman, so he couldn't do anything to him. Could he? As soon as he thought of it, he took a deep breath, and with a gentle leap of his body, he easily entered the Golden Dragon Temple. The inside of the temple was quiet, and the candles inside several of the Buddha halls were out, making it look dim from the outside. The incense in the incense burner has also long been burned out, not renewed. Look at that, seems to have been burned out for a long time. No one? Walking through the temple, Chike looked around. It was so terribly quiet that the sound of walking could be heard, until the moment he walked into the Buddha hall. The temple bell suddenly rang. Dang! The melodious and heavy bells resounded throughout the temple, causing the originally quiet temple to instantly come alive. As if, Qianko saw many shadows appearing in the middle of the temple. These shadows were kneeling on the ground. An incomparable fervor could be seen vaguely on their faces, as they made a frantic pilgrimage to the Buddha statue on the temple. Chikaku turned his head, and the statue of Buddha on the temple looked down at him with what seemed to be a fool's errand in his eyes. The scene in front of him was too bizarre, and Qianko was covered in cold sweat. He was sure he wasn't hallucinating, that the shadows were real, but how had they appeared in the middle of the temple? And just then, there were footsteps ringing out from behind the hall, and Qianko's face changed as he quickly ducked behind the Buddha statue. Magistrate Chang, you should stop running outside these days. It's not good to be seen. Wang Du's voice slowly sounded. As soon as Qianko heard this voice, his heart was in awe. Cheng Qianfang coldly grunted. I've been holding back in Peach Blossom County for so long, and I only came out for a little while yesterday. County Magistrate Wang is too cautious, isn't he? It's good to be cautious. The plan has reached its final joints. The Min Magistrate's side gave a reply, and it will be wrapped up in 3 days, Wang Tu said. Cheng Qianfang's eyes lit up as he laughed. It's good to wrap things up early. I can't stay in this shitty place for a moment longer. When the stuff arrives, I'll head to Baijiang Prefecture to join my old friend. Wang Tu nodded his head in approval and instructed Cheng Qianfang not to go out and show his face again. When it counts, it's best not to have any more surprises. Cheng Qianfang finally nodded his head and said that he would stay in the temple these days and not go anywhere. After all, I'm not as ruthless as you, County Magistrate Wang. and my brother-in-law is willing to take it out as a price. It's just that I don't know if your concubine has caused any trouble because of this? Chun Qianfang suddenly teasingly looked at Wang Tu. Wang Ho looked as usual and said in a bland tone, "A mere brother-in-law. What is there to worry about? As for a disobedient concubine, just kill it." Chang front stunned, and then said, "Or Wang magistrate ruthless. Change the old man for sure cannot give up the beautiful concubine." "Oh, Chang magistrate is joking. Any more ruthless than you sending over 90,000 people of Feng County into the mouth of a demon?" Wang Tu sneered. Chang Qianfang's face remained unchanged as he said lightly, "Likewise with each other. The people of Peach Blossom County won't survive these few days. So Magistrate Chang, we're all on the same path. So don't laugh at the 50th step." Wang Tu spoke calmly, and Qian Ku, who was hiding behind the Buddha statue to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two, was already in a cold sweat. What did he hear? What plan are they implementing? Magistrate Wang? He also took the king's sheriff as a price, and the king's household also got his concubine killed. The information that followed was even more chilling to his entire being. The demonic scourge in Feng County is actually man-made, and it seems that Wang Hu wants to repeat the demonic scourge of Feng County in Peach Blossom County. Is this crazy? For a moment, Qianko really thought that he had misheard the words, but the words that the two were talking to were unmistakable, and there was no possibility of mishearing them. It's a conspiracy, a plot to hide under the darkness. The participants were County Magistrate Chang, County Magistrate Wang, and County Magistrate Min, who was far away in Tianyue County. The main implementer of the conspiracy, Qianka knew as soon as he thought about it. It must be that Sanka monk. No wonder. All the previous doubts were answered at this moment. He finally understood why. When Feng County was in distress, it was clear that Master Sangue was a third-order Xian Yuan realm cultivator, but he just didn't go to save each other. Even the back of the Feng County Qin sheriff escaped. Want to go and Peach Blossom County refuge were tragically rejected. Was driven to the Spirit Cave. Then there was a demonic plague in the Spirit Cave and all the people died. There were all kinds of unusual behaviors that I didn't understand before, but now I understand them all. Waiting until the two Wang Tua were completely far away, Xian Ke didn't want to stay for a moment. Leaving the Buddha hall, his figure flashed, directly leaping over the high wall of the temple, leaving in a panic. This Peach Blossom County can't stay now. This beast, Wang Du, was obviously trying to replicate a disaster in Peach Blossom County as a way to fulfill the plan he had in his mouth. With the high probability that Sheriff Wang had been killed now, there were only a few first-order cultivators left in the county, and there was no way to stop them. The magistrate of Tianyue County is an associate of Wang Du, and suing for help won't work, unless the news could be delivered directly to the state capital. But the state capital was close to 1,000 miles from Peach Blossom County, and by the time the news was delivered, the people would be long dead. Xianke couldn't imagine that Wang Tua and the others would be so crazy as to take 2 counties and nearly 200,000 people's lives as a price. This is already heartless, and the cruelty is even more vicious than that of a demon. At this moment, he even suspected that the demonic plague in Spirit Cave was also related to Magistrate Wang. Returning home, Xianke simply packed up his things and traveled light, taking only the important things with him, then quickly headed towards the county gates. When the magistrate guarding the city saw that it was Chen Ku, he didn't stop him and just let him go. Xian Ke was anxious in his heart, and after leaving Peach Blossom County, he ran non-stop into the distance. But for some reason, the direction he was heading to was the Divine Mountain 10 miles away. Tianyue County and Wandu are a nest of snakes and rats, and the state capital side can't put out a fire from afar. At this moment, the only thing Xian Ke could think of that had the ability to stop this was the Divine Mountain. To be able to make Monk Sangue suffer a defeat and flee in a mess, never daring to send anyone to mess with him again later on. This was enough to prove the power of the Divine Mountain. Behind the 1,000 Mountain Villa, there was at least one cultivator of the 3rd rank or higher. Chico thinks so. So he would now head to the Divine Mountain and tell Wu Zhe everything he knew, begging the hidden powerhouses in the Divine Mountain to step in and save the people of Peach Blossom County. Although he was a hawk of the court, he was at odds with the demons. County Magistrate Wang and the others were already in league with the demons and were no different from them. Thousandku was very fast and couldn't wait to rush to the Divine Mountain, and it only took a quarter of an hour to arrive at the outskirts of the 1,000 Mountain Villa. Master Wu Zhuang, Peach Blossom County Qianke seeks an audience. Shouting as he did so, he gasped for air. Soon, someone in the 1,000 Hills Villa came out, and when they saw that the visitor was wearing the uniform of a magistrate, their face just changed, and they quickly turned around and went back to the village to shout for someone. A moment later, the two of them, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, appeared together and looked at Qian Ke with cold faces. It's you again. Last time I was kind enough to let you off the hook, but this time, Whose orders are you following to come after our 1,000-mountain villa again? Yu's tone was not kind. This was already the third time Qianke had come to Qianshan. As the saying goes, things don't come in threes. He had let him off twice before. If this time he came looking for trouble again, then he wouldn't be merciful. Lord Wu Zhuang, how dare I come to trouble 1,000-mountain villa? This time I've come to ask for help. Wang magistrate. He's gone crazy. Qianke spoke in a hurry, a hint of fear in his tone. Why is Magistrate Wang crazy? Yuzuo looked puzzled, and in his mind, he wondered if Chike was pulling some kind of trick. What is it? Just say it. Bai Liang frowned and asked directly. Chike took a deep breath, then slowly spoke the scene he had seen. The more the two of them listened, the heavier their expressions became. Finally, Bai Liang directly interrupted and said, "Wait, go inside the village and talk." The news revealed by Chico was amazing. Shiro couldn't believe how many people would panic over this as the news spread. Chico nodded and gathered himself to follow the two into the village. The three of them came directly to the temple. Qianke was the first time to enter the 1,000-mountain villa, and when he first saw the temple, his heart was surprised. The 1,000-mountain villa enshrined the mountain god. He knew that. It must be that this temple is what the 1,000 Hills villa has built up for the mountain god. After entering the temple, Bai Liang directly led Qianke to the back room in the temple. Now you can go on. After sitting down, Bai Liang looked at Qianke with a serious expression. Qianke didn't have any nonsense, and continued to tell all the conversations he had from meeting Cheng Qianfang, then following him, and finally sneaking into the temple to hear Cheng Qianfang's conversations with Wang Du, without hiding anything. After listening to Qianke's narration, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. That dog thing Cheng Qianfang is actually hiding in Peach Blossom County. Wu Zhe looked furious. From Qianke's words, this Cheng Qianfang that night privately carrying the official seal to escape early. I am afraid that it is intentional. The lives of over 90,000 people were given to the demonic creature for nothing. This is just heartless and completely insane. As a court official, how dare he? Bai Liang's face turned blue. No wonder Cheng Qianfang had driven them away that day. Thinking about the death of over 90,000 people in Feng County, the anger in his heart began to burn. Bang! Yuzuo slammed one hand on the table, his eyes almost spitting fire. This beast, 1,000 cuts would be cheaper for him. To be in the company of demons, shall not die a good death. He gritted his teeth and cursed. The tragic scene in Feng County, every time he recalled it, he was very suffocated, angry, and panicked inside. He was stifled by the fact that his townspeople were dying horribly in the mouths of the demons one by one, but he could only watch and do nothing about it. Anger at this demonic disaster, which was orchestrated by this beast Cheng Qianfang himself. Panic, on the other hand, was the night that left a small shadow in his mind. Too many people died. The battlefield wasn't even this gruesome. It was a complete massacre. After killing so many people, what do they want? Bai Liang calmed down and began to analyze the reasons. What else could it be? It must be engaging in some evil magic. Sacrifice. Qianke coldly said. He worked under Wang Tu's hand and knew him too well as a person. County Magistrate Wang had broken through to become a refinement realm cultivator with the help of the Quartz Chi in his early years. But later on, he was not allowed to advance an inch because of his limited talent. Yet how could such an ambitious person give up for that? After the appearance of the monk Sangue, Wang Tuo spent the whole day hanging out with him, secretly not knowing what he was plotting. Now it seems that Wang Tu at that time was already plotting these heartless plans. Isn't that monk Sangue from the Golden Dragon Temple? A disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, which is known as the #1 Buddhist sect in the world, would also be in the company of demons? Wu Zhe's tone was a bit mocking. He had looked at that bald donkey with displeasure before. Master Wu Zhuang, it's imperative to stop them now, or else 3 days later, the tragedy in Feng County will be repeated in Peach Blossom County, and everyone will have to die. Chike finally stated his purpose, his tone eager. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang looked at each other, and finally Bai Liang, with a cold face, said, "What does Peach Blossom County have to do with our 1,000-mountain villa? Moreover, you said that Monk Sangue is the mastermind. He is the third stage of the entering Xian realm. Brother Wu Zhe is only at the second stage. What can he do to stop it?" Wu Zhe nodded slightly. Although with the power of the divine walking talisman, his speed could be so fast that he couldn't touch it in the Xian realm, but that was all. Moreover, that monk Sangue had a magic mantle that could easily lock him up. Thousand Ke was a bit anxious and hurriedly said, "Master Wu Zhuang, there's no need to lie to me. There must be a strong person behind your 1,000-mountain villa. That night when monk Sangue was stunned, wasn't it the strong person behind you who made the move? I'm pleading with you on behalf of the 100,000 people of Peach Blossom County. The Min Magistrate of Tianyu County is their accomplice. And I don't need to tell you how far away the state capital is. The only one nearby who has the strength to help is you. Thousand Mountain Villa. Bai Liang heard this, but he shook his head. You're wrong. We don't have any strong people behind the Thousand Mountain Villa. Brother Yuzawa is the strongest in the Thousand Mountain Villa. How is that possible? Who was the one who scared away Monk Sangue that night? Chico was clearly not convinced. To be able to directly scare away the 3 returning monks, not to say that they were crushed on the realm, then they had to be at least a third-order cultivator. Moreover, Wu Zei's realm advancement was a bit weirdly fast. All of this was indicating that there was a strong person behind the Thousand Mountain Villa. Not a man, but a god. Yuzawa spoke faintly, his expression incomparably reverent. God? Thousand Ko froze, instantly thinking of the mountain god enshrined in Thousand Mountain Villa. That's right, it's the god. Lord Mountain God sheltered us, and when that bald donkey dared to come looking for trouble, Lord Mountain God meted out punishment before he scared him away. Shirado said slowly. When Xianko arrived at the Thousand Mountain Villa, Li Yu's divine thoughts had been watching this side, listening to the conversation of several people in the back room. He was surprised. Before, he had felt that there seemed to be some connection between Feng County and Peach Blossom County as well as Spirit Cave, which was very strange. Only he was too lazy to think much about it, so he didn't go deeper. Now at last the fog is lifted and the truth of the matter is seen. Monk Sangue joins forces with Wang Du, Chang Qianfeng, and Min Xianyu of Tianyu County to hatch a conspiracy. Not only did he cooperate with the demons, but he also directly killed the lives of over 90,000 people in Feng County. Now it is even more important to recreate the disaster that befell Feng County and Peach Blossom County. Li Yu's heart couldn't help but admire the ruthlessness of these people. They were simply heartless and would do anything to achieve their goals. Completely disregarding his status as an official of the imperial court, he treated the people under his jurisdiction as piglets to be slaughtered on the spot and took them to trade with the demons. Now that he thought about it, the 7 devil seeds that were transported by that day's Liyuan Dart Company were thought to be the ones that Wang Tu had given to Tianyue County Magistrate Min Xianyue. Has the world gotten so bad nowadays? People are with demons, people are ruminants, and the court doesn't care? Previously, he had thought that it was already quite a feat for the court to be able to function with the demons in turmoil. Now, it seems that to be able to have this kind of situation, it is estimated that some kind of deal was made with the demons to barely maintain the apparent stability. I just don't know what these few people, the monk Sangue, are after, that they have to pit and kill nearly 200,000 people as a price. This world's #1 Buddhist sect isn't much better. In the back room, after realizing that the person who struck that night was the mountain god enshrined by the Thousand Mountain Villa, Xianke's heart was shocked. Come to think of it, only a god could manage to make a person with no qualifications like Yuzawa break through to become a second-order cultivator in just a few months. And only now did he realize that Bai Liang had also broken through to become a cultivator. It completely blew him away. He then became a little excited. This mountain god was so powerful. If he was willing to help, then the crisis in Peach Blossom County could easily be lifted. Lord Wu Zhuang, I'm counting on you for the lives of 100,000 people in Peach Blossom County. Please go and ask the mountain god to manifest his spirit and save the lives of the people of Peach Blossom County. Xianke said in a sincere tone. In Peach County, there were friends he knew, relatives, everything familiar. He didn't want to see that Peach Blossom County would turn out to be just like Feng County, where the people were like pigs and dogs, being slaughtered by demons indiscriminately. Wu Zei's face showed hesitation. Peach Blossom County had nothing to do with Thousand Hills Villa, but Thousand Hills Villa had to buy most of the things from Peach Blossom County. If Peach Blossom County fell, then only Thousand Hills Villa would be left inhabited in this 70-mile radius, and the thought of 100,000 lives brought him back to that night in Fountain County. Lord Wu Zhuang, if Lord Mountain God is willing to manifest his spirit to help, then I will set up a Mountain God temple in Peach Blossom County, so that the people of the county will all go to offer incense and worship, to ensure that the incense will continue to flow. Xian Ku added. Yuzawa eventually nodded and led Chike to the main hall of the temple. You kneel down and pray and see if Lord Mountain God will answer you, Yuzawa said. Upon hearing this, Xianku immediately knelt down and heavily kowtowed a few times. Demons are causing chaos in the world, and people's hearts are wicked. Golden Dragon Temple disciple Sangue, in conjunction with Peach Blossom County Magistrate Wan Tu, Feng County Magistrate Chung Qianfeng, and Tianyu County Magistrate Min Qianyu, have joined with the demons to hatch a conspiracy to victimize 100,000 people. However, his ambition does not stop there. He wants to use the lives of 100,000 people in Peach Blossom County as a price to join with the demons to gain profit. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense, and his heavenly might is unfathomable. Peach Blossom County's Qianka, bow to Lord Mountain God's manifestation. The words fell out, and he kowtowed heavily again. On the side, Yuzawa and Shiro looked at him nervously. In their hearts, they likewise hoped that Lord Mountain God would manifest his spirit. After all, it was the lives of more than 100,000 people. Liu silently watched this scene with just a bit of emotion in his heart. Instead of accepting Chike that night, Yuz puts Chike back, not realizing that by mistake, he has run into Wang Tu's plot. With a movement of his divine mind, a golden light appeared in the temple and then slowly dissipated. In the temple, the two Wuzei instantly showed joyful faces. The mountain god lord had indeed manifested his spirit. Chico stood up, not understanding what was going on. When that golden light appeared just now, he only felt a mysterious and unfathomable pressure that was quite divine, causing him to be a bit breathless. Lord Wu Zhuang, how is it? Has Lord Mountain God agreed? Xianko asked with some uncertainty. Wu Zai revealed a smile and said, that golden light just now was Lord Mountain God manifesting. He agrees. Hearing Yu's affirmation, Xianko's heart was finally relieved, and his entire body fell to the ground. From the discovery of the plot to his escape from the county, during which time he had not paused at all, his mind had been highly concentrated. Now that he was relaxed, he realized that he was so tired that he didn't have much strength left. Bai Liang waved his hand and had someone help Qianku over to rest. Then he and Yuzawa continued to discuss the conspiracy of Monk Sanka and the others. When the golden light appeared just now, they had also received an order from Lord Mountain God. Lord Mountain God asked me to head to Tianyu County to see what the situation is over there. Yuzawa spoke simply. Now that he was a second-order cultivator, the 70-mile journey was no difficulty for him. Then you have to be careful. Tianyu County is a large county, and there won't be few third-order cultivators among them, Bai Liang reminded. Yuzawa nodded, but wasn't worried. If he was bent on escaping, with the divine walking talisman in place, a third-order cultivator wouldn't be able to harm him yet. Next, Wu Zai gave a few more explanations. Then he went on the road alone, heading to Tianyu County. Time waits for no one, and according to what Qianke said, 3 days later Sangue will have to wrap up and start moving. So the time given to Bai Liang and the others was only 3 days. After Qianke recovered his spirit, Bai Liang found him and directly said, Qianku, you must go back to Peach Blossom County first, scout for news inside, and if there are any movements, immediately inform us. Qianke's face was in a difficult position, and he was a bit intimidated inside. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. It has been a while since I left Peach Blossom County, so if I want to go back, I must go back immediately, or I will be seen as suspicious. Qianke said goodbye and hurried back to Peach Blossom County again, and at this moment, Li Yu was estimating his merit points. Realm, Second Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 96. 200/100. 000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal. Heart Mirror. There was still more than 3,000 to go before he reached 100,000 and broke through the Third Order Spirit Mountain. At the current rate of merit points growth, it would take 2 days. It just happened to be stuck on the day before the 3 returnees were to carry out their plan. After the realm breakthrough, when the time came, the range of his divine thoughts would expand by another circle. At that time, not to mention Peach Blossom County, even Tianyu County was within the scope of his divine thoughts. He could see exactly what these people were trying to do. The conspiracy of the monk Sangue was known only to Wu Zai and Bai Liang, so the villagers of the Thousand Hills were not affected. What to do? The village is still in the orderly development and construction. The others didn't know that Yuzawa had left, and the villagers thought that the lord of the manor was still practicing in the middle of the temple. Bai Liang had his own things to do, but he still found the time and went to see Li Shui. Nowadays, Li Shui was the treasure of the Thousand Mountain Villa, the only child who possessed a talent for cultivation, and everyone attached great importance to her. When he arrived at Shui Shui's house, Bai Liang happened to see Shui Shui squatting on the ground, teasing the ants on the ground with a branch. Shui, why aren't you practicing today? Bai Liang revealed a smile and squatted beside the little girl. Shui Shui's little head shook and said in a milky voice, I practiced yesterday. Today Shui Shui wants to play. When Bai Liang heard this, he was somewhat helpless. Other people, if they possessed the talent to cultivate, they would hate to hide in their houses and cultivate every day. As a result, when it came to Shui Shui, she was not very interested in cultivation. Except for the day she just found out that she could cultivate. The little girl showed particular excitement, but later on, she was a bit lackadaisical. Bai Liang could probably guess the reason for this, as Shui Shui was the only child in the village who had the talent to cultivate. Without anyone to cultivate with her, the little girl felt bored, so she cultivated one day and played the other. But even so, Li Shui's cultivation speed still left Bai Liang in awe. Worthy of being a middle to upper level talent. Cultivating is half the effort. This is only less than 10 days. Has already cultivated a small success, able to clearly see the difference. Shui Shui, tell Uncle Bai what it takes to practice every day. Bai Liang thought highly of Li Shui and didn't want the little girl to waste her talent because of this. But the little girl's little mouth deflated and she directly skimmed her head, not wanting to bother with him. Bai Liang's face was just now. Just at that time Li came back, saw this scene, embarrassed and smiled. I'm sorry Master Bai Zhuang, this girl Shui Shui is a bit willful, please don't blame her. Saying that, Li went inside and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Bai Liang. Bai Liang waved his hand and stood up. How dare I blame her now? Now Shui Shui is the treasure of Thousand Mountain Villa. It's too late to love her. After a few brief instructions with Li, Bai Liang turned away to go about his business. Seeing that Uncle Bai was gone, the little girl blinked her big eyes and stood up from the floor, her little hands cupping the corners of her coat as she tiptoed in the direction of the door. But soon a large hand grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her back inside. Ah, no! I want to go to Grandpa Mountain God, the little girl yelled, her voice soft and cuddly, sounding very cute. Li revealed a smile. Uncle Bai told you to cultivate, and when you're done, Mother will take you to Grandpa Mountain God. In the end, Yuki could only reluctantly go back to the house to practice. Li Yu only smiled heartily as he watched the scene. Little girls are naughty and playful. It's normal that they don't want to cultivate. It's the same as kids not wanting to learn in the previous world. Childishness happens to everyone. The main thing is to combine work and rest. The little girl's talent is very good, so it should not be wasted. So just now, when the temple manifested, he asked Bai Liang to keep an eye on the little girl's cultivation and not let her slack off. This is just a small thing. Shui Shui is very naughty. Bai Liang sometimes can't even persuade. So in the end, it can only be Li's to discipline. Fortunately, although the little girl was naughty, she was still very obedient, and obeyed her mother's words, only sometimes expressing her dissatisfaction through pouting. Li Yu was still looking forward to how far Li Shui would be able to cultivate through herself in the future. If we add his blessing from the mountain god, wouldn't that make him even more powerful than Yuzawa Hakurai? Just as he was thinking of this, suddenly 3 sneaky people broke into the Divine Mountain's range and caught his attention. His divine thoughts arrived instantly and saw 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, in a jungle more than 5 miles away from the Thousand Mountain Villa. These 3 people were dressed in very special clothes. All of them were wearing an ink and green colored Taoist robe. Their hair was tied up with Taoist hairpins, a Taoist monk's dress. This is the Taoist priest of this world? Li Yu was a bit surprised. What was a Taoist priest doing on Divine Mountain? At the head of them was a female Taoist priest, with a clean-cut appearance, clear eyes, and beautiful features. And even though she was wearing a Taoist robe, her figure was perfectly set off. The female Taoist opened her mouth, her tone clear and cold. The location mentioned in Uncle Qian Kuan's letter is here. The world is in turmoil. Divine artifacts change hands, and saints come out. But how could a saint come out of this wilderness place in front of us? The only male Taoist of the 3 questioned. Cheng Tian, don't be ridiculous. Uncle Qian Kuan has counted all the trigrams. His old man's trigrams can't be wrong. The more petite female Taoist priest reprimanded softly, her tone somewhat disgruntled. Cheng Tian immediately put a smile on his face and said curtly, don't be angry, senior sister Qingxuan, it was a slip of the tongue on my part. I shouldn't have said that. Humph. Qing Quan snorted coldly and turned her head to look at her senior sister with her eyes flowing as she asked, Senior sister Qing Xiu, what exactly is the meaning of senior uncle his old man's trigrams? Is it hard to believe that there will really be a saint coming out of Qingzhou? There was obviously some disbelief in her mind as well. The great Chu human race hadn't seen any saints for almost 800 years, and the strongest was only a half-saint. To take that step and become a saint and an ancestor was simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. Without great opportunity, great fortune, and great momentum, it simply cannot be reached. Qingqiu deliberated for a moment and slowly said, Senior uncle is only a 5th order in God realm cultivator. It's unlikely that he would want to speculate on trigrams such as the emergence of a saint. Ha? Then wouldn't we have traveled for nothing? Junior sister Qingxuan's face was as bitter as she was, knowing that it had taken them more than a month to come to Qingzhou from Baizheng Prefecture. Qingqiu shook her head and laughed. That's not so bad. Although senior uncle Qian Kuan can't speculate on such amazing secrets as the emergence of saints, but his old man is at least in the 5th stage of the ancient realm, so the divining trigrams are still useful. With a puzzled look on his face, Kyoto opened his mouth directly and asked what was the point. A month's worth of traveling had long since made him discontent. If it wasn't for senior sister Qingxuan clamoring to come to Qingzhou with senior sister, he wouldn't have been happy to make such a trip. The trigrams are definitely true, but it's not necessarily a saint coming out of the world. It's possible that there will be a great opportunity at this place. Qingqiu spoke in a cool tone and spoke faintly. Upon hearing that there was a great opportunity, Cheng Quan and Qing Tian's eyes all lit up. Qing Tian remembered something and hurriedly said, "Damn, that golden dragon temple seems to have gotten there first." The other day, the three of them had met a monk of the Xianxian realm near Peach Blossom County, and both of them had taken a look at each other and recognized each other's identities. At first he didn't think about it that much, but now that he thought about it, the monk from the Golden Dragon Temple probably came for the great chance in Uncle Qian Kuan's trigrams. Qingqiu just laughed and said, "It's not a problem. We don't have a clue when we come here. There is a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple here, so it's just the right time to go and get some lessons from him." Her words were calm, but Qing Tian could hear the killing intent contained within them. It's still eldest senior sister who is thoughtful. The mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. Since that bald donkey wants to get there first, then don't blame us for intercepting him. Kyoto had a smirk on his face and seemed to have eaten that monk to death. Qingxuan said with some concern, "That bald donkey is in Xianxian realm cultivator, so it's not easy to deal with." Of the three of them, the one with the highest cultivation was eldest sister Qingqiu, but she was only at the peak of the passage realm. Meeting that monk the other day, he should be of the Golden Dragon Temple's third character generation, a generation higher than them, so it's normal for his realm to be higher than theirs. Ha ha, you don't have to worry about this Qingxuan senior sister. Before I left, I specially went to seek out Xian Xi and begged for a few talisman seals, so I can deal with the entering Xian realm with ease, Kyoto said with a smug look on his face. Qing Quan heard this but frowned a little and questioned, "Master and Xian Xi don't get along. Why do you still go to that old thing Xian Xi? To even go to him to ask for talisman seals? Aren't you making things difficult for Master?" Kyoto had thought that his behavior would be praised by his little sister, but he didn't expect to be directly questioned. Senior sister, what does Masters and their affairs have to do with us juniors? Xian Xi is our senior uncle. As a nephew begging our senior uncle to draw a few talismans, what's the big deal? He opened his mouth in defense, somewhat unimpressed. What's the big deal? Qingxuan's voice turned louder, glaring angrily at his senior brother, and coldly grunted. Xian Xi, that old thing seduced Master's wife. Morally degenerate. Animal behavior. Master and that old thing don't share the same fate. You as the Master's personal disciple, don't stand up for the Master even if it's not enough, but also dare to have the cheek to make friends with that old thing. If the Master knows, how cold the heart must be. Qing Tian was disliked with an iron color, but he didn't dare to refute the little senior sister that he adored in his heart. In the end, it was Qingqiu who stepped forward and relieved herself from the situation. Alright senior sister. Senior brother Qing Tian is also doing this for the safety of this operation and has no other intentions, so let's leave this matter as it is. Senior sister. Qing Quan suddenly felt aggrieved in his heart. She speaks for the Master. Is that even wrong? Why doesn't Master's most valued senior sister even speak up for Master? Qingqiu didn't bother with Qingxuan anymore, but changed the subject. Let's find a place to rest first. I'm tired after rushing for a month straight. Take a rest before going to find that monk. Qing Tian immediately stepped forward and spoke. Senior sister, there seems to be a village right in front called something like Thousand Mountain Villa, and it's not too far from Peach Blossom County, so it's just as well that you can land there. Qingqiu nodded, and then the three of them headed towards the Thousand Mountain Villa. Li Yu, who had been secretly watching for a long time, watched these three people heading to the Thousand Hills Villa, and thought to himself, how did a monk come and then a Taoist priest come? And none of the identities were ordinary. The monk before was a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, the #1 Buddhist sect in the world. Now these three Taoist priests, on the other hand, were disciples of the world's #1 Taoist sect, Xian Qingguan. Good Lord, the two Taoist leaders have gathered at the Divine Mountain. Although it was only a junior disciple, it was still muddying the situation. In the past, Monk Sangue came to Peach Blossom County to lay out a plan to murder the people of the two counties for profit. After a disciple of the Xian Qingguan got trigrams to come to look for the opportunity, and then happened to run into the three monks in this layout, ready to come a mantis catching cicada's yellow sparrow in the back. Then Peach Blossom County also had a mole, Qian Ku, who came to Divine Mountain to inform on him and ask him to take action. Now it's really just a big mess. However, to Li Yu, the addition of the Xian Qingguan disciples only added some trouble, yet it was no big deal. After all, these three hadn't even reached the Xian realm, not to mention posing any threat. They were too lazy to even look at him. According to Li Yu's estimation of himself, nowadays, the second stage Spirit Mountain's him was at least corresponding to a cultivator's 4th to 5th stage strength. That is, the Gnosis realm to Een God realm zone. It might be stronger than the Enlightened God realm, but it would be weaker than a cultivator of the Een God realm. But being weak didn't mean that he couldn't be defeated. He was a Divine Mountain, and there was still a fundamental difference between him and a cultivator. The giant that had materialized from his Dharma heaven and earth could have killed a ancient realm cultivator with a single smash of his fist. However, if a god realm smashed a fist on a divine mountain, the odds were that it would be painless, and at most, it would be smashed out of a dirt pit. But his main body, that was a gigantic mountain that was 1,000 feet tall and stretched for tens of thousands of meters. What's a crummy dirt pit? It's not like he has pain or anything. This is the crushing of the level of life. So even if a ancient realm cultivator came, Li Yu was not afraid. He was too lazy to pay much attention to these three people from the Xinqing one. But he was interested in what they had to say. The eldest elder sister of the three mentioned that their senior uncle could divine, and also speculated that a saint would be born on this side of the divine mountain. A saint is a ninth order cultivator. From the mouths of Wu Zhe and the others, Li Yu knew that the human race within Dichu did not have any ninth order sage realm powerhouses. The strongest few were only at the peak of the 8th rank, close to the level of saints, and were called half-saints. For example, the Emperor of Dichu, the Abbot of the Golden Dragon Temple, and the Master of the Xinqing One, all three of them were half-saint powerhouses. Have them sit in the capital, which makes the demon chaos since the capital has never been attacked by demons. The people of the capital is still living in the past kind of wind and snow, sound and color life. However, these three people obviously didn't trust their own senior uncle's trigrams, but Li Yu did. I can't imagine that a Mirine god realm can actually project onto me. I'm impressed. Saints out of the world? This is obviously talking about him. Not him. Who else around that sacred mountain has this qualification? But although this Taoist diviner is powerful, there is one thing that is still projected wrong. It's not the saints coming out. It should be the holy mountain. It was a pity that the three Qingqiu people misunderstood their own senior uncle's meaning and only thought that the meaning expressed by the trigrams was just chance. Shaking his head in his mind, seeing that the three people from Xinqingguan were about to arrive at Thousand Mountain Villa, Li Yu immediately reminded Bai Liang to prepare for their response. Bai Liang, who was taking care of business, received a prompt from the mountain god lord and was stunned, then immediately reacted. The number one Taoist sect in the world, Xinqingguan? His expression was a bit gloomy. At this critical juncture, how did such a Xinqingguan suddenly appear to intervene? His heart was full of doubts, but he still rushed out of the village and ran into the trio of Xinqingguan who just happened to arrive at the Thousand Mountain Villa. There's actually a refinement realm cultivator here. Kyoto's tone was shocked, and he looked with a surprised face at Hakuri Ryo, who had stepped out from the village. Cultivators were not scarce, but they were scarce in the borderlands of Qingzhou, and not even in the county, but in villages like this in the wild. In my name, Thousand Mountain Villa Vice Lord Bai Liang, how many of you are? Bai Liang looked alert and arched his hand, asking hesitantly, disciple of the Xinqingguan Qingzi generation, Qing Tian. A haughty voice rang out, and Qing Tian raised his head and looked at Bai Liang with a condescending gaze. Even though his heart had already received hints from the mountain god, knowing the identities of the three people in front of him. However, after hearing Kyoto's words, Shiro still made a shocked face as much as possible. Xinqingguan? Is that the Xinqingguan that is known as the number one Taoist sect in the world and the leader of the Taoist sects? Bai Liang said in a shocked tone. Ha ha, count on you having some insight. Qing Tian smiled faintly and nodded his head calmly. That's right, we are none other than the disciples of the world's number one Taoist sect, Xinqingguan. Qingqiu and Qingchuan on the side looked calm, having gotten used to the shocked looks on the faces of outsiders after shouting out Xinqingguan. So you're disciples of the Xinqingguan. I wonder what a few Dao masters need. Baek Ryung acted hard, but braced himself and continued to deal with the trio. These words caused Qing Tian to feel some dissatisfaction in his heart, and he coldly grunted. Knowing that we are disciples of the Xinqingguan, wouldn't you invite us in to take a rest for a while? At first, he thought that this person in front of him was knowledgeable and had heard of the prestige of the Xinqing temple. Now it seems to be a person who has no eyes and looks like an elf. Oh, a few Taoists please. With a look of hindsight, Bai Liang hurriedly sidestepped and invited the three to enter the village. Only then did Qing Tian's face lighten up a little before he turned his head to look at eldest sister. Senior sister, let's go in. Qing Xiu nodded lightly and stepped into the Thousand Mountain Villa, with Qing Tian Shangquan following behind. Bai Liang walked up next to Qing Xiu. He could tell that the woman was the leader, but just as she stepped to the side, she saw this female Taoist frown slightly. Bai Liang smiled awkwardly and could only back up a bit to keep his distance. Several Tao masters. I don't know if there's something you need to do when you come to our divine mountain. If there's anything you need help with, just mention it. Bai Liang smiled and opened his mouth, pondering the trio's intentions in his mind. Li Yu only reminded him that he had uninvited guests from Xinqingguan, but did not inform him of the purpose of these three people coming here. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just do your own thing. Qing Qiu opened her mouth lightly, her tone giving off a sense of rejection. Seeing this, Bai Liang didn't ask any more questions and only asked about the needs of a few people. Learning that the three of them were a bit tired after traveling for a month, they wanted to rest for a while at the Thousand Mountain Villa. Bai Liang hurriedly nodded his head and asked the people to go prepare 3 rooms for the 3 to rest. This village doesn't look very big. It looks like it's newly built, right? As Kyoto looked around, it was obvious that much of the village was brand new. They were even provided with houses that were built from fresh wood that had been cut down. Not bad. Our Thousand Mountain Villa has only been established for less than half a year. The villagers are all refugees from the neighborhood. After Feng County suffered a demonic scourge, the people were displaced, so they could only embrace each other to keep warm. And when there were more people, they became a village. Bai Liang spoke in a half-truth while observing the looks of several people. The demonic scourge of Feng County? Oh, it's that county that's in ruins, right? After thinking about it for a moment, Seda remembered that when they had met that Golden Dragon Temple monk, it seemed that they had bumped into each other in an abandoned county town. Yes, a few Taoist masters have been to Feng County? Did they go to cut down the demons? Bai Liang was curious. He had a good feeling about Taoist priests, and in his heart, he really thought that these Taoist masters were here to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. Kyoto just smiled and didn't reply. To kill the demons and get rid of the devils? How could they have that kind of leisure? There are thousands of demons under the sky, where a cultivator can get rid of them. To kill the demons is all talk, but it's just a slogan. Bai Liang was still thinking in his mind that if these Taoist masters were really here to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, then could he tell the 3 of them about Monk Sangue's plot so that they could stop it? But now it seemed that these 3 Taoist masters were probably not good people either. Bai Liang led the 3 to the room prepared for them and prepared to leave to attend to his own affairs. However, he was stopped by the voice of Qingzhou, who was at the head of the group. Wait, I'm curious. In this barren land of Qingzhou, how did you, a commoner, become a cultivator? Qingzhou stared at Bai Liang with an inquisitorial look in her eyes. Kyoto and Kayasumi also looked over at the same time. One gaze questioned, the other curious. Being stared at by the 3 in unison, Bai Liang didn't show any timidity, and said with a natural expression, let's correct myself first. I am Bai Liang, a shotsi with imperial court merit. This statement is to show that he is not considered a civilian and has status. Oh, I can't tell that you're still a showman. Xing Tian snorted, his words more than a little contemptuous of Shiokai. Capital city by family, my father by Yenha. Bai Liang spat out a sentence. When these words came out, it was Qingqiu's turn for the 3 of them to be surprised. The white family in the capital? Which white family? It wasn't that Bai Liang's words shocked them, but they simply couldn't recall any Bai family in the capital. Bai Liang thought for a moment and could only say, the old master of the family was a scholar in the 6th year of Kangan. Scholar of the 6th year of Kangan? A few people's faces looked different as they remembered. It was now the 14th year of Kangan, and the 6th year of Kangan, which was 8 years ago, the year the demonic chaos began. So much had happened that year that people in Dachu would now become sensitive when they heard of the 6th year of Kangan. The scholar Gong in the 6th year of Kangan was naturally also highly regarded. It's not that it's so great, it's that it's miserable for the first place winner in the 6th year of Kangan, because in the demonic chaos collided with a peace. That year's scholarship Gong was branded as ominous. After the high school scholarship have not yet been rewarded, was ignored Zhang Zui impeachment, directly bid farewell to the courtroom, and from then on will not be reused. Kyoto's face took on a bit more interest as he started sizing up Hakurii. Interesting. Back then, the Bai family was considered a famous family in the capital, but since the demonic chaos, the status of cultivators has climbed rapidly, and the Bai family can't even be considered the bottom of the heap nowadays. It's no wonder that you, a direct descendant of the Bai clan, would be reduced to being a village's vice-lord of the village in the borderlands of Qingzhou. When Bai Liang heard this, but with a solemn expression, he said, it's not a fall, but it's the honor of becoming the vice-lord of the Thousand Mountain Villa. He said this with all his heart. If he hadn't become the vice-lord of the Thousand Mountain Villa, then he wouldn't have had anything to do with the divine talisman bestowed by the mountain god. Xing Tian's eyes revealed a mocking look, and he didn't bother to ask anything else. People from the Bai family in the capital. Although the Bai family was now in decline, it was not uncommon to be able to become a cultivator. Bai Liang didn't explain anything more, and after arranging for the 3 of them, he left to take care of business first. He also didn't dare to send someone to keep an eye on these 3 people. They were cultivators, so how could an ordinary person keep an eye on them? Even if he couldn't keep an eye on them, he would still be evil to the goodwill of the 3 people from the Xin Qingwan. Fortunately, he just didn't bother. Anyway, this was the domain of the mountain god lord. Even if these 3 people had heavenly abilities, they couldn't make a fool of themselves at the foot of the divine mountain. Senior sister, this village is so strange. It's not quite the same as the villages we met on the road. Kayasumi looked skeptical. There are fewer villages today, but they are not unheard of. In the land bordering Qingzhou and Beijiangsu, where the army was stationed, there were very few demons, so many villages were preserved. Thousand Hills was so unique and gave her a very different feeling. No one here is yellow-faced, there is a gleam in everyone's eyes that is not dead. Moreover, the village is still under construction, and the villagers are very energetic in their work, and there is an atmosphere of vitality and competition. Qingqiu gently nodded and spoke. It's true that it's a bit different, but it's nothing special. It's normal. The village has just been built, and it is only natural that everyone has energy in their hearts. It was rather the temple in the middle of the village that interested her. Seeing senior sisters gaze towards the temple, Xingtian immediately said, "That's the deity that the people of this village worship, and it's said to be the mountain god of this sacred mountain. And the villagers also say that the mountain god will manifest its spirit and shelter them. Do you believe it, senior?" "Ha, how can I believe that?" Xingtian snorted. Thousands of years ago, the path to immortality was broken, and saints no longer have the chance to ascend to immortality. Now our side of the world is a lonely island, isolated from the world. The immortal path has been broken. Even if there really is a god, how is he going to descend his will down? It's obviously impossible. Senior brother, these are also just rumors and not to be trusted. Xing Quan frowned and reminded. Their Shen Qingguan can still enshrine the three clear ancestors. Don't bother, let's just rest. Xingqiu opened her mouth. The purpose of this visit was to search for a chance, and she didn't want to meddle in this kind of minutiae. Xing Quan was rather curious in his heart and went to the temple to see what the mountain god enshrined in the Thousand Mountain Villa looked like. When I went in, the offering table was empty. There was nothing there. She thought she was mistaken and pulled a villager to inquire only to realize that the mountain god had no idol. The mountain of God is right in front of us. Why do we need an idol? Xingquan was tempted to ask again. So if there were mountain god temples in other places in the future, and the sacred mountain wasn't in front of them, would they still erect idols? But in the end, she didn't ask. Otherwise it would be bad if she angered the villagers here. Unlike her elder sister and brother, she didn't put ordinary people in her eyes, and would still take care of ordinary people's feelings. Liu had been looking at the three people from Xin Qingguan. After all, these three people could all be profound realm cultivators. If they really wanted to be unfavorable to the Thousand Mountain Villa, Bai Liang alone at the refined law realm wouldn't be able to handle it. Although Bai Liang was taking care of business, he possessed a divine numinous talisman and his divine sense had opened up long ago. That was why he had been using his divine sense to keep an eye on the Xin Qingguan trio, always on guard in his mind. The Tonfa realm did not yet possess divine sense, so the three people from Shuang Qingwen did not notice that someone was watching them. It wasn't until the two female Taoist priests had shed their clothes and washed themselves that Bai Liang withdrew his divine sense. Having read the holy books, he is still very principled. Peach County. After going to the Thousand Hills Villa to inform on him, Qianke returned to the county town with some anxiety in his heart. This uneasiness he didn't know where it came from. When he returned to Peach Blossom County again, the magistrates guarding the city gates didn't notice anything wrong with him and easily blended through, but he was in too much of a hurry to tell the others where he was going when he first escaped from Peach County. While Wang Du was looking for him, he turned out to be nowhere to be found, and no one knew where he was going. When Chico learned of this, he knew something was wrong. He immediately went to the county office and met Wang Tu. At this moment, Wang Tu's expression was gloomy, and his eyes looked at Qianke thoughtfully. Chieko was stared at in a furtive manner and quickly said, "My lord, I wonder what it is that I'm looking for." Chieko. He tried to keep his tone as natural as possible and not show any fear in front of Wang Tu. "You, where did you go just now? I heard the magistrate guarding the city gate say that you went outside the city." Wang Tu spoke slowly, his tone calm. Qianke's heart was jolted. Then his voice lowered. "My subordinates will go to the mass grave outside the city, to check on father and mother. His parents died in the mouths of demons, and their bodies could not be found, piled up inside a mass grave." "Oh, did you offer incense?" Wang Tu's expression did not change as he slowly asked. Qianke nodded his head in a hurry and said, "Incense was offered, and he also kowtowed to his parents." Wang Tu stared at Qianke again and again, then waved his hand for a magistrate to walk to Qianke's side. The magistrate looked a few times at Chico's forehead and sniffed at him. "Your Excellency, Captain Thousand's forehead does have marks on it from a recent knock, and there is also the odor of incense on his clothes." The magistrate opened his mouth and said. Wang Du nodded, his face slightly easing. Seeing this, Qianke's heart breathed a sigh of relief, finally fooling around. But Wang Tu's next sentence instantly blew him away. "The clothes smell of incense. Did you go to the Golden Dragon Temple for incense?" Wang Tu's gaze was ghostly and cold as he gazed at Qianke. Chieko was horrified. "What does that mean?" Could it be that Wang Tu already knew that he had been to the Golden Dragon Temple and had even heard their speech? This can never be admitted. Once admitted, he absolutely cannot live out of the county hall. Qian Ke directly shook his head and said, "No, my subordinate hasn't been to the Golden Dragon Temple for a long time, and the scent of incense on my body is stained from when I offered incense to my parents." Saying that, he stated that the incense he had offered and the paper money he had burned should still be visible over at the mass grave. So if your lordship doesn't believe it, he can go check it out. Naturally, Wang Tu couldn't specially run to the mass grave to check it out. He just sized up Qian Ke for a few moments, as if he was verifying the truthfulness of his words. Chico was below, standing with a cold sweat on his back. A moment later, Wang Tu finally revealed a hint of a smile and waved his hand for him to leave. Qian Ke's heart heaved a sigh of relief, and after thanking Wang Tu, he turned around and left the county residence. Master Sangue, does he have any problems? Looking at Qian Ke's departing back, Wang Tu's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice. Monk Sangue stepped out from behind the screen, his brow furrowed as he shook his head. No, the Buddha seed didn't react. He shouldn't have been to the temple. It wasn't him. Then who the hell is the person who broke into the temple? Wang Du's expression became even more ugly. Originally, the plan had been decided, but he didn't realize that after Master Sanka returned to the temple, he noticed that someone had infiltrated in. A practitioner. The first thing they did was to bring in the cultivators in the county for interrogation, and they eventually pinpointed Thousand Ku. As it turned out, Chico came, but the Buddha seed didn't react, indicating that Chico had never been to the temple. Could it be that Qianke used something to conceal the Buddha seed? Wang Tu said unwillingly. He felt in his heart that the person who had infiltrated the temple was 90% Qianku. How else could it be so coincidental that Chike left the county just after the incident at the temple? Impossible. The Buddha seed has a spirit. The Buddha nature contained in it is comparable to that of a Buddhist Lohan. Trying to conceal over the Buddha seed is almost impossible if you're not a Buddhist expert. Monk Sanka said with certainty. The Buddha seed was birthed by him at great cost using the Golden Dragon Temple's secret method. Even for ancient realm cultivators, as long as they didn't know Buddhism, it would be impossible to conceal the senses of the Buddha seed. Who the hell is that? Wang Tu had a gloomy face. The Buddha seed was about to mature. It was best not to have any accidents at this critical juncture. Monk Sanka pondered for a moment, thinking of the three men in Taoist robes he had met the other day. This time, it might really be the Xinqing Wan's people coming to intercept. His eyes were sinister. The Buddha seed that had been birthed at such a great cost, and the people of the Xinqing temple dared to come and intercept it. Wang Du's face became even more gloomy. Even if a wild cultivator from the ancient realm came in front, now there's a Xinqing Wan. Do you really think that this official is at the mercy of others? Magistrate Wang stood up and took out his official seal. The official seal is made of white jade. There is a shimmering light flowing on it. It looks very mysterious, and it contains the quartz fortune, which can suppress a place. Anyway, this official is about to reach the top, so I'm not afraid to use it this once. Wang Tu's gaze was austere. The quartz chi could suppress a place, and naturally, it could also be used against the enemy. Only this is very damaging to the chi of a place. After using it, the chi of the jurisdiction to which the official seal belongs to will drop, and when facing demons in the future, there will be much less to rely on. But Wang Tu does not care. Anyway, the Buddha seed is about to be conceived, and then after dividing it up, he will leave his post and return to the state capital of Qingzhou, spend money to make a few points, and then he will have a good job again. Moreover, the people of Peach Blossom County were destined to die, and it would be a waste to not use up the quartz chi in this place. There's no hurry. For the time being, we don't know where the Xinqing Wan's people are. The most important thing now is still the Buddha seed. Master Sangue opened his mouth, while looking at the official seal in Wang Tu's hand again, his eyes brightening slightly. This is a good thing. If it can be swallowed by the Buddha seed, then the Buddha seed will be even stronger, and the effects gained at that time will be even stronger. Don't use it until it's absolutely necessary. Save it for the Buddha seed to swallow. This thing called Chi luck is mysterious. The Emperor of Great Chu was the half-saint realm that he achieved by virtue of the imperial quartz luck being added to his body. Wang Tu nodded. He didn't want to use the quartz chi as a last resort. Although chi luck is mysterious, it can be reversed. Lightly injured and vomiting blood, or dying a violent death. Usually people don't move easily until they're in a desperate situation. You should know that the chi of the Dechu court, nowadays. But use up a point is less. Wait until the chi dry up. Then Dechu will also be the death of the country. Sangue then inquired about the situation in Tianyu County. Wang Tu returned. Min Xianyu over there has already made arrangements. He is willing to take out 100,000 people as a price in exchange for a kidney and an arm from the Buddha seed. Sangue nodded and said, "You can give it to him. But the kidney program front is wanted. Replace it with a lung. Then he asked, 100,000 people. In what way does he intend to send them out of Tianhua County? Tianhua County had a total of 400,000 to 500,000 people, and it was difficult to send 100,000 people out of the county at once. That's easy. Min Xianyue issued a legal decree saying that the imperial court wanted to carry out land reclamation everywhere, so they conscripted 100,000 poor people in Tianhua County and sent them out of the county in the name of land reclamation. Wang Du spoke slowly. Well, with the addition of the 100,000 people in Tianhua County, there's enough nutrients needed for the Buddha seed, and even though there's a bit of a rush to wrap things up, it's perfect. Monk Sangue made a slight calculation, and in his heart, there was some pity for the demon spider that was kept in the spirit cave. If that demonic spider hadn't been killed by the Yin God Realm wild cultivator behind the divine mountain, then the nourishment that the demonic spider had turned into to nourish the Buddha seed would have ultimately birthed a more perfect Buddha seed. But nothing is perfect. The Yin God Realm that came out halfway across the world was something he hadn't expected and could only do so much. 300,000 people, turned into nutrients to nourish the Buddha seed, plus a dozen first order, 6 second order demons, cultivators. With such a large amount of money and a secret method to catalyze the cultivation, the Buddha seed will surely come to fruition. Thinking of the Buddha seed about to come forth, Monk Sangue's heart just throbbed. He had been stuck at the entering the Xian realm for a long time, and as a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple's third character generation, he was on the verge of being caught up by the disciples of the fourth character generation. Under the incomparable urgency, he could only take the secret method from the Golden Dragon Temple's hidden scripture cabinet, and came to the borderland of Qingzhou to lay out his plans, promising the three magistrates some benefits. In the end, the Buddha seed was still his big head, enough for him to break through to the realm of enlightened God. In fact, it's not that he hasn't thought about going dark, but the ones he works with are all county magistrates, and the court's chi is added, so it can't be easy to deal with. So in the end, he dismissed the idea, and it was better to work together so that it would be better for everyone. The blood food is all ready. Is the one who made the move still the same rat demon from before? Wang Du inquired again. Blood food. That is, people. Monk Sangue shook his head and laughed coldly. That rat demon was too greedy and wanted the head of the Buddha seed. There was no way I could give it to him. So I killed him. Wang Du's eyelids fluttered as he listened. A third-order demon. Just like that, it was decapitated by Monk Sanka. However, this was normal. Cultivators were usually stronger than demons of the same rank, but weaker than demons of the same rank. Sandwiched between the two, Monk Sangue was a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, and dealing with a demonic creature of the same rank could only be described as a breeze. Kill that rat demon. Then who strikes? Wang Tu was puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the rat demon was the best tool to take the blame. As for them, there was no way they could do the killing. It was a crime they couldn't afford. Lao Di has found another wolf demon, a peak third stage demon. Monk Sangue slowly spoke. Wang Du listened, but was a little worried. Peak third order. What if this enjoys 200,000 blood food and breaks through into a fourth order demon? Monk Sangue seemed to be aware of Wang Tu's worries and spoke. Don't worry. I signed a contract with that wolf demon. Neither side may betray the other or die a violent death. A contract, a secret method, is usually used to restrict both parties. Once the contract was signed, as long as the strength did not exceed the other party by 2 great realms, there was no way to strike out at the other party. Otherwise the contract will backfire. In that case, I am relieved. Wang Tu's heart was greatly relieved. Now, as long as the people from the Xianqing clan didn't mess up, then their plan for the Buddha seed would be able to succeed perfectly. But since the people from the Xianqing clan had already appeared in the vicinity of Peach Blossom County, was it possible that they wouldn't make a move to cause trouble? Obviously not. Therefore, Wang Tu immediately ordered that the gates of the county town be closed tightly, not allowing anyone to enter the middle of the county town. People in the county are not allowed to go out either. They have to stay inside. Chike immediately realized that something was wrong after he learned of this order from Wang Tu. This beast, Wang Tu, is this getting ready to make a move? The thought that the entire county town of Peach Blossom County has become a cage at this moment, and the people in the county town are all turtles in a jar, waiting for death to come. Xianka's heart was chilled, but now the county gates were closed. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and he couldn't even go out to report the news. If you don't believe me, you must go to the Thousand Hills immediately and tell Bai Liang the news. With a vicious clench of his teeth, Xiake picked up his own Mandarin Duck's twin swords and headed out of the house. As a result, just as he went out, he was blocked by a team of government officials. You disappoint me so much, Chico. The Yaman made way, and Wang Tu walked slowly from behind. His face was grim, and his gaze toward Qianke contained a strong killing intent. Qianke's face changed greatly and he hurriedly said, "My lord, I don't understand what you're saying? Now that it's come to this, you're still pretending." Wang Tu snorted coldly, and then two guest guards of the refinement realm stepped forward and directly took down Qianke. The Mandarin duck double knives were viciously smashed to the ground with a crackling sound. "This official has just ordered the city gates to be closed, and you've been asking around, and going to hang around near the gates, and now you're out with weapons. What do you mean by that?" Wang Tu's tone was icy cold, and his gaze toward Qianke was as if he was looking at a dead man. Qianke's heart completely sank to the bottom, already knowing that at this moment he was powerless to return to heaven, being caught in the act. After all, he was in too much of a hurry, which led to the reveal of the cracks. Still, he didn't admit it and continued to defend himself. "Lord Wang, I was just going through my routine. The city gates are closed. There are many people who are discontented in their hearts, and some have even begun to cause trouble. I asked around because I wanted to know what kind of people were causing trouble, and wandered around on my normal rounds, and as for going out with my weapon, it was because I had found someone who was a suspect and wanted to go forward and arrest them." "Chike!" Wang Tu's tone flared with anger as he stared coldly at Qianke. "It's all been proven, and you still dare to argue here. Do you really think that if you are a cultivator, this official won't dare to kill you? The Great Chu law decrees that a practitioner's crime is halved and he is not to be imprisoned. That's why Wang Tu thought that Qianke was relying on the fact that he was a cultivator, so he dared to act recklessly. My lord is not being sophomoric, just stating the facts." Chico responded. "Good, then I'd like to see just how tough your mouth is." Wang Tu waved his hand and directly let the people drag Qianke down. Qianke was unconvinced and shouted, "Lord Wang, you know in your own heart what you've done, and you can't afford to take the lives of 100,000 people in Peach Blossom County. Sooner or later, you will get your retribution." "Oh, it's really you." Hearing Qianke's words, Wang Tu's eyes went completely cold. "That's right, it's me. You conspired with the county magistrate in front of Chang. You conspired with the demons. You pitched 100,000 people in Feng County, and now you're going to pit the lives of the people in Peach Blossom County. You deserve to die," Qianke shouted, endeavoring to be heard by everyone. But the magistrates listened to him, but they were indifferent. Wang Tu mockingly looked at Qianke and laughed coldly. "See, no one believes you. Even if you yell in their faces, people won't believe you. Know why that is?" Thousandka's heart went ice cold as he yelled at his once close fellow officer, but they looked at him with unbelievable disgust and cursed. "Roll, crazy man. Lord Wang is a court official, and Master Sangue is even a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. How could he possibly be in the company of demons? If you dare to talk nonsense again, Xiao Sheng, I won't remember my old feelings and behead you on the spot." Chike looked puzzled, not understanding why this was happening. Wang Tu gave him a disdainful look and waved his hand for someone to drag him into the prison before turning around and leaving. Chikaku was dragged into the brig and still doesn't understand why everyone doesn't believe him. And while Qianke was being escorted into the prison by Wang Tu, Wu Zhe had already arrived in Tianyu County. Tianyu County was different from a small county like Peach Blossom County that only had 100,000 people, but it was a large county with a population of 400,000 to 500,000 people. The population is large and the county is not as prosperous as Peach County can be. When Wu Zhe entered Tianyu County, he met the magistrates guarding the gate who were all first-rank cultivators, worthy of being a large county town. With this guarding force, ordinary demons really don't dare to come and commit crimes. At that thought, he sighed a little more in his mind. If Feng County could have the guarding force of Tianyu County, then it wouldn't have been massacred by a third-ranked great demon. Entering Tianyu County, Wu Zhe saw many people crowding together, seemingly scrambling to sign up for something. The trip was to spy, so Yuzawa leaned over at the first opportunity, and then heard all sorts of chatter. "Reclaiming land? Reclaim as much land as you can and it's all yours, and it's tax-free for the first 3 years? County Magistrate Min is truly conscientious, unable to see us poor people suffer, and has specially issued a good policy for us. I'm going to sign up. The whole family will go together. 5 people will clear the land together. I don't believe I can't clear 10 acres of land. Not only is my whole family going, but all of my mother's family is going too." The shouts were endless, and the scene was incredibly lively as a large group of people scrambled to sign up first. After reading it, Uzi's heart was overwhelmed with amazement. It's a little too good to be true, isn't it? Reclaimed wilderness land for your own, and exempt from taxes for the first 3 years? You should know that according to the law of Dechu, the reclaimed wasteland belongs to the court. The people only have the right to use it for 3 years, and also have to pay the field tax. After 3 years, the fields became directly owned by the court, and farmers who still wanted to farm had to continue to go to the open fields. Now this open land decree of Tianyue County has simply surpassed the original Dechu decree by many times. However, Wu Zhe already knew that Min Xianyu was in the same category as Wang Tu, in the company of demons, ruthless and animalistic, so there was no belief that the decree was real, but on the contrary, there was a feeling that it might be a conspiracy, and as he probed deeper, he did find a problem. The folk recruited by Tianyue County this time totaled 100,000 people, and they were not reclaiming the wasteland near Tianyue County. Instead, they traveled to Yamazawa, more than 5 miles away, to reclaim the wasteland, making a special detour. It's obviously just not normal to travel so far to open up a field, and Yuzawa had seen Yamazawa, more than 5 miles away, when he arrived, and the undulating terrain there was not at all suitable for use as a field to grow crops. Rather, it's appropriate to use it as a cemetery. At the thought, Yuzawa suddenly froze. 100,000 people. Cemetery. Feng County is also 100,000 people. Peach Blossom County is also 100,000 people. And this Tianyue County conscripts 100,000 people. Is it? A chill instantly rose up all over his body, and Yus turned his head once again to look at the group of paupers who were scrambling to sign up, his heart freezing. Crazy? Is this Min Chiwei crazy? Yuzawa felt that it was likely that it was what he thought it was, otherwise how could it be that coincidental? He then continued his investigation and found many more suspicions. For example, the tools needed to open up the land, but Tianyue County did not prepare anything, but only said that they had been prepared and placed in the mountain Zephyr 5 miles away. There were also the rations needed for the opening party, which were not prepared. All the suspicions add up and it's clear to see that this is a huge conspiracy. The first thing Ozzy wanted to do was tell these people not to sign up, that it was a conspiracy, but soon he calmed down, knowing that he would be making a fool of himself if he did so, and 70 miles away in the Divine Mountain, Liu was projecting his consciousness in Tianyue County with the help of the Divine Walking Talisman inside Wu Zhe. He naturally saw this scene and knew everything that happened in Tianyue County. Are these people crazy? Killing 100,000 to 100,000 people. There's no humanity at all. Since crossing, Liu felt for the first time that this demonic chaotic world, perhaps the demons are not that scary. The scary thing is the people, to do whatever it takes to make a profit, even if it means the lives of 300,000 people, without a single hesitation, is simply insane. As a mandatory educated Liu, he couldn't look at it at all. When the imperial court fails to take action and the famous sects do not help, the people will really become ruminants and dogs to be slaughtered. Since you do not shelter and cherish them, I will shelter these people. Liu decided in his heart to strike, going on a killing spree near his sacred mountain and killing everyone. Then how is he going to collect merit points? The mountain of God is not powerful. Do you think he is a small hill? In Tianyue County, Wu Zhe's in-depth investigation had naturally attracted the attention of some people. Soon a magistrate approached Wu Zhe and questioned him in a cold voice. Outlander, what are you doing? Sneaking around? Do you have a ghost in your heart? Wu Zhe looked calm and responded calmly. People in the Jianghu, go out and be cautious. Always beware of enemies chasing and killing. Oh, do you think I believe that? Beware of enemies chasing after you. You need to go and spy on the conscription of folk? The magistrate sneered, his eyes unkind. Maybe the enemy is hiding among the folk? Yuzawa sensed something bad. These magistrates were obviously going to take him down. His fists were clenched and he was ready to strike at any moment. But just then, an unexpected voice rang out. Ha, brother Yuzawa, why have you come to Tianyue County? The voice came and Yuzawa looked up to see an acquaintance walking towards him with a happy face. Seeing that he was surrounded by government officials, Chen Jianqi frowned and took out the bronze medal at his waist. Li Yuan Dart Company Chen Jianqi, what are a few brothers doing here? When the Yaman saw the bronze plaque, his expression tightened a bit, and he hurriedly replied, this outsider has entered the county town. Sneaky, and constantly prying for news. Very suspicious. The brothers are preparing to take him down. Nonsense. Chen Jianqi looked furious and grunted coldly. Brother Wuza is a close friend of my Chen Jianqi. How could there be a problem? Are you guys questioning the Li Yuan Dart Company? Don't dare. Hearing the Li Yuan Dart Company, several government officials showed scorn, and finally looked at each other, so they had no choice but to leave. Watching the magistrate leave and the crisis lifted, Wu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Chen Jianqi and arched his hand. Thanks to Brother Chen this time. If Brother Chen hadn't appeared, then I would have been in trouble. Chen Jianqi revealed a smile, stepped forward and waved his hand. What's this? I still owe Brother Wuza a favor. Moreover, these Yamen are just looking for trouble. Probably because they see that Brother Wuze is a foreigner and want to come up and not to get some money. I'm used to seeing that. The two of them chatted for a few moments, but suddenly Jianqi-chen realized something and looked at Wuze with a stunned expression. Brother Yuzawa, your realm has broken through and you've become a second-stage cultivator. Chen Jianqi's tone was unbelievable. It had only been a short while since he had last seen Wuze. He didn't expect that when they met again, Wuze would already be a profound realm cultivator. A lucky breakthrough. Wuze smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Where is this a fluke? Chen Jianqi looked envious. He had broken through the refining Dharma realm for a long time, but now he was still far away from the passing Dharma realm. After envying some, Chen Jianqi asked what Wuze came to Tianyue County for, and if there is anything he needs to help, just mention it. Wuze thought for a moment and felt that Chen Jianqi was a trustworthy person. So he said, Brother Chen, can I borrow a step to talk? Yes. Jianqi Chen nodded decisively. The two came to a tavern and took a small room. Listening to Wuze's narration, Jianqi Chen's face changed, sometimes in shock, sometimes in anger, and sometimes in fear. When Wuze finished speaking, he slapped on the table with a bang and said angrily, these beasts are worse than animals. How dare they join with demons and treat the people as blood food? Chen Jianqi's heart was shocked and incomparably angry. At this moment, he also remembered that time when he was transporting darts to Peach Blossom County. He noticed that there was something wrong with Wang Tu and Monk Sangue, but he just couldn't think of anything. The last thing that came back with another shipment of darts was the goods that were given to Min Chiwe, delivered to Tianyue County. Min Magistrate's reaction was very strange. Unloading the goods even did not allow them to Dart Company's presence. Will be driven away from all people? Their own hands unloading the goods. It's unusual for a prefectural magistrate to unload the goods himself. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid there's something very wrong with that shipment. So Brother Wuze, you wanted to come here to sabotage Monk Sangue's and their plans? Jianqi Chen asked as he looked at Wuze after calming down. Yuzawa shook his head and said, I'm not that capable. I'm just here to scout for information first. Jianqi Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, that Monk Sangue is at the third stage of the entering Xian realm, and with the help of the 3 county magistrates, in this neighborhood, it's the existence of the one who says it's all about the one who's all about the one who's all about the one who's all about the one. In order to stop Monk Sangue and the others, they had to be assisted by cultivators above the Xianxian realm, and one Xianxian realm wasn't enough. The head of the Li Yuan Dart Company, who was also their boss, happened to be at the Xianxian realm cultivation level, but Jianqi Chen wasn't sure if the chief would help, and even if he did, it wouldn't be enough with only one person. Tianyue County was a large county, so there were county soldiers, who totaled 500. One of the leaders of the county soldiers was an entering Xian realm cultivator, but he was Min Xianyu's man. Jianqi Chen was immediately in a bit of a bind. Witnessing this, Wuze said, don't worry about this Brother Chen. We've already bowed to the mountain god in this matter, and when the time comes, the Lord Mountain God will manifest his spirit and save everyone. For Lord Mountain God, Yuzawa had absolute trust in his heart. Hearing Wuze's words, Jianqi Chen's heart was a little odd. He was aware of the mountain god that Thousand Villa enshrined, but just looking at the respect for the mountain god on his best friend's face, he couldn't say anything. Finally, Jianqi Chen got up and spoke. I'll go tell the chief the news and ask his opinion. Brother Wuze, you're in the county, so don't be impulsive. Although the Tongfa realm is strong, Tianyue County is not like Peach Blossom County, and there are several cultivators of the entering the Xian realm alone. I understand. Yuzawa nodded, indicating that he wouldn't do anything rash. Chen Jianqi left the tavern and hurried back to Li Yuan Dart Company. Finding the head of the Li Yuan Dart Company, Chen Jianqi didn't hide anything and told him everything. The head of Li Yuan Dart Company was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with shiny silver hair and deep decree lines, looking quite majestic. After hearing Chen Jianqi's words, Li Yuan frowned tightly and spat out a sentence. 36 plans is the best plan. Let's Li Yuan Dart Company take the first step and leave Tianyue County. Ha! Li Yuan's words directly caused Chen Jianqi to freeze. Originally, he had envisioned that the chief, hearing his words, might question them, not believe them, or if he did believe them, he would be so enraged in his heart that he would decide to step in and stop the plot. But never would I have expected that the chief, after hearing this, would just decide to slip away without even bothering to think about asking for proof. Boss what did you just say? Our Li Yuan Dart Company is leaving Tianyue County? Chen Jianqi thought that he might have misheard. How could the leader, who usually fought for power and strength, say something like running away? Li Yuan stood up, his face serious, and looked at Chen Jianqi with a very serious tone. Not bad. Li Yuan Dart Company will leave now. If we stay in Tianyue County any longer, then the entire Dart Company will encounter threats, so we must leave. Ah, No, boss, our dark firm has been based in Tianjua County for years. How can we just say we're leaving? Isn't this also too cowardly, right? Jian Qichen finally couldn't help himself and uttered these words. When Li Yuan heard this, he laughed and said, Xiao Chen. Or else why do you think Li Yuan Dart House can gain a foothold in Tianjua County for 5 or 6 years? Isn't it this caution, not taking sides, not getting involved that we rely on? Now the dart firm will leave Tianjua County first, and then come back after the wind and whatnot has passed. At that time, Li Yuan Dart Company will still be the #1 dart company in Tianjua County, and it won't suffer any losses. When Li Yuan said these words, he revealed a look of pride, obviously very proud of himself for being able to lead the development of the Li Yuan Dart Company to such an extent as it is today. But this is Min Xianyu collaborating with the demons, killing the people. People and gods are outraged. Everyone must be executed. If we don't stop it, 100,000 people in Tianjua County will die in the mouths of the demons. Jian Qichen hurriedly shouted. Li Yuan, however, was unperturbed, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a slow sip. Xiao Chen, you are still young. It is right for a teenager to have a hot blood, but I am different. I have a family. I have children. They are still in their infancy. If I die, who can take care of them? Who can protect them? Count on the court? Speaking of this, Li Yuan sneered and continued. The imperial court, a court that will only cede land and pay reparations, using the lives of the people in exchange for a life that allows them to live in sound and fury. You expect them to protect the people? Ridiculous. Do you know how many states there were in Dechu 8 years ago? 21. The whole 21. But now there are only 11 left. And there have been 10 great states seated in the past 8 years, with demons encroaching and annexing, and the people of the states becoming the sustenance of the demons. Terrified. Under such circumstances, what does the court do? The powerful families, the public ministers and royals, the clans and merchants. Which one of them is not immersed in the gentle land, living a life of flirtation and sound and fury? Demons come, cut off land and make reparations, and never think to fight back and confront them. Do you think that with such a court, this country, the people of this great land, can be saved? Li Yuan's tone was agitated and seemed to be tugged at his heartstrings. After Chen Jianqi heard this, his entire body fell silent. How could he not know this? But the teenager's heart has its own hot blood, unconquerable impulse. That's because Dechu doesn't have any saints. As long as a few half-saints succeed in their breakthroughs and become saints and ancestors, the situation will naturally change. Chen Jianqi opened his mouth, and in his heart, he ultimately had hope for the court. Ha ha ha, I heard this from he 8 years ago, the year the demons started their rebellion, and every year since then, people have been saying it, but what's the result? A few half-saints didn't move a fart, and breaking through to sainthood is nowhere in sight. Li Yuan shook his head and laughed coldly. At first he still had some hope for this in those years, thinking that as long as the saints came out, then it would be able to reverse what happened to the human race today. But how difficult is it to become a saint? And can it be accomplished in just a few years? How could the demons beyond the borders sit back and let the human race appear as saints? Even so, boss, you shouldn't be disheartened. We just need to do it with a clear conscience. Could it be that you, boss, can't bear to watch hundreds of thousands of people being sent into the mouths of demons by Min Xianyu and the others just like this? Chen Jianqi said with unwillingness in his heart. Li Yuan said indifferently, you think this kind of thing is rare? Let me put it to you this way. Mr. He has traveled all over the world, and has met no less than 2 handfuls of such sordid matters of court officials colluding with demons. It's because I've seen it so much that there are no waves in my heart. Chen Jianqi was stunned, understanding that boss he was not going to intervene in this matter. After a moment of silence, he arched his hand toward boss he and said, in that case, you have a good journey, boss he. Li Yuan frowned and turned his head to look at him. I'm telling you all this so that you don't get involved in all this. Leave Tianjua County with me. Go outside to get out of the wind, and come back when things have passed. Chen Jianqi shook his head and said in a firm tone, boss I grew up in Tianjua County since I was a child, and there are many uncles and aunts in the county who are very good to me, so I can't just stand by and watch. Then go ahead and don't regret it if you die. Li Yuan coldly said. Jian Qichen performed a salute as a final farewell, then turned to leave. The middle-aged man looked at the teenagers departing back, his eyes complex, and finally sighed heavily. It was as if he saw himself back then, when it was the 6th year of Kang'an, the first year of the demonic rebellion. Before the 6th year of Kang'an, there were also demons, but at that time, the demons were in a weak position. Until Kang'an 6 years, the sky fell a bloody meteorite. The demons and devils at the same time out of the demon saint and demon zune. The situation was steeply reversed. The offense and defense changed shape. The human race was killed, several half-saints one after another. Several continents were annexed. And the people wailed. And the people were devastated. The human half-saints were killed and cowed, and could only snail in the capital with the help of Chi to hold down the city in order to protect themselves. In the end, it was only possible to cede land and make reparations one after another, and give countless people as blood food to the demons in exchange for time to survive. In this regard, the court also announced to the public, lying down to taste the courage, bear humiliation, just wait for the human saint to come out, and then return the blood revenge one by one. Then it was year after year, and now in the 14th year of Kangen, the saint has not yet appeared, but the land of Chu has been cut in half, the population has plummeted by 60%, and the court is on the verge of collapse. Back then, he was also a passionate, and then was crushed by the reality, can only go with the flow, become indifferent, self-preservation to make a living just. He had seen the court send millions of poor people to the border and drive them into demon territory like livestock. The court's powerhouses still had to grovel and fawn when they faced the demons. He could never forget the fear and despair on the faces of the poor people who were sent to the demon territory. The fate of these poor people was predictable, and they all became blood food rations for the demons. Since then, he was disheartened and never contributed to the court again, coming to Tianjue County and setting up a dark firm, living a peaceful life that he didn't know how long it would last. Perhaps next month, the people of Tianjue County would become the payment that the court paid out to the demons, becoming blood food to give to the demons, getting by. This was the thought in the minds of He Li Yuan and those who knew most of the inside information, powerful people in the capital, night after night. And why not escape, thinking that even if they are going to die, they have to have a good time before they die. Therefore, when Jian Qichen offered to intervene and stop Min Xianyue and the others from plotting, he decisively refused. This one managed to stop it. What about the next one? The status quo that the imperial court is powerless to change is even more powerless to change for them. These little mole crickets. After Chen Jianqi left Li Yuan Dark Company, he rushed back to the tavern without stopping. When he saw Yuzawa, he had a guilty look on his face. I'm sorry brother Wuza, boss he doesn't want to intervene in this matter, and he even has to leave Tianjue County to avoid the wind. As he said this, Jian Qichen felt some shame in his heart. Yuzawa heard this, but was not surprised. Anyone who heard that they would have to confront 3 county magistrates and a Golden Dragon Temple disciple of the Xianxian realm would have withdrawal in their hearts. And there were still county soldiers in Tianjue County, which made it even harder to deal with. No matter. I didn't come to Tianjue County to ask for help. We've long had a plan to deal with it, Yuzawa said calmly. Jian Qichen looked hesitant and spoke. Is brother Wuza talking about the mountain god that your 1,000 mountain villa enshrines? From the time he knew Wu Zhe, he had always heard him mention Lord Mountain God. And even Wu Zhe's present achievements were all dependent on the mountain god. Chen Jianqi had never seen a divine manifestation before, so he was skeptical from the beginning. Having come into contact with many people, Yuzawa also knew that most people didn't believe that there would be a god in the world who would manifest himself and bless a party. So now he was too lazy to explain. After all, people wouldn't believe it even if he said it, only if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Yes, Lord Mountain God will make his own move. Brother Chen, if you don't believe me, you can come to the 1,000 Mountain Villa at that time to see and admire the divine might of Lord Mountain God. Wu Zhe laughed. Jian Qichen's face was heavy, and hearing Wu Zhe say this, he could only nod his head. In today's situation, one could only count on the mountain god that brother Yuzawa had spoken of. Let's hope that he really manifests himself and saves these hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Next, Jian Qichen questioned Wu Zhe, indicating what he could do to help now. Yuzawa thought about it for a moment, and there didn't seem to be much he could do. The news that should be probed is also almost probed. Now as everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. There's nothing to do. Just wait now. Yuzawa spoke faintly. County Hall, Tenmoon County. Since Tianyu County was a large county, the county capital was also much larger than Peach Blossom counties. Above the lobby, an old man in his 70s or 80s sat. Although the old man was old, he looked refreshed, with just a slight hint of tyranny in his gaze. The subordinate on the side trembled with fear. In recent times, the master's temper has become more and more violent, not moving, beating and killing subordinates. 7 or 8 subordinates died in a month. This has put the subordinates of the county government on edge, fearing that they will be the next to die. Master, this is the list of the people who have opened up the land. Would you like to go through it? An old butler presented a pamphlet, and Min Xianyu impatiently waved her hand and scolded. This little matter is also brought before the old man? The old butler was in a cold sweat of fear and begged for forgiveness, then hurriedly retreated. Min Xianyu's eyes were cold and her heart was indifferent. The lives of 100,000 people were nothing more than a string of numbers in his eyes now. If not for the fact that the share of the Buddha seed had already been distributed, he would have thought of sending out another 100,000 people as a way to obtain more Buddha seed bodies. Feeling the vibrant vitality within her body, Min Qianyu took a deep breath. The 7 magic seeds sent over by Wang Tu had all been absorbed and taken by him. His old body was now strong and he could get up in the morning in one piece, and he was enjoying the feeling of youth. After a few moments, an old man in armor stepped in. Judy, you're here. Min Qianyu spoke faintly. Minju was in full armor and snapped as he walked in. Elder brother, the county soldiers have all been assembled, just waiting for an order from you. Elder brother. Minju opened his mouth, his tone hoarse. There's no hurry. Let's hang Wang Tu and the others out to dry for a day, and wait until tomorrow to send the 100,000 folk over. Come over here. Let's talk between old brothers. Min Qianyu revealed a vicissitude smile and beckoned towards Minju, the old general. Minju nodded his head and naturally came to sit beside Min Qianyu. Judy, it's been more than 40 years since you worked for my brother, right? Min Qianyu recalled the past and lamented. Minju said in a deep voice, a total of 48 years. 48 years? Really, time flies like a shuttle. Now both of us, brothers, are old and ancient, not long to live. Min Qianyu's tone was without a ripple. Minju didn't reply. He naturally knew that Min Qianyu had absorbed the demon seed and renewed her life for more than 10 years. Don't worry. You and I are hand and foot. When this is over, there will be a share for you. Those words finally caused movement to appear on Minju's face. My brother thanks his cousin. Min Qianyu gently nodded her head, then said, all right, the state government seems to have sent someone over. Jody, you go and deal with it. Kill if you can. And if you can't, put them under house arrest. Minju nodded and got up to leave. Thousand Hills. After learning about the situation in Tianyue County through Wu Zhe, Liu more or less surmised the plan of Monk Sengue. Driving 100,000 folk to the mountains and swamps to be slaughtered is probably still the same tactic as in Feng County. Letting the demons take the blame. There's no telling how much it's going to cost the demon. Before that, he wanted to lie down in a Buddhist way and develop slowly. But these maniacs want to cut him off and try to pit all the people in the neighborhood against him. In which case he won't agree. What happens to his incense when the people are gone? How do the merit points grow? So this time, he was going to make a strong move, letting everyone see the divine might of the mountain god. And just in time, he could also use this opportunity to expand the influence of the divine mountain, attracting more people to come to the Thousand Mountain Villa, and growing his power. The three of them, Shen Qingguan, rested for the night at the Thousand Mountain Villa. The next day they woke up to a scene from the daily life of the Thousand Hills. All the villagers went to the temple to pay homage to the mountain god, and everyone's face was overwhelmed with devotion. The scene in front of her caused Qingqiu to frown as she saw the beginnings. Xing Tian also saw it, and he said in astonishment, the incense coalescing. This seems to have become the power of faith. Someone is collecting the incense? It's just a way to take death. Qingqiu said in a cold voice. The power of incense is not something that can be collected at will. Their Shen Qingguan's ancestor, even though he was close to the saint realm, didn't dare to dip into the incense a bit. So all along, the incense of the Shen Qingguan was dedicated to the three Qings, and the same for the Golden Dragon Temple, which was dedicated to the Buddha. Qingqiu just whispered and then stopped talking. An existence that could manage to collect incense and flames would have to be at the lowest realm of the ancient realm, not something they could afford to mess with. Although they were disciples of the Xianqing Temple, this was a borderland. Who cared who was behind you? The three people from Shen Qingguan's behavior became much more low-key after they knew that the Thousand Mountain Villa was not simple. Previously, they thought it was an ordinary village and didn't pay much attention to it, but now it seems that they were the ones who looked away. It's not a good idea to stay here for a long time. Let's just hurry up and leave. Knowing that a Yin God Realm cultivator might exist here, Qingqiu had some sense of crisis in her heart and couldn't wait to leave. Kyoto and Kayasumi nodded their heads back and forth, the two of them not having a clue in their hearts either. If it was really a Yin God Realm powerhouse, then they had already been targeted yesterday when they came to the Thousand Mountain Villa. But there was no movement until now, so it was probably because the Yin God Realm behind that had ignored them. It's best to get out of the way when the other person doesn't value them. Otherwise you may not be able to walk away if you're late. Bai Liang had been monitoring the trio with his divine sense, and when he saw that the trio seemed to want to leave directly, he went up with some curiosity and asked, a couple of Taoist masters, are they leaving? He saw that these three people were in a hurry and something was wrong with their appearance. Seemed to be a little intimidated? It was a stark contrast to yesterday's look of unbelievable pride. The three of them now looked at Bai Liang again and realized why Bai Liang met them yesterday and was only initially surprised, but later acted very calmly. Originally, they had thought that it was Bai Liang's elm brain that didn't recognize the Tarzan that was Shen Qingguan, Now that they know the inside story, they realize that they themselves are the clowns. People because there is a bottom. There are people behind the talent will be that calm. Simply do not need to be like other wild cultivation. Meet the Xianqing one will have to flatter and flatter. Full of currying favor. Qing Tian's face sank slightly. Bai Liang's words struck him as derisive mockery of them. Mocking why they are afraid in this rush to escape? However, the current situation was that people had to bow their heads under the roof, and there were ancient realm powerhouses behind them, while they were only at the Tong Fa realm. Yes, the task is too great to delay, and I thank your village for its hospitality this time. Qing Qiu's tone was indifferent, saying words of thanks, but no sincerity could be heard. Bai Liang was suspicious in his heart, not understanding how these three people's attitudes had changed so quickly, and had even developed a hint of hostility towards him. Take care then, I won't see you off. Not being able to think about it, he didn't bother. Anyway, these three people from the Xianqing one are not good guests, so if we don't let them go, is it possible to stay in the Thousand Hills Villa and eat the food? Subsequently, Qingqiu's three turned around and left, all without dragging their feet, very sharp and dry. When he walked out for some distance, Qing Tian's face instantly turned gloomy, turning his head to look in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Villa, gritting his teeth. Dogfighting thing, a mere refined law realm dares to taunt us. If he didn't have the ancient realm behind him, I would have flung a slap across my face and beaten him to death. Qingqiu hurriedly stopped him and chided. No nonsense. Kyoto reacted by hastily covering his mouth and looking to the sky in panic, and was relieved to see that nothing had appeared for a long time. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Ancient realm cultivator Yuan Shen out of the body is standing in front of you. You can't even perceive it. Qingqiu spoke coldly. I was wrong, senior sister. Qing Tian bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Qingxuan, however, spoke up. Don't be too paranoid. Senior brother. The person probably just asked out of politeness and didn't mean anything else. She felt that her own senior sibling was a bit too sensitive. What sounded like a normal greeting to people became a taunt in their ears. Right. It's senior brother who is paranoid. Senior sister, you are right about everything. Qing Tian revealed a smile and nodded repeatedly at Qing Quan. Alright, don't bring this up again. Qingqiu spoke in a deep voice. She actually thought in her heart that Bai Liang was mocking them, so her attitude just now was very cold. It was only because he was afraid of that God realm that he could only turn around and leave. Skimming over this topic, the three of them began to rush towards Peach Blossom County. The trigrams given by Uncle Qian Kuan could not be wrong. There was an opportunity at this place, and it just so happened that there were disciples of the Golden Dragon Temple's 3-character generation here, which meant that the opportunity had been targeted. Qing Quan was a bit curious and opened her mouth to inquire. Senior sister, what do you think the chance in the trigrams will be? Before Qing Xiu could say anything, Qing Tian smiled and came up to him, saying as if he was courteous. Senior sister, what else can chance be? Naturally, it's heavenly treasures, or various opportunities. Is that all? Naturally it's more than that. There are too many things that chance generalizes. It's impossible to say it all in one go. Anyway, senior sister, you just have to remember that chance means there are benefits. Qing Tian continued to speak and moved closer to Qing Quan again, seemingly sensing his senior brother's small movements. Qing Quan's good-looking eyebrows furrowed as he pulled away slightly. Kyoto was a bit embarrassed, but he had thick skin or he wouldn't have followed him all the way here. He turned his head to look at his senior sister again and spoke. Senior sister, that monk of the 3-character generation seems to have cooperated with the local court officials. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to deal with him. No matter. It's just an imperial official. Could it be that they still dare to take action against us? It's nothing more than standing on the side and watching the show. In the end, it's still a fight between our Xianqing Guan and Golden Dragon Temple, Qingqiu said lightly, her tone very certain. In today's Dechu, Xianqing Guan and Golden Dragon Temple were as strong as ever, and in the past, the imperial court was still able to suppress them head-on, but now it had been reversed. When court officials saw the disciples of the two great sects, they had to greet them with smiles. After hearing that, Kyoto also put his heart down. This time, they were determined to win the opportunity. In the Thousand Hills Villa, the villagers went about their daily business after offering incense. Bai Liang went back to supervise Li Shui's home and checked the little girl's cultivation progress before leaving satisfied. This was a task given to him by Lord Mountain God, and it had to be taken incredibly seriously. The little girl, Shui, showed her little white teeth and made a face at Bai Liang's back, her face full of resentment. Ever since Bai Liang had started supervising her cultivation, the little girl had much less time to play. This resulted in the little girl now twisting her little head to the side as soon as she saw Bai Liang, not wanting to look at him. Being hated by such a lively and cute little girl, Bai Liang had some grievances in his heart. The task explained by Lord Mountain God, As a result, the infamy was his to carry, and he couldn't say anything about it. He could only bear it in silence. He had already decided to let Yu's discipline Li Shui when he returned and the matter was over. We don't have to share the blessings, but we must share the difficulties. Li Yu was also observing Li Shui's cultivation progress. One could only say that it was worthy of being an upper-middle talent. Although the cultivation speed was far inferior to the 2 Wu Zhe Bai Liang who had received the talisman, this was already amazing. If it wasn't for the fact that the Thousand Mountain Villa didn't have any cultivation resources, the little girl was afraid that it wouldn't take 2 months for her to break through into the refining technique realm. Retract your mind and focus on the panel. Realm, Second Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 99875/100000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal, Heart Mirror, just over 100 merit points shy of the full 100,000. And at this moment, in the Thousand Hills Villa, there were still villagers who were going to the temple one after another to pay their respects. Li Yu's mood was slightly excited. He was about to make a breakthrough, and he didn't know what kind of changes it would bring. After the burning of an incense, after dozens of villagers entered the temple one after another to pay their respects, Li Yu's merit points also finally came to 100,000. Merit value reaches 100,000. Realm elevated. Advancing to the Third Order of Spirit Mountain. Unlocked Avatar. Incense Resurrection. Incense and Fire Resurrection. Incense and Fire. Also known as merit. It requires merit points to cast, and can bring the living dead, flesh and bones back to life. The higher the realm of the person casting the spell, the more merit points will be consumed. Realm Breakthrough. In that moment Li Yu felt that the entire person, no, the entire mountain had been sublimated. The divine thoughts were expanding, from the initial 10 miles, slowly expanding to 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, and not stopping until the 50-mile range. The power contained within the divine mountain had also gained a qualitative leap, and the rock layer within the mountain changed from semi-crystal to crystal, which was very bright and dazzling. Li Yu felt the divine thoughts in the 50-mile range and only felt that it had become enlightened. With a slight sweep of his divine thoughts, he saw the 3 people from Xin Qingguan who had just stepped out of the range of his divine thoughts. At this moment, these 3 people were squatting near Peach Blossom County, because the gates of the county were closed, so the 3 people couldn't get in, and could only observe the situation in the neighborhood first. Subsequently, his divine thoughts entered into the Peach Blossom County, which was the first time he had seen a county in this world. Pavilions and pavilions, brick and wooden houses. The construction style is exactly the same as the ancient times in the previous world. The god bird swept through, taking in everything in the county. In the lobby of the county hall sat a fat-headed man in the center. This would be the same Wangdu magistrate. Then he looked again at Monk Sanka, whose face suddenly turned suspicious. This guy is alert. Li Yu smiled in his heart. Having just made a breakthrough, he was momentarily happy, but he let his divine thoughts fluctuate violently, causing this monk to become alerted. But as he tightened up, Monk Sanka couldn't detect anything and his whole body relaxed. Master Sanka, what just happened? Wang Hua also noticed the look on Monk Sanki's face and asked suspiciously. Monk Sangue shook his head and spoke. Just now suddenly my spiritual senses jumped. It seemed like there was something staring at my old lineage, but it was only for a moment, and it was gone behind. After hearing this, Wang Du was a bit nervous and said, could it be that the ancient realm wild cultivator behind that divine mountain had his Yuan Shen out of his body and entered the county? I guess not. Monk Sangue shook his head and laughed. Although Yuan Shen's out-of-body experience is not visible to the naked eye, but Lao Di is a Buddhist practitioner and is naturally sensitive to these. If it's really a Yuan Shen out-of-body experience, Lao Di can naturally see it. Just now, he used his pupil technique and didn't see any genjutsu. That's good. Wang Tu was relieved in his heart, as long as it wasn't a Yin God realm powerhouse. As Li Yu listened to the conversation between the two, he felt nothing but amusement in his heart. So they recognized him as a wild cultivator of the Yin Shen realm? No wonder after that time, they never dared to come to the Divine Mountain to look for trouble. It's kind of sensible. Was thinking about whether or not to just get the 2 of them killed and nip the conspiracy in the bud. But in the end, he decided to give up and hold off for now. His divine thoughts could only reach within 50 miles, and Tianyu County was more than 70 miles away, so he couldn't do anything about Min Xianyu. Killing these 2 right now would only alert the snakes and might scare Min Xianyu away. Li Yu does not like to get rid of the grass and leave the roots. To go out clean and clear. A one-time extermination. What's the point of keeping your head in your tail? Are you waiting for them to be strong enough to take revenge on you? Subsequently, Li Yu's divine thoughts swept around Peach Blossom County again, surveying this world's county with interest. No, then how come Chinko didn't see it? After sweeping the entire Peach Blossom County, Liu realized that Qianku had disappeared. It is reasonable to say that nowadays the county is closed. It is unlikely that he will go out. So the person must be in the county, but he did not see him in the county. For this Thousand Hills Villa scout, Liu didn't want anything to happen to him. After all, people are holding great determination to sneak back to Peach Blossom County as undercover agents, so they can't be chilled. Next Liu carefully examined every corner of the county, and finally saw Qianku in the nooks and crannies of the heavenly prison. At this moment, Qianku, wearing a prison uniform, his hair disheveled, and his body bloodied by several iron cables running through it, lay on the ground, his eyes looking at the roof of the room. Seeing this scene, Liu's brows furrowed. It seemed that Chike was already exposed, and that's why he ended up like this. Using divine thoughts to probe Qianku's vital signs, he was still alive. Only his injuries were incomparably serious. His tendons and bones were broken. His cultivation was wasted, and even if he was still alive, he had become an invalid. But these were not much of a problem for Liu right now. He had just obtained the divine ability of Incense rejuvenation, which allowed him to recover all the injuries that Qianku had sustained by simply consuming merit points. However, he didn't cast his divine ability now, waiting to kill the 3 returned monks and these people before he came to treat Qianku. When his divine thoughts left the heavenly prison, Liu immediately noticed that the 3 people from Xin Qingguan who were lurking outside the county town had finally moved. Xingqiu was the leader. Qingtian and Xingxuan followed behind. The 3 of them were holding a talisman in their hands, and without knowing what incantation they were reciting in their mouths, the bodies of the 3 of them slowly became illusory. Is this stealth? Liu was surprised. He didn't realize that the talisman seal had this kind of function. It seems that the number 1 Dao sect in the world still has something. After Qingqiu's trio became invisible, they went straight to the county gate and leapt over it brightly to enter Peach Blossom County. Liu stared at them and realized that after the 3 entered the county, they didn't hide first, but headed directly towards the county government. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the county government, and the effect of the talismanic seal dissipated at this moment, revealing their figures. The magistrate who was watching the door at the entrance of the county government saw the 3 people who appeared out of nowhere and instantly froze in fear, immediately shouting after reacting. "There are demons!" A shout rang out, and a group of magistrates instantly surged in and surrounded the 3. Qingtian said in a cold voice, "Someone from Xin Qingguan, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." When the magistrates heard that it was the Xin Qingguan, the intention to retreat rose in their hearts and they did not dare to move forward. So it's a junior from the Xin Qingguan. No wonder my spiritual sense jumped. A Buddha's call rang out. The magistrates made way. The monk Sangue stepped out. Wang Tu then followed, still holding the official seal in his hand. "My name is Wang Tu, the county town of Peach Blossom County. A few Taoist masters have come to Peach Blossom County. I wonder what is the matter." Wang Tu first revealed a smile and spoke somewhat curtly to the Qingqiu trio. "Lord Wang, this is a matter between our clans. It's not good for you to intervene as a court official." Qingqiu opened her mouth lightly, her tone very strong. Wang Tu was choked. His heart was irritated, but facing the Xin Qingguan disciples, he didn't dare to get angry, so he could only sink his face and look at Monk Sangue. "Amat Ba." Monk Sangue recited a Buddha's name and smiled as he looked at the 3 people from Xin Qingguan. "This is not true. A few of you are the Qing character generation of the Xin Qingguan, and although County Magistrate Wang is a magistrate and his status is not as good as you and others, in the final analysis, he is an official hand-picked by the Imperial Court and represents the Imperial Court. Although you, Xin Qingguan, are the number 1 Taoist sect in the world, you're not so much as to overwhelm the Imperial Court, are you? Could it be that a few of you think that today's Xin Qingguan can already make the Imperial Court retreat with impunity?" Qingqiu's face changed and turned a little red. "I almost forgot. The Master has instructed us not to compete with the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple when we meet them. These bald asses are the most hypocritical, full of benevolence, righteousness, morality, heavenly ways, human ethics, kings, ministers, fathers and sons. In short, they can bash you from any angle. Bald ass. Don't argue here. Conflicts and contradictions between clans have always been resolved on their own, and the Imperial Court never intervenes." Kyoto opened his mouth, his tone rather nonchalant. It's always been like this. So is that right?" Monk Sangue opened his mouth indifferently, his eyes looking at the 3 with a slight mockery. It seemed to be saying, "Just you 3 juniors, you haven't even practiced your kung fu yet, and you still dare to fight with him? Don't be sophomoric, come straight to battle." Qingtian's heart was on fire, and he was tempted to take direct action against Monk Sanka. At this time, Wang Du stood out and blocked in front of both sides. With a smile, he opened his mouth and said, "Several of you are the children of great sects, with extraordinary talent. All of you are dragons and phoenixes amongst people. What is the matter can be brought to the stage to talk about. Don't get into a conflict, and hurt the peace and harmony. As he spoke, he shook the official seal in his hand, and his eyes, if anything, looked towards the Chinchou trio. Chinchou's brows furrowed as she saw Wang Tu's movements, and her heart sank slightly. With this move, Wang Tu was clearly implying that if the two sides fought, he was definitely on the side of Monk Sangue, and would most likely make a move against them. Lord Wang, have you thought about it? Using the official seal privately, according to the laws of Chu, you will be severely punished. Chinchou's tone was icy cold. When she came here, she never thought that the magistrate of this place would help the monk Sanka. After all, she was a person from the Shenqing One, so it was reasonable that the Shenqing One still had this face, but the result was unexpected. This Wang who must have received a great favor, or the two had a secret deal and were already in the same boat. Now there's trouble. With a county of 100,000 people, the chi of this place, if mobilized, would not be inferior in the slightest to that of an entering Xian realm cultivator. Together with Monk Sangue, who was watching intently from the side, it would be very difficult for the three of them at the passage realm to win, even if they had an undercard. As an official of the imperial court, what's wrong with me maintaining the peace and stability of the county and using the official seal to mobilize my chi? Wang Du said with justice. What a righteousness! Senior sister, we can't leave anyway. Let's fight them. Kyoto gritted his teeth. Although the situation is not good for them, their undercard is not a vegetarian, and it is not yet known who will die. Xingqiu nodded her head, her face serious, already prepared for a vicious battle. However, on the side of Monk Sangue, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked, Amitabha Buddha, I would like to know how on earth you found Peach Blossom County and still want to make a move against me? He looked at the trio with ghostly eyes, as if he was trying to see what was going on in their minds. Buddha Seed's plan was seamless. At least outside of Peach Blossom County it was impossible for anyone to know about it. So Monk Sangue was curious as to how the Chinchou trio had learned about it. Chinchou didn't bother to hide it and spoke in a cold voice. Senior Uncle Qian Kuan told us. Qian Kuan. As soon as he heard this name, Monk Sangue's face clouded over. Good. It turns out that several of you are the nephews of that old thing Qian Kuan. It looks like Buddha doesn't want to let you go today. His gaze turned sinister, and the look he gave the several people brought with it hatred. Qian Kuan, a name he would remember even in death. Xianqing Wan's Qianzi generation, and the Golden Dragon Temple's Sanzi generation were all of the same generation. Back then, the two powers had a cut between the disciples, and his opponent was none other than Qian Kuan. It was also that time that Qian Kuan shone, revealing his unparalleled talent, defeating him with serious injuries in just 3 moves, and becoming a genius in the eyes of all in the capital. As for him, the loser, not only was he treated coldly by his fellow disciples, his roots were also damaged in the engagement, so much so that he, a Golden Dragon Temple disciple of the 3rd character generation, was still at the entering Xian realm, while Qian Kuan, a genius, was already a Yin realm powerhouse, strong enough to hold down a state, destroying my foundation, and now letting juniors come to humiliate me, wanting to break my reliance to rise again in the east. Qian Kuan's old piker. What a poisonous heart. Monk Sangue's mind was clear. He came here, laid out plans and schemes, pitted hundreds of thousands of lives, and paid so much to nurture the Buddha seed just to restore the damaged foundation. However, he did not expect that Qian Kuan seemed to have projected his intentions and sent his disciples to come and sabotage his plans, wanting to destroy him. This is what Monk Sanka thought in his mind. Being bullied to such an extent completely triggered Monk Sanki's anger. In that case, let's take your master nephew's head first and feed it to the Buddha seed of my old lineage. Monk Sangue's eyes glowed red as he took a step out. Golden light blossomed. Sanskrit sounds emanated from his mouth, and his golden palm coalesced in the air as he directly slapped at the Qingqiu trio. Not good. Dodge. Qingqiu was horrified, not expecting this bald donkey to make a killing move. There was no intention to test the waters. The 3 men clenched their hands and a talisman seal appeared in each of their hands, which burned out of thin air before their figures disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away. After all, external objects are just external objects. How many 3rd-order talisman seals can you still have? Monk Sangue sneered, backhandedly pulled out a magic mantle. The Sanskrit text on the mantle body manifested, transforming into 3 channels of golden light locking the 3 people. A 3rd-order magic weapon. Cheng Tian was shocked, and after reacting, he drew a foot-long peachwood sword from his sleeve. Biting his middle finger, he forced out his essence blood and dripped it onto the body of the mahogany sword. The mahogany sword trembled, and in the next moment it flew into the air, passing through the 3 golden lights and directly cutting them off. Monk Sangue narrowed his eyes and grunted coldly. Looks like he brought a lot of good stuff, but it's not much use. In the end it's all about the old line. The gap in realms was not something that could be bridged by a magic weapon. Although the mahogany sword was a third-order magic weapon, it was even a bit stronger than the magic mantle, but the caster's Qing Tian was only a passage realm cultivator. Forcing the use of a third-ranked magic weapon was already very mind-consuming, and being able to utilize 70 to 80% of the weapon's effect was already good enough. Monk Sangue had the advantage of the realm and easily suppressed the three. But in the next moment, Qing Qiu, who had been hit in the chest and had blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, pulled out a duster, which was also a third-ranked magic weapon. Monk Sangue's face changed, but he still laughed and said, "The magic weapon is good, but from now on it will be mine." This unexpected gain made Monk Sangue's heart rejoice. I thought that if he could conceive the Buddha seed, he would not lose anything, but I did not expect that there would be someone who would send a magic weapon for thousands of miles, which would make up for his loss of relics. With 2 magic weapons, plus a bunch of third-order talisman seals, Qing Qiu's trio was barely able to block the 3 returning monks' attack, and it's gradually gaining the upper hand. "Senior sister, do it!" Qing Qiu shouted and made a look towards Qing Quan. Qing Quan gritted his teeth and decisively pulled out an oil lamp from his sleeve. She cut her wrist with her sword and blood flowed out, dripping into the oil lamp. Then the spell was recited, and the oil lamp was instantly lit, the flame white. The blood that dripped into it was reduced to fuel, provided for the white fire to burn. Lamps burn for life, lamps go out for death, and white fire rises in the underworld. Another incantation rang out from Qing Quan's mouth, and then the white fire burned brighter and brighter, finally reaching over a meter high. The white fire had no temperature, but instead gave off a piercing chill. What kind of magic weapon is this? Monk Sangue's expression changed drastically. That white fire made him feel a strong sense of crisis. The oil lamp was only a third-ranked magic weapon, but at this moment, its power was already beyond the third-ranked category. "Magistrate Wang!" Monk Sangue shouted. Wang Du was also startled by the white fire and only reacted when he heard the shouts. He quickly stepped out, official seal in hand, and took a deep breath. Benevolence is vast, the world is a public good, and riches do not forget the millions of gods. Wang Tu, the magistrate of Peach Blossom County, will invoke the luck of this place today to suppress foreign enemies and protect our people. Wang Tu shouted with a serious expression, as he himself was a refinement realm cultivator. The official seal, which was in his hand, emitted a burst of white light, and seemed to have heard his cries and began to tremble violently. In the entire Peach Blossom County, everyone seemed to have a heartfelt induction at that instant, looking in the direction of the county hall, but only for a moment, and soon everyone was unimpressed and doing their own thing. Countless white aunts transformed into chi luck flew from all corners of the county to the county residence and began to be added to Wang Tu. This scene fell into Liu's eyes, causing him to be amazed in his heart. Is this chi? Under his divine perception, these chi fortunes were rather similar to his incense, and seemed to be related to the people's beliefs as well. Countless chi luck coalesced to a single point and eventually melted into Wang Tu's body, instantly temporarily raising his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd stage of the entering Xian realm. Liu looked greatly shocked. Chi luck could temporarily raise one's cultivation level. No wonder so many counties could survive despite the attacks of the demons. If it was the Feng County in the beginning, the magistrate did not flee, but used the quartz chi. I am afraid that the 3rd order demon would not be able to take Feng County. With his realm elevated to the peak of the entering the Xian realm, Wang Tu's entire aura soared, and his face held some redness. Chi luck was subtle and strong, but that wasn't without side effects. With such a large amount of chi fortune added, ordinary people would not be able to withstand it, and even if they could, their roots would be damaged afterwards as a result. That's why you don't use your chi as a last resort. Dog officer, the quartz chi is used to deal with demons. If you use it so freely, and even strike out at our Xin Qingguan, do you know what will happen to you? Qing Qiu was furious, never imagining that one day someone would use the quartz chi against one of their own. The downfall? This official is afraid that if I don't make a move this time, I won't have a chance to know what the downfall is. Feeling the power of the vibrant vitality of all things in his body, Wang Tu looked up to the sky and laughed. Nowadays, he and Monk Sanka were grasshoppers on a rope. One for all, one for all. Once the plot to breed the Buddha seed was exposed, he would never survive. So there was only one path before him, and that was to go to the end. No matter whether it was a mountain of swords or a sea of fire ahead, white fire erupted from the oil lamp and burned toward Monk Sanka. Wang Tu, who was already at the pinnacle of the Xian Yuan realm, let out a cold snort, and with the official seal in hand, he blocked in front of white flame. White awns bloomed, forming a shield against the white fire, which kept spewing flames, trying to burn through the shield. but just as it burned through a little bit, the white ons made up for it, repairing the shield. The extreme coldness froze the official robes on Wang Tu's body, but in the end, the white fire was still blocked by him. When Xingqiu's trio saw this, their faces were incomparably ugly. It's the next turn for the old man to make his move. Monk Sangui laughed out loud. The hand holding the mantle flipped over and snapped the mantle down, and instantly an illusory mantle appeared above Xingqiu's head. Before Xingqiu could react, the Dharma mantle void directly snapped down and ruthlessly smashed onto her body. A scream rang out, blood splattered everywhere, and Xingqiu perished on the spot. No, sister! The remaining Kyoto and Kayasumi shouted in despair. Once sister died, they had no chance of winning again. Qing Tian's expression shifted. Then he shouted towards Chen Quan. Senior sister, fight them and avenge senior sister's death. Qing Quan's tears fell like rain, and his eyes were determined when he heard his senior brother's words. Once again, he slit his wrist with his sword, and this time blood spurted out and landed on the oil lamp, and the white fire instantly leapt a dozen centimeters higher and burned even brighter. And the moment Qing Quan struck, Qing Tian threw out a handful of talismans, which exploded and his figure disappeared in place. Want to run? Monk Sangui saw this and let out a cold laugh. The mantle was once again snapped off as he locked onto Kyoto's position. The mahogany sword flew into the air, still trying to cut through the golden light emitted from the mantle. But this time, Monk Sangui was prepared for this, and directly struck out with a palm that sent the mahogany sword flying. As for Qingquan, after seeing her senior brother leaving her behind to escape, her face was pale and her mind was a bit unstable. Wang Tu seized the opportunity and used his entire body's qi to hold back the white fire, rushing directly behind Qingquan and striking her behind with a palm strike, sending her flying. In the air, Qingquan spat out a mouthful of blood, having lost a lot of blood to fuel the oil lamps, and now that he had spat out another mouthful of blood, his face became even paler and bloodless. Qing Tian failed to escape and tried to beg for mercy, but Monk Sangui didn't give the slightest chance and directly choked up his neck, strangling him alive. The battle lasted less than a quarter of an hour, and 2 of the 3 people from Xin Qingguan died, leaving one lying on the ground seriously injured and on the verge of death. After Wang Tu defeated Qingquan, his aura gradually declined the more he was covered in it, and soon fell back to his original realm, even slipping a little. His face was weak. The side effects of using the quartz qi were too great. At the very least, he had to recuperate for a while to recover. Li Yu witnessed the entire battle. To be honest, this Xin Qingguan trio was really a dish. With this strength they still dared to come to seek the opportunity? Do you really think you can defend yourself with the help of external objects? But Wang Du's performance also surprised him quite a bit. The enhancement brought about by utilizing the quartz qi was not normally great, but the cost was also relative. He could clearly see that Wang Tu's foundation had been damaged by 30% by the qi impact, and his realm had fallen to the early stage of the refined law realm. And most importantly, after such a mobilization, Peach Blossom County's imperial qi dropped by a large margin. If he were to use the quartz qi luck the next time, he would not be able to have the same effect as today, and at most, he would barely be able to reach the strength of the entering Xian realm. The quartz qi, too, will be consumed. As Li Yu looked down from high in the air, he could clearly see that the qi that enveloped Peach Blossom County had weakened a lot. Unlike his incense merit, today's Dechu court, the qi is only decreasing, not increasing, using as much as it can. A big reason for this comes from the lack of credibility, as the people have lost trust in the court and no longer believe in it. Without the faith of the people, qi naturally fails to grow. Of course, that's only part of the reason. The court was internally corrupt, fly-tipped and factionalized. The Great Chu has already shown signs of decline, and will perish at any moment, which is one of the reasons for the weakening of the qi. At this moment in front of the county government below, Qingqiu Qingtian and the 2 men perished on the spot. The remaining Qingquan fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Monk Sanka just coldly swept a glance and casually waved his hand. Pull her into the heavenly prison first, and use her to awaken the Buddha seed tomorrow. 2 Yamen came forward and directly pulled down Qingquan, who was ashen-faced as death. Wang Tu was incomparably weak, slowly walking to Monk Sangui and gasping for breath. Master Sangui, this time I've used up all of it, my roots are damaged. Magistrate Wang is not in a hurry. The Buddha seed is subtle and incomparable. This point of root damage can easily be restored. Tomorrow when the Buddha seed comes to fruition, Magistrate Wang can get an extra ear. Monk Sanka smiled faintly. This time Wang Tu did make a great effort. If he didn't use the quartz qi, I'm afraid that he would really have to be planted in the hands of these 3 Xin Qingguan juniors. Thank you, Master. Wang Tu sighed in relief, betting that this time he wouldn't lose, as long as one could obtain the Buddha seed. At that time, the root talent would be able to gain a qualitative leap. and the lifespan would be prolonged. There was no longer any need to be limited to the refining law realm. Min Xianyue will come over tomorrow with the blood pills, and with the blood pills we've collected, along with the sacrifices, we should be able to awaken the Buddha seed, Monk Sanka said, his eyes tinged with anticipation. This Buddhist secret method was also the first time he had performed it, and he didn't know how effective it would ultimately be. He then turned his gaze to the magic treasures brought by the three people from Xian Qingguan. Ha ha, I didn't expect it, Chen Koan. The three juniors you sent are the money-giving children in front of Old Diamond. These three magic artifacts. Old Line will laugh at them. Monk Sangue casually waved his hand, and the three magic weapons fell directly into his hands. The mahogany sword duster, he just looked at it and put it away. His eyes turned to the bronze oil lamp, his eyes surprised. So it's a crippled Yang God Realm spirit weapon. No wonder it's so powerful. He was surprised in his heart, not realizing that there was a windfall. A 6th-ranked spirit weapon. This was already a good thing, close to a 7th-ranked holy weapon. Although it was said that the oil lamp was crippled and only had the power of a peak 3rd to 4th stage right now, it might be able to be repaired in the future. Even if it couldn't be repaired to perfection, being able to utilize the power of a 4th or 5th rank spirit weapon would already be quite powerful. The oil lamp was directly in his pocket, and Wang Tu on the side looked red in the eyes. He was a court official, but he only had an ordinary first-order magic weapon in his hands. Don't look at the fact that in the hands of Qingqiu's few people, the 3rd-ranked magic weapon manually had one, just like anyone else. That was because they were disciples of the Xian Qingguan, or the first line, the Qing character generation. That's why they are qualified to hold a 3rd-order magic weapon. Li Yu silently watched from the air, already seeing these magic weapons as his own in his heart. Let this monk keep it first and bring it over later. The time hadn't come yet, so if we didn't do it now, we'd have to let Monk Sanka keep it. He was coveting these few magic weapons. It couldn't be helped that the current Divine Mountain, although it looked like it was in full swing, was actually very poor, not to mention the materialistic level of the ordinary villagers. Wu Zhe, a 2nd-order cultivator, actually didn't even have a single magic weapon, and was using a tattered and torn saber. Moreover, other cultivators, to a greater or lesser extent, had cultivation resources to accelerate their cultivation speed, but Wu Zhe and Bai Liang didn't have any, and they all relied on absorbing the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate. What heavenly treasures and spirit crystals have nothing to do with them. So Li Yu thought, get these magic weapons. When the time comes, he can give them to Wu Zhe to use. With the magic weapons, the battle power can go up by a large margin. Meanwhile, Tianyue County, at the western city gate, Ningjiu, an old man in armor, wiped the blood from his sword and said in a cold tone, "Who gave you the guts to come to visit Tianyue County?" On the ground, a man in an official's robe spilled blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily rebuked, "I'm a trusted official under the command of the state government's lord. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid that the state government's lord will be furious? Kill you and who will know?" Minjio's eyes were ice cold as he faintly said, "Around Tianyu County, demons are rampant and Feng County was slaughtered. So what's so strange about a messenger officer dying on the road?" You, the trusted official stared in disbelief that Minju dared to kill him. The next moment, the blade flashed and heads fell to the ground. "Pack up a bit, and if anyone comes from the state capital, just say that the letter officer has never been to Tianyue County," Minjo said simply and turned to leave. The magistrate behind him began to deal with the corpse on the ground, his movements quite skillful, as if he had already done it many times. When Minjo returned to the county residence, Min Xianyu was already waiting for him. "Cousin, it's been taken care of," Minju spoke. Min Xianyu nodded, then got up and said, "There's been a change in Peach Blossom County, and Monk Sangue is going to wrap things up early, so we'll have to go over tomorrow. 100,000 folk cannot afford to fail. Go over there and supervise. The blood elixir is the key. If it's not enough, it won't be able to awaken the Buddha seed." Minju nodded and turned to leave. Looking at her cousins departing back, Min Xianyu took a deep breath. "I hope I can bet right this time. If I lose the bet, the people will die and the clan will be destroyed." At the tavern, Wu Zhe and Jian Chen stood by the window, watching the streets as countless people poured in to conscript the folk. Their brows were furrowed. "They're starting to get out of town. Now what?" Chen Jianqi looked a little anxious. Going out of the city would mean that Min Xianyu was going to make a move, and these 100,000 folk were about to become sacrifices to the demons. Wu Zhe was just about to open his mouth when suddenly the divine talisman inside his body trembled slightly and a message entered his mind. He whirled around with a joyful expression on his face and said, "The Lord God of the mountain has decreed that we should follow the procession of folk and head to Shanzai together." Chen Jianqi froze, and although he did not know what purpose this served, he still did as he was told, and together with Wu Zhe, he briefly collected his aura, and then blended into the ranks of the folk, heading towards the outskirts of the city. The procession of 100,000 folk was vast, and beside the procession, there were many county soldiers maintaining order. At the head of the group was none other than Minjiu, the commander of the county soldiers. When Jianqi Chen saw this person, his eyelids jumped and his heart sank to the bottom. Damn it, he's actually leading this time. We likely won't have a chance, Jianqi Chen said in a deep voice. Ozzy frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? See that man at the head? That's the commander of the Tianyu County's county soldiers, Minjiu, a third-ranked Xian realm cultivator. Jianqi Chen opened his mouth and replied. Hearing Chen Jianqi's words, Wu Zhe looked towards Minjiu and frowned a little, but there wasn't much worry in his heart. Don't worry brother Chen, it's just an entry Xian realm. Yu Zuo laughed. He could clearly remember that night, when Lord Mountain God hadn't even made a move and the entering Xian realm bald donkey had been scared away. Brother Wu Zhe, Chen Jianqi had no bottom in his heart and wanted to say something, but in the end, he closed his mouth. It was because Minju's gaze had just swept over and paused on them for a moment. He found us? Chen Jianqi was terrified in his heart, and felt in his heart that this time he might not be able to save the people, but instead he would take himself in. But now that we've come here, there's no turning back, and we can only go hard one way. Let's hope that the mountain god that Brother Yuzawa spoke of will really manifest. As things stood, he could only pin his hopes on the mountain god. The group of 100,000 people, with a shout from Minju, set off towards their destination with great vigor. Almost every one of the folk in the procession was in a mood of excitement, looking forward with anticipation and longing in their eyes to the future. It's just a shame that the end result will only make them despair. God's Mountain. After Liu retrieved his divine thoughts from Peach Blossom County, he immediately learned about the situation in Tianyue County through the divine talisman inside Wu Zhe. And by the way, he also allowed Wu Zhe to mix in with the 100,000 folk. Judging from the current situation, Monk Sanki's Buddha Seed program was already in the middle of wrapping up. Tomorrow would be the best time to strike, but there was no way he could pick tomorrow to strike again, because those 100,000 people in Tianyu County would soon be sent into the bloodied mouths of the wolf demons given to them. If you want to save these people, you have to do it now. However, Tianyu County was more than 70 miles away from the Divine Mountain, and even Shanzai, where 100,000 people traveled to, was still more than 60 miles away from the Divine Mountain. Liyu's divine thoughts were just 50 miles away, unable to descend directly, but he had other means to deal with just such a situation. A golden light swept over the Divine Mountain, and in the next moment, figures appeared halfway up the mountain, immortal in kind. Manifestation. Liu transformed into the appearance of Taoist Master Qingwei, with an immortal aura that was quite extraordinary. It was just that the manifestation body was very weak. Even though the current him had advanced to the third stage Spirit Mountain, the manifestation body only had the strength of the first stage of the Dharma refining realm. With this kind of strength, it was impossible to deal with a third-order cultivator. But Liu had other ways. He stretched out his hand, and the next moment a large seal appeared in his hand. The overall earthy yellow color was imprinted with a lofty mountain, and the main part was the appearance of a sacred mountain. The seal of Jinshan, the first magic weapon he acquired. The second was the heart mirror. The heart mirror, which he had already used, was an auxiliary type of magic weapon. On the contrary, this Jinshan seal has never been used. Just read the description and can see that the Jinshan seal is very powerful. Seal of mountain suppression, containing the power of millions of mountains. It suppresses all evil spirits in the world. It has a restraining effect on demons and evil spirits, and can be converted into harmless energy after suppressing and refining them. Note, the seal follows the strength of the bearer. The stronger the bearer is, the stronger the seal will be. Suppressing demons and evil spirits has a restraining effect on these. There was no mention of what level of magic weapon the Jinshan seal was, but it was labeled to follow the strength of the bearer, and the stronger the strength, the more powerful the Jinshan seal would be. Therefore, Liu estimated that this Jinshan seal was a magic weapon with no upper limit. With the holder's realm strength, the manifested body was fabricated with his spells, and here he stuck a bug. The seal of Maojin did not consider the manifestation body to be the holder, so the current bearer of the seal was Liu himself of the third order Spirit Mountain. In that case, the might that the mountain suppressing seal could exert would be at least of the third rank, and this third order was corresponding to the third order Spirit Mountain of Liu, and not an ordinary third order cultivator. With this hand, Liu naturally had the confidence to save the 100,000 people in Tianyu County. Subsequently, Liu's figure disappeared from the halfway point of the Divine Mountain and sped towards the direction of Tianyu County. His speed was fast, not weaker in the slightest than Wu Zhe, who possessed the Divine Walking Talisman. In almost half an hour's time, It was almost time to reach the destination, Yamazawa. By this time, the 100,000 folk led by Minjo had also arrived at Shanzai. The folk were dumbfounded at the sight of the undulating, overgrown mountain swamp of varying sizes in front of them. What kind of terrain is this? It's completely mountainous, not suitable for farming at all. Yeah, and the overgrowth is not easy to remove, unless the ground is dug up and all the roots are removed. What a shitty place. Did you come to the wrong place? You can't even open a desert here. Almost all of those who were able to sign up for the draft to open up the land were experienced farmers who knew something about farming. You only need to look at it to determine if the area is suitable for growing crops. The folk clamored. Then all looked at Minju, who was in the lead. Someone opened his mouth and shouted, "Commander Min, are you leading the wrong way? This place can't be planted. It's useless even if it's reclaimed. Yeah, you can't even farm this crappy mountain land. It's appropriate for a cemetery." A crowd of people shouted, not realizing at this point that they would be deceived. In the crowd, Wuzhe and Jinqi-chan watched this. Brother Wuzhe, is the mountain god he still not manifesting? Jinqi-chan was anxious in his heart. If he didn't manifest his spirit, it would be too late. Don't worry, Yamagami-sama will save everyone. Yuzawa's expression was natural, and in his heart, he had immense faith in Lord Mountain God. Facing the shouts of countless folk, the look on Minjo's face remained unchanged, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, Mr. Min didn't lead the wrong way. This is the place, but there's no way to farm here. If we really want to start a farm here, then I don't want it. Go back to the city." Someone spoke up, already realizing that the situation was not right and wanting to leave. "Right, let's go too. Back to Tianhui County." A portion of the group spoke up, turned around and tried to leave the area. "Want to go? It's already too late." Minju spoke indifferently, his eyes coldly sweeping over the 100,000 people. The moment his words fell, a loud and clear wolf howl rang out. The ground was shaking a little, and the leaves were shaken and rustled down. Upon hearing this wolf's howl, people's complexions changed drastically and they were very fearful. A demonic creature. Someone saw something and looked in one direction with a horrified face. The crowd turned their heads to look, and a wolf demon with a blood-red body, open bloody mouth, white and red pupils, and a height of 3 to 4 feet, emitting a terrifying aura, took a step towards them. Hiss! This is, Great Demon! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A great demon! Commander Min, make a move to stop this wolf demon! The incomparably panicked crowd pinned their hopes on Minjo, the only third-ranked Xianxian realm cultivator on the field. However, Minju's actions in the next moment caused all hearts to despair and faces to become bloodless. Only Minju coldly laughed before leading the county soldiers back 500 meters before arching his hand towards the wolf demon. "Brother Wolf, the people have been brought. Please enjoy." The third-rank wolf demon was huge and walked slowly from the distance. As he passed by Minju's group of county soldiers, his eyes glanced over coldly. The body of the prefectural soldier who was glimpsed couldn't help but tremble, looking fearful and backing away. As the commander, Minjo was very calm, but he was still incomparably polite in the face of the wolf demon. "Brother Wolf, 100,000 blood food is here. Please still enjoy it. We only need half of the blood pills. The rest goes to you." Minju opened his mouth with a hoarse throat. His voice was not too loud or too small, and the folk who leaned forward a little could hear it. At this moment, it was as if the sky had collapsed on all the folk, and their hearts were unbelievable. All of them, surprisingly, were all betrayed by Commander Min and sold to the demons as blood food, and they were still in the dark, thinking that they had really come out of the city to open up the land. "Minjo, you colluded with the demons and shall not die. The court will not let you go." Some of the folk cried out in grief and indignation, only to be grabbed in Minju's hands in the next moment, directly breaking his neck with a click sound. The court? If the court was in control, would there still be demons within the borders of Great Chu? Minju let out a cold smile, his gaze cold and without a trace of emotion. "All of you stand obediently where you are for this commander. If you dare to run away, this is what happens." Throwing the headless body on the ground, his eyes swept over the nearly 100,000 folk, finally stopping at the center leaning forward. "Both of you, how much longer do you want to lurk? One at the profound realm and one at the refined realm. Do you really think you can do something from this? I'll give you guys a chance to kill 1,000 folk each, then come over to this commander's side and spare your lives." Minju spoke faintly, as if everything was within his grasp. Being named, the two of them, Wuzhe and Chen Jinqi, looked unsightly. I didn't realize that Minju had seen through it a long time ago, and that people didn't take the two of them seriously at all. The surrounding folk also heard Minju's words and moved away from the Yuzawa duo in fright, their eyes incomparably fearful. "Put your mother's fart, Minjo. You are an official of the imperial court in vain, fornicating with demons and victimizing the people. Can you stand up to the people of the world? Chen Jianqi was holding a fire in his heart, and at this moment, he stood out and just cursed. Minzhou's eyes narrowed as he recognized Jianqi Chen and laughed coldly. So it's a dart master from Li Yuan Dart Company. Young man with a passion for blood, but he has some benevolence. It's just foolishness and self-importance. If you want to stand up for the people, why don't you take a piss and see what kind of strength you have? How dare you get involved in this matter at the refinement realm? You're just looking for death. Hearing Minzhou's words, Chen Jianqi's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't find the words to retort, because he was indeed self-important. Only at the refining realm. He couldn't even defeat a team of county soldiers. How could he talk about saving people? Minzhou turned his head to look at Wu Zhe again and questioned in a cold voice. Second-ranked cultivators, the Tongfa realm of Tianyu County. This commander knows them all, but he has never seen you before. You are an outsider, aren't you? Those who see injustice in the road and pull out their swords to help, and those who fornicate with demons. Everyone will be put to death. Wu Zhe spoke faintly, not flinching in the face of Minzhou's might. This performance made Minzhou a bit surprised, but then he sneered. It's a bit of a mouthful, not too small. You want to pull out your sword to help me with the strength of the profound realm? Kid, first consider whether you can survive or not. You can try. Undaunted, Yuzawa met Minzhou's gaze. With the divine immortal talisman in place, he would not fall into a crisis even if he was faced with the entering Xian realm. Good, have a backbone. Minzhou's eyes went completely cold as he raised his hand and a long spear appeared in his hand, and with a slight point of his toes, he directly leapt towards Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe took a deep breath. Facing the overwhelming attack of the entering Xian realm, he was unable to confront it head-on and could only maneuver around with the speed of the divine walking talisman. He pulled Chen Jianqi's arm, and in the next moment, the two of them directly disappeared in place. The lance broke through the air, and before it could pierce through to Yuzawa, the two had already disappeared. There's a problem. As a veteran general, Minzhou reacted extremely quickly, and quickly retreated after his shot fell short. Looking at the field again, the two Yuzawa were already in a position 50 meters away. What speed? Minzhou looked stunned, but quickly calmed down. No wonder you are so confident. So it turns out that you have something to rely on. But no matter what kind of reliance you have, in front of the realm of entry into the Xian realm, it's ultimately a tactic that doesn't rise to the occasion. Next, Minzhou launched a few more attacks, but all of them were dodged by Yuzawa relying on the speed of the divine walking talisman. Yuzawa put up a 12-minute fight, not daring to be careless at all. Although the divine walking talisman was fast, it consumed an enormous amount of power, not to mention the fact that he was also carrying Jianqi Chen, which made the consumption even greater. Jianqi Chen's entire body was in a bit of a trance at the moment. He hadn't expected that Wu Zhe would be able to maneuver back and forth under the Xian Yuan realm's men, even with him as a drag queen. This kind of tactic, was it really just the passage realm? He was in complete disbelief in his mind, and only felt that his perceptions had been turned upside down. Minzhou had tried several times and understood that Yu's means was just very fast and not very offensive. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I'll see how long you can run. He laughed out loud and began to shift his target, his lance attacking Jianqi Chen, causing Wu Zhe to expend more of his concentration to shield him. Shit! Under Minzhou's continuous attack on Jianqi Chen, Yu's forehead began to sweat as the amount of power he consumed grew exponentially. Knowing the situation at this moment, Jianqi Chen gritted his teeth and was about to open his mouth to ask Wu Zhe to put him down. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Old thief Min, suffer. The voice fell, and with it came a large circular sword. The blade cut through the sky as the azure-colored blade chopped down towards Minzhou's neck. The Great River Blade Technique? He Li Yuan. Minzhou's face changed. He panicked and turned his gun, and with luck in his body, he vibrated the gun with all his might and stabbed it against the blade light. With a loud bang, the spear and blade light collided together, emitting a dazzling light. Minzhou's figure flew out backwards, taking a dozen steps back after landing before he could barely stand still. He looked up, to the figure walking slowly in the distance. A silver-haired middle-aged man strolled in, holding a large circular sword, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he couldn't get much advantage from the exchange of blows just now. Chief, Jianqi Chen's expression froze when he saw the visitor, and then his face was somewhat touched. Boss, I thought you said you weren't coming? He Li Yuan looked at Chen Jianqi and laughed. Even the little brat has the courage to come forward. How can I, an old man, back down? But sister-in-law don't worry, since I'm here, I've already made arrangements and left them a way out. He Li Yuan directly interrupted Chen Jianqi's words, then turned his head, his eyes gazing towards Minzhou, as well as the wolf demon that had been licking its claws and teeth at the back. sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Minju was also looking at He Li Yuan, and his face was ugly as hell. He Li Yuan, you're really senile. Li Yuan Dart Company has been in Tianyue County for so many years, and now that you've turned away, I still consider you one of my own. He Li Yuan laughed and shook his head decisively. Old thief Min, I've been in Tianyue County for 5 or 6 years, and in those 5 or 6 years, I've lived a lousy life. Wimpy, what a loser. He Li Yuan smiled to himself as if he was reminiscing about the old days. The people are being oppressed. I turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. I don't know how many times I couldn't suppress the impulse in my heart to just draw my sword and cut down the injustice. But then I was crushed by reality. Concerned about his wife, concerned about his children, concerned about his brethren in the dart line, looking forward and backward, fearful of the future. His thoughts are not clear, and his cultivation has not progressed an inch. Today, when I learned that you, old thief Min, colluded with demons to victimize 100,000 people, my first thought was actually to escape, and the chivalry that I once had was gone. Later, I woke up. Instead of living like this, I should let go of my life. What's wrong with just dying? Lead the sword into a quick, not to lose the head of a young man. After looking away, He Li Yuan smiled boldly, drew his sword and moved forward, his eyes burning as he looked towards Minju. Minju's expression moved as if he was recalling a past event, but he quickly went cold again. Grandeur and chivalry. Indeed, it's not living up to a young man's head, but He Li Yuan, you just can't change the ending even if you die a magnificent death. If I can't change it, then it also proves that I tried, He Li Yuan said in a firm tone. Nearly 100,000 folk witnessed this scene, their hearts surging with excitement. Some were saved because they might be saved themselves, while others were infected by He Dart's bravado. Gov. Chen Jianqi choked a little. Earlier he was still angry at why the Dart Master didn't make a move and try to escape, but now the chief has come, and has come with the determination to die. He didn't know whether to be happy or hard in his heart. Little Chen, there is no need to be sentimental when you are in the jungle. I am thinking through, for the sake of the thoughts to be clear, for the breath in my heart that has been held for 8 years. He Li Yuan opened his mouth. At this moment, his heart was indescribably happy. Alright, since you want to think through your thoughts, bodyguard then I'll send you on your way first, Minju said in a cold voice. He didn't want to delay any longer, and directly turned towards the wolf demon. Brother Wolf, please also make a move and settle the trouble together, so as not to have a long night. First out popped the 2 Wu Zai Qin Jianji, and then suddenly He Li Yuan jumped out, which made Minju feel very troubled, and at the same time a little uneasy in his heart, so he wanted to solve it as soon as possible. May! The wolf demon spat out a single word, then stood up from the ground. The huge wolf's body trembled and opened its mouth wide to roar towards the sky. Ouch! The flames of the air and the tyrannical aura emanated out, causing He Li Yuan's face to be heavy. Do it! In the next moment, Minju moved, flinging his long spear. The spear's main spun in a circle and smashed directly towards He Li Yuan's face. The wolf demon's movements, on the other hand, were incomparably crisp and clean as it lunged forward, its sharp claws slapping down fiercely, slicing through the air and emitting a popping sound. Humph! He Li Yuan took in a deep breath. The circular greatsword made out in his hands. The blade exploded, azure-colored light splattering in all directions, fiercely confronting Minju's attack with the wolf demon. However, 1 against 2 was already a disadvantage, plus the wolf demon realm was 1 step higher, a peak 3rd-order demon, just 1 step short of being a 4th-order demon. With such a disparity, He Li Yuan only exchanged 1 round before he was sent flying over 10 meters away, his body landing heavily on the ground. When Jian Qichin saw this, his heart was anxious, but he couldn't do much. 3rd-ranked human. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious blood food. The wolf demon opened its mouth, its pupils filled with greed. It leapt at He Li Yuan and opened its bloody mouth to swallow him in 1 gulp. He Li Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at the bloody mouth that was close at hand, and hurriedly got up to fend it off. After exchanging several rounds, he was at a disadvantage, and many wounds had already appeared on his body, bloody and gruesome. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out of He Li Yuan's mouth as he stuck the circular greatsword on the ground, supporting his body with his hands as he panted heavily. He couldn't hold out any longer. The wolf demon was already much stronger than him, plus there was also Minju aiding him on the side. He couldn't take advantage of it at all. He could only be passively beaten. Looking at the wolf demon walking towards him with its bloody mouth open, He Li Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. I thought I could do something about it, but in the end, nothing changed. Pity, he sighed heavily, already prepared for death. The folk who witnessed this looked desperate. He Dart leader was defeated, then they would have no way to live at all. They could only fall into the blood food of the demons. Chen Jianqi was in a rage and wanted to rush up to save Dart Leader He, but he was stopped by Wu Zhe. Don't worry, Lord Yamagami is already here, Yuzawa said calmly. His divine walking talisman had just sensed that there was divine power belonging to Lord Mountain God approaching. About 500 meters away, an immortal figure stood and watched everything in the mountain swamp. Liu had just arrived and saw He Liyuan being mixed doubles by Minjiu and the wolf demon. It was called a miserable from beginning to end is being beaten, but fortunately He Liyuan body bones are hard enough. It was only beaten to spit blood. Fortunately, it's not too late. Liu calmly opened his mouth and his voice traveled out, quickly attracting the attention of the wolf demon and Minjiu. The wolf demon turned back, his eyes fierce and revealing killing intent. What man? With a guarded face, Minjiu held his lance and looked in the direction the voice came from, but Liu didn't have the time to talk nonsense with them. 2 third-order little caramels could be suppressed with the flip of a hand. He took out the mountain suppression seal and directly cast the spell. In the next moment, the mountain suppressing seal emitted golden light and flew into the air, violently becoming larger and growing in size. From the initial size of a box, it slowly became the size of a small mountain. Moreover, the mountain suppressing seal became larger, and the outline of the divine mountain on it became clearer, and from a distance, it was a small divine mountain. Shun, Liu lightly rebuked, and the mountain suppressing seal then carried divine might and suppressed towards the wolf demon. Watching the small mountain-sized seal suppressing it, the wolf demon's blood-red fur stood up all over its body, and the pressure carried by the seal seemed to have a restraining effect on it, making its body tremble and unable to move. The wolf demon tried to escape, using all its strength, but its entire body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire, and it was very difficult to lift its feet. Thus, the wolf demon could only watch in fear as the mountain suppressing seal pressed over its head and then completely suppressed it. Bang! A muffled sound. The wolf demon was suppressed by the seal and couldn't even utter a scream before it became a meat cake. Its breath severed. Everyone was staring at this scene with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. In their eyes, the unbeatable wolf demon was so easily subdued? Where on earth did this small mountain-sized seal come from to have such divine power? Jian Qichen sucked in a breath of cool air, his expression shocked. He recognized the outline of the divine mountain on this seal. Wasn't this a scaled-down version of the majestic divine mountain that the Thousand Mountain Villa relied on? Mountain gods. Brother Yuzawa wasn't lying. The mountain god lord he spoke of had really manifested. What is this? The small mountain-like seal smashed in front of him, and He Liyuan froze on the spot, looking at the scene in front of him incredulously. What about a large wolf demon? Just a moment ago, he was unstoppable, and his bloody mouth wanted to swallow the sky and the earth. But why is it gone now? The massive seal was right in front of him, and the mighty, majestic aura emanating from it caused He Liyuan to suck in a breath of cool air. His first thought was, which high-ranking cultivator had struck to subdue a peak third-order wolf demon with a single move? This strength, at the very least, had to be a peak fourth-order enlightenment realm cultivator. However, He Liyuan felt that he was afraid that it was more than that, just based on the aura that he had just shot. He was afraid that it had to be a fifth-order ancient realm. This surprised him in his heart. A strong person had stepped in. Then they were saved. On the contrary, Minjiu looked very frightened at the moment. He was standing right next to the wolf demon, and when the great seal smashed down, if he hadn't reacted quickly, plus the seal hadn't locked onto him, then he would have long since followed the wolf demon and been smashed into a meat cake. Who and what are you? Minjiu lost his voice and shouted. The strength of his opponent had greatly surpassed him. Without even seeing the person, the wolf demon was subdued and killed with a single strike. This was simply terrifying to the extreme. He quietly backed away, ready to flee. But Liu had already made a move, so how could he let him give escape? He stood right on the periphery, and with a gentle lift of his right hand, the mountain-suppressing seal slowly rose into the air while emitting a faint golden aura. Seeing this, Minju's face changed drastically, and without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Can you walk? Liu was unimpressed. There was no doubt about the power of the mountain-suppressing seal, even though he was only manifesting his body right now and was quite weak. However, the seal of Jinshan corresponded to the realm of his own body, and the Minjiu of the district's enlightenment realm was simply a handful. No! Feeling the terrifying pressure behind him, Minjiu looked desperate. Despite his advanced age and the fact that he had enjoyed all that he should have enjoyed, his heart yearned to live, and the desire to live was very strong. But the Jinshan seal wouldn't listen to his pleas for mercy, and like a merciless mountain, it suppressed him in the air. A dull crushing sound rang out, and Minjiu could not even utter a scream before he was already dead. The dust settled, but in the time of the tea, the two into the Xian realm were killed on the spot, not even able to do anything to resist. The impact of this scene was too strong, and even He Liyuan, who was at the same level of the Xian Yuan realm, was unable to calm down for a long time after seeing it. As soon as the leader died, the remaining county soldiers were all in disarray one by one, their faces pale, fearing that the next moment the small mountain-sized seal would smash on them. So after they reacted, they all turned around and ran, using all their strength to desperately escape. Most of them fled to Tianyue County, and only a small portion of the resourceful ones, knowing that it might not be safe to go back to Tianyue County, fled in the opposite direction. Li Yu didn't pursue. These county soldiers weren't worthy of him yet. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? After striking out one after another to suppress a wolf and a man, he withdrew the mountain-suppressing seal. The small mountain-like seal slowly became smaller in the air and finally fell back into his hand. This magic weapon is good. It's a good thing, he praised in his heart. The first time he used the mountain seal, the effect was unexpected and powerful. After suppressing the wolf demon, the seal of Maojin extracted a ball of pure white energy from within the wolf demon's corpse. Li Yu knew that this should be the harmless energy described by the panel. There is no harmless energy extracted from killing Minju because Minju is human, and the Shinshan seal would only refine and extract the demons and evil spirits into harmless energy after they had been subdued and killed. As for exactly how this harmless energy would be used, he wasn't sure, and he didn't have time to find out right now. After settling the wolf demon with Minjo, the county soldiers all ran out, and the 100,000 folk of Tianyue County were successfully rescued. The people who had escaped were so excited that some of them even wept with joy. They knew that someone had stepped in to save them, and the seal, the size of a small mountain, descended like a god to deliver them. But the person who saved them didn't show up, and the seal became smaller and fell into a jungle. The crowd knew that the person who had struck was there, but no one dared to go forward, and could only kneel and give thanks in the direction of the jungle. The little people thanked the immortal master for his help. The immortal master's merit is immeasurable. The crowd was in turmoil. Countless people were kneeling down to thank them, while some began to flee this ominous place, only wanting to return to Tianyue County as soon as possible. Originally they had come out to open up the land, but now that they knew that it was a conspiracy, who would dare to stay here after coming back from the dead? Wu Zhe looked at the nearly 100,000 plus people returning to Tianyue County in great numbers. His complexion somewhat. The decree to conscript the folk was issued by Min Chanyue, and Minjio was also Min Chanyue's cousin. These people know that Tianyue County is a fire pit, but they still jump in one by one. It's not that they're stupid, but the only way in front of them is to go back to the county. Sleeping out in the open? No one dares. If you dare to stay in the wilderness today, the demons will come for you tomorrow. Going somewhere else? No one dares to gamble. The world is hard, the court is corrupt, and the officials are the same no matter where they are. So even though the crowd knew that the person behind sending them out of the city and handing them over to the demons was most likely County Magistrate Min, there was nothing they could do about it, and they still had to go back to the county when they were supposed to. If you go back, you may be able to live with this matter, but if you don't go back, it's certain death. One has a chance of survival, the other is certain death. Any fool knows what to choose. Brother Yuzawa, the mountain god is manifesting. Has he come? Jian Qichen looked at Wu Zhe with some excitement in his eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed a divine manifestation, having only heard about it before. After hearing this, Wu Zhe hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Mountain God naturally came, but he left after he struck. After Minjio was subdued and killed, he received a message from Lord Mountain God, telling him that he could return to the Thousand Mountain Villa once he was done with his business in Tianyue County. Jian Qichen listened with a look of pity. That's a real deity. It would be a great honor to meet one. A silver-haired He Li Yuan walked over, and when Chen Jianqi saw this, he hurriedly went forward to assist him. Boss you suffered. Jian Qichen pursed his lips and looked at the middle-aged man who had a tired face and had suffered a lot of injuries, and felt a little guilty in his heart. It's nothing, not even a serious injury. He Li Yuan waved his hand. He had been traveling darts for many years and injuries were common. As long as it's not the kind of injury that requires months in bed, it's minor. Dart leader Yuzawa arched his hand and said very politely. For Dart leader he to stand up and face Minjio at the critical moment, he had great admiration in his heart. Well, you're the owner of the Thousand Mountain Villa that I met on the road last time Xiao Chen was transporting darts, right? He Li Yuan sized up Yuzawa and spoke slowly. Regarding some information about Wu Zhe, he had heard Jian Qichen mention it once or twice before. I just didn't take it seriously at the time, but today I'm looking at it a little differently. Yuzawa's stance, especially that speed, was out of this world. It wasn't like a passage realm cultivator could do it. Faced with He Li Yuan's inquiry, Yuzawa nodded his head naturally. Good. Heroes come out of youths. Your stance is very good. He Li Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Yuzawa humbly responded. and the two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. Afterward, Li Yuan went straight to the point and opened his mouth to inquire. Wu Zhe, from what Xiao Chen said, the ones who just struck were from your 1,000-mountain villa? Not a human, but a god. With a solemn expression, Yu's replied. God. Li Yuan was astonished. He didn't question Wu Zhe's words in his heart. Instead he was somewhat convinced, because just now when the seal fell, the pressure, the aura did not look like something a cultivator could bring. Instead, there was that hint of incense in the temple. He had also heard Qin Jianxi talk about the 1,000-mountain villa and knew that they had a temple dedicated there. Mountain god? Li Yuan then inquired. Wu Zhe nodded his head and said, that's right, it's none other than the mountain god lord that our 1,000-mountain villa enshrines. When Li Yuan heard this, he looked serious and arched his hand and said, today's divine grace of the mountain god's refuge is really Mao's 3 lifetimes of good fortune, and he will bring his whole family with him in the next day to pay his respects and offer incense to the mountain god. His tone was sincere, and it was all thanks to the mountain god's hand that he survived today. Walking in the Jianghu, the word of righteousness is the most important, and the grace of saving one's life is no greater than that of heaven, so he definitely had to go to the 1,000-mountain villa to pay his respects to the god of the mountain. It was only that there were still many things to take care of now, and there was also a need to prepare things to pay homage to the mountain god, so he could only wait for another day to go forward to the 1,000-mountain villa. And, in his mind, he was curious about the mountain god, a manifested deity. There were many gods enshrined in the territory of Dechu, but almost none of them could manifest. Even the Taoist Buddhist sect, which was known as the number one in the world, and the 3 Qing Buddhas enshrined within it, had all dimmed and had not manifested their spirits for a long time. This is the trend of the great power of heaven and earth, and it is not possible for God to be mortal. Then I'll be waiting for your visit from bodyguard he when the time comes. Wu Zhe arched his hand and smiled. Afterward, the 3 of them straightened up for a moment and returned to Tianyue County behind a group of folk. Li Yuan and Shen Jianxi had to deal with the affairs of the Dart House, and at the same time had to deal with Min Qianyue's possible retaliation. Wu Zhe's mission to come to Tianyue County had been accomplished. 100,000 folk had been saved. Min Qianyue's plan for them had been sabotaged, and there was nothing more for him to do next. But in his heart, he thought, I've come here, and it always feels like a loss if I don't do something about it. He wanted to try to pull heads in Tianyue County to see if he could recruit some people to join the 1,000-mountain villa. As the manor master, Wu Zhe was always thinking about the development of the 1,000-mountain villa. After Li Yuzhen killed the wolf demon and followed Minjiu, he didn't choose to show his face, but retreated alone. He then appeared in the midst of the group of folk and followed a group of people into Tianyue County. Behind Minjiu was the county magistrate of Tianyue County, Min Qianyu. Since he had decided to strike, then Li Yu would definitely not leave behind any aftermath. Min Qianyu was a court official, the county magistrate of a county with a population of over 700,000, and had the official seal in her hand. Tianyue County's qi could be much denser than Peach Blossom County's, and it was able to mobilize more qi. Don't look at the fact that today's Min Qianyu was just an aging Tongfa realm cultivator, but if he used his qi luck to add to his body, his strength was estimated to skyrocket by a large margin. Yuzawa couldn't cope with it, then neither could Li Yuan. That was why Li Yu chose to strike out on his own, sneak into the county and directly take down Min Qianyu. Entering Tianyue County, the county soldiers guarding the gate had long been at a loss for words. With 100,000 folk pouring in, they were simply unable to stop them, nor did they dare to do so. So Li Yu easily entered Tianyue County. Tianyue County was many times larger than Peach Blossom County, and the buildings were much more prosperous, with commercial streets, which had all kinds of restaurants and greenhouses, and were quite lively. At the corner of an alleyway, Li Yu cast a spell and transformed his manifestation body into the appearance of Minjiu, then strutted out and headed toward the county seat. He was fast, rushing to get in front of the county soldiers who had fled back to the county, or he would have been in trouble if he had been seen. At this moment in the county residence, Min Qianyu was sitting in the lobby drinking tea. The aroma of tea was overflowing, and there were snacks and pastries on the table, but he didn't have much of an appetite, and he couldn't drink or eat. There was some irritation in his heart, and irritation appeared as soon as Minju left the city with 100,000 folk, then just now suddenly became uneasy, always feeling that something big is going to happen. Master Shifu, has Minjiu returned? Min Qianyu spoke. The master with the 8-bearded beard fawned and said, back to your lordship. Commander Min has only been out of the city for a short while, and I'm afraid it won't be so soon if I want to come back. While speaking, his eyes turned straight up, and after noticing that Min Qianyu's face did not look good, he immediately changed his words and said, if your lordship has an urgent matter, My subordinate can send someone out of the city to notify Commander Min to return to the city as soon as possible. After hearing this, Min Qianyue's complexion looked much better as she nodded her head and said, "Go." The master led the order and then retired to arrange for the people to go. Min Qianyue took a sip of her tea. Then when she looked up again, she saw Minju appear in front of her. He froze slightly and spoke, "Judy, you're back so soon?" As soon as these words came out, he sensed something was wrong. How can it be so fast? Just let the master go to inform people to come. The next moment people arrived. Could it be a coincidence? But the Minju in front of him seemed to be a bit different from usual. Alertness rose in Min Qianyu's heart as she stood up, frowning tightly as she stared at the Minju in front of her, and said in a cold voice, "Kubi, elder brother is asking you." Li Yu raised his head and looked at the nearly aged Min magistrate in front of him. It was hard to imagine that it was such an old man with an incredibly malicious mind, and that a single command was to send the lives of 100,000 folk into the mouths of demons. If the court of Chu is full of these dog officials, it is not far from the end. "I've come to take your life." Li Yu was very direct. Raising his hand was the Jinshan seal flying out, unexpectedly smashing into Min Qianyu, not giving him the chance to utilize the court's qi. Although he was confident that even if the other party used the court's qi, he would be able to suppress them easily with the mountain suppressing seal, but that would be too much of a hassle. He didn't like trouble, so he just went ahead and killed the person so that he didn't have a chance to mobilize his qi. "You, not Minju." Min Qianyu's face changed and he pulled out the white jade official seal from his sleeve, but the Jinshan seal had already arrived at his face and did not give him any chance to strike directly on his head. Bang! There was a loud bang. Min Qianyu's entire body flew out backwards, spewing out blood mixed with white brain matter from her mouth before smashing into the screen at the back of the lobby, which cracked into two halves and covered her body. Breathless, he perished on the spot. Li Yu did not leave any force behind this time, and although the mountain suppressing seal did not become bigger, the force contained within it did not decrease, but instead became more. How could Min Qianyue, who was only at the profound realm and had an old body, be able to carry this blow? Picking up the white jade official seal on the ground and feeling the majestic qi contained in it, Li Yu was satisfied in his heart. I didn't expect to get anything out of this one. When he killed Min Jiu, Li Yu had already decided to kill him along with Min Qianyu. Courtiers are generally more difficult to deal with, so strikes must be taken by surprise. He resorted to a sneak attack, giving him no chance to use his official seal. After killing Min Qianyu, Li Yu didn't bother to clean up the scene and turned around. By the time the people from the county government discovered Min Qianyu's corpse, his manifested body was already leaving Tianyue County and returning to Divine Mountain. The white jade official seal was held in his hands, carefully pondering over it. Other than that, the workmanship of this official seal is still very good, quite exquisite, and you can tell that it is a master's handwriting. Inside the official seal, there was a strand of imperial qi, not much, but very pure. Li Yu used his divine mind to sense it carefully and realized that although this quartz qi was similar to his incense merit in general, it was still slightly different. Is there a difference between innate and acquired? He thought in his mind that this qi was much more complicated than incense merit. This official seal could already be considered a magic weapon in essence, but the grade could only be counted as first order, and its only function was to be used to mobilize the qi of the corresponding jurisdiction. Li Yu took away the official seal. Then in the future, if a new magistrate came to Tianyu County, he wouldn't even be able to call on Tianyu County's qi, unless he could get the official seal back from Li Yu. Putting the official seal away, Li Yu took out the mountain suppression seal again, and his mind probed into it. The harmless energy extracted from the refining of the mountain suppressing seal after it had subdued the wolf demon was being stored inside the seal. These harmless energies appeared pure white in color, gathered into a ball, with spiritual energy overflowing, and were very pure. He began to try to absorb these harmless energies directly, and finally realized that there was no way to do so. With pity in his heart, it seems that if one wants to become stronger, the only way is to collect incense merit. Li Yu pondered in his mind that there was no way to absorb these harmless energies himself, so he could only leave them to his men. Over in Peach Blossom County, we can do it too. He cast his divine thoughts into Peach Blossom County. The Min brothers were already dead, and the few remaining Sangue monks were in the Peach Blossom County. At this moment, Monk Sangue was still unaware of what was happening over in Tianyu County. He came to the Golden Dragon Temple with Wang Du and Cheng Qianfeng. When the three of them met, Wang Tu spoke directly. "Master Sangue, summoning us here, is it time to wrap things up?" Monk Sanka nodded, his gaze serious. "Let's get ready first. Once the blood pills from Tianyu County arrive, we can directly awaken the Buddha seed." After hearing this, both Wang Hua's faces showed joy, and there was some anticipation in their hearts. After planning for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Then, led by monk Sangue, the three of them came to the center of the Buddhist temple. Behind the Buddha statue, there was a secret door, and monk Sangue stepped forward to gently push it. A slight click sounded and the dark door appeared in front of the three. The three didn't hesitate and walked straight down. There's actually an underground chamber. No wonder we didn't find it earlier. In the dark, Li Yu's divine thoughts had been following, and as he watched the three walk into the secret room, he also followed. The secret room's dark passage was very long, and there were several barriers in the middle to isolate divine sense, so it could be seen that a great deal of effort had been put into it. Spells were forbidden, and physically there were all sorts of organs that were intricate. Even monk Sangue and a few others came in, but it took quite a bit of effort. After 7 turns, the three finally arrived at the center of the chamber. At the center of the chamber was an altar, and on the periphery of the altar was a pool of black and red blood, which was boiling hot and gurgling with bubbles. In the middle of the altar, a childlike body sat there cross-legged, with fair skin, no hair, and hands folded like a Buddha. This is the Buddha seed. Cheng Qianfang was entering the secret room for the first time, and when he saw the Buddha seed on the altar, he looked astonished. Monk Sangue looked at the Buddha seed with some fire in his eyes, and after reciting a Buddha's name, he laughed. That's right, this is the Buddha seed, which took me 100 days to conceive, born with Buddha nature, comparable to the great medicine of heaven and earth. Hearing the words of monk Sangue, the eyes of the two Wang Tuo turned fiery. The Buddha seed in the center of the altar was as if it possessed life. Its nostrils were spitting, its chest was heaving, and it was no different from a living person. It's almost time. The Buddha seed has already birthed life. It's only missing the last step of spirituality. After awakening the spirituality, the Buddha seed will be truly perfect. The more monk Sangue said, the more excited he became. He could already see a scene where after dividing the Buddha seed and taking it, his foundation that had been damaged for many years would be completely restored, and his realm would be even further advanced, becoming the Yin God realm in the future. Wang Du and Cheng Qianfang were even more excited. The two of them were counting on this thing to renew their lives, and Li Yu, who followed into the underground chamber, was shocked when he saw the Buddha seed on the altar. Previously, when he heard that monk Sangue was plotting to conceive the Buddha seed, he just thought that the Buddha seed was some heavenly treasure or something like that. But I didn't expect to be alone. A person who looks alive and still looks like a teenager, taking Buddha's seed? Are these people trying to eat people? In that instant, Li Yu only felt incomparably nauseous. Truly not a human race, capable of anything heartless for the sake of strength. He was cold in his heart, although he probably guessed that this Buddha seed didn't look like a real person, but was birthed by monk Sangue through whatever means. But that's what a human being looks like, no different than a real person. If you give it spirituality again, it's a real human being. People eating people was even more disgusting to Li Yu than demons eating people. Now it just so happened that all three were gathered here, and there were no leaks, so they could be directly eliminated in one fell swoop. Just as the three monks of the three returns were staring at the Buddha seed with blazing eyes, the underground chamber suddenly trembled violently. The three men's faces changed and they quickly turned around, looking alert. What man? Monk Sangue opened his mouth in a cold voice, the Dharma mantle already appearing in his hand, along with several newly acquired Dharma weapons. He was horrified. The underground chamber was his highest level of secrecy, and even Cheng Qianfang hadn't brought it over before. Only Wang Tu had come in, but now that he was actually infiltrated by someone without realizing it, it made him inwardly incredibly wary and at the same time very shaken. The awakening of the Buddha seed was imminent, and this was his dependence on restoring his foundation, not to be snatched by anyone. In the face of monk Sangue's yelling, Li Yu did not respond. He directly cast Dharma phase heaven and earth, coalescing a golden giant over 10 feet tall in the underground chamber. As soon as the golden giant appeared, it directly occupied half of the underground chamber, with a majestic pressure that scared the three people silly on the spot. What is this? Wang Tu's eyelids jumped straight up. For so many years as an official, demons are not uncommon to see, but this is the first time to see this scene in front of him. Cheng Qianfang, who was the oldest, was so frightened that he dropped to the ground and raised his head, his face terrified and his eyes terrified. He could feel that he didn't even have the slightest power to fight back against this golden giant. In his heart, he couldn't even think of resisting. As for monk Sangue, after feeling this mysterious and unpredictable pressure, his face suddenly changed. It's you, the Yin God realm behind the divine walk. Monk Sangue clenched his teeth, looking fearful, his heart raging with anger. Last time, when he went with Chien Ku to seek trouble from the Thousand Mountain Villa, he ended up being put on the spot instead, causing the relics left behind by his ancestor to explode. The only means of saving his life was gone, and he was sorely disappointed. The latter thought that this person was probably a wild cultivator, so as long as he didn't mess with him again. I didn't realize that not to mess with him, but he ended up coming to my door. Senior, it was wrong of me to offend last time. I hereby apologize for my previous behavior. If Senior is dissatisfied, this Buddha seed can be split in part and given to Senior to enjoy. Monk Sangue calmed down. In front of them, they were no match for the ancient realm, so they could only endure the pain and cede some of their benefits. What if I don't accept? Li Yu said indifferently. The pressure attacked, and cold sweat broke out on Monk Sangue's forehead. Just a single pressure made it difficult for him to bear. Is this really just the Yin God realm? I'm afraid even the Yang God realm doesn't have this kind of aura, right? In an instant, Monk Sangue knew that he had messed with a big man. He was clear-headed. What kind of benefit was not more important than his own life? As long as one lives, there is still hope for everything, but if one dies, then there is really nothing left. He hurriedly bent his head and said in a respectful tone, if Senior wants all of it, we will give it with both hands. But Li Yu didn't pay any attention to him. Monk Sangue waited for a long time, and finally he clenched his teeth and took out all 4 magic weapons on his body, as well as some treasured secret books. Elder, this is all I have on me. I hope that Elder will be lenient and let me live for the sake of me being a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. He specifically emphasized the 5 words Golden Dragon Temple disciple at the end as a reminder to Li Yu that he was a disciple of the world's #1 Buddhist sect, but he had an identity and background. These words made Li Yu's heart burst with amusement. The #1 Buddhist sect in the world. He didn't really care about it, although there might be trouble following the killing of the 3 returned monks. But if we don't kill him and set him free, will there be no trouble? So what if the Golden Dragon Temple is here today to take your lives? No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Li Yu spoke in a cold voice, having locked onto the 3 people long ago. Once Monk Sangue heard this, despair rose in his heart. At the entering Xian realm, he had no power to fight back against the ancient realm, or even a more powerful existence. His face was hard, and he said angrily, I am a direct disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. If you kill me, the Golden Dragon Temple will not rest. No matter how far you hide to the ends of the earth, you will be pulled out and exterminated, and your Yuanshan will be struck into the soul refining lamp, and you will not be allowed to transcend your life for all eternity. With that said, he also squeezed a drop of essence blood from his palm and took out a small Buddha bell, wanting to send a message out before he died. But Li Yu wouldn't be foolish enough to let him send a message to the people of the Golden Dragon Temple and make a decisive move before Monk Sangue could ring the Buddhist bell. The Golden Giant reached out and, like crushing an ant to death, snapped the neck of Monk Sanka, and along with it, crushed and exploded that Buddha bell. Monk Sangue was killed on the spot, and his body smashed heavily on the ground. The 2 of them, Wang Du and Cheng Qianfeng, were stunned on the spot. The 2 of them quickly fell to their knees and begged for forgiveness, their voices in tears. Elder, spare your life. Everything was done by Monk Sangue who forced us to do it. We are also victims. He is the culprit. Wang Tu acted incomparably genuine with a handful of snot and tears. Cheng Qianfeng was even in tears, crying and begging for mercy. Li Yu coldly watched the performance of the 2. If he didn't know everything, he might have been deceived by the acting skills of these 2. Without any retention, the 2 men ended up in the same situation as the 3 returning monks. Both of them had their necks directly snapped, killing them on the spot. In one day, he killed 3 magistrates in a row. Finally, the dust has settled. The conspiracy of the Buddha's seed. The mastermind Monk Sangue is dead. Several accomplices are also killed one by one. This matter can be brought to an end. It was the death of the magistrate of Peach Blossom County and Tianyue County that was expected to fall into a period of time of chaos. Tianyue County was beyond his reach and he couldn't control it. But this Peach Blossom County was now within the scope of his divine mountain. So it was possible to plan for it and incorporate it into the Divine Mountain's power. It's something that will have to be dealt with in the long run. And for now, if anything, there are more important things to deal with. Li Yu looked towards the Buddha seed in the middle of the altar. Just now he hadn't noticed that after the death of the 3 Sangue monks, the blood flowed into the blood pool, causing the blood water in the pool to boil and begin to pulsate. Changes began to occur in the Buddha seed, and a glow emanated from his skin as if he was about to wake up. But in the end, it seemed to be so close. And the Buddha seed didn't wake up in the end. Li Yu was a little surprised in his heart, and it was only when he probed with his divine mind that he realized that the Buddha seed had already been born with spirituality. It's just that this spirituality is a bit crippled and not perfect. That's why it hasn't been awakened. The Buddha seed on the altar was a human body's great medicine, nurtured by the monk Sanka using a secret method, and a variety of heavenly materials, along with the lives of more than 100,000 people. It can be said that this Buddha seed has carried the lives of more than 100,000 people on its back since its birth. The Buddha species was covered with a tantalizing medicinal scent that regular people would smell and be uncontrollably attracted to it, evoking a desire in their hearts to take a bite out of it. To put it bluntly, it's donut meat, and there's a considerable temptation to do so, but it didn't appeal to Liu. After all, he was a mountain now. Looking at this Buddha seed in front of him, he had some difficulties in his mind, not knowing how to deal with it. Like Monk Sanka and the others, taking the Buddha seed as a great medicine for the human body, or taking it to his men, he could not possibly do so. The Buddha species is not a human being, but has become indistinguishable from a human being. He had organs, blood, skin, and spirituality. All that was missing was the last ounce of spirituality to wake him up. After thinking about it, in the end, Liu decided to bring the Buddha seed to the Divine Mountain for resettlement. It was the best way to deal with it. It couldn't just be left here unattended, and if anyone else found out about it, it would inevitably lead to a chilling scene. Ignoring the 3 corpses on the ground, Liu directly took the Buddha seed with him and brought it back to the Divine Mountain. He didn't leave the Buddha seed at the Thousand Mountain Villa to buy Liang and the others for safekeeping, but instead went to the halfway point of the Divine Mountain and sought out a cave to place it in. Luckily, this Buddha seed was born divine and currently not awakened, so he could maintain his vital signs without eating or drinking, as long as he was provided with a sufficient amount of heaven and earth aura for him to absorb. This thing called heaven and earth aura, Liu had more than enough of it. The Divine Mountain was already rich in spiritual energy, and the aura was much denser than other places. Moreover, ever since he had advanced to the 3rd stage of the Spirit Mountain, the concentration of aura on the Divine Mountain had increased even more, by a full notch. Even Bai Liang and Li Shui's cultivation had become faster recently, while the ordinary villagers felt that the air of the Divine Mountain seemed to have changed for the better, and they were more energetic in their work. After placing the Buddha seed in place and all the dust settled, Liu instructed Bai Liang that he could send someone forward to Peach Blossom County to wrap things up. When Bai Liang, who was busy handling the affairs of Thousand Mountain Villa, received the message, his entire body froze for a moment. Send someone to Peach County? Soon he reacted, looking a little surprised. Lord Yamagami let him go, so doesn't that mean the matter has been completely resolved? Bai Liang had complete and unconditional trust in Lord Mountain God, and since Lord Mountain God had told him to go to Peach Blossom County, he wouldn't hesitate. Putting down the affairs in his hands, he walked out of the temple and selected some more good hands from the Thousand Mountain Villa. Er Chang, Shangwan Xiuyu, Du Tian Morning and so on. Master Bai Zhuang, what are we going to do with such a big battle? Er Ching looked at the people around him with a puzzled look on his face. The ones who were called out could be the good men of the Thousand Mountain Villa, and his first reaction was that an enemy had appeared in the village. We are going to Peach Blossom County at the behest of Lord Mountain God, and you will naturally know when we arrive. Bai Liang didn't explain much. The conspiracy of the 3 returning monks and the others, Er Chang, they didn't even know. It would be too much of a waste of time to explain to them. They just need to know that it is the will of the Lord of the Mountain. After hearing that it was the decree of the Mountain God Lord, the several people of Er Ching's complexion all became serious and didn't ask any more questions. Bai Liang then headed to Peach Blossom County with a group of a dozen people. At this moment, Peach Blossom County was not yet in chaos, because Wan Tu had not disappeared long ago, and people had not yet realized what had happened. The magistrates guarding the city are all ordinary people, just a little bit better with their hands. Hey, where do you think Sheriff Wang has been these past few days? Why haven't we seen anyone? At the gate of the county town, a few yamen were chatting. Who knows? I guess it's at one of the kills just wallowing in the girl's belly. Ha 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 ha. Also, just the colorful look of Sheriff Wang. A few people were talking and laughing when they suddenly saw a group of people in the distance aggressively coming this way. One of them, with a change of color, stepped forward and shouted, "Stop, this county is closed. No one is allowed to come over." The sound spread far and wide, but the group did not pause at all, still coming towards the county gate. Now a few magistrates were anxious. They are just ordinary people, usually in power, bullying the poor people but they didn't have the guts to ask them to tough out these aggressive suspected stragglers. The court only pays 10 taels a month. Why are you fighting for your life? Blowing the sirens and closing the gates, the guarding magistrates did all these things in one fell swoop. Quickly go to the city and ask for Sheriff Wang. One of the yamen shouted that this situation would have to be dealt with by the second-order Tongfa realm's Sheriff Wang. Outside the city, Bai Liang arrived with his men, and when he looked at the tightly closed gates from afar, he frowned a little. Master Bai Zhuang, let me do it. At that moment, Du Tian Morning, who was tiger-backed and like a miniature giant, took a step forward. Bai Liang turned his head to look at him and asked, "That city gate is made of solid wood and is very heavy. Will it work?" Du Tian Morning grinned. "Bai Zhuang master, you should ask how long that city gate can hold me. After saying that, he walked out of the group and came directly in front of the city gates. The city gate was 2 feet high, and the whole body was made of solid wood, incomparably thick. The edges are even wrapped in iron to make the gates less likely to crack. Seeing Du Tianmorning's movements through the small window, the magistrates looked surprised. What does this stupid big guy want to do? He's not trying to use brute force to smash open the city gates, is he? Crazy. This city gate weighs 1,000 pounds. How can it be smashed open by brute force? Unless he is a cultivator. And the realm is not low kind. The group of magistrates didn't think that Du Tianmorning could smash open the city gates because he didn't look like a cultivator like that. He was just an ordinary person. It was a fool's errand for an ordinary person to try to use brute force to smash open a city gate that weighed several thousand pounds. But the next scene completely shook them to their core. Du Tianmorning came in front of the city gate. His hands pressed hard against the gate. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, exerting all his strength to push forward. A rattling sound rang out as the gates made a noise. Cracks appeared in the stakes used to tie down the gates, and the magistrates witnessed it, their faces dramatically changing. It was too late to add more stakes to tie down the gates. Only a bang was heard. The stake cracked in half and the gates snapped open. Bai Liang and the others in the back witnessed it, their faces showing joy, and then immediately followed. Successfully entering Peach Blossom County, the magistrates guarding the city had long since run away and disappeared. He didn't care if he would be chased by the county magistrate afterward. He ran away first. The group was coming on strong, and who knew if they would meet up and give them that one. It's the same old story, a dozen tales a month. What's the point of fighting for your life? Entering the county, Du Tianmorning opened his mouth and asked, Master Bai Zhuang, where are we going? To the heavenly prison. Bai Liang spoke directly. The message that Lord Mountain God had given him was for him to go to the heavenly prison first to rescue Qian Ku. Du Tianmorning nodded his head, and the group rushed towards the heavenly prison with great vigor. The magistrates guarding this place had long since received information from their fellow officers, and when they learned that the group had come to the heavenly prison, they all ran away at the first opportunity. When Bai Liang and his group arrived at the heavenly dungeon, the place was empty, with only the prisoners still locked up in the heavenly dungeon remaining. Entering the heavenly prison, Bai Liang soon saw Qianke, who was like an invalid. Chaik was lying on the floor of the cell, staring at the roof with a dumbfounded look on his face. Bai Liang entered the cell and came to him he didn't even recognize. Chaik, how are you doing? Are you still alive? Bai Liang opened his mouth, his brows furrowed tightly. He didn't expect Qianke to be injured like this. How much torture had he suffered? Hearing Bai Liang's voice, Qianke still came back to his senses, and after recognizing Bai Liang, there was finally a light in his eyes. You're finally here. Incredibly weak. After saying these words, Qianke looked like he was relieved, and then the whole person fainted to death. Don't worry, Lord Mountain God will heal you. Bai Liang spoke softly, then had someone take Qianke out. As he was walking out of the cell, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure locked in the next cell. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it. It's you, the Taoist priest from the Xianqing temple. Bai Liang sounded surprised, not expecting to meet this person here. The figure in the cell slowly turned his head. Xingquan looked pale and was a bit surprised to see Bai Liang, but thinking about the hidden powerhouse behind the Thousand Hills villa, it also felt normal. Get me out of here. Ma, trouble. She opened her mouth, her entire body incredibly weak, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Bai Liang frowned, but in the end, he let Du Tianmorning smash open the cell door and release her. When the group left the heavenly prison, Bai Liang rushed straight to the county government. Lord Mountain God had just sent another message to him, informing him of the state of Peach Blossom County today. Wang Tu is dead, and Monk San Gui and Cheng Qianfang are also dead. The only combatant among the magistrates, Sheriff Wang, had long since been fed to the Buddha seed with on-the-spot sustenance. At this moment when Peach County has lost its backbone, it's a good time to take over. Bai Liang's group of people came to the county government. The master of the division inside was still confused about the situation, and was just about to open his mouth to rebuke, when Ercheng took an arrow step forward and took direct control of the situation. Stop! What are you doing? Are you revolting? The master teacher was furious, his eyes glaring angrily at Bai Liang and the others. Ha! It's not us who want to rebel. It's you who want to rebel. Bai Liang smiled coldly, and after bringing the county government under control, he led another group of people to the Golden Dragon Temple. Following Lord Mountain God's guidance, he soon found the underground chamber, in which he saw the corpses of the 3 sanguine monks. The scene in the underground chamber also shook the hearts of Bai Liang and the others. A huge pool of blood, the smell of blood filled the entire chamber, and just as soon as he entered, he couldn't stand wanting to vomit. The body was pulled from the inside and set aside in the temple before returning to the county hall to learn about the county's situation. Although Bai Liang was a shoutsai, he wasn't very skilled at running a county, although he can only get that master to answer questions from the sidelines. If you answer properly, then you won't have to suffer the skin. Bai Liang looked at Master Shifu and opened his mouth. The master was a shrewd man in his 40s, and at the moment he was covering his shoulder and nodding with a pained look on his face. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. Know everything. Ask whatever you want to know. The master knows that those who know what's good for them know what's good for them, and his attitude changed rather quickly. Only then did Bai Liang nod his head in satisfaction, and then asked, how much do you know about the secret conspiracy between Wang Tu and Monk Sangue? There's some speculation, but not much is known, and there's no way they'd talk to me about that. The master teacher's forehead was in a cold sweat, and he answered truthfully, where did you guess from? Bai Liang continued his interrogation. Little at least read a few years of books, and so when the master is also by virtue of the real skills, day and night with the side of the magistrate Wang. If this are not guessed, that's still worthy of being called master? Master Zhang's tone was quite proud when he said this. He was still confident in his skills. Then why didn't he kill you? Bai Liang suddenly said. Master Zhang froze, then fell silent for a moment before saying, didn't kill me, just not in time. When County Magistrate Wang and his men succeed in their plan, that's when the time for Zhao's death will come. Now Bai Liang was a bit surprised and laughed. You are self-aware, so why don't you run? Master Zhang laughed bitterly. Run? In this world nowadays, which place doesn't eat people? And where can you run to? He had been in officialdom for a long time and knew many of the dark places where deals were made, and cannibalism had long been the norm. At first he would feel angry, disgusted, but in the end, all that was left was numbness. The heart of the heart is not bad, so you'll stay at the county office for now. Do your job and maintain order in Peach Blossom County. Bai Liang nodded, considered to have initially recognized Master Zhang. Thank you, Your Honor, for sparing me. Master Zhang heaved a salute and fell back so quickly. He had no burden in his heart, because he wanted to live. Next, Master Zhang began to reorganize the affairs of Peach Blossom County under Bai Liang's watchful eye. The first to be dealt with are the magistrates. The good thing is that the head of the magistrates, Sheriff Wang, is already dead, so it's not hard to take. There were 2 first-order cultivators among them, but these 2 were very life-thirsty and didn't want to take the lead. They just want to hang around in Peach Blossom County, and it doesn't matter who is the county magistrate, as long as their position remains the same. Master Zhang is worthy of being a veteran of the officialdom. First gave these 2 people to raise their salaries, to pull together, and soon gained the goodwill of the 2 people. Subsequently, Master Zhang then asked these 2 to take the lead in arresting those who do not serve the magistrates, and if they do not serve, they will first be beaten until they serve, and if they still do not serve after beating them, then they will be put in the heavenly prison. After some maneuvering, the problem of the magistrate was completely solved. Subsequently, it is the problem of the rich merchants and wealthy families in the county, and one of them is not shallowly involved with the county magistrate Wang, but the good thing is that it's all about the interests involved. Master Zhang's side took a step back and generously let the interests out. Anyway, it's all about the interests of the Wang household, not his. The problem was instantly solved, and Master Zhang and a few rich merchants and wealthy clansmen were talking and laughing as if they were old acquaintances. Then in the future, we will have to ask Master Zhang. Oh no, it's Magistrate Zhang who will take care of you more. A rich merchant picked up his wine cup and said tentatively, don't talk nonsense, or call Master Zhang. Master Zhang similarly picked up his wine glass in response. These words made the hearts of the group of rich merchants and wealthy clansmen certain, and they all realized that there was someone else behind Master Zhang, and that he was just a figure in the open. However, they didn't want to explore who was behind it, since the person behind it had pushed Master Zhang out. Then what Master Zhang said was representative of the person behind it. Everyone is still at peace with each other as before. After sending off the rich merchants and wealthy clansmen, Master Zhang headed to the back hall and found Bai Liang. My lord, things have been busy, and now Peach Blossom County is under control. Master Zhang bowed his head and reported. Bai Liang nodded, not expecting this line to go so smoothly. All the actions of Master Zhang are on the pretext that Wang Tu is seriously ill and cannot appear to deal with affairs, so that he, the master of the division, to appear as an agent. Peach Blossom County is the jurisdiction of the Dechu dynasty. The county magistrates are all appointed by the court, so it is not possible to directly change the magistrates. That would be a revolt. The consequences of rebellion are serious. Don't look at today's Dechu court wanting to say something, but that is to be coy to the demons. Once you deal with one of your own, it's called a heavy hitter. His Majesty is now wise, merciful and loving, and under his rule, the people have good weather and are happy and well. So how can there be a rebellion? If you kill and set fire to the county and collude with demons, the court generally won't bother with you. But if you rebel openly, the news reaches the capital. The emperor is furious, condemned down that is the state government adult's fault, which is a stain on the political performance. The civil unrest among the court had long since reached a pathological level, and with just such a stain, those political opponents would seize the opportunity to impeach the state governor as a sinner. In such a morbid imperial officialdom, the state governor would never allow such a situation as a revolt in his jurisdiction. Once it appeared, then a thunderbolt would surely descend. Therefore, on the side of Peach Blossom County, we can only let Master Zhang take the top for the time being, and just declare to the public that Wang Tu is seriously ill. Anyway, as long as you don't rebel explicitly, the stateside won't care about you at all. Bai Liang felt sad in his heart. With such a court in place, how much must the people of the world suffer? Sighing slightly in his heart, he couldn't change anything. He could only hope that the court would change for the better in the future. He entrusted the affairs of Peach Blossom County to Master Zhang, and asked Du Tian Morning and Air Qing to keep an eye on Master Zhang to prevent him from doing anything. Bai Liang and the rest of them, taking the fainted Qian Ku with them, returned to the Thousand Hills Villa. Thousand Ku was particularly badly injured. His roots were damaged, and his entire body's tendons and bones were wasted. There is only one breath left in his body, and if he is not treated effectively, then he will not live for a few months. Bring Chico back to the Chisan Villa and enter the temple and place Chico on the ground. Baekliang went up on his knees with incense and bowed. Disciple Bai Liang, in obedience to Lord Mountain God's decree, has brought Qianke to the temple. Li Yu's divine thoughts came into the middle of the temple, looking down at Bai Liang who was kneeling on the ground, as well as Qianke who was seriously injured and fainted. Qianke was the one he asked Bai Liang to bring back in order to heal him. The third avatar, Incense Rejuvenation, can live the dead in flesh-white bones. For this injury suffered by Qianke, it could easily be healed. However, this would consume a certain amount of merit points, and Li Yu hadn't used it yet, so he didn't know exactly how much it would consume. Looking at the panel, having not long advanced to the Third Order Spirit Mountain, there weren't many merit points left. Realm, Third Order Spirit Mountain. Merit points, 3513/1, 000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal. Heart Mirror. There were only 3,000 merit points left, but casting an Incense Resurrection should be enough. After all, Qianke was only a first-order cultivator of the realm of refining Dharma, and Incense Resurrection was something that would only gradually become more consuming the higher the realm of the person casting the spell. Li Yu performed the Fragrance Resurrection, and in an instant, white light enveloped the area, turning into raindrops that slowly fell, like spring rain nourishing everything, covering Qianke's entire body. Bai Liang, who was on the side, looked a little agitated when he saw this. At the same time, he sensed that this divine rain that appeared out of thin air in the temple contained vibrant vitality, raising one's desire for life. He understood that this was the means of Lord Mountain God, and that only gods could live and die. Moisturized by the rain, the injuries on Qianke's body were rapidly recovering, and the broken tendons and bones began to reconnect and close. The slashed holes in his skin were healing, the black bruises were being forced out of his body, the bruises were dissipating, and his injuries were rapidly improving. A short while later, Chico let out a comforting hum, then slowly woke up. Rising from the ground, he looked up and looked around blankly, seeing somewhat familiar surroundings, before gradually realizing that he was now in the Thousand Hills Villa Temple. After patting his somewhat heavy head with his hand and remembering the events of the past few days, Chikaku was able to finally figure out the situation. Brother Qian, how do you feel now? Bai Liang walked over and helped Qianke up from the ground, his gaze sizing him up curiously. He had watched with his own eyes as Qianke, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death, recovered in the blink of an eye after being caught in a rain shower. This scene is simply too amazing to be a divine tactic. It feels good, just a bit heavy-headed. Probably slept too long. Qianke felt the condition of his body. His face was equally amazed. He knew better than that what was going on with his own body. Tendons broken, a variety of internal and external injuries. Cultivation Foundation is also damaged. Can be said to be a complete waste of a person. Cannot be cured, can only wait for the kind of death. But at this moment, he didn't see a single injury on his body, and except for his brain being a bit dazed, he only felt powerful all over. What shocked him even more was that the originally damaged Cultivation Foundation was not only restored as it was at this moment, but had even gotten a little better. Before, he could only be described as being at the level of an ordinary person when it came to cultivation, but now he could already be described as being a little better than an ordinary person. It was a surprise. Don't underestimate this enhanced Cultivation Foundation. Perhaps he will be able to use this to break through the long-standing barriers and advance to the second stage of the Tongfa realm. Qianke's heart was incomparably surprised, and only after the excitement had passed did he react, kneeling down and bowing to thank the mountain god in a hurry. Disciple Qianke, I worship the divine grace of Lord Mountain God. He kneeled respectfully and kowtowed 9 times in a row. This is a blessing in disguise for Brother Qian. Bai Liang laughed from the side. He was also surprised to hear that Qianke's roots, or cultivation talent, had gotten a little better. It seemed that the mountain god lord recognized Qianke, and that was why he gave some extra benefits. Li Yu had been watching the changes in Qianke after he had cast Incense rejuvenation. He also didn't think that Incense resurrection also had the effect of making one's foundation enhanced, although the enhancement was limited, but this was still very good, consuming 3,000 merits. Looking at the panel again, a total of 3,000 merit points had been spent, no more and no less. It could be said that the cost-performance ratio was very good. After all, Qianke was a cultivator. If he was an ordinary person, the amount of merit points consumed would only be less. The acquisition of merit points was relatively not that difficult anymore, and the 1,000 hills could steadily grow close to 2,000 points for him a day. 10 days is $20,000. A month is $60,000. Over the course of a year, it totaled more than 700,000 merit points. This was still the rate if the population size of the 1,000 Hills Villa did not grow. And if there were more people in the 1,000 Hills Villa, the merit points would only be added more. But he also needed more merit points to advance. And now he needed a full 1 million merit points to advance to the 4th rank. At the current rate of merit point growth, it would take a year and a half to be enough. However, now that Peach Blossom County had been indirectly controlled by the 1,000 Mountain Villa, it wouldn't be difficult to incorporate it into the Divine Mountain sphere of influence in the future. If more than 100,000 people became his followers, then the increase in merit that would be brought about would be terrifying. But this is not easy to do. A devotee does not just say that he worships, but he has to truly believe in him from the heart to be considered his devotee, and only then will he grow in merit value. So this will take time to develop slowly. 100,000 people still have to be digested slowly. It's not that easy to eat. Li Yu thought silently in his heart. The good thing is that these 100,000 people have Peach Blossom County to feed them, and can be self-sufficient, and will not burden the 1,000 Hills Villa. Just have someone go to Peach Blossom County to preach and publicize God's mountain, so that the people of Peach Blossom County will slowly become his followers. Take your time. There's no need to rush. On the contrary, the 100,000 folk in Tianyue County, Li Yu saved them, and it is not that he did not think of manifesting himself in front of people, and accepting these people as his own believers as well. But that's 100,000 people. The 1,000 Hills Villa wouldn't be able to eat them, and according to the size of the 1,000 Hills Villa today, at most, it could only eat another 1,000 people. Any more of that food, housing, etc. will be exposed, and the management won't even be able to manage it. It will just become a burden. Li Yu himself didn't have a sense of urgency to raise his realm because he hadn't met any opponents since he was at the 3rd stage of the Spirit Mountain. Therefore, the development of the Sacred Mountain does not need to be too hasty. One step at a time. It is not good to take a big step and tear the egg. The ideal development would be for the people of the 1,000 Hills to go out and preach outside and publicize the Divine Mountain. This would not burden the fledgling 1,000 Hills Villa, but would also enable the development of believers and the harvesting of merit. But this aspect of the talent today's 1,000 Hills Villa does not have, can only be later and then slowly cultivate. In the temple, after Chinko bowed and thanked the mountain god, he got up to talk to Baek Ryung. Hearing that Wang Tu was dead, including Monk San Gue, Chung Qianfang were all killed by the manifestation of Lord Mountain God, Qianke froze for a long time. It took a long time to exhale heavily. Good death. These beasts are worse than animals. Thanks to him selling his life for Wang Fu before, when he thought about it, he was overwhelmed with shame. Instead, Bai Liang consoled. There is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them. There was nothing much wrong with this person, Chike, and the previous confrontation was only because of the different positions. Now that you've defected to the 1,000 Hills Villa, you're a member of the 1,000 Hills Villa. I'm going back to Peach Blossom County to fulfill my promise to Lord Mountain God, Qianke suddenly said seriously. When Bai Liang heard this, he remembered that Qianke had said before that he wanted to set up a mountain god temple in Peach Blossom County to preach to the people of the county and spread the mountain god faith. This is fine. Now that Peach Blossom County is under our control, if you go, I'll have Master Zhang fully cooperate with you. Shiro nodded, agreeing very much with Chike's thoughts. Lord Mountain God's divine grace is immense. How could the incense be confined to the 1,000 Hills Villa? It must be spread widely so that more people will offer faith in Lord Yamagami. 1,000 Ku was here to thank Lord Bai Zhuang for this. Chike clasped his fists heavily, his tone sincere. What are you thanking your own people for? They are all working for Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang smiled faintly. Chico nodded approvingly, looking respectful. That's right. It's all about working for Lord Yamagami. The two continued to talk for a while longer, and finally Qianko walked out of the temple and headed to Peach Blossom County. The villagers who had been outside had shock filling their faces when they saw Qianko walk out. They had seen with their own eyes that Qianko was about to die. So how did he become alive after only a short while? Again, associating it with the fact that it was a temple that Chikaku had entered, everyone felt normal again. Lord Mountain God manifests his spirit. Even the dead can be brought back to life. What's saving a seriously injured person? Soon everyone went about their own business. The Thousand Hills Villa had been building steadily, numbering less than 1,000 people but very energetic. The sacred mountain was huge, 1,000 feet high and stretching for tens of thousands of meters. The Thousand Mountain Villa only occupied a small corner of the Divine Mountain, and there was still a large area that had not been explored. This day's little tiger, leading a few children from the village, was scattering inside the Divine Mountain, getting farther and farther away from the Thousand Mountain Villa. Quick! There's a fruit tree here with lots of fruit growing, a child yelled, sounding very surprised. Hearing this, Xiaovu's few people rushed over, and then they saw a 1-meter-high fruit tree with 4 or 5 crystal-clear fruits on its branches. The fruits give off a fresh aroma that makes you smell and drool with appetite. Brother Tiger, this stuff smells so good. Can I eat it? The child who discovered the fruit tree couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes somewhat eager. Little Tiger was also very greedy, but he was more cautious and hard pressed down the temptation and spoke. This fruit has never been seen before. You can't eat it if you don't recognize it. This is what Uncle Bai taught. Let's bring it back to the village and let Uncle Bai see what kind of fruit it is. A few of the kids had disappointed eyes when they heard they couldn't eat it, but they had to do as they were told. Pick the fruit from the tree, wrap it in a shirt and carry it on your back. Finally, he did not forget to uproot the fruit trees and bring them back to the village with him. By the way, Tiger, have you noticed that the environment here is very good? People are much more refreshed when they come here. I found it long ago. What's so strange about it? This is a divine mountain, and divine mountains are naturally meant to be different from the outside world. Oh, that didn't seem so obvious before. I think it's the Lord God of the mountain manifesting himself and taking special care of us so that we can sleep better. Meanwhile, not far from the Thousand Hills Villa, Yuzawa was sitting on a wagon, and behind him were dozens of wagons, all of which were pulling people. I am Mr. Wu. Haven't we arrived at the Thousand Mountain Villa you mentioned yet? A whiny voice rang out, coming from the wagon next to him. Yuzawa looked through the window of the carriage, and a sultry woman in her 30s similarly looked at him through the window, winking eyes, tightly biting her lower lip, incomparably seductive. Wu Zhe fixed his mind, shifted his gaze, and spoke. Miss Long, we'll be there soon. There's no need to rush. There was some helplessness in his mind. Originally, he just wanted to recruit some people to Thousand Hills Villa in Tianyue County. Who knew that something like this had happened? This dragon girl was the owner's wife of a greenhouse in Tianyue County, and Wu Zhe remembered the suggestion made by Shangguan Xiuyu. So when he was in Tianyue County, he thought of going to a greenhouse to ask about the price, to find out what the price was for ransoming a girl. It turned out to be a shock if you don't ask. The ransom price for the most common windswept woman would start at a minimum of 50 taels of silver, not at all as low as previously thought. Upon learning that it was so expensive, Yuzawa immediately tried to slip away. As a result, it just happened to be bumped into by He Liyuan of the Liyuan Dart Company, and after understanding the situation, He Liyuan waved his hand and directly bought the entire greenhouse and gave it to Wu Zhe. Yuzawa refused repeatedly and said that it wasn't what He Liyuan thought it was, and it took a good deal of persuasion to make the situation clear. But since He Liyuan had given it away, there was no reason to take it back. In the end, Wu Zhe had no choice but to call out all the women in the greenhouse and ask them if they were willing to come and live with him in the Thousand Hills. Not many wanted to follow, only accounting for less than half, or about 30 people. The rest of Yuzawa didn't force the issue and let them leave individually. Other than these 30 or so prostitutes, the rest were the craftsmen he had recruited in Tianyue County. These people were among the 100,000 folk, and all of them more or less recognized Wu Zhe, knowing that he was a cultivator. That's why they were willing to agree when Yuz recruited them. Those who could be chosen by Yuzawa were basically craftsmen who knew a good hand, a master blacksmith, a master embroiderer, a physician who knows the art of healing, and so on. These craftsmen are what is most lacking in the Thousand Hills today. Yuzawa had recruited these craftsmen to make up for the lack of Thousand Hills. The carriage soon arrived at the Thousand Mountain Villa, and when the villagers outside letting the wind out saw the carriage convoy, they immediately went forward to inquire about the situation. When he saw Yuzawa get down from the carriage, he immediately revealed a joyful expression. Master Shuang, it's you who's back. Wu Zhe revealed a smile and spoke. Help bring the carriage over. We are all brothers and sisters. From now on we will all be family. A few villagers hauled the carriage into the 1,000-mountain villa as Yus requested. Then the people on the carriage came down one by one, and the first to come down were the 30 or so women from the greenhouse. As soon as they came out, they shocked one villager into staring. Everyone then looked at Yuzawa with strange eyes. Wu Zhe was a bit uncomfortable being seen by the crowd and coughed. These are the folks from Tianyu County. In the future we will all be a family, so I hope you can take care of them. He didn't say that the women were prostitutes, which was hard to say, and everyone would know that later anyway. Fortunately, in today's world, no one cares about prostitutes, either. In a world of demonic chaos, we're thankful to be alive. What do we care about innocence? The next thing was a group of craftsmen coming down from the wagon. More than 60 in all, both men and women, except that the men predominated. Bai Liang also came out at this moment, and when he was informed of the situation, he asked the people to go ahead and arrange houses for the new arrivals to stay in. The carriage was from the Liyuan Dart Company, and after delivering the people to the Thousand Hills Villa, the people from the Dart team drove the carriage back to Tianyu County. Why did you really go and buy the whore here? After everyone had left and only Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were left, Bai Liang asked directly. With a helpless face, Wu Zhe told all about what happened, and finally smiled bitterly and said, Dart leader, he was too enthusiastic, and Lord Mountain God manifestation had saved his life, so he had to pay back this life-saving favor no matter what. In a while he has also prepared 3 sacrifices, incense and a golden furnace, and is coming to Thousand Hills Villa to pay his respects to God's grace. Bai Liang was surprised, then nodded his head and said, this Dart leader, he seems to be a good person, a person who values justice. At that time, Li Yuan could have retreated in one piece, but he didn't do that. Instead, with the determination to die, he went to Yamazawa and carried Minju and the wolf demon with the strength of one man. This kind of vigor and determination is already very rare in today's world. What's the situation over at Tianyu County? Is Min Qianyu really dead? Bai Liang opened his mouth to inquire again. Wu Zhe nodded his head and thought back for a while before saying, indeed, he is dead, and the official seal of the county magistrate of Tianyu County is also missing. The county office over there is a mess right now, and bodyguard he went to calm the scene, which prevented those people from fighting. Min Chiwa died so suddenly that no one knows how he died. We only know that he was killed in the lobby of the county government. According to the testimony of the county soldiers who were guarding the gate that day, Commander Minjiu Min had entered the county residence on that day. But how could Minju, who was long dead at that time, have appeared in the county? That's why there were rumors in the county that Min Qianyu had been killed by a demon. After all, only demons can compel people, and mirage realms confuse people. However, in his heart, Wu Zhe thought that it should have been Lord Mountain God who had stepped in, and together they had exterminated the dog official Min Qianyu. It's good to be dead, so that then the dust settles. Bai Liang slowly opened his mouth, informing Wu Zhe about what happened in Peach Blossom County. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhe's face showed joy and he couldn't help but exclaim, worthy of being Lord Mountain God. If you don't make a move, you make a clean move and leave no loose ends. Then he heard that 2 of the 3 of the Xinqing Huan had died, and the remaining one was still in jail. Yuzawa sighed. Who would have thought that the 3 people who were so spirited before would end up like this now? Are they here to subdue the demons or? Yuzawa asked. Bai Liang shook his head and snorted. I heard Master Zhang say that this Xinqing Huan trio isn't any good either. It said that they were trying to snatch Monk Sangue's chance, and they ended up planting themselves and taking their lives with them. I see. Ozzy's heart dawned within him. Previously, he had also felt strange. How could they, this borderland of Qingzhou, attract people from the Xinqing Huan to come? So it turned out that they were rushing towards the so-called chance to come. But what the chance was, none of Yuzawa and the others understood. Bai Liang guessed, it's probably the Buddha seed that Monk Sangue is plotting. It should be. Yuzawa nodded. Where in the nooks and crannies would the chance come from? It was only the evil tactics used by the monk Sanka, who wanted to use hundreds of thousands of people's lives to feed out the Buddha seed, would be looked at. Then, Wu Zhe asked Bai Liang about the current situation in Peach Blossom County. Bai Liang also made it clear one by one that Peach Blossom County is now letting Master Zhang take over, and Air Chang and Du Tian Morning are keeping an eye on Master Zhang. Qianka was seriously injured, but was cured by Lord Mountain God, and is now going back to Peach Blossom County, where he wants to preach and make more people believe in the Mountain God. Brother Thousand's heart is not bad. Yuzawa nodded. He had dealt with Chike a few times, and it was a no-brainer. While they were talking, Tiger's group of kids came back. As soon as he returned to the village, he ran into the temple, carrying a basket of things on his back. Uncle Bai, look what I found! Little Tiger shouted as he ran. When he saw that Wu Zhe was also there, he froze for a moment, then said in surprise, Big brother Wu, you're back. Wu Zei's face darkened as he knocked Little Tiger's head with his hand and said, "How do you address me? Calling Bai Liang uncle and ending up calling me big brother? Aren't you making me a generation below Bai Liang?" Xiaohu showed his teeth, covered his head, and even said he didn't dare. Bai Liang smiled on the side and opened his mouth to relieve Xiaohu. "Little Tiger calls you big brother because he's close to you to do so." When Yuz heard this, his face looked better. Bai Liang looked again at the things on Xiaohu's back basket and wondered, "What is this? Where did you get it?" The things in the back basket looked like fruits, but not quite, because these fruits were crystal clear, like they were made of jade, very unreal. "This is the fruit. I picked it from the other side of the divine mountain." Little Tiger opened his mouth and placed the back basket on the ground, the fruit inside presenting itself to the two. Yuzawa picked up a fruit to check it out, his eyes surprised. This is a spirit fruit." When the spirit fruit entered his hand, the first thing he sensed was the spirit power contained within it, which was quite mellow and thick, while there was also a faint fragrance, which was quite tempting. Bai Liang also picked up one to observe it, and the results were the same as Wu Zei's, both sensing the abundant spiritual energy within it. "It's really a spirit fruit. This is quite an unexpected harvest." Bai Liang revealed a smile. He was born in the capital and naturally knew about spirit fruits. Spirit fruits are different from ordinary fruits. Spirit fruits only grow in places with abundant spiritual power, or in cavernous blessings. Moreover, the number of spirit fruits was rare, and although they could be planted artificially, the planting time was very long, and it would have to take several years before they could be harvested once. Spirit fruits are very useful. Not only can they help cultivators to cultivate, but they can also allow ordinary people to prolong their lives and heal and nourish themselves. A single ordinary spirit fruit could be worth a month of a cultivator's hard training. "Well done. You guys have gotten credit this time." Wu Zei gave a rare praise to Little Tiger. Hearing Little Tiger grinning, "Right, Uncle Bai. I also dug up the tree. See if you can plant it in the 1,000 Mountain Villa. If it can, then won't there be a constant supply of spirit fruits in the future?" Little Tiger took out the small tree in his back basket and handed it to Bai Liang with anticipation in his eyes. Bai Liang took it, and after his divine sense swept through it, he shook his head. "When this tree leaves the soil, it's dead and can't be planted." "Ha!" Xiaohu was stunned and felt pity in his heart. He thought he could grow it alive. Now it's not good. Not only can't it be planted and live, but it's also killing the spirit tree. Bai Liang, however, said, "It's also not believable. This spirit tree belongs to a low grade, and will die after the fruit matures. If you guys don't dig it up, it will wither away in a few days." When Xiaohu heard this, his mood was a little better. It's okay if he didn't kill him. In the end, Bai Liang distributed the spirit fruits to the several Xiaohu children who had found them, one each. Part of the rest was sent to the little girl, Li Shui, and part was split between the two of them. Of course, the most important thing was not the spiritual fruit, but the message that there was spiritual fruit on the divine mountain. If one plant appears, then surely there will be a second. It wouldn't be unusual for a sacred mountain to have a spirit that would have heavenly treasures. Bai Liang decided that in the future, he could organize manpower to search on the nearby sacred mountains, and perhaps he would be able to find spirit fruits again. The matter came to an end, and the 1,000 Hills Villa returned to peace. The two Yuzawa returned to their previous days and began to focus on developing the 1,000 Mountain Villa. The demographic problem is still not well resolved, and the ratio of men to women is not harmonized, but this is not a good solution for a short time. Through statistics, Bai Liang estimated that today's 1,000 Mountain Villa could only accommodate a maximum of 2,000 more people. Any more people and there won't be enough food or shelter, and it's not easy to manage. Now that there were over 600 people in the 1,000 Mountain Villa, he was having a huge headache managing them, let alone 2,000 more. The main reason was that the Order of the 1,000 Hills had not yet been constructed. The management system is still the same as that of the 1,000 Villas when it first started, loose and flimsy, with everything decided by Bai Liang and Wu Zei, although 5 captains were added later, each leading a team. This was still not perfect, especially in terms of policing. Some of the refugees were honest when they first joined the 1,000 Hills, but after staying for a long time and getting familiar with it, it started to act up, and some of its bad qualities started to come out, causing several incidents. Things like fighting, stealing, and even one case of attempted rape of a woman. For such people whose inferiority was exposed, Bai Liang showed no mercy. Anyone who fights and steals things is directly rewarded with dozens of large boards, and then kicked out of the 1,000 Hills Villa. In the case of an attempted rape of a woman, Bai Liang will personally take action and kill that person. Doing so is also making an example of the chicken, warning everyone that the 1,000 Hills is in order, and whoever dares to act recklessly, this is what will happen. Such an approach made the villagers solemn in their hearts, putting away their spontaneity and at the same time rising in fear of Bai Liang. The previous Bai Liang was all smiles and very approachable when he got along with them. Everyone didn't expect Bai Liang, a scholar, to have such a decisive side. A living, breathing human being, said to be caught. In the end, Bai Liang negotiated with Wu Zhe to set up a patrol team to take care of the security of the Thousand Hills Villa. The duties were probably similar to those of a government official, which were to maintain order and ensure the safety of the villagers, as well as patrolling the perimeter of the Thousand Hills Villa to prevent any enemy attacks. The patrol is headed by Du Tian Morning, who was born with godly strength, and his vice-captain is Erqing. The two have returned from Peach County, and the others are on the stakeout there. Tian Morning, Erqing, from now on, the order of Thousand Mountain Villa will be maintained by you. Bai Liang spoke with a serious face. The two of them, Du Tian Morning and Erqing, nodded their heads with solemn expressions, both stating that they would do everything in their power to maintain the order of the Thousand Mountain Villa. The patrol was set at 30 people for the time being, with Du Tian Morning personally picking the people. Now the Thousand Mountain Villa also had blacksmiths, recruited by Wu Zhe from Tianyu County. When the time comes, iron weapons will be prioritized and made available to patrols to maintain order. These days Wu Zhe on the other hand had been cultivating, and the spirit fruit had brought him an unexpectedly good boost after taking it. This was probably the reason why he had taken the spirit fruit for the first time, allowing his cultivation progress to increase greatly. And now he could already be considered to be in the middle stage of the Tong Fa realm. In addition to the aid brought by the spirit fruit, there was another reason, and that was that the spiritual chi of the divine mountain had become even denser. This change had only come about when Wu Zhe had returned from Tianyu County, and Bai Liang had noticed the change as well. The divine mountain before was full of aura, much denser than other places, a place suitable for cultivation, but not considered a heavenly paradise, a holy place for cultivation. However, the current divine mountain, the aura was nearly twice as rich, and cultivation was twice as easy. This change was just too amazing, making the two Wu Zhe feel that it was a bit unreal. The two of them couldn't figure out why such a change had occurred, and in the end, they could only attribute it to the handiwork of Lord Mountain God. I just don't know what is the meaning of Lord Mountain God's making the divine mountain's aura abundant among them. While Wu Zhe couldn't guess, Bai Liang guessed that it was probably because the Mountain God Lord wanted them to cultivate faster, to rapidly increase their realm strength, and to be able to stand on their own sooner. That way, they wouldn't have to ask Lord Mountain God to manifest his help in everything, making them appear too useless as believers. Yuzawa heard Bai Liang's speculation and thought it made sense. There was some guilt in his heart, and then he started the path of cultivation day and night. He had to raise his strength up as soon as possible, so that if he met anything in the future, he wouldn't have to keep counting on Lord Mountain God to manifest himself. Bai Liang also knew this very well. Lord Mountain God had bestowed the divine talisman. He was looking favorably on them, and they couldn't let Lord Mountain God down. In the next few moments, both of the Thousand Mountain Villa's two villa masters entered a state of frantic cultivation. Only when big things needed to be decided would Bai Liang come out to make decisions. On the contrary, the little girl Li Shui, who was also cultivating, was having a much more pleasant time. Although she still had to be supervised in her cultivation every day, Bai Liang still left her enough leisure time. After all, she is still a small child. She can't keep letting her cultivate all the time. It's not good to suffocate her character by then. There's nothing to do today. Go talk to Grandpa Mountain God. The little girl slipped out of the house and headed for the temple with a bounce in her step. Upon arriving at the temple, he skillfully knelt down and bowed his head and offered incense. Then it was the little head that looked in all directions and saw that no one was there before it began to mutter in a small voice, telling Grandpa Mountain God about the funny and embarrassing stories of these days. Li Yu's divine mind was here, listening to the little girl's whispering, and felt quite amused in his heart. Nowadays, Li Shui's cultivation progress was already considered not slow. Although she didn't have a divine talisman, she relied on her own talent to cultivate to the extent that she had once been before Wu Zhe received the talisman. How long has it been? Not even a couple months and this progress. Thinking about it once, Wu Zhe had practiced for more than 10 years but was stuck there without progressing an inch. One could only say that on this path of cultivation, the talent route was really too important. Without talent, it really is impossible to catch up with others who have talent in how they cultivate. However, now that Wu Zhe and Bai Liang's talent had kept up with them, and with the divine talisman, there was no longer much of a gap between their talent and those geniuses. The rest is just catching up with time and effort, or piling it up with resources as well. The spirit fruits that Xiaohu's children had found on the divine mountain the other day were also the first time Li Yu had seen them. In the end, he realized that it was the changes brought about by the divine mountain proper after he had advanced to the third-ranked spirit mountain. The aura was doubled, and some plants were nourished by the aura and mutated, naturally becoming spiritual plants. That's how those heavenly treasures from the Cave of Heavenly Blessings came to be. Such a change was also something that Liu hadn't expected. And when he had advanced to the second order Spirit Mountain before, the change wasn't obvious, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. The changes brought about by advancing to the third stage of the Spirit Mountain were so great that they could be felt at once. This made Liu think of those from white crystals inside the Divine Mountain's body. Previously, they were rock layers, and through his 2 advancement breakthroughs, those rock layers were transformed into crystals that looked like jade, but were much more crystalline. He felt it with his divine thoughts and suddenly realized that these crystals contained incomparably rich spiritual energy and were quite pure. Spirit stones, or spirit veins? Liu guessed in his heart that he couldn't figure out what these crystals were for the time being, but it's safe to assume that crystals are good, and that they are highly beneficial for cultivation. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy contained within these white crystals was the purest of all, and could be directly inhaled by the cultivator to cultivate and used to enhance his cultivation. Even if he didn't absorb the spiritual energy within the white crystal and just stood next to it, absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy, it would be several times faster than cultivating outside. If a cave was punched through from halfway up the mountain to come in, the cave would simply be a cultivation sanctuary. The aura in here was 7 or 8 times as rich as outside. Liu hesitated to open up a cave right now to create a very efficient cultivation place. This way, when Wu Zhe and the others cultivated, it would be twice the effort with half the effort. After a moment's thought, he went ahead and built it. The cave that originally housed the Buddha seed was just right, and only needed to be opened up a little further to access the white crystals. The cave doesn't need to be punched through to the middle of the mountain, just close to those white crystals. It mainly relied on the spiritual energy overflowing from the white crystals to help cultivate. Thinking and then doing, Liu cast a spell. The mountain let out a rumbling sound. The rocks in the depths of the cave automatically fell off, and soon a brand new space opened up. The aura in here was incomparably dense, and if one cultivated here, one would more than get twice the result with half the effort. Liu looked at his results and was satisfied in his heart. The Buddha seed was still housed here, the spiritual energy was even more dense, and the Buddha seed seemed to be slowly nourished, and a hint of change was also produced. Under Liu's divine mind probing, he found that a trace of the Buddha seed's spirituality had already been born, and it was slowly growing. When the spirituality is perfected, this Buddha seed is expected to awaken, and then it will be a living, breathing real person. The Buddha seed was innately divine, and even though the monk Sangue used a secret method to catalyze its birth, it was still essentially a natural-born spirit. A characteristic of a spirit creature is that after awakening, it will create a strand of bond with the place of birth. In other words, if this Buddha seed really awakened, then in time it would become bound to the Divine Mountain, and from then on it would belong to the Divine Mountain lineage. All of this information was learned from the Book of Secret Laws that Liu had obtained from the monk Sangue after killing him, so he wasn't worried that after feeding this Buddha seed to maturity, it would turn into a white-eyed wolf later on. With the bonds in place, the Buddha seed was even more loyal than the Yuzuwa few. It was only that it was estimated that it would be some time before the Buddha seed wanted to awaken, and spirituality was not so easy to nurture. Liu was also looking forward to just how powerful this Buddha seed would be after it awakened. After the cave was built, he didn't inform Wu Zhe and Bai Liang to come here to cultivate. Rather, the idea is to wait for them to find out on their own, or to inform them later when they have the opportunity. Anymore, he was called a mountain god, and gods must be mysterious. If it is manifested more often than not, it would be a little too cheap. He still preferred to quietly watch the development of the people under his command, assisting himself from time to time, and overall leaving them to their own devices. The 100 or so people who had just joined the Thousand Hills Villa, after a few days of bonding, had also begun to get used to life here. Those craftsmen were highly receptive, and after learning that this place was safe, blessed by the mountain gods, and that they didn't have to fear the demons, they carried out their work with peace of mind. On the contrary, those women brought from the greenhouse, who had been living in the boudoir for a long time and had not done any laborious work, had a very uncomfortable life. Most of all, they were ostracized by a group of women in the village, because those who can become prostitutes are all beautiful women with good posture and good looks. Once they came to Thousand Hills, they could have seduced many men's souls. This came down to the fact that the women of the original villages became a little disenchanted and began to isolate those who came after them. When Bai Liang learned of this later, he immediately stood up and rebuked this behavior, and then asked Li to go and reconcile the conflict from it. In the end, the two sides were over it and turned enemies into friends. After all, it wasn't a deep-seated hatred, just a conflict between the old man and the newcomer, and it was good to get the word out. Bai Liang concluded by admonishing the crowd that more people would come to Thousand Hills in the future, and that everyone should learn to be tolerant and accepting, and not allow such things to happen again. The next time something like this happened, he wouldn't be mindful of his old feelings and would punish as he saw fit. The villagers obeyed Bai Liang's words. The Thousand Mountain Village was different from other villages. The lord of the village that would represent the will of the mountain god lord, and no one would rebel against the will of the mountain god lord. This is the bottom line that cannot be touched. Even the most recalcitrant jerks in the village have a very high level of respect for the mountain god in their hearts. Mama Dragon. This village seems nice. A few of the new women who had joined the Thousand Hills were talking in a circle. The plump woman who was called Mama Long nodded her head slightly after hearing this. It's really nice. A bit different from the village I expected. Long Cece opened her mouth, her voice a little seductive. Although those conflicts that had arisen at the beginning were a bit unpleasant, Master Bai Zhuang's handling of the situation was very good, and the villagers were all very obedient and did not voice any opinions. It seems like it's all because of Lord Mountain God. Everyone here believes in Lord Mountain God very much. The girl spoke, her gaze looking in the direction of the temple with curiosity. They were different from the craftsmen, who were chosen from among the 100,000 folk, all of whom had been present to see the mountain god manifest itself and subdue the wolf demon in Minju. So they believed in the mountain god, and they didn't, choosing to follow Yuzawa to come to the Thousand Hills, mainly to make a cut from the past. At one time they were prostitutes who had fallen into prostitution, but not anymore. In the midst of chaos, blessed by the gods, then this is holy ground. Long Cece opened her mouth. She had a lot of faith in the mountain god. Otherwise, how could one explain that the Thousand Hills villa could develop peacefully in this place? And the villagers looked relaxed, which made her recall 8 years ago. At that time, the demons were not so rampant, and Dichu was still the same prosperous and flourishing Dichu, and the people looked the same. Mother Dragon. So did we make the best decision? Another girl asked. Long Cece returned to her senses and looked towards the busy villagers in the village, smiling and nodding. Yes, coming to Thousand Hills Villa is probably the best choice we've ever made in our lives. Without further ado, let's go and offer incense to the mountain god Sama, and then we'll start helping as well. With that, Long Cece led a group of girls and headed to the temple to offer incense and worship. After worshipping, he headed towards the mulberry forest that had just opened up. Their task is to pick mulberry and feed silkworms, which is light work, and they can't do heavy work. The tasks in the Thousand Hills are all distributed in a reasonable manner, falling under the rule of those who can do more. Of course, those who do more work will naturally receive a larger allocation. Another 10 days or so passed. During this period of time, nothing major had happened in the Thousand Hills Villa. It's basically just trivial annoyances that don't affect development and construction. Dutian Morning's patrol had been organized, with a team of 30 men, each armed with a short sword. The short blade was freshly built, and while it was still a bit rough, it was more than adequate. After all, the patrol's duty was to maintain order in the Thousand Hills Villa, and they weren't needed to deal with the enemy. If they really encountered an enemy, they would still need the two cultivators, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, to make a move. Although Dutian Morning was born with divine power, he was still much worse against cultivators. After Wu Zhe and Bai Liang took the spirit fruit, their cultivation levels both improved. Bai Liang came directly from the early stage of the refinement realm to the late stage, progressing very rapidly. Yuzawa was a bit worse, coming from the middle of the passage realm to the late stage, but it was reasonable. After all, he was one realm higher than Bai Liang, and one could not make a comparison between the passing Dharma realm and the refining Dharma realm. The most surprising thing was the little girl, Li Shui. Her own talent was very good, and with Bai Liang overseeing her cultivation, she cultivated every day. Later on, he took the spirit fruit, which directly allowed Li Shui to break through to the refinement realm, becoming a first-order cultivator. Less than 10 years old at the refining law realm, Wu Zhe looked at it with a complicated face, and Bai Liang looked at it with envy in his heart. One could only say that Li Shui's talent was indeed too good, coupled with the abundance of Divine Mountain's spiritual qi, and the addition of spiritual fruits. A few conditions added up to a breakthrough directly into the refined law realm in a few months, but this speed was too fast. In Wu Zhe's mind, he was a little heartbroken when he thought that he couldn't break through the refined law realm even after a decade of painstaking cultivation with all the effort he had taken, and as a result, a little girl less than 10 years old had broken through in a few months' time. Shiryo felt the same way, even as he thought about it more. Right now, Li Shui was already in the same realm as him, so didn't that mean she would soon surpass him? When he thought that he, a vice manor master, was still inferior to a little girl in terms of realm, he felt a bit humiliated. He could only secretly remind himself in his mind that he would have to take out more time for cultivation in the future, or else he would really be left behind. Li Shui became a cultivator. Her heart couldn't be happier, and she began to be experimenting with her abilities. The power of the refined law realm had already surpassed ordinary people by a large margin. Even the strong and sturdy Erqing couldn't catch Li Shue's small fists. Being knocked back several steps, Erqing's palms ached and his heart laughed even more bitterly. It was outrageous that he couldn't even beat a little girl nowadays. Li Shue's small face was filled with joy, experiencing the power of a cultivator for the first time. The villagers of the Thousand Hills Villa had also learned that Li Shue had become a cultivator, and a shocked look appeared on everyone's face. It was only after Li Shue said that she had obtained the blessing of Lord Mountain God that it dawned on the crowd, and in their hearts, they felt that it was justified. Lord Mountain God was a deity, omnipotent. So what was so difficult about making Li Shue a cultivator? When Wu Zhe and Bai Liang heard this, their hearts immediately felt better. It turns out that he was blessed by Lord Mountain God. No wonder his cultivation was so fast. Bai Liang then began to ask Li Shue what kind of divine talisman she had received. Li Shue cocked her head, but she couldn't say anything. Without getting a result, Bai Liang was not in a good position to continue pursuing the matter. Anyway, it's bound to be good if Lord Mountain God blesses it. Bai Liang looked serious as he reminded Li Shue, "Little Shue, you must not tell anyone else about the talisman, not even your mother, okay?" When Li Shue heard that she couldn't tell her mother, her little face was a bit difficult, but she finally nodded her head and agreed. "Okay, Uncle White, then I won't tell anyone else, including mother." Hearing Li Shue's words, Bai Liang then put his heart down. The words spoken by the divine talisman were too shocking. If outsiders were to learn about it, it would be hard to imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. A feat that went straight to the 9th rank with no bottlenecks. How heaven-defying was that? As long as one cultivated step by step, with enough resources and time, one could cultivate to the 9th stage Sage realm. Such a technique, not to mention being rare in the world, simply did not exist. A technique that could be cultivated to the 9th rank was regarded as a treasure by the top powerhouses, and there were not many of them in the world. After reassuring Bai Liang, Li Shue took a leap of faith and headed for the temple. Entering the temple lobby, he skillfully offered incense and worship, and then it was a joyful whisper. "Thank you, Grandpa Mountain God, for letting Shue become a cultivator. When Shue grows up in the future, she will give Grandpa Mountain God your old age. Good boy, old age is fine, end of life is forgettable." Li Yu was a bit speechless. He was now a mountain. Where was the lifespan limit? Odds are the sky is falling and he won't die as long as it doesn't hit him. However, he was still satisfied with this filial piety of Li Shue. It was not in vain for him to take care of the little girl. The moment he saw that Li Shue's cultivation talent was so good, he wanted to bestow a blessing on the little girl. He was curious to see if being gifted and then being subjected to a talisman would work better. So Li Yu did a little experiment, but the results proved to be no better. The divine talisman was supposed to raise the recipient's talent root to the top frame. Li Shue's talent was very good, but there was an upper limit to talent, and the divine talisman did not break the upper limit. At most, it could be raised to the level of the top frame. So everyone is top quality, and there's no such thing as someone with better talent. For example, if the talent limit was 100 points, and Wu Zhe and Bai Liang both had 10 points, the divine talisman could raise both of their talents to 100 points, while Li Shue's talent was 60 points. Then the divine talisman could only be raised to the maximum ceiling of 100 points, and could not break the talent ceiling. A top-grade cultivation talent could already be called a supreme genius. With such a talent, I guess there aren't many in the capital, but Li Yu could infinitely create such a supreme genius as long as he wanted to. The mountain god bestowed blessings, only he couldn't have done that. He already knew the power of the mountain god's blessing, so he would carefully consider all aspects of the future blessing recipients, and would not give blessings to just anyone. When Li Shue became a cultivator, the Thousand Hills Villa was lively for a few days, and then it returned to its previous calmness. Master Zhang over in Peach Blossom County will send news every few days, and will also bring along food and cloth. Thousand Ku has made preparations for preaching in Peach Blossom County and is preparing to transform the Golden Dragon Temple into a temple of the mountain god. Master Zhang was extremely cooperative, giving whatever he wanted and even allocating funds to help. This made things go very smoothly for Chico. And soon the Golden Dragon Temple was transformed into a new temple. The Mountain God Temple in Peach Blossom County, like the one in Thousand Hills, did not have a molded idol. However, the Thousand Hills Villa's temple is nothing, but Peach Blossom County can't have nothing. After all, the Thousand Hills Villa is located under the sacred mountain, and it is the rightful owner who is being worshipped. So after pondering several options, Chike finally decided to hire a master and wielded his ink to paint a picture of the sacred mountain. After the painting of the sacred mountain came out, Chienka repeatedly compared several times, let that calligraphy and painting master refine several times, and finally settled down. The final product, a painting of the sacred mountain, was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, framed in ebony. The sacred mountain in the painting is majestic, towering into the clouds. shrouded in clouds and mist, and quite a sense of hazy mystery. At first glance, one would feel the majesty of the sacred mountain. The mountain god temple, which had been well remodeled by the Golden Dragon Temple, was much more imposing than that of the Thousand Mountain Villa. The original Golden Dragon Temple plaque has been removed and replaced with a new one, the Temple of the Mountain God. When the neighborhood learned about it, they thought it was a little strange. How is it that the famous world's #1 Buddhist sect has turned into a mountain god temple that I've never heard of? How's that gonna work? Without Buddha's blessing, can that be safe in Peach County? Soon a group of people got together and came outside the brand new mountain god temple to cause trouble and demand their Golden Dragon Temple back. Qianke stood in the doorway, looking at the people in front of him with a hint of ridicule. The so-called Golden Dragon Temple in these people's mouths didn't treat them as human beings, and not only that, they also treated them as blood food and fed them to the demons. Instead, the mountain god who saved them is now going to be driven away by them? Go find Master Zhang. He'll take care of these people. Thousand Co lazy to explain to these people to preach what? Now Peach Blossom County in their hands. In the face of these fools, the violent law enforcement, as long as do not go too far on the line. Yes, the henchman nodded, then left for the county seat. After a while, a team of magistrates came, and when the troublemakers saw this, they fled in fear. The magistrates were so aggressive. How could they come and go empty-handed? With a few leaps, he grabbed the few people who were leading the disturbance, and then brought them in front of Qianke. Qianke looked at these few people. All of them were the people in the county, dressed in cloth, and they were not rich farmers and merchants. Why have you come to cause trouble and who sent you? Chico interrogated. Several people struggled, but were held down by the magistrates, and in the end the one in the lead could only give in and say, "No one asked us to come, we came on our own." The Golden Dragon Temple is the #1 Buddhist sect in the world, and Peach Blossom County is blessed by the Buddha for being able to remain unharmed in the midst of chaos. You demolished the Golden Dragon Temple and replaced it with the Mountain God Temple. Without Buddha's blessing, Peach Blossom County is in great trouble. The man spoke with a sad face at the end of his words, as if Qianke had committed a heinous crime. Qianke felt very amused and mockingly looked at this person, sneering, "What a world's #1 Buddhist sect. Buddha blesses all beings? Since you believe in Buddha so much, well, send them out of Peach Blossom County for me to seek their Buddha. These people have been brainwashed by the Buddhists and are unteachable, so there's no point in wasting time. Staying in Peach Blossom County would also affect others and hinder his preaching mission, so the best way to dispose of it is to just expel it." After hearing this, those people looked stunned, and then they were anxiously shouting, "No, what gives you the right to drive us out of the county? My family has been living in Peach Blossom County for 3 generations, and we have not broken any laws, so what qualifications do you have to kick me out? I want to see Magistrate Wang, so that Magistrate Wang can make a decision for me." Qianke stopped looking at these people, turned around and said in a cold voice, "You won't have a chance to see County Magistrate Wang. You believe in Buddha, then I'll send you out of the county. Anyway, you have Buddha's blessing. You don't have to be afraid of the demons. Where can't you go in the world?" Afterwards, he directly waved his hand and asked the government officials to expel these leaders from the county. This maneuver directly shocked the people watching from the shadows. There were many people in the county who believed in Buddhism, and Qianke's demolition of the Golden Dragon Temple had long sparked discontent among the people of the county. It's just that Master Zhang was holding it down, so he didn't make a scene straight away. This disturbance was also just a test run. If Thousand Co were to soften or show the slightest hint of backing down, then they would rise up and attack. Unfortunately, it didn't turn out as they had hoped, and Qianke didn't give them any chance at all. Master Zhang is one of his own. There will be no resistance to anything he does. These people just started to make trouble. He directly suppressed them with a thunderbolt. After this incident, the people who were disgruntled with Chike immediately laid down and didn't dare to show their heads again. Those few who led the way were directly driven out of the county, never to enter Peach Blossom County again in their lives. The only place left for them to go was to Tianyue County, more than 70 miles away. It's not a far walk, but it's not that easy, especially for the average person. By now, there is no more Golden Dragon Temple in Peach Blossom County, and there is only the brand new emergence of the Mountain God Temple. Many people are curious about this Mountain God Temple and would like to know why this Mountain God Temple can take the place of the Golden Dragon Temple, which is the #1 Buddhist temple in the world. Some people also know that the Mountain God Temple was able to replace the Golden Dragon Temple because of the full support of Master Zhang. Otherwise, with just a single refinement realm cultivator, Qianke, he wouldn't have been able to do so. But what makes more people curious is where did Master Sanka go? The Golden Dragon Temple was torn down and replaced with a Mountain God Temple, and Master Sanka, who was a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple and also a third-ranked cultivator, didn't even come out to stop this? It was simply unexpected. Everyone began to speculate in their minds whether Master Sanka had already gone and left Peach Blossom County. The speculation sent panic through everyone's mind. Monk Sangui was an entered Xian realm practitioner, and with him in the county, the people felt safe. If Monk Sanka is gone, will Peach Blossom County be as safe as it was before? But soon a notice from the county government office was published, which directly shocked all the people in the county. The notice was issued on behalf of Master Zhang, in the name of Wang Tu Wang County Magistrate. It is filled with hundreds of words revealing the various crimes of the Monk Sanka. In order to perform some kind of secret method, they even colluded with demons privately and killed 100,000 people in Feng County, and Cheng Qianfeng, the county magistrate of Feng County, was also involved in the process. The sin is unforgivable. After that, Monk Sangui even shifted his target to the people of Peach Blossom County. Luckily, it was finally discovered by the godly mountain god, who directly made a move to suppress it, preventing a disaster from coming. As the notices were posted, the bodies of Monk Sangui and Cheng Qianfeng were released, and in the face of this notice, the first reaction of many people in the county was disbelief. How could a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple collude with a demon? But it was not up to them to disbelieve. A pile of evidence was laid out before them, and the real body of Monk Sangui was also publicized. Truly knowing a man's face is not knowing his heart. How could a disciple of the world's #1 Buddhist sect do such a thing as colluding with a demon? 100,000 lives, just like that, they were given to the demons as blood food? This Baldy is truly heartless. It's really cheap to die. For a while, many people began to spit on Monk Sangui, and along with it, Golden Dragon Temple was also abused. The people were blind followers, disappointed in the court but mostly trusting. Since the court made it public that the Monk Sanka was evil, everyone followed along with the invective. There were many others who were Buddhists and did not believe in the public announcements of the imperial court, and were furious at Wang Tu's slandering of Master Sangui, including the Golden Dragon Temple. In this regard, the heart had already cursed Wang Tu 1,000 times, but in practice they did not dare to do anything. The government officials could not deal with the demons, but they were very good at dealing with them. The people, if they really dared to make trouble, then the magistrates would show them what was meant by the 68 punishments of Dechu, and it was believed that no one could carry that kind of torture. At this time in the county government, Master Zhang and Qianka sat in the lobby. The two made tea to talk about things. Brother Qian, you preach in the county, old brothers strongly support you, but you must not touch the interests of those rich merchants, otherwise it will be troublesome. Master Zhang opened his mouth and instructed with a serious look. Qian nodded. He naturally knew this. I'll take care to preach only in the county, and won't hook up with the rich merchants. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang nodded and said, then I'm relieved, old brother. The two then chatted about the current state of Peach County. After a few moments of Thousand Cuz antics, the remaining traces of the Golden Dragon Temple had been completely cleared away. Master Zhang also borrowed Wang Tu's order to brand Monk Sangui as a sinful person who colluded with demons, directly destroying the image of the Golden Dragon Temple in the hearts of the people, which would be conducive to the next Qianka's preaching. That's how you can get in trouble for doing the follow-up. The Golden Dragon Temple's claim to be the #1 Buddhist sect in the world wasn't a boast. It was that they really did have the strength. Master Zhang had publicized everything that Monk Sangui had done, which was destroying the reputation of the Golden Dragon Temple. And if the people of the Golden Dragon Temple were to learn of it, then they would definitely come to the door looking for trouble. But he couldn't care less. Killing the magistrate and pretending to be the magistrate's name to take over the county had done such things. Would he still be afraid of offending another Golden Dragon Temple? Lice are not afraid of itching. Since we have embarked on this path, then we can only harden our heads and walk one way to the black. Master Zhang could only hope in his heart that the Thousand Mountain Villa would not let him down. The news from Peach Blossom County spread back to Thousand Mountain Villa, and when Bai Liang learned of it, he nodded his head with some recognition and said, this master teacher has a bit of something, and can recognize the situation. Thousand Ku also does things reliably, very crisp and clean, not indecisive. Yuzawa looked at the letter from the sidelines and put it down with a bitter smile. Qianka and Master Zhang both do things more decisively than I do. I'm afraid I'd have to hesitate for a long time. Bai Liang laughed. Don't say that either, brother Wu Zhe. Everyone has their own area of expertise. Right now you are the strongest in our Thousand Mountain Villa. The cultivation realm is the foundation of everything. The Thousand Mountain Villa still has to rely on you to support it. Yuzawa listened and nodded back. In a world of demonic chaos, strength is the most important thing, and everything else is secondary. As long as you are strong enough, then no one can stop you from doing whatever you want to do. The realm has progressed again in the past few days, and with another month of seclusion, we'll be able to attempt to impact the Third Order into the Xian realm. Wu Zhe revealed a smile and said, These days, he had been practicing desperately, never daring to slack off. I'm almost ready to break through the passing Dharma realm as well. Bai Liang also spoke. After the Divine Mountain's aura became more dense, their cultivation speed greatly increased up, much faster than before. By the way, recently I've noticed that the closer I get to the Divine Mountain, the more dense the aura seems to be. Yuzawa suddenly spoke up, a discovery he had made without realizing it. I found it too. Shiro nodded. He had noticed something as well. A Divine Mountain has a spirit. It is extraordinary. Perhaps there will be a more suitable place to cultivate in the mountain. Wu Zhe spoke with some hesitation. Bai Liang also knew this, but the Divine Mountain had an unrivaled position in their hearts. They revered the Divine Mountain, which was the reason why they hadn't explored the Divine Mountain even after the Thousand Mountain Villa had been stationed at the foot of the mountain for so long, because they felt that that kind of behavior might be disrespectful to the Lord God of the mountain. In the Thousand Mountain Villa, there was thus a rule that everyone defaulted to, and that was that one could only move around at the foot of the Divine Mountain, and could not go up the mountain, much less act disrespectfully towards it. Let's wait a little longer. If we have the chance to ask Lord Mountain God, if Lord Mountain God agrees, we'll then ascend the Divine Mountain. Bai Liang spoke. Yuzawa nodded her head. Without the consent of the Mountain God Sama, they really didn't quite dare to climb the mountain. Lifting their heads and looking at the towering Divine Mountain, both of them were curious in their hearts as to what would be on the Divine Mountain. Suddenly, a figure ran in at the door. When Bai Liang saw the visitor, he opened his mouth and laughed. Little tiger, why are you so fussy? Is there something wrong? Brother Bai, there are outsiders in the village. Well, it seems like the dart team that came last time. Little tiger spoke up. On the side, Wu Zhe stood up and asked, Li Yuan Dart Company? Right. It's the Li Yuan Dart Company. Little tiger nodded repeatedly. Yuzawa exchanged a glance with Bai Liang. Then the two of them exited the temple together and headed outside the village. Arriving outside the village, a group of people had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing the middle-aged silver-haired man at the head of the group, Wu Zhe immediately stepped forward, arched his hand and smiled. So it's the arrival of Dart Leader He. I'm sorry to have missed you. Li Yuan similarly arched his hand and returned. No, Brother Wu is too polite. Brother Yuzawa, Brother Bai Liang. Zhenqi Chen also followed on the side, arching his hand towards the two to greet them. Next, Wu Zhe introduced Bai Liang to Li Yuan, and when he learned that Bai Liang was the Vice Lord of the Thousand Mountain Villa, Li Yuan greeted Bai Liang as well. Dart Leader He, let everyone come in first, Yuzawa said. Li Yuan nodded his head and waved his hand for the Dart team to enter the Thousand Hills Villa together. Once the group entered the Thousand Mountain Villa, Li Yuan began to survey everything around him. The more he looked, the more surprised he was in his heart. The villagers in the Thousand Hills Villa, their essence was completely different from the people outside. It was a strange feeling, like having a vibrant feeling. In Li Yuan's eyes, there was a light in the eyes of these villagers. Wu Zhe brought Li Yuan and his group to the lobby of the Thousand Hills Villa where guests were received, and after inviting the guests to take their seats, he made tea. Li Yuan picked up the tea and took a sip. Then the few people shushed a few more times before finally getting to the point. Brother Wu, this time, I came here to pay my respects to Lord Mountain God at Divine Mountain. The last time I saved my life, he didn't dare to forget. So today, I have prepared 3 pigs, cows and goats, 100 pounds each of incense and candles and gold paper, and a 500-pound copper furnace, to come to pay thanks to the Mountain God. Li Yuan stood up and said with a solemn expression. Then he made a wink towards Zhenqi Chen. Zhenqi would understand, and immediately had the people below carry all the things in and place them in the middle of the lobby. Before he came, Li Yuan had done his homework and understood the matters related to sacrificing to the gods. At first he wanted to just give away his wealth, but how could the gods look at these mundane things? So it was changed to a 3-animal bronze furnace, incense and candles, gold paper, and then personally incense, kowtow to God's grace. Things were placed in order in the center of the lobby, and the 3 animals were all still alive, and had to wait for the time of the sacrifice before they were slaughtered. 100 pounds of incense and candles, all the best bought through the channels of the Dart Company. Gold paper, please Master Tai, after coloring. Golden, looks like real gold. It's the brass oven at the end that's the biggie. A full 500 pounds of weight, carried by 4 people, made a dull thud when placed on the ground, and the ground seemed to shake. The copper furnace, a round exterior with 3 feet and 2 ears, and a gold plating on the outside. When Wu Zhe and the others saw this, in their hearts, they didn't expect Li Yuan to prepare so grandly. Truly worthy of being a man of the Jianghu, heavy-hearted and righteous, and will repay any favor. Li Yuan smiled and opened his mouth, saying, the 2 manner masters, how about it? Has what He Mao has prepared violated Lord Mountain God's taboo? Bai Liang shook his head and said, "No, Dart Leader, he has prepared very well, and I believe that Lord Mountain God will be satisfied if he uses this as a way to pay tribute to God's grace." Then he is relieved. Li Yuan was relieved in his heart. He was really worried about breaking the taboo. There are also differences between the gods, and most have taboos. Breaking the taboo, that is to hit the gods, to a small degree is disrespectful, to a large degree is to defy the gods, that is to break the big taboo. In fact, originally he had wanted to go hunting for a few demonic creatures to replace the 3 sacrifices, but I don't know why. Since the death of that wolf demon, the demons in the vicinity of Tianyue County seem to have disappeared all of a sudden, and they couldn't be found even if they took the initiative to look for them, and many of the gods were very resistant to demons, so to be conservative, he ended up choosing the commonly sacrificed pigs, cows and sheep as the 3 animals. Since Dart Leader he is all ready, let's go straight ahead to the temple. Yuzawa stood up and said. Li Yuan nodded his head. That was exactly what he wanted. The 3 animals still need to be slaughtered. Bai Liang directly called out to the villagers to pull out the pigs, cows and sheep. First to slaughter. Copper burners and joss sticks and gold paper are brought directly to the temple. This was the first time the temple had welcomed outsiders, and when Li Yuan and the others stepped into the temple, they were captivated by the scene before them. Unlike other temples and Taoist temples, the mountain god temple had no idols, and a very large offering table was placed in the middle of the lobby. The incense on it is so strong that villagers come to worship and offer incense every day, and the smell of incense fills the inside of the temple. It was not known whether it was an illusion or not. The moment they entered the temple, Li Yuan felt that a supreme will was watching over them. This will was mysterious and unfathomable, causing awe to rise in one's heart that could not be fought. Li Yuan was shocked in his heart. He had never experienced this sense of oppression before. Even back then, when he had watched the Yang God Realm powerhouses from afar, he hadn't been subjected to this kind of invisible oppression. Really God? Li Yuan was shocked in his heart, and his eyes looked at the mountain god temple with even more awe. This was most likely a true deity, transcending above the mundane and unknown how many realms higher than cultivators. In front of a true deity, what the hell is a demonic evil practitioners? Chen Jianqi, who was following behind, was in a slightly lower realm and didn't experience the invisible oppression, but he also felt that the mountain god temple was very different. That kind of feeling couldn't be said. Anyway, it was something he couldn't feel in the Golden Dragon Temple Xinqingwan. 2 brothers, can I ask, how long has it been since the Thousand Mountain Villa was stationed? After the shock had passed, Li Yuan turned his head to ask the 2. Yuzawa thought for a moment and replied, "It's been almost 8 months. 8 months? Li Yuan was surprised in his heart. Looking at the degree of development of the Thousand Hills Villa, it didn't seem like it could be established in 8 months. Yes, it is 8 months. Bai Liang could see the surprise in Li Yuan's heart and laughed. This is the foot of Divine Mountain, so it's safe from demonic attacks. That's why everyone is working very hard to establish their own homes, and the development speed is naturally faster. When Li Yuan heard this, his expression suddenly became a bit envious and said, "That's really a piece of paradise. Fearless of demons." These 4 words carry too much gold. In today's world, I'm afraid only Kyoto is qualified to say these 4 words. In other places, such as the center of a state, the capital city does not dare to say this easily. You have to know that there are more than a dozen prefectures that have been overrun by demons. It's all thanks to the blessings of Lord Mountain God. Otherwise where would we have our peaceful days? Bai Liang said with a face of respect. The steps for worshipping the god of Thanksgiving are similar to returning a wish at a temple, but a little more solemn. After the preparations for the temple were finished, the 3 animals had been slaughtered and delivered. The copper stove is in front, filled with prepared incense ash. Then the 3 sacrifices are set out. The gold paper is put aside, and the candles are lit. The 2 bankers, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, stood at the front, lighting the incense and inserting it. Then he stepped aside, allowing Li Yuan to come forward. Li Yuan took a deep breath, walked up to light the incense, knelt down, kowtowed, and then inserted the incense into the copper furnace. Herborist Li Yuan, fortunate to have been saved by Lord Mountain God, has no way of repaying him. Today, I have prepared 3 sacrifices of pigs, cows and sheep, 100 pounds each of incense and candles, gold paper, and a copper furnace, and I have come to pay my respects to the god. Li Yuan knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times after he finished. Behind them, the crowd of the Li Yuan Dart Company, all led by Qin Jianqi, also began to kneel and bow to thank the mountain god. Above the temple, Li Yu was slightly surprised in his heart as he watched the scene while looking at the growth of merit on the panel. I didn't realize that this worship of God's grace could also give him a merit increase, and it was quite a lot, surprisingly adding more than 20,000. Now his merit had come to over 80,000 points. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 83567/1. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal. Heart Mirror. Not bad. Didn't save this He Li Yuan for nothing. Looking at the growing merit points, Li Yu was satisfied in his heart. Then with a gentle movement of the divine mind, a golden light swept across the temple, a response to He Li Yuan's worship of the divine grace. He Li Yuan had just stood up from the ground when he saw a divine light sweep past in front of him while carrying an invisible oppression. He was slightly stunned, and then his heart was shaken. Is that, Lord Mountain God responding to me? He Li Yuan said with some uncertainty. Bai Liang walked over and said in a solemn tone, yes, Dart Leader you're not wrong. Just now that was precisely Lord Mountain God manifesting. After receiving an affirmative reply, He Li Yuan took a deep breath. With respect brought into his eyes, he once again bowed and bowed deeply. The worship of God's grace ended, and the group exited the temple one after another. The gold paper was placed in a fireplace and burned away, and the fire burned so brightly that it leaped to a height of 4 or 5 meters. After exiting the temple, He Li Yuan looked up at the sacred mountain just behind the 1,000 Mountain Villa. It is majestic and towering, and is shrouded in clouds at the peaks, which is very mysterious. The sacred mountain is 1,000 feet high, and 1 foot is 3.3 meters, or more than 3,000 meters high. The height wasn't terribly high, but it was touching the clouds. As the saying goes, a mountain is not as high as a fairy. He Li Yuan thought in his heart that Divine Mountain was already the tallest mountain he had ever seen, because the sacred mountain has a spirit. At this time, in his heart, he was even a little envious of the villagers of the 1,000 Mountain Villa. To be able to live here and be sheltered by the Divine Mountain, then one would not be threatened by demons at all. And I'm afraid that the only place under the sky that can be safer than this place is Kyoto, right? He Li Yuan wanted his entire family to move to Thousand Hills Villa and forget about it. But not yet. Li Yuan Dart Company's roots were in Tianyue County, and its business and everything was over there. So if it really came to Thousand Mountain Villa to put down its roots, then the business would be cut off. It didn't matter to himself. He was long past the age of valuing money, but he had to look out for his brothers under his hand. The brothers of the Dart Company. Each one of them is the backbone of the family. If they lose their income, then the only income of the family will be cut off, and it will be difficult in the future. Even though he could persuade the brothers of the Dart Company to join him in joining the Thousand Mountain Villa, how many of them would sincerely agree? Even if they agree, will their families agree? So, for that he could only regret in his heart. Perhaps he would choose to defect to the Thousand Mountain Villa when he had the chance in the future. Dart Leader don't rush off yet. Sit for a while longer. Bai Liang opened his mouth. He also wanted to learn about the situation in Tianyue County from He Li Yuan. I won't stay much longer. I still have to hurry back before it gets dark. He Li Yuan shook his head, but he knew what was on Bai Liang's mind and added, Brother Bai wants to know about the situation in Tianyue County? I can tell you now. Seeing how dry He Li Yuan was, Bai Liang didn't say anything more and waited quietly for him to speak. Over in Tianyue County, after Min Xianyu's death, the higher-ups quickly learned of it, and since they sent messengers over the previous times, but there was no word, so this time, it was a close friend of the state governor who came in person with a guest expert. When the state governor's cronies arrived in Tianyue County and realized that Min Xianyue was dead, they became furious and let loose to apprehend the murderer. Even he was pulled over for interrogation. But fortunately I wasn't in the county that day, so I was fine. He Li Yuan slowly opened his mouth, and the words he spoke caused Bai Liang to be very surprised in his heart. The state governor? How could he send his cronies directly to Tianyue County? Wu Zhe was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't he have gotten the news of Min Xianyu's death first and then proceeded to send people to Tianyue County? How is this even the other way around? He Li Yuan snorted. Because that old thing Min Xianyue's ass wasn't clean in the first place. The higher-ups have long wanted to do something about him. It's just that the messenger officials who were sent to check on him a few times ago were killed, so that's why it's been delayed for so long. So, the state governor sent his cronies down directly, and they just happened to stumble upon it? Bai Liang picked up the conversation. Well, that should be it. He Li Yuan nodded his head and continued. The close confidant sent by the state government lord, named Shou Jinhe, was originally a guard by the state government lord's side, and then he made a few accomplishments, so he was reused as a close confidant. And he's also a third-ranked entering Xian realm cultivator. There was still something He Li Yuan hadn't said, and that was that what made Shou Jinhe powerful wasn't his identity or his cultivation realm, but rather this person's methods. Having just arrived in Tianyue County, and not having explored the situation of the county, he dared to directly enter the county government alone, to seek trouble from Min Xianyue. After learning of Min Xianyu's death, He even made an immediate decision to occupy the county government as a close friend of the state governor and temporarily take over Tianyu County. Then there were all sorts of thunderous tactics. First suppressing the stupid master of the division, and then snatching the control of the county soldiers from the hands of the deputy commander of the county soldiers. After some maneuvering, Tianyu County directly changed hands. He Li Yuan to this person. The heart are very admirable. Can only say that worthy of the state government adults of the close friends, is capable of means. Then this Qiu Zhenhe, what is his attitude towards our Thousand Mountain Villa? Wu Zhe suddenly asked. He Li Yuan shook his head after hearing this. He shouldn't know about the Thousand Mountain Villa yet. On that day, even though you were present at Brother Wu's meeting, everyone didn't know about your identity, and you didn't reveal it to the crowd afterward, so Qiu Zhenhe shouldn't have known about it. After a pause, he added. However, Qiu Zhenhe is very interested in the mysterious expert who stepped in to subdue the wolf demon and Minzhou. Qiu Zhenhe had interrogated him, but it was impossible for him to tell Lord Mountain God, so he had always said that he didn't recognize him and didn't know what he was. After pursuing a few more questions and getting the information he wanted, Bai Liang thanked He Li Yuan. Thanks to bodyguard He for the information. What's this? Just a casual remark. He Li Yuan waved his hand, then arched his hand towards the two again. Then I'll say goodbye for now. The next time there's time, Mr. He will personally come and visit again. Good riddance to bodyguard He. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang arched their hands back. Chen Jianqi also came up to say goodbye, and by the way, he also stuffed a jug of wine to the two of them, stating that this was a good wine from Tianyu County, and that Thousand Mountain Villa could not drink it. Afterward, He Li Yuan returned to Tianyu County with his dart team. After witnessing the departure of the dart company's people, the several Yuzawa people also returned to their respective villages. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang's task today was to cultivate, one striving to break through to the third order into Xian realm next month, and the other striving to break through to the second order Tong Fa realm. Other than the two of them, Li Shui, the only remaining cultivator of the Thousand Mountain Villa, was also cultivating hard. Ever since the talisman, the little girl's cultivation speed had increased by an unknown amount, and could be described as 1,000 miles a day. A few more days passed. That day, something suddenly happened in the village, and even Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were both startled out at the same time. What happened? As soon as Bai Liang exited the temple, he frowned at Du Tian Morning, who had come forward to report. Du Tian Morning's face was grave, and when he saw Bai Liang come out, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, and hurriedly spoke. Bai Zhuang Master, someone ran up the divine mountain. Bai Liang's face changed when he heard this. On the side, Wu Zhe's expression also changed, and his tone was a bit furious. Haven't we been warned many times? No one is allowed to ascend the divine mountain. How is it that there are still people running up the divine mountain? The divine mountain has a spirit, so if one were to ascend the divine mountain rashly, wouldn't that be disrespectful to the Lord Mountain God? This kind of behavior was expressly forbidden in the Thousand Mountain Villa. No one was allowed to ascend the divine mountain, and once such behavior occurred, it was a heavy punishment and then expulsion from the Thousand Mountain Villa. Du Tian Morning lowered his head with shame on his face. They patrols are responsible for village order, and it's their fault if someone runs up the sacred mountain. The problem was that it was already too late when they realized it. The man had already run to the top of the sacred mountain, and they didn't dare to overstep their bounds and follow them up the sacred mountain. So it was only possible to come to the temple and inform the two banker lords of what had happened, so that they could make up their minds. Bai Liang frowned and immediately asked, "Take us to the location where that person ascended the divine mountain now, and tell us what happened in the meantime." "Yes, Master Shuang." Du Tian Morning nodded his head and was about to lead the two Yuzawa to the location of the incident. Before departing, several people knelt in worship in the temple lobby to apologize to the Lord God of the mountain. At the same time, they asked the Lord God of the mountain for permission to ascend the sacred mountain in order to capture the rebels, and begged the Lord God of the mountain to give his consent. A ray of golden light flashed, granting their request. Bai Liang's few hearts were slightly relieved. Lord Mountain God had responded to them. That proved that there was no great anger because of this matter. There's still room to salvage everything, as long as that rebel is captured. On the way, the story was recounted, with a final addition. These are all words from villagers who are friends with Zhao Yiha. I don't dare to be sure of the truth of the words, but it should be about 8 or 9. Du Tian Morning said. Zhao Yiha, the villager who climbed the sacred mountain privately. After the incident, Du Tian Morning got all the people related to Zhao Yihi and asked basically everything he could. Bai Liang was a little angry in his heart after hearing this. Yuzawa was even more fuming and cursing. This white-eyed wolf that can't be fed. The Thousand Mountain Villa accepted him, gave him food and drink, and sheltered him from demons. But I didn't expect that he would still have greed in his heart and hid his thoughts on the divine mountain. He was trembling with anger. and until now he couldn't believe that there would be villagers who would betray and privately ascend the sacred mountain. What's more, this Zhao Yihe was not from the later Thousand Mountain Villa, but was initially with Wu Zhe, fleeing from Fengxian County to the Divine Mountain, belonging to the patriarchal level of villagers, participating in the construction of the Thousand Hills Villa together. From scratch, Yus had never imagined that Zhao Yihe would do something like this. Bai Liang's face was gloomy. As the actual manager of the Thousand Mountain Villa, he had warned countless times that he was not allowed to ascend the Divine Mountain. Still, someone didn't listen, and that someone was an old man. At first, when he received the news from Du Tian morning, the first thing he thought was that it was the new villagers in the back, but the result made him very disappointed and angry. This Zhao Yihe, he still knew, had chatted together a few times, and had also worked together in the early stages of the construction of Thousand Hills Villa. Soon, the trio arrived at the site of the incident, a mountainous area less than 500 meters from the newly built ceramic kiln. At this time, many villagers had already gathered here, and Erniu, who was in charge of firing ceramics, immediately came forward when he saw the arrival of the two manor masters. Master Shuang, you guys are finally here. That guy, Zhao Yihe, has been ascending Divine Mountain for almost a quarter of an hour. Erniu looked anxious and was angry. All the villagers of the Thousand Mountain Villa had an incomparable reverence for Lord Mountain God, and could not allow anyone to offend Lord Mountain God. Zhao Yihe had completely become the public enemy of all the villagers by committing such acts. At the same time, Erniu was incredibly worried in his heart. If Zhao Yihe really angered the Mountain God Lord and made the Mountain God Lord feel bad towards them, would Thousand Mountain Villa still be sheltered in the future? This one is also a concern in the minds of all the villagers here. Losing the patronage of Lord Mountain God. That is, if the Thousand Hills Villa develops to be more prosperous than Kyoto, what's the use of that? Don't panic yet. Where did that guy ascend the sacred mountain? Yuzawa asked, frowning as she pulled Erniu back. Erniu quickly turned back and pointed to a location and spoke. It's right there. Just now my brothers and I were carrying the clay embryos when we saw a figure sneaking around, and by the time we saw that it was Zhao Yihe, he had already ascended the Divine Mountain. Bai Liang and the others looked in the direction Erniu was pointing. There was an opening, full of weeds, with traces of people stepping on it. Come on, let's go up and tackle him. Bai Liang spoke towards Wu Zhe, who nodded his head and spoke back to the villagers. Everyone, Bai Liang and I will ascend the Divine Mountain to capture Zhao Yihe, so you guys just stand guard down there, and if he comes down, take him down directly. The villagers responded loudly, all with anger in their tones. Don't worry Master Shuang, if that beastly fellow dares to appear in front of me, let's see if I don't beat him down. Accumulating the entire Thousand Mountain Villa. Zhao Yihe the traitor, wait to be punished, Du Tian morning assured with a serious look. Don't worry, the two estate masters, our patrol will defend the foot of the mountain to the death this time. Once he appears, we will definitely take him down. Bai Liang nodded his head and without wasting any more words, he and Wu Zhe went in together through the opening in Zhao Yihe Dengshan Mountain, having first ascended the Divine Mountain. Although Bai Liang and the two of them were eager to see what kind of environment it was on the Divine Mountain, they were now on a mission and there was no time for them to watch. Zhao Yihe was an ordinary person, and would leave traces behind when he climbed the mountain. With the help of the Divine Numinous Talisman, Bai Liang's divine sense unfolded and carefully searched for Zhao Yihe's traces. After following the traces and crawling for about a quarter of an hour, the two of them finally saw Zhao Yihe's figure. Zhao Yihe, why don't you hurry up and stand still? Wu Zhe roared, the anger that had been suppressed for a long time finally exploding after seeing Zhao Yihe. He and Zhao Yihe were old acquaintances and considered friends. It was both hard and angry in his mind that this had happened. Zhao Yihe, who was struggling to climb the mountain, shivered when he heard Wu Zhe's angry roar and turned back to the two of them with a panicked face. You, big brother, Zhao Yihe said with a trembling tone, don't call me brother Wu. I don't have a brother like you. Get your ass down here. Yuzawa continued to shout angrily. Zhao Yihe's heart was torn for a moment, and once he gritted his teeth, his eyes were resentful. No, why should I listen to you? By the fact that you are the lord of the manor? Ha ha, I also accompanied the Thousand Hills Villa from scratch to develop until now. How much have I contributed? Why should I listen to you? His eyes reddened a bit as he glared angrily at Yuzawa, full of resentment. Wu Zhe's expression was stagnant, as if he didn't recognize Zhao Yihe in front of him, but soon his face turned cold and he said in a chilling voice, Zhao Yihe, you're bewildered. I'll give you one more chance to come down to me, otherwise, I will not remember my old feelings. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yihe snorted. Remembering old feelings? When have you ever remembered old feelings towards me? Is it in giving the position of Vice Lord of the Manor to an outsider scholar? Speaking of this, Zhao Yihe turned his head, his eyes glowing red as he gritted his teeth and stared at Bai Liang. On what grounds can you? An outsider fellow. Become the deputy manor master? That's fine. After all, you're a shokai. I'll admit it. But when the captain was chosen later on what grounds was there no me in it? On what grounds? With a cold face, Bai Liang looked at Zhao Yihe's near-crazy appearance and said in a cold voice, based on what? On the basis of your current appearance. Bad-hearted, jealous, and incapable. What makes you a captain? Don't you know what you're capable of? Is it that kind of material? Originally, on the basis of your seniority, you were given a lot of treatment that no one else had. But I didn't expect you to be unsatisfied and come to this point today. Zhao Yihe retorted angrily. Isn't it thanks to you guys that I become what I am today? You, Wu Zhe, looked down on me, and the vice zhuang master was given to this guy. Then by Liang you looked down on me and the 5 captain slots didn't have me. I'll put up with all of that. But on what basis do you get the blessing of Lord Mountain God? Just because you're the lord of the manor? That girl is less than 10 years old. By what right can she also obtain the blessing of the mountain god? What about me? What about me? Why couldn't the one who was blessed by the mountain gods be me? Why can't it be me? Zhao Yihe roared hysterically. His entire person was already completely insane. He was not convinced in his mind. We were all patriarchs of the 1,000-mountain villa. So why should Yuzawa Baoliang and the others be blessed by the favor of the mountain god while he was not? He also wanted to be blessed by Lord Mountain God and then become a cultivator and truly become a human being. For the sake of the 1,000-mountain villa. How much blood and sweat did he put in? And didn't he do all this just to be favored by the mountain god and be blessed? But all of this, after Li Shui, a little girl less than 10 years old, was blessed by the mountain god. Zhao Yihe finally exploded. He couldn't wait, and since the mountain gods didn't favor him, he would fight for it himself. The divine mountain was right in front of them. Perhaps if they climbed it, they could gain the chance to become cultivators from then on. So he took the opportunity to climb the sacred mountain while the patrol was changing shifts. Just before they reached the halfway point of the mountain, they were found by the 2 Yuzas. Then he vented his 10 months of resentment on the 2 Yuzawa Hakurai and went completely insane. Yuzawa's face was horribly grim, never imagining that his once brother would say such a thing. There was some sadness in his heart, but more than that, he was angry. Bai Liang coldly looked up at Zhao Yihe, who was like a madman. It's fine for you to be displeased in your heart and resent us. All of this can be brought up in the village and things can be discussed and resolved. Hoping to be blessed by Lord Mountain God, which is what everyone's heart desires, is not too much of a problem. Bai Liang spoke slowly, then his tone intensified as he coldly said, but, you should never have privately ascended the divine mountain, offended Lord Mountain God, and committed a heinous crime. Have you considered the consequences? Zhao Yihe's body couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he was bellowed at by Bai Liang like that. In fact, the moment he ascended the divine mountain, he regretted it in his heart. But there was no turning back when it had already happened, and he had to go one way or the other. Either it was really as he thought, and he gained a chance after ascending the divine mountain. Either they offend the divine authority and are cleaved to pieces, or they are taken back and punished. And now the result is in front of us, and that is to be taken back. No, I'm going to become a cultivator. The chance is on the divine mountain. No one can stop me. Zhao Yihe's eyes glowed red and he completely lost his mind as he turned around and climbed towards the divine mountain with all his might. Stand still. Do you think you can still run? Wu Zhe said angrily. Then with a leap of his body, he easily came to Zhao Yihe's side, and with one hand, he cupped the back of his neck and lifted him up. Let go of me. I want chance. I want to become a cultivator. Quickly let go of me. Zhao Yihe shouted with a grimace on his face, his entire body struggling desperately. But Wu Zhe didn't allow him to struggle, and directly used the ropes he brought to tie Zhao Yihe up, and then went down the mountain with Bai Liang and the 2 of them. The next step is the trial of Zhao Yihe. From the moment Zhao Yihe ascended the divine mountain, the idol Li Yu had already noticed it. He knew that Zhao Yihe was a patriarch of the 1,000-mountain villa, and was initially puzzled as to what this man was up to. Then under the light of the heart mirror, Li Yu realized Zhao Yihe's crazy idea. In this regard, he didn't think much of it. Although the divine mountain was his essence, there was actually nothing up there. It was just like an ordinary mountain, except for the white crystals inside the mountain. He had also never prohibited the villagers of the 1,000-mountain villa from climbing the sacred mountain, and these were all brainstormed by Yuzawa Bailiang and the others before the villagers were forbidden to climb the mountain. Li Yu watched the drama and let the villagers follow this rule. This matter of Zhao Yihe is actually normal. Over time, all kinds of thoughts are sure to arise in a person's mind, especially this kind of jealousy, which is most likely to distort a person's psyche. Of course, the main reason was that Zhao Yihe was not a person of good character. People of good character may be jealous, but handle this jealousy well or suppress it. Now it was up to Wu Zhe and Bai Liang to see how they planned to deal with this matter of Zhao Yihe. He was not going to intervene. even if Yuzawa and the others asked him to do so. The Thousand Mountain Villa had grown to the present day. Liu had almost never interfered in the development. Everything was taken care of by Liang and the others, because he felt that he had to let the Thousand Hills have autonomy to do so. He has to be consulted or troubled in everything. Then wouldn't he, the mountain god, become a babysitter? In turn that wouldn't do. His original intention of cultivating the Thousand Mountain Villa was to run his own force as a way to collect incense and increase his merit points. It was the Thousand Hills that served him, not him to serve the Thousand Hills. Therefore, unless he encountered an opponent or something that the Thousand Mountain Villa was completely unable to fight against, he would only come to his aid. At the foot of the mountain at the moment, hundreds of villagers had already gathered here, all waiting very anxiously, staring intently at the mountaineering opening. Soon, the figures of Wu Zhe and Bai Liang appeared, and when the villagers saw them, their spirits were suddenly shaken, especially when they saw Zhao carried in Wu Zhe's hand. They couldn't control their mood and cursed. The curses were quite unpleasant, and there were even people who wanted to go up and make a move on Zhao, but they were stopped. Everyone take it easy for now. In a moment there will be a trial at the temple for the rebel Zhao. Yuzawa spoke towards the crowd. The villagers then calmed down, but their mouths were still cursing at Zhao. The Thousand Mountain Villa has been at peace for 10 months and has never been attacked by demons precisely because it has been blessed by the Lord God of the mountain. As a result, this beast Zhao even climbed the mountain privately, triggering the divine might of Lord Mountain God. What is this if not looking for death? The carried Zhao listened to the tirades in his ears and already knew in his heart that he would end up miserable. A group of villagers flanked Yuzawa and Bai Liang to the temple. Entering the temple lobby, the first thing Wu Zhe did was to escort Zhao to kneel down and make amends to Lord Mountain God. Then he and Baek Ryung knelt down as well. Disciple Wu Zhe has taken down the rebel who privately climbed the divine mountain, and is now brought before Lord Mountain God to bow and apologize for his sins. Yuzawa finished and pressed his hand against Choi Iga. Zhao, after realizing it, finally couldn't hold it together and cried out, "I was wrong. Lord Mountain God, forgive me. Everything is my ghostly obsession that made me commit a mortal sin. I implore Lord Mountain God to forgive me." Bang! 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 Zhao continuously kowtowed, leaving no energy behind, hitting his forehead with blood pouring out. The sound of kowtowing echoed in the temple lobby, and everyone witnessed this scene without sympathy in their hearts. "Zhao, where did you go wrong?" Yuzawa coldly grunted. The kneeling Zhao lifted his head, blood continuously flowing from his forehead, covering his entire face, appearing somewhat gruesome. His lips shivered and trembled as he said, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong in that I shouldn't have been jealous. Jealous of Bai Liang becoming the vice lord of the manor. Jealous of Erniu and the others being able to become captains, and resentful because of it. I have made a big mistake. I'm still jealous that the two estate masters and Li Shui were able to obtain the blessings of the mountain god, while I didn't. I shouldn't have ghosted for the chance, obsessed with getting the chance from Lord Mountain God. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Zhao howled, somewhat tearing his heart out. "I'm just a lowly one, unworthy of the blessings of the mountain god lord. And I even presume to think of the opportunity. It's just a big joke. Ha. This is the mistake I made. A monstrous mistake. Please Lord Mountain God, and the two lords of the manor punish me." After the crowd heard Zhao words, they actually sympathized a little. At this moment, Zhao suddenly turned into an image of a person who was striving hard to fight for a chance. It seemed like maybe he wasn't doing anything terribly wrong. Bai Liang, however, laughed coldly, his gaze turning a bit cold. He first scanned the villagers who had gathered around before looking at Zhao, who was kneeling on the ground and bawling his eyes out. "Zhao, at this point in time, do you still want to struggle? Do you think that if you say these words to try to arouse empathy and sympathy, your punishment will be reduced?" Bai Liang paused, his tone steepening. "Then I'm telling you now, it's impossible." Zhao's cries came to an abrupt end, and he raised his head, his face covered in blood and tears, and he looked sad. "Is it any sin for me to admit that I was wrong? Don't play that in the temple." Bai Liang's tone was icy cold as he continued. "Since you admit that you're in the wrong, I can now tell you directly that what you just said wasn't wrong." "Ha? No mistake?" Zhao looked straight at Bai Liang, puzzled in his heart. The villagers on the sidelines were also puzzled and looked at Bai Liang. Bai Liang looked around the crowd and slowly said, "It's normal for people to be jealous. Other people are living well. So it can be said that there is something wrong with being jealous of others in one's heart?" The crowd thought for a moment and slowly shook their heads. Jealousy is unavoidable. As long as someone else is better than you, then you will be more or less jealous in your mind. If jealousy is wrong, then isn't everyone in the world wrong? There is nothing wrong with being jealous, and there's even less wrong with striving and fighting hard for a chance, for one's future. Bai Liang continued to speak. The moment these words came out, everyone in the room suddenly wondered what the White Villa was trying to pull. Zhao Yiha had already admitted that he was wrong, but it turned out that Bai Liang wanted to turn around and say that he was right. What did this mean? Could it be that he was looking at Zhao Yiha's status as a patriarch to bail him out? Only Wu Zhe, Du Tian Morning and a few others, who had already guessed something in their hearts, looked at Zhao Yiha with eyes as if they were looking at a dead person. Zhao Yiha was flabbergasted, not understanding at all what Bai Liang was up to. Was it really about letting him off the hook for once? A slight sigh of relief washed over him at the thought of this possibility. However, Bai Liang's next words directly made his heart turn to dust. Zhao Ish, you are not guilty of any of these things. They are all just minor issues that can be brought up to the surface and negotiated to be resolved. But, Bai Liang's tone turned harsh as he coldly looked at Zhao Yiha and said, yet you committed a heinous, irredeemable felony in another matter. What? What crime? Facing Bai Liang's overpowering aura, Zhao Yiha swallowed hard and seemed to have understood something in his heart. Capital offense, Bai Liang said in an icy tone. At those two words, the room fell silent. Everyone didn't dare to open their mouths, holding their breath as their expressions swept back and forth between Bai Liang and Zhao Yiha. Wu Zhe, who hadn't opened his mouth on the side, closed his eyes. Zhao Yiha was an old acquaintance of his, but there was no way in hell that he would plead for him in this matter. Why? Zhao Yiha asked with a desperate look on his face. Why? Because you should never, ever, privately ascend the divine mountain, violate the rules, and offend the divine might. Bai Liang spoke angrily. Ever since the Thousand Mountain Villa was established, it has set up a warning that no one is allowed to ascend the divine mountain, and violators will be punished for serious crimes. The first crime you committed is violating the rules. The rules of the manor can be light or heavy. After all, rules are dead and people are alive. But privately ascending the divine mountain, do you know what that means? It means violating divine authority. Lord Mountain God is a deity of heaven and earth, supreme and honorable. It is a great honor for our Thousand Mountain Villa to be able to settle at the foot of the divine mountain, and it is the favor of Lord Mountain God. The fact that the divine mountain is sheltering us is already a great blessing from the heavens, and for you to privately climb the divine mountain and offend the divine authority is a monstrous offense. The moment these words came out, Zhao Yiha's back was already in a cold sweat, and Bai Liang continued to speak. The blessing of Lord Mountain God. What kind of chance do you think that is? Zhao Yiha, you really have a big mouth. Lord Mountain God was born a deity, and now that he is sheltering the Thousand Mountain Villa, he may just be doing it casually. And the same is true for bestowing blessings. Deities are supreme and can bestow blessings on whomever they wish. What are you, opening your mouth to talk about chance? What do you take Lord Mountain God's bestowal of blessings to be? Is it a tribute placed on the table for everyone to desperately try to grab? God's favor with God is never something you can fight for just by working hard, but rather whether or not the Lord God of the mountain sees you as agreeable or not, and whether or not you are destined to be there. Zhao Yiha knelt on the ground, his head already lowered. He seemed to understand something in his mind, and he immediately smiled a bit bitterly. Bai Liang looked down at him and continued. You don't have to feel aggrieved either. In terms of ability, contribution, and talent, who are you compared to? Striving hard for a chance? Is your striving for chance the same as being self-righteous and running to the divine mountain to snatch the chance from the mountain god lord? There's nothing wrong with striving, and there's even less wrong with striving hard. What's wrong with you is that you're striving in the wrong direction, on the wrong path. The direction of striving should be to work for Lord Mountain God, not to go to extremes and run up the divine mountain to fight for the so-called chance. Zhao Ish, your sin was never anything like jealousy, spite, or violating the rules of the house. Rather, he privately ascended the divine mountain and offended the divine authority. This offense shall be beheaded. Bai Liang finished the last sentence in a cold voice, then without even looking at the despairing Zhao Yiha, he directly waved his hand towards Du Tian Morning. Drag him down and behead him. Yes. Du Tian Morning silently led the order and stepped forward to directly drag the dumbfounded Zhao Yiha out of the temple. In his mind, he had already guessed Zhao Yiha's end. Lord Bai Zhuang's anger was never because of Zhao Yiha's jealousy and resentment, but because he had offended Lord Mountain God's divine might. Zhou Iga is dead. The death was a clean and simple one, with the body separated. Du Tian Morning had seen blood before, so he chopped off heads without the slightest psychological burden. The result of this punishment caused a huge repercussion in the Thousand Hills. After hearing those words of Bai Zhuang Master, not only did everyone not feel sympathy for Zhao Yiha, but on the contrary, they felt that it was good to cut and deserve to die. Lord Mountain God is a deity of heaven and earth. How can the mind of a god be freely speculated by mortals? Blessing? Is it for you to discuss who God wants to give to whom he wants to give? Privately ascending the divine mountain, that is even more has violated the divine authority. The mountain god lord not angry is the divine grace. If they really angered Lord Mountain God and stopped sheltering Thousand Mountain Villa in the future, then they would all be finished. And Zhao claimed to be striving hard for it. But how many people did his efforts compare to? In terms of ability, he couldn't compare to Yuzawa. In terms of contribution, he couldn't compare to Bai Liang. And in terms of talent, forget it, he had a cockamamie talent. To put it bluntly, it's a self-righteous person whose heart is bigger than the sky and whose life is thinner than paper. The moment Zhao privately ascended the Divine Mountain, he was doomed. And at that moment in the temple, the two of them, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Wu Zhe broke the tranquility and spoke. Blame me. I've been in closed-door cultivation for the past few days, and I didn't notice the changes in Zhao He. Zhao was his old acquaintance and had always supported him. So when something goes wrong, Yuzawa thinks to himself that he's responsible. Brother Wu Zhe doesn't have to be like this. Hearts change a lot. Even if you follow Zhao He every day, you won't be able to detect the changes within him. Bai Liang shook his head. After what happened at Thousand Hills, neither of them were in much of a mood right now. Wu Zhe sighed, then raised his head and asked with some doubt. Just now in the hall, why didn't you ask Lord Mountain God to let him determine Zhao He's fate? He had just had such doubts, and after bringing Zhao He to the temple, Bai Liang only told him to kneel down and kowtow to make amends to the Mountain God Lord. What follows is Bai Liang's punishment of Zhao He, without consulting the Mountain God in the process. Lord Mountain God is a deity of heaven and earth. We can't possibly ask him for advice on everything. Bai Liang opened his mouth and then asked rhetorically, Brother Wu Zhe, have you ever raised a dog? Yuzawa was unsure, but nodded. Used to raise them. Then let me ask you, how would you feel if you had a dog that came to annoy you every day, eating and sleeping? Bai Liang asked. Yuzawa thought for a moment. It would be distracting, and thus tiresome. That would be right, Bai Liang said faintly. Yuzawa's mind was clear, and he nodded after a moment of silence. You've done the right thing. Although our Thousand Mountain Villa benefits from Lord Mountain God's patronage, we can't consult the Mountain God for everything. Not bad. Thousand Mountain Villa has to work for Lord Mountain God, not Lord Mountain God working for us, Bai Liang said with a serious face. Both of us have been blessed by Lord Mountain God. The divine talisman is in our bodies. This chance is something that other people wouldn't even dare to think about. With such a chance in our bodies, if we still can't be independent, wouldn't that be a bit too wasteful? I see. Yuzawa nodded, and then the two stopped talking about it. Instead, he changed the topic and deliberated on the subsequent development of the Thousand Mountain Villa. The population issue needn't go into consideration for now. The 100,000 person Peach County is waiting to be digested. Although he couldn't eat Peach Blossom County in the open, he could conceal the fact and relocate the people of Peach Blossom County to Thousand Hills. However, this needs to be thought out in the long run, and we need to work with Master Zhang to publicize the Thousand Hills Villa. Otherwise, what makes you want people to give up their lives in the county to come to a village that has just been established less than a year ago? Bai Liang already had a rough plan in mind, but the plan still depended on whether Qian Ku could preach successfully in Peach Blossom County, Tianyuag County. More than a month has passed since the accidental death of Min Chiwa Min Magistrate. The county is now under the charge of Qiu Zhenhe, in a position that is not a magistrate, but is better than one. In the lobby of the county government, a middle-aged man sat at the top, with his majestic physique and stern eyes. One would not think that he would be a civil official at first glance, but at the moment he was sitting in the magistrate's chair. Qiu Zhenhe's eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the two letters on the table. The Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing have both sent letters to find someone? He spoke slowly. On one side, there was an old man in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk in his hand, with kind brows. Lord Qiu, I'm afraid that this place has some hidden secrets. Otherwise it wouldn't have attracted people from the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple. The Dao-robed old man spoke faintly. Qiu Zhenhe nodded his head and stood up, carrying his hands behind his back as he walked slowly through the lobby. Feng County fell, and all 100,000 people died in the mouths of the demons. Minjiu colluded with the wolf demon and led 100,000 people to the mountainous swamp with the intention of killing them. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there's a problem. Qiu Zhenhe paused in his steps and suddenly revealed a smile as he said, but halfway there was a hijacker who directly exterminated Min Jiu and the wolf demon together, and also infiltrated into Tianyue County and killed Min Qianyue as well. The Dao-robed old man picked up, to be able to easily subdue the wolf demon and Min Jiu, and to sneak into the county town to assassinate the county magistrate. I'm afraid that this person's strength is more than just entering the Xian realm. Qiu Zhenhe nodded his head and said, so it should be in the same realm as you, Elder Jin, a cultivator of the fourth stage of the enlightened God realm. Elder Jin nodded his head before confidently saying, it's the same enlightened God realm, but Poverty Road's strength is comparable to the Yin God realm. I believe in Elder Jean, Xiaojin has said with a smile before returning the conversation to the topic. What do you think of the letters from the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple? Elder Jean? Elder Jean frowned and contemplated for a moment before slowly saying, they are looking for someone. The Golden Dragon Temple is missing a disciple of the third character generation, and the Xianqing one is missing 3 disciples of the Qing character generation. Both families are searching for full-fledged disciples. It's a request we can't refuse. First-line disciples and side disciples are not the same. The loss of one that is to be investigated clearly. Any news of these people? Xiaojin had turned his head and looked at the original master of the county government. The master quickly spoke up. There is news from the disciples of the Golden Dragon Temple. Before a master who claimed to be Sangue came to Tianyu County and talked with Magistrate Min for a night before leaving for Peach Blossom County. As for the news of the disciples of the Xianqing one, it is unknown. Perhaps they went to Peach Blossom County as well. After listening to the master's words, Xiaojin has stroked the short beard on his chin and murmured, are they all in Peach Blossom County? Did Min Xianyu also have contact with the magistrate of Peach Blossom County before? The master hurriedly nodded, indicating that there had been contact, and not just once, but frequently. Then it seems that the magistrate of this Peach Blossom County also has problems. Xiaojin's expression was silent as he faintly said, fetch paper and pen. This official wants to write a letter to the magistrate of Peach Blossom County. The master led the order and busily went to fetch a pen and paper. The paper was spread out. Xiaojin picked up the quill and quickly wrote a letter. When the ink was dry, the master folded the letter and put it into a bamboo tube. Send it now to Peach Blossom County and hand it over to that Wang Tuwang magistrate. Xiaojin spoke faintly, and after the master nodded his head and received the order, he retreated from the lobby. After leaving the county hall, the master did not dare to be slow, although he was Min Xianyu's man before, but now that Tianyu County had changed the sky, he naturally had to recognize the situation. It didn't matter to him who was the magistrate anyway, as long as he was the master. Soon he found a messenger and commanded, important letter, quickly send it to Peach Blossom County and hand it over to Magistrate Wang Tuowang. The messenger looked serious and nodded his head to accept it. Then he turned on his horse and galloped out of the city towards Peach Blossom County. The horses were good and fast, and the 70-mile journey took less than half an hour. After the messenger showed his token to the magistrate guarding the city, he entered Peach Blossom County without any problems, while the horse stayed at the city gate and the people went directly to the county government. Tianyue County Messenger, seeking an audience with Magistrate Wang. Shouts rang out outside the county hall, and soon someone entered the county hall to notify Master Zhang. A messenger from Sky Moon County? When Master Zhang received the news, his brows furrowed. Isn't Min Xianyue dead? How can she have time to send a messenger to look for Wang Tu when she's leaderless over there? Wang Tu was already too dead to die, so naturally he couldn't come out to receive the messenger. So it had to be him on the field. Let him in. Master Zhang directly waved his hand. The men retired at their command, and the dusty messenger was soon brought into the lobby. Junior Tianyu County Messenger, by order of Lord Xiu, delivering a message to Magistrate Wang. As soon as the messenger entered the lobby, he immediately knelt and saluted. He thought that the Master Zhang in front of him was Wang Tu. Master Zhang looked at him lightly, then spoke. Lord Magistrate is now gravely ill and bedridden, and I am in charge of the county affairs. Ha! The messenger looked up, and was at a loss for words. The letter is to be handed over to Magistrate Wang. If we can't even see Wang Tu, how can we deliver the letter? Then can I be allowed to meet Magistrate Wang? The messenger hesitated. Humph. The magistrate is now seriously ill. Who are you to want to see him? Master Zhang snorted coldly, his tone rather impolite. The messenger's face was suffocatingly red, and in the end, he could only compromise, unclasping the bamboo tube at his waist and presenting it with both hands. In that case, then I will take the trouble to forward the letter to Magistrate Wang. Aha! Master Zhang responded indifferently, then reached out to take the bamboo tube. After delivering the message, the messenger retired. When only Master Zhang was left in the lobby, he sat down and opened the bamboo tube, taking out the letter inside to check. After reading it, his brow was furrowed tightly and his face was heavy. Rising from his seat, the whole man paced back and forth, seemingly thinking of a response. Finally Master Zhang waved his hand and called out to his subordinates, commanding, go to the Mountain God Temple and invite Qianka over. The subordinate led the order and retired, and after almost a quarter of an hour, he brought Chike over. Master Zhang, what is the reason for calling me over? Is that group of rich merchants making trouble again? As soon as Chico entered, he spoke in a deep voice. Ever since they actually took over Peach Blossom County, they had been at peace with each other for some time after they had initially negotiated the division of benefits with the wealthy merchants. But not even 2 months later, the rich merchants got a little restless and began to be unsatisfied with their share of the benefits and wanted more. It was only the first few times that it was a test, and they were all skillfully handled by Master Zhang. If that group of insatiable guys, I wouldn't have called you over. Master Zhang shook his head, his tone grave. See for yourself. Chike took the letter and looked at it, his brow furrowing the more he looked at it. By the time he finished reading it, his face had turned grave. Someone from the prefecture. Qiu Zhenhe, Qianke said slowly. Master Zhang nodded his head and spoke. Surname Qiu. From the prefecture. Looks like someone from the prefecture's lineage, and should still be a close friend. What is he doing in Tianyu County? Qianku wondered. We should check Min Qianyue's rotten accounts. Old Thief Min has been an official for many years, and I don't know how many dirty tricks he's hidden behind his back. Master Zhang speculated. And then it happened that Min Qianyu died and took over Tianyu County in passing? Qianke felt speechless. This belonged to a seamless transition. That's probably it. Master Zhang nodded, then spoke. What should we do about Qiu Zhenhe's request mentioned in the letter? Tell the truth or continue to conceal it? Chico frowned in contemplation. Qiu Zhenhe's letter did not mention any requirements, but only asked about the whereabouts of the monk Sangui, and the 3 disciples of Xian Qingwan. What followed was a greeting to the king's household and some tentative questions. This matter still needs to be communicated to the 2 bank lords, so that the bank lords can make their decision. Chike couldn't make up his mind. This matter was beyond his scope of dealing with, and if he didn't get it right, he would probably get into trouble. When Master Zhang heard this, he also nodded his head in recognition, and in his heart, he also wanted to let the 2 manor masters make up their minds. Without delay, the 2 immediately had someone rush to Thousand Hills Villa with the letter to inform the 2 lords. In the Thousand Mountain Villa, Bai Liang felt a little tricky after reading the contents of the letter. Wu Zhe spoke from the side. What dart leader, he said. This Qiu Zhenhe is a 3rd-ranked cultivator, and he also carries a guest escort, so it's likely that he's a 4th-ranked cultivator. This is not easy to deal with. He was still a small distance away from even the 3rd order into Xian realm. Not difficult to deal with. Bai Liang put away the letter and laughed lightly. Oh, you have an idea? Surprised, Yuzawa hurriedly inquired. Bai Liang laughed. It's not an idea, but since this Qiu Zhenhe wants to know the whereabouts of monk Sangui and the disciples of the Xian Qingwan, we'll just tell them truthfully. Concealing the truth will only backfire and be questioned. Yuzawa nodded at that. Indeed, tell one lie, and it will take dozens or hundreds of lies to make up for it. Instead of that, it would be better to tell the truth in a big way. Anyway, on the surface, their Thousand Mountain Villa had stayed out of it since the beginning and had not interfered in it. And don't forget, those 3 Xian Qingwan disciples, there's still one of them alive. Bai Liang slowly spoke. That female disciple, what was her name? Kayasumi? Yuzawa recalled. Bai Liang nodded and said, that's right, it's her. After monk Sangui died, I released her from the prison, but didn't let her leave Peach Blossom County. Instead, I had Qianke watch over her. Qingxuan was afraid that she knew a lot of things about that incident with monk Sangui, so Bai Liang didn't dare to let her go. And if one chose to kill her, that would be to completely make an enemy of the Shenqing clan, the #1 Taoist sect in the world. There was no need for that, so the best way to handle it is to put her under house arrest. It is good that Qingxuan has suffered a serious injury, and her root cultivation is greatly inferior. Otherwise, with her strength as a direct disciple of the Xian Qingwan, Qianke really can't look at her. Bai Liang wrote a letter and asked the person who sent the letter to bring it to Qianku. The messenger mounted his horse and rushed back to Peach Blossom County again in a dusty manner, handing the letter over to Qianke. After Qianke finished reading, Master Zhang stepped forward and asked, how is it? Have the 2 banker masters made up their minds? It's settled. Master Bai Zhuang told us to tell it like it is. Qianke spoke. Master Zhang frowned a bit after hearing this. If you tell the truth, you'll be in a lot of trouble, and you're bound to arouse Qiu Zhenhe's suspicion. Qianke put away the letter, but smiled. What you can think of, Lord Bai Zhuang has already thought of long ago, so we still have to make some preparations next. He then went over the task that Bai Liang had explained to him, and after hearing it, Master Zhang's eyes widened and he finally heaved a sigh. Or you guys are bold. The disciples of Xian Qingwan also dare to be placed under house arrest. If the news of this leaks out, the consequences are unimaginable, Master Zhang said with some fear. Thousand Ku, however, was unimpressed. What are you afraid of? With Lord Mountain God, what about the #1 Taoist sect in the world? He had felt the miracle of the resurrection of the incense, and in his heart, he already had immense admiration for Lord Mountain God, bringing the dead back to life and retracing their roots. Even a saint may not be able to do that, right? Master Zhang did not answer, and then the 2 of them went together to the newly established Mountain God Temple, a disciple of the Xianqing Temple. Qingxuan is under house arrest here. When the 2 Chike arrived, they went straight to the back hall. There is a small room here with 5 or 6 men standing guard outside to keep watch. Walking up to the door of the room, Chike raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling out, "Dao Master Qingchuan." After a while, the door to the room was opened and a pale, bloodless Kayasumi stood in front of Chike. Now she was no longer the delicate and eloquent person she had been before. Her whole body looked weak and her lips were white. Upon seeing Qianku, her face was very cold. Her tone couldn't hear any emotion as she calmly said, "Is it time to kill me?" Qianku shook his head. Daoist Qingquan is joking. You are a disciple of the Xian Xingguan. How could I dare to kill you? Having imprisoned me, are you still close to taking my life? Qingquan said lightly, his tone still as calm as ever. It seemed that living and dying made no difference to her. Instead of continuing to answer, Qianku took out the letter Qiuzhenhe had written and let Qingquan read it. Kayasumi received it expressionlessly, and after seeing the contents of the letter, his complexion finally fluctuated, but he quickly calmed down again. After reading it, she had understood Qianku's intention and said faintly, "You want me to write a letter back, to help you conceal yourselves from Xian Xingguan?" Chico smiled and said nothing more. "I know." Xingquan turned around and returned to the house, coming out a few moments later, his face turning even paler, and in her hand was an additional freshly written letter with an Essence blood brand on it. Qianku took it and looked at the contents of the letter to make sure it was okay before saying, "Does Daoist Qingquan have any tokens? The kind that can prove your identity?" "There's no need for a token. I've already left a brand of essence and blood on the letter. It's even better than a token," Qingquan faintly said. Essence blood branding can only be left behind if the person is alive. And once the brand was left behind, once the person died, then the essence blood brand would dim. So it's a good way to recognize if people are safe or not. Qianku confirmed a few times before this and Master Zhang left with peace of mind. When the two men returned to the county government, they sent a letter back to Qiuzhenhe in the name of Wang Tu, with Master Zhang writing on their behalf. The content of the letter was pretty much the same in general meaning as what had been publicized to the people of Peach County before. It was the monk Sangue who was in league with Cheng Qianfeng, the magistrate of Feng County, colluding with demons and killing people. When the 3 men from Xianqingguan arrived in Peach Blossom County, they clashed with the monk Sangue, ending in 2 deaths and 1 injury. In the end, the Divine Mountain manifested its spirit and killed it, and also saved the last surviving disciples of the Xianqing Temple. Then Kayasumi's letter was attached and the 2 letters were sealed in a bamboo tube. Afterward, Master Zhang waved his hand and asked someone to call in the messenger from Tianyue County. "This is the reply letter from Magistrate Wang to Lord Xiu. Take it back with you." Master Zhang slowly spoke. The messenger received the bamboo tube, then he left the county office and returned to Tianyue County. God's Mountain. Li Yu had seen everything that happened in Peach Blossom County, and nowadays, the range of his divine thoughts was as high as 50 miles. So nothing that happened in Peach Blossom County could be hidden from him. Qiuzhenhe, a close friend of the state government? He thought silently in his mind. Tianyue County was beyond the range of his divine thoughts, so he didn't understand the situation over there. But Li Yuan had mentioned it, and Li Yu had heard it all. The state capital, the head of a state, is the biggest official in Qingzhou. However, Qingzhou can't be said to be a one-man state government, as there are also government generals. Both sides check and balance each other, and neither can suppress the other. Those who were able to become state governors were bound to be practitioners of the Yinshin realm. The realm of the general in charge of the government soldiers is the same. The situation on the Fucheng side was complicated, and Li Yu had only summarized a rough outline through the villagers' mere words. Anyway, there wouldn't be less than 10 people in the Yin God realm on the prefecture city side. There was nothing to worry him about that. Although he was only a 3rd-stage spirit mountain, his strength had long surpassed the Yin God realm. Li Yu himself couldn't say how strong it was, and estimated in his mind that it was probably for the peak of the cultivator's Yangshan realm, right? Or maybe it has to be even higher, like a 7th-order practitioner upwards. These he was only slightly concerned about. What was more concerning to him at the moment was the Buddha seed that he had stored inside the cave halfway up the mountain. After a period of cultivation, this Buddha seed began to produce changes. Before, the spirituality was just a tiny little bit, as thick as a finger, but now it became immense, as big as a child's head. Under Li Yu's divine mind probing, he guessed that this Buddha seed might be about to awaken. He also wondered if after awakening, this Buddha seed was born knowing everything, still as clueless as a newborn baby. At this moment in the cave, countless spiritual chi was pouring in towards the body of the Buddha seed, nourishing it at an extremely fast speed. The physical body was strong, and the spirituality was following suit. The white crystals around the cave were all dimmed by the suction, but the white crystals recovered quickly, and after being drained they quickly filled up again. Li Yu then silently watched the spiritual energy that the Buddha seed was drawing from, growing itself, traces of blood vessels began to appear on the surface of the Buddha seed's skin, and blood could be seen flowing inside. There is a flow of breath at the nostrils and the lips are open and closed in exhalation. When Liu saw this, his heart was moved. After waiting for so long, this Buddha seed is finally going to awaken. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so much effort to cultivate it. And I wonder what it will be like after the awakening? Will it have qualities that ordinary people don't have? Anticipation began to rise in Liu's heart, and he waited quietly in the cave for the Buddha seed to awaken. Halfway up the divine mountain, countless auras were madly surging and hovering. A vortex of aura was formed, and the center point of the vortex was exactly where the cave was. In the Thousand Mountain Villa, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, who were cultivating, both sensed the bizarre change and stopped their cultivation. Stepping out of the divine temple and looking up at the divine mountain, aura pouring in. What's happening here? Yuzawa looked surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that this scene was taking place on the divine mountain, he would have wanted to go forward and take a look. Bai Liang looked at the halfway point of the divine mountain with a thoughtful expression and said, "It looks like something is breaking through the realm, or a heavenly treasure is being born." The two of them possessed a divine talisman, and if the mountain god manifested itself, the talisman would throb. And now the divine talisman in the body was peaceful and quiet, so it represented the changes on the divine mountain, not the Lord Mountain God manifesting himself, but it certainly had nothing to do with Lord Mountain God. After all, it was on a sacred mountain. Since it happened on the divine mountain, we don't need to pay attention to it. Yuzawa spoke up. They would not go up without the consent of the Mountain God Lord. Just know that nothing major is going wrong. Bai Liang nodded, so the two of them went back to practicing. In the cave, countless spiritual energy auras gathered here, so thick that they all turned into spiritual liquid dripping down in the air, forming a small spiritual rain. The Buddha seed was sitting in the center, bathing in the spiritual rain. Liu sensed that the spirituality of the Buddha seed had risen to a critical point, as if it was about to burst open. The spiritual rain washed the Buddha seed's body, turning his skin white and translucent. Instead of growing hair on the top of his head, he was born with 12 ring scars. This is the highest specification of precept scars in Buddhism, called the Bodhisattva precepts. Just then, the spiritual rain stopped, and the surrounding aura crazily poured into the Buddha seed, filling its body in a flash. The eyes of the Buddha seed slowly opened, the pupils flashing a golden aura before slowly converging. The eyes were clear, without a trace of impurity. As soon as the Buddha seed opened his eyes, he looked around. He was born extraordinary. It was the monk Sangue who used the lives of more than 100,000 people, together with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, as well as a few demons, practitioners of the blood sacrifice. Later on, he was brought to the divine mountain by Liu, and was influenced by the divine charm of the divine mountain, which in turn washed away the hostility brought by the blood sacrifice and added a touch of holiness. It could be said that the present-day Buddha seed was no longer the Buddha seed described in the secret book of the three returning monks. He was already producing a qualitative change. When the Buddha seed was born, it created a strand of innate bond with the divine mountain, which was engraved in the origin and could not be stripped away. That was why he could sense that the will of the divine mountain was also in the cave at the moment. Watching him, the Buddha seed got up, naked, and knelt down directly towards where Liu's divine mind was, then heavily bowed his head. "Thank you, Lord Mountain God, for helping me to be born." Liu looked at the kneeling Buddha seed in front of him and was surprised in his heart. I didn't realize that this Buddha seed had just been born and possessed the intelligence of an adult, and that it could sense where he was. "Well, get up," Liu responded indifferently, his voice appearing directly in the Buddha seed's mind. Buddha seed then got up. At this time he stood naked in the cave, but he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he looked natural. Liu asked out loud, "Do you know why you were born?" He wanted to know if this Buddha seed was born knowing or not. The Buddha seed nodded gently. "I know. I was born from sin, and from the moment I was born, I was burdened with endless sins. If Lord Mountain God hadn't brought me to this place and cleansed me of my hostility, then my spirituality would never have stayed awake." From the moment of his spiritual birth, he was clearly aware of everything that was happening around him. Knowing the significance of his birth was that he was being shared as a spirit by a few of the three returning monks who had used the secret method to conceive him. At that time, he had no mood swings, no joy or sorrow. There was no fearful sadness over the impending downfall of being divided. He is a Buddha seed, born with a Buddha nature, put in the Buddhist sect, that is born with a Buddha heart, a genius that is rare in 10,000 years. It was just that according to the original plan, the Buddha seed that was blood sacrificed with the secret method. Although it was born carrying the Buddha nature, there was quite a lot of hostility generated because of the side effects of the blood sacrifice. So in the end, it will only become a deformed thing without reason, half devil, half Buddha. But now, Liu had brought the Buddha seed to the Divine Mountain and utilized the special divine charm of the Divine Mountain to wash the hostility of the Buddha seed. The Buddha seed was allowed to survive only the Buddha nature, so it was skillfully created to be born with a Buddha mind. Liu never expected such an unexpected gain. The Buddha seed has created a bond with the Divine Mountain and is therefore someone who belongs to the Divine Mountain. In other words, from now on, he would have another top-notch genius under his hand. And this Buddha seed, right after birth, was a cultivator of the refining Dharma realm, worthy of being birthed with a secret method. I implore Lord Mountain God to give me a name. The Buddha seed bent down towards the direction where Liu was. Giving names? Liu pondered slightly and casually said, let's call it Empty Delusion. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Empty Delusion rose, his eyes clearing. The current one had just been born, and he still needed to temper himself for a while to consolidate his foundation. Empty Delusion sat cross-legged on a large rock and began to draw on the aura within the cave, slowly regulating his breathing. Liu silently watched with some surprise in his heart. This Empty Delusion was born knowing how to cultivate, and seemed to know cultivation techniques? I also wonder if it is a Dharma carried at birth? Seeing that Empty Delusion had been regulating his breathing to consolidate his roots, Liu's divine thoughts also withdrew from the cave. Let him consolidate slowly alone. Turn your attention to the 1,000 Hills. The village is growing and changing every day. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still many unresolved issues, Liu estimated that he could have absorbed more people and renamed it 1,000 Mountain Town. Turning into the town of 1,000 Hills is not possible at this time. The nearby refugees are all limited and have long since been absorbed. Now if you want to recruit people to come again, you'll have to go to Peach Blossom County and Tianhua County, which are two relatively close neighboring counties. Peach Blossom County was a good target. After all, it was already under the control of 1,000 Hills, but the road has to be taken one step at a time, and there is no hurry. If you want people from Peach Blossom County to come to 1,000 Hills, then you have to let them recognize 1,000 Hills first. That's why Chico's side is so important. He preached in the county and proclaimed the prestige of the sacred mountain, so that people would have respect for the Lord God of the mountain. At that time, they wouldn't even have to go and ask them to come to the 1,000 Hills villa. They would come on their own in admiration. It's just that it takes time to slowly ferment and there's no rush. But if it works, it's just a big wave of fish in a barrel when the time comes. So before that, 1,000 Hills has to be prepared for the food issue, the housing issue, and the management and security issue first. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive if a whole bunch of people flocked to 1,000 Hills and couldn't eat in one sitting. This was the plan that Bai Liang came up with, and the advantage of doing so was that it would not attract the attention of the court. It's the people of Peach Blossom County themselves who want to come. What's it got to do with them at 1,000 Hills? With regard to the court, Bai Liang has always been very careful in dealing with it. Don't look at the current court as corrupt, but seriously injured dragon that is still a dragon. Not a python can touch the porcelain. Now that the 1,000 Hills villa is still weak, try to avoid it as much as possible if you can avoid attracting the attention of the court. Let's be obscene first, and when the 1,000 Hills villa is strong enough to call the court's bluff, we'll never have to worry about anything again. Tianhua County. When the messenger arrived at the county town without stopping, he hurried to the county government and handed the letter to Chiozhenha. My lord, that Wang Tu is seriously ill, and Peach Blossom County is now under the substitution of Master Zhang. The messenger told everything he met truthfully. Chiozhenha took the bamboo tube and raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened. Seriously ill? Have you seen it with your own eyes? He opened his mouth to ask. The messenger shook his head. No, I offered to meet with Magistrate Wang, but Master Zhang wouldn't let me. Ha! Chiozhenha let out a cold laugh after hearing this. On the side, old Jean stroked his beard and laughed. It seems that county magistrate, Wang, is in trouble. It's normal for such things to occur in the wild lands of the borderlands, where the people are violent and the merchants are treacherous. Chiozhenha said indifferently, then took out the letter in the bamboo tube to check it. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it. After reading it, his face changed drastically. Seeing this, Elder Jean sensed that something was wrong and quickly opened his mouth to inquire. Lord Qiu, what's wrong? Could it be that Master Zhang refuses to respond to your request? Read it yourself. Chiozhenha handed the letter to Elder Jean. When Elder Jean took it and read it, his face also changed slightly, and he finally said, Good Master Zhang, what kind of bear heart and leopard guts has he eaten? The Golden Dragon Temple disciple is dead, and 2 Xianqing Guan disciples are dead. That's really good. Chiozhenha sneered. The letter explains the cause of death, which was the monk Sangue, a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, who intended to plot a blood sacrifice in Peach Blossom County, colluded with the demons, and killed 100,000 people of Feng County. When the 3 men from Xianqing came to Peach Blossom County, they were confronted by the monk Sangue, ending in 2 deaths and 1 injury. In the end, It was the so-called divine mountain that manifested itself and crushed the conspiracy by subduing and killing the monk Sanka. Then Min Jiao and the wolf demon, and even Min Xianyue were killed by the mountain god that Master Zhang's letter said was out of the blue, right? Xiao Zhenhe laughed coldly. He naturally didn't believe in any mountain gods and decided in his mind that a wild cultivator of a higher realm was behind it. Elder Jin, do you think this mountain god could be real? Xiao Zhenhe said back. Elder Jin shook his head very directly. Since I don't believe it, the path to heaven has been broken. Even the incense offered to the three Qing ancestors is not responded to. How could any gods appear in this heaven and earth? He was a member of the Taoist sect, but not from the Shenqing Quan, but belonged to a small sect in the Taoist sect, dedicated to the same three Qing. According to the sect's legend, long ago when offerings were made to the three clear ancestors, they were answered, but since the heavenly path was broken, the Jedi heavenly passage, and the gods were cut off from the mortals, no amount of incense offerings could get a response from the gods anymore. However, these secret stories were only known to a portion of the cultivators, and were unknown to ordinary people, because only in this way, the Xianqing Temple and the Golden Dragon Temple, such a big power, can always collect the people's incense faith. The status will not be shaken. This so-called mountain god should be a wild cultivator who is at least at the fourth stage of the god realm of enlightenment, with such strength. What is he trying to plot by hiding in this borderland? Elder Jin said in disbelief. Xiao Zhenhe spoke faintly. When I sent a letter to Peach Blossom County, I had already ascertained it clearly. The Divine Mountain, which is where this so-called mountain god resides. There is a village at the foot of that mountain called Thousand Mountain Villa. He had sent someone forward to the Li Yuan Dart Company to scout around, and privately bribed a few dart masters to learn the information about the Thousand Hills Villa from their mouths. When Minjiao and the wolf demon were subdued and killed, the Thousand Mountain Villa's villa master, Wu Zhe, was on the spot. Many of those folk who were rescued also spoke out about what was going on, and because when Wu Zhe later recruited craftsmen in Tianyu County, he said that it was the mountain god who had manifested that day to save them. The news spread, and eventually it was spied on by Xiao Zhenhe. Absorb the villagers, grow in power and collect incense? Elder Jin's brows had furrowed as he listened to Xiao Zhenhe's account of the Thousand Mountain Villa situation. Yes, collecting incense. It seems that this wild cultivator's ambition is not small. Xiao Zhenhe laughed with interest. Elder Jin disdained. It's just a way to take death. A mere wild cultivator who dares to touch the way of incense and fire? Don't you know that even the saints will suffer from the backlash of the incense? At this moment, in Elder Jin's mind, he had already decided that this wild cultivator would definitely die. All these are still irrelevant. The most important thing is that this master, how dare he publicize the crimes of Monk Sanka, and let Golden Dragon Temple take the blame for colluding with demons. This is really the one who doesn't know how to be fearless. Xiao Zhenhe shook his head, and that was what shocked him. Demon chaotic world. We all know in our hearts that everywhere is rotten. Almost behind the scenes are hidden many dirty hooks. The court has it, the Golden Dragon Temple has it, and the Xianqing Temple has it, but we all just know it in our hearts. We can't say it out loud. With this hand, Master Zhang directly publicized the crimes of the Golden Dragon Temple and also exposed the corpse of Monk Sangue to the streets. Monk Sangue is a direct disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple. This was simply not giving the Golden Dragon Temple any face, rubbing the Golden Dragon Temple's face hard on the ground. If the Golden Dragon Temple knew about it, it would certainly be furious, and the consequences would not be hard to imagine. If I guessed correctly, behind the senior master should be that wild cultivator. Elder Jin spoke indifferently and continued. This wild cultivator doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to kill even a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple, and even publicizes his crimes. He really doesn't put the Golden Dragon Temple in his eyes at all. Lord Xiao, why don't I make a trip to that Thousand Mountain Villa? Why should we go? Xiao Zhenhe asked rhetorically, then said, we are here to take over Tianyue County on the orders of the state government's lord, and all other matters should have nothing to do with us. No matter what this wild cultivator is scheming, whether it's collecting incense or practicing evil arts, it has nothing to do with us. What about the Golden Dragon Temple? Elder Jin hesitated. Xiao Zhenhe laughed and said, although the state governor is close to the Golden Dragon Temple, this does not mean that we have to stand up for the Golden Dragon Temple. Don't worry about this matter. We just need to inform Golden Dragon Temple and Xianqing One of the news. As for how Golden Dragon Temple is going to handle this, it's all none of our business. We'll just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Elder Jin nodded his head in approval after hearing this. Xiao Zhenhe then took out the letter written by Qingxuan and checked the essence blood branding to make sure there was no problem before putting it back. Now it's just a matter of getting the news back to the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple. As for what they would do, everything was none of his business. With Min Xianyue dead, Lord General Soldier has lost control of Tianyue County. Elder Jin, what do you think the General Soldier will do next? Xiaojun has sat down on the seat and brought up business. Golden Dragon also sat aside. His face solemnized as he thought for a moment. Tianyue County is not small, and it's unlikely that the Generalissimo would give up Tianyue County just like that. The most likely action is to be the same as the state governor, sending his close friends to come and fight with you. The general soldier, in charge of all the prefectural soldiers of Qingzhou, holds the military power in his hands. Min Chiyue is the Generalissimo's man, working for the Generalissimo. This is also the reason why Min Xianyu dared to kill the state government officials sent to check the accounts several times. With the backstage, naturally, I'm not afraid of the state government. It was just that Min Xianyu never dreamed that a mountain god would suddenly appear and directly kill him. Instead, Xiaojun easily picked up a leak. Otherwise, it was really not good for him to take advantage of the opportunity to take over Tianyu County. If Min Xianyu was still alive, then he could not possibly kill him to replace him. After all, the two adults, the Generalissimo and the state government, were both of equal rank. Now that Min Xianyu is dead, the Tianyu County that originally belonged to the Generalissimo has fallen into the hands of the state government, and according to the Generalissimo's irascible temper, he will definitely not be able to swallow this breath. It probably won't take long for people to be sent to take back Tianyue County. There's no need to hurry in this matter. I've been ordered by the state governor to be stationed in Tianyue County. The paperwork to serve as county magistrate will soon come down. Xiaojun slowly opened his mouth, his tone quite confident. The state government has been fighting with the general for many years, and it has always been the lord of the state who has had the upper hand. After all, the Generalissimo could only fiddle with military power and could not interfere in political affairs. Therefore, the Qingzhou territory, large and small officials served by the state capital of the lord decided to choose to stand which side. The officials in their hearts naturally know. Elder Jin's heart was clear after hearing this. It seemed that this time, the state government's adults were bound to eat up Tianyue County. It was also true that Tianyue County had more than 700,000 people, so it could already be considered a large county. It can earn a lot of silver for the state government every year, and the population is a very important resource in a world of demonic chaos. The magistrate was taken down by us, so that general soldier will have to start with the county soldiers of Tianyue County next. Jin Lao pondered. Xiaojun nodded. Not bad. That old man Minzhou is also dead. The county soldiers are leaderless. If the Generalissimo wants to retake Tianyue County, he can only hold on to the county soldiers. Then shall we strike early and take the county soldiers into our own hands? Elder Jin proposed. No. Xiaojun immediately shook his head before explaining. He's already very annoyed that we took Tianyue County from the general soldier. If we even take down the county soldiers and don't give the general soldier a chance to make a move, I'm afraid he'll just tear his face off. Now is not the time to tear his face off. The state governor still needs some time to settle down, so we can't provoke him for the time being. Just play with him first. Jin Lao laughed and said, the general soldier lord is also short-tempered, not as good-hearted as the state government lord. Comparing the two, the highs and lows Xiaojun also revealed a smile and said lightly, you can't say that either. Although the chief soldier's heart is poor, he is still the #1 strongest person in Qingzhou today and should not be underestimated. That's only the #1 strongest person in Qingzhou right now. It may not be the case after a while, Elder Jin said meaningfully. The two men looked at each other and both smiled. A few days passed, and ever since the letter was returned to Xiaojun, there was no more movement on the side of Tianyue County. Master Shang's hanging heart was finally put down, but do not dare to relax completely. The preparation should still be done, so as not to be caught by surprise. Thousand Ko was already preaching in Peach Blossom County, proclaiming the mighty name of Lord Mountain God. Only a small number of people were curious at the beginning and traveled to the temple of the mountain god to have a look. After seeing that what was enshrined was not an image of a god, but a picture of a sacred mountain, they were all taken aback. There were also people who recognized the divine mountain and spoke out in surprise. Isn't this the mountain 10 miles away? It seems like I once heard some rumors about it. It's said to be a divine mountain that has spirituality and will shelter the mountain people. Many people also remembered when this statement was made. It's just that the rumor is older, and it's all the older generation talking about it, and the younger ones don't recognize it. So it's the divine mountain currently. I really have eyes to recognize the divine mountain. Some of the old men who recognized the sacred mountain began to prostrate themselves before the picture of the mountain. He also dragged his juniors along with him to pay homage to the mountain god in a sincere manner. The news spread quickly, and soon everyone knew that the mountain god enshrined in this mountain god temple was the once rumored sacred mountain. After hearing about it, many people went to the mountain god temple to worship and pray for the blessing of the mountain god. But in general, the number of people who came to the mountain god temple was still very small, and Xianku estimated that there were less than 1,000 people. Moreover, A large portion of these 1,000 or so people were still submissive, not actually believing in Lord Mountain God that much in their hearts. But it is good enough to have this effect now. There is no hurry in preaching, and it needs time to develop slowly. God's Mountain. Liu looked at the inexplicably rising merits and was very surprised in his heart. At first, he thought that the 1,000 Mountain Villa had recruited some more people to come, only to find out that it wasn't after his divine thoughts had swept through. He then projected his divine thoughts into Peach Blossom County and saw the scene at the Mountain God Temple in the county. One after another, a group of people entered the temple of the Mountain God and offered incense to the Mountain God. Seeing this, Liu was able to figure out the reason for the sudden rise in merit. It turns out that the Mountain Goddess Temple in Peach Blossom County is starting to get believers. Not bad. This Qian Ku is quite capable. Liu was satisfied in his heart. This was a good start. Going forward, as long as he developed steadily, then on this side of Peach Blossom County, he would have more and more believers. The more believers there are, the more merit grows, and the further they are from breaking through to the 4th stage. At that moment, however, a person in the Mountain God's Temple caught his attention. Qingchuan of the Xianqing Temple? What is she doing? Liu was a bit puzzled. Only the thin-framed and pale Kayasumi walked out of the room where she was under house arrest, and then came to the lobby of the Mountain Temple. She stood just to the side, her expression devoid of sadness and joy as she watched the people who were worshipping the Mountain God and praying for shelter. The few magistrates guarding her in the back followed, preventing her from escaping. For this Xianqing Guan direct disciple who was under house arrest, Liu was aware of it. At first, when Bai Liang made the decision to put Qing Quan under house arrest, he was a bit surprised at Bai Liang's boldness. Even the first disciple of the world's #1 Taoist sect dared to be placed under house arrest. Is this Bai Liang really a scholar? Of course, it was also him who gave Bai Liang this backbone. Otherwise where would Bai Liang dare to do this? This Qingxuan, after the battle with the 3 returning monks, was already injured in her origin. Liu only took one look and knew that this woman was already ruined. Basically, it's similar to the situation of the severely injured Chike from before. The Mountain God? The one enshrined in the 1,000 Hills? Qingxuan spoke weakly, pulling back a woman who had finished her worship and was about to leave. The woman looked back and saw that it was a little girl, looking thin and weak. Before she returned, "What 1,000 mountain village? I don't know. I heard old man Li say that this is a Mountain God temple. It's very spiritual. That's why I came to pay my respects and pray for the Mountain God's blessing." "Well, thanks a lot, Auntie." Kayasumi thanked the woman before pulling a few more inquiries. It turned out that they all didn't know about the 1,000 Mountain Villa, but it was the Divine Mountain that had once heard of it. They came to worship because they saw everyone else coming, so they followed. There's a kind of hustle and bustle. Chikaku returned to see Kayasumi staying in the lobby of the Mountain Temple, pulling someone and asking for something. He frowned at the sight and walked straight over to interrupt. The young man who had been pulled in for questioning by Kayasumi saw this and ran away in a hurry. "Taoist Master Qingxuan, what are you doing out here if you're not staying well in your room?" Chike asked warily. Even though the current Kayasumi didn't seem like much of a threat, Chike hadn't dared to underestimate her in his mind since the beginning. After all, they were disciples of the world's #1 Taoist sect, so who knew if there were any more tricks in the dark? "I've been under house arrest for so long, can't I come out to get some air?" Qing Quan said in a flat tone. Chico listened, but was not much more polite. "Breathing is fine, but it's better for Taoist Qingxuan not to interact with people. I'm afraid you'll move something," Chikaka said bluntly. "Don't worry about this. If I wanted to run out, then I would have made a move at first. I just want to know if the Mountain God enshrined here is the same as the one in the 1,000 Mountain Villa?" Qing Quan still spoke calmly. Chico scrutinized Kayasumi for a few moments before nodding. "Not bad. The Mountain God temple here is dedicated to none other than the Divine Mountain God. Is it really a god?" Kayasumi's tone finally wavered. "Naturally, it's true." Qianka's eyes turned reverent. Qingxuan stared at Qianka's expression for a long time, then said nothing more. Instead, he looked at the sacred mountain portrait for a few moments, then turned back. "Watch her," Qianka commanded to several magistrates. The magistrates led the way and returned to stand guard in the back room. Liu hadn't left, listening to the conversation between Qianku and Qingquan, and couldn't hear much from it. Then he simply used the heart mirror to shine it at the clear spring. The heart mirror wasn't that useful to practitioners. It couldn't do the effect of reading the heart, but it could still peek into the heart. Under the light of the heart mirror, Liu roughly saw through the thoughts in Qingquan's mind. In her mind, she carried a suspicion of the mountain god, believing that behind it was a powerful wild cultivator using it to collect incense, but she had no extra thoughts about it, just wanted to see it. And what also surprised Liu was that this Qingquan's heart really did not have the mind to escape. Instead, here in Peach County, she felt peace within herself. That's a bit unexpected. Anyone else under house arrest? House arrest until they get used to it and don't want to escape? Liu pondered a little, and his heart was clear. This Kayasumi is probably trying to escape something. Since there were no disturbing thoughts, there was no need to care much. There was just Chite to watch. This day Peach Blossom Fragrance's Mountain God Temple brought him over 2,000 merit points. If he could keep it up every day going forward, then the growth rate of his merit points came directly from over 3,000 a day to over 5,000 points. Liu opened the panel. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 110012/10000000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Jinshan Seal. Heart Mirror. Right now, the merit points were 110,000 points. And if it was a growth rate of 5,000 points a day, then it would only take 180 days to gather 1,000,000 merit points and advance to the 4th rank. Or it could be faster. After all, there are so many people in Peach County. As long as Qianku could recruit more believers for him, then the merit points would naturally grow faster. Meanwhile, the Thousand Hills Villa. In front of the temple, many villagers had gathered in a group, and the atmosphere was somewhat tumultuous. The crowd was talking about something. In the center of the group was a young monk with very fair skin, who was currently standing there, motionless. Bai Liang came out of the temple and the villagers made way. Master Bai Zhuang. This is the person. Du Tian Morning stepped forward and said with a somewhat strange expression. Bai Liang's eyes were heavy as he looked towards Empty Delusion who was standing there. Are you sure? This person really came down from above the Divine Mountain? Du Tian Morning nodded his head with certainty and said, Yes Master Zhuang. It's true. I and a few of my brethren in the patrol team saw it with our own eyes. There's no mistaking it. Hearing this, Bai Liang looked at the few patrol members following Du Tian Morning. A few people hurriedly nodded their heads, stating that what Du Tian Morning said was true, and that they were not mistaken. This white clean monk had come down from the Divine Mountain. Du Tian Morning continued to add, We went to the mountain path this monk came down to see. There is no other path there. It just leads straight to the top of the sacred mountain, so it's impossible for this monk to have come around from the other side of the sacred mountain. I see. Bai Liang nodded, certain in his mind that the monk in front of him should have come down from the Divine Mountain. But why would there be monks on a sacred mountain? Did they stay on the sacred mountain in the first place? Or did they ascend it when they weren't looking? But no matter how you put it, for this person to appear on the Divine Mountain, it was the tacit consent of the Mountain God Lord. Since it was recognized by Lord Mountain God, it was not an enemy of the Thousand Hills. Bai Liang stepped forward and arched his hand towards Empty Delusion. I'm Thousand Mountain Villa Vice Lord Bai Liang. I don't know who your excellency is? Empty Delusion looked at Bai Liang, his eyes clear and untainted by a speck of dust. He naturally recited a Buddha's name, then bowed to Bai Liang and spoke. Poverty Monk Empty Delusion. I've met Master Bai Zhuang. So it's Master Empty Delusion. Bai Liang revealed a smile and returned the same salute. I wonder where your excellency is coming from. Bai Liang asked bluntly. He could sense Empty Delusion's realm, and like him, it was also the refined law realm. However, Empty Delusion's aura was subtle, making him a bit puzzled and suspecting that Empty Delusion was hiding his realm. The poor monk comes from the Divine Mountain. Empty Delusion spoke calmly. Bai Liang raised his eyebrows and didn't continue to ask, but first asked the villagers who had gathered around to disperse first. Then he spoke again towards Empty Delusion. Let's go inside the temple and talk. Empty Delusion nodded his head and without any hesitation, he directly followed Bai Liang and stepped into the temple. Entering the temple's lobby, before Bai Liang could say anything, Empty Delusion came to the offering table on his own and knelt down to worship Lord Mountain God. This scene caused some surprise in Bai Liang's heart. Is Lord Bai Zhuang puzzled as to why the poor monk came down from the Divine Mountain? Empty Delusion finished his worship, stood up from the ground, and looked at Bai Liang. Bai Liang nodded his head in acknowledgement and said, That's right, I am puzzled. The Divine Mountain has a spirit and mortals are not allowed to climb it. So why would someone come down from the Divine Mountain? Earlier, Yuzawa had worried about what would happen if a passerby unintentionally climbed the sacred mountain and offended Lord Mountain God. But then it turned out that they were worrying blindly. The Divine Mountain had a spirit, and when ordinary people passed by, a sense of awe would arise in their hearts, and the thought of ascending the Divine Mountain would not arise at all. As for the cultivators, then they could feel the might carried by the Divine Mountain even more, and it was even more unlikely that they would have the thought of climbing the Divine Mountain. Therefore, it was unlikely that any living being would accidentally ascend the Divine Mountain, unless the Lord of the Mountain recognizes it. Because the poor monk was brought up to Divine Mountain by Lord Mountain God. Empty Delusion said slowly. Bai Liang had already guessed in his heart, but he was still surprised when he heard Empty Delusion's words. To be able to be spotted by the Mountain God Lord and brought to the Divine Mountain, then wouldn't this Empty Delusion have an unbelievable talent? Or perhaps he has something exceptional? How else would it be treated? It was important to realize that although he and Yuzawa had been blessed by the mountain god, they had never yet climbed the sacred mountain. Of course, in fact, if they wanted to go up, Li Yu naturally agreed. It was just that without the consent of Lord Mountain God, Bai Liang and the others didn't dare to climb the divine mountain without authorization. After knowing that Empty Delusion was someone who was valued by the mountain god, Bai Liang's expression turned friendly and smiled. To be able to let the mountain god lord personally bring up the divine mountain, it seems that the mountain god lord holds you in high regard. After determining that it was one of his own, Bai Liang spoke much more casually. Empty Delusion heard this, but shook his head and said, "Not really, the poor monk's situation is rather special." He didn't say much. After all, his birth was too bizarre and he carried too many sins. Bai Liang had a puzzled look on his face, but since Empty Delusion didn't continue, he didn't ask any more questions. Next, Bai Liang briefly talked to Empty Delusion about some topics when he asked where Empty Delusion was from. Empty Delusion pondered for a moment and returned. The poor monk should be considered a native of Feng County. Now Bai Liang felt a bit surprised and laughed. That's a coincidence. Almost all the villagers in Thousand Mountain Villa are from Feng County. The current lord of the manor, Wu Zhe, is also, and I count myself as half a person from Feng County. At once, Bai Liang felt that the relationship was cordial. However, he still had some doubts in his mind. That is, if Empty Delusion was from Feng County, then how come he hadn't seen it before? Did he shave his head as a child and return from his studies only now? Right at this moment, the secondary hall where Wu Zhe was located suddenly erupted with a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Sensing the difference, Bai Liang's complexion changed as he turned his head to look at the room over there and said joyfully, "Brother Wu Zhe is going to break through the Xian realm." After rejoicing, he then introduced to Empty Delusion that the one who was cultivating to break through the realm was none other than Thousand Mountain Villa's Villa Master, Wu Zhe. Empty Delusion nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and then he looked up in the direction of the aura fluctuation, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He had sensed someone breaking through the realm when he entered the temple. The two men meditated and did not say anything else, but both looked to the room where Yuzawa was. The spiritual power fluctuation was like a large rock hitting the calm water surface, stirring up a wave that spread in all directions. This kind of commotion lasted for half an hour, and with the last violent fluctuation of spiritual energy, it finally returned to calm. Bai Liang was a bit nervous in his heart and couldn't help but say, "Did the breakthrough succeed?" It worked. The Empty Delusion standing on the side had a flash of golden light in his eyes and slowly spoke. There was a bang and the door was pushed open. With a face full of joy, Yuzawa stepped out, his aura rising and his eyes glowing. Seeing this, Bai Liang hurriedly stepped forward and smiled. "Congratulations to Brother Wu Zhe, for successfully breaking through the third stage into the Xian realm." The aura that belonged uniquely to the entering Xian realm surrounded Wu Zhe's body, and at this moment, he didn't converge on it. Instead, he kind of released it to show off. Yuzawa was agitated, but was a bit puzzled to see a white monk standing in the temple. Because of that incident with Monk Sanka, it caused Yuzawa to not feel very good about monks. He then frowned at Bai Liang and asked, "Brother Bai Liang, who is this?" "This is Empty Delusion, brought by Lord Mountain God." Bai Liang hurriedly introduced him. As soon as he heard that it was brought by the Mountain God Lord, Wu Zhe's attitude immediately changed. Looking at Air Delusion and arching his hand, "So it's one of our own. My name is Wu Zhe. I've met Master Air Delusion. Amit Ba Buddha." Poor monk Empty Delusion. "Meet Master Wu Zhuang." Empty Delusion returned the salute. The three continued to talk for a few more minutes. Wu Zhe looked at Empty Delusion with some curiosity and wondered, "Master Empty Delusion, you are a monk, considered a Buddhist, so why don't you believe in Buddha?" There was really some doubt in his mind. In the exchange between the few people just now, he could clearly hear that Empty Delusion was a believer in Lord Mountain God just like them. But this is really a bit twisted. This one monk, instead of believing in the Buddha's seed, he goes to believe in other deities. So can this still be considered a monk? Yuzawa was puzzled. And since we were all under the banner of Lord Mountain God and belonged to his own people, he asked directly. When Bai Liang heard this, he also looked at Empty Delusion. He also had this doubt in his mind. Which of these monks did not believe in Buddhism? Being asked about this, Empty Delusion looked calm and naturally replied, "Poor monks cultivate Buddhism, but they do not believe in it." Not a believer in Buddhism? The two of them, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, looked at each other with even more confusion in their hearts. If you don't believe in Buddhism, then why are you practicing it? Isn't that a contradiction? Yuzawa couldn't understand. The two of you have misunderstood. Empty Delusion shook his head and said, "What the poor monk said about not believing in Buddha is not believing in the so-called Buddha. To cultivate Buddha is to cultivate one's own Buddhist path. He was born with a Buddha's heart, and since he was born, He had all sorts of Buddhist scriptures and teachings in his mind. There is no need to worship and believe in the Buddha like the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. He only needs to walk his own path, stick to his heart, and not enter into confusion, and he will realize the true meaning of the Buddha's path. The two youths seemed to understand after listening, but still roughly understood. To put it bluntly, empty delusion does not believe in the Buddha, only practicing their own Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist teachings. The so-called disbelief in Buddhism is only a disbelief in any deity such as Buddha Lohan Bodhisattva, not a disbelief in the true meaning of Buddhism. So that's how it is. It's worthy of being a person valued by the mountain god Lord. With extraordinary insight, Wu Zhe said with some emotion. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a statement. Practice Buddhism, but don't believe in it. That sounds like it might be kinda like that. Master Empty Delusion has a high opinion. Bai Liang valued Empty Delusion a few points in his heart. Just my humble opinion, Empty Delusion said. Bai Liang was a bit curious about the Buddhist sect and began to ask questions about it. Empty Delusion knew everything, but only answered the questions from the sutras. But he could only shake his head at Bai Liang's question about the situation at the Golden Dragon Temple, saying, the poor monk has never been to the Golden Dragon Temple and has no knowledge of it. Bai Liang was surprised in his heart. There were actually monks who didn't understand the Golden Dragon Temple, the number one Buddhist sect in the world? It seems that this Empty Delusion, who really only practiced Buddhism and did not believe in it, belonged to the category of being an ascetic, didn't even bother to find out the message of the world's number one Buddhist sect. Bai Liang was happy to see more, so he talked to Empty Delusion about the Golden Dragon Temple. At the same time, he also mentioned that the Thousand Mountain Villa and the Golden Dragon Temple had conflicts and might be enemies in the future. Empty Delusion listened to Bai Liang's narration. He was born with a Buddha's heart and was too smart to know the message of the Golden Dragon Temple very quickly. He was naturally aware that the Thousand Mountain Villa and the Golden Dragon Temple were at odds, as he was the product of what monk Sanka had indirectly created. Bai Liang brought this up because he wanted to give him a precaution. The Golden Dragon Temple is the number one Buddhist sect in the world. If the Thousand Hills Villa has an enmity with the Golden Dragon Temple, then it is an enmity with the Buddhist sects in the world. Empty Delusion practiced Buddhism, but he was born on the Divine Mountain and would always be on its side. The poor monk and the Golden Dragon Temple are not in the same path. Empty Delusion said simply. When Bai Liang heard this, he completely let go of his heart. Then Yuzawa asked Empty Delusion if he wanted to stay at the Thousand Hills Villa. Empty Delusion returned. We'll stay at the Thousand Mountain Villa for a while first, after which the poor monk may have to travel far away. Yuzawa understood, realizing that Empty Delusion would not stay at Thousand Hills for long and had his own mission. Subsequently, Bai Liang arranged for a house to be prepared for Empty Delusion and had Empty Delusion brought there. Li Yu had been attracted to the breakthrough when Yuzawa broke through. However, at this time, he didn't bother to pay attention to the conversation between the Empty Delusion few, but was instead studying the newly acquired magic weapon. Recipient breaks through the Xian realm for the first time and obtains a magic weapon * Divine Soldier's Furnace. Divine Soldier Furnace, the artifact of the craftsman, melting demons and refining devils. By forging magic weapons in the Divine Armor Furnace, you can raise their grade and enhance their power. The panel had a simple introduction, and after reading it, Li Yu immediately realized that it was a good thing. As long as a magic weapon was put into the forge, it could be upgraded in grade, and this effect was too heaven-defying. But looking closely at the notes at the back, Li Yu's mood wasn't so wonderful. Note, to upgrade the grade, 10 pieces of magic weapons need to be put into the Divine Warrior Furnace to be forged. 10 first-order magic weapons can be forged and smelted into 1 second-order magic weapon. There is no upper limit to the level up. I can't believe that you need 10 magic weapons and still be able to upgrade your grade. Li Yu felt that this divine armament melting was also too pitiful. Right now, he had 4 third-ranked magic weapons in his hands, which surprisingly didn't add up to enough to forge them once, but fortunately just cannot enhance the grade. Forging to enhance the power and change the appearance of the magic weapon can still be done. For example, forging the Mantle of Law into a long sword. This eliminates the need for 10 spells, and only requires the input of the mantle. This serves a good purpose, Li Yu said in his heart. The 4 magic weapons he had in his hands were not suitable for Wu Zhe and the others to use. A duster, a mahogany sword, an oil lamp, and a mantle. For Wu Zhe, a martial artist, it was indeed a bit strange for Bai Liang, a scholar, but now it could change its shape, and when the time came, it could be forged into a sword and given to Wu Zhe and Bai Liang to use. With the enchantment, the two of them would see a drastic increase in their combat power. And the main thing was that there was no upper limit to this Divine Warrior Furnace. As long as he was given enough low-ranked magic weapons, it would be a breeze to forge the legendary divine weapons. However, he didn't have that magic weapon now, so he could try it out later when he had the chance. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 112321/10000000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. Looking at the panel, more divine furnaces were added to the spellcraft row. Now it comes down to the spell having only one manifestation. Spells were not much use to Liu. This was because this manifestation body was simply too weak, and even though he was now a 3rd Order Divine Mountain, the manifestation body was still very weak. The only role it still serves is as a mobile true eye, providing him with vision. When you meet difficulties, you can also continue to get stuck in the bug and have your manifestation carry the seal of Jinshan. When he thought of the Mount Jin seal, Liu remembered that after he had subdued and killed the wolf demon before, the Mount Jin seal had refined the wolf demon's body and extracted a harmless energy. He had also researched it later and found that this harmless energy, which could be directly poured into a person's body to enhance their cultivation, had almost forgotten about it. Taking out the mountain suppression seal, Liu channeled out the harmless energy inside. This harmless energy, which wasn't much, would probably only be able to directly elevate a 1st stage law refining realm cultivator to the 2nd stage passing law realm. Right now, the Thousand Mountain Villa's refinement realm happened to have 3 of them. Bai Liang was now at the peak of the refinement realm, and he was going to break through in a few days, so he didn't really need it. The little girl, Li Shui, was at the early stage of the refinement realm, and after absorbing this harmless energy, she just happened to be able to directly break through to the passage realm. Empty Delusion was born with a Buddha's heart and was born in the middle stage of the refining Dharma realm, so he could break through directly after absorbing it. In that case, it seems that Li Shui would be the perfect fit. During this time, however, the little girl seemed to be in a somewhat low mood. Liu had peered into the little girl's heart with his heart mirror and knew that she was not as lively and cheerful as before because of her depressed mood caused by the incident with Zhao Yihe some time ago. Zhao Yihe was executed because he was jealous of others who were blessed by the mountain gods. Among them Li Shui. Li Shui was present that day, and the little girl watched Zhao Yihe being executed with her own eyes, which brought a great shock to her weak mind. And what made her moody and hard to bear was that everyone was talking about it, saying that Zhao Yihe had run off to ascend the sacred mountain because he was jealous of her getting blessed by the mountain god, and was eventually executed by Lord Bai Zhuang. These words resounded in Li Shui's heart all the time, directly causing the previously lively and cheerful little girl to turn silent. Li Shui felt in her heart that it was her own reason that killed Zhao Yihe, so her heart was hard and her mood became low. If she hadn't been blessed by the mountain god, then wouldn't Zhao Yihe have been jealous and resentful, and wouldn't have gone to climb the sacred mountain and then been found and executed? The little girl thinks about this every day, blaming herself in her mind, and is on the verge of a whole depression. Every day, he hid in his room and practiced, trying to get up by practicing and not thinking about those things. Liu was speechless in his heart as he witnessed all this. At first he had thought that the little girl would only blame herself for a few days and would soon come out of it, which was why he hadn't paid much attention to it. As a result, I didn't realize it would get worse and go straight to the bullseye. After thinking about it, Liu decided that it would be better to let Bai Liang have the time to channel the little girl's inner self, so that she doesn't go off the deep end. As for this harmless energy, it's better to give it to Empty Delusion. Empty Delusion was to leave the Thousand Hills Villa, and he was born with a mission, so it was best for him to have some strength to defend himself before he traveled far. Otherwise, if he met danger and he was unable to assist, he would be in trouble. The Divine Thought found Empty Delusion's new residence in the Thousand Mountain Villa. Liu did not hesitate and directly cast harmless energy into Empty Delusion's body. Empty Delusion, who was sitting in meditation in his new residence, was suddenly infused with an incomparably pure energy, and his entire body froze for a moment. Then he reacted, knowing that it was the work of the Mountain God Lord, so he let go of his mind and allowed the harmless energy to pour into his body as much as it could. The harmless energy was infused quickly, and after the purification of the Jinshan seal, it was fit for all living beings, able to be absorbed without any hindrance. In just one tea time, Empty Delusion had completely absorbed the harmless energy. The aura around his body vibrated violently, and the next thing he knew, he directly broke through to the second order Tongfa realm. Empty Delusion opened his eyes, which were devoid of joy and sadness, and got up to pay a deep obeisance in the direction of the Divine Mountain. Disciple Empty Delusion, thank you Lord Mountain God for granting me the opportunity. The commotion in this place quickly caught the attention of Wu Zhe and Bai Liang. The two men came outside of the house and asked in a loud voice what had happened to Empty Delusion. Empty Delusion pushed out the door, his breath not hiding anything. As soon as the two Bai Liangs took a look, they understood what was happening. Hiss, this is a breakthrough to the Tongfa realm. Bai Liang was shocked. He had just asked about Empty Delusion's cultivation level, An empty delusion had replied that it was in the middle stage of the refined Dharma realm, which was still slightly lower than him. But how was it that not long after they had just parted ways, empty delusion turned around and broke through to the second-order Tong Fa realm? That commotion just now, was it caused by breaking through the passage realm? Wu Zhe was equally shocked in his heart and puzzled at the same time. Empty delusion nodded his head and spoke. Fortunately, Lord Mountain God granted me the opportunity to break through to the profound realm by chance. As soon as the two men heard this, it dawned on them and they felt normal. It turned out to be Lord Mountain God's tactics, so that's not surprising. Bai Liang opened his mouth and laughed. Congratulations, Master Empty Delusion, on your realm breakthrough and moving to the next level. Just now, Wu Zhe had made a breakthrough, and now followed by Empty Delusion's breakthrough. Today was a good day. Counting on it, he himself was almost ready to break through the second stage in just a few days. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, the two Bai Liangs went back to their respective business. Yuzawa had just broken through and still needed to consolidate his realm. As for Bai Liang, he had to get ready for his breakthrough now, so both of the Thousand Hills Villa's two masters couldn't spare any time during these few days. The good thing is that the Order of the Thousand Hills Villa has been initially established nowadays, and with the control of the patrols, letting go for a few days shouldn't be a problem. Peach County. Since the rumors of the sacred mountain spread, the number of people coming to the Mountain God Temple to offer incense and worship slowly increased. However, the herd mentality is predominant, and it is difficult to say exactly how many of them truly believe in the mountain gods. Xianke naturally understood all this in his heart, but what he wanted now was for everyone to come and worship the mountain god. As to whether or not they are sincere in their beliefs, none of this really matters. When these people form the habit of coming to offer incense and worship every day, then over time, they will naturally come to believe. So, this effect right now is what Chico wanted. Ching Quan, who was under house arrest in the back hall of the mountain god's temple, had been watching all of this, only her attitude towards all of this was still very cold. On the contrary, yesterday Kayasumi asked Shikaku about something. The query is that Chike was obviously seriously injured and on the verge of death before, so why did he recover so much later? At that time, in the prison, both of them were locked up, with their cells not far apart, so Qingchuan knew that at that time, Qianke was seriously injured, and was even more miserable than she was. Chike considered for a long time, but finally told her truthfully, because of Lord Mountain God, he manifested and saved me, and also repaired my foundation, not only restoring it to its original state, but also making it even more perfect. Kayasumi had doubts in his mind after hearing this, but after a long silence, he finally did not say anything more, but turned away. Seeing this, Chike didn't pay much attention to it and turned back to his own affairs. The rich merchants of Peach County have been very restless lately. When he had just taken over Peach Blossom County before, he had already given them concessions, but the greed of the merchants and traders exceeded Master Shang's imagination. In the past few days, a group of wealthy merchants began to join forces to control the rise in grain prices in the county and pressurize Master Zhang in an attempt to gain more benefits. The people of the county were all restless when they saw the rise in grain prices. As a result, rumors have been spreading in the community, saying that since Master Zhang has been in charge of the county, he has been arrogant and extravagant, ignoring political affairs and raiding the property, which is why the price of food in Peach Blossom County has risen. It even cut off the channels for purchasing food from the outside world. When Master Zhang was informed of these news, his face was turned blue with anger. One of these rich merchants, one of them, all of them should be killed. He gritted his teeth. The benefits that the county government now concedes to the wealthy merchants are more than double what they were when Wang Tu was still around. But even after giving away so much, the rich merchants were still not satisfied and wanted more. There's no such thing as a crook, and you take one step back, and these people are going to think, if you can take one step back, why can't you take two more steps back? Xianke said slowly with a cold face, giving concessions to wealthy merchants. That was done to stabilize the county when they first took it over. But now that Peach Blossom County has been completely mastered, these rich merchants, too, have no need to exist. Brother Chien, what are we going to do now? Master Zhang is now at his wit's end, and the only way is to use force. But this one he doesn't get to say. Xianke spoke. I've already summoned this matter back to the Thousand Mountain Villa, and Villa Master Bai told us to go ahead and do it. Good. Master Shang's eyes shone brightly as he listened. That group of treacherous fat pigs, I've long been displeased with them, and with Master Bai Zhuang's order. Then today is the day of their death. But the rich merchants were no soft touch, and some of them had invited practitioners to make offerings. Although it was only a first-order cultivator, it was still a cultivator and not something the magistrates could deal with. Qianko had responded early, and since his roots had become more perfect, his cultivation hadn't fallen behind. Nowadays, he was already at the late stage of the refinement realm. Those rich merchants, and only 2 of them with bigger fortunes had invited offerings, and it was no problem for him to fight 1 against 2. Not only that, but privately he had contacted the 2 wealthy businessmen who had hired the offerings. Although those 2 didn't give a clear answer, Chike believed that they would make the right choice when the situation forced them to do so. Next, an order came out of the county hall. All the yamen were ordered to come and gather at the county hall, and after bringing their equipment, they were led by Chien-ku, who headed towards the high-walled compound of the rich merchants. The wealthy merchants had eyes and ears around the county seat and soon got the news. They were shocked, furious, and panicked. I don't understand what kind of bear's heart and leopard's guts Master Zhang has eaten that he dares to really use force against them? Doesn't Master Zhang know who they're enriching? Quickly go and invite officiant Lu. Quickly go and invite officiant Lin. 2 different voices sounded in separate compounds not far from each other. But after a long time, there was no response. Immediately, he sent his subordinates to check it out, only to find that it was already empty. The magistrates surrounded the mansions of the rich merchants, and the guards inside the courtyards alone could not resist. Soon enough, a wealthy businessman came out and said he was willing to pay the price. But in response, Chien-ku sneered, "It's too late. I'm here to take your lives today. There's no discussion." With a wave of his hand, the magistrates began to move, taking down a group of wealthy merchants without resistance. The next step was to raid the homes of wealthy merchants. Boxes of gold and silver jewelry were moved out from inside the mansion, and it took more than an hour to finish moving them. Chike watched the scene coldly. The property, in its entirety, will be confiscated. Of course, it was the public of the Thousand Hills that was filled, not the public of the court. Master Zhang had no opinion, much less dared to have one, and reported the gold and silver jewels one by one, writing them in the account book and handing them over to Chien-ku. The rich merchants, on the other hand, ended up with none of them left behind, and all of them were escorted to the vegetable market to be beheaded. After a series of actions, grain prices in Peach County are finally back to normal. It's even 20% lower than what it was before. The people are very realistic. See this all cheered, shouting Zhang Master did a good job. Those rich merchants should have been killed a long time ago. On weekdays, they oppress the people, sell illicit salt, collect taxes privately, buy and sell people, rob women by force them into prostitution, and kill them to take away their wealth. Any one of these crimes is a death sentence. As for the families of the rich merchants, in accordance with the imperial law enforcement, the guilty should be killed to kill, should be sent to the prison on the prison, never mercy. There was a small hiccup in the middle. The sister of a wealthy merchant, a woman of about 30 years of age. Many of the people interceded for her, saying that this lady had often done good deeds, was kind-hearted, and was not of the same class as the rich merchants. Chico sent someone to confirm this and found that this man was really the same. There were even a couple of times when they got into several fights because they didn't like the behavior of their rich businessman brother. In the end, the family was separated, and the women lived their own lives. Some villagers from the Thousand Hills Villa recognized the woman, having once passed by the Thousand Hills Villa before. It seems that he even offered to take Wu Zhe and the others with him into Peach Blossom County to take refuge, and he also made secret glances, as if he had other thoughts about Lord Wu Zhuang. In the end, when Lord Usho refused, the woman left in a huff. Chike was surprised to hear that. After determining that the woman was not in league with the wealthy merchants, she was released. Women's belongings, but also find out the source. Are legitimate business earned? Then naturally have to return back. Anyway, not much. Thank you, my lord. Having escaped a difficult situation, the woman's hair was disheveled, and with a grateful face, she thanked Chien-ku. There is no need for you to be so, ma'am. You are not in cahoots with your elder brother, so naturally you are not guilty. Chien-ku smiled and opened his mouth, then added, and ma'am, do you still remember the village at the foot of the divine mountain? A sacred mountain? The village? The woman recalled, then remembered the fine young man who had rejected her. Remember, could it be that you are? She looked at Chien-ku with a stunned expression, her heart somewhat unable to believe her guess. Not bad, we are exactly from the Thousand Mountain Villa, and Master Zhang is also considered to be a member of the Thousand Mountain Villa. Thousand Ku responded indifferently. After hearing this, Zhang's heart was overwhelmed with shock. The village she remembered seemed to only have a few houses and not many people. How is it that only a short time has passed since then, and you've transformed yourself into the de facto controller of Peach Blossom County? She knew the inside story, and nowadays, Peach Blossom County was under the control of the people behind Master Zhang. Since Master Zhang was from the Thousand Hills Villa, wasn't it the Thousand Hills Villa that was in control behind Peach Blossom County? And the fine young man she had her eye on seemed to be the leader of that village? Thinking about how she had acted, Zhang blushed slightly. not in shyness, but in embarrassment. Such a powerful character. She actually wanted to adopt him as her man, which was simply out of her depth. The food market heads rolled. All the rich merchants in Peach Blossom County, completely dead. The rich merchant left many properties, taverns, grain stores, greenhouses, etc., all of which were sent forward by Chienka to take over. The people sent were naturally from the Thousand Mountain Villa, selected by Bai Liang from the Thousand Mountain Villa and then sent over. These are all villagers who can read and have some ability. It will be much easier for them to take over these industries. 3 days passed. Bai Liang managed to break through the passing Dharma realm on this day. Wu Zhe and Empty Delusion were both in the temple, and when they saw Bai Liang come out with a smile on his face, they both came forward to congratulate him. After the three of them chatted for a few moments, Empty Delusion went back to Cultivate. Wu Zhe spoke about what had happened in the Thousand Mountain Villa during these days of Bai Liang's cultivation. After hearing this, Bai Liang felt that there was nothing wrong with it and smiled. The Peach Blossom County side is also completely in control, and a bunch of belongings have been acquired. So I think we can get ready to expand the Thousand Hills Villa. Previously, he didn't want to expand the scale of the Thousand Hills Villa because he was short of money and couldn't afford to feed so many people and manage them. Now that the order of the Thousand Hills Villa was stable, it was able to continue to operate normally without the two of them. That proves that the current management is right, and as long as this management order is followed, then more people can come and eat. Wu Zhe nodded. You can prepare. The people will be found from the Peach Blossom County side. Although Peach Blossom County was under the control of the Thousand Mountain Villa, it was ultimately the courts on the surface, and the people of the county, too, all recognized only the court. The Thousand Hills Villa must develop itself if it wants to grow and develop its own power. What they want is someone who only recognizes the Thousand Mountain Villa and only recognizes the Divine Mountain. Only such a person is one of our own and is worth cultivating and sheltering. Oh yeah, there seems to be something going on over at Li Shui's side. You need to go and take a look. Yuzawa remembered something and spoke. Xiao Shui? Bai Liang frowned a little and said, is it that Zhaoiha thing? He had known about it a few days ago, only that he had just reached the critical moment of his breakthrough, so he had put it on hold. Yes, it was because of that incident that the little girl's whole being changed. Moping around and looking strangely distressed, I went there, but she wouldn't listen to anything that was said. Yuzawa sighed. He was too dumb-mouthed to open his heart for the little girl. I know. I'll go over and take a look now. Bai Liang nodded his head, already having a plan in mind, and headed in the direction of Li Shui's house. When he arrived at Li Shui's house, Bai Liang saw the little girl sitting crouched at the threshold, her small hands resting on her cheeks and her cheeks bulging. Bai Liang revealed a smile and directly shouted, why don't you cultivate and sit here to stare? When Li Shui heard the sound, she lifted her little head and her big bright eyes saw Bai Liang walking over. Uncle Bai, the little girl shouted breathlessly. Aha! Bai Liang walked over to Li Shui and sat down. What? Moping around because of that whole Zhou Iga thing? He asked directly. The little girl deflated and didn't seem to want to talk, but nodded anyway. Bai Liang sighed and said, Xiao Shui, you're a little kid. You don't need to think so much. What does Zhaoiha's death have to do with you? The little girl pursed her little lips and said, he's doing it because he's jealous. Jealous of your gift? Or jealous of you being blessed by Lord Mountain God? Bai Liang picked up on Li Shui's words. Li Shui nodded gently. That's it? What's in all this? Little Snow, you were born with talent. Isn't it normal to be envied? Just like those who are born rich and have unrivaled looks, they don't know how much jealousy they are going to receive as soon as they are born. Bai Liang continued. But what's the point? Is it hard to believe that because they are envied, they have to beat themselves up inside and die of guilt? These are very normal things. And jealousy doesn't go away because of fairness, because there is no absolute fairness in this world. Both are beggars, one is tall and the other is short. The short one will be jealous of the other's height. The same are all princes. The same height, the same fat, the same thin. But some are favored, some are not favored. That which is not favored will also be jealous of the other. So, Zhaoiha committed a heinous crime because he was jealous of you. So what's wrong with you? Bai Liang said something that was quite true. Because the death of Zhao Ihe was inevitable. From the moment he was born to privately ascend the Divine Mountain, he was doomed. Li Shui listened and seemed to understand, her little head bobbing up and down a few times. She felt that Uncle Bai was right, but she still had some hard feelings in her heart. After all, Zhaoiha's death was really related to her, more or less. It affected her. Seeing this, Bai Liang understood in his heart that the current Li Shui needed to use time to digest this. He had already said what needed to be said, and he believed that after a while, the little girl would figure it out on her own. Then Uncle Bai won't disturb your cultivation. After a few more words of comfort, Bai Liang got up and prepared to leave. Uncle Bai, take care. The little girl got up. a rare smile on her little face, and sent Bai Liang out. After temporarily resolving the matter of Li Shui, Bai Liang returned to the temple and began to work on the affairs of Peach Blossom County. Thousand Ko raided the rich merchants of Peach Blossom County, killing heads and raiding mountains of gold, silver and jewelry. Even when Bai Liang saw it, his eyelids couldn't help but jump straight up, because there's just so much of it. It's hard to imagine anyone holding so much wealth in a small county of only 100,000 people. After Master Zhang's narration, these wealthy merchants have been rooted in Peach Blossom County for several generations, and their wealth has likewise been accumulated for several generations, which is why there are so many of them. After hearing this, Bai Liang was able to accept some of this in his heart. If it was really like what he thought, that a rich merchant in a county of 100,000 people had so much wealth through one generation, it would be simply horrible. A rough calculation of the silver that had been scavenged amounted to more than 4 million taels. That's not counting other gold and silver jewelry, etc. So many silver taels made Bai Liang a bit dazed, and for a while he didn't even know what to spend it on. Anyway, it's just that, now the 1,000 hills will never be short of money again. More than 4 million taels of silver was already enough for the 1,000 mountain villa to expand to the size of a large town. Of this silver, Bai Liang only left a fraction of it in Peach Blossom County, and most of the rest, a full 4 million taels of silver, were all escorted to Thousand Hills Villa. This amount of silver is the capital for the development of the Thousand Hills Villa. But a fortune was made, and with it came trouble. Zhang of Peach Blossom County finds Master Zhang and informs him of some hidden messages involving the forces behind the wealthy merchants. Master Zhang's scalp tingled a bit after hearing this, and he only felt that he had gotten into big trouble. Then he found Chico and told him what had happened. After hearing this, Qianku also frowned straight away, his face heavy. This matter was beyond their scope of dealing with, and in the end, they could only report it up and let the two manor masters deal with it. At this moment, in the back hall of the temple, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang both looked at the intelligence sent from Peach Blossom County, and both looked quite grave. No wonder those rich merchants have been able to amass wealth in Peach Blossom County for generations and have never been in trouble. So it turns out that there are still high-ranking people behind them who are protecting them. Yuzawa frowned and said slowly, I had a guess before. I just didn't expect it to be the Liaoyun County Sheriff. Bai Liang opened his mouth, while his tone was somewhat surprised. Liaoyun County, that is, Feng County, Peach Blossom County, including the territory where Tianyu County is located, all fall under the jurisdiction of Liaoyun County. There are 5 counties in Qingzhou. They are Qingyun County, Liaoyun County, Longyun County, Tianyun County, and Yun County. Each county governed a different number of counties, and the counties under the jurisdiction of Liaoyun County, together with Feng County, which had already been destroyed, totaled 7. It's just that since the demonic chaos, the control of the county governors over the counties under their jurisdiction has been greatly weakened. Basically, the counties are on their own, and are rarely regulated by the sheriff. The same was true for Liaoyun County, which made the county governor of Liaoyun County have little presence in everyone's mind. But a county governor is still a county governor, and the counties within Liaoyun County are all nominally under the jurisdiction of the county governor. The message that Zhang had told Master Zhang involved the county governor of Liaoyun County. The rich merchants of Peach Blossom County were basically all the county governor's people, and most of the money they amassed had to be turned over to the county governor. To put it bluntly, they are the tools that the sheriff has placed in Peach Blossom County to amass wealth. But now that they had pulled out the county sheriff's tool for enrichment, then the county sheriff who had received the news was bound to make a move. However, Bai Liang was in no hurry and smiled lightly. The county is 200 to 300 miles away from us, so there's no need to be in a hurry. It's not that easy for him to make any moves, but we also need to be prepared and be ready to respond to the county governor's movements. These 4 million taels of silver have been eaten. That's definitely impossible to spit out. Yuzawa nodded in agreement. 4 million taels of silver. This is the foundation of the future Thousand Hills Villa. It is impossible to spit it out. It's useless even if the state government comes, not to mention the sheriff. Liu also saw the intelligence sent from Peach Blossom County. After reading it, he thought that he had almost forgotten that there was a sheriff above Peach Blossom County. There was no way that Liaoyun County had lost control over the counties under its jurisdiction. As a county governor who was the head of a county, he couldn't even instruct his subordinates. This kind of situation can only be seen in a world where demons are messing with the world, installing rich merchants to enrich themselves in Peach Blossom County. Perhaps this is an exchange of benefits between the county governor and the magistrates of the counties? You don't want to be disciplined. Fine, but in exchange, I'm going to plant people to amass money in the county. If that's the case, it makes sense. That's why the king's household, before, would give up their hands to the rich merchants of the county. Both sides also stay out of each other's way and do their own thing. However, Li Yu was curious. In today's world, what is the use of collecting so much wealth? After all, it was a mundane thing, and what role could it play in front of an army of demons? Liaoyun County, the county town. It was a large city with a population close to 2 million. The outer walls, which were more than 10 meters high, were incomparably strong. The soldiers patrolling on the city walls were all clad in armor and had eyes that were not comparable to those county soldiers in Tianhua County. Because they were county soldiers, part of the regular army, trained hard, county soldiers are personally led by the county sheriff to guard a county and keep it safe and peaceful. Only that was 8 years ago, and in the present time of demonic chaos, it was good enough for the county to defend itself. The larger the population, the strength of the demons that targeted the county was naturally stronger. The number of county soldiers was 5,000. Of which the number of elite soldiers was 300, all of whom were first-order cultivators. There were dozens of officers of the second-order Tong Fa realm. With such a force, it was quite a struggle to protect the county town, showing how terrifying the strength of the demons that the county town of Liaoyun County was facing was. 2 guests were welcomed to the county courthouse today. These 2 people look very similar, should be brothers, all muscular and tanned. It looks like a man in the army, so it's the 2 Lin brothers. I wonder what kind of business you have to attend to when you come to my Liaoyun County. A loud laugh came out, followed by a man with a vapid appearance stepping out from behind the screen. Behind him, there were also 2 scholar-like civil officials, whose gazes, at the moment, were sizing up the 2 men in the middle of the government office. Prefect Shiman, the 2 of us brothers have come to you, and you would not know why we have come? Of the 2 men, one of the slightly older ones stepped forward and spoke in a cold voice. Shiman Longyu pretended to look puzzled and said, Brother Lin, what is the meaning of this? This official is really not sure why you have come. If I knew, for the sake of Lord General Soldier, then I would have prepared for you earlier. No need to prepare early. It's fine to prepare now. We need to borrow troops. Lin Mu opened his mouth decisively. The military man who came from a military background didn't bend over backwards to say what he had to say. Borrowing troops? Shiman Longyu had a difficult look on his face when he heard this, then said, I don't know what Brother Lin is borrowing troops for. County soldiers guarding a county town is not something you can just borrow. Don't talk nonsense. We have the Generalissimo's handwritten message. Read it yourself. Lin Hua, who hadn't said anything, pulled out a scroll and threw it directly at Shiman Longyu. Shiman Longyu reached out and caught it steadily. After opening it and looking at it for a few moments, he was sure that it was written in the handwriting of the Generalissimo, with the great seal on it. The Lin brothers, this comes with orders. Shiman Longyu slowly closed the scroll. A smile appeared on his flimsy face, and coughed a few times before speaking. Since it is the order of the Lord General Soldier, then the subordinate officer should abide by it. I don't know how many soldiers the 2 of you want to borrow. 1,000 county soldiers. 100 of them should be elite soldiers. Lin Mu spoke directly. Shiman Longyu's face changed and he decisively refused. No way. This is too much. And the elite soldiers cannot be loaned out. They must stay in the county. Why not? Lin Wood frowned. Shiman Longyu took a deep breath and slowly said, the elite soldiers are the roots of the county, not to mention borrowing them out. Even leaving the county is not an option. Do you guys know how many demons are staring at Liaoyun County right now? If this official lends out these county soldiers, then the demons will hit the county tomorrow. For the safety of the people of the county, it is impossible to lend you so many. After hearing Shiman Longyu's words, the Lin family brothers looked at each other and neither of them said anything. Shiman Longyu's face eased up and inquired about what the 2 were doing with the borrowed troops. Min Qianyue is dead. Tianhua County is now in the hands of the state government. And the 2 of us brothers are under the orders of Lord General Soldier to retake Tianhua County. Lin Mu didn't hide anything and stated his purpose. After all, Shiman Longyu was considered one of his own people, all from the chief soldier's line. The 5 counties of Qingzhou, of which Liaoyun, Xingyun, and Tianyun are all in the hands of the Generalissimo. The loss of Tianhua County is something that the Lord Chief Soldier will not tolerate, because this is a hand that the state government has inserted into Liaoyun County. If it cannot be removed, then it will give the state government the opportunity to plot against Liaoyun County in the future. Min Qianyu is dead. Shiman Longyu was stunned. Although Tianhua County was a county within his jurisdiction, he really rarely bothered to learn about the intelligence of the counties below. Even if he understood it, there was no way he could take it under control. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. As long as the county soldiers of Liaoyun County could not leave the county town for a day, then it was unlikely that the counties below would listen to him. The county governor. Not bad. That useless fellow Min Qianyu died. As for the reason, it's unclear for now. The state government sent Xiujinhe to Tianhua County. So it just so happened that they took this opportunity to pocket Tianyu County without any trouble. Lin Mu slowly spoke. So, you want to borrow 1,000 county soldiers and go directly to Tianyu County to drive Zhou Jinha away or kill him and retake Tianyu County? Shiman Longyu roughly understood Lin Mu's thoughts, and his brows furrowed. Lin Mu nodded. Not bad, exactly. This wasn't Lord Chief Soldier's idea, was it? Shiman Longyu suddenly asked. Naturally not. This official knew it. After hearing this, Shiman Longyu shook his head and looked at Lin Mu again. Did the Chief Soldier Lord still tell you that you are not allowed to go to Tianyu County first, and that you must come to Liaoyun County to look for me first? Lin Mu was a bit surprised and nodded. Indeed. How do you know? Could it be that Lord Chief Soldier has sent you a message? The Generalissimo didn't send me a summons, Shiman Longyu said indifferently. He had understood that the Generalissimo was directly dumping the matter of Tianyu County on him and letting him handle it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the Lin brothers, who are missing a string in their brains. No, why are you talking so much? Just asking you. How many county soldiers can I borrow? Lin Ho waited with some impatience and said directly. He was still thinking about borrowing the county soldiers in spite of it, and then killing his way to Tianyu County to take Zhoujin and that guy's dog's head off. I can't borrow it, Shiman Longyu said dryly. When the Lin brothers heard this, their faces sank. You want to disobey Lord Chief Soldier's orders? Lin Mu said in a deep voice. Shiman Longyu shook his head and said, I didn't disobey Lord Chief Soldier's order. It's just that even if you borrowed the county soldiers, it won't be that easy to take back Tianyu County. Why do you say that? Linwood frowned. The person sent by the state government is Zhou Jinha, right? That's a close friend who has followed him for many years. And he came to Liaoyun County, and also took control of Tianyu County. So you guys think you would be unprepared? Shiman Longyu asked rhetorically. Lin Ho coldly grunted. So what if we are prepared? Is it hard for us to be afraid of him? The state government has always been suppressed head-on by the Lord General Soldier. We can't afford to lose the Lord General Soldier's face. Reckless. Shiman Longyu frowned and chided. In this matter, I will help. But it is impossible to lend you county soldiers. The county soldiers have to guard the county city and will not leave. Shiman Longyu slowly spoke. When the Lin brothers heard this, they were very dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they remembered a word of caution from the Lord Chief Soldier before they left, which was that they should listen to the orders of the Shiman Sheriff and not make any unauthorized decisions. A military order was like a mountain, and even if they were disgruntled in their hearts, they would not disobey it. Right now, the state government and Lord General Soldier haven't torn their faces apart yet. Zhoujin and the taking of Tianyu County. This is just the state government's first move, and it's also a test. Shiman Longyu slowly opened his mouth and spoke his response. The Lin family brothers listened, carefully noting down every joint that Shiman Longyu said. After getting Shiman Longyu to finish, the Lin family brothers' faces also changed, and their impression of Shiman Longyu changed. All in all, you guys remember, after you go to Tianyu County, the first thing you should do is to firmly grasp the county soldiers in your hands. This is the first step and the most crucial step. Shiman Longyu admonished with a sullen look. The two nodded and said they would keep it in mind. Seeing this, Shiman Longyu also nodded. Although the county soldiers could not be borrowed, he had hired a number of guards under his hand, which was something that could be lent out. That was why he had picked 10 guards of the First Order Refining Law Realm to follow the Lin brothers and assist them in recapturing Tianyu County. After putting the matter in order, Shiman Longyu received a piece of bad news. It's coming from Peach County. Listening to the subordinates who had come to report, Shiman Longyu's face became increasingly sullen. At the end of the whole face was pulled down, and directly dropped the teacup in his hand on the ground. Good. Very well. Has Wang Tu eaten his bear heart and leopard's guts? Do you really think that just because Peach Blossom County is isolated, you really think that this official can't do anything about him? Shiman Longyu couldn't suppress the anger in his tone. The rich merchants in Peach Blossom County are all tools for him to amass wealth. And even more so, they are the eyes and ears he has planted there. The two sides started out by striking a balance. You as your emperor, I collect my wealth, without interfering with each other. But now the balance is upset. He, the subordinate who reported the news, spoke up and said, Lord Sheriff, that Wang Tu may have died, and now Peach Blossom County is under the proxy administration of his former division master. Dead? Shiman Longyu immediately frowned and said in a cold voice, give this official all the details of it. Yui hurriedly nodded his head and carefully recounted all the messages from Peach Blossom County, including the deaths of the disciples of the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing One, as well as the Thousand Hills Villa that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and even set up a mountain god temple in Peach Blossom County, which is still quite incense-rich today. Listening to the string of information, Shiman Longyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he connected the pieces in his mind, and finally snorted and said, interesting, the Golden Dragon Temple. the Xianqing Temple, and the Thousand Mountain Villa that appeared out of nowhere. This Peach Blossom County has really become a hodgepodge. Lord Sheriff, then what are we going to do? Send people over to teach the people behind that Master Zhang a lesson? Yuhi asked cautiously. No need. Shiman Longyu shook his head decisively and laughed. People aren't even afraid of the Golden Dragon Temple or the Xianqing one, so they can just kill them when they say so. What kind of person do you think this official will send over to teach the person behind Master Zhang a lesson? Yuhi froze and replied. In the county city, the strongest is the county soldier commander, General Yi, who is at the peak of the wisdom god realm, and then you, my lord. But the enlightened god realm cannot leave the county, Shiman Longyu said lightly. Then said, look at that Golden Dragon Temple disciple, San Gue. The Golden Dragon Temple's San Gue, at the very least, is at the realm of enlightened divinity. If such a person is said to be dead, even if we send General Yi forward, what is the point? Yui shook his head. I'm afraid that the strength of the one who could easily kill the entering Xian realm and not fear the two major forces, Golden Dragon Temple and Xiancheng one, was more than just the enlightened god realm. That's right, since we can't do anything about the other side, we simply don't care. Anyway, the loss is only some mundane belongings. It's just a pity for this official's eyes. Shiman Longyu slowly spoke. He didn't really care much about things like gold and silver jewelry. Instead, the rich merchants were eradicated as much as they could, which directly made him lose his eyes in Peach Blossom County, and he wouldn't even know what happened in Peach Blossom County in the future. That affects him just as much. Under Liaoyun County, there are only 7 counties. One of them, Feng County, has been destroyed, and Liaoyun County is the county where they are located. That leaves only 5 counties. All of these counties were covered with Shiman Longyu's eyes. Only now Peach Blossom County was not among them. When Yuhi heard Shiman Longyu's words, he already understood in his heart. The county governor is ready to give up Peach Blossom County. In Peach County, there are still a few of our men. Why don't we let them withdraw as well? Yuhi hesitated. Withdraw? What's left can be given to that Master Zhang as a gesture of goodwill from this official to the Thousand Mountain Villa. Shiman Longyu faintly said. Yes. Yuhi led the order to retreat. At this time, the Lin family brothers were heading to Tianyu County with the 10 refinement realm guards that Shiman Longyu had lent them. But these, Shiman Longyu didn't put on his mind. After taking care of his trivial matters, he came to the backyard of the county office, in which an old man was sitting, seemingly having waited for a long time. General Yi, I've kept you waiting, Shiman Longyu said in an apologetic tone. Yi Shanha turned his head and smiled bashfully. No harm. As I'm getting older, it's not bad to sit and rest for a while. It's you. Don't get too tired and hurt your mind. It's still important to recuperate more quietly and spend more time on cultivation. It's not impossible that the future is the Yangshan realm. The old man's tone was kind, as if he was talking to his juniors, and he could hear the relationship between the two, which was extraordinary. Ha ha, General Yi, you think too highly of me. It's already an honor for me to cultivate to the Yin God realm. The Yang God realm? I don't dare to ask for it. Shiman Longyu shook his head and laughed. Don't be presumptuous. You're only 37 years old and you're already in the middle stage of enlightened God. Give you another 50 years and Yang God is not out of the question. Yi Shanha's tone was very certain, and in his heart, he seemed to believe that Shiman Longyu could reach the Yangshan realm. Yang gods don't leave the capital. I don't want to become a Yang God realm cultivator. The capital. It's too dirty. Shiman Longyu sneered. After Yi Shanha heard this, he shook his head and didn't bother to refute this statement. Without mentioning that, General Yi, you came to me because the demons have made another move? Shiman Longyu changed the topic and looked at Yi Shanha to inquire. Mentioning the main event, Yi Shanha's expression turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, not only is there action, but it's also a big action. Shiman Longyu's face changed as he hurriedly asked, what big action? That 4th-ranked great demon may have broken through to the 5th-ranked. Yi Shanha said slowly. What? 5th-ranked demonic creature? Shiman Longyu lost his voice, his complexion completely sinking. 5th-order demons, corresponding to a cultivator's ancient realm. This level of demonic creature was no longer something that could be dealt with at the county level, and would require someone from the state city side to handle it. In Liaoyun County right now, it was just the two of them at the God realm of enlightenment, and with the addition of the court's chi, they could defend themselves. However, if the demons shifted their target and set their sights on the other counties below Liaoyun County, it would be a disaster. 5th-order demonic creature. Then they simply can't go out of the county to intercept it. The court chi can only be used in the location where the chi is condensed. At most, it can play a role of self-protection. It was simply impossible to bring it out to block and subdue a 5th-order demonic creature. Thinking of this possibility, Shiman Longyu's face was rather gloomy as he turned his head to look at Yi Shanha. Yi Shanha, however, slowly said. You should have guessed. It, really gone? Shiman Longyu took a deep breath of cool air. Yi Shanha nodded his head and let out a long sigh, saying, the information I just obtained, that fifth order pig demon, has already left, departing towards Tianyue County. I've already reported this matter to the state capital, requesting that the Lord Commander send his men to come and provide support to decapitate the pig demon. Their original mission was to keep an eye on the fourth order demons of Liaoyun County, but now the fourth order demonic creature had broken through and become fifth order. It was out of control and not something they could handle anymore. If the state city didn't send support, then the counties below Liaoyun County would be devastated. It was Liaoyun County itself that was in jeopardy, relying on the court's luck to shelter them. How long will they be able to do so? The chi can be depleted, and even if the state city would send ancient realm powerhouses to come and support them, the pig demon would have already taken advantage of this opening to slaughter all the counties within Liaoyun County. This was what caused Yi Shanha to let out a long sigh. As a county soldier general, he was defending a county, but at the critical moment, he couldn't come forward to stand in front of the people and cut down the demons. One could only watch the fifth order pig demon leave and go forward to find other counties. A fifth order demonic creature, with the county's chi, could not be defended against at all. Maybe Tianyue County with a population of more than 700,000 people could barely hold back for so many days, but after a few days, the damned still had to die. The other counties with only a mere 100,000 or so were barren of chi, and in front of the fifth order demonic creatures, they were as good as nothing. In the eyes of the demons, it was a complete feast of blood and flesh that exuded deliciousness. Shiman Longyu's heart was equally heavy, but he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes brightened slightly as he said, wait, things seem to be taking a turn for the worse. Turn around? What turn around? Yi Shanha looked at him, his tone somewhat surprised. I don't understand what else could be turned around at this point. General Yi, do you know that over in Peach Blossom County there is a divine mountain? Shiman Longyu suddenly asked. Yi Shanha frowned and thought for a moment before nodding. Remember, you're not trying to say that the divine mountain will have some kind of divine miracle, are you? Shiman Longyu shook his head. He did not believe in this sense. He then told Yi Shanha all the things that happened in Peach Blossom County, and at the end, he added, this person dared to kill the Golden Dragon Temple disciples, so he must be somewhat strong. I'm guessing it won't be lower than the Yin God realm. There's such a thing, Yi Shanha said with considerable surprise in his heart after hearing this. A wild cultivator of the Yin God realm. If that's true and he's willing to make a move, that fifth-ranked pig demon isn't a threat at all. Wild cultivators usually refers to cultivators who are not subject to the control of the imperial court and sects. This type of cultivator did not rely on any forces and grew up all by themselves. That's why the strength is usually stronger than the cultivators trained by the court sects. If the wild cultivator behind the Thousand Mountain Villa was at the Yin God realm, then a fifth-order pig demon was a complete delivery of cultivation resources to him. But there is a problem. Is this person willing to make a move? Yi Shanha quickly thought of the key to the problem. Shiman Longyu thought for a moment, and he wasn't quite sure. I don't dare to say anything. This person is stationed in the Divine Mountain, but also supports a Thousand Mountain Villa, indirectly controlling the Peach Blossom County, opening divine temples, collecting incense. At first glance, it is to take the way of incense, very much in line with the style of the wild cultivator. The main one is wild, not afraid of gods and ghosts, and there are no taboos. He took control of Peach Blossom County in order to collect incense, and when the pig demon chooses a target, the first one couldn't be Tianyue County, it would only be Peach Blossom County, which only has a population of about 100,000 people. The pig demon has come to my door, with the wild cultivator's temper. If you don't mess with me, then I'll slash you. If you dare to mess with me, then I'll exterminate your entire family. If that person is in the Yin God realm, there is a 90% chance that he will strike. Shiman Longyu deduced. There was also a 10% chance that the wild cultivator wasn't strong enough or was injured, so he chose not to make a move. Yi Shanha listened and nodded. Wild Hugh's temperament. Indeed. I hope everything is as you said. Then no people will die innocently in the mouths of demons. Yi Shanha slowly said. Now they, too, can't do much. One could only expect in his heart that the person behind that Thousand Mountain Villa would step in and exterminate the pig demon. Thousand Hills. After having 4 million taels of silver to serve as his capital, Bai Liang began to expand Thousand Hills Villa in a bold manner. What Shiz wanted was to speed up the development, to bring up the pace of development on the current one, without having to rush it. But Shiro's thoughts were different. What he thought was that now that he was so rich, he naturally had to take a bigger step and directly wanted to expand Thousand Hills Villa into Thousand Hills Town. When Wu Zhe heard Bai Liang's plan, his heart was startled, thinking that Bai Liang's step, was it too big? Bai Liang, in response, but smiled, not much, because the current 1000 Mountain Villa has the strength. The 1000 Hills Villa has piles of silver, and as the old saying goes, money makes the devil work. Bai Liang waved his hand and directly asked Ching to bring silver to Peach Blossom County to recruit as many workers as he could. In less than a day, Ching had recruited more than 2,000 forceful men from Peach Blossom County, and had several thousand more on the way behind him. With workers, food is naturally essential. Contacting the Liyuan Dart Company in Tianyue County, he directly emptied all the grain hoarded by several grain houses and transported them to 1000 Mountain Villa one after another. Bai Liang's planning blueprint was to take the current 1000 Mountain Villa as the center, radiate the 2-3 directions besides the Divine Mountain, and expand outwards. The nearby woods have been cut down long ago, so there will be no hindrance to building now. Some villagers raised the question of what to do if 1000 Hills expands to become 1000 Hills Town at once, but the population is not that large. It would look too weird to be empty by then, and it's such a waste of money. We all came from poverty. We can't see spending a lot of money like this now. Baek Ryung smiled, indicating that population was not an issue. As for wasting money, sorry, I'm afraid you guys don't know how rich the 1000 Hills Villa is now. The workers recruited from Peach Blossom County were all very curious when they arrived at 1000 Hills Villa, looking left and right. The most questionable thing was, how did the 1000 Hills Villa settle down and take root here without the quartz chi? The villagers replied, naturally, that they were harboring the shelter of the sacred mountain, and that was why they were able to be peaceful until now, and had never been attacked by demons. When someone heard this, they were surprised and said, God's mountain? Isn't it the mountain in the county, that mountain god temple enshrining the god mountain? The villagers of 1000 Mountain Villa had never been to Peach Blossom County, but they had heard Lord Bai Zhuang mention that they had established a mountain god temple in Peach Blossom County. Of course, besides this divine mountain in front of you, could there be a second one in this world? The villager who spoke had a proud face. After hearing this, a trace of respect rose in the hearts of the crowd as they looked toward the lofty divine mountain. There was even an offer to go to the 1000 Hills Villa's temple to pay homage to Lord Mountain God. The villagers naturally welcomed this immensely. If someone worshipped Lord Mountain God, then Lord Mountain God's incense would only become more and more prosperous. When all the laborers had arrived, there were a total of more than 4,000 people, 5 times the population of 1000 Hills Villa. This will be very laborious to manage. For this reason Bai Liang called Master Zhang over. With him present, everyone naturally obeyed much more. Then it was a matter of ordering one task after another and arranging for these laborers to do their work. This expansion is a big project that will take a long time, so there is no room for sloppiness. Bai Liang raised his spirits and carefully compared the connections between the various plans, trying to guarantee that no mistakes would be made. There was the previous experience of building the 1000 Hills Villa, so it was much easier to arrange this time. It took Bai Liang only 3 days to plan everything out. With all the planning in place, the next step was for the laborers to do their work. The most important aspect of expanding a town is naturally the roads and drainage. These 2 items are personally supervised by Bai Liang and are treated with immense importance. At the same time, the number of manual laborers is too great for policing to be left behind. Some of them erupted into conflict on their way to work and were about to fight. But luckily, the 1000 Hills Villa's patrols were always nearby to keep an eye on things and stopped it at the first opportunity. The villagers of the 1000 Hills Villa, after they had finished their own business, all spontaneously participated. A great deal of vigor was expressed in the matter of expanding the town. Sissy Long, with the girls under her hand, provided hot water for those who worked. This greatly invigorated the laborers who were working and made them more energetic in their work. Miss Long, hard work. Yuzawa looked at Long Sissy, who wiped the sweat off her cheeks with her hand, and spoke with a smile. It's all about working for the 1000 Hills Villa. There's no talk of hard work or not. Long Sissy pursed her lips and threw a wink at Uzi while she wiped her sweat. Yuzawa's face was very uncomfortable when he saw this. Ever since bringing Long Sissy to 1000 Mountain Villa, whenever the 2 of them met, Long Sissy would make eyes at him. Every time, Yuzawa was embarrassed and the villagers were saying that the 2 were having an affair, so he didn't know what to say even if he wanted to retort. Miss Long, you go ahead and get busy. I'll go see if Dutian Morning needs any help over there. Uzi gulped, then turned and fled. Long Sissy looked at Yuzawa's departing back, her expression slightly annoyed, and she gently stomped her foot. Mama Long, Master Wu Zhuang has run away again. He seems to be really afraid of you. A girl came over and laughed cheekily. Humph, it's just a coward. You call this a cultivator? I'm not going to eat him, so what's the point of running? Long Sissy grunted in dissatisfaction. Mother Long, you have to take the initiative. Lord Wu Zhuang has something in his heart. You have to enter Lord Wu Zhuang's heart. Long Mama. Qing you damned girl. You even gave your dragon mom a lecture? Beating. Long Cece was mortified and grabbed Xinyu's arm, then pinched her ass directly with her other hand. Oops. I won't dare again. Mama Dragon. Xinyu hurriedly made a plea for mercy, and only then did Long Cece let her go. After running away, Xinyu turned back and laughed daintily. Mama Long, Lord Mountain God doesn't care about marriage. It's useless for you to worship every day. If you want to put Lord Wu Zhuang to sleep, you have to take the initiative to do so. If not, you can force yourself. After saying that, Xinyu didn't care about Long Cece's look of anger until she blushed. She turned around and fled. Damn girl, you better not come back tonight or your ass will be slapped. Long Cece's face was red as if it was dripping blood, and after looking around and not finding anyone else, her heart was relieved. This would be a real shame if outsiders heard it. When Yuzawa finds Du Tian Morning, Du Tian Morning is dealing with a case of fighting? What's wrong? Yuzawa looked at the blood on the floor and a dying old man lying next to him. The old man was covered in skin and bones, and his whole body was so weak that he looked like he was going to die. Master Zhuang, Du Tian Morning had a serious face and returned? This guy and this old man previously had a conflict, and when they met Red just now, they quarreled. The more they argued in the back, the more agitated they got, so they started to move, and then accidentally knocked the old man to the ground. The latter Du Tian Morning did not say anything. The old man was beaten like this, basically certain death. The one who struck the old man was a man in his 50s, with a face of vicissitudes and wrinkled skin. At this moment, he looked terrified and shook his head repeatedly. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't see that there was a ditch behind him, and if I had known that, there's no way I would have pushed him. Yuzawa's face sank slightly as he listened. He first squatted down and probed the old man's nostrils, which were very weak, fearing that it would be difficult to live through today. The old man's mouth muttered, Dog, you dare to hit, old man. When my granddaughter comes back, I'll kill you by 1,000 cuts. Wu Zhe frowned, and Du Tian Morning explained from the side, I just asked a few people who know this old man, and they said that the old man often says that his granddaughter is in the capital as a consort for the emperor. But this news is probably false. This old man is a beggar in Peach Blossom County. If his granddaughter is really a noble consort, then how could he, as the current uncle of the state, be begging for food on the streets? Fake what fake? Old, cough, my granddaughter is today's noble consort. The old man seemed to have heard Du Tian Morning's words, and immediately he coughed violently, his tone of voice becoming a few points louder as he voiced his rebuttal. A madman with hypochondria? Yuzawa instantly judged. Then he held the old man's wrist and first transferred a wisp of spiritual energy to the old man to maintain his vital signs. Carry him to the Thousand Hills Villa first, so that Dr. Liao can save him. Wu Zhe opened his mouth, and with the spiritual energy he had transferred, the old man's breath stabilized a lot, and his face was all rosy. But whether or not you can live depends on Dr. Liao's diagnosis. Dr. Liao. Liao Bird is one of the craftsmen that Wu Zhe brought back from Tianyu County. Liao Bird's medical skills were considered to be at an upper middle level in Tianyu County, and his strength was still there. Du Tian Morning nodded his head, and then had the two patrol members carefully carry the old man back to Thousand Hills Villa. The next step is to deal with the man who injured the old man. The man's face was terrified, and he quickly begged for forgiveness. Two adults, I really didn't mean to do it. I just argued with him to the top, and pushed my hand in a moment of excitement. I really didn't know that the consequences would be so serious. Wu Zhe didn't bother to listen to his explanation and directly asked Du Tian Morning to go and call Master Zhang to come and let Master Zhang handle it. When Master Zhang arrived, he listened to the cause of the incident, and then asked the magistrates who followed to take the man into custody. How to deal with have to wait until Dr. Liao diagnosed the old man's condition. If the old man cannot live, then the man's sin will be great. So at the moment the man's mind was frantically praying for the old man not to die. After dealing with this matter, Wu Zhe followed Du Tian Morning to patrol the surrounding area, and most importantly, the area close to the Divine Mountain, to prevent these forceful people from ascending the Divine Mountain privately. Although they have been warned, who can guarantee that they will listen? So the patrol should not be weakened, but on the contrary, they should be enhanced. Since the Thousand Hills Villa was 10 miles away from Peach Blossom County, for the sake of safety, the laborers would not go back at night, and all of them were stationed on the spot near the Thousand Hills Villa. Thousand Hills provides food, and all sorts of things, but the worry in everyone's mind is still the demons. But Bai Liang repeatedly assured that with the shelter of Lord Mountain God, no demon or devil would dare to come. To convince everyone, he also slept outside in the open with Yuzawa himself and the laborers, and slept peacefully for a few nights. In the end, we all put our heads down and were even more amazed. This Divine Mountain, could it be that it really has a spirit as rumors say? The 4,000 or so laborers who did the work were fast, A hub soon appeared where Thousand Hills had expanded. A few of the main thoroughfares have been rammed out, but not paved with bricks yet. In the past few days, there were some laborers who found the villagers of the Thousand Hills villa and asked them how they were doing here. The villagers have naturally responded very favorably, and have never been so happy and stable. In the past, even though they lived in the county, they would still be on edge, afraid that the demons would kill them and eat them up. Secondly, they are afraid that the rich merchants of the county will unite and eat them up. But now in the Thousand Hills, there is no need to worry about any of this at all. In everyone's mind, there was only one goal, and that was to work for Lord Mountain God. This answer made the inquiring forceman's mind stir, but somewhat less convinced, and he decided to observe it for himself. Peach County. Master Zhang left to help out at the Thousand Hills villa, so now it's Thousand Ke who's in charge in the county house. A stranger came to the county hall today, and brought a wagon with him. Once Qian Ke saw this person identified himself very dryly. My lord, I work for the county governor and am responsible for exploring intelligence in Peach Blossom County. Sheriff? Chike was astonished. Behind the rich merchants was the sheriff, and he knew it. So now the sheriff's people are coming to the door looking for trouble? His face remained unchanged as he said indifferently, a person from the county governor? I wonder what is the reason for coming to the county government, without mentioning the rich merchant. Chico wanted to see how this man was going to find trouble? My lord, I have come to deliver a gift, if you please. The man lowered his head and then ordered his subordinates to uncover the carriage, revealing the various treasures inside. When Chike saw it, he was puzzled, not understanding what this man in front of him was trying to pull off. He was all ready to make a move, only to have the other party light up a cart full of treasures? What's that supposed to mean? Trying to make a bribe? Qian Ke said coldly. Ha, you are mistaken, my lord. This is a gift from our county governor, to the Thousand Mountain Villa. The man hurriedly opened his mouth, afraid that Qian Ke would misunderstand something. A gift to the Thousand Hills? Why, your county governor. It seems that you don't know anyone from the Thousand Mountain Villa, right? Chico frowned, his tone still not very friendly. He didn't believe that they had all gone out and killed all the rich merchants of Peach Blossom County, which was equivalent to slapping the county governor's face. After being slapped in the face, this sheriff can still smile and give gifts to the Thousand Hills? That just sounds a little ridiculous. My lord, please rest assured, the sheriff lord has no other intention. It is simply a gift for the Thousand Mountain Villa. The sheriff lord also said that the matters of the rich merchants are trivial matters that he didn't take to heart, and that mundane things are not even something outside of the body for the sheriff lord. The man spoke slowly. Is that really so? Chike frowned. Really? Chikaku mused, scrutinizing the man before him and inquiring a few more questions. In the end, he was finally able to ascertain that the county governor of this Liaoyun county really didn't come after them because of the matter of the rich merchant. On the contrary, the county governor even sent a gift to show their Thousand Mountain Villa goodwill. Why exactly? Could it be that this sheriff knows that the Divine Mountain has a spirit? That's why he's so favorable to the Thousand Hills? Thousand Ku couldn't figure it out in his mind, so he could only suppress these thoughts. Anyway, the county governor's gesture of goodwill was true, and in that case, the Thousand Mountain Villa had one less enemy. But Qian Ke did not dare to make a decision without authorization. This matter is related to the larger, or must write things one by one in the letter, sent to the Thousand Mountain Village. Let the two masters of the village to decide. The Thousand Hills Villa at this time of the year was in full swing of construction. Bai Liang received a letter from Qian Ke, and after reading it, he contemplated for a moment before writing back to ask Qian Ke to accept the sheriff's gift. Although he couldn't guess why the county governor would show favor to the Thousand Mountain Villa, it was a good thing to have one less enemy and one more friend. Even if people have some plans, it doesn't matter. Take the gift first. Qian Ke's letter said that there are quite a lot of gifts. Aren't you afraid of fraud? Uzi, however, said with some concern. No fear, the county is so far away anyway. What can he do? There was nothing to worry about in Bai Liang's mind. Moreover, he thought that it was likely that this county governor was really trying to show goodwill to their Thousand Mountain Villa. A black mist was hovering in the air in a large river about 100 miles away from the Divine Mountain. In the woods on both sides of the great river below, countless birds and beasts fled in all directions, fearing that if they ran slower, they would be swallowed up by this black mist. In the black fog, a huge body could be dimly seen, incomparably fat and black ink colored all over. Old pig, you crossed the line. A low voice rang out with a slight chill. The obese body in the black mist shook for a moment, and then a fat voice rang out from it. Crossing over? Old mongrel fish, you open your fish eyes and look carefully. This general has already broken through and is now a 5th-ranked demon general. So what if it's a 5th-ranked demon general? In the large river, the current stirred up layers of waves, and a very disdainful voice came from inside the river. Don't you dare make a scene? The pig demon in the black mist was enraged, and its aura steeply soared. "Humph! Why don't you dare?" With a cold snort, several water columns rushed up from the river, turning into water arrows and shooting at the figure in the black mist. "Sculptor!" The pig demon's nose twitched and let out a scoff. The black mist then expanded several times and opened its mouth to swallow all the water arrows. "Is that all? Old fish, can you eat yet?" The pig demon laughed wildly. "What's the rush?" A black shadow more than 10 meters long appeared on the surface of the river, and a giant blood-red eel surfaced, with 2 convex horns protruding vaguely from its head. The pig demon was still laughing, when suddenly the black fog violently collided, and a muffled sound came out from within. Subsequently, countless water droplets sprayed out from inside the black mist, with many blood droplets mixed in. "You tricked me." The ink pig suffered a dark defeat and was furious. "It's you who are stupid. A pig's head. The enemy's attack also dares to eat it with a brain. This general has not yet poisoned it," Blood Eel said faintly. The ink pig was furious in his heart, but after some exchanges, he also understood that he was not the opponent of the Blood Eel, and could only secretly eat this boring loss. "I'm going to go over and slaughter a few human counties to replenish my body." Ink Pig slowly spoke. "Yes, but I want half." Greed appeared in the Blood Eel's eyes. He, do you think that this general is really a pig brain? You are locked out of the opportunity by the God realm and can't leave this place. But this general has just broken through and is not restricted, coming and going as he pleases. So why should I give you half of it?" Ink Pig sneered. "If you don't give it, can you get by then?" The Blood Eel spoke faintly. The Ink Pig's face changed. The Blood Eel was lurking in this river. If it wasn't allowed to cross, then it really couldn't. "If we go around, there are demon generals elsewhere, and they are even worse than the Blood Eels." "Good, give you half." In the end, the Ink Pig could only compromise. The Blood Eel's 10-meter-long body circled the river a few times before making way for the Ink Pig. "Remember, Ben wants to be fresh and alive, not dead." The Blood Eel slowly spoke. Ink Pig looked unkind and said in a cold voice, "You want to eat fresh? Then you'll have to come yourself, and if you can't come, then you'll eat whatever this general gives you." "Ha!" The Blood Eel snorted coldly, but knowing that it was not very realistic to want to eat fresh blood food, he could only remind, "But don't be greedy for my share. I know exactly how many people there are in total in the several counties, so don't be smart. There is no less for you." Ink Pig's tone was icy cold. No more words were spoken. The black mist rolled and tumbled, directly crossing the great river, heading towards the direction of the divine mountain. The Blood Eel watched the black mist leave, stuck out his tongue and licked it, muttering and whispering, "It's really heaven's help for this general. As long as I absorb this blood food, I will be able to get rid of the God realm's deadlock and leave this place." A ghostly light emanated from its blood-red eyes. The fifth-order demons within Dichu were basically all locked into fits and starts by ancient realm powerhouses, exerting checks and balances. This equilibrium has lasted for 2 years. Whenever a new fifth-ranked demonic creature appeared, then a new human God realm would step in to lock down its opportunity and check it. The demonic creature that was locked in the deed, as long as it dared to venture out, then the God realm would be able to sense it and rush directly to stop it. This was the Tianshui Pact that the Dichu Imperial Dynasty had jointly signed with the demons after their defeat in the Tianshui battle 2 years ago. It was written in the Covenant of Heavenly Waters that the Dichu court liberalized the human realm soil so that demons below the 5th rank could enter and exit freely. At the same time, no powerful person above the 6th order Yangshan realm of the Dichu court is allowed to leave the capital. Only cultivators of the ancient realm were allowed to leave the capital and be stationed in the major state capitals to check and balance the demons. This Tianshui Pact is an unequal treaty that humiliates and dishonors the country. When the demon side proposed this treaty, the Chu court, countless officials opposed it to the death, and the generals of the 7 armies of Chu were even more prepared for a duel, opening up the realm and land to allow demons to come and go freely. Isn't this turning Dichu into a hunting ground for demons? The people under their rule were arbitrarily slaughtered and used as blood food to feed the demons and keep producing offspring for the demon side. But in the end, the emperor still signed the Covenant of Heavenly Waters. From that moment on, the people truly experienced despair. Powerful people above the Yangshan realm retreated to the capital. Countless demons were madly pouring into the territory of Dichu, and even though they were only below the 5th rank, to the ordinary, it would already be the sky falling. Although the court also has a countermeasure to this, that is to let the ancient realm strong counterbalance 5th order demons. Everyone is the same level. Naturally, no one can take anyone, but it couldn't be helped that there were too many demons. And soon there would be 4th-ranked demons breaking through to 5th-ranked. After becoming a 5th order, the court would arrange for the ancient realm to come and check and balance as soon as possible. But in this gap, an unchecked 5th order demon would simply be unstoppable. I don't know how many counties have been ruined because of this. Nowadays, The ink pig that had just broken through was clearly an unchecked 5th order demon general. By the time the Quartzian realm arrived, I'm afraid that the entire Liaoyun county, except for the county town, the other 5 remaining county towns, would all be slaughtered. The blood eel knew this very well in its heart, because once upon a time, it had come to the same thing. It was a 5th order demon general that broke through a year ago, and while it didn't take the opportunity to be locked up by the human ancient realm, it had slaughtered 4 whole counties. The blood food eaten amounted to nearly 1 million, and only recently had it been digested and absorbed. If it could swallow a few more counties and digest them, then there was a chance that it would be able to impact to the 6th rank. At that time, what was the opportunity lock of the God realm? A 6th order demon marshal would be able to directly walk horizontally within the Great Shu territory, enjoying countless blood meals. The Heavenly Water Covenant only stipulated that only demons below the 5th rank could be allowed to enter the territory of the Great Shu, but if they had already come in and then broke through to the 6th rank demon marshal, then they wouldn't honestly retreat. This is the mind games that demons play in treaties. I'm going to become the first 6th order demon marshal in Qingzhou, the blood eel whispered excitedly. After the ink pig leapt over the large river where the blood eels resided, he rode the black mist through the air. Soon the black mist was approaching a huge county town, Tianyue County. The black mist stopped outside Tianyue County, emitting an incomparably terrifying intimidation, from which a pair of greedy red eyes were revealed, coldly gazing at Tianyue County. The commotion directly startled all the cultivators in Tianyue County. The aura of a 5th rank demon general completely covered the head of Tianyue County, causing everyone to feel suffocated. In the Li Yuan Dart Company, Li Yuan slammed the table, his face incomparably ugly as he raised his head, looking towards the black clouds outside the county. What is that? What a terrifying might! A demon? Chen Jianqi trotted in with a somewhat shocked expression. Li Yuan's face was ironic, and he took a deep breath before nodding. It's a demon, and it's very strong, most likely a 5th order demon general. Hiss! A 5th rank demon general? How is it possible? It set its sights on our Tianyue County? Jianqi Chen's face changed rapidly after he exclaimed in shock. 5th ranked demon general? What is that concept? Corresponding to a cultivator's God realm. Even a county town could only defend itself against such an opponent. Doesn't a 5th order demon general have the Inshin realm watching over him? How did they come to Tianyue County? Jianqi Chen quickly thought of the key. If I'm not mistaken, this 5th order demon general should have just broken through not long ago. Li Yuan slowly opened his mouth, the expression on his face no longer visible. Jianqi Chen listened and fell silent. Take care of yourself. I'm going to be with the kids. Li Yuan patted Chen Jianqi's shoulder and turned to leave. Being targeted by a 5th order demonic creature, Tianyue County could only hold out for a while even if it mobilized the court's qi. In the end, they can't avoid being slaughtered. At this moment in the county hall, Xiao Xinhao was already looking at the black mist shrouding the outside of Tianyue County with a face of indignation. He let out a breath before heavily slamming the teacup in his hand on the ground. 5th rank demon general? How could there be a 5th rank demon general? Xiao Xinhao spoke angrily, a hint of fear in his eyes. Immeasurable heavenly father. Elder Jin's face was equally ugly as he pulled out a bagua mirror from his sleeve and shone it at the distant black mist. But the next moment, the bagua mirror directly is shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. When Elder Jin saw this, a look of flesh pain appeared on his face. This was a 3rd order magic weapon, but I didn't expect it to shatter just like that. How is it, Elder Jin? Seeing this, Xiao Xinhao hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Elder Jin shook his head, his expression still ugly. It's really a 5th order demon general. The poor Taoist's magic weapon can't even illuminate the figure in the black mist. Tianyue County. It's being targeted. The 3rd ranked magic weapon, which merely shone a light on the black mist, was directly revolted by the breath and shattered on the spot. This could only be done by a 5th ranked demon general. Xiao Xinhao's face completely sank. He paced back and forth, then thought of something else and gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice. Hateful. That thief who killed Min Xianyu even shamelessly took away the official seal of Tianyue County. Otherwise, by virtue of the official seal mobilizing Tianyue County's qi, facing a 5th order demonic creature, we might be able to arrive for a while, delaying it until the Imperial Court's ancient realm comes. He had a lot of fire in his heart. He had thought that he had come to Tianyue County to pick up the pieces, but he didn't expect that he would now be directly targeted by a demon general. This 5th order demon general was able to get rid of the ancient realm's deadlock, and without even thinking about it. It must be a demon general that had just broken through. The official seal is missing and unable to mobilize qi, relying only on Elder Jin, who was at the god realm of enlightenment. What could he take to fend off a 5th ranked demon general? Although Elder Jin had said before that his strength was comparable to the god realm, but that was just words. Thinking about this, Xiao Xinhao's face became even more ugly. Jean Lao's face was gloomy. At this moment he was already thinking of a plan to get out of the situation in his mind, relying on a few hidden cards. Perhaps there can be a chance of survival? At the same time, he also spoke out, consoling Xiao Zhenhe, saying, Lord Xiao, don't be alarmed. This fifth order demon general didn't enter the county. I'm afraid that he is also afraid of the imperial court's qi. The loss of the official seal is only known to you and I, so no one knows that today's Tianyue County can't mobilize the imperial court's qi. It will have to do. Xiao Zhenhe sank his face. Now one could only hope that this fifth order demon general was afraid of Tianyue County mobilizing the court's qi and didn't dare to make a move, choosing to give up. But that's too much to hope for. The black mist stayed in the air outside Tianyue County for a long time, seemingly watching Tianyue County and deliberating in his mind. And during the time that black mist was deliberating, Tianyue County was a mess. When everyone knew that there was a fifth order demon general staring at Tianyue County, the people were terrified and looked even more desperate. It's over. Fifth rank demon general. What level of demon is this? Can Tianyue County still be alive? Today is the day of everyone's death. Even the court's qi can't shelter us. Ha ha ha, I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well go completely crazy. Auntie Zhu, I'm coming for you. Various kinds of chaos appeared in the county, but at this juncture, Xiao Zhenhe has suddenly let the county soldiers appear to suppress and maintain order. This scene was all seen in the eyes of the ink pig in the black mist. More than 700,000 blood food. The cohesion of the court's qi is quite a lot. This general only has half a day, so I can't afford to waste time here. First go to a smaller county to replenish my body, and then I will directly open up this Tianyue County. Ink Pig thought darkly in his mind. It had just made a breakthrough and its strength was not yet solidified for the time being, so it would take quite a bit of time to forcefully break through Tianyue County. With this kind of delay, it was likely that after only one heavenly moon prefecture had been eaten, the Een God realm would come. So why don't you go ahead and take the small county first? And when you've devoured the blood meal, your strength is solid and even growing, come back and slaughter Tianyue County again. After weighing the situation, the ink pig stopped staying, and the black mist surged again, heading in the direction of Peach Blossom County, Tianyue County Central. Xiao Zhenhe's heart was finally relieved when he saw the black mist leave. The direction this demon general went is Peach Blossom County. Jean Lao's expression didn't dare to slacken, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. It wants to go after the smaller counties first, then turn around and deal with Sky Moon County? Xiao Zhenhe instantly guessed the mind of the fifth-rank demon general, and then reacted quickly and eagerly said, quickly, let's take the opportunity to leave Tianyue County and escape this place. While the demon general went to slaughter Peach Blossom County, it was the perfect time to flee. As for the people of Peach Blossom County, and the Thousand Hills Villa and that wild cultivator behind them, dead is dead. What's it got to do with him? It can only be their bad luck. There are also the people of Tianyue County, now cannot care about it. Their own escape is the most important thing. We can't alert the others. Let's evacuate secretly. Elder Jean specialized in evacuation and was experienced enough to quickly plan an evacuation route. It is necessary to bypass the other counties and take the deserted mountain roads that lead straight to the county seat of Liaoyun County. The closest thing to them now was the only county that could protect them. Shimen Longyu was a member of the general's army. Will he not let us in? Xiao Zhenhe said with some concern. It shouldn't be. Poor Taoist has some friendship with Yi Shanhe. He'll let us in. Elder Jean slowly opened his mouth, already somewhat impatient to move. Time was running out, and if we were any later, we wouldn't really be able to leave. Xiao Zhenhe didn't have any nonsense, didn't even bother to pick up anything, and was about to flee Tianyue County with Elder Jean. However, the moment they stepped out of Tianyue County, a deed locked onto the duo, causing them to feel a sense of suffocation. Elder Jin's face changed. It's over. There's no way to get away. The entire Tianyue County was locked up in the demon general's locked deed. Ordinary people could walk away, but cultivators couldn't. Once they dared to leave the county, they would trigger the deed and be sensed by that demon general. The two men looked at each other, then backed away, re-entering the county hall. Both of their faces were incredibly ugly. What lay before them now seemed to be the only way to wait for death. After that demon general finished slaughtering Peach Blossom County, and incidentally slaughtering the Thousand Mountain Villa and that wild cultivator behind it, it would be their time to die. And the people in the county, after seeing the black mist leave, were all in tears, thinking that the crisis had been lifted. Jian Qi Chen, however, was odd in his mind because he saw the direction the black mist was going to, which was the direction of Thousand Mountain Villa and Peach Blossom County. The Thousand Hills Villa was sheltered by the god of the mountain, which he had seen with his own eyes that day. Although he didn't know how powerful the mountain god lord was, he was still able to distinguish the strength in his breath. The aura oppression that the black mist brought to him was far less intense than the pressure that Lord Mountain God brought to him. At this time, Li Yuan returned, and he was looking at the bright sky with some confusion. The one who had just been in the house with his child, only to come out and the black fog that had enveloped the sky over Tianyue County had disappeared? What's going on? He looked to Jian Qichen. Jian Qichen hurriedly said, "That demon general. It seems to be heading in the direction of Thousand Mountain Villa." 1,000 Hills? Li Yuan's face was indescribably wonderful, and he was at a loss in his mind as to what to say. Even more than Jian Qichen, he could feel how powerful and terrifying the mountain god enshrined by the Thousand Mountain Villa was. The might and aura of that day when he effortlessly subdued the wolf demon in Minju was simply beyond his imagination. Even then, he wondered if a fifth-rank demon could block in front of that might. If we're really going to the Thousand Mountain Villa, then we might have a way to live. Li Yuan slowly spoke. A flicker of anticipation began to rise in his mind. If that fifth-order demon really dared to go to the Thousand Mountain Villa, wouldn't the terrifying might of the mountain god lord give it a slap and call it to death? That's really weak not to pick the strongest one. Thousand Mountain Villa. The villagers here did not yet know that a fifth-rank demon general was about to arrive at Thousand Mountain Villa. Everyone was still working feverishly. With a slack face, Bai Liang took the lead in overseeing the laborers, booklet in hand, making the rounds while planning the next step in the construction. The roads, these, are basically already built. The newly established Thousand Mountain town didn't plan any protective earthen walls. After all, this was the Divine Mountain. Could it still meet danger? And the advantage of not building an earth wall is that when Thousand Hills town grows to the top in the future and wants to continue expanding, it won't be hindered by the earth wall. Population is indispensable to the development of towns and cities, and the most important thing for population development is food. Although Thousand Hills Villa now had plenty of silver and could liberalize the purchase of food, but the output of grain is limited. Only within this Liaoyun County. How much grain you can buy depends not on how much silver you have, but how much grain Liaoyun County produces in total. If they don't have enough for themselves, they won't sell it to you for any amount of money. Therefore, the Thousand Hills must have its own food-producing land. All of these Bai Liang had already planned, starting from the piece of paddy field that Uncle Wu had opened up before, all the way to the south. Those territories were not involved in the construction. All of them were used for reclamation and expanding the area of farmland. And during this period of time, Uncle Wu realized that the rice planted here was harvested to yield far more than other places by nearly half. And each rice is very full and sweet and of the highest quality. This situation becomes more obvious the closer one gets to the Divine Mountain. Some villagers ate these newly harvested rice and just felt full of strength and much more energized to work. This discovery thrilled the hearts of the villagers, and they were all quite certain that it was due to the sacred mountain. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe also tasted it themselves and realized that these rice actually contained a very faint trace of spiritual energy. This is because it was moisturized by the Divine Mountain's aura, and that's why it appeared like this? Yuzawa couldn't help but marvel out. Wouldn't that make it possible to call it spirit rice? Du Tian Morning was in an excited mood. He ate these rice a few times and felt warm and very comfortable all over. Bai Liang shook his head and said, "That's not so much. It can only be said that it's a dozen times better than ordinary rice. But there's still a difference with spirit rice. Spiritual rice? That's already at the level of spiritual medicine. Even in the capital, only those noble families, royal relatives can enjoy, and also not every day to eat. Just occasionally eat so once." Oh, Du Tian Morning was a little disappointed after hearing this. He also thought that if it was spirit rice, then if he ate a few more meals, would he be able to break through to the refinement realm and become a cultivator? Ever since he joined the Thousand Mountain Villa and became the patrol leader, he tried cultivating. It's just that the talent is too poor. About the same as an untrained Yuzawa, to become a cultivator. The eyes of Erqing and the others on the side were also slightly drooping. They were all in the same situation as Du Tian Morning, holding the idea of becoming a cultivator in their hearts. Bai Liang could see the big guy's thoughts and smiled lightly. However, although it's not as good as spiritual rice, these rice are not mortal. Eating more of them will definitely be good for your cultivation. Our Thousand Mountain Villa has planted hundreds of acres of it, so you can eat as much as you want. The eyes of Du Tian Morning and the others suddenly lit up again. Yeah, although the rice from their Thousand Mountain Villa was not as good as spiritual rice, it was better than the quantity, let alone eating it every day. It's not a problem to eat it all the time. Since the effect can't compare to spiritual rice, it's okay for me to eat it at every meal, right? There's plenty of rice anyway. From now on, all the rice we grow will be reserved for our own people to eat, and will not be allowed to be sold or taken to outsiders. Yuzawa immediately opened his mouth and spoke in a serious tone. When everyone heard this, they all nodded their heads with solemn expressions of knowledge. Just kidding. Such a good thing is not enough for you to eat yourself. How could you possibly take it and sell it? And it's not like this rice that contains spiritual energy is available just by planting it. Only the quality of rice grown in the 100 or so acres of paddy fields close to the sacred mountain would be improved. The quality of the ones grown on the outside, although still better than the ones outside, did not contain spiritual power and were still mortal. So, the only rice that really works is the one that can be grown in those 100 acres of paddy fields. Bai Liang knew the importance of this paddy field, and immediately ordered that in the future, that more than 100 acres of paddy field would be taken care of by Uncle Wu himself. His intuition told him that the Divine Mountain's aura might become more and more dense, because he had accompanied the development of the Thousand Mountain Villa so far. He was truly experiencing firsthand that the aura of the Divine Mountain was becoming denser and denser. At that time, the rice that was grown might not be so different from spiritual rice, and it might not even be impossible for it to become a true spiritual rice. The rice produced a mutation, a phenomenon that Li Yu had discovered long ago. This was the abnormal change that appeared after he advanced to the third-rank spirit mountain. After the spirit veins were condensed inside the mountain, the aura overflowed and led to the appearance of a strange change. Nowadays, the Divine Mountain's aura was so dense that it was dozens of times that of the outside. In such an environment surrounded by spiritual qi, it was normal for ordinary rice to undergo a little mutation. Li Yu could even see that on the Divine Mountain, various spiritual medicines had started to appear one after another. These are the effects brought about by the richness of the aura. He also thought in his mind that right now, he was only a third-order spirit mountain, and when he broke through to the fourth order, fifth order, or sixth order, then the rice would not just contain only a little bit of spiritual power today, but would become true spiritual rice. While he was thinking about this, a black mist suddenly broke into the range of his divine thoughts. What is it? Li Yu froze, and his divine thoughts instantly arrived at the place where the black fog appeared. What is it? In the black mist, the ink pig suddenly winced, his mind alert. Just now there seemed to be a wave of wool sweeping over it, and the feeling was as if it was being stared at by some kind of flood beast. Very terrifying. However, it is not like the flood beasts, because there is no ferocity and hostility, but rather the brilliant heavenly power that the demons are most afraid of. But soon that palpitation disappeared, and it probed with its divine thoughts and didn't detect anything. Could it be the human Yangshan realm? The Yuanshan goes out of the body during the day and tours the world? But that's impossible. Yangshan doesn't leave the capital, so it's unlikely that a Yangshan realm will appear. It must be that blood eel slandering this general behind his back. The ink pig's heart was on fire. It was already very angry in its heart when it was threatened to demand half of the blood food. Don't go out and ask around. Since I, M.O. Pig, was born with spiritual intelligence, when have I ever kept my word? Keeping one's word is something that talents do. The ink pig sneered. He hadn't even thought about giving the blood eel half of his blood meal. Anyway, now that it's over here, it's time to eat its way through these counties and make a detour back. Was it hard for the blood eel to get rid of the Yin God Realm's deedlock and go after it? The ink pig felt in its heart that it was simply too smart for its own good. If it were any other demon general, it would be hard for it to have this brain. And it also knows that it's much easier to eat the weaker counties first to stabilize and increase its strength, and then to deal with the larger Tianyue county. This was the only way to rush the human Yin God Realm before it came, slaughtering all 5 counties in Liaoyun County except for the county town. The ink pig was smug, thinking that there weren't many demonic creatures with brains like it. Unbeknownst to him, in the dark, Liu had been silently watching this pig for a long time. Just now, when the divine thoughts descended, the ink pig became alert, and he restrained his divine thoughts so that the ink pig couldn't detect it. The black fog could not block Liu's divine thoughts, and he directly saw the greenish ink-colored mountain pig hiding in it. This mountain pig was huge in size, with hair all over its body as hard as steel needles, and 2 tusks on its mouth, making it very ferocious in appearance. He was a little taken aback the moment he saw the inked pig. A 5th-ranked demon general? When did a demonic creature of this level come? He hadn't seen a 4th-ranked demonic creature yet, and then just a 5th-ranked demon general came. What was this for? Liu couldn't figure it out, but he could also clearly see that this ink pig was carrying full of malice. He then pulled out his heart mirror and shone it at the black mist. There was nothing left out of the ink pig's inner thoughts. They were all known to him. So you came to slaughter the county. Now you want to go to Peach County? The heart mirror roughly illuminates the thoughts in the heart of the ink pig, and Liu's heart is calm after knowing this. Did not take this mountain pig to heart. After all, it was only a mere 5th-order demon general, and it wasn't in his eyes yet. He was just a little curious as to why this 5th-ranked demon general had appeared here. From the information he had obtained earlier, it was reasonable to say that all 5th-ranked demon generals would have a corresponding human in God realm to keep an eye on. Otherwise, so many small counties would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the demon generals, and they would have all died out long ago. After the ink pig was sure that there was no danger, it continued on its way, heading in the direction of Peach Blossom County. but after flying more than 40 miles in the black mist, it suddenly stopped and turned to look in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Villa. I didn't realize there was an appetizer. A little less crowded, but just enough not to delay. The ink pig's eyes revealed greed, and without hesitation, he rushed in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Villa. Liu witnessed the ink pig turn around, to which he could only say that he hadn't seen one in such a hurry to get killed. I was going to let this mountain pig live for a few more minutes, but now I don't have to. I'll just shoot it. In the Thousand Hills Villa, Empty Delusion, who was practicing in the house, suddenly opened his eyes and a ray of golden light burst out. He pushed himself out of the door and looked in one direction, his brow furrowing. What a strong demonic aura. Is this a great demon approaching? Empty Delusion whispered, his tone somewhat grave. There was no need to even judge. This powerful aura was simply not something that the strength of today's Thousand Mountain Villa could deal with. However, at this time, Empty Delusion was not in a hurry, because he knew that even the most powerful demons could not turn over any waves in the Divine Mountain. Bai Liang, on the other hand, was half a beat late, and by the time he sensed a demon approaching, he could already vaguely see the black mist in the distant sky. Not good. A great demon is approaching. Bai Liang hurriedly spoke out, his expression incomparably grave. What? Although Wu Zhe was in the Xian realm, he didn't have the enchantment of the divine numinous talisman, and his divine awareness was even half a beat slower than Bai Liang. He only perceived it when Bai Liang finished speaking. Quickly get everyone to drop what they're doing and all return to the Thousand Hills. Bai Liang hurriedly shouted, and Du Tian Morning reacted quickly, leading a patrol that began to drive away the force workers who were confused and didn't know what was happening. What's the matter? Why stop when you're doing fine? Is it time for dinner? I'm so hungry. Is there any more broth today? Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. Can't you see that it's getting dark, and the two bankers' faces have changed? The force workers, who gradually realized that something was wrong, ran without any hesitation, faster than the patrol. Don't run around. All of you go into the village. With the blessing of the Lord God of the mountain, you will be safe and sound. As he watched some of them begin to run about, Qing shouted anxiously, his forehead veins bulging. The two of them, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, rushed outside and did not retreat as they watched the black clouds pressing closer in the distance. In their hearts, there wasn't much panic, and just as the thousands of laborers panicked and fled in fear into the Thousand Hills, on the Divine Mountain, the haze filled the sky, and a ray of golden light shone down, just like the path of the immortals descending from the sky. Liu directly struck out. The Dharma heaven and earth was cast, and his divine mind locked this heaven and earth to prevent this mountain pig from escaping. When this situation suddenly appeared, the ink pig was horrified in his heart. From that ray of golden light, it felt the power that could not be resisted. As brilliant as the heavenly might covered down, how could the heavenly might be blocked? No good. There's a great power. The ink pig panicked as the black mist surged and transformed into a suit of armor. While its true form was revealed as a mountain pig the size of a small mountain, the black mist armor directly attached itself to it, and the ink pig let out an angry cry. What kind of god? Is it a man or a demon or a devil? However, Liu did not respond to it, and after the Dharma phase heaven and earth was cast, the golden light transformed into a giant that stood on top of the sky and earth, standing between heaven and earth, with a majestic and vast aura, just like a party of deities. Hiss! Looking at this square giant in front of him, Ink Pig sucked in a breath of cool air. Its old pig was born until now. When has it ever seen such a scene? The strength of this giant in front of him was already far beyond the Yin God realm, and was even more than the Yang God realm. Human race, the Yang God does not leave the capital. How dare you break the Tianshui covenant? Aren't you afraid to bear the wrath of the demon sage and devil sage? The ink pig was shocked and angry, and spoke in a hateful voice. A mere demon, trespassing on the divine mountain, shall be executed. In the giant's mouth, 10 words came out faintly, and then he raised his hand, carrying endless might to slap down the ink pig. The ink pig was like an enemy, lifting his mind and trying to escape. However, it soon realized that this side of heaven and earth had been blocked off, and no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape. The only thing to do is to die fighting. This general will fight you. Despairing in his heart and knowing that there was no way back, the ink pig exploded all his strength and directly met the giant's attack. Rumble, earth-shattering and loud sounds enveloped the area. Ink Hog fended off the giant's attack for a moment, but it was only a moment. In the next moment, the black mist armor on its body shattered inch by inch, followed by its fur that was as hard as steel needles starting to detach. And then finally, the entire body fell apart. The 5th-ranked demon general couldn't even hold up a single move from the golden giant and perished on the spot. Ink Pig couldn't figure it out before he died. Obviously it just wants to eat a few human counties to replenish its body, which has not even gone to eat the county. Just met a human manor on the road and thought it was a snack. As a result, I didn't expect it to become a snack instead. Why would such a powerful being exist in this little populated place? A mere demon, trespassing on the divine mountain, shall be executed. Inkpig thought of the words the golden giant had said before he struck, but it doesn't understand and has never heard of any sacred mountains. It was unknown when Liaoyun County would have an existence of this level. 5th ranked demon general. The ink pig died too quickly, by Liang in Wuzhe, who had only rushed out of the Thousand Mountain Villa for a few moments, saw the originally flaming, mighty demon fall to the ground in a sorry state from the air, and then lost all of its breath. And the moment that golden giant appeared, it shook them all. The heavenly descending deity, tens of feet tall and covered in golden light, emanated brilliant heavenly might, causing people to feel awe at the very sight of it. The moment Wu Zhe saw the golden giant, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. He was the only one present who had seen Lord Mountain God manifest his Dharma phase, so he recognized it at the first moment. Lord Mountain God. It's Lord Mountain God manifesting. He shouted excitedly, looking at the golden giant with incomparable reverence. Bai Liang and the others also reacted, their hearts shocked, and at the same time, they were all incomparably excited. Is this the true body of Lord Mountain God's Dharma? Bai Liang muttered out of breath, looking up at the golden giant incredulously. This golden giant in front of him, radiating divine light, sacred and unoffendable, was just too shocking and impactful. In the distance, Empty Delusion had also arrived, and similarly saw the golden giant. Yet even though he was born knowing as a Buddha species, he had never seen a deity that manifested its Dharma form out. Inside, he was extremely unsettled. They say that the path to heaven has been broken, and that no one will ever be able to become immortal and seal a god again. That's because they haven't seen Lord Mountain God's divine might, or else they wouldn't think that way. Empty Delusion muttered to himself in his heart. He was born knowing. In fact, to put it bluntly, he had inherited and fused the memory fragments of the more than 90,000 people who had died in Feng County, as well as the several cultivators and demons who had been sacrificed. These were the nutrients that Monk Sanka used to nurture him, but at the same time their memories would turn into fragments that he would fuse and absorb. That's why he was born knowing. As far as he could remember, this place was not out of immortal gods for an unknown number of years ago. The Ninth Order Sage Realm would already be the end. But now Lord Mountain God's appearance had completely shattered that rumor. Who says there is no god in the world? In the Thousand Mountain Villa, at this moment, the villagers were already on their knees. Their hearts were incomparably excited, and the group was thrilled. With blazing fervor in their eyes, they looked toward the golden giant standing in midair in the distance with reverence. Lord Mountain God. It's Lord Mountain God manifesting. It's really manifested. Everyone quickly kneel down and bow down to thank Lord Mountain God for sheltering us. Some villagers shouted excitedly, and all of them fell to their knees without fail. The laborers who came to work from Peach Blossom County were already shocked and frozen to the ground. Their mouths were wide open, completely stunned. The giant that topped the sky, descended from the heavens, bathed in divine light, and with just a single stretch of his hand, he easily shattered the originally aggressive demon. Smashed. What kind of strength is this? Can a cultivator do this? I'm afraid that only the immortal gods and the legends can do this. That's the mountain god. Sir? The powerful laborer trembled and opened his mouth, swallowing hard, his heart still unbelievable. Thank you, Lord Mountain God, for sheltering the herdsmen. Some of the laborers, who were already excited to learn from the villagers of the Thousand Mountain Village, fell to their knees and cowed out excitedly. Soon, almost all of the force workers reacted and bowed towards the golden giant in the distance, praying for blessings under their breath. Each one, without fail, carries excitement in its heart. This is a true manifestation of the gods. Witness it with your own eyes. It's not fake. Some of them, even have secretly decided that when the matter is over, they will go and beg the two manor masters, so that he can live in from now on, and in the meantime, bring all the family members from Peach Blossom County over. There are quite a few more force workers who think this way, and those who don't have an idea yet just haven't thought of this layer yet. When they reacted afterward, it was estimated that 80% or 90% of the force workers would be very happy to choose to stay in the Thousand Hills. With a casual strike, Liu killed the ink pig on the spot. Wasteful. Forgetting to kill it with the seal of Jinshan and gaining harmless energy, he did not expect that this Fifth Order Demon General would be so unbeatable, and thought that he would be able to hold out for at least 3 moves. As a result, it couldn't last a single move. But the 5th rank was still the 5th rank after all. It wasn't something that could be compared to the 3rd rank demonic creature from before. This ink pig, at least, had kept his whole body under him, and was considered to be of extraordinary strength. Of course, being able to keep its entire body was also due to its magic weapon armor. That armor, capable of turning into black mist and harnessing it in the air, was quite extraordinary, a 5th-ranked magic weapon. But unfortunately, that magic weapon was already in pieces and couldn't even be used for recycling. After gently sweeping a glance to make sure that the ink pig was dead beyond death, Liu withdrew the Dharma heaven and earth, and the golden giant transformed into golden light and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Finally, it gathered into a little golden aura and returned to the divine mountain. The crowd below, seeing the golden giant disappear, knew that Lord Mountain God had left. "Greetings, Lord Mountain God," the crowd chanted in unison before slowly rising. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe exchanged a glance before heading in the direction where the ink pig had fallen. A few moments later, the two of them found the giant mountain pig with a body as large as a small mountain and greenish and colored fur all over its body. "Hiss! What kind of strength demonic creature is this?" Bai Liang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Wu Zhe frowned and said slowly, "It should be a 5th-order demon general, the highest demonic creature in the realm of strength that can be encountered within the territory of Dechu. But it can't be defeated by a single move from Lord Mountain God." Bai Liang laughed softly, and in his heart, he had even more reverence for Lord Mountain God. Subsequently, the two of them first probed the corpse of the ink pig for any backhanders, and after determining that there was no danger, the two of them combined their efforts and carried the body of the demon back to the Thousand Mountain Villa. In the meantime, there was a man coming from Tianyu County. This man was wearing a general's robe and holding a long spear. The way he entered the county was different from normal people, who usually entered through the city gates, while he was directly stepping into the air and leaping into Tianyu County. "Where is the magistrate of this place?" the man shouted, his voice full of air, penetrating, and gave a feeling of a battlefield killing. The voice echoed, "The people of the county have been shocked by the panic in their hearts." Looked up only to find a person stepping into the air. Li Yuan walked out of the lobby and looked up, then immediately retracted his gaze. "Chief, what is that person?" Chen Jianqi was stunned by the aura of the man in the air, and was so horrified that he didn't even dare to look up. A powerful man of the ancient realm. A man of the army. Li Yuan's face was visibly much looser. The imperial court had finally come. Now even if that 5th-order demon general returned to Tianyu County, he couldn't turn any waves. This is a Yin God realm powerhouse? Jianqi Chen secretly raised his head and glanced at the person in the air. In his heart, he was secretly pondering. This person's aura is also not as powerful as the might displayed when the mountain god of the Thousand Mountain Villa struck out awe. He had originally thought that how powerful the Yin God realm could be. And in the county hall, when Xiao Zhenhe heard this shout, his expression immediately perked up. "The Yin God realm is here," he spoke with some excitement. Elder Jean, who was on the side, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then his face turned odd again. "Lord Xiao, the people coming seem to be from the Generalissimo," Jean Lao slowly said. Xiao Zhenhe was about to go out to receive the meeting when he heard Elder Jin's words and instantly reacted. "That shout just now, very familiar. Seems to be that one." Instantly, Xiao Zhenhe's face began to change, but in the end, he regained his composure and said indifferently, "No matter who it is, if a Yin God realm powerhouse comes, we will all go forward to receive them." Elder Jean nodded his head. Although they were opposites, the proper etiquette should still be there. When the two of them exited the lobby of the county government, they directly leapt into midair, stopping 2 meters below the man in the air. "Xiao Zhenhe, meet General Lin." Xiao Zhenhe arched his hand and bowed his head, his tone respectful. Although Elder Jean was older than the man, the strongest of cultivators were honored, so he had to bow his head and salute all the same. "Hop Sanguan, Jean Bujia, meet General Lin." Lin Junjiang swept his eyes sharply over the two. Finally his gaze rested on Xiao Zhenhe, and he laughed coldly. "This general has seen you before, and you're working for the state government?" "Yes," Xiao Zhenhe admitted. "Ha ha, very good." Lin Junjiang laughed out loud, just a hint of coldness in his laughter. His gaze coldly scrutinized Xiao Zhenhe and said in a cold voice, "If it were usual, and you were meddling in Liaoyun County, this general would definitely teach you a lesson. But today, there are important matters at hand, so I'll spare you once. Thank you General Lin for your understanding." Being threatened like this, but Xiao Zhenhe could only bow his head and thank him. "This general doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. Where did that 5th-ranked demon general go? Tell us quickly," Lin Zhanghe said in a cold voice. After receiving the news from Liaoyun County that a new 5th-ranked demon general had appeared, he had come here in hot pursuit on the orders of the chief soldier. After all, Liaoyun County was the territory of the Generalissimo, and it would be a huge loss if it were to be hoovered up by the ink pig. Along the way, he doesn't stop, just to get there early, confront the ink hogs, and try to recoup his losses. However, after he came to Tianyu County, he only felt the scent of the ink pig, and traced the scent, but also found that the traces were interrupted. Back to General. That demon general has gone to Peach Blossom County. More than 70 miles from here, Qiu Zhenhe hurriedly replied. 70 miles. Lin Junjiang frowned slightly, but didn't say anything else. Instead, he turned around and took a step, his silhouette directly disappearing in place. According to his conception, if he rushed over now, that Peach Blossom County should have already been slaughtered. He could only hope that the ink pig was enjoying its blood meal slower and wasn't already on its way to the next county. On the way to Peach Blossom County, suddenly somewhere, he noticed something strange. It looks like a battle just took place in that place. Lin Junjiang looked into the distance. There seemed to be another village over there with quite a lot of people, but the battle marks were just a hint, and it was clear to see that the battle lasted less than a round before it was over, and was not a vicious battle. Seeing this, Lin Junjiang didn't get close enough to take a closer look, deciding in his heart that it should be the crushing of a cultivator with a high realm against a cultivator with a low strength or a demon. It would be impossible to have a relationship with that ink pig. After all, the ink pig was a fifth-order demon general, and the only cultivator who could kill a demon general in a single move was in the capital, and it was even more unlikely that the ink pig was crushing on the others. If it was, then there was no way that the people of that village would still be alive. They would have long since become blood food in the mouth of the ink pig. Without paying too much attention, Lin Junjiang rushed to Peach Blossom County at full speed. A few moments later, he arrived at Peach Blossom County, but the scene in front of him was one that made him look puzzled. Peach Blossom County was peaceful. The streets in the county town were bustling with vendors yelling, and it was completely untouched by the attack of the demons. He immediately frowned, and already had some doubts in his heart that the demon general hadn't come here, or that Qiu Zhenhe had deceived him, doubtful in his mind. But he did not stop on his feet, and came directly to the heir of the county government. "Where is the magistrate here? Come out and meet me," he bellowed out. Soon Xianke was startled out and looked up at Lin Junjiang with some shock. He reacted quickly and quickly saluted. "Greetings, senior. The county magistrate is not in the county for the past few days, so I will take over the affairs. So if there is anything you can ask me." What kind of person was Lin Junjiang? As soon as he heard Xianke's words, he knew that there was something in it, but he was too lazy to care about this crap right now and directly asked in a cold voice, "Have you seen any demons approaching?" Xianke was skeptical and shook his head. There was no sighting. During this period of time, everything was fine in Peach Blossom County. No? Lin Junjiang frowned, his heart even more puzzled. The promised fifth-ranked demon general. How come he didn't even see a shadow after all his hard work running over here? However, there were several other counties nearby, and he was not careless and immediately left Peach County for the next county. As he departed, he was a little stunned in his mind. For some reason, as he approached Peach Blossom County, he always felt as if something was secretly watching him. The whole thing made him uncomfortable, but the feeling was fleeting and quickly disappeared. "What's that? Is it the ink pig giving me bad vibes?" Lin Junjiang's expression changed uncertainly. At their realm, intuitive warnings, never wrong. His face sank at the thought. It's not possible that the ink pig has already slaughtered all the remaining 3 counties, right? With a shock in his heart, Lin Junjiang's speed became even faster. In the dark, Liu silently watched Lin Junjiang's departing back, his heart knowing, this should be the Yin God realm sent by the court to deal with the fifth-order demon generals, he said to himself in his mind. Other than that, ancient realm cultivators were indeed a bit more powerful than fifth-ranked demon generals. After Lin Junjiang entered the range of his divine thoughts, he converged his divine breath to descend in advance. But even so, Lin Junjiang's intuition still sensed that something was wrong. This person did not have any malicious intent and was here to deal with the ink pig. So naturally, Liu did not make any moves and quietly watched him. It was a pity that the heart mirror couldn't peek into the cultivator's heart, or else he could have listened to what was going on in his mind. Liu took his attention back and refocused on the Thousand Mountain Manor. After that Dharma heaven and earth manifestation just now, which had subdued and killed the ink pig, his merit points had induced a surge of growth. The villagers stepped into the temple in droves, looking excited to offer incense and bow to Lord Mountain God. Peach Blossom County came to work. The laborers are also put down the hands of the work, probing the head to come to the Thousand Mountain Villa. A force to ask them cannot also go in to pay homage to the Lord Mountain God? Dutian Morning was in charge of maintaining order here, and when he heard the requests of the laborers, he smiled and said, Lord Mountain God shelters all beings. Anyone can come to worship, but there are too many people inside. You'll have to line up. After thinking about it, he suggested, if you queue up, I'm afraid you'll have to queue up until tonight. Why don't you guys just bow down to the God Mountain? A sincere heart is a good heart. It's the same everywhere. What's more, the sacred mountain is the body of Lord Mountain God. When the crowd heard this, their hearts were moved, and then they followed Dutian Morning's advice and bowed reverently towards the divine mountain. Liu, on the other hand, was silently watching all of this while watching the merit points rapidly grow. Almost every one of the more than 4,000 laborers was worshipping the sacred mountain with devotion in their hearts. This allowed Liu to grow nearly 20,000 merit points at once. His merit points, straight away, came to over 150,000. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 156420/10000000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. Manifesting the Holy Spirit once had directly brought him more than 4,000 believers, and this outpouring could only be said to be too cost-effective, and according to his estimation, the harvest should be much more than that. In the Thousand Hills Villa, the ink pig that was dragged back was already a hotspot for all the villagers to gather around. The group of people looked at the demonic creature that was the size of a small mountain with shocked faces and some fear at the same time. All of them could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Such a huge demonic creature. How powerful must this be? Some of them still vaguely remembered that when Feng County fell, that 3rd Order rat demon was not even a tenth of the size of the mountain pig in front of them. If there was no Lord Mountain God to take shelter, then all of them, they would surely die. This thing, what are the two bankers dragging it back for? It looks scary. A villager spoke timidly, his tone a little fearful. What do you know? Although demons are terrifying, they are also great tonics. Their blood and flesh contain an unknown amount of spiritual power, which is a good thing for cultivators. Shangguan Shoyu's eyes burned with longing as he looked at the demon general's corpse. In his mind, he thought, such a big pig, you can share a piece of it with yourself anyhow, can't you? This is a proper demon general level demon flesh and blood. The great tonic among the great tonic. After eating, even if you cannot become a cultivator, that can prolong life and strengthen the body. There are many others who also harbor this idea. For example, Air Chung, Du Tian Morning, Air Nyo. These young and strong lads, their eyes were even more eager. Even little Tiger, these little brats, were running around on their asses, looking at the ink pig and drooling. They didn't enjoy eating the demon tiger last time, and at that moment, several people from Wuzhe were discussing what to do with the demon general's corpse. Empty Delusion dabbed a little bit of fresh red on his hand and carefully experienced it before slowly speaking. This pig demon, there is no toxin in its flesh and blood, so it can be consumed. Hearing this, Bai Liang rejoiced. Great! A 5th Order demon general. The spiritual energy contained in this blood and flesh is incomparably strong. It's really a great tonic. Wuzhe also revealed a joyful color. Did not expect people to sit in the manner. The great tonic was delivered to the door. This is simply out of everyone's league. But next, Empty Delusion added, the demon general's blood and flesh. The power it contains is overbearing and intense. Ordinary people cannot consume it, or else they will be impacted by the spiritual power contained in the blood and flesh on their meridians, resulting in the destruction of their foundations. Even a few of us have to be processed before we can consume and absorb it. 5th-ranked demon generals, whose flesh and blood were not something that ordinary people could directly consume. Ordinary people's meridians were fragile and couldn't withstand the impact of the demon general's power, and consuming blood and flesh would most likely result in death. There's even such a thing? That's really a pity. When Bai Liang heard this, he felt pity. He was also thinking of taking the bodies of the demon generals and distributing them to the villagers for consumption, so that everyone could benefit. And he also had an idea of taking the demon general's blood and flesh and cultivating a few of Du Tian Morning's people to see if he could make them cultivators as well. Otherwise, there were still too few cultivators in the Thousand Hills Villa. So what's the best way to make it edible for ordinary people? Yuzawa frowned, thinking that it was a little bit not good to let a few of them have the demon general's blood and flesh all to themselves. There's a way to try it, but it takes a little time and it doesn't always work. Empty Delusion thought for a moment and spoke in a slow voice. There's a way to do it, and whether it works or not, it's always a good idea to try. Bai Liang opened his mouth and hurriedly asked what the solution was. Empty Delusion replied, above the divine mountain, there is a cavernous blessed land, where the spiritual aura is dazzling and darkly divine, so if a demon general's corpse is placed in it, it should be able to purify the power it contains and turn it into gentle spiritual power. He was talking about the cave space where he was born, which was close to the spiritual vein inside the divine mountain's body, and had extraordinary spirituality, with benefits unimaginable to outsiders. However, these words caused the two of them, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, to freeze as they looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In the end, it was Wu Zhe who spoke up, frowning. Climbing the divine mountain is a taboo for the Thousand Mountain Villa, and this method you're talking about, Empty Delusion, won't work. So far, none of them had ever thought of ascending the divine mountain to get a glimpse of its hidden secrets. Bai Liang also said at the side, Empty Delusion, You can ascend the divine mountain because Lord Mountain God allowed it, but we can't. The mountain god Lord hasn't expressed his will that we can ascend the divine mountain. The Lord God of the mountain did not forbid it, but that did not agree with it either. Therefore, before obtaining the consent of the mountain god Lord, it was impossible for them to go against the rules of the Thousand Mountain Villa and ascend the divine mountain. Empty Delusion thought for a moment and said, for that matter, why don't we just go and request instructions from Lord Mountain God? The two white lights pondered, and finally nodded in agreement. The three then came to the temple, bowed down together, and reverently asked the Lord God of the mountain if they could ascend the sacred mountain for the time being. Liu sensed the worship of the three and quickly gave a response, naturally giving his permission. Opening up that cultivation place was originally to provide for the people under his command to cultivate and enhance their strength. So if he didn't let them go up there, wouldn't it be a waste of time to open it up? With the approval of the mountain god Lord, the three of them got up, and both Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were a little excited in their hearts. After all this time at the foot of Md Shenandoah, I was finally able to climb up to see it. Although it was only halfway up the mountain, that would be considered a true ascent of the divine mountain, getting closer to Lord Mountain God. Next, led by Kung Pao, the three of them combined their efforts to carry the body of the demon general and ascend the sacred mountain in the sight of the many villagers. Bar River County. Lin Junjiang came to the last county in Liaoyun County, yet the county below remained as peaceful as the counties before it. At this time, his face was already a bit ugly. Putting his best foot forward and mentioning his speed as fast as he could, he rushed from the state city several thousand miles away to Liaoyun County just to stop the fifth-ranked demon general. Then others came. But what about the fifth-ranked demon generals? Where did that big inked pig go? For a moment, Lin Junjiang wondered if Yi Shanha had deceived him, but soon he dismissed this idea. Yi Shanha was a veteran general of Dichu. Although he was only a county troop commander, he was considered his senior in the Qingzhou army. It is unlikely that such a person would report false information, but if the news is true, where did the ink pig go? Lin Junjiang couldn't figure it out, and in the end, he could only turn around and return to Tianyue County, ready to find Qiu Zhenhe and ask for clarification. It was because of these 5 counties, only Qiu Zhenhe had seen the fifth-order demon generals with their own eyes. Tianyue County, Qiu Zhenhe was discussing with the two of them, Jin Buju, about what to do next if Lin Junjiang returned to settle scores with him after dealing with the demon generals. Lord Qiu, according to poor Tao, we don't have to mess up ourselves, although General Lin Jin is strong. After all, he is not the generalissimo himself, and he has to give face to the state governor, so he won't move us. Elder Jin slowly opened his mouth, just a bit unconfident in his tone. Qiu Zhenhe, with a somewhat unsightly face, came to Tianyue County to take advantage of the opportunity to pick up a leak. I thought it was great, but I didn't expect so many things to happen one after the other. First, the Taoist and Buddhist sects approached him for a statement, and this matter was resolved. But next, facing the demon general and Lin Junjiang both made him feel a great sense of crisis. He was about to open his mouth to say something when he suddenly sensed something and his face changed. It was also at this time that a cold voice rang out. Qiu Zhenhe, come out and meet me. Here we go. Qiu Zhenhe and Elder Jin exchanged a glance. Then both got up and went out. He thought Lin Junjiang would come back, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Has this Lin Junjiang's strength improved again? He was actually able to take care of a fifth-ranked demon general that easily. When the two of them came out, they flew into the air and came to Lin Junjiang. Greetings to General Lin. Congratulations to General Lin for returning from demon suppression and making a great achievement. Qiu Zhenhe hurriedly sent complimentary words. However, after hearing this, Lin Junjiang let out a cold snort. His tone icy. Qiu Zhenhe, you said that you've seen that fifth-order demon general. Then this general asks you why you searched the entire Liaoyun County and didn't even see the shadow of the demon general. Are you lying and deceiving this general? Qiu Zhenhe was stunned, not expecting Lin Junjiang to be here to interrogate him. He quickly waved his hand and replied, General Lin, my subordinate is absolutely not lying. That fifth-order demon general indeed came to Tianyue County, and after staying for a while, he went in the direction of Peach Blossom County. Absolutely no mistake. After speaking with conviction, Qiu Zhenhe added, my subordinate would like to make a military order. If I say half a lie, death by 1,000 cuts. On the side, Jin Lao also stood out to guarantee that what Qiu Zhenhe said was true. If there were any lies, he would be willing to die by 1,000 cuts just like Qiu Zhenhe. Lin Junhe's brows furrowed as he listened. If two men dare to assert so, then it is not a falsehood. But if you're not lying, where did the fifth-ranked demon general go? Qiu Zhenhe saw the problem and opened his mouth to inquire. General Lin, did that demon general really disappear? Can't you find it in the entire Liaoyun County? Elder Jin also looked at Lin Junjiang. This matter sounded a bit bizarre. A demon general of that size, still freshly broken through, out of control and not locked in a deed by the God realm. How can there be no movement at all? In the past, but whenever there was a demon general who had just broken through, which one of them didn't set off monstrous sins and slaughter several counties before finally being suppressed by the ancient realm that hurriedly arrived? As a result, this time, it was actually calm and quiet, with no movement at all. That's odd. Is it difficult to believe that General Ben is joking with you? Lin Junjiang coldly swept over Qiuzhenhe and said in a light tone. Qiuzhenhe was also very puzzled in his heart, and suddenly said, could it be that he clashed with other demon generals, fought with each other, and was killed? Impossible. The demon generals in the Qinzhou territory, except for that ink pig that just broke through, all of them are locked in deed opportunities. If they were to do it, they would have already triggered the opportunity and lured the God realm here. Elder Jin shook his head, directly dismissing Qiuzhenhe's speculation. The number of demon generals were all counted, and for each of them, there would be an ancient realm of corresponding strength to confront and suppress them. Demon generals who were locked in the deed would be sensed by the ancient realm whenever they erupted in power or left the area they were in, ruling out more than possibilities. What else could cause the ink pig to not move at all? There are other God realms that made an early move? Elder Jin thought of something and spoke directly. Lin Junjiang faintly swept past him and said, when the God realm strikes, both sides will have a vicious battle that will leave traces of a great battle, with their breath exposed. But this general searched Liaoyun County and did not find any traces of battle, except for their near a lodge where a little sign of battle was found instead. But that one clearly wasn't a bad fight, it was a complete crush, so he didn't take it to heart. At this point, Lin Junjiang noticed that Qiuzhenhe seemed to have something to say, but was clearly hesitant. Say what you have to say. He frowned coldly. Qiuzhenhe hurriedly said, General Lin, my subordinate just has some guesses, but I'm not very sure. Just say so, Lin Junjiang said indifferently. Then my subordinate will speak directly. Qiuzhenhe weighed his words for a moment, then slowly said, General Lin, do you know that in addition to the county town and 5 county towns in Liaoyun County, there is also a 1,000 mountain villa? Although that 1,000 mountain villa only has less than 1,000 people, even my subordinates don't dare to underestimate them. 1,000 hills? Lin Junjiang thought of the manor he had met on his way to Peach Blossom County, also found a bit of a battle trail there. Say on. Why you dare not underestimate them, he said. Qiuzhenhe continued, but the reason for underestimating the 1,000 mountain villa is because behind them, there are cultivators, and the strength is not low. My subordinate guesses that it should be the 4th stage of the God realm of enlightenment. Afterwards, he told all the information he knew about the 1,000 mountain villa. It also mentioned the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple, and finally added, nowadays, Peach Blossom County has been controlled by the people of the 1,000 mountain villa, and they have also established a mountain god temple in the county, wanting to collect incense. So it is. When Lin Junjiang heard this, he remembered why when he arrived in Peach Blossom County, the person who came out to receive him was not the county magistrate, but an irrelevant person. To be able to defy the 2 giants of the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple, the person behind this 1,000 mountain villa was afraid that it was more than just the enlightened god realm. Thinking again of the battle traces he had found near the 1,000 mountain villa and connecting everything together, Lin Junjiang seemed to have figured something out. It seems that the disappearance of that ink pig is related to this 1,000 mountain villa. Lin Junjiang slowly spoke, but his mind was already in deep thought. When did such a powerful wild cultivator come to Qinzhou? It was possible to hide it from all of them. I'm afraid it's not simple here. He didn't impulsively go straight to the door of the 1,000 mountain villa to question the whereabouts of the ink pig, but instead looked at Qiuzhenhe and said, didn't you just say that there are people in Tianyue County who are close friends with that 1,000 mountain villa? Call them all here. This general wants to ask for all the news about the 1,000 mountain villa. Qiuzhenhe nodded his head hurriedly, understanding that Lin Junjiang was talking about He Liyuan and Chen Jianqi of the Liyuan Dart Company. He had investigated before. Liyuan Dart Company and 1,000 Hills close. Some time ago He Liyuan also brought thick gifts to visit 1,000 Hills. All of this was seen in Qiuzhenhe's eyes, but he just didn't have the intention to get involved in this muddy water. Now that Lin Junjiang was interested in the 1,000 mountain villa, he could take the opportunity to explore the bottom of the 1,000 mountain villa. Not long after, Elder Jin went forward to the Liyuan Dart Company and found He Liyuan and Chen Jianqi. Being approached, He Liyuan was stunned and opened his mouth to ask what was going on before realizing that it was because of the 1,000 mountain villa matter. Aeon God Realm Powerhouse is looking for us. After Chen Jianqi was surprised, he then looked grave. This is not good. I'm afraid. What was the ancient realm doing wanting to know about the 1,000 Hills villa? And do they say it or don't they? But it seemed like, in front of the Aeon God realm, they didn't have a second path. It's fine for me to go alone. Let Xiao Chen stay behind. He Liyuan spoke. No, General Lin said for both of you to go forward. Elder Jean spoke in a cold voice, his aura oppressing the two. In front of the Yin God realm, he was coy and obedient, but at this time, he took it upon himself to strike hard. Chief, I'll follow. Jian Qi Chen spoke from the side. He Li Yuan frowned, but the situation was such that it was useless for him to say anything else, so the two of them could only follow Elder Jean and head to the county government. When he arrived at the county hall, Lin Zhenjiang was already sitting on top of the main seat, sipping the tea served by Qiu Zhenhe. General Lin, He Li Yuan and Chen Jianqi have both been brought. Elder Jean stepped forward and said with his head bowed, "Greetings, General Lin." On the way here, Elder Jean had already spoken to them about the identity of the person who wanted to see them. Lin Zhenjiang nodded indifferently, stood up, scrutinized the two below, and went straight to the point. "Tell us everything you know about the situation from the beginning of your friendship with the Thousand Hills Villa, and don't hide anything." His tone was very cold and unquestioning. He Li Yuan's lips wriggled a few times, bearing the pressure from the ancient realm. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "General Lin, although I'm not talented, but when I walk in the Jianghu, I talk about benevolence and righteousness. Can I ask?" General Lin wants to inquire about the Thousand Mountain Villa. What is it for? Lin Zhenjiang snorted coldly after hearing these words, and the aura belonging to the Yin God realm burst out explosively as he rushed towards He Li Yuan. He Li Yuan was impacted by this aura and took a few steps backwards. His chest was stuffy and painful, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. "What are you? How dare you ask this general a rhetorical question?" Lin Zhenjiang spoke in a cold voice and added, "That is to tell this general that he has good or bad intentions towards the Thousand Mountain Villa. What can you do?" He Li Yuan swallowed the blood in his mouth with great difficulty. The smell of blood rushed straight to the sky. He endured the pain of the injuries in his body and said, "The Thousand Hills Villa has saved my life. If General Lin has any ill will towards it, then even if he dies here, he will never tell half a bit of news about the Thousand Hills Villa." On the side, Chen Jianqi's eyes were bloodshot as he witnessed his boss being struck. "Oh, there's some backbone to it." Lin Zhenjiang's face eased a bit, and his gaze towards He Li Yuan brought a hint of appreciation. Qiu Zhenhe chided towards He Li Yuan in a cold voice. "Dart leader those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. General Lin is only asking you to tell the news about the Thousand Mountain Villa. He's not asking you to backstab them, so you don't need to resist so much." He Li Yuan listened but didn't reply. He still insisted on the idea in his heart. As long as these people in front of him have bad intentions towards the Thousand Mountain Villa, then even if he dies, he will not say half a word. In the Jianghu, the word righteousness is the most important. If he loses his righteousness, then is he still considered a Jianghu man? Lin Zhenjiang waved his hand, first stopping Qiu Zhenhe, who was ready to continue his scolding, and then faintly said, "Don't worry, this general is not so bad as to start mischief against a village of the same human race. This general came all the way from the state city to deal with the Fifth Order Demon General. However, when we arrived in Liaoyun County, there was no Fifth Order Demon General, and the last direction it disappeared in was none other than Thousand Mountain Villa." He gave a rare explanation, mainly because He Li Yuan's nature was to his liking. Such a loyal and righteous person is really rare in this world. If it was anyone else, he wouldn't bother explaining and would have already exerted his means to force the issue. Really? He Li Yuan was half convinced in his heart, but listening to Lin Zhenjiang's tone, it should be true. Why does this general need to lie? Lin Zhenjiang spoke in a cold voice. There was a limit to good feelings. He had already given He Li Yuan face. He Li Yuan looked at Lin Zhenjiang and pondered for a long time. The Thousand Mountain Villa's mountain god lord. He had seen it before. The gods were unimaginably powerful, and Lin Zhenjiang actually posed no threat to the Thousand Mountain Villa. The main reason he won't talk about it is that he can't get past that hurdle in his mind. At this time, Qiu Zhenhe stepped forward and said, "Bodyguard you must know that even if you don't say anything, we will still be able to find out all the news about the Thousand Mountain Villa. Understand?" He Li Yuan sighed, then said, "I don't know much about the Thousand Mountain Villa's news, and I won't say anything. If General wants to know, I can bring you forward to visit the Thousand Mountain Villa." In the end, he couldn't get past that hurdle in his mind. Who knew if Lin Zhenjiang was telling the truth or not? If it was true that he had bad intentions, then wouldn't he be betraying his savior by saying so? Though even if it was said, it wouldn't have any effect on the Thousand Mountain Villa. After all, Lord Mountain God's power was unimaginable. But if he said it, would he still have the face to face the several brothers of the Thousand Mountain Villa in the future? Would he still have the face to face Lord Mountain God who had saved his life? It was that the next step was to die here on the spot, and he recognized it. Qiu Zhenhe's face sank, feeling that He Li Yuan was really being a bit insensitive. When he was about to scold and force the question, Lin Zhenjiang spoke up. "Good, In that case, this general will personally pay a visit to the Thousand Mountain Villa. I want to see how sacred that mountain god behind it is. Lin Junjiang's tone is calm, from which no joy or anger can be heard, making people unable to grasp the meaning of it. You two follow along as well. Lin Junjiang looked at Xiaojun and the two of them again and said in a cold voice. Xiaojun nodded his head in a hurry. Having just finished deciding, Lin Junjiang was ready to move and head to the Thousand Mountain Villa. Li Yuan was being supported by Chen Jianqi. Blood was still spilling from the corner of his mouth, but he couldn't care less and whispered towards Chen Jianqi. Quickly go to Thousand Mountain Villa first and inform them of the situation. Chen Jianqi nodded his head, knowing that the situation was urgent, so he told Li Yuan to take care of himself, while he turned around and left the county residence, mounted a fast horse, and galloped out of the city. Naturally, all of this could not be hidden from Lin Junjiang, but he did not block it because he did not care to do that. After a while, Li Yuan finished regulating his breathing, and his injuries were temporarily suppressed. General Lin, we can go now. He stood up and bowed his head. Lin Junjiang just nodded his head lightly. Then Li Yuan didn't say anything and directly leapt into the air, heading towards the direction of Thousand Mountain Villa. Behind Lin Junjiang along with Xiaojun and Elder Jean, a total of 3 people were following closely behind, and at the same time, in the Thousand Hills Villa, Bai Liang, Wu Zhe and the 3 of them, Empty Delusion, were coming down from the Divine Mountain. They had already placed the demon general's corpse in a cave halfway up Divine Mountain. The cave was adjacent to a spiritual vein, and the aura was incomparably dense, along with the divine charm of the Divine Mountain itself, which was why it was able to purify the violent power in the demon general's flesh and blood, allowing ordinary people to absorb it as well. The 2 of them, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, were ascending the Divine Mountain for the first time. Everything on the Divine Mountain was unfamiliar to the 2, and on the way up, they also discovered many spirit medicines growing slowly. Everything is so thriving and vibrant. What shocked the 2 of them the most was the cave halfway up the mountain, which they didn't think much of at first when they hadn't even gone in yet. When he walked into the depths of the cave, it opened up, and with it came the aura that was so thick that the air was a bit sticky. This was simply a heavenly paradise for cultivation, and with just one breath, an incomparably pure and rich aura poured into the mouth and nose. It's not an exaggeration to say that even breathing can be cultivated. The 2 of them could hardly imagine that there was such a place under the sky with such a rich aura, but when you think about the fact that it's on a sacred mountain, it makes sense. Bai Liang exclaimed at this. Only on the Divine Mountain would there be such a mysterious place. Yuzawa thought deeply. It was just a shame they didn't dare to stay there longer. After placing the demon general's corpse in the cave, he turned around and descended the mountain. Empty Delusion spoke. Actually, you can stay a little longer. Cultivating on the Divine Mountain is a dozen times faster than below the mountain. He hadn't climbed the Divine Mountain since his descent, and now he was somewhat nostalgic for the incomparably rich aura in the cave. Wu Zhe, however, shook his head. It's already a great honor for Lord Mountain God to allow us to ascend the Divine Mountain, so how could we dare to be greedy? Shiro nodded approvingly. In fact, in their hearts, why would they not want to cultivate on the Divine Mountain? But Lord Mountain God was always first in their hearts. Empty Delusion recited a Buddha's name and ended up not saying anything else. After descending the mountain, the villagers gathered around and asked with immense anticipation about the situation on the sacred mountain. Master Shuang, did you see Lord Mountain God on the sacred mountain? Isn't Lord Mountain God a kindly old god? Lord Bai Shuang, does the Divine Mountain have an immortal court standing on it, with divine buildings strewn amongst it, and an immortal aura floating around it? There were all sorts of messy questions, all of which were imagined in the villagers' minds about the sacred mountain. Bai Liang smiled and explained to these villagers that they hadn't seen Lord Mountain God, and he wasn't sure if there was an immortal court divine building on the Divine Mountain, as they had only reached the halfway point of the mountain. What's the difference between the mountain and the bottom? The difference is huge. The aura is incomparably thick, and there is an unheard of heavenly paradise. Staying inside, breathing is comparable to cultivation. When the crowd heard this, their hearts were overwhelmed with longing. Breathing is in the cave of cultivation, which they did not even dare to think about before. It was worthy of being a divine mountain that possessed such a magical cave. At this time, Du Tian Morning came to Bai Liang's side with a grave expression and said a few words with his ear. Bai Liang's brows immediately furrowed, then waved his hand for the villagers to leave while he led Du Tian Morning and the others to the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the few people met Chen Jianqi, who was anxiously waiting here. Brother Chen, what exactly is the situation? Bai Liang said with a frown. When Jianqi Chen saw that someone had come, he was relieved and hurriedly said, "There's a God realm powerhouse coming from the state city, and he set his sights on your Thousand Mountain Villa." He told all the ins and outs of the matter, and finally said in shame, "By Zhuang Master, Wu Zhuangzhuang master, the chief had no choice but to do his best in front of the Yin God realm. After hearing this, the three Bai Lians all looked at each other separately. Wu Zhe patted Chen Jianqi's shoulder and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll know about Thousand Mountain Villa as soon as we ask around. And even if bodyguard he tells all, it's not a big deal." After comforting him, he turned his head to Bai Liang and said, "Is it because of that 5th-rank demon general thing?" Bai Liang nodded. "That's right. The court sent the Yin God realm with the purpose of confronting the 5th-rank demon generals. Earlier I was wondering why there would be a 5th-rank demon general breaking away from the restraints. So it turns out that they just broke through." With his heart completely dawning on him, Bai Liang wasn't in much of a hurry. When the court comes, then everything is well circumscribed. At least it's not the kind that comes straight to the door with malicious hatred. It was estimated that this ancient realm was curious about the whereabouts of the 5th Order Demon General, and about the power behind the Thousand Mountain Villa. "Just let him come," Bai Liang said indifferently. However, just as his words had fallen, someone hurriedly came to report that there were cultivators outside the manor who had come to visit. A few people looked at each other, and Yuzawa spoke. "Go!" When they quickly arrived outside the Thousand Mountain Villa, the three of them saw the 4 people in mid-air. The foremost of them, Li Yuan, landed on the ground and walked up with a somewhat ashamed face, cupping his fists and saying, "The 2 manor masters, he tried my best. There's no need for bodyguard he to blame himself." Bai Liang opened his mouth to comfort, but didn't say anything more. There are more pressing situations to deal with in the immediate future. Wu Zhe looked at the 3 people who were slow to land and arched his hand. "My name is Wu Zhe, master of the Thousand Mountain Villa. I don't know if the several friends of the Tao have come to ask for advice on what matters. General Lin is here. Why don't you salute?" Xiao Zhenhe spoke faintly. Yuzawa pretended to be surprised, then hurriedly saluted. "I wonder which lord is it?" "Vice General of the Qingzhou Shenlong Army, General Lin Zhenjiang Lin." Xiao Zhenhe reveals Lin Zhenjiang's identity. "Greetings, General Lin." Wu Zhe and Bai Liang glanced at each other, then both bowed their hands and saluted. As for the empty delusion that followed, it didn't move a muscle. Nowadays, in the Dichu dynasty, the Buddhist and Taoist sects have the privilege of not having to bow to the court officials. Lin Zhenjiang looked at empty delusion for a few moments. The divine thoughts of the Yinshin realm were released, and he always felt that there was something wrong with this monk, but he couldn't tell. However, the empty delusion realm was only the passing Dharma realm, so he just looked at it a few more times and didn't care. These people gave him a surprising feeling and did not feel surprised after Xiao Zhenhe revealed his identity. This was explainable. After all, Chen Jianqi had already come to report in advance. However, these 3 people, when facing him, a Yin God realm, were able to manage to not be humble and seemingly give enough courtesy, but did not have that look of fear of the high position. This made him surprised. It seems that this Thousand Hills Villa is not as simple as imagined. The person behind it was bound to be in the Yin God realm without a doubt. "I don't know what General Lin has come to ask for." Bai Liang stepped forward and spoke. Lin Zhenjiang looked calm and said lightly, "Meet the person behind the Thousand Mountain Villa and ask him about the ink pig." The tone was rather disdainful. Looking down on the Thousand Mountain Villa, his Yin God realm aura slowly spread out, oppressing the 3. This was a favorite thing for practitioners of high realms to do. Bai Liang's breath stuttered a bit as the few people felt the aura of oppression, but they quickly adjusted. He thought to himself that this person was really here for the 5th-rank demon general. Bai Liang was about to reply, but at this time, Li Yu, who had been watching the scene, couldn't resist. This Lin Zhenjiang is so loaded in his territory, releasing his aura to intimidate his men, and naming him as the one he wants to see. Do you really think that this sacred mountain of his is very Buddhist? In Li Yu's mind, he didn't care about the court or not. This Lin Zhenjiang, in his eyes, was just a Yinshin realm cultivator, and the court identity was not good in his case. Lin Zhenjiang looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. Even if behind the Thousand Mountain Villa was really a Yin God realm, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. As for a more powerful existence, he never thought about it, because the Yangshin does not leave the capital. Demons of the 6th order and above do not enter the country. So nowadays, in the territory of Dichu, the battle ceilings were all locked at the 5th rank. Being of the same 5th rank, what did he have to fear? But this thought only existed for an instant, and in the next second, his expression changed violently. The normally stalwart divine mountain trembled slightly at this moment, as if it had been offended. What followed was an overwhelming divine might pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, causing everyone's breath to stop. Even Lin Zhenjiang, who was in the Yin God realm, was similarly like this. What is this? Xiao Zhenhe's face changed drastically, his heart pounding as he felt a crisis he had never felt before. This is going to be a major disaster. Lin Zhenjiang's face had long since ceased to be as cold and proud as it was just now, and turned horrified. Among those present, he was at the highest realm and was the one who could feel the terror of this divine might the most. This kind of might that pressed on his heart, he had only experienced when he entered the capital to face the saint back then, but this was only a borderland of Liaoyun County in Qingzhou. How could such a terrifying divine might exist? This overwhelming sense of oppression was even more depressing than the imperial palace in the capital. Lin Junjiang's heart sank, knowing that this time he had kicked a steel plate, and that this steel plate was also made of 9 heavens meteorite iron. Without any hesitation, he violently erupted his body's strength, shaking Xiaojin and a few others away, and tried to escape. You want to leave after you're done pretending? Li Yu thought in his heart. The Dharma heaven and earth was cast, and golden giants bathed in divine light descended from the sky like gods descending into the world. The scene shook everyone. Xiaojinha and the two of them with Elder Jean looked at the sky with wide eyes, having already been stunned. There is no infinite heavenly father. What kind of being is this, to have such a terrifying intimidation? Elder Jean lost his voice and opened his mouth. He had seen a lot in his life, but he had just never seen such a divine golden giant. Li Yuan swallowed his saliva, his heart already shaken beyond words. This is the mountain god enshrined by the Thousand Mountain Villa? It's a real deity. There was a twinkle in his eyes as he muttered. On the contrary, Bai Liang's 3 men were surprised to see the golden giant descend from the sky, but their hearts were very excited. If Lord Mountain God manifested himself, then this time the trouble would be easily solved. Lin Junjiang, who had fled more than 3 miles away, had a drastic change in color, and when he looked back, he was almost unsteady on his feet. What the fuck is that? The tens of feet tall golden giant was still emanating an incomparably terrifying might, making one's heart fearful just by looking at it. Senior, I have no intention of offending. Please spare my life, Lin Junjiang shouted, while gritting his teeth and trying his best to escape. Li Yu acted as if he hadn't heard him, manipulating the golden giant, more than 1,000 meters away from each other, and swung a slap. Lin Junjiang took a look and was relieved. An attack from such a distance away would not be very powerful even if a young God realm powerhouse came. It seems that this senior is showing mercy. But soon, Lin Junjiang felt that he was too ignorant. The palm print that the golden giant had slapped out appeared behind him in the blink of an eye, and its power did not diminish in the slightest, and even became stronger. No good, Lin Junjiang shouted, utilizing all of his strength. He desperately blocked the strike, while at the same time, all kinds of magic weapons were desperately pulling them out. There were lances, golden armor, iron and wooden shields, great seals, and so on. These magic weapons, which were at the lowest level of the 4th rank, were pulled out for less than a second before they were shattered into pieces by the golden palm prints. Lin Junjiang was overwhelmed with pain, but now that he was losing his life, how could he care about this? By the time the spells were all damaged, they had only weakened the power of the palm seal by 20%. He then crossed his arms and shielded his chest, while all sorts of life-preserving cards came out, all of them shielding his chest, hoping to save his life. Bang! The golden palm prints struck Lin Junjiang, and those undercards that he had pinned his hopes on did not work at all, and were directly dissolved by the golden light. As for himself, he didn't even let out a scream as his flesh was directly shattered on the spot, and his flesh and blood were melted into ashes before they even fell to the ground. With just one strike, the strongest person in the Yin God realm was reduced to ashes. Xiaojin and a few others, who witnessed the entire process, were petrified on the spot and stood in place, not even daring to move. The Yin realm, which overlooks everything, is this, so dead? So many magic weapon life-preserving cards, and you can't even survive a single move? In an instant, several people were covered in cold sweat, their hearts incomparably fearful as they looked towards the golden giant in the distance, trembling, fearing that the next second the golden giant would turn around and strike at them. It was a good thing that the golden giant slowly dissipated after slapping a palm. This caused both of them to breathe a sigh of relief. How could Li Yuan have never imagined that the Yin God realm, which had oppressed him speechless with a few words, wouldn't be able to last even a single move in the hands of Lord Mountain God? Now that's a real deity. Cultivators and mortals were all like ants in his eyes. Li Yu withdrew the Dharma phase heaven and earth, and for this Lin Junjiang, he simply struck out to inflict punishment. Lin Junjiang didn't die, only his flesh was shattered by him. After cultivating to the Yin realm, a practitioner would condense his Yuan Shen, and as long as the Yuan Shen did not die, he would be alive. So the moment his physical body shattered, Lin Junjiang's Yuan Shen took the opportunity to vanish, but it also paid an incomparably painful price. Li Yu naturally saw it, but didn't rush it. This time he struck out. He just wanted to punish and make an example of him at the same time. The Divine Mountain is not for any cat or dog to come and offend. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe didn't expect that Lord Mountain God would directly step in and beat the Quartzine God realm to death. A golden light flashed in Empty Delusion's eyes. He did see that Lin Zhenjiang was not dead, and his Yuan Shen was already vanished. There were also Qiuzhen and the two of them present, who were currently standing in place, trembling with fear and trembling, covered in cold sweat, not daring to move at all. Bai Liang stepped forward and smiled. Both of you, General Lin has left. I don't know if you have anything else? Can we be okay? Qiuzhen took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile and said, yes, Shiranui said. Hearing the word can, Qiuzhen was instantly relieved, but white light added at this point. But, Qiuzhen's heart immediately lifted again. Our Thousand Mountain Villa doesn't have a large population, so we might go to Tianyue County next to recruit talents. I wonder what Lord Qiu thinks, Shirato said slowly. Just now, Li Yuan came over and explained to him the identities of Qiuzhen and the two men. Knowing that this person in front of him was the actual controller of the Moon County as today, then Bai Liang naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of Lord Mountain God's residual power, he directly knocked Qiuzhen and planned for the next development of the Thousand Mountain Villa. Qiuzhen dared to say no, and quickly said, opening up the land and expanding the borders has always been a policy supported by the Imperial Court. So how could this official not support it? Just come to Tianyue County to find someone. Then I'll trouble Lord Qiu from now on, Bai Liang said faintly. After a few more knocks, the two were let go. Qiuzhen and Boss Jean breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dare to stay for a moment, turning around and speeding away. At this moment, they swore in their hearts that this place, Thousand Mountain Villa, whoever loved to come, would not be able to come anyway. That golden giant, the psychological shadow it brought to them was too terrifying. Along the way, neither of them dared to speak until they were only 10 miles away from Tianyue County. When Qiuzhen exhaled a breath. What kind of powerful existence is behind the Thousand Mountain Villa? Lin Zhenjiang of the Yin God realm hadn't lasted even a single move. I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it when it was said. Jean Lao sighed, with deep fear in his eyes, and said, now the poor Tao believes the rumors of the Thousand Mountain Villa, and they offer to the mountain god. I'm afraid it's true. The divine might emanating from the golden giant was something that directly pressed on top of the mind and was irresistible. Practitioners simply cannot do this. Mountain, God, Qiuzhen muttered, pronouncing these two words, and then a cold shiver ran through his body. The two men fell silent, regardless of whether that strong person was a deity or not. It was not something they could mess with. That terrifying intimidation had long since surpassed the Yin God realm, and within Qingzhou, who could compete with it? And at this moment, a mountain guard more than 100 miles away from the divine mountain, a shadowy figure floated in a shadowy corner. It could be vaguely seen that the likeness of the shadow was none other than Lin Zhenjiang. Only at this moment, Lin Zhenjiang was in the state of a Yin God, and his Yuan Shen was unstable, showing signs of dissipating at any time. His face was incomparably pale, and his face had long since lost the arrogance it had before, and was instead somewhat terrified. Impossible! Impossible! How could it be possible for Qingzhou to have such a powerful existence? Lin Zhenjiang muttered. To this day, his heart was still in disbelief. After the Tianshui appointment, within the territory of Dichu, the Yangshen will not leave the capital, and the Sixth Order will not enter the country. This has led to the entire Chu. The fifth rank is the ceiling of combat power. There has never been a strong person above the sixth rank. After all, this Tianshui contract was only 2 years old, and it was unlikely that both sides would break it so quickly. Is it a demon? Or is it a demon? They broke the contract, Lin Zhenjiang guessed in his mind, but in the end, they were all rejected by him, whether it was a demon or a devil. Its breath majesty couldn't be like that. The golden giant's unique divine might was too otherworldly. He had only felt a similar aura in one place, and that was the deity altar, associating it with the rumor that the Thousand Mountain Villa was dedicated to the mountain god. Lin Zhenjiang's heart immediately set off a huge wave. Hiss! It's hard to believe that. Really a deity? He sucked in a sharp breath of air, somewhat appalled at his bold idea. But deity or not, there was no way he was going to get that revenge anyway. The strength displayed by the golden giant was more than just the Yangshan realm. It was also above Yangshan. 6th to 7th order was a huge threshold, and cultivators above the 7th order were already high-end combatants. And he understood that the other party had been merciful. It's only one move, and it doesn't drive home the point. Lin Zhenjiang took a deep breath. This time when he came to Liaoyun County, he had simply planted a big head. As for that ink pig, there was no need to think. It must have been destroyed by this suspected deity's existence long ago. Those traces he initially found were presumably where the ink pig had died on the spot. The Yin spirit is unstable, so we'll have to wait until night, and then we'll be on our way. Looking at the blazing sun outside, Lin Zhenjiang let out a long sigh. In the Yin God realm, one could only do it at night to go out on patrol. and if one wanted to go out of the body of the Yuanshan in the daytime, one would have to be in the Yang God realm to be able to do it. He forcefully drove his Yuanshan to vanish 100 miles away in the daytime, a desperate attempt to exhaust his origin, seeking only a glimmer of life. The physical body was destroyed and the spirit was greatly injured. These are not likely to be restored to their original condition without a few years. But in the end, he got his life back. He had to go back as soon as possible and inform the Generalissimo about the situation in the Thousand Hills. As for whether the Generalissimo wants to report it to the court, that's up to the Generalissimo. However, before returning to the state city, he had to make a trip to Liaoyun County. Otherwise, in his current condition, he wouldn't even be able to return to the state, and his Yuanshan would have to fall apart. Thousand Hills. In this day, Lord Mountain God manifested himself twice in a row, and everyone was in an uplifted mood, especially the villagers of Thousand Hills Villa. Every one of them was so excited that the threshold of the temple was ground down a centimeter by everyone. See, I told you that our Lord Mountain God's divine might is overwhelming. It's useless for any demon to come. If it comes, it has to die. Some villagers were full of pride as they bragged to Rikuo. Their tones were full of pride. A few forceful men gathered around, full of pleasing faces and nodding their heads. Yes, yes, Lord Mountain God is worthy of being a deity. Killing a demon is like crushing an ant, too powerful. I'm so envious that Brother Zhang can live in the Thousand Hills Villa and not have to worry about any dangers at all. Yes, with the blessing of Lord Mountain God. Then the demons in this world, can they still do anything to the Thousand Mountain Villa? Several good words were sent to the villagers of the Thousand Hills, causing a wave of comfort in the hearts of the villagers. Brother Zhang, can you see if you can allow us to stay at the Thousand Mountain Villa and live there as well, please? The forceful men were finally voicing their purpose, their tone incomparably expectant. The villager who had been complimented on his drift instantly came to his senses, coughed, and said awkwardly, "That depends on what the two manor masters want. I can't make the call. Then could you please ask Brother Zhang to go and talk to Lord Zhuang?" As Rifu said, he shoved a small bag in his hand into the villager's hand. However, the villagers were startled and hurriedly threw the small bag on the ground, while looking around to see no one before they breathed a sigh of relief. "You are trying to harm me," the villager said indignantly, turned around and ran, not daring to stay for a moment. The rules of the Thousand Hills are strict. If the patrols saw him taking money from outsiders, he'd be in trouble. It wasn't a capital offense, but if he was kicked out of the Thousand Hills Villa, what was the difference between him and being dead? So he just walks away and doesn't engage with these impure-minded people. A few forceful men looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that this villager did not even accept the benefit fee, but also scolded them for it, and then walked away? What now? One of them spoke up. Seeing the mountain god manifesting, they really wanted to stay in the Thousand Mountain Villa at the moment. With the blessing of the gods, I don't know how many times safer it is than the county. Since the villagers don't dare to accept it, then we'll go directly to their banker, the powerful man said dryly. He was the one who had already decided that where there was a god's blessing, he would fight to be able to live here, even if he had to pay a great price. Bai Liang, who was taking care of business, was approached by a group of forceful men. When he saw a large group of people coming, he thought something else had happened. As a result, after the leader of the forceful man stated the reason, he smiled somewhat indistinctly and said, "Naturally, it's possible. The Thousand Mountain Villa welcomes all people. As long as their character is not bad, all of them will come and go." He was worried about how to expand the population when the expansion of the Thousand Mountain Villa was completed enough. Isn't it true that people come to the door on their own? As soon as the forceful men heard this, they were all over the place. "Thank you, Lord Zhuang, for taking us in." A group of people excitedly thanked. Bai Liang, however, waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. The one you should be thanking should be Lord Mountain God. It's thanks to Lord Mountain God's shelter that Thousand Mountain Villa is able to stand in the midst of this chaotic world." Right. We want to pay our respects to Lord Mountain God. As soon as they heard Lord Mountain God, the gazes of the crowd of forceful men turned respectful. The gods manifested themselves and left a deep impression on everyone's mind. "Well, you guys work at ease. When everything outside is built and Thousand Hills Villa officially becomes Thousand Hills Town, you can live there." Bai Liang spoke. The crowd was motivated. That effect of working for someone else, and working to contribute to the place where you will live later, are two different things, and when they brought the news back, the force workers erupted in cheers. The big guys were energized and began to work incredibly hard on the construction, striving to be able to move into Thousand Hills Town as soon as possible. And what Bai Liang promised was not just that they could live in the Thousand Hills Villa, but that along with their family members and relatives could be brought over as well. Don't look at the laborers. There are only about 4,000 of them. When they pick up the whole family, I'm afraid that the whole Peach Blossom County will be emptied by half. It seems that the population problem can be solved for now. After learning all of this, Yuzawa smiled and found Bai Liang. Bai Liang nodded his head in approval and said, "This is still just the first wave of people. Over in Peach Blossom County, Qianku has also begun to take action, and my initial prediction is to empty Peach Blossom County of 80% of its population." He had made a prediction before that the expansion of Thousand Hills Town was not very large, but it was still possible to squeeze in 80,000 people. The main problem is that you can't build it and then try to lure people in. That's too slow a progress. The best way to do this is to just draw people in and have them work together on the construction so that Thousand Hills Town can develop quickly. Yuzawa nodded and added, "There is also the question of whether or not to create positions. It's not easy to manage a large number of people." "That is indeed a problem." Shiro nodded. "If the Thousand Hills Villa becomes the Thousand Hills Town, then the two of them will become the mayors of the town. The positions of the following people, too, are subject to change." Bai Liang thought for a long time and finally decided that he would follow the position system of the Dichu dynasty. It's easy to take it straight over and use it, and it's easier for villagers to adapt. In the future, when the population skyrocketed and the towns became counties, the same system could be followed by the imperial court. Yuzawa couldn't help but think that this would grow better and better, reaching the size of a county, or even a state. So is this a rebellion on their part? Now the scale is still small. The court can sit back and watch, but once it reaches the county level, then even if the courtiers are confused, they should be noticed. At that point, confrontation with the court was inevitable. The only thing left for them to do seems to be to confront the court and rebel? Yuzawa felt outrageous just thinking about it, and quickly shook his head, throwing those thoughts out of his mind. These are still far away. Thousand Hills has not even reached the size of a town yet. Let's not talk about the county level. At this time, He Liyuan brought Chen Jianqi over to say goodbye. The two manor masters, "Mr. He will not stay long and will go back first." He Liyuan arched his hand. The two of them were brought to the Thousand Hills Villa, and there were still a bunch of things left to be dealt with on the Tianyu County side. However, this trip witnessed two manifestations of Lord Mountain God, so it can be said that the trip was not in vain. "Take care, bodyguard He, come back when you have time." Bai Liang sent the duo out. Before leaving, He Liyuan turned back and said, "Bai Zhuang master, He Mao has decided. This time when I go back, I will disband the Liyuan Dart Company, and then bring my wife and children to join the Thousand Mountain Villa." His tone was solemn, and it was obvious that he had already made up his mind. Jianqi Chen was stunned on the side. Boss Ho decided to defect to the Thousand Hills. How come he didn't know? Then I'm coming over too. He hurriedly followed suit. In fact, the previous Chen Jianqi had had this idea, only that Jiang Hu's sentiments were present, so he had been following He Liyuan. Now that He Liyuan had decided to defect to the Thousand Mountain Villa, then he was naturally happy to defect together. Bai Liang brightened up and laughed. "Brother He, then we'll be our own people from now on." Cultivators who had entered the Xian realm. This was exactly what the Thousand Mountain Villa currently lacked the most. The two He Liyuan men left, and Bai Liang informed Wu Zhe of the news. When Wu Zhe heard this, he also revealed a joyful expression. After Thousand Mountain Villa was changed into Thousand Mountain Town, it was the time when there was a shortage of manpower, and He Liyuan's willingness to join was considered a good thing. Over the next 10 days, after the hard work of more than 4,000 forceful men, the initial construction of the town of Thousand Hills was completed. In these days, everyone's vigor has greatly exceeded Bai Liang's expectations. Sometimes they let the guys take a break, but they are still reluctant, saying that if they finish early, they can move in early and bring their families over. Bai Liang couldn't do anything about them, and all he could do was to take out a portion of the spiritual rice that Uncle Wu had planted, mix it in with the other ordinary rice, and cook it for the laborers as rations. With the addition of spirit rice, the laborers naturally kept up with their nutrition, and their strength was even a few points greater than usual. This was one of the reasons why it was possible to initially build up the town of Thousand Hills within half a month. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe came to inspect. As for empty delusion, since the day the mountain god manifested twice in a row, he had stayed inside the house to cultivate. Naturally, Bai Liang didn't bother him. The current Thousand Hills village. No, it should be called Thousand Hills Town. The area is more than 10 times the size of the original Thousand Hills. Several avenues are clearly visible. The ground has been compacted with boulders and the main road is paved with bricks. The houses are situated among them, 80% of which are log cabins, which are very humble, but quite sturdy. There is also a portion of brick buildings, and most of these are commercial storefronts on both sides of the main road. As Thousand Hills expanded to become Thousand Hills Town, it was only natural that there would be commerce. The largest of the new buildings is now the core office of the town of Thousand Hills. It was situated near the original Thousand Hills Villa, less than 500 meters from the temple. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe conferred and named it Shan Yulu. In the future, the affairs of Thousand Mountain Town, big and small, would be handled in the mountain building. The mountain building is 6 stories high and occupies a veritable building of over an acre of land. There is no problem in accommodating a few hundred people. At this moment, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were on the top floor of the mountain building, watching the newly established Thousand Mountain Town. It's finally built. It wasn't easy. Yuzawa spoke in an emotional tone, looking at the brand new everything below with a slightly dazed expression. Once upon a time, Thousand Hills was a small village with only a dozen houses, and today, it's a large town with thousands of buildings. Indeed, it's not easy. Bai Liang was equally emotional in tone. After so many days of hard work, and the outflow of countless amounts of silver money, the Thousand Hills villa of today had officially become the Thousand Hills town. On Big Brother he sighed. He's also contacted quite a few of Tianyue County's merchant houses, and quite a few of them have agreed to come over and open stores on our side. Uzi spoke up. 2 days before, He Li Yuan had already come to Thousand Mountain Town with his wife and son. They naturally gave a warm welcome and placed He Li Yuan's family in a proper position. Bai Liang then entrusted He Li Yuan to go back to Tianyue County and see if he could talk some merchants into coming to Thousand Mountain Villa to do business. Li Yuan Dart Company has a lot of contacts in Tianyue County. He Li Yuan appeared. Naturally there are merchant houses to sell his face. Well, when everyone picks up everyone from the Peach Blossom County side, then Thousand Hills Town can truly be called a town. Bai Liang said with a smile. The more than 4,000 laborers have long since picked out a house in Thousand Hills Town, and are just waiting to go back and bring their families. After we finish all these things, we can focus on cultivation. Wu Zhe opened his mouth and added, these mundane matters consume too much of our energy. Empty delusion is right. Our top priority is to enhance our strength rather than spending our time on mundane matters. Empty delusion never interfered in the affairs of Thousand Mountain Town. In his eyes, it seemed that there was only the word cultivation. Even the little girl, Li Shui, was all buried in bitter cultivation, and she hadn't been seen for a long time. I also have this idea. Bai Liang opened his mouth and said, but we also need to cultivate talents who can manage the affairs of Thousand Mountain Town so that we can cultivate without fear. Yuzawa nodded. In that case it would take time. At that moment, someone came up to the 6th floor and walked towards the duo. Brother Wu, Brother Bai, things have been arranged. Jianqi Chen walked over and spoke. What did Xiao Zhenhe say? Bai Liang inquired. Chen Jianqi returned. Nothing was said, but it was the 2 new county soldier commanders who approached me and asked me about many things. But in the end, they didn't say anything. I heard from Xiao Zhenhe that these 2 are from Lin Zhenjiang. He was talking about the Lin family brothers. These 2 came to Tianyue County and followed Shiman Lungya's orders to directly take control of Tianyue County's county soldiers as a way to fight against Xiao Zhenhe. However, Xiao Zhenhe was already distracted after experiencing the Thousand Mountain Villa incident and was simply too lazy to pay attention to the Lin family brothers. He was even already calculating in his mind how to leave this hellhole of Liaoyun County, Tianyue County whoever he likes. But the state capital had given a death order, and it wasn't so easy for him to walk away and return to the capital. It's good if you don't have any opinions. As for the Lin brothers, don't mind them, Bai Liang said indifferently. Lin Zhenjiang was even smacked to pieces by Lord Mountain God. What were these Lin brothers? There was no threat to the town of Thousand Hills at all. Since things are arranged, let's get ready for them all to come, Bai Liang said to Jianqi Chen. Jianqi Chen nodded. Good, then I'll go over there now. After saying that, he turned around and left. If we let people from Tianyue County come to Thousand Mountain Town to do business, will we lead the wolves into the house? Wu Zhe said with some frowns. That wouldn't be the case. Businessmen seek profit, and that's all they do is make money. Besides, under Lord Mountain God's watchful eye, who can turn any waves? White Shine said with assurance. There are specialties in the arts, and there are no people in Thousand Hills Town who know how to do business, so the only way to find them is to look for them from the outside. These were actually minor matters, and Bai Liang didn't put too much stock in them. What got him hooked, though, was a recent piece of news. Something's going on in the White River State. 3 days ago, He Li Yuan brought news in a hurry, which was told to him by a Jianghu friend he knew from traveling darts. Demon riots in the White River State swept through half of the state overnight, with 3 counties falling in succession. It is said that the moon was colored with scarlet that night. The land of the White River State was covered in bright red, and the rivers were invariably dyed red, a true river of blood. The population of the 3 counties, up to 10 million people. Demons were slaughtered in just 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this news, both Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were shocked. This could be said to be the largest casualty tragedy in the Great Chu dynasty since the Tianshui Treaty. 10 million people, 40% of the population of Baijiang, all gone just like that? And with those who died, there were also 6 or 7 ancient realms, and the rest of the low-level cultivators, too numerous to count. Bai Liang didn't understand why this was happening. Weren't there only 5th-ranked powerhouses on both sides? Why was there such a lopsided situation when they were all at the same realm? It was only later that Li Yuan informed him that on the demon side, there were 2 6th-order demons. These 2 6th-order demons had broken through the 6th order within the White River State, so it wasn't considered a violation of the Tianshui covenant. In the face of a 6th-order demonic creature, no matter how divine the Yin God realm was, it was powerless to resist. Half the state fell overnight. In the end, it was only after the White River State government carried the state seal and personally went to battle, consuming countless amounts of qi, that the raging demon was stopped. Otherwise, the White River State would be the first major state to be overrun by demons after the Treaty of Tianshui. The news spread and the court was shaken dramatically. The first reaction of the courtiers was not to immediately send strong men to support and resist the demons. Instead, they seized on the portion of the officials who supported the Tianshui covenant back then and began to rail against the liquidation. For a time, the capital courtroom was in chaos. Countless officials were implicated, and heads rolled at the noon gate. Bai Liang sighed heavily after hearing this. Can the people have any hope of surviving with such a corrupt court? These were the words of White Light at the time. After hearing this, Yuzawa was also quite silent, but in his heart, he was holding his breath. Just take care of ourselves. In the end, it was Bai Liang who patted Wu Zhe's shoulder and spoke out to console him. This incident in the White River State has a lot of implications, because Qingzhou and Baijiangzhou were closely neighboring each other. It was possible that tomorrow, those 2 6th-order demons would turn around and kill Changzhou. And the most alarming thing was that the demons in the White River State were able to break through to the 6th rank. So what about the demons in the other states? That's what's scary. The Tianshui appointment has been 2 years. The initial batch of 5th-order demons that entered the territory of Dechu, after hibernation. Now I'm afraid that there are already quite a number of them that can break through to the 6th order. On the other hand, on Dechu's side, he was restricted to death by the treaty that the Yangshan would not leave the capital. Even if someone broke through from the Yin God realm to the Yang God realm, then they would have to go back to the capital and not stay out for long. To put it bluntly, it was that Dechu was not as strong as the demons. If there were saints on Dechu's side, would the situation be like this? The demon saints and devil saints were watching from the outside, and if Dechu dared to violate the Tianshui covenant, they would dare to lead their armies and fully capture the Dechu dynasty. For the past few days, Bai Liang had been annoyed by this matter. Next door to Liaoyun County happens to be Baijiang Prefecture. If the demons of the White River State were to switch targets, then the first to bear the brunt would be Liaoyun County. Thousand Hills Town had developed with great difficulty, so it couldn't afford to run into any more trouble. Bai Liang could only pray in his heart that this calamity in Baijiangzhou would be best not to plague Chengzhou. 6th-order magical creatures, and there was no telling what the court would do. It would definitely be impossible to send the Yangshan realm away from the capital. In terms of the weakness of today's court princes, and that saint, wanting them to completely turn their backs on the demon side would be absolutely impossible. The 2 major powers, the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing One, were also unlikely to agree to the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty breaking the Tianshui Covenant. After all, the original intention of signing the Tianshui Covenant back then was to give the human race a little bit of time to wait for a few half-saints to make a breakthrough in seclusion to achieve sainthood and change the situation. Now that the saints have not come out, how can we break the covenant of Tianshui? So the next capital city, it is estimated that it still chooses to hold back and will not make any big moves. Bai Liang shook his head, and in his heart, he only felt incomparably stifled. 3 more days passed. Thousand Mountain Town had already seen many people from Peach Blossom County migrate over one after another, and had begun to take up residence. The Rikers went back and publicized it so much better than Chico preaching over there. Everyone trusts family and friends and is always wary of strangers, so even though Chico tried his best to preach, the results were still not very good. It had only been the first few days, and the population of Thousand Hills had already skyrocketed to over 5,000, with many more on the way behind. As the population grows, the policing force needs to be doubled. The patrol, led by Du Tian Morning, had expanded from the original 20 or so people to 100 or so all of a sudden. They were all strong and sturdy men, carefully selected by Du Tian Morning. As the population grows, so does the consequent increase in merit points. Over the past almost a month, Li Yu's merit points had grown to more than 300,000. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 350520/1, 000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. With an average increase of 7 to 8,000 merit points per day. With such an increase, It wouldn't take long to advance to the 4th rank. After learning about what had happened in Baijiangzhou, Li Yu had some desire to raise his strength as soon as possible. Although, nowadays, the strongest in the territory of Dichu was a 6th-ranked demonic creature. It was because there was the Heavenly Water Pact limiting it. But who knew that one day the demons would tear up the treaty and attack the Great Chu dynasty in force? Li Yu had a vague realization of his own strength. With his current strength of 3rd Order Spirit Mountain, it was incomparably easy for him to take down 5th and 6th Order Cultivator demons. But there's a 7th Order up there, an 8th Order, even amongst the demons. There was also a peak battle force of the 9th Order Sage Realm each. Facing the peak battle power of the 9th Order Sage Realm, he was not sure for the time being. Therefore, he had to raise his realm as soon as possible, and at least reach the 4th rank, so that he could deal with the various variables to come. It's a good thing that today's Thousand Hills has become the town of Thousand Hills. Population Li Yu estimated that it would break through to 20,000 people in a month. With so many people offering incense for him, then it wouldn't take long to advance to the 4th rank. Casting her divine thoughts down to Thousand Mountain Town, Li Shue's entire personality had changed a lot since that incident with Zhao Yihe. Not as lively and cheerful as before, he became very calm and stayed in the house all day to cultivate. It could be said that the two of them, Wu Zhe and Bai Liang, combined did not have as much cultivation time as Li Shue alone. 5 days ago, Li Shue managed to break through to the Passage Realm. This cultivation speed was a masterpiece. However, this is normal itself after Li Shue received the talisman. Her talent is top-notch, and her cultivation time is much more than others, so her progress is naturally faster than others. Thinking about the divine talisman that Li Shue had received, Li Yu didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Compared to Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, Li Shue's divine talisman was special. Even he froze a bit after bestowing the blessing at that time. This is the reason why he, later on, stopped blessing other people so easily. Divine talismans, not all of them are necessarily beneficial, but so far, Li Shue's results after being subjected to the talisman are good. There weren't many people in the Passage Realm at the age of only 10, even in the capital. Empty Delusion's cultivation speed was also very amazing, and after breaking through the Passing Dharma Realm, he didn't stop there and quickly broke through to the late Passing Dharma Realm. This speed made Bai Liang think that Air Delusion had also been blessed by the mountain gods, but not really. Empty Delusion was able to cultivate so quickly because of his own special characteristics. Li Yu also planned to bestow blessings on Empty Delusion, but he would wait until he broke through to the entering the Xian realm. He remembered that Empty Delusion had said that when he entered the Xian realm, he would have to go out and travel in the outside world. Peach County. It's a time for the county to be more lively than ever. There were many people, moving in large packages, and there was a long line of wagons and ox carts in the street. All of them are preparing to travel to the town of Thousand Hills. Some of the people did not understand and sneered. Isn't this stupid? Is your head kicked by a donkey? Why don't you stay in a good county town and go to a so-and-so town? Are you really not afraid of being approached by demons? These words were heard by Li Fu, who had returned from Thousand Mountain Town, and he turned around and snorted. Frog at the bottom of a well. Sitting in a well and watching the sky. Then you should stay well in Peach Blossom County. In the future, you'd better not come to Thousand Mountain Town. If I see you come, I'll have to give you a good beating. Hee, what kind of bullshit Thousand Mountain Town? I won't go even if you give me money. The man sneered with a disdainful face. The laborer was too lazy to bother with this kind of person and turned around to take his wife and children out of the city. There are many more people like this who do not understand. At the same time, news about the Thousand Mountain Villa and the Mountain God manifestation spread in Peach Blossom County. It also encourages a lot of people who have wavering thoughts in their minds. Some rich peasants, seeing that the people had run away, almost half of them, realized that something was wrong and immediately went to the county government to reflect the situation, asking Master Zhang to close the gates of the city and prohibit the exodus of the people. But how could Master Zhang pay any attention to them, and directly let the magistrates drive them away? In the Mountain God Temple in Peach Blossom County, Chikaku went to the back room and found Kayasumi, who had been under house arrest here. The current Xingchuan's face was a bit better compared to before, but it was still pale. Moreover, because of the damage to her foundation, her realm strength nowadays had even dropped a lot from what it was originally. It was almost regressing to the refining law realm. Farewell, Taoist Master Kayasumi, Chike greeted politely, but the only thing that responded to him was Kayasumi's cold gaze. What is it? Just say it. Xingquan spoke faintly, his tone unfriendly. It was also true that anyone who had been under house arrest for so long would be no better in temper. I've come to inform you of a piece of news. Something has happened in the White River State. Overnight, 3 counties fell, blood flowed, and 10 million people perished in the mouths of demons. Chico spoke faintly. What are you saying? Impossible. The White River Prefecture has dozens of God realms. It's even stronger than your Qing Prefecture. How could it have fallen? Qingquan's calm face finally changed, and his tone was somewhat agitated. For this reaction of hers, Qianko had expected it in his mind. The three Qingquan master siblings, who came from the White River State, this they had known for a long time. He was now following Bai Liang's orders and had come to Qingquan to ask for information about Bai Jiangzhou. There's nothing impossible. What's the point of having more God realms when two sixth-order demons appear in the White River State? Qianko slowly spoke. A sixth-ranked demonic creature? That's even more impossible. Qingquan still refused to believe it. Seeing this, Qianko could only tell the situation in detail. Qingquan listened patiently, his expression changing uncertainly, and in the end, his face was a bit ugly. Do you know who all those dead God realms were? She asked. Chico shook his head. Not sure. Let me go back. I want to go back to Bai Jiangzhou. Suddenly, Qingquan raised his head, his tone pleading. Impossible. Unless the banker agrees, you won't be able to leave for a while. Qianke shook his head and said, how about agreeing? Kayasumi said directly. Tell me first, what you know about the White River State. Instead of answering, Chico turned to the question. Okay, I'll say. Qingquan did not hesitate and gave out the general information about Baijiangzhou. Baijiang Prefecture is smaller than Qingzhou, but has a larger population than Qingzhou. There are 6 counties in all. Baekgang County, Neigang County, Yonggang County, Yusan County, Wongun County, and Zhejiang County. Among them, Baijiang County is the county where the state capital is located, which is the core location of Baijiang Prefecture. Close to Baekgang County are Yusan County and Yonggang County. The counties that were overrun by demons overnight were Meijiang County, Wuyun County, and Zhejiang County. Baijiang County was stronger than Qingzhou, and there were more than dozens of God realm powerhouses, including the peak of the God realm, which numbered 7 or 8. These were people who could break through the 6th-order Yangshan realm with a single thought. It was only because of the limitations of the Heavenly Water Covenant that he could only forcefully suppress his realm, not daring to break through. This was also the reason why Qingquan did not believe in his heart at first when he heard Qianke say that Beijiangzhou had fallen. With such a powerful strength, a demon could not be shaken without the existence of a 6th order. The Qingquan few people came from the state city, and the Xianqing Guan's branch forces were all in the state city as well. Above her, she had a master teacher and a master uncle, all of whom were at the peak of the God realm in terms of strength. Unlike Qingzhou, Baijiang Prefecture is divided between the prefecture and the general. Instead, it is controlled by the Long family, the state government and the general army. That's all I know, Kayasumi said. Qianke wrote down everything Qingquan said and had to go back and write a letter to transmit it back to Thousand Mountain Town. By the way, I was curious before, what exactly is the reason for you to come all the way from Baijiang Prefecture to this borderland of Liaoyun County and Qing Prefecture? Is it really for what Monk Sangue is plotting? Qianke suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Qingquan pondered that there was no need to hide it now, so he opened his mouth to tell the reason. The world is in chaos, divine weapons are changing hands, and saints are coming out of the world. This is the trigrams that my senior uncle Qian Kuan has calculated, and the trigrams show that the chance is in Liaoyun County, Qingzhou. Originally, we thought that Monk Sangue was also here for the chance, but in retrospect, it should have been a misunderstanding on the part of senior sister, Kayasumi said, his expression dimming a bit. If they hadn't misinterpreted the trigrams, sister and the others wouldn't have died at the hands of Monk Sanka. After all this time under house arrest, Kayasumi had generally seen the light. If Uncle Qian Kuan's trigrams are not wrong, and there really is a saint in Qingzhou, then it is very likely that he is in the Thousand Mountain Villa. During the period of house arrest, through her observation, she felt more and more that the mountain god behind the Thousand Mountain Villa was too mysterious and unpredictable. I thought it was a wild cultivator collecting incense here, and it wouldn't take long for the incense to backfire and die a violent death. But how long had it been now? And not only was that mountain god not dead, it was even stronger. Together with all the other strange things, Qingquan already had some belief in his heart that this mountain god might be a real mountain god. Divine artifacts changing hands and saints coming out? Qianke listened with an odd expression. I said to myself that these Taoist priests like to make some godly things. What saints? There are gods descending into the world. I'll speak to the 2 bank lords about your request. After gathering the information about Baijiangzhou, Qianke said that and then turned to leave. When he returned to the county government, he immediately wrote down everything Qingquan said in his mind and had it sent to Thousand Mountain Town. It was about 2,000 miles from the Divine Mountain. In the realm of the gods, here stood a huge city. The walls were dozens of meters high, all made of green bricks, sturdy and resistant, and many black and purple residual bloodstains could be seen on them, proof that the walls have seen a bloody battle. The city gate was more than 20 meters high, and it was engraved with 3 large characters in dragon and phoenix. Qingzhou City. This is the center of Qingzhou, the state capital of Qingzhou. There were more than a dozen Yin god realms gathered, as well as several peak Yin god realm powerhouses. With them around, it was the demons within the Qingzhou territory that didn't dare to act out. Qingzhou City was quite large, with its walls stretching out and countless pavilions within it. The streets were filled with vendors hawking and crowding the sides of the roads with an endless stream of people, on both sides of the restaurant, filled with all kinds of drinkers. There were literati in scholars' robes, spiritedly discussing poetry. The man dressed in the style of the Jianghu, a big mouthful of wine, boldly tell the Jianghu love. In the middle of the green building, women in dresses and skirts, if they were hidden, danced with enchanting postures. The melodious sound of the zither added a little flavor to the guests. Qingzhou City, a complete scene of pomp and circumstance. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with the city. Everyone should drink and have fun. So it was a good time. In the residence of the Generalissimo, the atmosphere here was the complete opposite of the outside, filled with a solemn atmosphere. The rows of generals stood neatly in a row, their gazes all looking towards an old man with white hair standing in the center. The old man's face was wrinkled, but his eyes were shining and he was in high spirits. As his gaze swept by, none of the generals below even dared to meet his eyes. Finally his gaze rested on a shadowy figure in the center directly below him. The silhouette was none other than Lin Junjiang, who had returned in distress. After escaping from the Divine Mountain, his Yin spirit was so weak that he could only temporarily perch within the county town of Liaoyun County to recuperate. It was only after allowing Shimen Longyu to provide a large amount of spirit medicines that nourished the Yuanshan that he was finally able to recover some of his injuries. After recuperating for more than a month, and after his Yuanshan was able to travel far and wide, he returned to the state capital and the general soldier's mansion. At this moment, his Yuanshan, incomparably ashamed, lowered his head, not daring to look into the chief soldier's gaze. All right, the other party's strength is far more than you and I. It would be an honor to spare your life. The old man opened his mouth. His tone was a bit hoarse, but it was very powerful. I have disgraced your excellency. Lin Junjiang raised his head, ashamed. What's the point of losing face, as long as you don't lose your life? The old man said indifferently. He then took out a wooden locket from his sleeve and sent it to Lin Junjiang with his spiritual energy. This is Xianqing Guan's solidifying Dan. Take it and stabilize your Yuanshan properly. As for the matter of the physical body, wait for the opportunity to seek out the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple again and let them get you a golden body. However, Lin Junjiang was a bit tongue-tied after hearing this. The golden body of the Golden Dragon Temple. Who knows how dirty it is? Normal people see it, they avoid it. Xiang Tian Morning could see what Lin Junjiang was thinking in his mind at a glance and said lightly, "Don't worry, I will let them use demons to give nurture to the golden body. You don't have to worry." "Thank you, Lord Chief Soldier." Lin Junjiang immediately knelt down and expressed his gratitude. "General Lin, why is this trip to Liaoyun County such a mess? Was that one that struck out at you a demon or a devil?" At this time, a general of similar age to Lin Junjiang stood out and stared at Lin Junjiang and asked. The rest of the people heard this and cast their eyes over. They had all just been called by the Lord Chief Soldier, and did not yet know what had happened to Lin Junjiang in Liaoyun County. It was known that Lin Junjiang had been ordered by the Generalissimo to go to Liaoyun County to settle the matter of the demon general. Lin Junjiang didn't answer immediately, but looked at Xiang Tianjie first, and only after receiving Xiang Tianjie's approval did he open his mouth to reply. "Not a demon, nor a devil." When the crowd heard this, they frowned. If it's not a demon, then wouldn't it be a human cultivator? What kind of person dares to strike at an imperial official? Don't want to die. It's the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple that wouldn't dare to be like this. Is it not a wild cultivator? Everyone was puzzled in their minds. The Great Chu dynasty, though not as dominant as it once was not something that anyone could offend. How else could we have ruled this land for so long? Daring to attack a court official, or at the level of the Yinshan realm, one could imagine how big the other party's guts had to be. Other than the wild cultivator who had no fear of heaven or earth and had no inhibitions, the crowd couldn't think of anyone else who would dare to take action against a court official. Lin Junjiang was silent for a moment and returned. "It shouldn't be a person either. What are you talking about?" The words made a few people frown, wondering if they had heard wrong. "It's not a demon, not a devil, not a human, and it's not some kind of soul evil spirit." Lin Junjiang opened his mouth and voiced his guess. "It's most likely a deity." There was silence in the room. The people looked at each other. Their eyes were at a loss for words, and it was only after a long time that someone said, "General Lin, could it be that your physical body has been destroyed, and even your consciousness has been damaged? If your Yuanshan is injured, You need to recuperate more. What gods? How can there be gods in this world? A group of people didn't believe Lin Junjiang's words at all. They looked at the chief soldier and thought that Lord Chief Soldier would reprimand Lin Junjiang, but they didn't realize that the chief soldier was just closing his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. What's that supposed to mean? Does the Generalissimo believe Lin Junjiang's words? There's nothing wrong with my meta-consciousness, and I'm not babbling. Lin Junjiang opened his mouth and looked at the crowd. Everyone, what kind of strength do you think can destroy my physical body in one strike? The group thought for a moment, then replied, a blow that shatters the flesh. That would at least have to be at the mid-Yangshan realm or above. And what if it's 1,000 meters apart? Lin Junjiang asked again. The crowd froze and returned. 1,000 meters away. Destroying the Yin God realm's physical body in one strike. That would at least take a strong person of the 7th rank or above to do. It was only after they finished speaking that they reacted and looked at Lin Junjiang in shock, incredulously saying, you mean to say that in Liaoyun County you were given a physical body to destroy by the other party 1,000 meters away? Lin Junjiang smiled bitterly and nodded slowly. Hiss. The group sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000 meters apart. A single strike to destroy the Yin God's flesh. This Yang God realm absolutely couldn't do it. Even the peak Yang God couldn't do it. Only a strong person further up the realm could do it. 7th order. That could already be considered truly strong. A finger breaks the river. Comprehending the divine power. The means is marvelous. One person can stand against 1,000 armies. How could a strong person of this level appear in that shitty place in Liaoyun County? It's quite abnormal. Lin Junjiang again told all the news he had learned in Liaoyun County. Among other things, there was also the information that he had asked Shiman Lanyu to poke around while he was recuperating in Liaoyun County City. All of them were about the 1,000 Mountain Villa, and they even got to the bottom of both Bai Liang and Wu Zhe. One was a direct descendant of the Bai family in the capital, and one had been in the military. Finally, Lin Junjiang also displayed an injury on his Yuan Shun, on which there was still a faint golden light that had not dissipated yet. This golden light was very faint, but they felt the brilliant heavenly might, and the extreme oppression suffocated them. This aura, which they had never encountered before, was not at all like something a cultivator could possess. For a while, the people present were silent. The Thousand Hills Villa that appeared out of thin air, the collection of incense, the manifestation of the Holy Spirit several times, and this golden breath of light. Are there really gods in the world? A moment later, Xiang Tianjie broke the silence and spoke. Whether this mountain god is a god or a ghost, it has nothing to do with us now. Since he wants to collect incense in Liaoyun County, then give it to him. But this, Liaoyun County is our territory. Losing this county will give us no advantage against the state government side. A person spoke up. The 5 counties of Qingzhou, the Generalissimo controls 3 counties, and the state capital controls 2 counties. It has always been the Generalissimo who has been overpowering the state capitals. If we lose Liaoyun County, then the counties under the control of both sides are in agreement, and that's not much of an advantage. No harm done. The counties are just some unimportant bargaining chips. Fighting with that show thief will ultimately depend on strength. Xiang Tiandao's tone is calm, but gives off a domineering aura. Another person spoke up. Ceding Liaoyun County to that mountain god. What if he gets bigger? Could it be that he's not too big now? Xiang Tiandao's sentence directly rendered the questioner speechless. Yes, people are now at the peak of the conservative Yangshan realm and can already traverse the entire Qingzhou, now only inhabiting Liaoyun County. That was giving them face. Actually, Liaoyun County is a hot potato right now. Giving it to that mountain god would not be a good thing for us. Lin Junjiang suddenly spoke. The crowd was a little confused. Some of them seemed to have thought of something, and their complexion changed slightly. White River State. Xiang Tiandao said indifferently. Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone present was smart and reacted instantly, all of them brightening up. So it is, the Generalissimo has a high opinion. Liaoyun County is adjacent to Baijiang Prefecture. Now that there is a big change in Baijiang Prefecture, Liaoyun County is also a change. So instead of meddling in it, why don't we just let them meet 2 by 2 and sit back and watch the tigers fight? It dawned on everyone. Liaoyun County is indeed a hot potato right now, and the changes in Baijiang Prefecture have already spread to all the states. The closest thing to Baijiang State is their Qingzhou. If the 6th order demon over there changed its target, then the one standing in the way would be Liaoyun County. In this way, Liaoyun County gave it to the mountain god, which was at least at the peak of the 6th rank, against the 2 6th order demonic creatures from the White River State. It was hard to tell who would win and who would lose on both sides. However, the crowd thought that the chances of Yamagami winning would be higher. After all, people were likely to be gods and far too powerful. Xiang Tiandao directly finalized and gave up his control over Liaoyun County. As for their people in Liaoyun County, they didn't need to withdraw, so they stayed there to act as eyes. Just try to avoid conflict with the forces under the mountain god. In dealing with this mountain god, Xiang Tiandao did not want to make an enemy of him, and it would be best if he could show the other party goodwill. At the very least, from the information available now, it seems that this mountain god is considered to be on the right track. After the deliberation, the people left one after another, and Lin Zhenjiang went back to the convalescent room that the Generalissimo had arranged for him to take the fixed elemental pill to repair his Yuanshen. Xiang Tianjie, on the other hand, came to the study. Sit down at your desk, take out a pen and paper, and start writing your letter. Spilling out hundreds of words, it was quickly written. He said to the shadows, Black Eagle, send it to the capital and hand it over to Father with your own hands. Remember, keep your whereabouts secret. Do not reveal anything. Yes, Black Hawk responded in a low voice, then picked up the letter and disappeared into the shadows. In the State House mansion, a Confucian scholar sat in the courtyard, drinking tea and reading a book, sometimes frowning, sometimes laughing lightly. Across the street was a monk with a clear brow, his eyes closed. Your Excellency, scouts have come to report that Xiang Tianjie has abandoned Liaoyun County. The subordinate came to report. Oh, the Confucian put down the book in his hand and laughed softly a few times. As expected, Xiang Tianjie, that old fox, is this trying to take that mountain god that suddenly appeared as a shield? He got up and looked in the direction of the general's residence, his eyes changing, not knowing what he was thinking. He had already known about the information about Liaoyun County a month ago. It was reported by Qiu Zhenhe, Prefecture Qiu. What conspiracy are you thinking of again? The young monk opened his eyes and looked at Qiu He and laughed. Ha ha, where's the conspiracy? It's all a bright scheme. Qiu He smiled and picked up the tea and drank it. Since Xiang Tiandao wants to give up Liaoyun County and use this to show favor to that mountain god, then I will have someone inform the mountain god of Xiang Tiandao's intentions. Let Xiang Tiandao fail to show goodwill and turn evil against the other party. With a sneer, he easily thought of a countermeasure. That's a good countermeasure. The monk spat out a sentence, agreeing with Qiu He's method. Qiu He hurriedly ordered down and had the matter arranged. As long as he could ruin Xiang Tianjie's intentions, then he was more than happy to do it. As for any mountain god, how would he believe it? It was probably just a wild cultivator who was a bit stronger. Xiang Tianjie, that old thing, really the more he lives the more he goes back. This can be scared to retreat. Qiu He was very disdainful in his heart. By the way, I have a senior brother who seems to have died right here in Liaoyun County. The clear monk suddenly spoke. Daoist brother Sanwu, are you talking about that San Gue whose foundation was damaged and whose cultivation had not yet stepped into Xian? Qiu He thought for a moment and said, exactly. Sango nodded. Dao brother Sanwu, could it be that you want to avenge your senior brother? Qiu He said with a frown. Sanwu smiled gently, recited a Buddha's name, and shook his head. No, the district's senior brother. The poor monk didn't put it on his mind. It's just that when senior brother Sangue left, he took a scripture with him, a scripture so marvelous that not even master ancestor could penetrate it. Now that senior brother is dead, I wonder where this scripture has gone. Upon hearing this, Qiu He stroked his beard and frowned. That's not a good idea. The strength of that mountain god is at least in the Yangshan realm. If the scripture falls into his hands, it will be difficult to get it back. Therefore, the poor monk informed the division last month that sometime later there would be division elders coming to Qingzhou. Sanwo spoke calmly. Qiu He was shocked when he heard it. Master's elders? Wouldn't that be above Yangshan? How can this leave the capital? The Tianshui covenant was like a long chain that locked the entire Dechu imperial dynasty. It was unlikely that cultivators above Yangshan would be able to leave the capital. This is where Lord Xiu doesn't understand the wonders of Buddhism. Since ancient times, the Buddhist sect has had the saying of reincarnation. And if the elders of the master's sect go out of the capital, they come out in their reincarnated bodies, Sanwu said with a faint smile. Qiu He's eyebrows jumped straight up when he heard that. Transmigration body. This golden dragon temple actually had the means to not break the Tianshui covenant and still allow the Yangshan realm to come out of the capital. It was only that this tactic was tricky and exploiting a loophole. If the demonic side knew about it, it would be very troublesome. Then we'll wait for the golden dragon temple's seniors to arrive. Qiu He smiled. 1,000 Hills. After a few days of great migration, the whole town, now, is full of people, the new residents of the town. Everyone's face is with freshness, because everything in the town of Thousand Hills is different from Peach Blossom County. The merchant houses that came from Tianyue County have now moved in as well. A wide variety of goods began to appear in the town of Thousand Hills. The villagers of the original Thousand Hills villa now have their own affairs. Sissy Long gathered the girls from before and started a tavern in the new town. The girls are selling their art. No other dirty tricks. This first restaurant in Thousand Hills town, and it still had a talent show, attracted many people at once. The restaurant was bustling with activity for a while, and many residents came to relax after their work. Just order a bowl of wine and watch the girls perform a variety of talents. Most importantly, of course, is the opening of the new mountain temple. In the early days of the establishment of the town of Thousand Hills, several new mountain temples were planned, because when there are a lot of people, it's impossible for all of them to squeeze into one temple that simply can't hold that many people. The original temple does not move because it is the main temple. The rest of the newly built mountain god temples are in line with those in Peach Blossom County, with pictures of the sacred mountain. Residents of the town of Thousand Hills can then each go to the nearest temple of the mountain god to offer incense and worship. After the opening of the mountain god temple, there was an endless stream of incense, and a bunch of residents scrambled to pour in to offer incense and worship, all with reverent gazes. Bai Liang looked at this and nodded with great satisfaction. After the most important thing, the mountain temple, had been arranged, the next step was to prepare for the opening of the school. Education cannot be left behind. This is for the long term. Originally, there was a school in Peach Blossom County, and Bai Liang directly asked Master Zhang to bring all the teaching staff there. A new school was also opened in the middle of the town of Thousand Hills, where the children of all the inhabitants could be sent to study. As for the tuition, only 10% of the previous amount is charged, which is used to pay the honorarium to the teaching staff. It's just the regular schoolhouse, and it's all arranged at once. But then there is the Practitioners Academy, which is a little more difficult. If Thousand Mountain Town wanted to have a future, it had to cultivate more cultivators. So an academy to cultivate cultivators had to be established as early as possible. But those who are gifted are few and far between. It's too late for people who are old enough to practice, and it's not a good fit unless they're very talented. So it can only start with the children. When Bai Liang announced that he was going to select children who possessed cultivation talent to be cultivated in Thousand Mountain Town, the new residents are getting excited. Those who had children at home sent them without question. Requires children under 16 years of age, but many conceal their age and try to pass it off as such. Bai Liang on this, also do not want to be too serious, as long as it looks slightly childish. Through the acceptance, come and go. Soon, more than 1,000 teenagers were sent to the newly built schoolhouse. The academy was named 100 Refinement Hall, and it was specialized in teaching children to cultivate. At this moment, in the 100 Refinement Hall, a group of teenagers were huddled together, their gazes all looking very expectantly at Bai Liang and Wu Zhe in front of them. Everyone, you are all the younger generation of Thousand Hills Town, the hope of the future, the living force. The future of Thousand Mountain Town depends on you. Bai Liang opened his mouth and said seriously again, now that we are in the midst of a chaotic world of demons and devils, strength is the basis for standing. As the saying goes, all things are inferior, but only cultivation is high. Only by becoming a cultivator and facing the brutal demons will you have the strength to guard Thousand Mountain Town and protect your family. Teenagers, listening to the heart of the hot blood, cannot wait to become a cultivator now, to cut down the demons and get rid of the devil. But, Bai Liang's tone turned and said, not everyone can become a cultivator, and it's not too much to say that those with cultivation talent are 1 in 1,000. These words immediately caused the hearts of the teenagers to stutter. 1 in 1,000. Wouldn't that mean that it was possible for just one of them to have the talent to cultivate? The odds of that are too low, aren't they? Bai Liang said some more words of encouragement and told the teenagers to cultivate hard. He then had the Fire Heart Sutra distributed. The way to test the cultivation talent in Dichu Dynasty is simple and rough. That is to give you the gongfu. You can cultivate the effect that is talented. The opposite is no. The level of talent is naturally judged by the speed of cultivation. Like before Li Shui was blessed with the talisman, her cultivation speed was nearly 10 times that of Wu Zhe's, and that was the upper middle level of talent. As for other ways of testing cultivation talent, there are spirit pillars in the capital, and ordinary people can touch them as a way to resonate with them, and then determine whether they have the talent to cultivate, as well as the strength of the talent. There were no spirit pillars in Thousand Mountain Town, so they had to use this simple and crude method. It usually takes a month of practicing before you can tell if you have the talent. However, Thousand Mountain Town was at the foot of the Divine Mountain, where the aura was several times denser than other places, so the results could be seen in almost 7 days. The teenagers who had gotten the gongfu were so eager to try it out that they couldn't wait to sit down and cultivate it right now. The 100 Refinement Hall provided a place for cultivation, but it couldn't squeeze more than 1,000 people into it at one time. So there are teenagers who go home and practice, and the results are the same. These days, it was just the right time to climb the mountain to take the blood and flesh of the demon generals. Yuzawa called air delusion to him, and the three of them first asked the Lord Mountain God in the temple for permission before ascending the sacred mountain. Climbing the sacred mountain for the second time, Bai Liang observed more of the situation on the mountain during the climb. it was discovered that the amount of spiritual herbs was quite a bit more than the first time they climbed the divine mountain, and there were also a few high-quality elixirs found. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, worthy of being a divine mountain. There was such a spiritual medicine below the halfway point of the mountain. Wouldn't there be a legendary holy medicine at the peak? The three of them came to the depths of the cave and saw the corpse of the demon general that had been placed here for a long time. Before, the spiritual energy contained in the flesh and blood carried a tyrannical aura. Now, on the other hand, it is mild and gentle, with no adverse reaction at all. Bai Liang stepped forward and cut off a small piece of bloody flesh with a small knife, and blood flowed out as the skin separated. This demon general's corpse, it hadn't decayed for so long, and the blood was still energized. It was worthy of being a fifth-ranked demon general. You try it. Bai Liang looked at the raw flesh and blood and felt that it was a bit hard to swallow, so he handed it to Wu Zhe. Yuzawa would have no qualms about it. Having been in the military, it wasn't like he hadn't eaten raw meat before. Receiving the small piece of blood and flesh, Ozzy threw it directly into his mouth and chewed it. With a bite, blood exploded in his mouth like juice, a little salty, and the taste of blood went straight to the sky. The meat is like tree resin, and you can't chew it for a long time, so you end up having to swallow it in one gulp. Not good. The flavor doesn't work. Wu Zhe shook his head and commented on the demon general's blood and flesh. Shiro spoke up. What about the effects? That's what matters. Very strong. Wu Zhe felt the changes within his body. The spiritual energy contained within the demon general's flesh and blood, overflowing out crazily, flowing into his limbs and bones, constantly nourishing them. After taking the demon general's blood and flesh for the first time, his cultivation level increased by a small margin that was visible to the naked eye. There are no side effects or other discomforts. Bai Liang revealed a smile. Not bad. That's a relief. The three of them next joined forces and together they carried the body of the inked pig down the mountain. The blood and flesh of a demon general level is a great tonic. When taken by ordinary people, it can prolong life and strengthen the body. Wu Zhe allowed Du Tian Morning to arrange for a large piece of meat to be cut off and distributed to the villagers of the initial 1,000 hills. These villagers, although they have not done any great work, have also done hard work, so everyone shares a little bit. Of course, most of it was still divided up among these people in Bai Liang, Wu Zhe, Li Shui, Empty Delusion, Qian Ku, He Li Yuan, Chen Jianqi. There were also 2 cultivators who had defected from Peach Blossom County. These people, they were the only cultivators in Thousand Mountain Town. Most of the demon general's flesh and blood was naturally divided among them. The remaining portion was distributed to people like Du Tian Morning, Air Cheng, and Shangguan Shouyu. Empty Delusion. Aren't you a monk? Don't you break the precepts? Yuzawa asked curiously as he looked towards Air Delusion. Empty Delusion shook his head calmly and said, monks don't meet. That's a shackle put on by the world. Poor monks, do not practice this precept. Shiro smiled and said nothing. He had long seen that Empty Delusion was different from the other monks, penetrating deeply into the Dharma, but never hanging on to it. That's good, or else you won't have a chance at this demon general's blood and flesh. Yuzawa laughed. There was a lot of demon general blood and flesh, and everyone got a large amount. It would probably take a long time for all of them to be taken and absorbed. Wu Zhe estimated that after he finished absorbing the blood and flesh of these demon generals, he would probably be able to break through to the God realm of enlightenment. Everyone else did the same, breaking through at least one realm. Those with deep accumulations, such as Qian Ku, might be able to use this to touch the threshold of the Xin realm. Soon 7 days passed. It was time to test the results of the cultivation of those teenagers in the 100 Refinement Hall. Bai Liang came with Du Tian Morning, and more than 1,000 people had already gathered at the place, chattering about something. Most of the teenagers looked disheveled inside. A part of them were in a nervous mood, obviously practicing a little bit, not knowing whether they were qualified or not. There were also a handful of a dozen or so who were spirited and all looked quite pleased, so they should be practicing with excellent results. Master Bai Zhuang is here, a teenager shouted out, and the scene quieted down as the crowd turned their gazes towards Bai Liang and his group who had walked in. Bai Liang calmly came to the front of the crowd and swept his gaze over the group of teenagers. He mobilized his divine numinous talisman, and his divine sense spread out, enveloping everyone in the 100 Refinement Hall, sweeping through them one by one to examine the cultivation results of the teenagers. After examining it, his face was slightly disappointed. As expected earlier, most of them were incomparably mediocre in talent and were simply unable to cultivate. It was even much less talented than the original him and Yuzawa. There are better ones, but they are useless to become a practitioner. Suddenly, his expression moved, and he finally saw a teenager who possessed a talent for cultivation. The talent was of the lower class, but that was not bad. Continuing to check over again, Bai Liang's eyes lit up as he discovered 3 seeds with cultivation talents one after another. One of them is still of medium quality. By the time they were all viewed, there were a total of 6 teenagers who possessed cultivation talent. 2 women and 4 men. Not bad. Bai Liang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You few. Step forward. He used his hand to point at 6 people in a row. And these 6 people were pointed at, and their faces undoubtedly revealed a look of unrivaled excitement. Then in a hurry, he pushed his way out of the crowd and came to the front. Those who were not chosen were immediately disappointed, and a few who were spirited beforehand and thought they possessed cultivation talent were even more red-faced and lowered their heads in shame. Looking at the 6 teenagers, Bai Liang revealed a look of satisfaction and said, "You all possess the talent of cultivation, and in the future, as long as you cultivate properly, you will all be able to become cultivators. Don't worry, Master Bai Shuang, we will definitely work hard to cultivate." A teenager said back. He was none other than the most gifted of the 6, the only one with medium talent. Bai Liang is very optimistic about this man. Not bad. From now on, you will cultivate in the 100 Refinement Hall, and on weekdays, either I or Lord Wuzhuan will come and teach you. Bai Liang spoke. The 6 teenagers nodded excitedly, their eyes already filled with yearning for the future. As for the remaining untalented teenagers, Bai Liang encouraged them with a few words and sent them back. Those who can become cultivators are ultimately only the best. Li Yu was also paying attention to the 100 Refinement Hall, watching these teenagers desperately cultivate just to be chosen and become cultivators in this regard. But in the end, out of more than 1,000 people, only a few possessed the talent to cultivate. It suddenly occurred to him in his mind that every single person in this world, in the strictest sense of the word, actually possessed a talent for cultivation, because they could all cultivate through feats. There was just a difference in the effect of cultivation. There were people who spent their entire lives cultivating, and at the moment of their old age and death, they could not cultivate to the refined Dharma realm. Such are called untalented. The white, shiny ooze before the talisman is in this category. Some people cultivate for decades and can barely break through the refined law realm and become cultivators. This is considered having the lowest grade of cultivation talent. Chico is such a person. The more effective the cultivation, the better the talent. Then if the aura is dense to a certain level, wouldn't it be possible for people with poor talent to become cultivators? Li Yu thought about this. Just for example, it takes a month for the outside world to determine whether or not you have the gift. But in Thousand Hills Town, the aura was thick, so it only took 7 days. If these teenagers were allowed to cultivate for a month as well, then would the results be different? Li Yu was curious about this in his heart. But after another 7 days, he decided that he had thought too simply. Those teenagers who were eliminated went back and continued to cultivate hard. But the effect was still not obvious. When he carefully observed with his divine thoughts, he realized that these teenagers were not cultivating poorly. Rather, after reaching a certain level, it would be difficult to continue cultivating to absorb aura and enhance cultivation. The very beginning was to absorb 1 serving of aura and be able to digest 50% of it. When it was absorbed to a certain extent, it could only be digested for less than 0.5% and could not advance an inch. It seems that it was still too easy for me to think. It's also true that if it was that easy, there would have been other cultivators who would have thought of it long ago. Li Yu secretly said in his heart. It's like a heavenly lock. What you are destined to be when you are born is what you are destined to be, and it can't be changed. Even if you were thrown into a cave of blessedness where the aura was so dense that it materialized, and you ate elixirs and medicines, your upper limit was right there, and you couldn't break that shackle no matter what. The Great Chu Imperial Dynasty, which has not produced any saints so far, shouldn't it be locked out of the way forward as well? When Li Yu thought of this, he had some doubts in his heart. If it was truly the yoke of heaven's destiny, then the ceiling was locked, and it was destined to be impossible to become a saint. If that's true, then what are the half-saints in the capital still holding out for? Figure out how to break the chains? And this yoke of heavenly destiny, who put it on the human race? Is there any on the demon? Li Yu associated a lot of things, but there was no answer to any of these. Perhaps there is something hidden in this. He thought no more about it. As long as those he blessed were free of the yoke of heavenly destiny anyway. It also showed that the divine talisman he had bestowed was able to break that so-called heavenly destiny yoke. Turn your attention to the panel. The population of Thousand Hills Town had skyrocketed, bringing him a lot of merit point growth over this period of time. Today it's close to 800,000 points. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 781345/10000000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. With 780,000 points of merit, it was just over 200,000 short of 1 million. The population of Thousand Mountain Town was now over 10,000, which could bring him 30 to 40,000 merit points every day. That meant there were still 6 or 7 days left before he could advance to the 4th rank. Thinking of this, Li Yu's heart rose with some anticipation. The town of Thousand Hills is growing quite rapidly. Towns that were empty last month are now bustling with activity, especially the main street in the center. The stores on both sides had already moved in, and the threshold of Long Cece's tavern had been trampled on. Of course, the most visited by the residents is the temple of the mountain god in the town. Every day, the temple of the mountain god is filled with a steady stream of people. With regard to the situation in Thousand Hills Town, Bai Liang did not force everyone to have to go and offer incense and worship every day. There are too many people to make it possible for everyone to go every day, so the requirements have been relaxed a lot. Du Tian Morning led a patrol team that patrolled back and forth near several mountain god temples. He is in charge of law and order, and the main focus of his care is the temple of the mountain god. Not far from the mountain god temple, in a house, a man and a woman got up from their beds, the man arranging his clothes while the woman wrapped her body tightly in bedding. It's still early, let's do it again, the woman said with some reluctance. Once is not enough? One more time, and you'll be responsible for missing the sect master's big event? The man's tone was cold and impatient. The woman didn't dare retort, so she could only get off the bed naked and start putting on her clothes. Chu Lang, why did the sect master have to make us come to this shitty place? It doesn't look like anything special. The woman got dressed and sounded a little disgruntled. As for whether she was dissatisfied with the task the sect leader had given them or something else, only she knew in her heart. A woman's opinion. Chu Sha spoke in a cold voice, giving the woman a disgruntled look. Sect leader is a man of great merit. The orders given by his old man. Is it not for you to question them? Next time you dare to say such words, don't think I'll chisel you. Don't. I just won't say anything, the woman said hastily. Humph. Chu Sha snorted coldly and left the door with a flutter of his sleeve. As a result, as soon as he went out, he bumped into the tiger-backed Du Tian Morning. Du Tian Morning happened to patrol here, and the moment he saw Chu Sha, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. He sensed an aura of danger in this person. To be able to make an ordinary person like him, who was born with divine power, feel the danger, then this person must be a cultivator. Chu Sha's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, make way, it's in the way. I'm the captain of the Thousand Hills Town Patrol. Who are you? Identity card out. How could Du Tian Morning recognize it? Taking a step forward and blocking in front of Chu Sha, staring with a vigilant expression. Chu Sha's heart was cold. The Hanyu in front of him was just looking for death. If it were anywhere else, with his style of behavior, he would have already struck out to kill someone. Under the Moon Merchant Guild, here to do business in Thousand Mountain Town, Chu Sha finally sank his heart and pulled out an identity plate and handed it over. Du Tian Morning took it and confirmed that there was no problem with the identity card and that it was indeed someone from the Under the Moon Merchant Company. Are you a cultivator? Du Tian Morning suddenly asked. Chu Sha was slightly shocked in his heart, but reacted quickly and returned. Naturally, who dares to travel in the chaotic world if they are not cultivators? Du Tian Morning asked a few more questions one after another, and only after seeing that there wasn't too much of a problem did he let the line open. Only then did Chu Sha leave with the woman. Du Tian Morning, however, was watching the two's departing backs from behind with a frown. He called out to one of the patrol members and asked him to inform Bai Liang of the matter, while he himself followed. Intuition told him that these two had very suspicious. As expected, after following them for a while, Du Tian Morning saw these two people, who had been wandering around a few newly built temples in Thousand Mountain Town, and pulled a few residents and inquired about something. There really is a problem, Du Tian Morning said in his heart. He didn't act rashly. These two should both be cultivators. And although he was born with divine power, there was still a huge gap between him and cultivators. One had to wait until Bai Liang or another practitioner from Thousand Mountain Town came. The two of them, Chu Sha, wandered through several mountain god temples, and after scouting for information, they very boldly headed towards the main god temple. Chu Lang, that's their core. Aren't we afraid of danger if we just go over there? The woman said with some concern. What are you afraid of? I've observed it long ago. The strongest person here is only at the entering Xian realm, and I'm at the 4th stage of the realm of enlightenment. If I'm even afraid of this, then how can I still have the face to be a member of the Valiant Dragon sect? Chu Sha said calmly, not really worried. But didn't the sect leader say that the person behind this place should not be underestimated? The woman added. He is not to be underestimated. So can our sect master be underestimated? Chu Sha said disdainfully. Besides, Protector Yu is outside to receive us. What is there to worry about? Thinking of Protector Yu, the woman then gradually put her heart down. Chu Sha's afterglow glanced at a certain location in the rear and sneered in his heart. You don't even have any cultivation and you dare to follow him? That's hilarious. The two walked around, slowly approaching the main temple. Du Tian Morning didn't know that he had been exposed and continued to follow all the way. In the meantime, the protector Yu in Chu Sha's mouth was sweating profusely and busily fleeing. The moment he approached Thousand Mountain Town, he violently felt a strong sense of crisis. It's the kind that if you're a split second too late, you're dead on the spot. Without any hesitation, he exerted all his strength to directly escape far away. As for the Chu Sha in the Thousand Mountain Town, he couldn't care less. Sect leader harmed me. Where is this suspected Yin God realm? It's at least Yang God realm. Protector Yu was horrified in his heart. Although they didn't have any malicious intent on this trip, the other party's realm was too high. Who knew if he would just get him killed if he wasn't happy? With the little resources given by the church, what's the point of playing for keeps? Liu silently watched this person and realized that although this person had escaped, his escape was not complete. Surprisingly, it was still within 50 miles of the Divine Mountain. The current him had restrained his might and would not be perceived, thus causing Protector Yu to think that he was safe. Dragon Felling Sect? Liu recited this name in his mind, and it seemed to ring a bell. I had heard Li Yuan mention it before, and it seemed to be a rebellious sect within Dichu. The vast dragon sect was powerful, and it was said that its sect master was an 8th order cultivator who traveled outside of the country and manipulated the sect members to cause trouble in the Dichu imperial dynasty. Under his command, the masters were also numerous. It was only that it was unable to fight against the two major forces of the Xianqing Quan and the Golden Dragon Temple, so it was driven beyond the borders of Great Chu. The members who mingled in the territory of the Great Chu were also often hunted down by the imperial forces. Just like street rats, everyone shouted at them. How did a rebel force come to Thousand Hills Town? Liu was a bit surprised, but he had just irradiated it with his heart mirror, and these few people didn't seem to have any malicious intent. At this time, the two Chu Sha were already approaching the main god temple. However, at this time, Bai Liang had already been rushed by the news, followed by Li Yuan Wuzkong Delusion and several others. Master Shuang, Du Tian Morning was relieved to see that the people had all arrived, and hurriedly stepped forward, explaining the situation all in passing. They are now at the main god's temple. After saying that, Du Tian Morning pointed in the direction. Empty Delusion raised his head and looked towards the temple location. His eyes flashed with golden light before frowning. One enlightened god realm. One entered Xian realm. A few of Yuzawa's men looked at each other and frowned. Forget about that for now. Let's go straight over. Bai Liang opened his mouth. The crowd nodded their heads and ran directly towards the two Chu Shas. Seemingly sensing the proximity of Bai Liang's group of people, Chu Sha stopped his steps and stood in place to wait. Moments later, Bai Liang's crowd arrived. Chu Sha first revealed a smile and laughed. Vast Dragon Sect Chu Sha, meet all of you Dao friends. The Dragon Cult. Hearing those three words, several people's faces changed slightly. They all knew it was an anti-teaching, revolting against the Dichu dynasty. Bai Liang opened his mouth and said directly, Vast Dragon Sect? I don't know what your excellency has come to our Thousand Mountain Town for. Our Thousand Mountain Town doesn't seem to have much of a connection with the Dragon Felling Sect, does it? That's because there was no contact in the past, but in the future, it's impossible to say. Chu Sha said indifferently. Yuzawa said, I don't think there will be any contact in the future either. What do you mean? Chusha's tone went cold. Bai Liang stared at Chu Sha and said in a cold voice, Fellow Daoist, you have infiltrated my Thousand Mountain Town and are still wandering around the Mountain God Temple. Is there more to say about what you are harboring? That's just curiosity. Wanting to understand the situation of your Thousand Mountain Town, Chu Sha opened his mouth, his tone somewhat unimpressed. Then I wonder how much your excellency understands. Bai Liang spoke in a calm tone. Chu Sha returned. Not much, just enough to see that you are collecting incense. He stopped talking next so as not to offend the people behind Thousand Mountain Town. He's here to talk about alliances, not feuds, to investigate privately without permission. Is this the style of behavior of your vast dragon sect? Wu Zei's tone was very dissatisfied. It's good to know your roots so you can talk about an alliance. Chu Sha remained unconcerned, believing that even if the Wu Zei people were angry, in the end, they would choose to cooperate with their vast dragon sect. He opened his mouth and said directly, You, Thousand Mountain Town, are independent of the Great Chu dynasty and are not subject to constraints. Am I right about that? From this we can see that you are ambitious, or at least dissatisfied with the current imperial court. Coincidentally, we, the vast dragon sect, are also displeased with the present-day Chu court, so we choose to rebel. Since you are also dissatisfied with the current imperial court, then ally with us, the vast dragon sect, and rebel together. We will provide you with help later on, and if the court sends people to crusade, the vast dragon sect will come out to shelter you. In the future, if you can overthrow the Great Chu dynasty, you'll be the heroes of the dragon, and you can be knighted and worshipped or whatever. After hearing Chush's words, Bai Liang's few people looked at each other. This person in front of him, where did he get his confidence from? What made him think that they, Thousand Mountain Town, would agree to an alliance with the dragon-felling sect? And the honor of being a dragon, a title and an official? What kind of counterintuitive idea is that? What kind of world is this? Demons are brutalizing the human race, but they are still thinking of rebelling and infighting, overthrowing the Chu dynasty and becoming the emperor themselves? At once, Bai Liang and the others felt even less favorable towards this vast dragon sect. What rebellion? There's no way our Thousand Mountain Town would be involved in such a thing. Wu Zhe spoke in a cold voice. Li Yuan said, the vast dragon sect, an anti-religion, shouting for the sake of the human race. Chu is corrupt, treating the people like ruminants, compromising with the demons and selling out the people for survival. The dragon-felling sect will fight the evil dragons on behalf of the heavens, rid the people of evil, expel the demons, and restore clarity to the world. Originally, I thought that you were a group of aspirants who were truly rebelling for the sake of the human race. Now it seems that it's no different from the imperial court? You guys, you don't know what's good for you. You don't know what's good for heaven. Chush's face sank as he spoke in a deep voice. Since that's the case, then you guys watch and see. After offending the vast dragon sect, let's see if you guys can still have a secure foothold. Chusha put down a sentence and wanted to leave with the woman. He would return to the sect and invite the experts of the Valiant Dragon sect to teach this ill-advised Thousand Mountain Town a lesson. Right now, he was afraid of the person behind Thousand Mountain Town, so he could only hold back for the time being. Go, is Thousand Mountain Town something you can come and go as you please? At this time, Wu Zhe, Li Yuan stood out and blocked in front of the two Chusha. Just by yourselves? 2-entry Xian realm people dare to block my way? Chusha smiled disdainfully, not placing the two in his eyes at all. Give it a try. Won't you know? Yuzawa spoke faintly. Since taking the demon general's blood and flesh, his strength had skyrocketed, and he was now at the late stage of the entering Xian realm. Li Yuan had even directly arrived at the peak of the entered Xian realm. He had already accumulated many years at the Xian entry realm, and had thought that he would have to go through another 7 or 8 years if he wanted to make any more progress. But he hadn't expected that the demon general's blood and flesh would directly give him a great boost. Since you guys want to seek death, then don't blame me for being merciless. Chusha flipped his hand, took out a curved sword, and shakily struck out. Li Yuan attacked afterward, similarly pulling out his large sword, the great river blade technique pouring down, hard against Chusha's attack. He stifled a grunt and retreated, the gap in realms making it difficult for him to resist. I'll do it, Wu Zhe bellowed, receiving Li Yuan's greatsword and slashing down with a backhand. The force was a few points weaker than Li Yuan's, but the speed of swinging the sword was several times faster. Chusha didn't care at first, until he realized that Wu Zhe's speed wasn't right. Then his expression changed. He began to get serious, his scimitar changing in the air, swinging out a flower of blades. However, as Wu Zhe used the power of the divine walking talisman, that speed could not be captured at all. Even if Chusha was in the realm of enlightened God, it was useless. Damn it, there's a problem. Chusha felt bad all of a sudden. Suddenly, Yuzawa appeared above his head and slashed down heavily. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. The strength of the God realm of enlightenment was not something to be reckoned with, inclining his head to dodge it, and in the process, he also backhanded a slash at Wu Zhe, leaving a slash mark on his arm. His hair, however, was chipped off. Amat Ba Buddha. In the distance, Empty Delusion recited a Buddhist chant. His eyes gradually began to be replaced by golden light, with tiny Brahma lines appearing in them. Chusha immediately felt that his speed was restricted and his movements began to become sluggish. Bald ass. What kind of demonic magic has been cast? He was horrified in his heart, only to feel that his body was stuck in a quagmire, and it was quite a struggle to take a single step. Chu Lang, I've come to help you. The woman moved, but he was quickly stopped by Bai Liang. Your opponent. It's me. Seek death. The woman slapped her palm, while Bai Liang dodged it with incomparable ease, controlling the divine numinous talisman. His divine sense could capture any details of his opponent. Yuzawa and Chusha battled together. And even though Chusha was restricted in his movements by Empty Delusion, the two were still indistinguishable. The more Chusha fought, the more alarmed he became. He was a god realm of enlightenment, but he was actually struggling so much to fight even the realm of entry into the Xian realm. What the hell is wrong with these people? How is it that one of them has even stranger tactics than the other? Wu Zhe, on the other hand, found it tricky. The god realm of enlightenment was after all the god realm of enlightenment. It was not something that could be compared to the ingenuity realm. With the power of the divine talisman, An empty delusion's pupil technique. They could still hold the opponent back, but over time, it's bound to fall by the wayside. Uncle Wu, let me help you. And just then, a somewhat childish voice rang out. The crowd followed the sound, but they saw a little girl walk out, and it was none other than Li Shui. Li Shui's current cultivation level was at the late stage of the passage of Law Realm, and she couldn't even compare to Bai Liang. Yuki, you can't help. Back off, Wu Zhe shouted. The Tonfa realm was 2 great realms short of the Enlightenment realm, and he didn't even have a chance to make a move. I can do it. Li Shui stepped forward, determination written all over her small face. She invoked the long-dormant divine talisman within her body and used this double-edged sword for the first time. There was something different about Li Shui's divine talisman. The divine talismans of Wu Zhe and Bai Liang were both golden in color, emitting a divine aura. Her divine talisman, on the other hand, was blood-red in color, with an ominous aura of holiness, which was very bizarre. Seeing Li Shui's actions, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe both looked surprised. Ever since Li Shui had been blessed by the mountain god, they had wondered what kind of divine talisman the little girl had been blessed with. Only if she didn't tell them, they stopped asking. Now this movement, is it going to use the divine talisman? What exactly is the effect of Li Shui's divine talisman? Li Yu, who had been watching this scene, sighed in his heart when he saw Li Shui step forward. After all, the divine talisman has been utilized, and I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Li Shui's appearance was not only a surprise to Yuzawa and the others. Even the Chusha duo of the dragon vaulting sect were suddenly puzzled. How did a little girl come forward? And after seeing Li Shui's cultivation level, Chusha's heart was shaken. This is actually at the late stage of the profound realm. How is that possible? Looking at this little girl's age, I guessed that she was only about 10 years old, but she was already in the second stage Tongfa realm. This natural talent could be even more heaven-defying than their vast dragon sect's holy daughter. This place is not simple. The first time Chusha's mind reacted, the few people he fought with had odd methods and were strong, not at all like ordinary cultivators. Instead, they were generally as powerful as those who had been focused on cultivating and claimed to be the future of the human race's pride. Knowing that this trip was careless and underestimated his opponent, Chusha's heart began to develop the intention to retreat. As long as he withdrew from Thousand Mountain Town and let Protector Yu receive him, he would be able to safely evacuate. But before that, he wanted to try again. Fellow Taoists, I, the Dragon Felling Sect, truly want to cooperate with your Thousand Mountain Town, and it won't do either of us any good to meet with swords. Why don't you sit down? The conditions are all negotiable. Chusha spoke in a deep voice. Can't talk about it, but the only thing that responded to him was Yuzawa's greatsword. Thousand Mountain Town. There's no need to ally with any power, much less an anti-religionist. Bai Liang spoke in a cold voice, not giving Chusha any face at all. Chusha's face sank, knowing that this was a complete grudge. He was annoyed in his heart. Isn't it just a broken town? Even if there was a Yin God realm behind it, how strong could it be? The vast dragon sect was a great sect in the world. A great sect that could be compared to the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple. People from this small place don't give a damn about face? Good. Since you guys are stubborn, then you'll wait to bear the wrath of the vast dragon sect. Chusha said sorrowfully. He began to change his tactics and began to avoid facing Yuzawa's offense while wrapping the woman up to try to fight and retreat. But he ignored Li Shui, who stood out. And at this moment, her eyes were already flooded with crimson and filled with blood. At the same time her face turned white and her breath was a little scary. Li Yuan, who was on the side, was shocked by the scene, but didn't know what was going on and didn't dare to step forward. Divine Destiny Talisman. Li Shui's mind was heaving and extremely unsettled. Ever since the day she received the talisman, she understood that the divine talisman she received was not simple. The divine talisman was extremely powerful, but it came with a price. Divine Life Talisman. At the cost of lifespan essence, transformed into divine power, 10 times applied to the opponent, sacrificing his life. By sacrificing 10 years of one's own lifespan, one can sacrifice it along with the lifespan of one's opponent, and it is 10 times as much, or 100 years of lifespan. It ignores living beings, ignores any prohibitions, and can cross 3 great realms. Self-consumption of life essence cannot be remedied, and at this moment, Li Shui was invoking the Divine Destiny Talisman. It was her first attempt and it took great courage. The Divine Fate Talisman was triggered, emitting a blinding bloodlight, and inside her body, some points of light were burning violently. This is the life essence, which is her lifespan. Li Shui burned 15 years of her lifespan in one go, as the lifespan of a cultivator of the God realm of enlightenment was normally at 3 eons, or 180 years. Sacrifice 15 years of life, then the opponent loses 150 years of life. Chusha was still dealing with Yuzawa's attack, and did not notice the movement on Li Shui's side in the slightest. But at this moment, there was a strong uneasiness in his heart that made his heart palpitate. He was horrified and thought that it was the powerhouses behind the Thousand Mountain town that might have made a move against him. So he was anxious. He thought to himself, why hasn't Protector Yu appeared yet? Could it be that something has happened? But it couldn't be. Protector Yu was a ancient realm powerhouse. So what could be going on within Great Chu? Just as he was thinking about this in his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp sense of crisis. Chu Sha was shocked, and just as he turned around, he met a red light coming towards him. He reached out to fend it off, but the red light, which was formless and unattractive, could not be touched at all, and it directly passed through his palm and penetrated into his body. What is this thing? Chu Sha felt the red light overflowing in his body, but did not feel any discomfort, and was very puzzled. But soon, he understood what this red light was. Only his hair, visible to the naked eye, turned white, and the skin on his face turned pale and wrinkled. Originally straight waist gradually stooped, eyes become lifeless, teeth aging and falling, open the mouth but can only emit a pale and hoarse voice. What's happening to me? Chu Sha was shocked in his heart. At the same time, he felt a wave of weakness, very sleepy and wanted to sleep very much. Chu Lang, how did you become like this? The woman lost her color, looking at Chu Sha incredulously, her eyes filled with fear. That red light. Chu Sha reacted that it was the red light that was responsible, and hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction where the red light appeared. The little girl who had just stood there was much weaker than she had been a moment ago. Her face was incredibly pale, and she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Li Yuan rushed forward to support Li Shui. It's her. Chu Sha was shocked and furious, but at this point, he was already describing himself as withered, and it was incomparably difficult for him to speak. He was so angry that he swallowed his breath on the spot. No, Chu Lang, the woman said sadly. Yuzawa took this opportunity to turn his large sword around and slash directly at the woman. This time there was no mercy, and the head fell to the ground directly from the hand. Little Snow, how are you doing? Bai Liang came to Li Shui's side at the first opportunity, frowning at the incredibly weak little girl. I'm fine Uncle Bai. Li Shui squeezed out a smile and barely stood up. Wu Zhe also walked over and looked at Li Shui's pale face and said, let's go back to the temple first. Turning back again, he said towards Du Tian Morning. Tian Morning, dispose of the bodies of these two. At the same time, increase your patrols to see if there are any more people from the vast dragon cult in Thousand Mountain Town. Yes. Du Tian Morning nodded heavily, his face serious. Li Shui was then carried by Bai Liang and brought to the temple. Li Yuan knew in his heart that Bai Liang and the others had something to ask, so it was inconvenient for him to stay, so he excused himself and prepared to leave first. Big brother don't go yet, we're all on our own now, there's no need to evade. Bai Liang pulled Li Yuan back and spoke. Li Yuan paused and looked at Bai Liang's sincere expression, nodding his head. Many thanks for the recognition. With that, Li Yuan stayed at the temple and came to the vice hall with the three empty delusion people. Li Shui sat on a chair, her face still pale, only a little better compared to just now, and Bai Liang poured a cup of tea for her. Yuki, what's going on? Yuzawa spoke up, his tone a bit worried. He could tell that Li Shui was in a bad state. I'm fine. A few uncles don't need to worry. I'm just a bit tired. Li Shui smiled and said. Bai Liang looked at it and suddenly said, Little Snow, did you invoke the divine talisman? Li Shui hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head in acknowledgement. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe looked at each other and thought to themselves, Little Snow, can you tell us what your divine talisman is? Bai Liang solemnly inquired. Li Shui was silent, thinking for a long time before she finally decided to say it. She pursed her lips and spoke. The Divine Destiny Talisman. Divine Destiny Talisman? Bai Liang was a bit puzzled in his heart when he heard the name. It wasn't until Li Shui explained the function of the Divine Fate Talisman that the hearts of the few people present were shocked. A life for a life. Hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 100. To still be able to cross 3 great realms. This Divine Destiny Talisman was too powerful. However, it required the sacrifice of life essence, which was unrecoverable, and if you used too much of it, it would be harmful. No wonder Xiao Shui would become so weak, as well as the person from the Valiant Dragon sect, who would suddenly turn into a walking old man, and then directly swallow his breath. Thinking of this, Bai Liang's face sank as he looked at Li Shui and hurriedly asked, Little Shui, how many years of life have you burned? 15 years, Li Shui calmly returned. Bai Liang's few people looked at each other and were at a loss as to what to say. 15 years, directly exchanging the other party's lifespan of 150 years. This account, it can't be said to be cost-effective. Li Yuan opened his mouth, his expression somewhat complicated. Wu Zhe looked at Li Shui and said, Little Shui, in the future, don't use the divine talisman until it's absolutely necessary. The enemy will just have us to deal with. Not bad. The Divine Life Talisman exchanges life for life. The life essence cannot be recovered. It's best not to use it. Bai Liang spoke in a serious tone. Li Shui had lost 15 years of her lifespan in this one fell swoop, so it was no wonder she was so weak. Amitabha Buddha. Below the third rank, life expectancy is but 2 eons. Beginning at the fourth order Gnosis realm, 1 order is 1 aeon, while saints enjoy a heavenly lifespan of 800 years. Empty Delusion folded his hands and spoke. Little Snow, you have sacrificed 15 years of your lifespan today. You can make up for it through cultivation breakthroughs in the future, but never use the Divine Life Talisman easily again. 1 armor is 60 years, and below the entering Xian realm, all of them have a lifespan of 120 years. Each realm breakthrough upwards would increase the lifespan by 60 years. Until the 8th order of half-saints, there would be a maximum of 7 eons, 420 years of life. If one could break through the 9th order sage realm, then there would be a huge increase in longevity, directly enjoying a lifespan of 800 years. 800 years, that would be the limit of the mortal world. But how difficult was the sage realm? Li Shui might only have a lifespan of 7 eons at most. If the Divine Blood Talisman was invoked a few more times to consume longevity, then it would be very dangerous. I understand. Li Shui nodded. She naturally understood all of this. It was just that she wanted to do something for Thousand Hills Town. Think of this as a final card to be used as a last resort. Bai Liang cautioned. This Divine Fate Talisman is a king bomb. Only it will blow up on itself. It could cross 3 major realms, which was simply heaven-defying. Considering that the Sage realm only had a lifespan of 800 years, and Li Shui could directly strangle a sage by burning 80 years of his own lifespan as soon as he broke through to become a Yongshan realm cultivator. It's a total killer. However, it cannot be used until it is absolutely necessary, because the life essence consumed is not recoverable. Wu Zhe brought the demon general's blood and flesh and gave it to Li Shui to take after processing so that she could recover as soon as possible. After consuming 15 years of her lifespan, Li Shui's body was weak, but the good thing was that her body, which still looked like she was about 10 years old, didn't show any other abnormalities. Just the face looked, well, pale. Li Yu was watching Li Shui use the Divine Destiny Talisman, during which he did not intervene. After all, he had to grow up, and if he were to shelter him every time, he would only end up becoming a flower in a greenhouse. The Divine Destiny Talisman, a double-edged sword, used well. It is a great killer, a card that can determine the key to victory or defeat. He had just tried it as well, using Incense Rejuvenation to restore Li Shui's burning life essence. The result was, unsurprisingly for him, ineffective. This was normal. If one could really restore the life essence, then Li Shui could be said to be invincible. But unfortunately, the origin was the beginning of all things and could not be restored with divine powers. This also verifies that Incense Resurrection cannot resurrect someone whose lifespan has been depleted. More than 40 miles away from Thousand Mountain Town, Protector Yu had been waiting here for a long time, still unable to wait for news from Chu Sha. He was slightly anxious, mainly because he had just been frightened by the aura of the suspected young god realm, and he didn't dare to approach Thousand Mountain Town at this moment. It shouldn't have been pinched to death already, right? Protector Yu muttered in his heart, secretly saying, wait for another incense stick, and leave when we don't see anyone. An incense stick quickly passed, and there was still no sign of anyone. Protector Yu frowned and shook his head as he sighed. It seems that it's already too fierce. Chu Sha brat, don't blame this protector for not remembering the friendship in the sect. It's really because the opponent is too strong. After sighing for a while, Protector Yu turned around and wanted to leave, returning to the Valiant Dragon sect to deliver his message. Anti-cult rebels, don't tie your hands and surrender. Suddenly, there was an angry cry, and with it, a large net fell from the sky, directly covering the top of Protector Yu's head. Protector Yu was on constant alert, and the moment the large net appeared, his face changed. The Heavenly Patrol, you Imperial Court hawks and dogs. He was furious, and with both hands, the vestments on his body flew out, directly wrapping back around the large net. The vestments intertwined with the large net, and Protector Yu took the opportunity to run out of the encirclement. When he turned around again, he saw 2 middle-aged men in uniform, both wearing bird feathers on their heads, which was the symbol of the Heavenly Patrol. Vast Dragon Sect traitors, how dare you appear in the territory of Great Chu, looking for death? One of them said in a cold voice, the long sword in his hand pointing at Protector Yu. Flowerless thief, are you worthy? If you have the ability to make your fellow colleagues retreat, the 2 of us will face off and see if this protector doesn't kill you. Protector Yu sneered. Flowerless thief looked indifferent and spoke indifferently. Rebel, what qualifications do you have to face me? Suffer death. He took a step in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on Yu Guardian's side and swung his sword out. Guardian Yu had prepared for this, and with a beat of his chest, a steel shield appeared in his hand, picking it up and smashing it towards Flowerless Thief. Clunk! The steel shield and the long sword collided, and both of them retreated a dozen steps backward, the aftermath of which raised the ground in waves of earth. The two men exchanged blows without a win. But on the Flowerless Thief's side, it was two people. The other person quickly surrounded and intercepted Protector Yu's path. Report the location of your vast dragon sex holy maiden, and I'll consider giving you a pain in the ass, Flowerless Thief said in an icy tone. Don't even think about it. Protector Yu's face sank, and he quickly made a decision. He directly turned around and darted towards Thousand Mountain Town. Do it directly, beware of deception. However, Flowerless Thief didn't even give Guardian Yu a chance to escape, and with a single strike of his long sword, he once again blocked him. Another Heavenly Patrol Supervisor powerhouse once again pulled out a large net from his sleeve and threw it down towards Protector Yu, bringing Flowerless Thief into it as well. The sky-catching net fell, instantly pocketing the duo within it, the net tightening as it did so. The Flowerless Thief's figure turned dim, and the heaven-catching net passed straight through his body, eventually pocketing only Protector Yu. Hawks and dogs of the court. Guardian Yu shouted angrily and used all his strength, but the heaven-catching net was the secret weapon of the Heavenly Patrol Supervisor, specially used to catch criminals, so how could it be so easy to break free? Collect! Flowerless Thief reached out and grabbed the heaven-mending net directly in his hand. He stared at Guardian Yu, who was staring angrily in the net, and said in a light tone, "Tell us the whereabouts of the Demoness, and I'll give you a pain in the ass." I poo. A court eagle dog. How can you know that the holy maiden of our religion is removed? Oh, might as well tell you plainly. The holy maiden is now near the capital. What do you think she is going to do? Protector Yu spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said in a cold voice. Flowerless Thief frowned and directly put his hand into the net, strangling Guardian Yu's neck as he coldly opened his mouth. Say no. If I don't say it, what should I do? Protector Yu gritted his teeth and spoke, his face unyielding. This time it fell into the hands of the Heavenly Inspector. He recognized it, but it was absolutely impossible to get him to tell where the Holy Maiden had gone. This involves the grand plan of the dragon-felling sect. Pust! The Flowerless Thief struck out with his sword and pierced right through Protector Yu's heart. This sword could not take the life of the in-god realm, but it made Protector Yu feel physical torture. Thiefless, this person just lured the two of us to that direction. I'm afraid he has something planned. Another Heavenly Patrol Supervisor powerhouse spoke, frowning in the direction of the Thousand Mountain Villa. He always felt very uncomfortable on this strip. It felt like there was a gaze watching them all the time. However, the divine thoughts unfolded to check, but nothing was found. That would be weird. It's very likely that the Demoness is just ahead, he guessed. Flowerless Thief's heart fluttered. Just now, Protector Yu said that the Demoness was near the capital. It was possible that she was confusing them. It's far away, so maybe the demon girl is nearby. Having been hit by a sword and seriously injured, Protector Yu was instead listening to the conversation between the two with a cold smile. He didn't open his mouth, thinking in his mind, you'd better think that the Holy Maiden is just ahead and head to explore. When the suspected Yangshan realm is alerted, let's see how the two of you can get away. Thinking of this, Protector Yu became somewhat expectant. Perhaps he had a chance to escape. Flowerless Thief had been observing Protector Yu's face, trying to see something from it, but Protector Yu kept his face sullen and couldn't see anything at all. Go forward and take a look. In the end, Flowerless Thief decided to take a chance. Coming all the way here, the two of them pursued the trail of the vast dragon sect and traveled across several states from the capital to Liaoyun County in Changzhou. Tens of thousands of miles to travel. How can you give up for that? They didn't know what had happened in Liaoyun County. The Heavenly Inspector was under the personal command of the Holy Emperor, and all of them only obeyed the orders of the Emperor, making it an independent organization. That's why the two came to Qingzhou and didn't go to meet the local court officials, only focusing on their own tasks. The other Heavenly Patrol Supervisor powerhouse, Yan Yushui, nodded his head and detained Protector Yu's spirit in the heaven-catching nets, which were then collected and incorporated into his sleeves, and the two of them lifted up their 12-minute spirit and began to approach towards the Thousand Mountain Villa. Liu gazed at the backs of these two men and thought to himself that the people from the capital had even come. However, these two were coming after the vast dragon cult, and had nothing to entangle with Thousand Mountain Town. The two of them, Flowerless Thief, approached more than 10 miles ahead, and suddenly they saw a small town. The two of them glanced at each other, and Yang Yushui was the first to speak. The map given by the intelligence doesn't seem to record that there is a town in this place. Flowerless Thief pinched his fingers and his god briefly exited his body, glancing in the direction of Thousand Mountain Town. It's not a mirage, it's a real town, he spoke, confirming that it was not a demonic creature at work. Both of their hearts were relieved. By the time they got close to Thousand Mountain Town, they were surprised by the richness of the aura of this place. How come? The richness of the aura here is actually no weaker than the capital. How is this possible? Yang Yushui was somewhat stunned. The flowerless thief was equally alarmed in his heart. Why is the aura so rich in such a remote place? Is it possible that there are some heavenly treasures? Or that there is a spiritual vein in this place? One must know that underneath the capital city, several spiritual veins had been relocated from various dangerous places to have such a rich aura for cultivation. Something's not right. Be careful. A sense of uneasiness rose in Flowerless Thief's heart, and he spoke out to remind Yang Yushui. Yang Yushui nodded with a grave expression, and the two of them walked slowly into Thousand Mountain Town. The sight in the town made the two men even more puzzled. Everything here doesn't seem to be any different from any other town. It's just that everything is newer. You can tell the town was just established, but soon the two realized something was different. The people here, instead of believing in Buddhism and Taoism, worship a deity they have never heard of. Yang Yushui wanted to get closer to see what was going on, but he was stopped by Flowerless Thief. All is not clear. Do not take offense. Flowerless Thief shook his head. The Heavenly Inspector patrols the world on behalf of His Majesty, and has seen all kinds of strange and bizarre things, so he is quite vigilant in the face of things he doesn't understand. The unusual behavior of the two men entering Thousand Mountain Town had long drawn the attention of the patrol. Of course, this was also because the two flowerless thieves did not hide their figures and came in brightly. They would like to check with the person in charge of this place. It's only been a short time since the incident with the dragon cult, and now there are suspicious people. When Bai Liang's few people got the news, their complexions were all quite grave, and they immediately brought their people here. Seeing the two flowerless thieves standing under the mountain building from afar, Bai Liang suddenly felt that one of them was somewhat familiar, and was alarmed but not quite sure. The two flowerless thieves, on the other hand, had already seen the arrival of Bai Liang's few people. The flowerless thief seemed to have seen something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. A look of surprise. Brother-in-law? Bai Liang approached and saw the familiar figure, and instantly opened his mouth to ask with uncertainty. Brother-in-law? Flowerless Thief's tone was quite surprised when he saw Bai Liang. He even thought if he was affected by the mirage realm of the demon. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? However, when the Yin God came out of his body and used his French eyes to look over and over again, he did not see any traces of demons, indicating that the person in front of him was really his brother-in-law. Why are you here? Bai Liang and Flowerless Thief. Both of them spoke almost simultaneously. When the people present heard the conversation between the two, they had long been looking at each other, not knowing what to say. How could Flowerless Thief not have thought that his mother's oft-missed brother, the runaway Bai Liang, would run into such a situation? Bai Liang also didn't expect to see his relatives even in this remote place in Qingzhou. The first moment he saw his brother-in-law, he thought he had come specifically to find him. But Flowerless Thief's line "Why are you here?" showed that he didn't realize that Bai Liang was here. They were all acquaintances and were still relatives, so Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui were invited to the mountain house. After taking their seats, Bai Liang personally made tea for the two of them. Come, brother-in-law, drink the tea we have here. Bai Liang opened his mouth with a smile. Flowerless Thief was considered one of the few close relatives he had on the capital side. He is rejected by the family, and only his eldest sister, who is married, cares for him, as both have the same birth mother. And Flowerless Thief, who was his big sister's husband. Flowerless Thief's gaze was complicated as he looked at Bai Liang, who had now become a cultivator, with a million questions in his mind. As far as he remembered, this brother-in-law had no cultivation talent at all, and could not become a cultivator at all. That was why he was rejected by the family and left home. But now, he was already at the peak of the Passage Dharma realm, and it was hard not to let him think more in his mind. Bai Liang, you've been away all these years, and Yuan Jun misses you from time to time. If you have time, go back to the capital to see your big sister. Flowerless Thief opened his mouth and said, his tone a lot milder. Whatever happened, it was his own brother-in-law after all. Big sister. Thinking of this only closest relative, Bai Liang felt something in his heart and said, how is big sister doing with her life? With your brother-in-law taking care of it, it's naturally very good. Raised white and fat. The corner of Flowerless Thief's mouth hooked up in a faint smile. Ha ha, it's good to be fatter. Big sister always thinks about looking good when she's thin, and she eats half of her meals, so after a long time, how can her body carry it? Bai Liang laughed, his heart much lighter. The two of them caught up for a few more moments, and finally Flowerless Thief changed the subject and said in a serious tone, Bai Liang, why are you here, and how did you become a cultivator? Bai Liang heard this, but he looked at Yang Yushui. There's no harm. Yang Yushui is one of our own, Flowerless Thief said. Bai Liang nodded his head. he still trusted this brother-in-law of his. Of course, it wasn't like this matter of him being able to become a cultivator was a hidden secret, so there was no harm in talking about it. This place is a sacred mountain. Sacred mountains have spirits, and several of us are fortunate to be sheltered by Lord Mountain God and stand here. As for being able to become cultivators, naturally it is also because of the favor of the Mountain God Lord in being blessed. Bak Liang said simply and clearly. Divine Mountain? Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui looked at each other with doubts in their eyes, but they quickly thought of the mountain temples they had just seen. Are you saying that this place is sheltered by a deity? Flowerless Thief was also considered to be knowledgeable, and had heard many of some of the rumors. That's right. Bai Liang nodded. Really? Flowerless Thief's tone turned serious. If his brother-in-law was being held hostage by someone, then he would do his best to free Bai Liang. 1,000 times true, Bai Liang said with incomparable certainty. Brother-in-law, haven't you noticed that the spiritual chi in our Thousand Mountain town is quite a bit denser than other places? It's because of the presence of the Divine Mountain that makes Thousand Mountain town a piece of spiritual land, Bai Liang slowly said. Flowerless Thief nodded. The aura was indeed incomparably dense. More importantly, to be able to turn Bai Liang, who had no talent for cultivation, into a profound Dharma realm cultivator. It was this tactic that was unimaginable to him. Even those few half-saints in the capital were unable to allow others to break through the heavenly destiny shackles. If you really want to say who can do it, then perhaps it is only the gods. But the path to heaven has long been broken. So where did the gods come from? Is it hard to be there all the time? Flowerless Thief couldn't figure it out. And it wasn't a question he could figure out. Since Bai Liang was fine and had gained a great chance, he was naturally happy for Bai Liang. He turned his head and looked at a few more of Yuzawa's men. Could it be that these people were just like Bai Liang, who had no talent for cultivation but were blessed by the gods and became cultivators only after gaining a chance? If that was the case, then this Lord Mountain God was somewhat terrifying. In his heart, he became more and more curious about this mountain god. Brother-in-law, why did you guys come to Liaoyun County? Bai Liang asked his doubts. He was aware of the position of the Flowerless Thief, the Heavenly Inspector, a feared organization that only took orders from the Emperor. Even the two major powers, Golden Dragon Temple Xianshangwan, had to give a few thin faces. After all, the Heavenly Inspector, so to speak, represents the current Emperor. This, Flowerless Thief weighed his words and felt that there was nothing he couldn't say, so he spoke, tracking a group of rebels. Rebels? Isn't it the Vast Dragon Sect? Bai Liang suddenly said. It is precisely the Vast Dragon Sect that you have come into contact with? Flowerless Thief looked toward Bai Liang. Bai Liang then spoke about Chush's matter. After hearing this, Flowerless Thief frowned and said, so these few rebels are trying to come and move you to make an alliance. He turned his head to Yan Yushui. Yan Yushui shook his head and sighed. It seems that we have lost the clue of the demoness again and followed the wrong person. Their aim was to find the holy maiden of the Vast Dragon Sect. As for such minor characters as Yuguaba, they were not among their goals. A few people then chatted a bit more on the topic. And finally Bai Liang asked about the state of the capital today. Flowerless Thief looked a little indignant, and finally shook his head. The capital city, now has been in a mess. Above the court, the party fight head-to-head, full of ministers who only care about the Gateway private plan. Buddhism and Taoism, two major forces. The Taoist dispute is getting more and more intense. Vaguely have the situation of immortality. As for His Majesty, Flowerless Thief sighed. Not only did he let the situation go unchecked, but he even went a bit into the devil. And the entire capital city, nowadays, is simply pandemonium. Yang Yushui nodded his head in agreement and added, there is also the Vast Dragon Sect rising up in secret. And the matter of Bai Jiangzhou has even triggered the situation in the capital, which is in complete chaos. After Bai Liang's few people heard this, they all sucked in a breath. The situation in the capital, has it gotten this dire? In his heart, Yuzawa felt that this was already a precursor to the imminent demise of the country, and with the threat of the demon army, he was still engaging in internal strife. These people, do they have any brains at all? The human race is on the verge of becoming blood food in the mouths of demons. Can't they see the situation? Bai Liang said somewhat incredulously. Flowerless Thief spoke faintly. It's seeing clearly that makes you so crazy. Several half-saints, including the current saint, are already doing whatever they can to become saints today. Most of the people under the half-saints have given up resisting, and are drunk today, enjoying what they can before the demons have torn up the heavenly water covenant. Yang Yushui sighed. The two of them? It was precisely because they could not see the pandemonium of the capital, and that depressing atmosphere that they chose to go out on a mission. These words caused Bai Liang's few people to fall silent. Amitabha Buddha. The capital city is in a state of confusion, obscuring the heart, and has become a devil's den. Empty Delusion clasped his hands together and recited a Buddha's name. Flowerless Thief glanced at Empty Delusion. He had noticed this monk since just now. Not for any other reason, but this monk smells, well, good. Flowerless Thief felt like he was having an illusion, that he would actually feel that a monk smelled good. This is so ridiculous that it gives me a little chill just thinking about it. But that instinct from the depths of his soul couldn't possibly be wrong. He truly felt from the bottom of his heart that the monk in front of him smelled good. What the hell is going on here? Flowerless Thief was a bit confused and only felt that this monk was evil. Yan Yushui on the side also felt the same way, and he turned his head to look at Empty Delusion every now and then, his face full of doubts. Bai Liang and the others noticed the difference between the two, but they couldn't say anything. In fact, since some time ago, they had also sensed the abnormalities of the Empty Delusion. Empty Hair himself understood even more what was going on. He himself was a great medicine for the human body that Monk Sanka had birthed with a secret method. Later on, after awakening his spirituality and becoming a true living creature, his cultivation refined, making this human medicine of his even more pure and alluring. Bai Liang invited the two flowerless thieves to stay in Thousand Mountain Town for a few days, but was politely declined. Flowerless Thief felt that this Thousand Mountain Town was a bit evil. The mountain god that my brother-in-law spoke of might really exist. Otherwise, there couldn't be such a miracle as someone with no cultivation talent becoming a cultivator. They all had a feeling of being uncomfortable when they stayed here. The two of them ended up not going forward to view the mountain god's temple, mainly because they hadn't encountered such a thing as a deity. Although he was curious in his mind, he was afraid of breaking a taboo. It would be more than worth it to offend the gods. Before leaving, Flowerless Thief pulled Bai Liang and said with a serious expression, "Bai Liang, you are favored by the gods. You must be cautious in doing things thereafter, and you must not act according to your heart. Do you understand?" Shiro nodded solemnly. He could hear it. What his brother-in-law meant was that he should listen to the will of the mountain god lord and work with a single mind, without any thoughts of his own. As a member of the Heavenly Patrol, Flowerless Thief has experienced too many things by accompanying the king as if he were a tiger. I don't know how many of my colleagues I've seen who had second thoughts about it and how badly they ended up. It's good that you understand. Flowerless Thief nodded his head and reminded again. And what happened in White River State? Do you know about it? A 6th-ranked demonic creature? Bai Liang opened his mouth. Right. Flowerless Thief's face was grave as he said in a deep voice. 2 6th-order demons. The court's intention is to let the 2 Yin God realms in by Jiangzhou break through to the Yang God realm and then go to exterminate the demons. However, His Majesty was worried that this would violate the Tianshui covenant and anger the demons, so he was hesitant to make a resolution. The matter was then shelved. The demons have broken the Tianshui covenant. Why would the court still abide by it? Bai Liang frowned. The weak have no words. Flowerless Thief sighed. The date of the heavenly waters was not that important to the demons, but for the Chu dynasty, it was incredibly crucial. If they lose the boundaries of the Tianshui treaty, then facing the Chu dynasty will be the millions of demonic armies. Bai Liang was silent. Being weak was all he could do. The imperial court is unable to resolve the 6th-order demons for the time being, so you should beware. 6th-order demons can't break through the Qi-sheltered states and cities, so it's likely that they'll shift their target and strike at Qingzhou. Flowerless Thief gravely informed Bai Liang. Liaoyun County, which bordered Baijiang Prefecture, bore the brunt of it. If it was true as he said, then it was likely that Thousand Mountain Town would face 2 6th-order demons. Brother-in-law, this you can rest assured. We, Thousand Mountain Town, are not afraid of any threats. When he mentioned this, Bai Liang was smiling confidently. What demon or monster dares to come and seek death under the shelter of the sacred mountain? Flowerless Thief looked slightly surprised, and in his heart, he secretly said that his brother-in-law was very confident in the mountain god. A deity. It seemed that this mountain god was much more powerful than he had imagined. Seeing this, he let it go. Subsequently, the two of them, Flowerless Thief, left Thousand Mountain Town and rushed to the state capital of Qingzhou. The trail of the Holy Maiden of the vast dragon sect was broken, and they had to hurry up and get in touch with the other squads to get the latest information. Witnessing his brother-in-law and his wife leave, Bai Liang exhaled heavily. Yuzawa, on the side, opened his mouth and laughed. What? Homesick? Shiro didn't deny it and nodded his head. It's true that I've missed it a bit. If you do the math, it's been years since I've been back to the capital to visit my mother's grave. He sighed slightly. He didn't miss much about the White family. The only people who were hung up on were a few of the closer people to his big sister. Now that the state of the capital is so bad, there's no telling when it will stabilize. Yuzawa frowned. He hoped in his heart that the person who killed his wife and son would not die early, and he still wanted to avenge his wife and son with his own hands. It's hard to stabilize. His Majesty today has been on the throne for almost 17 years, and every year it's been getting worse and worse. And there's a saying going around the capital that this year is the best year of the next 10 years. and it applies equally well to the present. Bai Liang shook his head, looking down on the future of the great Chu dynasty. With such a dim king in place, it was already considered a blessing from the ancestors to be able to last 8 years under the oppression of the demon army. In fact, it is true that it is in accordance with the ancestors' shade. If it wasn't for the consumption of the great Chu dynasty's hundreds of years of accumulated qi, it was afraid that it would be very difficult to hold out until now. As long as the human race was without a saint, it was ultimately a lamb to the slaughter. The Heavenly Water Covenant was giving the human race time to drag on, but how could the demon side not have their own calculations? Regardless of that much, what happens in the capital has nothing to do with our Thousand Mountain town. Wu Zhe shook his head and said. Bai Liang listened and nodded. He was suddenly motivated in his heart to quickly develop and grow Thousand Hills town. In the future, if the capital city really doesn't work, then you can bring your big sister and the others over. With the blessing of Lord Mountain God, he believed that in the future, this place on the Divine Mountain would be a place of pilgrimage for the people of the world. Tianyue County. Xiao Zhenhe and the Lin brothers were still doing battle for Tianyue County. The Generalissimo was already making the decision to cede the entire Liaoyun County. The news reached Shiman Longyu's side, and then Shiman Longyu informed the Lin brothers. The Generalissimo's meaning was simple, that is, if the Thousand Hills town asked for it, then let it be given to them. Didn't ask for it, then their people. They continued to be rooted in Liaoyun County. The main idea is one of staying out of trouble. You come to me then I'll back off and show goodwill. The Lin family brothers even found He Li Yuan for this reason, and directly made their intentions clear. When He Li Yuan first heard it, he was very surprised in his heart. That Generalissimo of the state city would come to show favor to their Thousand Hills town? In the end, thinking about it, it also felt normal that this Generalissimo was not showing goodwill to Thousand Mountain town, but to the mountain god lord behind it. I guess the Generalissimo already knows what happened to Lin Zhenjiang. The chief soldier's choice was also sensible, and instead of choosing to hold a grudge for this, he made a gesture of goodwill. It showed that Thousand Mountain town could do whatever it wanted in Liaoyun County, and the Liaoyun County sheriff would cooperate. After bringing this news back to Thousand Mountain town, Bai Liang smiled when he heard about it. Now, the development of the town of Thousand Hills is finally free of resistance. With the support of the imperial court, then many of the actions do not need to be covered up. Bai Liang directly called out to Master Zhang and told him to make preparations to relocate the residents of Peach Blossom County to Thousand Mountain Town in batches. He was prepared to take one step at a time and make Thousand Hills a small county town one after another. By then, this side of God's mountain would no longer be a wilderness with few people, but a real county, a prosperous place. At the same time, the name of the Divine Mountain gradually spread within the boundaries of Liaoyun County. This naturally had Shiman Longyu's push and pull, otherwise it wouldn't have spread so quickly. When many refugees heard about it, they were instantly enamored, and with what was left of their belongings, they set out on the road to the Divine Mountain. Have you heard? Near Peach Blossom County, a sacred mountain has come out, and it's said that there are immortals living up there, and the demons don't dare to come close. Hey, you're all out of date with your information. What gods live up there? That's a whole mountain full of gods. A mountain of gods is the incarnation of gods. Hiss, really? With the existence of deities, wouldn't we no longer need to be afraid of demons? Naturally it's true. It's said that the county governor has personally admitted it. Do you think it could be false? I'll be damned. The sheriff lord admits it. That has to be believed. The people who heard the name of the Divine Mountain were talking about it. Many people were moved and were eager to travel to the Divine Mountain, but they hesitated for fear that the news was false. But even so, the number of people who traveled to the Divine Mountain was overwhelming. Refugees with their backpacks can be seen all the time on the several avenues leading to the sacred mountain. The town of Thousand Hills had a bunch of refugees all at once, and they were all a bit too much to eat. The population continued to grow, and this unexpected gain caught Bai Liang and the others a bit off guard. How many people are there now? Bai Liang looked to the young man recording on the side. This is his recently promoted deputy, proficient in arithmetic and reliable in doing things, worth cultivating. Xiaonian stopped his pen and pondered for a moment. Back to the banker. There are now more than 27,000 people registered in Thousand Mountain Town. That much already? Bai Liang was slightly surprised that this hadn't even relocated the people of Peach Blossom County. If they really migrated over, then they would have to have more than 100,000 people here, wouldn't they? Is there enough room? Soon Bai Liang realized a problem. Thousand Hills Town expanded and was still too small. Xiaonian nodded his head and said, Bai Zhuang master, this you can rest assured. I have already arranged for it to go down and have people continue to expand the construction towards the outside, and the newly arrived refugees are only given food, and if they want shelter, they have to build it themselves. It can't be that everything has to be paid for by our Thousand Mountain Town. After hearing this, Bai Liang nodded with satisfaction and appreciated. Xianyan did a good job. Keep up the good work. The population will grow afterwards. Hard work, Neen solemnly said. I'll try my best. With that, he went back to lowering his head to record things. Bai Liang looked around. There were several other young people like Xiaoyan. They were all carefully selected by him for training. And in the future, these people would be the team that would manage Thousand Mountain Town. As for him, the time afterward would probably be spent more on cultivation. The development of Thousand Mountain Town cannot be left behind. And the incense of Lord Mountain God cannot be left behind. So growing Thousand Mountain Town is necessary. These days, he would head to the 100 Refinement Hall from time to time. Those few children who had the talent for cultivation would now cultivate in the 100 Refinement Hall every day. The aura of Thousand Mountain Town was very rich, which made the cultivation speed of these teenagers much faster than the average person. Bai Liang was responsible for guiding and answering the questions of these teenagers in their cultivation, but most of it is still practiced by them. After all, Bai Liang didn't know much about cultivation initiation, and he had directly crossed over to become a refined Dharma realm cultivator. A funny thing happened during this time. The boy who was the most gifted of the several teenagers actually proposed that he wanted to follow emptiness to learn Buddhism. Bai Liang was surprised to hear this and asked him why he had such an idea. Lin Qian's answer was very direct. Because he felt that being a monk was very economical. He ate fasting every day. He didn't need to eat meat, and he wouldn't be ridiculed by other people for not having meat because of this. I never ate meat when I was very young, and the children of the Lu Tsaiwu family kept laughing at me, saying that our family was so poor that we couldn't afford to eat meat, and my mother cried as she hugged me. That's why I want to become a monk, so that even if we don't have meat to eat, my mother and I won't be ridiculed by others, Lin Qian said. Bai Liang was somewhat speechless after hearing this, not knowing what to say. Silly boy, we're in Thousand Mountain Town now. You don't have to worry about this in the future. The meat will be there. Everything will be there. Bai Liang patted Lin Qian's head. Really? Lin Qian raised his head. Naturally it's true. As long as you cultivate well and become a cultivator, those people who mocked you before will no longer dare to mock you and your mother. Bai Liang laughed. Then I must cultivate hard. Lin Qian nodded heavily, his expression firm. Beck Liang thinks highly of Lin Qian. After all, it was the only moderately talented one out of the 6 teenagers. By extrapolation, a medium talent would be able to cultivate to at least the God realm of enlightenment, which was already quite good. The other 5 children, although their talents were inferior, could all cultivate to the passage of Dharma realm at the very least. There's a really big difference between the gifted and the ungifted. As the population skyrocketed, Liu also felt the surge in merit points. At this moment, he stared at the panel. That merit points had already come to more than 990,000, only a few thousand points short of a complete full million. Realm, 3rd Order Spirit Mountain. Merit, 9975431000000. Avatar, Blessing of the Mountain God. Dharma of Heaven and Earth. Revival of Incense. Spell, Manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. Just shy of 2,000 points. Liu was slightly excited in his heart. These 2,000 or so merit points. Probably just need to wait for another hour or two and he would have them. He was somewhat looking forward to how it would change after breaking through the 4th rank, and what kind of aptitude will be unlocked. In the Thousand Mountain Town below, the residents went to the Mountain God Temple one after another to offer incense and worship. Each person's worship provided him with a few merit points. About an hour or so passed like that. Liu's merit points had finally reached 1 million points. Merit points fill up to 1,000,000. Realm Elevation. Advancement to the 4th Order of the Holy Mountain. Unlocking the Avatar. Drinking from the source. In that instant, Liu only felt that his power had taken a qualitative leap. If we were to say that before, his power was a clear mass of lake water, incomparably condensed, but now it's all turned into mercury. And not only is it heavy, the mass has been boosted. Liu felt that now that he didn't need to use the Dharma Heaven and Earth, with a casual movement of his divine thoughts, he could easily crush Yin God Realm or even Yang God Realm cultivators. At the same time, his divine thoughts rapidly expanded from the original 50 miles, eventually reaching a range of 100 miles, a whole lot more than double. Of course, what surprised him the most was that after advancing to the 4th rank, it was no longer the Spirit Mountain, but the Holy Mountain. Holy Mountain. The change in the name of the realm made Liu's heart flutter. The 1st to 3rd orders are spiritual mountains, and the 4th order becomes a holy mountain. Then presumably the 5th and 6th orders further up should all be holy mountains as well. I just don't know what will become after the 7th rank. A sacred mountain? Liu thought in his heart, and his divine thoughts were already stretching 50 miles away. The current him had a divine thought range of 100 miles, and the heavenly moon county, 70 miles away, was directly within his divine thought range. Everything in the county is clear and crisp to see. All the cultivators in Tianyu County inexplicably felt a palpitation at this moment, and they looked up into the sky, but they saw nothing. Elder Jean, did you feel it? Xiaozhen has said with a slight change in color. Jean didn't call for a nod. Looking grave. What a powerful pressure. What's going on here? Is it an illusion? He muttered. The scent lingered for only an instant. Then it was gone. Xiaozhen had turned his head to look at the location of Thousand Mountain Town. Could it be that mountain god? He guessed. It's very likely. Elder Jean opened his mouth, looking somewhat fearful. It was really Lin Zhenjiang's downfall that had left a considerable shadow in his heart. The two men fell silent, not daring to say anything more. Xiaozhenhai is already reporting the information to the state capital lord, whose attitude is that he can't be messed with. Then he was also told to go ahead and sabotage the show of goodwill ploy on the general side. However, he did not act for the time being because Lin Zhenjiang's downfall was still fresh in his mind. Who knew what kind of temper that mountain god had? If he had said half a bad word, he might have been slapped to death. So, he wanted to wait a little longer. Liu looked down at Tianyu County, and everything in the county was in his eyes. Compared to Peach Blossom County, Tianyu County was indeed very large. It could be considered a county town. In the next moment, his divine thoughts appeared at a location 100 miles away, and this was his limit. There happens to be a county here that is about the same size as Peach County, called Che County, named for the durable wagons and oxen carts manufactured. Shenzhen has a population of 70,000 to 80,000, which is not a lot. Liu's divine thoughts swept through and found that there were actually quite a few cultivators inside Che County, and there was also a third-order Xian realm entry. It was only that this enter the Xian realm, old and weakened in age and qi in blood, was not expected to live for many years. Next, Liu's divine thoughts unfolded frantically, covering 100 miles around the divine mountain. But in here, he found quite a few demonic creatures, but the ranks were all relatively low, and the highest was a 4th-ranked green fox. After thinking about it, he chose not to make a move to exterminate it, leaving it for Yuzawa and the others to deal with. Growth always comes with crisis. With that, he suddenly realized that there was a river at the limit of what his divine thoughts could detect. A huge blood-colored eel was surprisingly hidden under the water. 5th-ranked demonic creature? Liu was somewhat interested, and his divine thoughts recklessly swept the blood eel's entire body. The blood eels inhabiting the river are sleeping peacefully. Suddenly an unparalleled divine idea pressure covered it, shocking its blood-colored face to turn pale. What man? The blood eel stormed out, wanting to flee without hesitation. It is now at the peak of the 5th rank, just one step away from being a 6th-ranked demon marshal, invincible within Dichu. Never thought I'd meet such a horrible breath. At that instant, it even thought that it was the human race that had broken the Tianshui covenant and the half-saint from the capital had come out. The blood eel rolled up a layer of water mist. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it flew out for several miles, running out of the range of Liu's divine concept. However, Liu was in no hurry at all. As long as he didn't go too far away, outside the range of God's thoughts, he could still strike and attack. An earth-colored seal appeared in midair, and as soon as it appeared, the mountain-suppressing seal kept getting bigger and bigger, just like a small mountain. Then, under Liu's control, it directly smashed down towards the location where the blood eel had fled. The sound of breaking air rang out, and the speed was so fast that it caught up with the blood eel in less than a moment. No, the blood eel didn't even see what exactly killed it before it died. The seal of Jinshan suppressed the blood eel, and then it continuously extracted the power from the blood eel and slowly transformed it. Only when they were all converted into harmless energy did Liu take them back. Feeling the harmless energy inside the mountain-suppressing seal, Liu said in his heart, "Unexpected harvest." After briefly experiencing the 100-mile range of his divine thoughts, he then focused his attention on the divine mountain. Every time a realm breakthrough had occurred before, changes would occur within the mountain. This one was no exception, and the change was even more pronounced. Originally, only 20% of the rock layer had turned into white crystals, but now it had directly doubled to 40%. Liu already knew that this was a spirit vein. These spiritual veins ran back and forth inside the mountain, just like the ones in his veins, only the blood was replaced with spiritual energy. The aura of the divine mountain became denser and denser, and even ordinary people could feel it. Everyone in Thousand Hills Town felt this change. Some old villagers immediately said that this was a manifestation of the Lord God of the mountain, and everyone was unusually excited when they heard about it. And as a practitioner, experiencing this change is even more pronounced. The aura has doubled in intensity again. Bai Liang stopped his cultivation with a surprised look on his face. He immediately realized that this was the divine mountain producing a change, and although he didn't know what was happening, It was definitely a good thing. Li Yuan walked out of his room with a puzzled look on his face, completely unable to understand why there was such a change. This aura concentration now. It's too exaggerated, right? He couldn't help it. They were staying at the original Thousand Mountain Villa's location, which was the closest to the Divine Mountain, so they naturally received the most benefits. Big brother, the aura is so rich. If I cultivate for a few more days, I'll be able to break through to the Tongfa realm, Chen Jianqi said with an elated expression. After coming to Thousand Mountain Town, the most direct benefit was that cultivation was twice as effective. Empty Delusion looked up at the Divine Mountain, and he could feel that the Divine Mountain was even more sacred and extraordinary than before. Liu was satisfied in his heart as he felt the change of becoming a Fourth Order Holy Mountain. Then look at the panel again. Realm, Fourth Order Sacred Mountain. Merit, 0.43 million/10 million. Avatar, the Mountain God bestows blessings. The Dharma phase of heaven and earth. Incense restoration. Drinking water to think of the source. Spell, manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the Heart. Furnace of Divine Warriors. The number of merit points required had gone from 1 million points before to 10 million. It seems that after every breakthrough, the merit points required will increase tenfold. Liu thought to himself, breaking through the Fifth Order now would cost $10 million. Then breaking through the Sixth Order later would be $100 million. Seventh Order 1 billion. Eighth Order 10 billion. Ninth Order 100 billion. It's going to get harder as we go along. But Liu felt that it was still acceptable. As long as there were more and more believers, then 100 billion or whatever was not a lot. You have to realize that the population of the Great Chu dynasty is quite large. In Liaoyun County alone, there are 3 to 4 million people. Tens of millions of people are counted in the whole of Qingzhou. The Chu now had 11 states and a population of at least 7 or 800 million. It doesn't have to be all of them that become his followers, just half of them would be enough. For the later realms, Liu was not in a hurry. After advancing to the Fourth Order Sacred Mountain, a new divine ability was unlocked. Drinking water. Drinking water, water. The source of life, the origin of all things. Exercise your magical powers to create a line of divinely created water. Mortals who drink this water will drive away illnesses and strengthen their bodies, prolong their lives, and have a chance to gain the gift of cultivation. Cultivators who drink this water will be able to understand their own mind, purify their spiritual energy, and enhance their cultivation. Note, once you drink the water of divine creation, you will unconsciously honor and give thanks to the deity who created it. The more you drink, the deeper you will be affected. After reading the explanation of drinking water, Liu's heart was suddenly moved. This is a very strong avatar. It was by far the best avatar besides the mountain god's blessing. It was unheard of to be able to benefit mortals and even have a chance to gain the gift of cultivation. And when practitioners drink it, it will be very helpful on the path of cultivation. This avatar is perfect. As for the side effects, what's that? Not only is it not a side effect for him, it's even a benefit. As long as one drinks the water of divine creation, one will be in awe and thankful to him from the heart, and will be immensely loyal. This directly eliminated the possibility of cultivating white-eyed wolves, and ensured that every single one who drank the water of divine creation was loyal to him in a recognizable way. Liu realized the importance of drinking from the source. He wanted to develop Thousand Hills Town and wanted to keep acquiring believers. It would have to be a power that belonged to him. Although very powerful, the mountain god's blessing cannot be given indiscriminately because it is too counterintuitive. Each divine talisman was almost equal to representing a future Ninth Order Saint realm, so it has to be someone who was recognized by him before he will do the blessing. But then he wouldn't be able to train too many cultivators, especially when Thousand Hills Town grows to the end. It will be difficult to continue to grow with not enough cultivators. Now with drinking water, it's a good solution. I don't know what the odds of that are exactly, but as long as there are odds, Liu couldn't wait and immediately exerted his divine ability to drink water. In an instant, the divine mountain was surrounded by clouds, and a haze of light fell from the sky and shone on the summit of the divine mountain. A 3-foot-sized clear spring slowly coalesced at the peak of the divine mountain, then grew larger and larger, becoming the size of a pond. Soon the clear spring water fell from the top of the mountain, automatically forming a canal where it passed, and did not stop until the foot of the mountain. The spring forms a pool of water at the foot of the mountain that is crystal clear and sparkling. This is the water of divine creation. The appearance of the water of divine creation quickly caught the attention of the villagers, because this was appearing near the original Thousand Hills Villa, near the temple. The villagers who noticed the anomaly rushed to find Dutian Morning, who was on patrol, and informed him of the situation. A pool of spring water appeared? Dutian Morning was very surprised upon hearing this. Then he hastened to let the villagers who had informed him of the situation lead the way. A moment later, Dutian Morning came to the place where the water of divine creation appeared. only to see that where there was originally a wasteland, a crystal clear spring had appeared at this moment. There was no debris, no fish or shrimp in the spring. Nearby, the land moistened by the spring water, you can faintly see green shoots sprouting up, flourishing with vitality. Tian Morning was astonished. He had been here before, and it was clear that there was no such pool of spring water. How come it would appear out of nowhere now? Captain Du, what's going on here? I see that the spring water is so sweet. I want to take a sip. The villagers who found the spring water swallowed their saliva and looked forward to it. Don't move yet. I don't know if there's a problem. Tian Morning reached out to stop the spring that appeared out of nowhere? A situation never seen before. He first walked around the spring to check for anything out of the ordinary. Finally, go around to the back of the spring to see where the source is. It actually flowed down from the divine mountain. Realizing that the spring water was coming down from the divine mountain, Tian Morning was stunned. The water source on the sacred mountain. That must be nothing. After thinking for a moment, Tian Morning bent down and cupped a handful of spring water with both hands and brought it to his mouth. When he drank the water of divine creation, his mouth felt incomparably sweet and refreshing, giving him a feeling of incomparable comfort. Tian Morning's eyes lit up and he was about to praise the good water. Suddenly, the spring water flowed into the abdomen, converting from cool to warm, and the fatigue from the day of patrolling dissipated into nothing. Instead, it was full of strength. Tian Morning's eyes widened, not expecting this spring water to have such a divine effect. It's really worthy of the spring water flowing down from the sacred mountain. It's simply divine water. This is divine water. Go quickly and inform the banker, Tian Morning said excitedly. The next few people were stunned. Then under Tian Morning's explanation, they all bent down and took a sip of the spring water as well. Then they all reacted in the same way as Tian Morning, looking very shocked and then excited. The news reached Bai Liang's few people, directly startling them over. Lord Wu Zhuang, Lord Bai Zhuang, this is the pool of divine water I was talking about, flowing down from the divine mountain, Tian Morning said as he led Wu Zhe and the others to the spring. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe attempted to take a sip of the spring water, and then they felt the agitation of the spiritual energy in their bodies, and the thoughts that had arisen from the original cultivation process were pacified, thus shedding light on many issues in cultivation. The cultivation level had actually grown a little bit upwards at this moment. The two looked at each other, both seeing shock on the other's face. It's really divine water. Bai Liang couldn't help but marvel and continue to drink a few more sips. Only the effect wasn't as good as the first time he drank it, but it was still very scary. It's unthinkable to think that you can have such great benefits from just drinking water. He Li Yuan, who had followed him over, had a strange look on his face. Was this spring water really so divine? He stepped forward and took a similar sip of the spring water. Then his face just changed and his eyes went wide. This is amazing too. He Li Yuan was shocked, feeling the changes brought about by the spring water entering his throat. He sat down cross-legged in a hurry and closed his eyes. The water of divine creation could clarify the original mind, and the countless perplexities he had accumulated over the years of cultivation were almost all dissolved and enlightened at this moment. Therefore, his cultivation began to loosen up and watered down, directly coming to the late stage of the entering Xian realm, and even faintly showing signs of breaking through to the peak of the entering Xian realm. Bai Liang and the others glanced at each other, and none of them opened their mouths so as not to disturb Big Brother He. It was only after almost a quarter of an hour that He Li Yuan opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. He stood up and laughed out loud, looking at the spring in awe. Truly divine water. After just one sip, the realm that hadn't been broken through in years unexpectedly loosened up. At this moment, he was already at the peak of the entering Xian realm, only one step short of the God realm of enlightenment. Congratulations Big Brother He. Bai Liang's few people sent their congratulations. Wu Zhe said in a surprised tone, this divine water flowing down from above the divine mountain must be a gift from Lord Mountain God to us. The crowd nodded with great approval. Only the Lord God of the mountain could create such a miraculous divine water out of it. The news of the water of divine creation soon spread in a small area of Thousand Mountain Town. However, the divine water was quite extraordinary, not allowing anything and everyone to come close, and it was also necessary to send someone to guard it. Bai Liang's suggestion was that water could be taken from the divine spring and then distributed for drinking, and let Tian Morn try it to see if the divine water still had that magical effect after it left the divine spring. Tried it and was pleasantly surprised by the results. When the divine water left the divine spring, the effect would still be there, just that it would be a little bit weaker compared to that, but that wouldn't have any effect. Soon after, Bai Liang arranged it so that Tian Morning would be in charge of guarding the divine spring. Villagers who want to drink the sacred water can sign up and line up for a patrol to take it out. There is a constant flow of divine water, so everyone has a share without any restrictions. At first people were curious about the efficacy of the divine water. After all, it was said to be so mysterious. The heart is still a little drumming. However, when they drank the divine water, each of them revealed a look of shock before they marveled at the fact that it was worthy of being divine water. Everyone's physical fatigue dissipated and their spirits improved. Most importantly, some old illnesses are slowly recovering and healing themselves. This made the crowd excited, and for a while the divine water became the meat and potatoes in everyone's eyes. For the mountain god who gave the divine water, it is incomparable gratitude and respect. The incense of the temple are upward, flourishing a lot. By Liang and the rest of them, the cultivators, had the best effect the first time they drank the divine water, and it wasn't as effective later on, but it was also very beneficial to their cultivation. After drinking the divine water, Empty Delusion managed to break through to the entering the Xian realm, and his cultivation speed staggered Wu Zhe and the others, and the Empty Delusion that became a third-order practitioner became more fragrant. Bai Liang smelled the scent and was a bit tempted to say something, but finally asked, Empty Delusion, are you following the example of women and applying some kind of spice? Empty Delusion was speechless and shook his head decisively in denial. After advancing to the Xian realm, he was going to polish for a period of time, preparing to leave Thousand Mountain Town and travel outside. In the past few days, Qianko returned to Thousand Mountain Town from Peach Blossom County, and the work there was taken over by Master Zhang. And this time he came back with someone else, the clear springs of Swan Kingwan. Compared to the first time Qingxuan had come to Thousand Hills Village, it was still just a slightly larger village at that time. But now before her was a town of over 20,000 people. There was some disbelief in her mind that it had only been so long, and the changes were so drastic. Was this the same Thousand Hills villa she had once visited? And when she saw Bai Liang, her expression became even more shocked. Tongfa realm, or peak, her mouth opened wide, her pale, bloodless face filled with incredulity. It was only 4 or 5 months ago that I first met White Light. At that time, he was still just a cultivator of the refinement realm. But it turned out that Goodbye was already at the peak of the passage realm, and was only one step away from entering the Xian realm. Bai Liang smiled faintly and invited Qingquan to sit down before speaking. Daoist Qingquan, is it a decision to go back to Baijiangzhou? Kayasumi was silent. What do you mean she decided to go back? It was clear that she had been under house arrest until now, and it was finally time to go back. People had to bow their heads under the roof, so she nodded in silence. Now that Baijiang Prefecture is not peaceful and we know each other well, we can send someone to send you on a journey. Bai Lian laughed. Having placed this female Taoist under house arrest for so long, he was honestly a bit overjoyed in his heart. After all, the other party and them, there was no conflict. Send me to Shireju? Kayasumi asked. No, sent to the border of Liaoyun County, Bai Liang replied. There were no words in Qingxuan's mind. What's the difference between sending it to the border of Liaoyun County and not sending it? I have a request, and I wonder if I can grant it. After a long hesitation, she opened her mouth. What request? Shiro frowned. Qingquan took a deep breath, his pale face resolute, and said, I want to repair my roots and restore my cultivation talent. Bai Liang froze, and his expression turned serious as he said, You know about Qianku? Aha, Kayasumi nodded. I can't make the call on this. Qianka was able to come back to life from near death because he was favored by Lord Mountain God to restore his cultivation roots. Bai Liang spoke solemnly. May I pray to the Lord God of the mountain? I'll accept whatever it takes as long as it's not a betrayed loved one. Kayasumi spoke up. In the midst of the chaos, the foundation was damaged, the realm fell, and it was simply impossible to gain a foothold without strength. Even if she went back to Baijiangzhou, her master's uncle wouldn't dislike her, but Xian Xingguan wouldn't accept her as an invalid, so she had to be on her own. Seeing this woman so determined, Bai Liang was a bit hesitant. He was in no position to stop Qingxuan from praying to the mountain god Sama. After all, the sacred mountain did not belong to them alone. Instead they were servants of the Lord God of the mountain, or to put it bluntly, slaves, something he had been well aware of since the beginning. Seeing himself clearly, I can take you to the temple. As for whether or not Lord Mountain God will take you on, it depends on your sincerity. Bai Liang stood up and said. Qingquan looked relieved, then followed Bai Liang to the temple. Entering the temple, she thought that the temple here would have an idol of the mountain god, but there was none. Not even a portrait. She began to offer incense, kneeling and bowing, praying in her heart with immense sincerity to the Lord God of the mountain. Shiro just watched in silence. A long time had passed, and the temple still hadn't changed much. However, Kayasumi remained in the kneeling position, and did not move. It wasn't that Liu hadn't seen it. On the contrary, his divine thoughts had been in the temple. This female disciple of the Xianqing temple was quite tough-minded. A single use of incense rejuvenation consumes a few thousand points of merit. which isn't a lot. After kneeling in Qingchuan for an hour, Bai Liang was already leaving, replacing others to come and watch. Her knees began to tremble slightly. Her roots were damaged and she was still weak from the injuries in her body. Li looked at her and saw that she was indeed sincere, and as he thought about the side effects of the divine creation water, a bold idea suddenly arose in his heart. Only the plan needed someone to implement it, and preferably it had nothing to do with Thousand Hills Town. Kayasumi is just the man for the job. So Liu casually cast fragrance rejuvenation to repair her roots. Consume 6,000 points of merit. Looking at the reminder on the panel, the amount of merit consumed was 3,000 points more than last time. After he thought about it for a moment, it should be because Qing Quan was at the profound realm while Chen Ku was only at the refined realm. In the temple, Qingchuan was about to be unable to hold on without using her spiritual power when suddenly a ray of golden light enveloped her. She was stunned at first, then her heart thrilled with delight. Completely letting go of her mind, she allowed the golden light to enter her body, nourishing and repairing her injuries. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. Qingchuan's face changed from originally bloodless to rosy, and his eyes possessed a glowing look. My daughter, Kayasumi, kowtow to Lord Mountain God. Qingchuan looked quite agitated and heavily knelt down to kowtow for a long time. Bai Liang saw the commotion and came, and after seeing this, he laughed. It seems that Taoist Master Qingchuan has gotten what he wanted, and has been favored by Lord Mountain God. Qing Quan nodded his head. His heart was very shaken at the moment. The damaged foundation, which had been completely restored, had even gotten a little better, which was an unexpected gain. Master Bai Zhuang, whatever you need me to do, just mention it, as long as you don't betray my loved ones. After her roots were restored, Qingchuan's mood became much better, but she didn't forget the conditions she had just mentioned. The meaning of her words was obvious. She didn't care about anything other than her master's family, including the Xiancheng one. There's no rush on this for now. Let's wait for us to confer first. Bai Lian laughed. He hadn't thought of anything for Kayasumi to do for a while. Mainly, the White River State was still a bit of a distance away from them, and there wasn't much involved, so it wouldn't be useful for a while. Then I'll stay here for now and tell me when you guys figure it out, Kayasumi said. Bai Liang nodded, and then had someone go and arrange a residence for Qingquan. So Qingchuan stayed in Thousand Mountain Town for the time being. About 3 days passed before Bai Liang found Qingquan and told her something. Kayasumi frowned at first, but finally nodded in response. Qingchuan then prepared to go on the road back to Baijian Prefecture. Her roots were restored and her cultivation naturally returned to the Tongfa realm, so Bai Liang didn't escort her. Instead she went on the road alone by herself. Only this time she left, carrying a large, heavy package on her back, and the sound of water could be faintly heard coming from inside as she walked. During these days, all the residents of Thousand Hills Township drank the divine water. The miraculous efficacy of the divine water made everyone's heart incomparably shocked, and they couldn't wait to take a sip of the water every day. But unfortunately, there was only one pool of the divine spring, and although the divine water was constantly flowing, it took time for it to build up to full capacity, and it couldn't withstand everyone drinking it every day. Therefore, in addition to drinking divine water unconditionally for the first time, quotas were established for those who wanted divine water in the future. Places are given to people according to their performance and contribution. Those who have contributed to the divine mountain, Thousand Hills Town, and those who have made meritorious and hard-earned contributions will be rewarded with places. Places are reserved in perpetuity. Keep them for whenever you need them. Once this set of rules came out, everyone's motivation was mobilized, and they began to think about how they could contribute and get credit for divine mountain. Thousand Mountain Town. When Du Tian Morning woke up today, he felt something strange in his body, and his body was warm and dry. At first he thought he had gotten sick and went to see Dr. Liao. At Dr. Liao's, he also happened to meet an old lunatic. It was the old man who had clashed with others last time, was pushed to the ground, and shouted that his granddaughter was a noble consort and that he himself was a royal relative. This old man was supposed to be dying last time. I didn't expect to be saved by Dr. Liao later, making everyone praise Dr. Liao's medical skills. However, Dr. Liao said that it was not his excellent medical skills, but the richness of the spiritual qi of the divine mountain, which indirectly saved old man's son's life. Captain Du, there's nothing wrong with you, healthy enough to carry a cow. After diagnosing Du Tian Morning, Dr. Liao said with a smile, that's not right, then why do I feel heat in my body? It's strange. Du Tian Morning frowned. Hearing this, Dr. Liao took his pulse a few more times and even probed the temperature of his abdomen with the back of his hand. It's indeed fine. There's no problem with the body. This time Dr. Liao said with certainty. Seemingly thinking of something, Dr. Liao said uncertainly, Captain Du, could you be cultivating spiritual power this time? I've heard Brother Chen say that when you cultivate spiritual power, It's like a blazing fire burning inside your body, which is very similar to your current symptoms. Impossible. I don't even have the talent. How can I cultivate spiritual power? Tian Morning shook his head decisively. It wasn't like he hadn't tried to cultivate, and with all the effort he had put in, and even eating the demon general's flesh and blood given to him by the Zhuang master, he had been unable to cultivate his spiritual energy and become a cultivator. With that on his lips, his heart was vaguely skeptical. You'd better go to the Zhuang master and let them give you a look. Dr. Liao said this. Tian Morning nodded his head, then he got up and headed to the mountain building. When he arrived at the mountain building, he directly found Wu Zhe, while Bai Liang was attempting to impact the Xian realm. Tian Morning spoke out his and Dr. Liao's guesses, and Wu Zhe looked a little surprised after hearing it. Let's see. He directly pressed his hand on Tian Morning's shoulder and carefully probed. Then his expression was surprised and he looked at Tian Morning with a delighted smile. Congratulations, Sky Morning. You've cultivated spirit power. Yuzawa congratulated. Really spiritual power? Tian Morning was a bit unbelievable. He had completely given up and decided that it was good to be an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, the peaks and valleys had turned around and he had accidentally cultivated spiritual power. Really? Ozzy said with certainty. Tian Morning was in an agitated mood, carefully feeling the warmth in his body. He didn't know what to say for a while. Yuzawa waited for him to calm down before he opened his mouth and asked, Sky Morning, have you eaten anything lately? Tian Morning originally had no talent for cultivation, that much was certain, but now it's actually possible to practice again, which is bizarre. Therefore, Wu Zhe guessed that it was very likely that Tian Morning had eaten something or had met some kind of chance. Yuzawa vaguely guessed something in his mind. Tian Morning suppressed his excitement and began to frown in contemplation. Demon General blood and flesh shouldn't be. That's been a long time in the past. The spiritual rice planted by Uncle Wu hasn't been eaten much, but it shouldn't be either. The divine water over at the divine spring. With that said, the answer came to both men's minds. It's divine water, the two said in unison. Divine water can give ordinary people the gift of cultivation. Wu Zhe's tone was a bit excited. If this was really the case, then this divine water would not just be magical, but heaven-defying. It would not be an exaggeration to say that those who have the talent to cultivate are 1 in 1,000. If the divine water could allow everyone to cultivate, how terrifying would that be? I'll go ask the others now if they are like me. Knowing the importance of this matter, Tian Morning couldn't be bothered to be happy that he was able to cultivate. He turned around and went to check on the rest of the people. The town of Thousand Hills. More than 20,000 people have drunk the sacred water, so everyone has to be screened. When the patrol came to the door, no one knew what was going on. They thought they had gotten in a mole, and they all cooperated with the interrogation. Over the course of the day, a patrol of several hundred men barely managed to inventory over 20,000 people. Like Tian Morning, there were a total of 7 people who had awakened their cultivation talents. Not a huge amount, but that's pretty amazing. It showed that divine water was truly able to give ordinary people the gift of cultivation. Of these 7 people, all of them had drunk the divine water more times, indicating that the more they drank, the greater the chance of awakening their cultivation talent. This good news made Yuzawa's heart rejoice. In the future, Thousand Mountain Town, there would never be a shortage of people with cultivation talent. The divine water was too heavenly, and Yuzawa knew its importance. So he decided to raise the guarding level of the divine spring. So he found He Li Yuan and entrusted the divine spring to his guardianship. He Li Yuan naturally agreed readily. Tian Morning awakened his talent for cultivation. His heart was overjoyed and he began to cultivate seriously. As for the other 7 who had awakened their cultivation talents, these were all young people, indicating that it was easier for young people to awaken their talents by drinking divine water. Wu Zhe arranged for them to be placed in the 100 Refinement Hall, practicing together with the original 6 teenagers. Mountain building. The spiritual energy in the sky above fluctuated violently, like an inverted vortex. Countless auras in the surrounding area were attracted, like a black hole, and poured into the mountain building. Bai Liang closed his eyes, having absorbed the power inside the demon general's flesh and blood, along with the effect of the divine water. He was already touching the threshold of the Xian realm. At this moment, their minds were all highly functioning, constantly impacting the last hurdle. Outside, a few people from Yuzawa waited patiently. Unsurprisingly, Bai Liang would be able to become a 3rd-rank entering Xian realm cultivator today. In that case, Thousand Mountain Town would have 4 into the Xian realm, but Empty Delusion would soon leave Thousand Mountain Town, so only 3 could be counted. Although it wasn't much, Wu Zhe believed that with the divine water, in the future, the cultivators in Thousand Mountain Town would be like bamboo shoots sprouting up. There would also be more and more masters. The vision lasted for half an hour. then gradually returned to calm. Dressed in a scholar's robe, Bai Liang pushed the door and walked out. His temperament had already metamorphosed, and he directly leaped to the downstairs. When the crowd saw this, their hearts were filled with joy. Congratulations to Bai Zhuangzhuang Master for becoming an entered Xian realm cultivator. Du Tian Morning and a few others sent their congratulations, sincerely happy for Bai Liang. Wu Zhe stepped forward and laughed. Brother Bai Liang, it's only been a short while and you've caught up with me. After some more time, you might be able to surpass me. Brother Wu Zhe, you are now at the peak of the entering Xian realm, and the enlightened God realm is not long away. So where can you catch up? Bai Liang revealed a smile. He was in a rather good mood after his realm breakthrough. The few people chatted a few more times before entering the mountain building, where Wu Zhe told Bai Liang about the divine water's ability to give ordinary people the gift of cultivation. Bai Liang was filled with shock after hearing this. The divine water even has such a divine effect. He sucked in a breath of cool air, then came to Du Tian Morning and personally verified it. That's pretty much it. Witnessing the spiritual power cultivated within Du Tian Morning's body, Bai Liang's tone became even more surprised. Then there is the mood of excitement and elation. The divine water had such divine effects, which was simply too good for Thousand Mountain Town. He was worried that there were few cultivators in Thousand Mountain Town, and it would be slow to develop like this. However, although the divine water is constantly flowing, the amount is limited every day, and there's no way to provide it for tens of thousands of people to drink. At this time, Yu spoke up. Bai Liang, however, waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. We only give it to those who have contributed and merited to Divine Mountain, and to Thousand Mountain Town." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. That's right, divine water is a divine thing, so we can't let some people get it without working for it. Those with meritorious deeds can be prioritized. Bai Liang called out to Xiao Nian and told him to arrange it. Statistics of people in the town of Thousand Hills who have a sense of belonging to the Divine Mountain, who have made contributions, meritorious deeds, and hard work, arranged according to the degree of contribution. All the divine water could be distributed to these people in the future. Young people were prioritized. After all, those who were younger would have a greater chance of awakening their cultivation talent. Qianke came back to Thousand Mountain Town this time and will not go back to Peach Blossom County. His cultivation had been at the refinement realm before, and some time ago, he took the blood and flesh of a demon general and managed to break through to the passage realm. With his original talent, the entering Xian realm was the end. However, after Lord Mountain God's Incense resurrection, today's Qianke had a chance to impact the God realm of enlightenment. So Bai Liang asked him to come back to the Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain here is rich in spiritual qi. Cultivation is twice as good, compared to Peach Blossom County. I don't know how much better. Qianke's mission in Peach Blossom County was almost complete, so he followed Bai Liang's arrangement and came back to Thousand Mountain Town, with a portion of the demon general's flesh and blood still remaining. Coupled with the miraculous effects of the divine water, his cultivation speed would only be faster. Moreover, during this period of time, there were also some cultivators who came to Thousand Mountain Town, intending to defect to the Divine Mountain. Only the realms were all below the Passage Realm, and there were those who entered the Xian Realm and above. Li Yuan had traveled the world for many years and was experienced, so he was the one to distinguish whether these people were sincere or not. The result that was later arrived at was that these people felt the rich aura of the Divine Mountain and had their hearts pounding, which was why they decided to come and join them, wanting to use this to be able to stay in Thousand Mountain Town, borrowing the incredibly dense aura to help cultivate. A few of Yu's people had deliberated that these people had no malicious intent and were only coming for the richness of the aura. You can take it, but you can't enter the mountain house, which is their core. It would be good to stay in Thousand Hills Town as a guarding force and to do some errands during the week. These days, Wu Zhe has a doubt in his mind, and finally did not hold back, and went to find White Bright asked out of the heart of the question, "Brother Bai, I don't understand why the Qingshuan of the Xianqing Temple gave her a large amount of divine water when she left," Wu Zhe said in disbelief. Bai Liang hesitated, then shook his head. "I'm not sure about this, because it was Lord Mountain God who gave me the order to prepare the divine water for Qingquan to bring back to Bai Jianzhou." He was actually puzzled in his own mind, not understanding why Lord Mountain God would give such a miraculous divine water to Qingshuan. Could it be that he is interested in this person's potential? But it's not like that. Really fancy that directly into the banner is not on the line. So it's Lord Mountain God's decree. It dawned on Yuzawa, and then he said no more. This is not something they can speculate on. By allowing Qingquan to bring the divine water back to Bai Jianzhou, Li Yu naturally had some calculations of his own. The side effect of drinking from the source can unconsciously create a sense of awe and gratitude for him. The more you drink, the deeper the impact. This influence is subtle and goes unnoticed. The side effect doesn't seem like much, but it's horrible to actually apply. If it was the Een God realm that drank the divine water, then he would, without realizing it, become his. Liu could already imagine how much of a commotion Qingquan would make when he brought the divine water to Baijiang Prefecture. But there was no guilt in his mind. What's a mountain got to do with what a clear spring does? Besides, that doesn't qualify as brainwashing on his part. The water is effective, isn't it? It can awaken your talent, enlighten your mind, and purify your spiritual energy, right? Then, having accepted his favor, it is only right to fear him and be grateful to him, right? The sages have said that we should not forget to dig a well when we eat water, so it makes sense and it's normal. Of course, this was just a chess piece that he had casually laid down, and he was less concerned about how much movement there would be. It's just paying a little bit of divine water anyway, he's got plenty of this stuff. Putting aside these thoughts, Liu's divine thoughts began to fall silent, trying to sense the laws of heaven and earth. This was a bit of a clue that he had discovered after advancing to the Fourth Order Sacred Mountain. The laws of this side of heaven and earth were very solid in a way that was somewhat unlike anything else. It's like a flawless square box built with technology from a previous life. No seams, no bumps, perfect in every way. It's too perfect, rather than normal. Liu was somewhat skeptical in his heart. Was it deliberately fabricated by some powerful being? The road to heaven is broken. This was what Liu had heard from most of the practitioners. The whole world is closed off. It's definitely broken. Directly disconnected from the cosmic heavens, the Jedi Skylink is up. Liu was an outsider and didn't know that there was still no sky outside the sky, but he could be sure that even if there was, the people inside wouldn't be able to get out. By the same token, no one from the outside can get in. For thousands of years, no one has been able to ascend to immortality again, and that should be the reason. The doors and windows are welded shut. Where to soar? Liu didn't understand what this was about. After all, it was thousands of years ago, and he had only crossed over not even 2 years ago. After advancing to the fourth stage of the Holy Mountain, his could sense the laws of heaven and earth through his divine thoughts, and was also trying to find the flaws of this world. But the world is too big to try to search all the corners, and I don't know how long it will take to do it. But he just happens to be a mountain of a man with nothing to do, and it's just the perfect way to pass the time. Liu was so excited that he continued to immerse himself in the laws of heaven and earth again. Capital. The immense city sits at the center of the earth. This place gathered all the top forces of the human race, as well as the thickest chi of the imperial court, and from afar, it looked like a black dragon lying dormant on the ground. Once awakened, it will shake the entire land. The giant city gate, which was dozens of meters high, was filled with people coming and going, and half of them were actually cultivators. Among them, a young shaman and an old monk were the most conspicuous. Bystanders avoided them as they passed by, their eyes in awe. Almost all of the monks in the capital, almost all of them came out of the Golden Dragon Temple, and every one of them could not be messed with. Who made them the #1 Buddhist sect in the world? Master Ancestor? Is this really not a problem? The person who opened his mouth to speak was actually that old monk. His tone was vicissitude, and he said with some concern. The little shaman's voice was childish, but his gaze was incomparably deep, as if he was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Nothing. This reincarnation body is only at the peak of the 5th stage in God realm and has not violated the Tianshui covenant. The little shaman's tone was calm and his expression was ancient. The old monk wanted to say something. His body is in the 5th order ancient realm, yes. But you, Master Ancestor, are an 8th order Buddha, senior ancestor. What exactly is that secret book? Is it really that important? Nowadays, the situation between the human race and the demons is delicate. Or else it would be better for Senior to go to Qingzhou alone. The old monk bowed his head and said. The little shamans faintly swept the old monk a glance. This trip the seat must go. That secret book could very well be the key to Senior Brother's sainthood. There shall be no loss. The old monk's eyes were shocked, not realizing that sainthood was involved. So he said no more, and silently followed the little shaman out of the city gates. Shortly after leaving the capital, seeing that there was no movement, the old monk's heart was relieved. It seems that the reincarnated body of Master Ancestor can still be hidden from the demons, although this seat uses this reincarnation body to leave the capital. But it can't be done easily. If anything happens on the way, you will handle it. Little shaman spoke calmly. Yes, Master Ancestor. Sanji bowed his head and answered. Senior Ancestor. Senior has a doubt. Sanji hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Say, the secret book you mentioned, Master Ancestor, involves the key to Master Ancestor's attainment of sainthood. So why was it still easily taken by Senior Brother Sangue? Sanchi voiced his doubts. The secret books that could involve becoming a saint were not mortal, not something they could touch. As for Sangue, his senior brother, his foundation was damaged and he stopped entering the Xian realm long ago. It was the person who was discarded by the Golden Dragon Temple, but to be able to easily take away such a secret book, this is a bit unusual. That secret book, originally, wasn't important. It was just a secret method used to breed great medicines for the human body. But your Grandmaster ancestor suddenly had an epiphany after failing to impact the Saint Realm some time ago. Since the physical body has a heavenly destiny shackle that prevents one from advancing an inch, why not create another flawless golden body of a Buddha? Then your Grandmaster ancestor thought of the secret method in the hidden library. Only he didn't expect that it would be taken and lost by a disciple under his door. As little shaman said this, a hint of fury appeared on his ancient, unperturbed face. Sanji came to a realization, not realizing that this was the case. Monk Sanka has created a great disaster. He sighed. If the secret book could not be retrieved, then the key to Master Ancestor's sainthood would be broken, and no one could afford such a loss. No wonder the second master, who was an 8th order cultivator, would personally leave the capital. Master Ancestor? Then let's go to the Qingzhou state capital first. Senior brother Sanwo was there. Sanji spoke up. The little shaman nodded. The two figures disappeared in place. About an incense stick later, a group of black-clothed men appeared and stood at the place where the two monks had disappeared. Lord Holy Maiden, this Golden Dragon Temple's vultures leaving the capital. Is this some kind of conspiracy? A man in black turned toward the woman in their center, masked in a cloak. The woman was tall, and her black dress perfectly complemented her figure, which was alluring. The Holy Maiden frowned, feeling the remaining aura of this place, her expression grave. There's something odd. One of these two vultures has an odd aura. The Holy Maiden opened her mouth, and the rest of the people listened with surprised faces. What's odd? The man in black inquired. This bald donkey has strong chi and blood. He should be a young monk, but the breath is very old, more like an old monster. The saintly woman pondered for a moment, then replied. When the crowd heard this, they were all very puzzled. Then what should we do? Should we still go after them? Could it be a conspiracy, deliberately luring us? The man in black said with a frown. After thinking for a moment, the Holy Maiden took out a token and ran her spiritual energy to inspire it. The token glowed brightly and quickly dimmed again. Keep following. See what they're up to. Receiving a response from the person on the other side of the token, the Holy Maiden opened her mouth and ordered. Thus, a group of black-clothed men headed towards Qingzhou. Shortly after they left, an old Taoist slowly walked out from behind a tree with an interested expression on his face. Interesting, interesting. The vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple left the capital and were immediately targeted by the demonesses of the vast dragon sect. But that little Sandman, how come the poor Taoist has never seen him before? The old Taoist pinched his fingers and projected, but he couldn't figure out the identity of the little shamans. Strange. The poor Taoist had better follow them over to see what conspiracy these bald asses are up to. The old Taoist put his hands behind his back. White smoke rose under his feet, and his silhouette dissipated and disappeared right where he was. Only the moment he disappeared, the rest of his eyes glanced at the hill behind him. One incense stick later, two men came out from behind the hill, both wearing bird feathers on their heads. This Nubizi seems to have discovered us. One of them spoke faintly. No harm done. If you find it, you find it. The other man was unimpressed. He was more concerned about what these three forces were up to, especially the demonists of the vast dragon sect, which was their target. You go back to the capital and tell the Lord Master of the state about this, and I will follow alone. Alone? It's too dangerous. It's fine. I'll contact Flowerless Thief and the others. They're also outside the capital. God's Mountain. After advancing to a 4th order holy mountain, the aura had doubled in intensity again. During this period of time, the spirit rice that Uncle Wu had carefully cultivated had finally come to harvest time. Compared to ordinary rice, these spiritual rice absorbed enough spiritual chi, so they matured faster and could be harvested in a few months. Due to the fact that the spiritual chi was even denser than before, the spiritual rice harvested this time was full and translucent, emitting a tantalizing fragrance that gave off a refreshing aura. The spiritual power contained within the spiritual rice has changed even more. It can really be called spirit rice now. A delighted smile appeared on Uncle Wu's wrinkled face, like an old farmer who was laughing heartily. He then brought the spirit rice to Mountain House and found Bai Liang. Master Bai Zhuang, look at this. Handing the spirit rice to Bai Liang, Uncle Wu looked on with an expectant expression. Bai Liang took it, picked up a few full grains of spirit rice, threw them into his mouth and chewed. A rice fragrance lingered on his tongue. Evocative. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed. The aura is even denser. This is already not much different from real spirit rice. Uncle Wu was overjoyed to hear the reply. This spiritual rice was carefully cultivated by him, and although it was still mainly dependent on the divine mountain's spiritual chi, without his care, the spiritual rice wouldn't have reached this quality. Uncle Wu, How much spiritual rice is in total in this batch? Shirato then asked. A total of 100 acres. The old man doesn't dare to plant more for fear that planting more will apportion the aura and affect the quality. Uncle Wu returned. Bai Liang nodded his head and smiled. Uncle Wu, you did the right thing. The most important thing about spirit rice is the quality. In the future also keep it at 100 acres. No need to increase it. Uncle Wu agrees, and he feels the same way. After planting more, the aura is apportioned down, and the quality of the spiritual rice is hard to guarantee. He continued. Spiritual rice can achieve a yield of 800 pounds per mu, and 100 mu is a full 80,000 pounds. That much? Bai Liang was surprised. Based on a person eating 5 taels a day, that's 183 pounds per year. 80,000 pounds of spiritual rice could allow more than 400 people to eat continuously for a year. You have to know that this is spiritual rice. Put it in the capital. Even the royal family can't eat it every day. Spiritual rice could be considered a type of spiritual medicine that could be cultivated. But it was difficult to do so on a large scale like planting land. You can only plant a small piece at a time. It was only this large range of rich spiritual chi in the divine mountain that could provide such a superior growing environment for spiritual rice. This is still the old man did not dare to plant too dense. Otherwise it can achieve 1,000 pounds per acre. And this spiritual rice grows rapidly. You can plant 3 crops a year. Uncle Wu added. Great. Bai Liang spoke. Half of this spiritual rice will be hoarded up first. And just like the divine water, it can all be used to treat those with meritorious deeds. For the other half, you can consider taking it out and selling it for other cultivation resources. With 3 crops a year, that's a total of 240,000 pounds of spiritual rice. They couldn't eat that much themselves, and the excess could be taken out and sold for other cultivation resources. For example, pills, elixirs, talismans, artifacts, techniques, and so on. These are currently in short supply in the town of Thousand Hills. But if you want to sell it for cultivation resources, you need to have a way. It was better for He Li Yuan to be in charge of this matter. After all, he had walked the Jianghu for many years, but now that He Li Yuan wanted to guard the divine spring, that could only be replaced by another person. Bai Liang quickly thought of Chen Jianqi, who had also traveled through the jungle. In a short while, Jianqi Chen arrived at Mountain House. Master Bai Zhuang, what is the reason for calling me here? Jianqi Chen asked curiously. He had recently gotten together with Du Tian Morning, and the two of them had taken charge of the patrols in the town of Thousand Hills together. He was just dealing with the conflict between the merchant house and the guests when he was hurriedly called by the person Bai Liang had shouted at. Brother Chen, it's like this. Bai Liang laughed and spoke out the idea of preparing to sell spirit rice. After hearing what Bai Liang had to say, Jianqi Chen was astonished. He then tried the spiritual rice that Uncle Wu had brought over, and feeling the incomparably rich aroma of rice and spiritual energy, his eyes lit up even more. Good rice. Although it's still a bit short of true spirit rice, it's still enough, Chen Jianqi said with some excitement, especially when he heard that there was a full 80,000 pounds of spirit rice. His breath stopped a bit and he was a bit incredulous. Half of this spirit rice, we'll keep it for ourselves, and the other half can be taken out and exchanged for other cultivation resources. Bai Liang told Jianqi Chen. Jianqi Chen nodded, then said, if you want to sell cultivation resources like spirit rice, you can only go to the county city. However, we have too much spirit rice. The county city simply can't eat so much, so we can only head to the state city. The state capital is more than 1,000 miles away. It's not a good journey. Bai Liang frowned and said, not to mention the possibility of meeting demons along the way. It would take time to complete this journey. I've been to the state city twice, and by switching to a fast horse, I can make a round trip in half a month. Jianqi Chen opened his mouth. The road to the state capital is an official road, and the carriage can go very fast. Now that Jianqi Chen was still only at the passing Dharma realm, Bai Liang eventually gave up on letting him travel to the state capital. There were too many variables on the road, rather too much spiritual rice, and it was hard to guarantee that the people on the other side of the state city would not be moved by such a valuable thing. Forget it, it's too dangerous to go to the state city. You'd better try to contact the channels of the former Li Yuan Dart Company. It's best to have them come to Thousand Mountain Town in person to purchase spirit rice, Bai Liang said. Jianqi Chen thought about it and nodded in response. Before he left he took away a bag of spiritual rice. This needed to be checked for someone else. The border between the White River State and the Green State. This place is unguarded, and is all wild mountains and forests. A large swath of black mist swept past, and a group of demons strutted across the border to the territory of Qingzhou. Second brother, the Blade Marshal asked us to come to Qingzhou. Is he preparing to make a move on Qingzhou? A figure spoke from a cloud of black shadows. It looked like a human being, but at the forehead, there was an eye, while the top of the head was full of horns. as if a knife had been stuck in the head, showing a very evil appearance. Nonsense. What's the point of having us come to Qingzhou if we're not going down on it? I think you've gotten a sword stuck in your head and turned stupid. The demonic creature known as Ergo returned impatiently. He has the same appearance as the former, with a forehead with eyes and a head filled with blades. They're one of the demon clan, the Blade Demons. Then why don't we just come by ourselves? Why do we have to let those stupid asses from the demon race follow us here? Who are you calling a stupid ass? These words were heard by the demon race on the other side, and immediately a short-tempered donkey demon shouted angrily, "We are all allies. Why should we be angry? Little brother is just talking out of his head." "Brother Donkey, calm down," Blade Demon spoke out, hastily calming down the crowd of angry donkey demons. "Our target is the human race. The demons and devils are one family. Don't start infighting," he continued. The donkey demons heard this, and only then did they suppress their anger. "Alright," Blade Marshal asked us to explore the situation in Qingzhou. The place where Qingzhou borders with Baijiang Prefecture is Liaoyun County, so we'll just go after this place first. Blade Demon spoke faintly. The Blade Demon clan naturally had no problem following the orders of the second Blade Demon brother. The donkey demon's side grated for a moment, and eventually did as the sword demon commanded. Although demons and devils were allies, who made the two Sixth Order that appeared in the White River State, both of which were of the Devil clan, as demonic vanguards, they were all Fourth Order strength. A group of demons then crossed the border of Qingzhou and entered Liaoyun County. If you want to check for information, the first thing you need to do is to find the local demons of Liaoyun County. So they began to search around Liaoyun County, yet the results left them puzzled. How come there are so few demons in this Liaoyun County, and there wasn't even a single one at the 5th rank? Not at all. What's going on? Can't it be that in this Liaoyun County, someone's clan experts have stepped in and cleared the field? Blade Demon said with a cold face. Impossible. Would the human race have the guts to do this? I'd rather believe that the demons committed suicide than that the human race would take the initiative. The donkey demon said disdainfully. In the 8 years of struggle, except for those initial 2 years when the human race still had some backbone, the rest was completely passive. Even the biggest battle in recent years, the Battle of Tianshui, the Great Shu dynasty was on the defensive and was forced to meet the battle only after being beaten to the door. Look again. It might be hidden, Blade Demon said faintly. The demonic vanguard then searched carefully in Liaoyun County. As for the human county, they were not going to move for the time being, so as not to frighten the snakes and put the Dechu court on the defensive. And the direction they were heading to happened to be the direction of the Divine Mountain, God's Mountain. Wu Zei's cultivation had already arrived at the peak of the Entry Shen realm for a long time, and during this period of time, he had been taking the blood and flesh of demon generals non-stop, coupled with the miraculous effects of the divine water. It allowed him to vaguely touch the threshold of the God realm of enlightenment. Fourth Order enlightened God realm. This could be considered a threshold. From the third to the fourth order, one would begin to condense the Yuan Shun, which was a qualitative leap. And at this very moment, Wu Zei was attempting to condense his Yuan Shen and break through the God realm of enlightenment. This pass was difficult. Unlike the previous breakthroughs which were so simple, condensing the Yuan Shen required the entire person to have an undistracted mind, a clear mind, and not be disturbed. That was why Wu Zei took the divine water before he made his breakthrough, clearing the confusion in his heart and realizing his true heart. But even then, his breakthrough process was quite difficult. Every time the Yuan Shen was about to condense out, it would immediately collapse. He repeated this process over and over again, his Yuan Shen constantly condensing and collapsing. This is a process that an ordinary practitioner may need hundreds, if not thousands, of times to succeed. But with Yuzawa's talent that had been enhanced by the divine talisman, it would probably take a few dozen times. When he broke through the God realm of enlightenment, the outside world didn't show any strange phenomena, only that the aura in the vicinity would be a bit more dense. The real vision is within. The Yuan Shen condensed and slowly coalesced into the shape of Wu Zei, but every time this happened, a great wind would blow within the body, and a shocking thunder would fall, a great fire, and a flood, constantly impacting the Yuan Shen that had just been condensed, and then destroying it, causing it to collapse. Trying to condense the Yuan Shen under these visions was quite difficult. A day had passed and Uzi had tried a dozen times and still hadn't succeeded. Outside, Bai Liang's few people waited silently. None of them had any experience in breaking through the God realm of enlightenment, so they could only wait. Empty Delusion sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes flickering with golden light, as if he could see the visions within Wu Zei. The Yuan Shen is becoming more and more condensed. One more day should be enough for a successful breakthrough. Empty Delusion spoke calmly. Really? That's great. Hearing Empty Delusion's words, Bai Liang's few hearts breathed a sigh of relief. With regards to Empty Delusion's pupil art, several people were aware of it, and it was quite extraordinary. I can only say that it's worthy of being someone that Lord Yamagami has his eye on. Among the several people, Li Yuan was the one who watched most carefully, since he was also about to break through to the God realm of enlightenment. It was important for him to observe the process of Wu Zei's breakthrough and accumulate experience. Time passed by, and Yuzawa was still in the middle of his breakthrough. At this time, he had already condensed his Yuanshin more than 20 times, and still they all collapsed away. The power of the vision was quite violent, and if one could not condense the Yuanshin to perfection, then they would not be able to withstand the impact of the vision. After 24 failed attempts, Yuzawa began to slow down his progress, slowing down the speed of condensing the Yuanshin and using more of his mind to condense it. He strove to condense the strength of the Yuanshin to the strongest. The moment the Yuanshin condensed into being, the ensuing visions also descended, with fierce winds, great fires, terrifying thunder, floods, and so on constantly impacting on the Yuanshin. This time the Yuanshin unexpectedly carried several waves of impacts and still did not collapse. Yuzawa's heart fluttered, and he thought he was about to succeed. But the next wave of visions hit, and the Yuanshin collapsed again. It lasted longer this time compared to the previous 24 times. After seeing the hope of success, Wu Zei's heart was invigorated and he immediately started trying to condense his Yuanshin again. With the experience of the last time, this time was incomparably smooth, and it quickly pulled the Yuanshin strength up another notch. Still, it didn't hold up to the onslaught of visions, but it held up a little longer. The attempts continued, and on the 4th time the Genjutsu received an onslaught of visions. This time the Genjutsu carried it all. Under the impact of all the visions, the Yuanshin didn't collapse, but stood still intact in the body. Wu Zei was delighted in his heart and immediately seized the opportunity to mobilize all his strength to stabilize the condensed Yuanshin, then slowly fused the Yuanshin with his physical body. At this moment, his aura was rising, getting stronger and stronger until he broke through the God realm of enlightenment and erupted with an aura that belonged to a 4th stage cultivator. Feel the powerful aura spreading out. The Bai Liang crowd waiting outside all had happy faces. It's done! Brother Wu Zei has successfully broken through. Bai Liang laughed. Then after a few more moments of waiting, a refreshed Yuzawa pushed his way out. Several people rushed forward to congratulate him, while Yuzawa laughed, in a rather good mood. Becoming at the 4th stage of the God realm of enlightenment, what he could feel the most was that his strength had gained a qualitative change. The speed provided by the divine walking talisman also saw a leap. Wu Zei recalled Lin Junjiang, who had his flesh slapped to pieces by the mountain god lord that day. If he were to face Lin Junjiang now, with the divine walking talisman he would be able to keep Lin Junjiang from touching him. But it wasn't easy for him to injure Lin Junjiang, and both sides could take about a 50-50 split. In the future, when you meet something, you will never have to ask Lord Mountain God for help again. Uzi was most pleased when it came to this. Every time they met an enemy before, they couldn't cope with it, and in the end, they had to have Lord Mountain God come out and shelter them. Lord Mountain God manifested himself, and although he showed happiness on his face, he was actually ashamed in his heart and felt useless, not being able to solve the problem on his own. He had to wait for Lord Yamagami to make a move every time. It wasn't just him who thought this way, but the Bai Liang several people as well. But it was different now. The 4th stage of the Gnosis realm, plus the power of the divine walking talisman, within the boundaries of the Great Chu, which had the covenant of heavenly waters, there was already enough power to deal with most of the problems. Li Yu, who was sensing the laws of heaven and earth, suddenly received a prompt from the panel. The recipient breaks through the realm of enlightenment for the first time, and receives the magic weapon wind fixing bead. Feng Shui beads. Feng Shui is also known as geomancy. The use of wind beads can stabilize the momentum of heaven and earth on one side, and set up a large formation to avoid the effects of natural and man-made disasters. Seeing these surfacing on the panel, Li Yu reacted and cast his divine thoughts down on Thousand Mountain Town. It was then that he realized that Wu Zei had successfully broken through to the God realm of enlightenment. The process of sensing the laws of the heavens and earth was so engrossing that he didn't pay much attention to what was happening in Thousand Mountain Town. It's pretty fast. About a year's worth of time to go from an ordinary person to a 4th stage Gnosis realm. Li Yu was quite satisfied in his heart. One could only say that the talent granted by the divine talisman was worthy of being top-notch. At this rate of progress, I'm afraid that if I give it another 5 years, I might have a chance to touch the threshold of the sage realm. Again, he turned his attention to the newly acquired wind stabilizing bead, a new magic weapon. Li Yu briefly read the description and understood that this was a magic weapon related to terrain formations. After using it, it can stabilize the great power of heaven and earth on one side and protect it from any natural or man-made disasters. Taking out the wind-fixing bead, it was an earth-colored bead that exuded an arcane yellow aura that was marvelous. He felt it for a while. The range that this wind-stabilizing bead could affect was not large, probably just about 20 miles in a circle. It was just enough to envelop the entire Divine Mountain, along with the 1,000 Mountain Town. This is good. It can guard 1,000 Mountain Town in my place. Liu was satisfied with the wind-fixing bead. Recently he had been comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, and his divine mind was so immersed in it that he had no way to be distracted. Moreover, there was no concept of time in the process of enlightenment, and if not for the system panel prompt just now, he probably wouldn't have woken up from the enlightenment. The laws of this heaven and earth were very peculiar, and he always felt that there were many problems in them, so he wanted to thoroughly understand this heaven and earth through his senses. But he wasn't too worried about Thousand Hills Town, so this wind-stabilizing bead was just the thing to use. Subsequently, Liu placed the wind-setting pearl at the top of the Divine Mountain and activated it. In an instant, a metaphysical yellow ripple spread out from within the bead, centering on the Divine Mountain and rapidly spreading in all directions. It was like a stone falling into calm water, stirring up ripples. The arcane yellow ripples spread out to 20 miles before stopping and then slowly hiding into the terrain. The Guardian Array is complete. Liu tried the strength of this wind-fixing bead again and found that it could carry an attack of 80% of his strength, which translated to at least the 7th to 8th level of a cultivator. With this strength, even if the demon army attacked the Great Chu dynasty in full force, the wind-stabilizing bead would be able to protect the people inside Thousand Mountain Town. Unless the demon had a strong person of the 8th rank or above, it couldn't break the wind-stabilizing bead's formation. And even if a strong person of the 8th rank or above appeared, the wind-stabilizing bead would still be able to hold out until it awakened him from his senses. That's enough. After the test, Liu wanted to continue to sense the laws of heaven and earth, but after thinking about it, there was no telling how long this realization would take. So it's better to set something down before the sensation takes too long and gives way. Subsequently, Liu took out the Divine Warrior Furnace and placed it in the cave halfway up the mountain. Another decree was sent down to the temple, and as long as Bai Liang and the others they went to worship, they would receive the decree he had sent down. After doing so, his divine thoughts found Empty Delusion, who was staying at the mountain building to polish his cultivation. Empty Delusion is a secret method that catalyzes the birth of knowledge, and the upper limit is extremely high. Liu had tested his talent and there was no so-called heavenly destiny shackle. In other words, Empty Delusion had a chance to ask for a saint, but there was only a chance. Empty Delusion wasn't a normal born being, belonging to the ones that were missed outside of the rules of heaven and earth, which led to him not being bound by the shackles of heaven's destiny. Previously, Liu had wanted to bestow blessings on Empty Delusion, but as a result, he had delayed until now. He began to cast the mountain god's blessing, and countless golden lights began to gather as power was drawn from within the Divine Mountain, converging into a golden talisman. The moment this divine talisman appeared, it suddenly disappeared again, as if it was invisible. However, Liu could clearly see the golden divine talisman floating in the air, while the message of the divine talisman also appeared clearly in his mind. Divine Concealment Talisman, Command or Edict. As he drank lowly, the Divine Concealment Talisman transformed into a hidden golden light that fell into the mountain building and entered Empty Delusion's body. Empty Delusion's eyes snapped open at this moment, and golden light flashed in his eyes. He knew that it was Lord Mountain God who had bestowed something on him, but it was too late to pay his respects to the divine grace, so he hurriedly closed his eyes and let go of his mind, accepting the Divine Concealment Talisman into his body. As the divine talisman entered his body, the divine power that belonged uniquely to a deity blossomed out, filling all of his limbs and bones. Empty Delusion's cultivation level was climbing. He had just broken through into the Xian realm not long ago, and at this moment, his cultivation had risen crazily, finally pushing right up to the God realm of enlightenment and arriving at the peak of the Xian realm of enlightenment. Phew! After receiving the divine talisman, Empty Delusion exhaled a breath. He then hurriedly got up and bowed respectfully in the direction of the Divine Mountain. Disciple Empyrean, kowtow to Lord Mountain God for his blessings. After bestowing blessings on Empty Delusion, Liu withdrew his divine thoughts and thought carefully. What should be arranged had already been arranged. Then he gathered his mind and began to devote all of his divine thoughts to sensing the laws of heaven and earth. The changes that appeared one after another on the Divine Mountain were felt by several of Bai Liang's people. First, the arcane yellow ripples radiated from the Divine Mountain for 20 miles around, and finally hid into the ground. Then there was the divine light falling in the temple. In the end, the golden light transformed into a divine talisman, and the Lord God of the mountain bestowed a blessing on Empty Delusion. So many situations happened in a row that it directly alarmed everyone. What's going on? There's a disturbance in the Divine Mountain? Wu Zhe was still stabilizing his realm, but now he couldn't care less and directly found Bai Liang to inquire. Bai Liang nodded his head. There is indeed a strange movement. Let's go to the mountain building first to take a look. With that sent just now, someone should have been blessed by Lord Mountain God again. The divine talismans all sensed each other, so they could sense that another recipient had appeared. When the two of them arrived at the mountain building, they saw Empty Delusion, who was cross-legged and meditating. Feeling that Empty Delusion was already at the peak of the entered Shin realm, the two of them already understood that the recipient of the talisman was Empty Delusion. A few moments later, Empty Delusion finished his mediation and opened his eyes to stand up. Congratulations to Empty Delusion for receiving the blessing of Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang was the first to laugh. Yuzawa likewise chimed in with his congratulations. Empty Delusion nodded slightly. This is all thanks to the favor of Lord Mountain God. Bai Liang then asked about the name of the divine talisman that Empty Delusion had received. Empty Delusion didn't hide anything, and directly opened his mouth to reply. Divine Concealment Talisman. Divine Concealment Talisman? Wu Zhe was astonished and thought for a moment. Is it related to concealment? Empty Delusion nodded, and then invoked the power of the divine talisman, and instantly the tantalizingly clear scent of the great human medicine emanating from his body dissipated into thin air. Not only that, but he then demonstrated concealing his breath. Standing in front of the Bai Liang duo, there was actually no breath at all, and it could not be felt at all. In addition to concealing his breath, he was also able to conceal his form. Watching Empty Delusion's figure slowly dissipate in place, both Bai Liangs revealed a look of surprise. The effect of this divine concealment talisman is very strong. It's just a bit otherworldly to put it on a monk, rather fitting for a killer or something. With this divine concealment talisman, it's much safer for Empty Delusion to go out and travel outside. Witnessing the powerful concealment effect of the divine concealment talisman, Bai Liang couldn't help but marvel. The divine talisman he received was a divine idea talisman, and while his cultivation at the Xianxian realm now, his divine idea was already comparable to the late stage of the enlightened God realm, but even then, it was difficult for his divine thoughts to sense the location of Empty Delusion. As for Yuzawa, it was even worse. After all, he was a divine walking talisman, and it was in terms of speed that he had the advantage. Empty Delusion appeared, and a smile appeared on his face. All this time, he was troubled by the tantalizing aroma on his body, which was like a walking human drug that had to invite trouble wherever he went. Now with the divine concealment talisman, it's a good solution to this problem. Wu Zhe informed Empty Delusion of the changes that had occurred on the divine mountain, then asked, Empty Delusion, you have pupil magic, can you see what's going on? Empty Delusion opened his eyes and toured the perimeter of Thousand Mountain Town. Seeing the Xian Huang Qi hidden into the terrain, it should be a kind of grand formation that guards the divine mountain. Empty Delusion judged. As the two Bai Liangs listened, their hearts dawned on them. There's also the change that appeared in the divine temple. Let's go over and take a look. Bai Liang opened his mouth, and then the three of them came to the divine temple together. It is customary to first offer incense and worship to the Lord God of the mountain. It was at this time that a ray of golden light swept over a few people, and Li Yu's decree was transmitted into their minds. The three were in a trance for a few seconds, then it dawned on them completely. The Yamagami-sama's decree was many and important at the same time. Bai Liang's face became serious and he bowed heavily. Please rest assured, Lord Mountain God, the disciples will not fail your training. Yuzawa and Empyrean followed suit and bowed. The Mountain God's decree said succinctly that in the next period of time, Lord Mountain God would go to realize the great Tao and would not have time to shelter them. Halfway up the divine mountain was open to them. A cave with a rich aura they could go forward to cultivate, while a supreme treasure, the divine warrior melting furnace, was also placed inside. The activation spell of the guardian array was also informed to them and so on. It was a big deal, the biggest thing the town of Thousand Hills had ever met since it was founded. Bai Liang several people could not say what emotions they had in their hearts, just some heaviness. They are now like children who have lost the shelter of adults and are a little apprehensive. Walking out of the temple, Wu Zhe said in a deep voice, from now on, Thousand Mountain Town will really have to rely on ourselves. Bai Liang nodded. I hope we won't disappoint Lord Mountain God. This news was known only to the core of Thousand Hills Town. Examples include He Li Yuan, Chanka, Du Tianjin, and so on. As for Li Shui, little girls don't need to be told. Because of the divine destiny talisman, Bai Liang and the others didn't want Li Shui to get involved too much, unless they had no choice but to do so, and when they encountered a situation they couldn't cope with, then they would let Li Shui take action. So Li Shui is now the big killer of Thousand Hills Town. The bottom card, and won't use it until it's absolutely necessary. Bai Liang arranged some matters down, and for the management of the ordinary people of Thousand Mountain Town, he was now gradually letting go and leaving it to Shan Yan to handle. The development of the town of Thousand Hills cannot be left behind. That's what he told Neen. Residents from the Peach Blossom County side were still migrating over, as well as refugees from various counties in Liaoyun County. The numbers were very high, causing the town of Thousand Hills to keep building and never stop. These days, there were a few more people born with cultivation talents from drinking the divine water, and all of them were sent to the 100 Refinement Hall. These people will be the reserve force of Thousand Hills Town in the future. Tian Morning was already a successful breakthrough and had officially become a cultivator. He was quite excited about it, and for that reason ran off to get drunk in a restaurant owned by Lan Sisi. In the end, it was Long Sisi who personally helped him to rest in his room. On this day, Empty Delusion decided to leave and go on a trip. By Liang He, Li Yuan and several others came to see him off. A couple of people. Just send them here. Empty Delusion recited a Buddha's name and hung his head slightly. His current realm was the peak of the entering Xian realm, just one step short of the enlightened God realm. Bai Liang's few people stopped their footsteps and were about to open their mouths to say goodbye. But suddenly the winds became violent, and a black, dark cloud appeared in the distant sky, while a tyrannical aura swept in. Help! Help! There's a demon! Ah! Run! With it came screams and cries for help. A few people looked over, only to see a group of refugees frantically fleeing in front of the dark clouds, looking fearful and desperate. Those who ran slowly were directly grabbed by the big hands reaching out from the dark clouds, dragged into the dark clouds, and then rained blood. Bold demon! How dare you act recklessly in the vicinity of the divine mountain? Wu Zei's face sank. He directly took a step out, and the divine walking talisman was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside a refugee who was about to be grabbed, and slammed his fist over, breaking the outstretched large hand with a hard smash. Woo! Cries of pain rang out, and then the dark clouds dispersed, and the figures of a group of demons were revealed. The very same demonic vanguard that had come over from the White River State. The one whose arm was smashed off by Wu Zei was a blade demon. It gritted its teeth, its face was twisted, and its spiteful gaze was staring at Wu Zei. It could not wait to eat him alive. Where did the human cultivator come from and dare to stop us? Don't even look at your own weight, the blade demon in the lead said coldly, his gaze slightly glancing at the few people from Empty Delusion who rushed over. All of them are in the Xian realm. As far as just striking out this kid is in the enlightened God realm. Not enough to worry about. On their side, there were 4 or 5 fourth-order demons. Where did so many demons come from? Bai Liang's face was grave as he looked at the demons that numbered at least 20. His brows furrowed. Immortal master save me. These demons are all coming from the direction of Baijiang Prefecture. They chased us all the way. A refugee cried out in pain. By Jiangzhou, Bai Liang's few people instantly realized. Ha ha, knowing that we're from the White River State, then why don't you all obediently offer up your heads? The donkey demon grinned a big mouth and said in a cold voice. Wu Zei responded coldly. Who cares where you're from? Since you dared to appear near the divine mountain, today is the day you beasts will die. Daring. Is there really someone who isn't afraid of death? The blade demon's tone was grim. It had never met such a hardened human race before, which made it very unhappy in its heart. Wu Zei didn't say any more. Having broken through the God realm of enlightenment, he was already itching for a breakthrough. It's the right day to practice with this group of demons. Empty Delusion also slowly stepped forward. His eyes flickered with golden light. His breath was suddenly hidden, and none of the crowd of demons could even detect someone approaching. Seek death. The donkey demon's gaze turned cold. His demonic aura spread out, and his large hoof slapped directly towards Wu Zei. But the speed of the divine walking talisman was beyond its imagination. The silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when it reappeared, it was already behind the donkey demon. What? The donkey demon had never seen such speed before, and the entire donkey was stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Zei was still emanating the aura of the Gnosis realm, it would have thought it was the Yin God realm. Too late to fend it off. The donkey demon could only sidestep and avoid the vitals to repel it. As a result, the donkey's ass was then viciously smashed by Yu's fist, and immediately the skin and flesh bloomed and blood splattered everywhere. When the rest of the demons saw this, their hearts were horrified. Be careful. There is something odd about this human race. Their strength should not be underestimated. The blade demon sank his face, and his eyes began to turn serious. The blade stuck upside down on top of its head began to glow red and emit an icy aura. In a flash, a dozen or so blades were drawn and shot directly at Yuzawa. Yuzawa glanced at it. The blade that came with this sword demon was not weak. It was best not to carry it hard. After all, there were 24 demons here, and there was still a residual force to be left behind. Invoking the divine walking talisman once again, Yuzawa's figure dissipated once more as the blade cut into him. Damn it! The attack fell short, and the blade demon's face was gloomy. Human rats, do you only dare to hide? If you have the ability, fight us in a dignified manner. He began to sneer and taunt. The donkey demon whose ass was smashed by a punch also jumped out and cursed. The human race is only worthy of being a shrinking turtle, performing these sneak attacks. If we face each other head-on, you're nothing but blood food in the mouths of our demons. As soon as the words fell, suddenly ripples appeared on the right side, and a monk with a clear brow steeply appeared. then raised his hand and slapped the other side of the donkey demons but with one palm. Pa! A crunching sound echoed. The force of the slap was not small, directly swelling the donkey demon's other ass. Woohoo! Miserable screams rang out. The donkey demon's eyes glared out. Having been sneak attacked in the ass twice in a row, it was already holding its fire. Turning back, it saw a clean-cut monk looking at it with a smile on his face and reciting a Buddhist chant. Dead bald donkey. The donkey demon was furious. In his heart, he was shocked and angry, not expecting to be sneak attacked by a monk one day. When did this human monk start learning the art of concealment? Are you cursing yourself? Empty Delusion laughed faintly. The donkey demon's fury was completely ignited, and he desperately launched an attack towards Empyrean. Yuzawa tries to come over to help, while Blade Demon moves to block him. Empty Delusion didn't dare to take the donkey demon's attack hard. He wasn't in the realization of God realm yet, and there was a lot of difference in strength between the two sides. Relying on the concealment effect of the divine concealment talisman, he directly disappeared in place, causing the donkey demon's attack to fall flat. The donkey demon had already been enraged and began to frantically attack towards the surrounding air, trying to find out the location of the Empty Delusion. Wu Zhe was still circling the sword demon, when another demon and a devil joined the battlefield. Both of their realms were at the 4th rank. With the power of the divine walking talisman, Wu Zhe was able to maneuver around the 3 demons with ease, and was able to counterattack from time to time. A proper 1-2-3. Donkey Demon C never find Empty Delusion position, and see the knife demon side of the 2 demons and 1 demon under the field still cannot take Wu Zhe. Then opened his mouth to scold, 3 fight a still cannot take. Will not fight? If you're good, you go up. The Blade Demon responded coldly, while retreating a dozen steps back, signaling the donkey demon to go up and take down Wu Zhe. I'm just saying, you really believe me? The donkey demon naturally couldn't possibly go on. Its speed was originally sluggish, not to mention taking down Wu Zhe. It would be thankful if it didn't plant itself. Shut up if you don't get on. The Blade Demon's tone was tiresome. In fact, his heart had already sprouted a desire to retreat. These 2 humanoids, they were just too weird and ridiculously powerful. Obviously, they were all at the 4th rank, and that monk was still only at the peak of the 3rd rank, but he was actually able to maneuver around them without a win or a loss. Ah, no. The battlefield once again underwent a sudden change, as Yuzawa hurriedly approached a demonic creature and slammed his fists down one after another. At the same time, ripples appeared on the other side, and when Empty Delusion appeared, it was a slap down. The demonic creature withstood the full force of the 2 men's strike and exploded on the spot, transforming into a wisp of black mist. A crystal then fell to the ground. Withdraw. Without the slightest hesitation, Blade Demon turned and ran. The donkey demon was slow to react and didn't react until the other demon had its head twisted off by Yuzawa. Run. It turned its head and tried to run, but Empty Delusion had already waited for a long time and appeared in front of it, its eyes flashing with golden light, looking out for a break in the donkey demon's body and then attacking. The donkey demon hastily received the move, but with the intention of retreating in his heart, he had already lost 3 points of his fighting power, and Empty Delusion had the divine concealment talisman as a booster, so it was simply not something it could resist. Within 10 rounds, the donkey demon was slapped on the head and killed on the spot. Kill. Don't let them get away. Yuzawa looked at the rest of the fleeing demons and never thought of letting them go. The divine walking talisman was invoked, and not a single demon could run out of the palm of his hand. Be a man and leave a thread. We came to Qingzhou by the order of the Marshal of the Sword. If you drive to the end, the Marshal of the Sword will surely lead his army and slaughter the whole of Qingzhou. The Blade Demon fled in a hurry while colorfully threatening. If we don't kill you guys, the demon army will come to Qingzhou as well, so you guys might as well go to hell. Wu Zhe's face was cold, and his hands were already covered in demon blood. The next moment he came behind the knife demon and directly struck out to break its neck. Empty Delusion was also chasing after the demons, and the 2 of them only used a quarter of an hour to wipe out the 20 or so incoming demons. No more omissions. Empty Delusion put away his glittering golden eyes and whispered. Wu Zhe wiped the blood off his hands and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Clean up first so as not to scare the villagers passing by." Afterwards, Bai Liang arranged for the patrol to come over and dispose of the demon corpses. There were also demonic seeds on the ground from the death of the demons. These were beneficial to the practitioners, but there were many side effects, and it was easy for the demonic chi in them to affect the mind. However, Empty Delusion knew the demon seed well, and he spoke. This thing can be handled in the same way as the demon general's blood in flesh, and it can be directly absorbed after treatment. There is nothing that the divine breath of a sacred mountain cannot dispel. After everything here was taken care of, Empty Delusion opened his mouth towards a few people. The poor monk will say goodbye first. This trip is out traveling. Perhaps it will take a few years before he can return. Bai Liang and the others had solemn expressions on their faces as they opened their mouths to bid farewell to Empty Delusion. Master Empty Delusion, have a safe journey. Empty Delusion recited a final Buddha's name and turned to leave. It was only after watching Empty Delusion's back disappear that Bai Liang's few people withdrew their gazes. There were more important things to deal with now. These demons were all from the White River State. This showed that the two Sixth Order devils from the White River State were already eyeing the Green State. They need to get ahead of the game as soon as possible. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Several people returned to Thousand Mountain Town, and Bai Liang called all the core personnel to the mountain building to deliberate. Even Master Zhang, who was in charge of the affairs of Peach Blossom County, was called over. By the time the personnel all arrived at Mountain House, there were dozens of people, and Li Shui was among them. When the crowd saw this situation, they knew that something big had happened, and every face was covered in gravity. Wu Zhe signaled Bai Liang to speak. Bai Liang nodded his head and looked at the crowd and spoke. Everyone, I'm sure you all should already know about what happened in the White River State, right? Right now those two Sixth Order demons are already eyeing Qingzhou, and the first to bear the brunt is Liaoyun County, and Thousand Mountain Town happens to be right in the middle of Liaoyun County. Bai Liang went on to talk about the vanguard of demons coming outside of Thousand Mountain Town before being decimated by Wu Zhe and Air Delusion. The crowd's hearts lifted as they listened. However, there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, they had Lord Mountain God to shelter them. So what could a Sixth Order demonic creature do? Bai Liang could see the thoughts in everyone's mind, then said lightly, do you all think that you don't have to worry because you have the blessing of Lord Mountain God? Someone hesitated, but finally nodded. Yes, Master Bai Shuang, Lord Mountain God is sheltering us. So what's a sixth-ranked demon? He said this. Arrogant. Self-righteous. Bai Liang's tone intensified as he glanced at the man before speaking. Then I'll tell you now that Lord Mountain God has gone into hiding and won't manifest himself to shelter us anytime soon. When these words came out, those who didn't know the news immediately looked shocked and couldn't believe it. Ha! The Mountain God Sama is hiding. So what do we do? Right. Master Wu Zhuang has only just broken through the God realm of enlightenment, so he's defenseless against a Sixth Order demonic creature. The colors of these people changed, and one began to feel uneasy in their hearts. Bai Liang and the few others were silently watching the reactions of these people. Some of them flinched in fear, and some of them had hesitant faces, not knowing what they were thinking. Master Bai Zhuang, have you thought of a strategy to deal with this? Master Zhang, on the other hand, cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. No, Bai Liang responded lightly and said, so isn't this just for all of you to come and deliberate together? A portion of the crowd began to murmur. How can we deliberate when we're all ordinary people? Right. Why don't you go and wake up Lord Mountain God, Master Bai Zhuang, and ask his old man to reveal himself and shelter us? Yuzawa's gaze swept coldly across, making a mental note of the person who said those words. Bai Liang had a cold look on his face as he looked at the people, then waved his hand. Du Tian Morning, who was standing at the back, walked up with a few people and directly took down the few people who had just opened their mouths and those who were still acting out of place. What is this? Lord Bai Zhuang, Lord Wu Zhuang, are you guys trying to unload on the donkey? The man who was taken down shouted out. Bai Liang looked at him blandly and backhanded a ledger and threw it in his face. You know in your own heart what you have done. Don't think that just because you're an old man, I'll turn a blind eye. Letting you guys come today is to give you one last chance. Bai Liang said in a cold voice. The development of the construction of the town of Thousand Hills has been quite large, and the management staff has expanded from the initial dozen to hundreds. This develops and naturally breeds assholes. Bai Liang was well aware of this, so early on he had Xiao Nian secretly ascertain the accounts. The number of people who have been found to be corrupt and bribe-taking is more than 24. Half of them were initially occupied by the elderly of the Thousand Hills. When the man saw the ledger, his face turned abruptly white. Escort them out. Sentence them according to their crimes, kill those who should be killed, and imprison those who should be imprisoned. Bai Liang said indifferently. Yes. Du Tian Morning received the order and immediately ordered the patrol to take these 7 or 8 people into custody. After the assholes are taken down, what's left is the real core of Thousand Hills Town. Next, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, together with the crowd, discussed what Thousand Mountain Town should do next to deal with the threat from the White River stateside. In short, Thousand Mountain Town, now that the Mountain God Lord was in hiding, there was no absolute power that could defeat the Sixth Order demon, but likewise, the sixth-ranked demons couldn't attack the Thousand Mountain Town because of the guardian formation left behind by the Mountain God Lord. This directly puts the town of Thousand Hills in an invincible position. Of course, if the demons were dead set on Thousand Mountain Town and pissed them off, that would only allow Li Shui to step in and invoke the Divine Destiny Talisman to kill the sixth-ranked demonic creature to set an example. However, this was the ultimate bottom card and required Li Shui to consume her lifespan, so it could not be used easily. It was also necessary to contact the courtside and ask them to send people to fight the demons as well. We can't let Thousand Mountain Town fight against the demonic army of White River State alone, can we? Shirakawa, the state capital. The state city of this place is much more prosperous than Qingzhou, and the city, with its pavilions, is very prosperous at night with lights burning. Even though the White River State had just experienced the land of 3 counties and millions of people being slaughtered by demons, but that doesn't in any way affect the rich people of the state who get away with it. Night after night, in the middle of the state, there is a Taoist temple named Xianqing. It's a large area, more than 10 acres. As the world's #1 Tao sect, it was only natural to have this row. At this time in Xianqing Guangzhou, 2 Taoist priests were sitting cross-legged facing each other. In front of them was a huge water bag made of animal leather. It was filled with incredibly clear spring water that gave off a cool odor. Master Qingxuan nephew, you said that this thing, a deity asked you to bring it back? Qian Kuan opened his mouth, feeling very hokey in his heart. Qing Kuan nodded his head and said, yes, senior uncle, this divine water is exactly what that mountain god commanded his men to let me bring back to White River State. She was truthful, though her mind was equally filled with doubt. Why? Qian Kuan looked puzzled. After Qing Kuan returned to Baijiangzhou, he was relieved to see his long-lost nephew safe and sound. When asked again about her senior sister and brother, Qingxuan was the one who cried out on the spot. Qian Kuan sighed slightly after hearing the whole story. It is senior uncle I who has harmed you. I shouldn't have told you the trigrams. He was just casually divining and then reciting the trigrams. It was then heard by Qingxiu, and then the 3 of them volunteered to travel to Qingzhou together. Eventually only the youngest, Kayasumi, returned alone. Qian Kuan's heart was somewhat self-blaming, not knowing how to face the 3 nephews' masters. I'm not sure. Anyway, this is that mountain god's condition for me to restore the roots of my injuries, and I've agreed to it. Qing Kuan replied. Qian Kuan frowned and spoke. It was precisely when he restored your foundation and left behind a deity's aura for you that your senior uncle and I believed what you said. What Qingxuan said at the beginning was too far-fetched, saying that a deity existed in Qingzhou. At first, when he heard it, he thought Kayasumi was out of his mind. It wasn't until after feeling that wisp of divine incomparably that didn't belong to a cultivator from within Qingxuan's body that he gradually became convinced that it really could be a deity. Then, senior uncle, should we listen to that mountain god and send out these divine waters? Qing Kuan said with some hesitation. Qian Kuan pondered for a moment, said, this divine water contains the spiritual charm of heaven and earth. I observe that after drinking it should be able to let people see through the heart, purify the spiritual energy. Is a rare heaven and earth spirit? Ancient realms see all have to be moved by the heart. But the fact that that mountain god asked you to bring the divine water to the White River State to give it away means that there is something else wrong with the divine water that I can't see. You can send it out, but you have to use other methods to send it out. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong, our master nephews can't be held responsible. Then how should I send it? Qingxuan couldn't help but be a bit curious after hearing this. Qian Kuan smiled slightly and whispered a few words. As Qing Kuan listened, shock gradually appeared on his face, and in the end, there was an odd look in his eyes as he looked at his own senior uncle. Uncle Master, will they believe this? She said hesitantly. It will be. They will be skeptical of what is delivered to their door and will not dare to take it at will, but if it's snatched, they'll be complacent and think they've taken advantage of it. Qian Kuan said lightly. Long ago is already see through the face of those guys in the state city. Qing Kuan was half convinced in his mind, but he still got up, ready to do what his senior uncle had just said. Soon, a piece of news began to spread through the city of Baijiang Prefecture. Hey, have you guys heard? The junior from the Xianqing came back from Qingzhou and is said to have obtained some sort of heaven and earth spirit. What heaven and earth spirit? You're lagging behind in information. What I heard is a divine object. Really? A divine object would be obtained by a junior? It can't be fake news, right? How can it be fake? Don't believe me. Go to Xianqing watch and see. The doors are closed. Closed doors? Not admitting anyone. It's definitely true. Several ancient realm powerhouses in the city wanted to visit Taoist Qian Kuan, but they were all politely refused as a result. Hiss. In that case, then it could be true. Otherwise, if there's no ghost in your heart, how could you not dare to meet people? What kind of divine object is it, to be so secretive? In the state city, countless cultivators were talking, from the smallest ordinary person who had just started cultivating, to the top ancient realm powerhouses in the state cities. Their gazes were focused on the Xianqing temple. Soon, about half a year ago, Qian Kuan divination out of the trigrams were also intentional people turned out. The world is in turmoil. Artifacts are changing hands, and saints are coming out. The trigram was turned up and caused quite a ripple again. Surprisingly, it involves a saint. Moreover, Qian Kuan's divining ability is quite famous in Baijiang state, under the master of Ziyu Jinjin, which is the ceiling level of divination in the world. With this kind of strength, there naturally wouldn't be much of a problem with the divining trigrams. What's more, after Qian Kuan divined this trigram, he immediately sent his 3 nephews to Qingzhou, with mysterious movements, hiding from everyone, and that Qingxuan was one of these 3 master nephews. Now that she had returned, and there were rumors that she had brought back an extremely rare divine object, it was hard not to let people think too much. In the state mansion, several strong men gathered here, and a big man took the lead to speak. Chu Prefecture, that guy Qian Kuan, is likely to have really obtained a divine object. If we don't hurry up, I'm afraid we'll have no chance with that divine object. The big man's tone was eager, as if he was truly worried that the divine object had already been swallowed by Qian Kuan alone. This matter is too fishy. Qian Kuan is a trickster. If there really is a divine artifact, how could he let the news circulate? I suspect that there is some kind of calculation involved. A Confucian student, however, frowned and expressed his disbelief in this news. Old Tran Vinegar, your words are nice, but if they are true and cause us to miss out on the divine object, can you afford to bear this sin? The big man stared with a defiant face. Sitting in the center of the Chizufu was an old man with white hair. Chu Wulio stroked his beard, frowned, and said in a deep voice, regardless of whether or not this news is fishbait, we have to go and have a bite. If we really eat it, then we've earned it. It doesn't matter if we can't eat it. Qian Kuan doesn't have the guts to drag us ashore. What the state governor said is extremely true. Doesn't he? Qian Kuan want to fish? Then we'll let him fish. Let's see how much strength he has to yank us. The big man laughed loudly, not worrying in the slightest that he would fall for Qian Kuan's plot. This is, after all, the White River State, not the capital. Shen Xingguan here in the ancient realm. Strong person is not much. Some time ago the demon attack, Shen Xingguan for this also lost to ancient realm. And now there is only Qian Kuan, a person alone, to hold up the Shen Xingguan of this place. Of course, it's better to be careful with everything. Go and contact the General Soldier's office, the Golden Dragon Temple, and the other God realms and ask them to join in as well. Chu Wulio smiled faintly. The Jiaonin received the order, stood up and went to deliver the message. In the Generalissimo's house, the several ancient realms looked at each other as they listened to what the Confucian scholar who had come to deliver the message had said, and then looked at the bearded man on the main seat. Chu Wulio is trying to pull us down with him to put pressure on Shen Xingguan? What a good tactic. If we were this aggressive in dealing with the demons, then the people of Baijiang Prefecture wouldn't have to suffer. The bearded man smiled coldly, his tone full of mockery. The juicer was speechless, not knowing how to reply. Finally, after thinking about it, he could only avoid talking about it and inquired instead. I wonder if the Generalissimo agrees or disagrees with the invitation of the state governor. Agreed. Why not? Hu Changxiang spoke in a calm tone and said indifferently, Qian Kuan obtained a divine artifact. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, it is always necessary to find out clearly. Now that Baijiang Prefecture is in danger, with 2 sixth-order demons eyeing it, if it's really a divine object, then it should be taken out and shared, so that everyone can benefit, so that we can deal with the demons and have more backbone. The General Military Palace agreed to Chu Wulio's proposal and was ready to join forces and put pressure on Qian Kuan together. On the other side in the Golden Dragon Temple, Qian Kuan, that Nubizi, can also obtain divine objects? The kind-hearted old monk slowly opened his eyes with a question in his eyes when he heard the senior disciple who came to report the news. Senior brother, regardless of whether it's true or false, since it's Shen Xingguan's matter, we at Golden Dragon Temple naturally have to intervene. We can't let Shen Xingguan have a good time. You're right. Then let's pressurize Qian Kuan together, as Chu Wulio said, and see what kind of trickery he's trying to pull. At the same time, there were also a few sporadic God realms from other forces that had received invitations. Unsurprisingly, all chose to agree with Chu Wulio's proposal. For a while, the Shen Xingguan was in danger. Soon a group of God realms gathered, and the group first greeted each other before heading to the Xianqing temple together. In front of the door of the Shen Xingguan, a dozen or so ancient realm arrived, and the leader, Chu Wulio. A few people stood out and shouted towards the inside. Fellow Taoist Qian Kuan, all of us have come to pay a visit to the Xianqing temple. The voice was translucent and carried into the Xianqing. Senior uncle, they're here. Qingquan looked a little excited. It was really like what senior uncle had said. Once the news spread, these people would smell their way to the door. Qian Kuan smiled faintly and stood up. Don't slack off yet. This is the most crucial step. If we reveal ourselves, we'll have lost all our efforts. Kayasumi nodded heavily, hastily organizing his demeanor. Qian Kuan then walked out of the Xianqing, and after seeing a dozen or so ancient realms, his face turned unnatural before he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and opened his mouth. What's the wind today? How did it invite all of you here? I don't know what's the reason for coming to poor Tao's Xianqing temple? When Qian Kuan came out, the crowd watched his demeanor. Seeing his unnatural face and forced smile, his mind became even more skeptical. Ha ha, fellow Taoist Qian Kuan. It's not like you don't know the reason we came. Don't play dumb. Chu Wuliu, however, went straight to the point, his eyes burning at Qian Kuan, wanting to see something from his face. What reason? Qian Kuan looked confused. Qian Kuan, don't pretend. Wasn't the news of the divine artifact deliberately distributed by you? Do you really think that everyone else is a fool? Hu Chang looked grumpy and directly poked on the spot. Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan revealed a reluctant smile and said with a harumph, fellow Taoists, even if it was deliberately spread out by the poor Tao, that doesn't seem to have anything to do with all of you, does it? Amit Ba Buddha. Fellow Taoist Qian Kuan, we are looking out for you. Who knows, the devils are good at compelling people. And 6th-ranked devils are even better. You're distributing this kind of news for no reason. It's hard for people not to suspect the demons. The old monk from Golden Dragon Temple said calmly, his tone devoid of sadness and joy. This comment was greeted with agreement from the rest of the group. That's right, fellow Taoist Qian. We're here because we're worried that you've been compelled by a demonic creature. So we've come to check out the situation. It's better to quickly let go of the gate, so that we can go in and investigate the view to see if there are any scourges left behind by the demons. Listening to the urgings of the Yin God realm, Qian Kuan's face grew ugly as he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, my Xianqing Guan is the #1 Taoist sect in the world. And even though I, Qian Kuan, am the only one here, it's not like anyone can just barge in and search. As for demons, although poor Taoist is only in the Yinshan realm, he cultivates a clear mind and is not yet compelled by demons. This is a difference in words, Chu Wuliu said indifferently. Fellow Taoist Qian Kuan certainly has a strong mind and can be unaffected by demons. But what about that master-nephew of yours? As far as this state government knows, that master-nephew of yours is only at the Tongfa realm cultivation level. So if he is targeted by a demon, there is no escape. When this was said, the rest of the people immediately seized on this point. The word said that Qing Quan, this junior, had brought back some divine object and was afraid that it was a conspiracy of demons. So it must be handed over for joint identification. Qian Kuan's face was gloomy to the extreme. Facing the pressure from the crowd, he was finally forced to give in. Fine, the poor Taoist will let you in, but if you don't find the demonic bane, you will immediately get out, he said angrily. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Qian Kuan. If we made a mistake in judgment, we will apologize to you, Chu Wuliu said indifferently, and then entered the Xianqing temple along with the crowd. As soon as they entered the Xianqing Guan, their divine thoughts recklessly searched the Guan continuously. Just now there was a formation blocking it outside, but now there is no restriction when you are inside. So let go of finding it. Soon the crowd arrived at the main hall, where Qingxuan was located. At this moment, her face was tense and she was a bit trembling in front of the crowd of Yin God realms. Chu Wuliu went up to ask, and Qingxuan replied with a somewhat screwed up answer, basically answering whatever was asked and telling the truth. Qingzhou? Mountain gods? Divine water? When the crowd received these answers, they all looked at each other, questioning in their minds, but the moment they saw the divine water, their eyes were all a bit unsettled. Is this divine water? Feeling the spiritual rhythm contained in the divine water, as well as the unearthly hint of divine aura, the hearts of the crowd of Yin God realms were shaken. The divine object rumored in the outside world, is this divine water? Chu Wuliu's several people's tone rose and fell a bit, staring at the divine water with obscure expressions. Qian Kuan walked over and said with a lowered face, everyone, you've all seen it. There is no scourge left behind by the demons in the Xianqing temple, so all of you can leave now. His tone was strong, and his body blocked in front of divine water to drive the crowd away. There's no rush. Fellow Taoist Qian Kuan, Hu Chan laughed, his eyes somewhat blazing as he looked at the water, then said, I see that this divine water is very problematic. Perhaps it is a trap set by a demon. Hu Qiang, don't get too carried away. This divine water is a divine object that my master nephew has worked so hard to obtain. If you want to snatch it away, don't make up such a reason. Qian Kuan's face was furious, and his aura exploded as if he was about to make a move. The old monk stepped forward, emanating golden light around his body, resisting Qian Kuan's aura before speaking. Fellow Taoist Qian Kuan, this is not a good thing to say. There is no problem with Chief Hu's words. The devil's means are extraordinary. Who can know that this divine water is not a trap set by the devil? Besides, if it's truly a divine object, then it should be shared with all of you Taoists. That way, when facing the threat of demons, everyone will have more confidence in their hearts. Why should I share my Xianqing Guan's things with outsiders? Qian Kuan said angrily. The crowd ignored him and looked at each other. Do it, Chu Wulio said indifferently. Afterwards, the two God realms blocked the furious-looking Qian Kuan, while the rest of the people went up and, after making sure that there were no other problems with the divine water, they directly collected it, leaving only a pitiful little bit behind. Fellow Taoist Qian, we'll take away this suspected demon bane and appraise it for you. Leaving behind these words, Chu Wulio's group hurriedly left. Uncle Sherfu, Qing Quan went forward with red eyes and supported Qian Kuan, who was unsteady in his anger. Shameless, despicable, these pigs and dogs, Qian Kuan cursed, clearly looking furious. Qing Quan's eyes then showed joy, and he was about to turn his grief into joy and celebrate the success of his plan. Just seeing Qian Kuan's eyes implied, she immediately woke up and continued to keep the hurt look. Outside the Xianqing temple, the departing crowd did not leave there, but secretly observed from the shadows. There is no difference. Ayin God Realm spoke up. Hu Changxiang turned his gaze towards the divine water, his eyes burning. Then it seems that the news is true. This Qian Kuan really did get a divine object from Qingzhou there. It's a pity that it still belongs to us in the end. The rest of them smiled as they listened. Although there were still some doubts in their hearts, the divine water was already in front of them, and they weren't blind, so they could naturally tell that this thing was a truly good thing. The poor monk has used his divine mind to identify it back and forth several times. There is no problem with this divine water. It is even better than heaven and earth spirits. It can indeed be said to be a divine object. The old monk opened his mouth, and in passing, he also stated the function of the divine water. One function was about the state of mind, which could clarify the original mind and drive away the demons of the mind. The other is to purify the spiritual energy and make it more condensed. Hiss. Enlightenment of the heart and purification of spiritual energy? It's worthy of being a divine object. After hearing the effects of the divine water, the gazes of the crowd all turned fiery. Alright, divine objects are for everyone. Chu Wulio faintly laughed. With that, a group of people began to divide up the divine water. Among them, the three strongest ones, Old Monk, Chu Wulio, and Hu Changqiang, had the most points. The rest of the people were similarly distributed according to their strength. It was reasonable for those with strong cultivation to share a little more, and those who were weak to share less. As for the money, they have long left it behind. It's good to leave him the size of a fingernail. And just as Chu Wulio and the others were dividing up the divine water, the other half of the White River State, which was once a place of prosperity and prosperity as well, but ever since the appearance of the two sixth-order demons, the land of the three counties had gradually become hell. The ruins of the once prosperous county were all in ruins, and all stained with scarlet. The river dried up, and it was vaguely possible to make out that it wasn't water that was flowing at the end, but blood. There is no grass, no life, and the few remaining people are struggling in hiding. But in the end, they couldn't escape the demons and were slowly found and then became blood food. Nowadays this place is hell on earth. In a still well-preserved county town, it was incredibly lively at the moment. Only here it's not people, it's demons. On top of the city wall, there were still 7 or 8 human heads hanging, all of which were decapitated ancient realm powerhouses. The core of the county, where the demonic aura lingers and the smell of blood is extremely heavy. The culprits, 2 sixth-order demons stayed here. What's the situation? The vanguard sent to Qingzhou. How come there's no news until now? A low, cool voice rang out, a voice that sounded like a blade sharpening its edge. Blade Marshal. I'm not sure. I've already sent someone to try to contact them, but I still can't get in touch. At the bottom, a sword demon hung its head and replied. Waste. Keep contacting if you can't, or keep sending the vanguard there. Where's your brain? Blade Marshal's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, and a murderous intent surfaced. Yes, I'll do it now. The God Realm sword demon was drenched in cold sweat as he busily replied, then turned around and hurriedly retreated, fearing that the Blade Marshal would be displeased and decapitate it. 6 daggers. Your temper is still as foul as ever. It's already a 6th-order demon marshal. Be a bit dignified. A very calm female voice rang out. Blade Marshal followed the sound and sneered. What are you pretending for? When you didn't break through the 6th rank, your temper was even more foul than mine. Now that you've broken through the 6th rank and become a demon commander, you've gotten your act together, but you're really capable of pretending. I am restoring my nature, the voice replied, keeping an eye on Qingzhou, but it was your suggestion, Blade Marshal said in a cold voice. That's why I'm not in a hurry. Letting the demons below get a good grasp of the situation first so that there are no surprises. What are you fearing? The 6th rank is already an invincible existence within the territory of Great Chu. Where is the one who cowers like you? The Blade Marshal's tone was icy cold, obviously already very dissatisfied with this. His idea was to directly lead the demon army to attack Qingzhou and take half of its territory in one go. In this way, the White River State and the Green State, each of which they had half of, would be the equivalent of taking a state's worth of land. The message goes back, then they've done a great service. There's nothing wrong with being careful. My intuition tells me that attacking Qingzhou rashly will lead to a big crisis. An extremely beautiful woman stepped out from the shadows. Her figure was slender and a few points more stunning than the human race. Just one look would make one unable to hold on. Ha! Great crisis. Do you mean the human race dares to let the Yang God realm strike against us? The Blade Marshal had a disdainful face, completely looking down on the human race. If you don't believe me, you can go over to Qingzhou and try it yourself. The female demon marshal licked her bright red lips and said faintly, "Humph, do you really think that this marshal doesn't dare?" The Blade Marshal snorted coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Since you are so bold and weak, then this marshal will personally go over to Qingzhou and kill a county to show you." Putting down these words, the Blade Marshal turned into black mist and disappeared from the spot. That stupid bastard. Or better yet, let him go and explore. The female demon commander whispered softly, then sat casually on the seat, her legs crossed and her robe hanging down, revealing a large portion of tender white. She frowned softly and muttered to herself, "What the hell is going on? And why is that sense of unease getting stronger?" She is the demon of chanting, born from all kinds of negativity, so born with a strong intuition that can vaguely foresee danger. In the past, she could feel the negative emotions of despair, uneasiness, panic and so on that filled the Qingzhou side. It gave her the satisfaction of being able to pick up on these emotions all the time and enhance herself. But since 6 months ago, these negative emotions have miraculously decreased. It even began to shift into positive emotions like positivity, upliftment, and hopefulness, which she loathed the most. These positive emotions were as disgusting as shit and urine in her eyes and revolted her. While recoiling, he was very puzzled as to what had happened in Qingzhou that such a situation, which had never happened before, had occurred. It was a positive emotion that she hadn't felt from a human in I don't know how many years, so this made her heart a little uneasy, causing her to not dare to act rashly. Let's hope it's not some variation, the female demon commander muttered to herself. God's Mountain. Since Empty Delusion left, the town of Thousand Hills has done some self-checking. Anyone who was a manager has undergone an investigation by the patrol. However, all those who had embezzled or taken bribes, or otherwise violated the rules of Thousand Hills Township, were punished one by one. Patrols go door to door with lists and make arrests. When the villagers saw this, they also applauded and reviled these lawbreakers. Of course, this is just a minor incident. At this moment, Bai Liang and Wu Zhe, also bringing along Li Shui, a total of 3 people ascended the Divine Mountain. In the decree left to them by Lord Mountain God, they, the recipients of the talisman, were allowed to freely ascend the Divine Mountain in the future. The cave halfway up the mountain was an excellent cave, very helpful for cultivation. Entering the cave, even though the 2 Bai Liangs had already been here the last time, they still couldn't help but be awed by the aura that was so dense that it was on the verge of materializing in this place. Li Shui, who came up for the first time, was even more shocked and speechless. This is the supreme treasure that Lord Mountain God said, isn't it? Wu Zhe saw a huge bronze furnace in the middle of the cave. On top of the furnace body, there were also extremely complicated inscriptions carved, very sacred. On one side of the bronze furnace, there were 4 randomly placed spells. It was the very same magic weapon that Li Yu had previously obtained from the 3 people from Xin Qingguan and the monk San Gui. It was meant to be used by Bai Liang and the others, but there had been no suitable opportunity, so it was left until now. That should be it, Shiranui said as he stepped forward. The 2 of them studied around the Divine Warrior Furnace, and it took them a quarter of an hour to figure out what the Divine Warrior Furnace did. You can synthesize spells. It's just that it's more demanding and requires a one-time investment of 10 pieces. But even so, the Divine Warrior Melting Furnace still left the 2 of them incomparably shocked, because it had no upper limit. This meant that if there were enough magical artifacts, then it wasn't impossible to combine them to create a holy artifact, a holy weapon. When used appropriately, it would be equivalent to a saintly battle power. However, right now, they only had 4 magic weapons, which were still at the 2nd order Tong Fa realm, and they were still 6 pieces short of even synthesizing the 3rd order. Sacred weapons that would be something to think about. But the Divine Warrior Furnace's other role could be used now. That is to change the shape of the spell. Bai Liang picked up the mantle that had once belonged to Monk San Gui and threw it into the Divine Warrior Melting Furnace. Then release the spiritual energy and activate the Divine Warrior Furnace. In an instant, the Divine Warrior Melting Furnace emitted a dazzling light, crazily absorbing the spiritual chi in the cave. And in the blink of an eye, it was full. In the next moment, the inscriptions on the furnace wall flashed and gradually returned to calm. And in the Divine Warrior Melting Furnace, the original mantle had turned into a long sword that was silently hovering. Bai Liang reached out and gripped the long sword. immediately sensing the might belonging to a second-order magic weapon, his face revealing a joyful expression. Now he had a magic weapon too. Before, there were no magic weapons, and every time they fought, they could only fight with their bare hands, and their fighting power was really inferior to cultivators who had magic weapons. This divine armament melting furnace is worthy of being Lord Mountain God's greatest treasure, Bai Liang exclaimed. To know that a magic weapon that had already been built into shape and wanted to go back to the furnace to rebuild it into another magic weapon, this had to be done by a high-level refining master, and it was also limited to magic weapons below the 6th order. Above the 6th order, that could not be returned to the furnace to be rebuilt, but the divine warrior furnace could, regardless of any grade, be returned to the furnace and rebuilt. Yuzawa looked heartened and also picked up a duster and threw it into the divine armament furnace, then activated it. The divine soldier furnace flickered with a shimmering light, and the next moment the duster changed into a large sword. Yuzawa picked it up and juggled the blade right on the spot. Following suit, Li Shui picked up the mahogany sword and threw it into the divine soldier furnace, and with that the shimmering light flickered, and in the next moment it turned into a short sword. This way all three of them had their own spells, and they all brought smiles on their faces. Afterward, Bai Liang turned his head towards Li Shui and spoke. Little Snow, from now on, you can cultivate here. The aura here is rich, and there is also a hint of divine power from the divine mountain lingering around. It's very beneficial to cultivation. Li Shui nodded heavily. Yes, Uncle Bai. Next, the three of them worked together to open up several small caves in the cave, so that they could stay inside and cultivate without disturbing each other. After the cave was opened, the three of them went inside to try to cultivate. Then the speed of cultivation stunned them. Originally their top talent was fast enough, but they didn't expect to stay here and be more than twice as fast. Wu Zhe speculated that if he kept cultivating on the divine mountain, he was afraid that it wouldn't take half a year for him to break through again and become a God realm powerhouse. This was something he wouldn't have dared to think about in the past. After the three of them cultivated for a few hours, both Bai Liang and Wu Zhe chose to go down the mountain. The town of Thousand Hills still had some matters awaiting their attention. As for Li Shui, she didn't have anything to do, so she stayed on the divine mountain to cultivate. Before descending the mountain, Bai Liang went to see Li Shui. The little girl would probably be able to break through to the entering the Xian realm in half a month. One could only say that people who practiced every day made really fast progress in their cultivation. When he returned to Thousand Hills town, some people from below came to report the news. By Zhuang, I've already found the seller. It's a channel merchant from the state city side, and they're very interested in our spirit rice after looking at it. After Qin Jianqi arrived at Mountain House, he couldn't wait to take a sip of tea before telling Bai Liang the news. Not bad. I didn't think you'd find a seller so quickly. Bai Liang was a bit surprised, then asked the other party what cultivation resources they wanted to exchange and how much they wanted to exchange. The other party is prepared to exchange it with red spirit grass, but they can't eat that much and will purchase up to 50,000 pounds of spirit rice. Jianqi Chan replied. Red spirit grass? Bai Liang was a bit surprised when he heard it. Red spirit grass was a kind of spirit medicine specializing in the red state. After taking it, there was a feeling of a blazing fire burning the heart, and it could enhance cultivation, which made it a very good spirit medicine. Of course, the most important function of the red spirit grass was still to refine it into an elixir, the red spirit pill. However, there were no alchemists in Thousand Mountain Town, so even if there was red spirit grass, it could only be taken directly. There was no way to refine it into an elixir. How does the other side intend to switch? Shiro asked again. Jianqi Chen paused and spoke. I talked to them several times, and in the end, the price given was 1 red spirit grass for 20 pounds of spirit rice. It's because they said that our spirit rice isn't really spirit rice yet. Bright nodded. The price was quite acceptable. It was true that their spiritual rice was not as good as the real spiritual rice, and it was normal for them to be suppressed in price. It didn't matter. They had plenty of spirit rice anyway. 50,000 pounds of spirit rice, which means that the other party is prepared to take 2,500 red spirit grasses in exchange with us? Bai Liang mused. Jianqi Chen nodded his head and added. The other party said that if all of the spirit rice we give are of the same quality as the spirit rice we showed him, they can give 100 more red spirit grass. No need. How about this? You go tell them that we only need 2,000 red spirit grasses, but they have to help us find an alchemist. It doesn't have to be that good, as long as they can make red spirit dan, Bai Liang said. Jianqi Chen nodded after hearing this. Well then, I'll tell them to go ahead. Then they turned away and traveled to negotiate with the other side. After Jianqi Chen left, Shan Yan pushed the door in. Master Shuang, this is the situation in the outside world in recent days. He handed a booklet to Bai Liang. Bai Liang took the access and looked a bit subtle. Liao Yun Sheriff, is he showing us favor? It was written in the pamphlet that in recent times, Refugees from all over Liaoyun County had come to Thousand Mountain Town. This was surprisingly fueled by Liaoyun County Governor Shiman Longyu, and he even spread the prestige of the Divine Mountain in Liaoyun County City. Bai Liang was a bit confused, but after seeing that Shiman Longyu was a member of the General's Palace, he understood a bit. The last time, Lin Zhenjiang had his flesh shattered by Lord Mountain God, and he was from the General's Palace. It was presumably because he went back and informed the Generalissimo of the news, and the other party knew of Lord Mountain God's power, so he showed his goodwill. This is an intention to cede half of Liaoyun County, or even the entire Liaoyun County to us, Bai Liang said with some emotion. Previously, he was a little worried that Thousand Hills Town was expanding too quickly, and the imperial side was afraid that it wouldn't be able to cope well. Now it's a straightforward solution. As long as it's within Liaoyun County, feel free to toss their Thousand Mountain Town around. Master Shuang, you look further back, Xiao Nian suddenly said. When Bai Liang heard this, he continued to read. The result was a slight frown after reading it. Xiao Zhenhe, from the state capital? He whispered. Xiao Zhenhe had someone bring a message to Thousand Mountain Town, kindly reminding them that the General Military Palace was prepared to push their Thousand Mountain Town ahead of Qingzhou as a shield against the demonic hordes of Baijiang State. Among them, Xiao Zhenhe also mentioned the evil intentions of the General Military Palace, pretending to show them goodwill, but behind their backs, they want to use them as a vanguard to fend off the demon army. Yes, Master Zhuang, not only did he bring these words, he also expressed his willingness to help us in fight against the demons and the General Soldier's Palace together. Xiao Nian replied. Bai Liang put the pamphlet aside and said, no need to pay any attention to it, whether it's the Generalissimo, or the state government, it has nothing to do with us. We, Thousand Mountain Town, just need to do our own thing. Bai Liang could naturally tell that Xiao Zhenhe was trying to stir things up, no matter what kind of purpose the state government, or the general's people had in mind. Thousand Hills Town didn't have to pay any attention to it. Should we respond a little then? Nin hesitated. Bai Liang thought for a moment and said, yes, since they want to show goodwill to our Thousand Mountain Town like this, let's ask them to send someone to come and deal with the demons together. Although the Thousand Mountain Town was not afraid of the demons of the White River State, but they really stood in the way and blocked the demons for the court, and they were able to sit back and enjoy the benefits without contributing a single cent. It's more or less uncomfortable, so Bai Liang decided to let the court side send people over. Otherwise, when the time comes for the demons to enter Qingzhou, the Thousand Mountain Town cannot care, just directly close the door to take care of themselves. Xiao Nian nodded after hearing this and arranged for someone to write back to Qiu Zhenhe and the others. The next step is to report on the recent situation in the town of Thousand Hills. Because of Shiman Longyu's push, the number of people coming to Thousand Mountain Town was now increasing. The population has reached 50,000 and is still rising at an insane rate. Nin laughed. The town hasn't been stabilized yet, so maybe after a while, it will be renamed to become a county. The benefits of having more people are really quite a lot. These new arrivals, guided by the management of the town of Thousand Hills, went to the outskirts to carve out a place of their own to live. So Thousand Hills Town expanded very quickly, and didn't even need Bai Liang to supervise much. They built it themselves. Not bad, that's the effect to have. Bai Liang was satisfied with this. The scale is getting bigger and bigger, then the corresponding mountain temples can't be left behind. This is the top priority. Xiao Nian and the others also understood this, so the construction of the Mountain God Temple was arranged and supervised by them. With such a large number of believers, the growth of merit points was naturally quite a lot. It was just that Li Yu was immersed in his senses and didn't pay attention to the changes in the panel. At this moment, his divine thoughts were incomparably immersed, and he was already merging into the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were flawless. No loopholes could be seen at all. Incomparably closed. This reminded Li Yu of the closed door of the Qing dynasty in his previous life. Applied to today's world, it is a closed and locked world. But why use the laws of heaven and earth to lock up the entire world from contact with the outside world? He had some trouble figuring it out, much less understanding if it was the work of someone outside the world, or someone inside the world. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that he had sensed from the laws of heaven and earth that this world did not allow for the emergence of the saint realm. This restriction was not only on the human race, but also on the demons. But now that the demon side had a ninth order saint realm, this didn't make sense at all. Could demons still ignore the laws of heaven and earth and become saints against the heavens? If it could do that, then it could only mean that demons had even more terrifying powers. Li Yu's heart was incomparably puzzled until he saw a very hidden omission in the laws of heaven and earth. This is? His divine thoughts appeared to fluctuate, and he saw an obscure hole that looked like a chasm torn open above the sky, incomparably deep and eerie. The world that had been closed off had a hole in it. Li Yu felt unbelievable, and his divine thoughts just wanted to touch that hole to explore the outside world. But he was stopped by the terrifying laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are repairing the cave? He saw the edges of the hole, flickering with a faint white light, then mending at an extremely slow pace. The original hole should have been huge, and it had taken a long time for it to be patched up by the laws of heaven and earth to the extent it was now. It was hard for Liu to imagine what kind of existence could punch through the boundary wall forged by the laws of heaven and earth. He could not do it at all, as he estimated by his current 4th order Saint Mountain strength. Even if they advanced another rank or two, it would be hard to be able to do this. This was the laws of heaven and earth. It was equivalent to fighting with the heavenly Tao. Perhaps when one reached the 7th rank or above, one would have the chance to try it out. Continuing to check the repair traces of the laws of heaven and earth, Liu roughly projected the original size of the cave entrance. It was at least 10 feet wide, and now there was only less than 2 zhang wide left. The laws of heaven and earth were mending extremely slowly. At this rate, it was about 2 years to mend 1 zhang. It has been mended for more than 8 fathoms, or 8 or 9 years. The hole appeared 8 or 9 years ago. What happened 8, 9 years ago? Wasn't that the year the demons began their plague? Liu immediately remembered. 9 years ago, a blood-colored meteorite fell from the sky, which was recognized by the Imperial Court Supervisory Heavenly Division as the Year of Trouble. It was also that year that each side of the demons and devils appeared a saint realm. Since then the attacking and defending sides reversed, and the Dichu human race became the beaten side, and so disaster struck. The scarlet meteorite. Could that be the meteorite that smashed out this hole? It dawned on Liu somewhat that everything corresponded up. No wonder the demons could appear in the 9th order sage realm. Everything was caused by this blood-colored meteorite. But is this a coincidence? Or is there some force behind it? Liu felt that it wasn't that simple. The scarlet meteorite didn't know where it fell. It should be outside of Dichu, the demon's home base. If we could look at the scarlet meteorite, we might know something. But he couldn't see it now, so he can only sense near that hole in the sky through his divine thoughts, trying to find clues about the hole. It had already been 10 days since Empty Delusion left Thousand Mountain Town. In these 10 days, he had no direction, walking all the way, drinking dew when he was thirsty, eating wild vegetables and fruits when he was hungry, and sometimes when he met wild rabbits and other prey, he wouldn't let go of them, and directly grabbed them to fight. In his mind, it was called the natural order of things, and there were no taboos. At the moment, Empty Delusion was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a mountain forest. Ever since he was blessed by the divine talisman, his cultivation level was already at the peak of the entering Xian realm, and he was only one step away from breaking through. Right now he's in the middle of a breakthrough. Like Yuzawa, the Yuan Shen was condensed, and then the Yuan Shen was then destroyed by the vision. This process lasted for more than an hour, experiencing a total of 20 times of Yuan Shen collapse. Then on the 27th time of condensing the Yuan Shen, it was finally successful. In one fell swoop, he broke through to become a 4th order Gnosis realm cultivator. Empty Delusion opened his eyes, and there was undisguised delight in his eyes. Realm breakthrough, which made his path of traveling more secure. After taking a short rest and realizing a whole new realm, he didn't stay too long and continued on his way again. The direction he was heading to was none other than the state capital of Qingzhou. In the middle of the state city, it was still incredibly prosperous. Peddlers, drinkers and scholars, just like a scene of the flourishing world. The state mansion had heavyweight guests today. Xiu He, the highest-ranking official in Qingzhou, could only stand at the moment, like a junior. The same is true of the monk Sango. Late generation has met the second master ancestor. I didn't know that the second master ancestor had personally come. I didn't greet him from afar. Please forgive me. San Wu lowered his head. His tone was sincere and fearful. He only knew that the division would send an expert to come to Qingzhou, but he didn't expect that it would be master ancestor himself. What secret book did Master Sanka actually take? The little shamans looked calm and glanced at Sanguine. Without talking about these useless things, quickly explain the whereabouts of the secret book. He spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, Sanwu looked somewhat hesitant and stammered. Master ancestor, the whereabouts of the secret book. Senior did not go to inquire clearly. I only know that senior brother Sangue died in the Peach Blossom County of Liaoyun County, and as for the secret books, their whereabouts are still unknown. He was overwhelmed with remorse in his heart, having known that the secret book was so important that it drew his master ancestor to come personally even though he had left the capital in his reincarnated body. Then he should have traveled to Liaoyun County earlier to retrieve the secret book, or to find out the whereabouts of the secret book first. Now that he hadn't done anything and didn't know anything when asked, he was very flustered and was afraid that master ancestor would blame him. The little Sonya's face sank slightly, and the gaze that he looked at the three wise men brought with it a strong dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Sanji rushed forward to speak for his senior brother. Senior ancestor. It's not a good thing for senior brother Sanhwa to do this. The secret book is a matter of great importance. So if we startled the snakes and led to unnecessary trouble, it would be more trouble than it's worth. The little shaman didn't speak, but nodded slightly. Seeing this, Sango sighed with relief in his heart and gave his senior brother a grateful glance. Lord Qiu, Qingzhou is your territory. You immediately order the Liaoyun County side to find out all the information related to the secret book, Sanji said as he looked towards Qiu. Qiu's complexion stiffened as he smiled bitterly. Master Sanji, you are overestimating me, not to mention that Liaoyun County is not under my control. Even if it is my territory, then I wouldn't dare to meddle in it now. What does that mean? Sanji frowned. As a state government, it dares not meddle with the counties under its rule. What kind of talk is that? Qiu carefully glanced at the little shaman before speaking. Now that Qingzhou and I are facing off against the general soldier, Liaoyun County was originally the general soldier's territory, under the control of the general soldier's office. Then let the general soldier of this place come. With Master Ancestor here, it's hard to believe that he would dare to be uncooperative? Sanji coldly grunted. I thought it was because of something, but it turned out to be a fight between the state and the general. These only dare to engage in a little within the Qingzhou. And now that the Master Ancestor has come, and the 8th Order Buddha is here, who still dares to engage in these small actions? Don't want to die? There's no use for him to come. I'm talking about what was originally the Generalissimo's territory, but now it's changed ownership so to speak. Qiu said. Change of ownership? Sanji froze, not understanding what it meant. Is it hard to believe that it was overrun by demons? They are aware of the matter of the White River State. If it was really overrun by demons, then this would be tricky. Those were 2 6th Order demons. Unless the Master Ancestor personally made a move, he and the 3 wonders alone would not be able to resist. No, Qiu shook his head. He then told everything about Thousand Mountain Town, including the divine mountain behind it. Monk Sangue died precisely in the hands of the people of Thousand Mountain Town, and if he was carrying the secret book on his body, then it was very likely that it was in the middle of Thousand Mountain Town. After hearing this, Sanchi's face sank. His first thought was disbelief. How dare Qiu try to fool him with deities? Does he really think he's a bottom feeder? The little shaman opened his eyes and looked at Qiu. You said that there is a divine mountain in Liaoyun County, and that there is a deity there? He said slowly. Yes, senior. If there is a single false statement, Junior will be struck by the heavens. Qiu bowed his head and swore. The little Sanya looked at Sanwo again, and Sanwo hurriedly said, Master Ancestor, there is no falsehood in what Qiu said. It's just that disciple thinks that it wasn't any deity, but a wild cultivator collecting incense. What kind of wild cultivator can collect incense for so long and not be revolted? Sanchi frowned and said in a deep voice, turning to look at the little shamans again. He bowed his head and said, Master Ancestor, disciple is willing to travel to Liaoyun County and retrieve the secret book. The little shaman, however, shook his head. This matter is fishy. You're only at the peak of the Yin spirit realm. Going there would just be a death sentence. Sanji tried to retort something but stopped. According to what Qiu said just now, that so-called mountain god could take the life of the ancient realm from a distance of 1,000 meters, and with this strength, he would indeed be sending himself to death if he went. What should we do then? Do you personally go there, Master Ancestor? Sanchi asked carefully. There's no rush. There's someone to scout the way for us. Little Saya spoke faintly. When he left the capital, he sensed that several forces were secretly following them. An 8th stage Buddha. Even if he was now in a reincarnated body, would he not be able to perceive this? It's just that he's too lazy to care. Now it just happened to meet an unexpected situation. So let's take these people who followed us here to explore the path and see what exactly is behind that divine mountain. If he hadn't had too many restrictions on his reincarnated body, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. In the meantime, the state capital of Qingzhou came with many new faces one after another. When the group of horses from the vast dragon sect entered the state city, they found a place to hide. Lord Holy Maiden, those 2 bald donkeys came to Qingzhou because of what happened in White River State? A man in black asked. The Holy Maiden frowned and shook her head. Not necessarily. If it's because of what happened in the White River State, then why don't we just go to the White River State? Because the demons want to go after Qingzhou? The man in black guessed. Not necessarily. The vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple are not so kind. The probability is that they are doing it for their own personal affairs. So let's take a look in secret first. On the other side, in the alley near the general's palace, the old Taoist pulled off the lid of the jug and took a large, painful gulp of the wine. Smooth. After savoring the mellow flavor of the wine, he remembered the purpose of this. What can Qingzhou have? It can't be to counteract the 2 6th Order demons from Baizhang Prefecture, can it? The old Taoist muttered. Thinking about the Golden Dragon Temple wasn't that righteous, but he couldn't figure out why. That little shaman was too familiar, having never seen him at all in the middle of the capital, and the aura on his body made him feel threatened and scary. What exactly is it? Can't it be that it's a Buddhist child trained by the Golden Dragon Temple? The old Taoist frowned. Can't figure this out, so we'll just have to keep watching next. He turned around and headed towards the general soldier's mansion. Xiang Tianjie had some friendship with him, so he could borrow it for a while. Meanwhile, outside of Qingzhou City, 3 men with bird feathers on their heads met in a wooded area. Wu Cheng, why are you here? Flowerless Thief was a bit surprised to see this person, tracking people down. Wu Cheng was succinct, stating the reason why he had come. Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui looked at each other after hearing this. Golden Dragon Temple, Falcon Temple, Xianqing Temple, plus their heavenly patrol. It's like a hodgepodge of major powers. What great event had happened in Qingzhou that caused so many forces to converge here? The first thing Flowerless Thief thought of was the divine mountain where his brother-in-law was. There was a deity present there, and if it was known to the world, then it could indeed attract major powers to come. But the problem is that not many people know about the existence of the mountain gods yet, and even if they did most likely wouldn't believe them. If that's not the reason, then what is it? Wu Chang then stated the reason, instantly rendering the 2 Flowerless Thieves speechless. The reason turned out to be that the Golden Dragon Temple came to Qingzhou, then the Holy Daughter of the Vast Dragon Temple followed, then the old Taoist from the Xianqing Temple, and then Wu Chang. So the mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. And then there's the eagle and the dragon, right? No. Wu Chang, you followed them here, so could there be someone following you as well? The Flowerless Thief seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly his face changed slightly. As soon as Wu Chang heard this, his expression turned unnatural. No way. I was very cautious along the way and didn't notice anyone following, he said uncertainly. You're cautious. Aren't Xianqing Temple, Golden Dragon Temple, and Vast Dragon Sect they cautious? Flowerless Thief's tone was heavy. This time, Wu Chang was completely unconfident and looked around with a very guarded expression. Suddenly it just feels like there's something wrong all around. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Wu Chang hesitated. Change it, and be careful, Flowerless Thief said in a serious tone. The 3 of them then bounced around a few times and entered the city of Qingzhou, finding a tavern to stay in. They were relieved when they were sure no one was following them. People are all too shady nowadays. They don't move and engage in this stalking thing, Wu Chang said with a palpitating heart. Flowerless Thief glanced at him. Alright, we don't care what the Golden Dragon Temple and the Xianqing Temple want to do. Our mission is to capture the demoness of the Vast Dragon Sect. Flowerless Thief spoke in a serious tone. The demoness is in the state city right now. Let's directly contact the Yin God Realm powerhouses in Qingzhou City and capture her directly. Yang Yushui said. No, the demoness has unpredictable means. We must set up the Heavenly Patrol formation to ensure that we capture her 100%. Wu Chang said with a grave expression on his face. The Heavenly Inspector had dealt with the Valiant Dragon Sect an unknown number of times before. This demon girl's movements are bizarre. Her means are unpredictable. All kinds of concealment and escape means are endless. Quite tricky. The fact that she could be worshipped as a holy maiden and that the Vast Dragon Sect dared to allow her to enter the territory of Dechu and move freely showed that this woman was very powerful. You can act on both ends. First contact the Yin God Realm here, then set up the Heaven Patrol formation at the same time. Flowerless Thief mused. In the end, Wu Chang agreed to the plan proposed by Flowerless Thief and began to move to try to contact the Yin God Realm powerhouses. Outside the gates of Qingzhou City, a clean-looking monk with a clean appearance arrived. The guarding generals looked at the monk twice more before letting him in. This monk is much better looking than the 2 that entered the city yesterday, the guarding general muttered. Yesterday an old and a young 2 monks. The old one looks kind but his aura is a bit grim. The young one, on the other hand, looked so demonic that people didn't dare to approach. Empty Delusion was calm, and the mutterings of the guarding generals naturally could not be hidden from his ears. There was some curiosity in his mind as to how 2 monks came to Qingzhou City, but he didn't put it on his mind. Walking into Qingzhou City, he began to wander around the city, looking at the bustling scene within the city, something that Liaoyun County did not have. Empty Delusion, who had never seen such a sight before, was slightly surprised, and his footsteps slowed down a lot as he watched silently. At the same time, his appearance drew the attention of many people. There's a monk of the 4th Order Gnosis realm entering the city. What's going on? Did the Golden Dragon Temple come again? A courtyard in the city. This was the stronghold of the Vast Dragon Sect in Qingzhou City. The Holy Maiden frowned slightly as she listened to her men's returns. It was most fortuitous that the monk was actually coming in their current direction, as if he knew where they were hiding. Your Highness, we may have been exposed. We must move our position immediately. A man in black had a heavy face. This monk coming towards them was feared to be the vanguard sent by the Golden Dragon Temple. No, if they were really discovered, they would certainly not have spooked the snakes, much less let a fourth-stage god realm of enlightenment come to test the waters. Wouldn't that be sending them to their deaths? The Holy Maiden speculated. There's no harm in being careful. Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, let's evacuate first. The man in black said. Protector Chen, when did you become so timid? Even if you are really discovered, being in the same god realm, are we, the Holy Church, afraid of the Imperial Eagles? The Holy Maiden's tone took on emotion, clearly a bit disgruntled. This was the first time she had left the vast dragon sect and entered the territory of Great Chu on a mission. There were many remarks in the vast dragon sect that she, the Holy Maiden, was a vase. It was only because of her extremely beautiful and bewitching looks that she was chosen to become the Holy Maiden. That's why she desperately needs to make something to prove herself and smash all these doubts to pieces. Protector Chen was speechless, not knowing how to respond. The main reason was that the Holy Maiden was the highest status in the Valkyrie sect besides the sect leader and vice-sect leader. He was only a protector, and there was a heavenly king above him, so he didn't have the slightest say in the face of the Holy Maiden. Alright, just do as I say. Stay here and don't move to see what this bald ass wants, the Holy Maiden said in a clear and cold voice. Her tone was so cool that no one knew what the Holy Maiden looked like under her black cloak. Protector Chen and the others couldn't refute, and could only follow the Holy Maiden's orders. About an incense stick later, the door to the courtyard was gently knocked on. Anyone? A clear voice rang out, and when the vast dragon sect and the others heard it, they looked at each other. This bald ass is really coming for us. Protector Chen's face was heavy, and he was ready to fight with all his might. Get the door. The Holy Maiden's tone was calm, and Protector Chen wanted to warn something, but in the end, he obeyed the Holy Maiden's words and went forward to open the door. The door was opened and a young monk appeared in front of the crowd. Amitabha Buddha. Poor monk Empty Delusion. Meet all the monks. Empty Delusion recited a Buddha's name while saluting the crowd. Only for a moment did his eyes emanate a golden light as his gaze fell on the woman in the cloak and veil, lingering for a moment. A monk from the Golden Dragon Temple. Protector Chen's face was unpleasant as he laughed coldly. Empty Delusion shook his head and said, "This monk has misunderstood. The poor monk came from the Divine Mountain." Divine Mountain? Is there a Divine Mountain temple? A Buddhist sect? Protector Chen furrowed his brows and began to search his mind for memories of the Divine Mountain. The result is that nothing comes to mind. It's just a Divine Mountain, not a Buddhist sect. Empty Delusion explained. These words caused the crowd of the vast dragon sect to frown. If you're not a Buddhist, then how come you're a monk? What the hell is this sacred mountain? Monk Empty Delusion. Are you here for something? At that moment, the voice of the Holy Maiden rang out, her tone clear and cold. Empty Delusion looked up at the woman whose face was covered by a black veil and smiled lightly. The poor monk sensed that someone here was confused. So he came. Confused? The Holy Maiden froze slightly. Before she could say anything, Protector Chen coldly grunted. Bullshit. Who is confused here? You monk, hurry up and go to the side. Bother us again. Believe it or not, I'll just get my hands on you and beat you away? In that case, then the poor monk will leave first. If all the monks are confused in their minds, they can come and seek out the poor monk to solve their problems. Empty Delusion left these words and turned to leave. Inexplicably, a crazy monk. Protector Chen looked at Empty Delusion's departing back and couldn't help but curse. Come to your door for no reason and then say you're here for the lost. After being scolded by him, he turned away again, completely unable to see what this monk was trying to do. Divine Mountain? When did such a force appear in Great Chu territory? Protector Chen pondered in his heart. It seemed that he had to send someone to check and see what kind of power this Divine Mountain was. To be able to cultivate the God realm of enlightenment, one should not be a small sect either. He looked back, only to find that the saintly woman seemed a little silent. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Protector Chen couldn't help but ask. Nothing, the Holy Maiden responded faintly, then said, I'm tired. I'll go back and rest first. You guys stay here and keep watch. Yes. Protector Chen nodded his head. With those words, the Holy Maiden turned around and went back to her room, closing the door tightly behind her. The Generalissimo's palace. The old Tao's coming caused even Xiang Tianjie to personally come out to receive him. Ha ha, to be able to have the world prince receive me personally, I'm considered to have a lot of face by the old Taoist. The old Taoist laughed and picked up the teacup and drank it. After so many years of not seeing you, Jianxiu, you are still as spontaneous as ever. Xiang Tiandao's tone was emotional, as if he was recalling the old days. That's not true. Poor Taoist, I am spontaneous. The things within the Guan are never mixed up. So naturally I am spontaneous. Qianshu said rather smugly. It's you. You're over 100 years old. Why are you still the son of the world? Haven't you boiled that old undead in your family to death yet, and then inherit the throne? Qianshu said with some curiosity. It seemed that every year, they were saying that King Qing's lifespan was approaching, but in the end, decades had passed, and the other King Qing was still alive and well. He even survived until he sent Xiang Tiandao, his worldly son, to Qingzhou to become a general soldier. The moment he heard this, Xiang Tiandao's face darkened. "Can you speak? Get out if you don't know how, and don't come to my mansion to dawdle," he said in an unpleasant tone. "Ha ha ha, just kidding," Qianchu laughed. Xiang Tiandao heart naturally not angry. The two are from the youth on the acquaintance of friends. After so many years, the love is still strong. "There's bad news for you. You have two disciples that folded in Qingzhou," Xiang Tiandao suddenly said. Qianxu's hand holding the teacup suddenly stalled, but it quickly returned to normal. Life and death are determined by fate. Since they are out of the division, then the old Taoist will not bother with them, he said in a calm tone. Xiang Tianjie glanced at his old friend to make sure that he really didn't care before continuing. The monks who died at the hands of the Golden Dragon Temple were called Qingqiu and Qingtian respectively. Bald ass? Qianchu's gaze changed slightly. Xiang Tianjie nodded and roughly explained the cause of the matter. Qianchu frowned a bit after hearing this. Why are they going to Liaoyun County? How could his disciple go all the way to a remote place? This is also what I was puzzled about. But then after knowing something, I somewhat understood, Xiang Tiandao said in a puzzled tone. What is it? Don't sell out. Tell us, Qianchu said in a hurry. Liaoyun County. There are likely to be deities. Xiang Tiandao spoke in a shocking manner. Chanticleer thought he had misheard. What? You're saying that they're in Liaoyun County? There are gods? Right. Xiang Tiandao nodded with a serious expression. Ha, Xiang Tiandao. You couldn't have been unable to become a king and had your brain suffocated, could you? Qianchu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Xiang Tianjie. However, Xiang Tianjie's expression remained serious, which instantly brought his laughter to an abrupt end. You can't be serious, can you? Qianxu frowned. Naturally, I mean it. Xiang Tiandao was incomparably serious. In detail, Qianchu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Beichu City. The news that the returning disciples of the Xianqingguan had brought back divine water had already spread, causing the people of the city to gasp in shock and the cultivators to be envious and red-eyed. However, the divine water was ultimately taken away by the state governor in conjunction with all the ancient realm powerhouses, leaving only a little bit for Xianqingguan. That makes everyone feel good in their hearts. It's hard for everyone to see you get better. Seeing you suffer makes everyone feel good then. It's a normal human psychological reaction. The divine realm that had been distributed the divine water a few days ago had all taken it. The effect of the divine water was surprisingly amazing. The realization of the true heart, directly dispersing all of the confused heart demons that had accumulated since their years of cultivation, and their cultivation had even directly climbed quite a bit. At the same time the spiritual energy in his body was purified, more pure than ever. This amazing effect caused the crowd to exclaim in their hearts that it was worthy of being a divine object. It was just a pity that although there was a lot of divine water, it was divided evenly among everyone, and there was only a little bit in everyone's hands. Instead, it was Chu Wulio, Hu Qiangqiang, and the old monk of the Golden Dragon Temple who shared the most, 3 times as much as they did. In the State House residence, Chu Wulio had already taken divine water for 2 consecutive days, and the effects brought by the divine water were quite astonishing. His original cultivation level was already at the peak of the Yin God realm, and now after taking the divine water, he was already infinitely close to the peak grand completion. With a single thought, one could break through the Yangshan realm at any time. This amazing effect shook him to the core. At the same time an inexplicable emotion rose in his heart. This divine water is so powerful, then wouldn't the deity who created it be even more powerful? Chu Wulio secretly said, I heard the Qingxuan of the Xianqing temple say that the divine water was obtained from the divine mountain, where there was a deity called the mountain god. For this mountain god who had created the divine water, Chu Wulio suddenly became incomparably reverent. If there is an opportunity, I must personally visit the door to see the divine mountain. He thought so, then took out another bottle of divine water and drank it all in one go. In the Generalissimo's house, after drinking the divine water, Hu Qiangqiang had not closed his eyes for 2 days. From time to time, he opened his mouth to praise the power of the divine water, which was worthy of being a divine object. To this day, not only the divine water is praised, but even the divine mountain is praised and boasted along with it. When the divine water runs out, this general will definitely go to Qingzhou personally to ask Lord Mountain God for more divine water to aid in his cultivation. Hu Qiangqiang said to himself. Then he drank the only remaining divine water in one go. In the Golden Dragon Temple, the same scene was happening. Monks who used to recite sutras and chant to the Buddha are no longer worshipping the Buddha. Instead, he stayed in the back room and kowtowed to the sacred water. Senior brother, This divine water is too powerful. I really don't know how that mountain god created this." A monk marveled. The old monk hung his head slightly and said, "The mountain god is a deity of heaven and earth, sacred and extraordinary, comparable to the Buddha, and naturally not comparable to a cultivator." Sifu nodded with unmistakable approval. At this moment in their hearts, the mountain god was already on the same level as the Buddha. At the same time, the rest of the Yin divine realm that drank the divine water all, without exception, gave rise to admiration for the mountain god. They have been praising the divine water, while at the same time holding the mountain gods, who created it, in immense esteem. All of this was seen by Qian Koan, who had been secretly observing. The change in the crowd secretly surprised him. It's only been a few days. And it's directly turned the multitudes who originally didn't believe in gods into believers who revered the mountain god. That's too scary. Qian Koan returned to the Xianqing temple with trepidation. His complexion shifted, not knowing what was going on in his mind. When Cheng Quan saw his senior uncle return and noticed that his face did not look right, he went forward and asked, "Senior uncle, what's wrong with you? It couldn't be that the state governor and the others have discovered that there is something wrong with the divine water, right?" Her heart lifted in great concern at the thought. If they were really found out, then they, the Xianqing one, would have to bear the wrath of a dozen or so in god realms. None found. Qian Koan waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan breathed a sigh of relief before wondering, "I didn't realize that. So why do you look like you're in a heavy mood?" "Senior uncle, because of the divine water," Qian Koan said, then turned his head to look at Qing Quan in a grave manner and said seriously, "Qing Quan, tell master uncle, that mountain god in Qingzhou, are you sure it's a proper deity?" Kayasumi froze. What is a proper deity? What exactly do you want to ask, senior uncle? She was a little hard of hearing, so Qian Koan told everything he had just seen. Hearing that the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple had even stopped worshipping Buddha and started to honor the mountain god, Qing Quan's eyes glazed over. The vultures who usually claim to have the strongest faith and who are brainwashing and spreading Buddhism outside every day, even don't believe in their own Buddha? Qing Quan thought that it was her senior uncle joking with her, but as soon as she looked up, she met Qian Koan's incredibly serious expression, and she knew that it was not a joke. It should be a proper deity, right? That mountain god shelters the people, cuts down the demons and eliminates the devils, and the people under his command are all good people, so he's a proper god anyways, Qing Quan said hesitantly. Qian Koan, however, said, "Can there be such evil divine water if it is a proper deity? After drinking this stuff, it is comparable to being brainwashed by a dozen or so old monks chanting 10 days worth of scriptures around them. Or even better." That being said, there was some gratitude in his heart. It was fortunate that he didn't drink this divine water freely. Otherwise, he would have ended up like those people from Chu Wulio. "Then what should we do, uncle? They have all taken the divine water. Doesn't that mean that they have all been brainwashed?" Qingxuan was incredulous. This was only a few days. Such a drastic change. It was a bit too outrageous. At this time, she completely understood why that mountain god was willing to help her restore her roots. It turned out to be hiding such an intention to directly take in a dozen in God realm powerhouses without any effort. There's no need to worry too much. They didn't get much divine water, and the impact they're suffering now is still only mild. Probably at the stage of venerating the mountain gods, not to the point of causing very serious consequences, Qian Koan said slowly. Of course, this was if the divine water was enough and they were allowed to kowtow again. Then it was hard to understand what kind of consequences it would cause. And this effect, it might slowly disappear after a while. A Yin God realm powerhouse isn't that easy to be brainwashed, Qian Koan reassured himself. But, Qingxuan suddenly looked a little unnatural, his tone a little hesitant. But what? Qian Koan looked at her in disbelief. Qingxuan pursed her lips and said, I promised by Liang of Thousand Mountain Town that after the divine water was delivered, I would have to go back to fetch the divine water again and send it out next, and that I would have to do it at least 3 times. What? Qian Koan's face suddenly changed. Help deliver the sacred water 3 times? This one time would be a big deal. 3 times wouldn't that really brainwash Chu Wulio and the others? You're confused. How dare you agree to this so easily? Qian Koan couldn't help but sigh. Qingxuan lowered his head, not daring to face his senior uncle. Qian Koan sighed for a long while, then his face quickly returned to normal and said, Forget it, it has nothing to do with our Xianqing Guan anyway. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist friend, so there's no harm in giving it away a few more times. He was completely looking away. No matter what that mountain god was trying to do or what plot he had, everything had nothing to do with him. Just make sure you can do it alone. What's wrong with being brainwashed by other people? Not your own family and friends? He thought about whether or not to report this to the capital Xianqing Guan, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be better to do more than less. He himself was originally isolated and ostracized, so why would he be kind enough to tell the division about it? It's better to just live your life. You promise? Senior uncle? Qingquan asked tentatively. She really didn't expect her senior uncle to accept it so quickly. Qianquan nodded and faintly said, when Chu Wulio and the others run out of divine water and come looking for the door, you can then return to Qingzhou to fetch the divine water. Remember that when they come looking for the door, you have to act extremely reluctant, and you have to get them to give you some favors in any case. Yes, senior uncle. Qingquan nodded heavily. Qingzhou border. A blacking-colored blade cuts through the firmament and weaves its way through. The blade marshal arrived in Qingzhou, and he revealed himself in the air. His 3-meter-tall body was very majestic, and at his side, he was followed by several 5th-ranked demons. Blade Marshal. The scent left behind by the vanguard squad is heading in this direction. A 5th-order blade demon stepped forward and said. The Blade Marshal's gaze was cold and distant, looking in the direction of the Divine Mountain, and his tone was grim. The Nian demon is cowering, and since she doesn't dare to come, then this first mouthful of blood food in Qingzhou will be this Marshal's. His mind was already stirring with the intention of setting off the same shocking case in Qingzhou as in Beijiangsu, and this time there were also fewer Nian demons to divide up, so the benefits he would receive would be even greater. Let's go. Take this Liaoyun County first, the Blade Marshal ordered in a cold voice, then swept towards the Divine Mountain with a group of his men. Qingzhou City. After Empty Delusion left the stronghold of the vast dragon sect, he found a hotel to stay in alone. At this moment it is already night. Qingzhou City does not have a curfew. The lights are bright. It is already most of the night on the street. There are still people shopping in the night market. The most lively ones are the taverns and greenhouses, especially the greenhouses, which are never short of customers no matter what time of the day it is. Empty Delusion cannot listen to the sound of the music. All stayed in the hotel location is very remote, but also very quiet. At this moment, he didn't fall asleep, but was sitting on his bed, cultivating. After leaving Thousand Mountain Town, one could clearly feel that the cultivation speed had slowed down a lot. After all, the outside world didn't have an incomparably dense aura like the Divine Mountain. However, although his cultivation speed had slowed down, he had gained quite a lot of insights along the way, and had realized more about the wonders of the Buddha's teachings. In the realm above the 6th rank, it was not purely by absorbing the heaven and earth aura that one could refine their cultivation. It was more about relying on perception. So enlightenment determines whether or not you can break through to a higher realm. Den den den. Suddenly there was the sound of pounding boards coming from the roof. Empty Delusion opened his eyes and looked up, and then spoke. Since the monk has come, why doesn't he show himself again? The words fell, and there was a silence. No one responded. It wasn't until a long time had passed that a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the room, and it was none other than the Valkyrie cult Holy Maiden who wore a veiled cloak and had a delicate figure. Say, why did you say that my heart is confused? The Holy Maiden spoke in a cool tone and spoke faintly. Empty Delusion calmly replied, because poor monks can see it. How can you tell? The Holy Maiden pursued. With the eyes of a poor monk, Empty Delusion's eyes flickered slightly with golden light, and his pupils turned golden in an instant. At the same time, in his eyes, the Holy Maiden of the vast dragon sect in front of him was surrounded by a tyrannical demonic aura, but it was mixed with the pure aura of a human cultivator. It was a rather bizarre scene. You monk, what can you tell? The Holy Maiden suddenly asked with interest. The poor monk can tell at a glance that you are not human, Empty Delusion said faintly. Hearing these words, the Holy Maiden's aura appeared to fluctuate violently, and her eyes under the veil stared at Empty Delusion in death. I'm not human? Do you think I would be a demon? Empty Delusion shook his head and said, it's not a demon either. It should be considered half human and half demon. Receiving an answer, the Holy Maiden was silent for a long time, then examined Empty Delusion up and down for a few moments, and said in a ghostly tone, not bad, you're right. This Holy Maiden is indeed half human and half demon. However, I am curious. You, a mere god realm of enlightenment, not only can you see through my origins and still manage to not show any fear in front of me, do you have some kind of reliance? She was at the peak of the Yin god realm, the holy daughter of the vast dragon sect, with top-notch strength, and she had also practiced the demon race's dharma. If the Yangshan didn't come out, then she was an invincible existence. The poor monk's dependence was given by Lord Mountain God. Empty Delusion spoke calmly. The Holy Maiden frowned slightly. Just now she had heard Empty Delusion talk about the Divine Mountain, and now there was a mountain god. This monk's master's name is too alternative, isn't it? But it was normal. The sect leader of their vast dragon sect still called himself the Holy Lord. That is to say, you, a Gnosis realm, have the backbone to face the Yin god realm? The Holy Maiden slowly stepped forward. Her body's aura began to converge. She was ready to get her hands on this monk in front of her to see if there was water or not. Naturally, empty delusion returned. Seeing that the woman in front of him appeared to be about to strike, he estimated in his mind that there was naturally no way for him at the God realm of enlightenment to fight hard. However, it was very easy to use the power of the divine concealment talisman to keep himself in an undefeated position. In the next moment, empty delusion hooked the divine concealment talisman, and the entire person directly disappeared from the spot. At the same time the breath fits all dissipated and were completely gone, as if they had never been here. The holy maiden who was about to make a move to take down empty delusion's face changed when she saw the scene. Her divine thoughts frantically unfolded, constantly searching every corner, but she couldn't find empty delusion's figure, not even the slightest scent. Unbelieving, the saintly maiden pulled out a soft sword in her backhand and cleaved through the room, leaving no space untouched. But in the end, it had no effect at all, and there was still no empty delusion to be found. What kind of spell is this? She was a little appalled in her mind. For a fourth-stage God realm of enlightenment to be able to dodge the divine probes of the Yin God realm and still be hidden so perfectly, this was simply too unexpected. You know she's using all her cards. The nine-tailed demon fox's innate aptitude, the realm of illusion, could observe the real world by entering the realm of illusion as a means of bypassing all sorts of concealment spells and going straight to the real thing. However, she still failed to find empty delusion's figure when she used the realm of illusion. After trying again for a long time, the holy maiden finally chose to give up. This monk's concealment technique was simply perfected and unbreakable. Alright, come out. Have seen what you monks are capable of. She opened her mouth towards the surroundings. As soon as the words fell, empty delusion's figure reappeared where it had just disappeared, even moving in the same way as when it had just disappeared. It was as if he had been standing there since the beginning. Seeing this, the holy maiden's brows furrowed, and her heart began to pay attention to the monk in front of her. Is there anything else the monks would like to ask? Empty delusion said slowly. Yes. The holy maiden opened her mouth and said, since you can see that I am confused in my heart, then tell me how, and because of what is it confused? Hearing this, empty delusion nodded and then said, because you are half human and half demon, you are confused. Just because of this? The holy maiden couldn't help but snicker. Right, empty delusion continued. The poor monk would like to ask the monks, the human race, the demon race, which side of your heart do you favor? Monks, is there any need to ask? I am the holy maiden of the Valak dragon sect, so naturally my heart is toward the human race, the holy maiden said in an undeniable tone. The vast dragon sect does not represent the human race, empty delusion said indifferently. Then you think that the imperial court, the golden dragon temple, and the Xianqing temple can represent the human race? The holy maiden laughed coldly. Empyrean shook his head. Neither can I. Can't? The holy maiden didn't expect empty delusion to answer like that, and then laughed. Is it hard to believe that you're trying to say that the divine mountain you're on can represent the human race? This time empty delusion nodded instead and said, representing the human race is a bit of an exaggeration, but it can indeed be considered. Joke. What divine mountain? This holy maiden has never heard of it. She sounded a bit mocking up as if she had heard some joke. However, empty delusion did not pay any attention to her laughter, but continued. You are confused in your mind because of your identity as a half-human, half-demon. That's why you don't know which side of the camp you should throw yourself into. Although nowadays, that is the holy maiden of the vast dragon sect. The vast dragon sect itself is an anti-religionist sect, and the site of the sect is outside of the Great Chu, in demonic territory, so it's doubtful whether it's a human force or not. Hearing this, the holy maiden's expression tightened and she faintly said, since you have said so, then I will tell you as well. This holy maiden has nothing to be confused about. Whoever is strong then I have my heart towards, so no matter who loses or wins in the end, I am the winner. But you're missing the point that whichever side you choose will ostracize you because of your other half's bloodline. That's what you're really feeling lost about. Empty delusion spoke the key. The holy maiden was completely silent when she heard these words. Being half human and half demon, she could indeed bet on both sides, and ultimately she would be the winner no matter who won. But the downside is that whichever side you choose, you will be ostracized. The one before her had vaguely sensed this, but just hadn't bothered to think about it deeply. Now that she was completely nailed by empty delusion, it made her heart very unsettled. After standing silent for a moment, she turned away and left without leaving any words. Empty delusion, on the other hand, watched the holy maiden leave before closing the window and laying down on the bed to rest. God's mountain, next to the divine spring, Li Yuan, who was responsible for guarding the divine water, didn't come today, and Du Tianjun came to take his place. Because Li Yuan's cultivation had increased and he had taken many days of divine water, he was now ready to break through to the fourth stage of the God realm of enlightenment. Both Wu Zhe and Bai Liang came to defend him. If He Li Yuan succeeded in his breakthrough, then he would be the second fourth-ranked God Realm cultivator in Thousand Mountain Town. With an extra fourth-order cultivator, there was more certainty in dealing with the crisis. Big brother he today. It looks like he's bound to become the realization of God Realm. Yuzawa came to the door and glanced inside, then smiled and opened his mouth. He Li Yuan had been cultivating for many years and his accumulation was incomparably deep, so breaking through was not a difficult task for him. As the two of them, by Liang and Wu Zhe, were speaking, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy emanated from within the room, before slowly returning to calm. Successful breakthrough. Bai Liang's face showed joy. He Li Yuan had been escorting the law for almost 2 days, and finally, he had waited for a good result. Thousand Mountain Town had gained another Gnosis realm. It is natural for good news to spread, and people's moods were lifted considerably when they heard the news. One must know that the Fourth Order God Realm of Enlightenment was something that only a county-level city could have. They were only a town in Thousand Mountain Town today, and they already had 2 God Realm Enlightenment powerhouses. Where would they dare to think of this in the past? And during this period of time, there were several more mortals who had awakened their talents by drinking the divine water and thus awakening their talents. Without exception, these people were sent to the 100 Refinement Hall for cultivation. The prestige of the Divine Mountain had now resounded throughout Liaoyun County. There were countless people who were known to have come to join them, and among them, there were not a few cultivators. Karen, do you think Thousand Mountain Town will accept wild cultivators like us? On the mountain road, 3 dusty men were heading in the direction of the Divine Mountain when one of them suddenly opened his mouth. I don't know. The man known as Kirin shook his head as he spoke, but his feet did not stop at all as he continued to advance. The Imperial Court wants us, the sects look down on us, ordinary people fear us, and even the demons want to drive us to extinction. I really can't think of any other forces in this world that are willing to accept us. The man continued to speak, his tone seeming resentful. Who made us wild cultivators? The other man laughed at himself. What happened to the wild cultivators? Eating their spiritual rice? I rely on myself to cultivate, and when I don't have the resources, I go hunting demons and eating their flesh and drinking their blood to enhance my cultivation. Eating my own strength. Is that wrong? The more the man spoke, the more he felt indignant and slammed his fist into a nearby tree. With a bang, the huge tree trunk directly shattered into 2 halves and fell down in response. Black Dragon, don't be so hostile. Restrain yourself first. Don't arrive at the place. People will look at you with this fierce look and directly drive you away. The Qilin glanced at the ancestral dragon and said indifferently, "Humph, so what if I'm driven away? It's not like I'm begging them to take me in." The Black Dragon said disdainfully. Black Dragon is right. Another person spoke up. The 3 of us are all at the peak of the Wisdom God Realm, and breaking through to the Een God Realm is just a thought away. Although the Thousand Mountain Town is rumored to be mysterious, the authenticity has to be discounted. The rumored mountain god may not be a deity. Whether it's true or not, you'll have to see it to find out. Stay if it's good, leave if it's not. Karen spoke in a calm tone. The 2 black dragons nodded their heads, and without further ado, continued on their way. Almost an incense stick later, the 3 of them arrived at Thousand Mountain Town. Just after arriving at Thousand Mountain Town, the 3 of them were surprised by the richness of the aura of this place. The aura here is comparable to that of a cave. The Black Dragon said with an incredulous face. Hiss, cultivating here will at least increase our cultivation speed by 2 or 3 times. This is an amazing effect. The Kirin attempted to absorb the aura, and then his mind was blown away. It seems that the rumors of the Divine Mountain are true, and there really are gods here. Otherwise, how could one explain that the aura here was so dense to such an extent? Then they looked at the new look of the town that had risen up before them, and Kirin raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. He, is it true that a town appeared out of thin air as the rumors said? The Black Dragon was surprised. They had passed through here a year ago, when it was all mountainous wasteland, not to mention towns, not even a village. As a result, now that a year has passed, towns have sprung up, and there is a steady stream of people, and it is perfectly possible to say that it is a small county. Looks pretty reliable. Karen spoke up. Afterwards, the 3 of them entered Thousand Mountain Town and began to survey the newly established town that had not long been established. There are all kinds of merchant houses, restaurants and greenhouses. The streets were crowded, and there were patrols of 3 or 5 men making the rounds, which proved that the place was in order. What surprised the trio the most was still the fact that the residents of Thousand Hills Town were the ones with real and unmistakable smiles on their faces. There is not that sadness between the brows that you can't see the future. Instead it is with a longing for the future. This shows that they are very optimistic and at ease with the town of Thousand Hills. It's something you don't see in other counties and shires, or even in the state. In the chaotic world of demons, no one knows when a demon will attack their home, so almost everyone is carrying a sense of confusion about the future. It's all muddled and passionless when it comes to living your life. The most important thing in everyone's mind is that Dichu is going to be finished anyway, and maybe the demons will hit the door tomorrow, so they just don't struggle, and it's a day's work if they can muddle through. The fact that most people think this way creates an atmosphere where everyone is dead in the water, and with each other. The atmosphere is like a pool of stagnant water, and the town of Thousand Hills does not have this situation at all. The situation is completely the opposite over. This kind of atmosphere, I've only seen it in Dichu 9 years ago, the Black Dragon suddenly said. The Qilin and Fire Phoenix nodded their heads. 9 years ago, before the Scarlet Meteorite had landed, the human race was suppressing the demons on all fronts. This time, we might have really come to the right place. That guy Shiman Lonyu didn't lie to us. The Fire Phoenix looked a bit impressed. Let's find the principals first and see if they're willing to take us in. Karen spoke up. His heart was also a bit moved, regardless of the other things. Just based on the incomparably rich heaven and earth spiritual chi of this place, there were enough reasons for him to be willing to stay. But before they could get to the main man, Yuzawa had already approached them. Fellow Taoists, welcome to Thousand Mountain Town. Yuzawa flew from the direction of the mountain building and landed in front of the three in the next moment. He Li Yuan and Bai Liang also arrived right behind them. After experiencing the previous incident where the Valkyrie sect had infiltrated Thousand Mountain Town, Bai Liang had set up secret outposts in the middle of the town. Anyone who looks strange and is acting suspiciously and sneaking around must be reported immediately. The three wild cultivators had already been spotted by the dark sentries when they entered Thousand Mountain Town. Bai Liang looked at the three people in front of him and frowned slightly as he could sense that all three of them were at the peak of the god realm of enlightenment. However, with Wu Zhe around and the fact that this was Thousand Mountain Town with a guarding array, there was no need to be very worried. Kirin narrowed his eyes, sizing up the three Yuzawa men, 2 at the realm of enlightened god and 1 at the realm of entered Shin. However, 2 of them gave him a dangerous feeling, a feeling that could not be described, and he relied on the intuition of the wild cultivator to perceive it. Several of you are the masters of Thousand Hills Town? Kirin arched his hand and spoke in a polite tone. Exactly. Bai Liang was succinct. When he learned that it was the principal of Thousand Mountain Town, Kirin directly stated his intentions. I am Kirin, and these 2 are my brothers Black Dragon and Fire Phoenix. The 3 of us brothers are all wild cultivators, with no sects or beliefs. I heard about the name of the divine mountain the other day, and my heart yearned for it, so I've come to join you. Kirin looked serious and arched his hand. The Black Dragon and the Fire Phoenix both similarly arched their hands with serious faces, both doing their best to be courteous. The 3 Bai Liangs glanced at each other, all feeling a bit surprised. Originally, I thought they were here to cause trouble, but I didn't realize that they had come to join them. The cultivators who had come to join him were not unheard of, but they were all of relatively average cultivation, and the highest was only an entering Xian realm that had just joined some time ago. Now these 3, they were all at the peak of the god realm of enlightenment, and they say that they're wild cultivators. Wild cultivators are generally more powerful, and at the same level of cultivation, wild cultivators have to be a bit more strengthened. Bai Liang digested the information for a moment, turned his head to the 3, and opened his mouth. 3 fellow Taoists, since you are wild cultivators, why do you want to defect to us? Most of the wild cultivators didn't like to be constrained, which was why they didn't join any forces. These 3 were perversely trying to defect to Thousand Mountain Town, which made Bai Liang suspicious in his mind. Your Excellency should have misunderstood us wild cultivators. Not all wild cultivators choose to be wild cultivators because they don't want to be bound. There are also some who can't help themselves. Kirin replied with a calm demeanor. Not being able to do anything about it? Bai Liang was a bit surprised, then seemed to think of something and looked at the 3 with some surprise. You are prisoners wanted by the court? When these words came out, the 3 Qilin didn't say anything, and it was considered a tacit acceptance. Wanted by the imperial court, it would naturally be impossible for any power sect to take them in. Then there were only 2 paths left to take. One was to join the vast dragon sect and become a rebel, and the other was to become a wild cultivator. Apparently, all 3 chose to be wild cultivators. How about this? I wonder if Thousand Mountain Town is willing to accept the 3 of us brothers? Qilin continued to ask. You guys wait for a while and let us confer. Bai Liang thought for a moment. 3 peaks of the god realm of enlightenment. This was already considered to be the top battle force at the moment. It has to be treated with caution. Okay, Kirin said painfully. Big brother you stay with the 3 Taoists first. Bai Liang turned to Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe walked away from the 2 of them, and when they saw that there was some distance, Bai Liang opened his mouth and asked, Brother Wu Zhe, what do you think? Do you want to take in these 3 wild cultivators? Wu Zhe pondered for a moment, then said, you can take them in. Nowadays, our Thousand Mountain Town is very short of strong people nowadays. but have you thought about it, Brother Wu-Zhe? They are all at the peak of the God realm of enlightenment. And there are 3 of them. It would be a scourge if they harbor dissenting thoughts. Bai Liang frowned and said, if it was before when the Mountain God Lord hadn't been hidden, then he wouldn't have had this worry. Under the watchful eye of Lord Mountain God, who would dare harbor dissenting thoughts? But not now. I'll be able to deal with it if it's just the peak of the Gnosis realm. Wu-Zhe opened his mouth and said, he was now confident of that. Although his cultivation was lower than the Qilin trio, with the divine walking talisman's enchantment, he was not even afraid of the Yin God realm. What do you think? If you don't want to take it in, then forget it, Yuzawa said, looking over. Although he coveted the 3 powerful men that were delivered to his door, he would have to take a risk if he took them in. Bai Liang smiled and said, I also want to take in. How? Yuzawa trailed off. The 2 whispered and continued to talk for a while longer before stopping. Over here, He Li Yuan accompanied the Kirin trio and chatted. Basically the Kirin trio asking and He Li Yuan answering. He Li Yuan himself was a member of the Jianghu and was in constant contact with wild cultivators. As he chatted, he was also probing the Kirin trio. Roughly, he was able to tell that the 3 were indeed wild cultivators, and were not impersonated by any force. I didn't realize that brother, he used to be a dart walker, so we're considered peers, Kirin said with a smile. Oh, brother Qilin has traveled darts before? He Li Yuan was surprised. The Qilin shook his head, and the black dragon on the side picked up. We are not dart walkers, but Taoist protectors. A Tao protector? He Li Yuan drifted off. A pathfinder is a person who delivers people safely to their destination, while a dart walker protects goods. A dodger protects people. Both are also considered peers. Then how come you quit and became a wild cultivator instead? He Li Yuan was a bit puzzled. The profession of a Taoist protector is quite a popular one in this world nowadays. Not only is it rewarding, but you can even make a lot of contacts. Many people who want to be aren't qualified because it takes strength. Because we killed our employer. Black Dragon grinned. He Li Yuan froze, feeling an icy chill from the Black Dragon's smile. Killed? Yes, kill, Kirin said in a cold tone. He Li Yuan looked at the 3, and seeing that their faces didn't look quite right, he stopped pursuing the matter. There's probably a story here, and the 3 are wanted by the court perhaps because of it. After waiting for a few more moments, Bai Liang and Wu-Zhe were finally back. They responded by agreeing to take in the 3 Kirins. When the 3 Kirins heard this, their tense expressions loosened. Thanks for taking me in. Kirin clasped his fists. Next, the trio began to stay at the Thousand Hills Villa. Bai Liang first took them to the temple to worship the mountain god. Regarding this mountain god, the 3 of them were incomparably curious in their hearts, for it was on hearing the name of the mountain god that they came to join him. Only in the temple, they didn't see the mountain god manifesting, but they also felt the might from the gods in the temple. That kind of oppression from the depths of their souls that cultivators didn't have. This completely convinced the trio in their hearts, confirming that the rumors of the divine mountain were 100% true, and after drinking the divine water, the 3 of them became incomparably awestruck and in awe of the mountain god in their hearts. The powerful effects of the divine water nearly allowed them to break through right there and become in the Yin god realm. Luckily it was suppressed at a critical moment. They can't break through yet and have to wait for a moment. Bai Liang was puzzled by this. Why did he not break through the realm when he could have? When he asked this doubt, Qilin but smiled and replied, breaking through the Yin god realm. There are many precepts in this, and one cannot break through at will. Oh, what else is there to tell here? Bai Liang was a bit curious. He was actually considered half-assed in the cultivation path. To be able to have the present achievements was entirely due to the divine talisman. There are 2 kinds of realms for breaking through the Yin god realm. One is the ordinary one, which can be broken through at any time. The other is the full moon Yin god, which requires one to break through the realm on the night of the full moon, the year, month, day, and hour of the extreme Yin. To achieve the Yin god, the Yin god that is accomplished this way is the most complete. Kirin explained for Shiro. The reason why the 3 of them, the brothers, had delayed their breakthrough was to wait for the right time to achieve the full moon Yin god. The first time he heard about the full moon Yin god, Bai Liang felt a bit surprised. What's the difference between the 2? He couldn't help but ask. The Qilin replied, there is a big difference. First of all, there is a big gap above the strength. And secondly, it is the solidity of the Yin spirit. The full moon Yin spirit tends to be close to perfect, and it can be done in the daytime for a short period of time when the Yuan spirit goes out of the body. Listening to the Qilin's explanation, Bai Liang was enlightened and said, so your delay in breaking through the Yin god realm is to achieve the full moon Yin god? But it requires the conditions of the extreme Yin year, month, day, and hour to be met before you can do so. How long do you have to wait? He frowned a bit. The conditions were a bit too harsh. If one deliberately waited for the time of extreme Yin in order to achieve the full moon Yin god, resulting in a waste of time, then this would not be worth it. Once every 12 years. We have waited for 2 years, and in half a year it will be the time of the extreme een, the Qilin said, his tone vaguely excited. For a full 2 years, they had resisted the urge to break through the een god realm and become powerful, just to achieve the full moon een god. There were still half a year to go, another half a year of suppressing the realm, and the goal would be reached. 6 months? Bai Liang was surprised, and when he thought about it like this, it seemed like Wu Zhe had a chance to cultivate to the peak of the god realm of enlightenment in half a year's time, and he could also try to achieve the full moon een god. As for his words, let's just say it's bad enough. The next arrangement for the 3 Qilin brothers, Bai Liang and the others discussed and decided to let them sit in Thousand Mountain Town. 3 peaks of the god realm of enlightenment were enough to calm the scene. This way, even if they met the een god realm, they would still have enough strength to deal with the delay. However, since the 3 had just arrived and had little trust, they were not assigned too much power. Simply let the 3 of them act as a guardian force. The 3 Kirins were able to accept this arrangement. Having just joined Thousand Mountain Town, it was only natural for Bai Liang and the others to be wary of them. Besides, they were satisfied with this treatment now. The house that Bai Liang had arranged for them was in the inner part of Thousand Mountain Town, near the Divine Mountain. The aura here was much denser than the periphery, and even though they were suppressing their realm and not cultivating right now, they could use this dense aura to polish their foundation in preparation for breaking through to the een god realm. Karen, it looks like you've come to the right place this time. Fire Phoenix spoke. Karen nodded. Thousand Mountain Town is different from other powers. The people here believe in Lord Mountain God. They don't pay attention to the outside world and just live their own lives. Isn't that just what we wanted? The Black Dragon grinned. They just wanted to quietly cultivate and enhance their strength in order to be able to protect themselves in the midst of the chaotic world. But the situation outside is so mixed up, so much fighting, that you can't even cultivate with peace of mind. There are few places so pure as here on God's mountain. It's right here. It's that the 2 banklords are still wary of us. But that's normal. When time passes, it will naturally dissipate, Karen said indifferently. The 3 of them had a chat, during which the divine water was mentioned and praised. I heard them say that this divine water was created casually by Lord Mountain God, truly worthy of being a deity. The Fire Phoenix marveled. The remaining 2 couldn't agree more, and their faces took on reverence. They had been wild cultivators for many years and had accumulated countless amounts of hostility in their hearts, which made them unable to sink their hearts at all. But since taking the divine water, all those age-old hostility dissipated, allowing them to see their true hearts clearly. It's just a shame there's no chance to get a glimpse of the divine power. Karen looked incredibly sorry. After drinking the sacred water, the 3 of them became very reverent to Lord Mountain God and offered to go and pay their respects to him. Later, I also went to the temple to pay my respects, but I just didn't get to witness the manifestation of the Lord God of the mountain. Vekliang explains to them that only by destiny can they see Lord Mountain God manifest himself. The 3 Kirins were all a little disappointed and unwilling when they learned that they had no chance, but in the end, they could only accept it. On the other hand, Chen Jianqi completed the task Bai Liang had given him and successfully recruited an alchemist for Thousand Mountain Town. This alchemist was an old man called Zhou Sanjie, known as Elder Zhou. With the strength of the 3rd stage of the Entry Xian realm, he was quite proficient in the alchemy of pills, and was able to refine 7 or 8 types of pills, including the red spirit pill. Only the merchant who purchased the spiritual rice was too shrewd and only promised to help find an alchemist, but the cost of hiring an alchemist needed to be paid by Thousand Mountain Town. Fortunately, the Thousand Mountain Town was now rich and generous, and directly released the words that as long as one came to the Thousand Mountain Town, the spiritual rice would be enough, and there was also a supply of divine water. In order to prevent others from not knowing the efficacy of the divine water, Jianqi Chen even made a point of explaining it. With such generous conditions, Zhou Sanjian agreed readily upon hearing it. However, he also made a request, which was to relocate the Zhou family to Thousand Hills Town with his family. Where he is, the Chao family is, because today's Zhou family was green and yellow. Once he left, then the Zhou family would not be able to stand up at all in Qingzhou City, and was afraid that it would soon be eaten up by other family forces. For this condition, Chen Jianqi naturally agreed with pleasure. The town of Thousand Hills lacks nothing else but people, especially a cultivator family like the Zhou family. Although it was weak and only a small family, it was still a cultivator family, and people can also make pills. That's the key. So when the 100 or so people from the Zhou family arrived in Thousand Mountain Town, Bai Liang personally came out to receive them and took Zhou Lao into the mountain building. The 2 talked at length in the building for half an hour before Zhou Lao left with a satisfied smile. Jianqi, send the red spirit grass to the Dan building tomorrow, and if Elder Zhou needs anything, do your best to satisfy him. Bai Liang spoke. Yes. Chen Jianqi nodded his head. turned around and went to arrange matters. Qingzhou City. In the past few days, Empty Delusion had wandered around the entire state and witnessed many sorrows and joys. Of course, what concerned him the most was the half-human, half-demon Valkyrie sect holy maiden that he met the other day. Before this, he had never seen, much less heard of, a human and a demon together being able to give birth to an heir. This was the first time he had seen such a situation with the holy daughter of the vast dragon sect. Beginning at the 7th level of the demon, they can take shape and take on a human form. So theoretically, it is possible to mate with a human, but whether or not an heir can be born, that is unknown. After all, no one has tried it either, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare make it public. The human race and the demons are like water and fire. If this situation really occurs, then it is to be criticized by 1,000 people, ostracized. Empty Delusion's pupil technique would not look away. That valiant dragon sect holy maiden was indeed half human and half demon. In the past few days, the demon girl did not come back to look for Empty Delusion, and Empty Delusion did not intentionally look for her either. After confirming that the demon girl did not have the tyrannical aura of the demon race and would not go on a rampage to slaughter the human people, he did not put it on his mind anymore. Half human, half demon, ultimately inherited human nature, and there was still a difference between the demon race. These sky delusions have made another discovery. He realized that there was, if anything, a wave of Buddha nature in Qingzhou City. This Buddha nature was very powerful and greatly exceeded his pupil detection range. At a glance, one could only see a fiery sea of fiery red, quite radiant as if a Buddha was on earth. The incomparably powerful vision caused Empty Delusion's heart to be incomparably surprised. This level of aura was something he had only encountered in Lord Mountain God. There is a powerful existence in Qingzhou City? This thought arose in Empty Delusion's mind. He wanted to explore deeper, but the other party's strength was just crushing to him, and even with the divine concealment talisman, he didn't have much control over it. Forget it, although this Buddha nature is a bit vapid, like rootless floating weeds, it's not something I can pry into. In the end, Empty Delusion gave up and stopped prying into that Buddha nature, instead deliberately avoiding it, because he had repeatedly peered with his pupil technique. The other party seemed to have sensed him and began searching for him. Fortunately, in the end, with the help of the divine concealment talisman, Empty Delusion managed to escape the other party's search. Strange, could it be an illusion of my father? On the roof of a bungalow, the little shaman's brow furrowed in a rather puzzled state of mind. He had been aware of eyes watching him for the past few days, a feeling like being watched by a mole. Not strong, subtle sort of thing, but when he followed the direction of his gaze, he found nothing. With his divine thoughts of an 8th-stage Buddha, he couldn't even find half a trace, so this could only prove that it was really his illusion. It should be a side effect of this reincarnation. In the end, he attributed it all to reincarnation. After all, it was only a fleshly body of the 5th order in God realm. How could it perfectly withstand the true spirit of an 8th order Buddha? Even if there was only a small portion of true spirit, it was still not something that the 5th order in God realm could withstand. Shaking his head, the little sandman turned around and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in a mansion. Master Ancestor, where were you just now? Disciple has something to ask you. Seeing the appearance of the Master Ancestor, Sango rushed forward and asked. Just now, when Master Ancestor suddenly disappeared into thin air, he thought something had happened. Nothing. The little shaman shook his head and said, just tell me what's going on. Sanwu hung his head and respectfully said, the people from the Heavenly Inspector found Shohei and said that they wanted Shohei to contribute to the joint effort of rounding up the dragon sect Demonis. The Heavenly Patrol? The little shaman spoke faintly, as if he was thinking about something. Yes, it's the Heavenly Inspector. They have discovered the location of the Demonis of the vast dragon sect, and she is in Qingzhou City at the moment, and they also contacted the General Soldier's Palace. Sanwo continued. Good. The Pathfinders are here. The little shaman said calmly. Pathfinding? The three wonders were slightly stunned. Then they thought of what the Master Ancestor had said a few days ago, that there would be someone to scout the way for them. At that time he was puzzled, but now when he thought about it he understood completely. It turned out that Master Ancestor had anticipated all these things long ago. Master Ancestor's Buddhist teachings are profound and have reached the state of realization. Sanwu's tone was incomparably respectful. Three Wisdom's heart was also enlightened, and he was very impressed with his Master Ancestor. Truly worthy of being an 8th order Buddha. He really anticipates things like a god. With Master Ancestor here, the secret book will definitely be retrieved this time. Sanji spoke up. The little shamans looked at the two men and said, invite the people from the Heavenly Patrol over here, including the General Soldier's mansion, where there is also a Nubizi. Nubizi? Swan Kingwan? Sanji was a bit surprised, not realizing that the people from the Xin Qingwan had also come. Really just all the major powers coming together. What about the vast dragon cult? Sango couldn't help but ask. Just do what those people from the Heavenly Patrol said. Round up first, then let it scout the way for us, little shamans faintly said. After the 3 realizations, the 3 wisdoms received their orders. They respectfully retired. The 2 then found Xiao and discussed the plan. There were a total of 12 in-god realms in Qingzhou City. There were 5 of them under the general's command and 4 under the state's command. With so many in-god realms, it would naturally be more than enough to round up a vast dragon sect holy maiden if they were all united. But according to the Heavenly Patrol supervisor, this demoness has a unique method of escaping and hiding, and a Heavenly Patrol formation must be laid down in order to capture her. That's going to take some planning. In the name of the state government, Xiao sent out an invitation to the Heavenly Patrol, and also invited Xiang Tianjie. In the Generalissimo's house, Xiang Tiandao frowned slightly when he received Xiao invitation. This Xiao, what is this about? He wondered. After Qian Shu finished reading the letter sent by Xiao he put it down and mused. Old Taoist me came tracking the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple, and the Holy Maiden of the Valiant Dragon Sect, and followed by the Heavenly Inspector's men. Now that Xiao has issued this invitation, it's obvious that the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple already know that someone is following behind them. But what do they mean by this? Inviting them to join them in rounding up the Valiant Dragon Sect demoness? Could it be that the reason for concealing one's whereabouts and coming to Qingzhou in a sneaky manner is to entrap the Holy Maiden of the Vast Dragon Sect? But this is the work of the Heavenly Inspector. What does it have to do with the Golden Dragon Temple? Qian Shu's brows furrowed tightly, completely unable to see what the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple wanted. There was no doubt that Xiao was a member of the Golden Dragon Temple, so his invitation was equivalent to the Golden Dragon Temple's meaning. Xiang Tiandao shook his head, and in his heart, he could not understand even more. He still just learned that 2 in-god realms from the Golden Dragon Temple had come to Qingzhou City. At first when he learned of this, he thought that Xiao had invited reinforcements and was preparing to make a move against the general's palace. How's it going? Hongmen banquet or not? Xiang Tianjie turned his head to look at Qian Shu. The letter also mentioned Qian Shu, and although it did not name him, it also spoke of the Xian Xingguan Taoist friend who had just arrived in Qingzhou City. Go! The old Tao would like to see what they want to get up to. Qian Shu revealed a smile and said, with the limitations of the Heavenly Water Covenant and everyone being in the in-god realm, even if the Golden Dragon Temple had any plots, he would not be afraid. Fine, then go, Xiang Tianjie said in a deep voice. He then called out to 2 of his close associates, both of whom were strong in the in-god realm. Together with the 2 of them, there were a total of 4 in-god realms that traveled to the state mansion together. The other side. In. Wu Cheng held the letter sent by Qiao and said with a sullen face, what does Qiao mean by this? Trying to swindle us? He had given orders to Qiao with the token of the Heavenly Inspector, and had stepped in to assist them in rounding up the demoness of the Vast Heaven Sect. As a result, Qiao now turned around and asked them to go over and discuss the plan of rounding up the demoness in the long run. It is important to know that the Heavenly Inspector is directly responsible to the Emperor, and is the most special organization in Dichu, and no official is qualified to instruct it. Instead, the Heavenly Inspector also had the power to get the cooperation of officials from all over the country outside the capital and give them orders. Now it was good that Qiao had directly ignored the Heavenly Patrol's token. It should be the meaning of the Golden Dragon Temple. Flowerless Thief frowned. According to what you said, the Golden Dragon Temple sent 2 ancient realm members to Qingzhou, and Xiao is a member of the Golden Dragon Temple, so he should be working for the Golden Dragon Temple right now. Yan Yushue guessed. So is it going to be? Wu Qing's face was a bit unsightly. The Heavenly Patrol is not what it used to be, and if it was during the time of the late Emperor, would it have been ignored by these people? Naturally, the Golden Dragon Temple, no matter what, would not dare to victimize us. Flowerless Thief opened his mouth. After making a decision, the 3 of them, Flowerless Thief, set off for the state mansion. The 3 of them had just arrived at the entrance when they happened to meet up with Xiang Tianjie and the others. Why are you guys here as well? Wu Cheng frowned as he looked at Xiang Tiandao's few people. Old Tao was about to ask you guys, could it be that Xiao has also extended an invitation to your Heavenly Patrol? Doubt appeared on Qian Shu's face, and in his heart, he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong. Wu Cheng nodded his head and said in a deep voice, I was the one who first found Xiao and asked them to help contribute and assist in rounding up the Vast Dragon Sect demoness, but it turned out that Xiao in turn asked us to come over. Let you guys come over? Xiang Tianjie frowned. Xiao was really up to no good, inviting both the Heavenly Patrol and them at the same time. What exactly was he trying to do? Go in together and see what kind of tricks the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple are playing. Qian Shu took out his wine gourd and took a big gulp, then directly stepped through the door. The rest followed suit and entered the state mansion. There were a total of 7 people in the group. all of whom were in God realm powerhouses. This force was not to be underestimated, and when placed within the territory of Dechu, which was restricted by the Treaty of Heavenly Water, one could basically walk sideways. Shohei, why don't you hurry up and come out to meet us? When he came to the lobby and saw that no one was around, Xiang Tianjie shouted, "Ha ha, old brother Xiang, don't come back well," and fellow Taoists, welcome to the humble abode. Laughter came from the crowd, and when they looked, they saw Shohei appear, followed by two monks. When Shohei arrived in front of the crowd, he smiled and greeted them with a rather well-placed salute. With a cold face, Wu Chang spoke, "Let's dispense with the red tape. It's not like you don't know our intentions. Shohei, let's get straight to the point." "Good. The people of the Heavenly Inspector are just refreshing. Then I won't pour tea for a few of you. Please sit down first." Shohei waved his hand and said. After everyone was seated, Qianchu took the lead and looked at the two Sanji Sanwu with a derisive face, laughing. "Fellow Daoist Sanji, if I remember correctly, your Golden Dragon Temple has two people from the capital. How come you're the only one who has appeared now? And how come the other Daoist friend didn't come out to see us?" Sango was a disciple of the Golden Dragon Temple station in Qingzhou. Something Qianchu knew. "This is our Golden Dragon Temple's business. Fellow Daoist Qianchu should not pry," Sanji responded in a calm tone. They all knew each other. The three-character generation of the Golden Dragon Temple and the Qian character generation of the Xianqingguan. All of them were of the same generation, so they dealt with each other more. Seeing that Sango shut up and didn't say anything, Qianchu took the opportunity to make two more detrimental remarks before calling it quits. "Shohei, I ordered your Qingzhou city to assist us in rounding up the vast dragon sect Demonis with the Heavenly Patrol token. Why did you disobey the order?" Wu Chang stared at Shohei with a deadly gaze and spoke in a cold voice. Shohei quickly smiled and said, "Brother Wu Chang, don't be so hasty. I didn't say that I won't assist you. It's just that rounding up the dragon sect Demonis is a big deal, so we need to think long and hard about it. Isn't that why you've all been invited here? Now is the time to discuss how to capture the valiant dragon sect Demonis in one fell swoop." After hearing this, Wu Chang was disbelieving. "You better really think so. How dare you deceive Brother Wu Chang?" Shohei said smilingly. He then turned his head to look at Xiang Tiandao. His countenance narrowed a bit, and he faintly said, "Elder Brother Xiang has heard it too. Inviting you all to come is precisely to discuss the matter of rounding up the Demonis. I don't know what old Brother Xiang thinks. If we are rounding up the Demonis, this general will fully assist." Xiang Tiandao responded in a deep voice. "Good, then it's decided. We 10 of us will come out together to round up the Demonis, and we'll surely be able to capture her handily." Shohei immediately clapped his hands on the decision. The crowd had their own thoughts in their minds. Xiang Tiandao's side questioned Shohei's mind, not believing at all that he would be so dedicated to the matter of rounding up the Demonis. Behind the scenes is bound to be the Golden Dragon Temple plotting, just don't know exactly what is being plotted. The three Wu Chang people were equally unconvinced, but the current situation could only go one step at a time. Flowerless Thief was bored in his heart. What he hated most was this kind of hooking up and plotting. If they had known, they would not have sought the assistance of Qingzhou City. The three of them themselves would have just gone straight on. Letting the Demonis run away would have been fine. It wasn't the first time they let her run away. Now it's good to be involved in the incident and it's hard to get out of it. Wu Chang's face was a little unsightly. He had thought that it was a mantis catching a cicada, but now it seems that the cicada was not an ordinary cicada, but a golden cicada. Now this golden cicada, in all likelihood, was going to eat them in turn. After the resolution was made, they began to discuss how to round up the Demonis. The vast dragon sect Demonis had only frequented the territory of Dechu this year, and was known for her unpredictable methods. Hailed by the valiant dragon sect as a genius that comes along once in 1,000 years, the Demonis had a handful of methods of escaping. Even when facing the Yangshan realm, she could easily escape. So if you want to capture the Demonis, you have to set up the Heavenly Patrol formation. This task was assigned to the three Wu Chang, and they were the only ones present who would. As for Xiang Tianjia's few people, they were responsible for taking action with Shohei and the others to capture the Demonis. As long as the Heavenly Patrol formation could trap the Demonis, then the 7 of them would be able to take her down easily. Once the plan was in place, the crowd moved on. First, they found the location where the vast dragon sect Demonis was hiding, and then the 3 of them, Wu Chang, began to set up the Heavenly Patrol formation around them, while the rest of them waited for the array to be set up and then stood ready to strike. Only what they didn't know was that all of this was in the eyes of a young monk in the shadows. Is this a desire to go after that half-human, half-demon female cultivator? Empty Delusion withdrew his gaze and whispered to himself. The only ones he knew among these people were Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui, of which Flowerless Thief was Bai Liang's brother-in-law, and was considered half of his own people. That was why Empty Delusion chose to stay away and watch the show. Because his pupil Art could see that the wave of Buddha nature was approaching, hidden behind the crowd. Meanwhile, in the hidden stronghold of the vast dragon sect, the congregation here hadn't realized the impending danger, but there were some who gradually sensed something was wrong. Protector Chen, I just went out and found that there was not a single person on the several streets nearby. Something doesn't seem right. A congregation member came to report with a grave expression on his face. When Protector Chen heard this, his heart sank. He rushed to the house and found the holy maiden who was cultivating. Your Highness, it's bad. We may have exposed our whereabouts. We must evacuate immediately, Protector Chen said in a deep voice. I already know. The holy maiden calmly opened her mouth, uttering words that caused Protector Chen to freeze. Your Highness already knows. Could it be that you have a way to deal with it? Protector Chen revealed a joyful expression. No, the holy maiden, however, shook her head and got up. 10 God realms have come, and they're still setting up the Heavenly Patrol formation. It's too late to evacuate now. What? The Heavenly Patrol formation? Protector Chen's face changed drastically. As an old rival of the Heavenly Patrol supervisor, he certainly knew what the hell the Heavenly Patrol formation was. Once this thing was molded, it was impossible to escape within the same realm. Then what should we do now? Your Highness the Holy Maiden, why don't you take advantage of the Heavenly Patrol formation before it takes shape and leave alone first, and I'll bring someone to buy you some time. Protector Chen gritted his teeth. That's all that can be done for today's sake. It was a ray of hope for them to kill out and delay the time for the Heavenly Patrol formation to take shape, allowing the Holy Maiden to look for a chance to escape. There is no escape. The Holy Maiden still shook her head. Your Highness, don't give up. Although the Heavenly Patrol formation is strong, it takes too long to take shape. With us stalling for you, there is a chance to break out of Qingzhou Prefecture, Protector Chen said in a somewhat anxious tone. If it's just that, then there is indeed a chance, but there are powerful people watching from behind. The Holy Maiden spoke in a calm tone. She had actually sensed that she was surrounded by people very early on, before the Heavenly Patrol formation had begun to be set up at that moment. However, when she gave birth to the idea of wanting to bring people to evacuate, suddenly there was a powerful and incomparable aura, like a terrifying great sun, pressing down on her. It was as if she was being warned that if she dared to escape without authorization, then she would end up in a miserable situation. It was also at that moment that she realized that a strong person above the Yin God had come to Qingzhou City. This caused an immense shock in her heart. With the restrictions of the Heavenly Water Covenant, Dechu even had a strong person above the Yin God leaving the capital, and she had guessed who it was. It should be the same little sannyasin that she followed one of the bald donkeys from the Golden Dragon Temple outside the capital. At that time, she felt that there was something wrong with that little sannyasin, but she didn't expect that he was actually a cultivator above the ancient realm. And looking at this incomparably strong aura, I'm afraid that it's more than just the Yangshan realm. The strength is still above. There are strong people? When Protector Chen heard this, he instantly understood. His face turned furious and he said angrily, Tyrannical Chu even violated the Tianshui covenant and let the Yangshan realm powerhouses come out of the capital. Don't they know that this will anger the demons? When the demons are furious, the ones who suffer will be the people of the world again. And then Tyrannical Chu will then hypocritically cede a few states as reparations, and the matter will just go away. It wasn't like this kind of thing hadn't happened before, and Protector Chen had long since gotten to know it very well. But no amount of anger would help now. They were in a jar. Suddenly, the deed of heaven and earth changed, and the aura of heaven and earth all stopped instantly. The Heavenly Patrol formation has been established. Protector Chen's face changed as he stepped out of the door and looked into the air, but instead of seeing blue sky and white clouds, he could only see a puff of gray. Brothers, we're surrounded. There's no way to retreat now. Pick up your weapons and fight with these courthawks and dogs, Protector Chen shouted. The rest of the Vaishnava Dragon Sect congregation was instantly mobilized, each with a reddened face, all picking up their respective weapons, ready to fight to the death. Your Highness, you have extraordinary talent and are the future hope of the Holy Sect. You must find a chance to escape. My subordinate believes in your Highness's means. Protector Chen turned back, his face determined. After that, he turned around and flew into the air, a long spear appearing in his hand as he laughed coldly. Eagles of the court, come out and face me, rebel and traitor. How dare you talk so tough at the end of your life? Watch the move. With a cold snort, the blade light cut through the sky, directly chopping down towards Protector Chen. Protector Chen's expression sank as the tip of his spear condensed white light and stabbed up against the blade light. With a bang, violent white light exploded, spreading like ripples in all directions. Protector Chen's body was knocked back a dozen meters, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Before he could take a breather, another blade light came, but this time a sword chi swept through, directly blocking the blade light. Demonis, you finally showed up. Xiang Tiandao saw the woman wearing a cloak and veil and spoke in a cold voice. Qian Chu, Xiu He, San Ji, and the other God realms then appeared, instantly surrounding the holy maiden of the valiant dragon sect. The holy maiden looked around and stood silently in the air with her long sword in her hand. Your Highness, you shouldn't have saved me. You should have found a chance to escape. Protector Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said in a somewhat touching tone. Escape? The heavenly patrol formation has been laid down. Where can one flee to? Xiu laughed out loud and looked towards the two of the valiant dragon sect, finally locking his gaze on the veiled woman. This is the holy daughter of the vast dragon sect? The demonic heavenly pride that the heavenly patrol supervisor couldn't catch for a year? Now it seems that it's nothing more than that. He laughed coldly. Shameless. If you hadn't broken the Tianshui covenant and let the strongest people out, with just you losers, you want to round up our holy maiden highness? Dream on. Protector Chen gritted his teeth. Nonsense. Looking for death. Sanji's face turned cold as he raised his hand and slapped a golden palm print at Protector Chen. However, when it was about to hit, it was stopped by the green-colored sword chi. Do it! When Sanji saw the holy daughter of the valiant dragon sect strike, he said in a deep voice. Thus, several people began to strike at the same time at the holy maiden of the valiant dragon sect, and they came up with various killing moves. The holy maiden was overwhelmed, but her strength was indeed strong, and she had quite a lot of means. And she had not lost the battle with 1 against 3. Something. Xiang Tianjie was a little surprised in his heart when he saw the strength of the demoness. Then he and Qianshu also joined the fight, and the 5 of them struck out, finally suppressing the vast dragon sect holy maiden. The remaining 3 wisdom and Xiu he began to start killing Protector Chen and the rest of the vast dragon sect congregation. Protector Chen fought hard to resist, but in the end, he couldn't stop the attack of the 2 ancient realms, and died in a battle of strength. Your Highness, escape! Before he died, he shouted towards the holy maiden who was struggling to resist the attack of the 5 God realms. When the holy maiden of the vast dragon sect heard the shouts, she turned her head to look and saw the death of Protector Chen, and the rest of the congregation had been killed. Her body stuttered violently, revealing a break just in time for Sanchi to catch it, and a palm imprint struck her on the side of her face, directly knocking the cloak and veil off. The veil fell, revealing an extremely stunning face, flawless in white. Especially those slender eyes that seemed to be able to take in the heart and mesmerize people at a glance. When Xiang Tianjie and the others saw the holy maiden's true appearance, their complexion changed and their eyes were shocked. It wasn't because of the stunningly beautiful face of the holy maiden of the vast dragon sect, but the fact that the holy maiden had a pair of furry fox ears. Demonized characteristics. A demonic creature. The surface of the money sank in color, but on second thought it wasn't right. If a demon race wanted to transform into a form, it had to be a 7th-ranked demon king. In front of her, this holy maiden of the valiant dragon sect clearly hadn't reached that realm, and was just a 5th-order ancient realm. But how did the demonization traits appear if it wasn't a demon? Suddenly, Qianshu thought of something and raised his head with a surprised expression, looking at the holy maiden of the valiant dragon sect. You're a bastard born after a human-demon merger. Yes, and only half-human, half-demon would be in this situation. The holy maiden didn't reply. Since her demonized features were seen, she no longer hid her face. I didn't realize that the rebels had already started colluding with demons. A half-human, half-demon can also be a holy maiden. Xiang Tiandao spoke in a cold voice. A few of you don't talk nonsense. It's better to take this demoness down quickly. The heavenly patrol formation won't last long. Sanji opened his mouth and said. Sanji's heart sank slightly. The words of Protector Chen just now indicated that the vast dragon sect already knew that Master Ancestor had left the capital. The matter was of great importance, and if the news spread, then it would cause a great disaster. It's the entire Golden Dragon Temple that can't afford this. Therefore, he had to behead this valiant dragon sect demoness in front of him as soon as possible. Protector Chen's words. Xiang Tianjie and the others also heard them. They were all a bit suspicious in their hearts. Breaking the covenant of Tianshui, a strong man strikes? Could it be that one of them had already broken through to the Yang God realm? But this isn't right. Everyone didn't hide their breath. They are all in the ancient realm. This point can't be faked. Qianshu suddenly thought of the other monk who hadn't shown up so far. The little shaman whose scent he found eerie. Could it be him? He thought furiously in his mind. But now cannot allow him to think so much. The demon girl is still stubbornly resisting. Must first capture the demon girl before. The 5 of them combined their efforts and surrounded the demon girl. No wonder the means are so bizarre. So it's a half-human, half-demon monster. It's underestimated. Sanji coldly laughed. With 1 against 5 being able to hold out for so long, the strength of this demoness in front of her was indeed strong. It was important to know that they weren't ordinary ancient realms either. Each had their own specialties, and as a result, Their combined efforts hadn't been able to take them down for so long. One could imagine how demonic this demon girl's natural talent was. Gentlemen, I, the Heavenly Inspector, want to live. Make sure to capture the demoness alive. The shouts of Wu Cheng came from the distance. The three of them were maintaining the operation of the Heavenly Patrol formation and were unable to join the battle. There's so much going on. Xiang Tianjie frowned when he heard this. It was so troublesome to deal with this demoness. It would be even harder to capture her alive. Luckily, Xiuhe and Sango came to assist immediately after finishing off Protector Chen and the rest of the vast dragon sex congregation. The battle directly turned into 17 god realms versus the Holy Maiden of the Valiant Dragon sect. With such a huge disparity in strength, the Holy Maiden had no ability to fight back at all. Under the attack of the many god realms, he was losing ground and various wounds appeared on his body. If Xiang Tianjie and the others didn't want to capture him alive, I'm afraid they would have killed him on the spot. Demoness, why don't you bind your hands and be captured? And you'll be spared from the insults at that time. If you are stubborn, you will only eat more pain and suffering. Xiuhe looked at the extremely beautiful vast dragon sect Holy Maiden and smiled coldly. Seek death. The Holy Maiden's eyes were cold, and several wounds had appeared on her face, but she couldn't hide her incomparably stunning face. She lightly turned around, and with a flick of the long sword in her hand, she directly stabbed out in Xiuhe's direction. Even if you die, you have to give each other a hard time. Xiuhe snorted coldly and closed his palms together. A barrier of Buddha light condensed in front of him. He had thought that he could easily block the long sword, but he didn't expect the barrier to be easily pierced through like a sponge under the long sword, plunging straight into his heart. Damn! Xiuhe's face changed drastically, knowing that he had been careless, and without the slightest hesitation, he offered up a defense spell. A piece of skull blocked the long sword. Only a clanging sound was heard as the longsword stabbed at the skull. A tiny crack appeared in the bone, which then crumbled away, but the longsword was also blocked. Seeing that she didn't win, the Holy Maiden felt pity in her heart and didn't continue to pursue the attack, but quickly retreated to avoid the others' attacks. But at this moment, she was completely surrounded and could not retreat, so she could only receive the attacks of the many god realms. Green light blossomed, and a huge green fox silhouette appeared as it roared towards the sky, its fur standing on end. The Holy Maiden's face was pale, and after summoning the green fox void out, she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up somewhat. Be careful, this demoness has revealed her true demonic body. Xiang Tianjie took a few steps back and looked vigilantly at the green fox void. This is the green fox, the royal family amongst the demons. No wonder it's so strong. Qian Shu looked grave. I didn't expect this demon girl, but she was even related to the demon royal clan. As for why the green fox was the royal family amongst the demons, it was because the current demon saint was a nine-tailed green fox. It was said that the green fox possessed an innate aptitude, and every time it broke through the realm it could grow a tail and gain a pseudo-life. When seriously injured and on the verge of death, he was able to recover from his injuries and return to his peak by consuming pseudo-life. And after reaching the 9th rank and achieving the holy position, then the pseudo-life would completely turn into a true life. And even after death, it would come back to life. Good. I didn't expect that it's still a royal family among demons. Now I've caught a big one. Qiu Crane laughed and struck a little harder. The 7 of them combined their efforts and began to attack around the green fox void. The Holy Maiden, on the other hand, stayed in the green fox void to temper herself. She was exhausted. Summoning the true body of the demon race was already her last card. It was true that she was strong, but even stronger couldn't withstand the number of people on the other side. The green fox shadow couldn't hold out for more than a moment before it was crushed under the attack of all the god realms. Put! The Holy Maiden spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, her face even paler. Take down the demoness. Sanji coldly snorted, his large hand directly grabbing towards the Holy Maiden's neck. But the next moment the Holy Maiden disappeared, and when she reappeared she had already transformed into a skinny green fox escaping 10 meters away. A useless struggle. Chanticleer looked away, unimpressed, not to mention the presence of the Heavenly Patrol formation. Even if the formation was withdrawn, with the current state of this demoness, there was no hope that she would be able to run out of the palm of their hands. The green fox burrowed into an alley and disappeared. The crowd, however, didn't panic, because the green fox's deed had already been locked in place by their death, and they couldn't escape any further. But soon they were slapped in the face. In a split second the green fox's breath fitness all but disappeared. Not even a trace of it. What's going on? Xiang Tiandao looked horrified. The green fox in his hands just disappeared right under his nose? Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly came to the place where the green fox disappeared to search. But they didn't find anything. Ran away? Or died in some corner? He said with a somewhat ugly face. It can't be dead. The scent doesn't disappear if it's dead. Qian Chu frowned. and his fingers began to pinch continuously as he began to project. But it turned out to be a fog and nothing was calculated. He even saw a great mountain that was on par with the sky from the mist, with a majestic and astonishing momentum. It caused him to be shocked for a moment, and he hastily stopped projecting, with some fear in his heart. What kind of horrible being is this? He'd never met this before. Sensing that something was wrong, Chanticleer began to fall silent. The rest of them were still cursing about how careless they were and how they let the demon girl escape. Sanchi's face changed color, looking in a certain direction from time to time. In his mind, he wondered if Master Ancestor had stepped in and captured that demoness outright. It should be. Otherwise, who else in this Qingzhou city would have the strength to save the demoness in front of them? And it's still under the watchful eye of the Master Chief. I just don't know what Master Ancestor wants to do with this demon girl. Is it because of her half-human, half-demon bloodline? However, Sanji did not know that the Master Ancestor he was chanting in his heart was on the verge of squeezing his eyebrows together at the moment. What in the world is it that can fish for people under my father's nose? Little Saya's divine thoughts frantically swept the place where the green fox had disappeared. Just now, he had been watching the scene here, and watched as Green Fox burrowed into an alleyway before disappearing into thin air. Even the breath and the deed had dissipated and disappeared, as if they had vanished from this world. The situation reminded him of the gaze he had been sensing the other day. Previously, he had thought that it was a side effect of the reincarnation body that caused the illusion. Now it seemed that it wasn't an illusion, but that someone was really staring silently at them. At least above Yangshan, little shaman's face was grave. To be able to spy on him and fish for someone under his nose, the Yangshan realm was definitely unable to do so. At the very least, it should be above the seventh order. I just don't know if the other party is a human or a demon or a devil. And by what means does one avoid the restrictions of the Tianshui covenant? The same means as him, or just running around naked and ignoring the Tianshui covenant? The little shaman could not figure out in his mind exactly who it was, nor could he capture the traces of this person. So in the end, he could only give up. On the other side, after Wu Chang's trio withdrew the Heavenly Patrol formation, they found Xiang Tianjie and the others. After learning that they had let the vast dragon sex holy maiden get away, their faces instantly darkened. What? We set up the Heavenly Patrol formation, 7 of you surrounded one, and you actually let him get away. What the hell are you guys doing? Mushang felt incredulous. This battle to round up the holy maiden was clearly the nail in the coffin. It actually turned out to be a screw-up. He couldn't imagine just how he could let the demon girl get away. Xiang Tianjie and the others all had ugly faces. Letting the demoness get away this time was indeed humiliating for them. Brother Wu, at least you have annihilated a dozen sect members of the vast dragon sect, plus a protector. He opened his mouth. What use are these shrimp soldiers? Our goal is the dragon sect demoness. Wucheng gritted his teeth a little. The identity of the demoness of the dragon sect was somewhat special and quite important, but the emperor had given them a deadly order. But there's no use talking about it now. The people have run away. At this time, Sanji suddenly stepped forward and looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, go back first before discussing. The crowd nodded, so the group of 10 returned to the state mansion. As soon as the group of people took their seats, an incomparably powerful divine thought covered everyone. Xiang Tianjie, Qian Chu, Wu Chang, and Hua Wuthif's faces changed drastically, but it was already too late to do anything about it. This divine thought was too strong. It was crushing to them. The Yin God realm. Footsteps sounded, and a small shaman walked out slowly. The 3 wise men hurriedly bowed their heads and saluted. Disciples have met Master Ancestor. It's you. When Qian Chu saw this little sannyasin, everything became clear. He had felt that this monk wasn't right that day, and with the words of Protector Chen just now, he now felt this strong divine thought. All of this was saying that this little sannyasin in front of him was a strong person above the Yang God. Xiang Tianjie and the others also reacted, all of them looking at little shamans in shock. The Yang God does not leave the capital. You Golden Dragon Temple is risking universal condemnation and breaking the Tianshui covenant. Wu Chang looked gloomy and said angrily, who said that our Golden Dragon Temple has broken the Heavenly Water Covenant? Master Ancestor is only a Yin God realm now, which is very much in line with the requirements of the Heavenly Water Covenant. Sanshi faintly laughed. Playing tricks. Xiang Tiandao's eyes were cold and indifferent. Although he was controlled, he did not panic in his heart, because he doesn't believe that the Golden Dragon Temple can do anything to him, because his last name is Xiang. A few of you, this honored one has no intention of harming you, but only to ask you for a small favor. The little shamans looked at the crowd in front of them and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Qingzhou City, Empty Delusion's figure suddenly appeared in the room, and on his shoulder was a bloodstained green fox. It's safe here. You can come down now, Empty Delusion said as he looked sideways at Green Fox. the green fox purred softly twice before jumping to the ground. In the next moment, the green fox changed back to its human appearance, only its complexion was much worse than before. "Thanks for saving my life," the holy maiden said in a sincere tone. "A show of hands. No need to be sentimental," Empty Delusion said faintly. At that time, he was watching the show from afar, and when he saw the end of it he had thought that this holy daughter of the valiant dragon sect was going to be captured alive. As a result, he didn't expect her to transform into a green fox and then flee directly in his direction. Seeing this he hastily avoided it, but the green fox seemed to know where he was. She chased him wherever he retreated to. In the end, there was really no way out. So Empty Delusion single-handedly carried the green fox to his shoulder and used the divine concealment talisman to conceal the breath of the deed. "How did you know that the poor monk was standing there?" Empty Delusion spoke in a puzzled tone. It was reasonable to say that the divine concealment talisman was very powerful, and the last time the holy maiden of the Valkyrie dragon sect hadn't even discovered him, but this time he had actually been discovered. "I don't know, only that there is hope for life there. A glimmer of hope," the holy maiden said faintly. She had half of the bloodline of the green fox, which was the royal family among demons and had an innate divine ability, and she had likewise. The green fox's innate divine ability was to know the fate of heaven. The avatar can be used to find a chance, or seek a silver lining, and so on. Very powerful. At the beginning, she had used her knowledge of heaven's destiny, but under the shroud of the heavenly patrol formation, there was not a single ray of life. At the last moment, when she was at the end of her rope, she used her innate divine ability once more without dying. It turned out that this one actually allowed her to find a silver lining. Empty Delusion listened to the holy maiden's narration, and it dawned on him in his heart. Turns out he's the reason. At first, he was watching the show from outside the heavenly patrol formation, but then he thought about whether or not the divine concealment talisman could conceal itself from the heavenly patrol formation. So he tried to walk in. The result was that the divine concealment talisman could conceal itself from the heavenly patrol formation. It was also the fact that he walked into the middle of the formation that allowed the Valkyrie dragon sect's holy daughter of knowledge of heaven's destiny to find a glimmer of life. "Karma. Wonderful," Empty Delusion lamented. "A single thought created the current ending. Is this the cause and effect of the underworld? Or is it fate?" Empty Delusion's deepened sense of dharma is taken to the next level. It would be best for the scholar to not stay in Qingzhou City and leave as soon as possible. Empty Delusion looked towards the holy maiden of the vast dragon sect, paused, and then added, "So as not to implicate the poor monk." The holy maiden initially thought that Empty Delusion was concerned about her well-being, but she didn't expect such a sentence to follow. "I understand, so I'll leave it at that." She wasn't one to squirm, and since the other party was starting to kick them out, she wouldn't stay much longer. After thanking the other woman again, grateful for saving her life, she turned to leave. "By the way, my name is not Sure, it's Nandong Fox." Leaving behind a sentence, the holy maiden completely disappeared into the night sky. Once Empty Delusion confirmed that the people were gone, he closed the doors and windows tightly. Then he returned to his bed and sat cross-legged, and began to realize the Buddha's teachings. In the state mansion, Xiang Tianjie and the others all had ugly faces at this moment. They had all been counted out by the Golden Dragon Temple. Who would have thought that there would be a strong person above the Yin God leaving the capital? "So the reason forcing us to come is to go to Liaoyun County and test that rumored mountain god?" Chen Shu looked unkind as he stared at the little sandman. He was speculating in his mind. Which one of the Golden Dragon Temple was this little sannyasin? If Sanji called him Master Ancestor, then his cultivation must be at least at the 7th rank or above. I just don't know if it's the 7th or the 8th rank. For the 8th rank, there were only those few in the Golden Dragon Temple. To be able to startle a great power of this level to leave the capital. What exactly is in this Liaoyun County? Not bad. This is also for the sake of the stability of the order of the Great Chu dynasty. With such a deity appearing out of thin air, who knows if it's a demon posing behind the scenes? Sanji said indifferently. "Humph. Crowned. Do you really think we will believe you?" Wu Cheng grimaced. But at the moment, no matter how much they cursed, it was useless. "You'll only be given one chance. Either you go to Liaoyun County, or you'll be sent to Baijian Prefecture to fight against the 6th Order demon. Choose one for yourself," Sanji said with a smile. He then turned his head back to Xiang Tianjie and spoke. "Shitzi, you're old enough not to get into this mess. You can go back first. Xiang Tianjie is the first son of King Cheng, the Xiang family, and cannot be moved. Even if the second master was present, he still had to give face to Xiang's family. I will tell father about everything here." Xiang Tiandao looked at the several people from the Golden Dragon Temple and said in a cold tone, "Make yourself at home." Sanchi was unimpressed, and by the time word got back to the capital, they had all retrieved the secret book and returned to the capital. By then, even if the emperor knows, He can only knock on the door to block the mouth of the people. No pain, no gain for the Golden Dragon Temple. Aside from Xiang Tianjie, the rest of them were all wrapped up. Everyone, please, go and see how much weight that mountain god of Thousand Mountain Town actually has. Sanji made a gesture of invitation. Qian Chu's group of people, their complexions were ironclad, but that little shaman standing there invariably gave them a strong sense of oppression. In the end, there was no choice but to force the crowd to turn around and head in the direction of Liaoyun County. Sanji and the others followed, clustered around the little shaman. It was like driving Qian Chu and his group towards Liaoyun County like cattle and sheep. Master Ancestor strategized and got a bunch of pieces for nothing to scout the way for us without any effort. Sango complimented. Qiuhe followed closely behind, also sending fawning words of horse's ass. The little shamans looked calm, having long since gotten used to these compliments. Say less useless words. The news of my father's departure from the capital will soon be known. The secret book must be retrieved as soon as possible to avoid a long night. Sanji and the others hurriedly nodded their heads and assured, "Don't worry, Master Ancestor. This trip is a must. We will be able to retrieve the secret book." Ahead, the crowd that was driven to fly in the direction of Liaoyun County. The faces were all hard, but there were exceptions among them. They are Flowerless Thief and Yang Yuxue. The two of them walked at the very back and looked at each other with something in their eyes. Liaoyun County, Thousand Mountain Town, Divine Mountain. Isn't that where they just went a while ago? Flowerless Thief's brother-in-law is right there. Why did the Golden Dragon Temple go to Liaoyun County? Could it be that they have their eyes on that mountain god? But that's a real deity. Even if you're a great power, if you go there, you're afraid that you're just giving away your head. Flowerless Thief looked towards Yang Yuxue. There were many words in his heart that he wanted to say, but that little Sandman was right behind him, and there was no guarantee that the other party would not be able to intercept it by transmitting his voice. So in the end, he could only give up and keep his words to himself. When Wu Chang saw the difference between the two, he turned back and said suspiciously, "Brother Flower, Brother Yang, why aren't you angry at all?" But instead there is a kind of inexplicable gloating? In his mind, he couldn't understand at all that he was actually feeling gloating at this point in time. Although he didn't know what was in Liaoyun County, but if a few people from Golden Dragon Temple were using them as cannon fodder, then there must be danger. Isn't it sick to sneer at danger? No, just thinking of happy things. Yes, my lady had a big fat grandson. So happy. The two of them, Flowerless Thief, hastily collected their expressions so as not to be noticed by the few monks behind them. Wu Chang looked at Yang Yuxue with a look of astonishment and said, "Your family's maiden, giving you big fat grandchildren?" Yang Yuxue realized that his mouth was wrong, and quickly changed his words. "No, I said it wrong. It's my mother who gave my parents a big fat grandson." Wu Chang nodded half-heartedly, always feeling as if the two were hiding something from him. But if they didn't say anything, he couldn't be bothered to ask more. He still had a lot of trust in these two colleagues. After all, they had been working together for many years. Chen Chu turned back and frowned as he watched a few people from the Heavenly Patrol muttering. He pinched his fingers and kept projecting the safety of this trip. But the results obtained are arcane. It's hard to see if it's a blessing or a curse. It's a complete mystery. Half an hour later, the group finally arrived at Liaoyun County. They directly entered the county town of Liaoyun County. The county governor of this area, Shiman Longyu, was startled by this battle and came out in a panic to greet him. However, after seeing that the one who came was Qiuhe and not the chief soldier, his complexion just changed. There were two other ancient realms from the general's palace in the group, and Shiman Longyu recognized them and hurriedly went forward to inquire in a low voice. The two God realms looked unsightly, but still informed Shiman Longyu of the situation in general. Shiman Longyu was shocked after hearing this. How dare a strong man break the Tianshui covenant and leave the capital? What's wrong with you? However, he was only a small enlightened god realm. He couldn't even speak. He could only keep his head down and answer whatever people asked. The questions asked by Sanchi were basically about Peach Blossom County and the Divine Mountain in Thousand Hills Town. Shiman Longyu hesitated for a moment. He knew that there were deities in the Divine Mountain, and he had repeatedly made overtures to Thousand Mountain Town, so I don't know if I should tell the truth or not. Do you still want to hide the situation? Xiao Crane's vision was as sharp as he was, and when he saw Shiman Longyu's hesitation, he saw the problem. Shiman Longyu hurriedly said, "I don't dare. It's just that the situation of the Divine Mountain is very special, and when I say it to all of you adults, you may not believe it. Just say it," Sanchi said lightly. Torn in his mind for a moment, Shiman Longyu still decided to tell the whole story. After organizing his words, he gave a detailed account of the Divine Mountain situation, but the information he had gotten was also very limited, and he could only know a few things. Listening to Shiman Longyu's narration, Sanchi frowned slightly. This Thousand Hills town, It's developing quite rapidly. It has a population of nearly 100,000, comparable to the county. His heart was surprised at the development of Thousand Hills Town, but he was more concerned about the situation in Peach Blossom County. After all, it was in Peach County that Sangue died. Peach Blossom County is now a vassal of Thousand Mountain Town, and half of the county's residents have already migrated to Thousand Mountain Town. As for Master Sangue's death, there should be a 90% probability that it has nothing to do with the Divine Mountain. The news put out by Thousand Mountain Town is that Sangue colluded with the demons and slaughtered the people, so he was killed by the mountain god's hand, and his body was also publicly displayed, which was quite tragic. Shiman Longyu told everything he knew. Colluding with demons and slaughtering people? Sanchi's eyes were slightly chilled, and he looked slightly angry. It wasn't because of what Sangue had done that he felt angry, but because Thousand Mountain Town had dared to put out this kind of news to defame their Golden Dragon Temple? This is already the way to death. When Sangue died, what about the things he had on him? Sanchi asked as he looked to Shiman Longyu. Shiman Longyu shook his head. This subordinate doesn't know. It might have been taken by the people of Thousand Mountain Town. Upon hearing this, Sanji turned back to little shamans and respectfully said, Master Ancestor, it seems that a trip to Thousand Mountain Town is still necessary. Little shamans nodded faintly and said, time is running out. Go over there now. Yes. Afterwards, Sanji drove up Qianshu's group again, sending them towards Thousand Mountain Town. Qianshu's face was filled with anger. At his age he was still being driven like a cow or a sheep. One could imagine how much fire he had in his heart. But a man had to bow his head under the roof, so he could only endure. At the same time he had some drumming in his mind. Xiang Tianjie had told him that there were deities in the Divine Mountain and was certain of it. The Golden Dragon Temple knew this, which was why they were used as cannon fodder to find out what was going on. If they really met the gods and offended their authority, would they be able to survive? Or maybe the deity is a fake imposter, or a small wild god. And how would that end? Think of that trigram that was just projected. It's hard to see the blessings and curses, but this could actually be considered an auspicious trigram, because as long as the trigrams are not on the bad side, then they can all be considered auspicious trigrams. I hope so. Qianshu sighed in his mind, while they were rushing to the town of Thousand Hills. On the other side, near the direction of Baijiang State, a mist of blood that was black with a reddish tinge appeared, and the Blade Marshal stepped out from it. He followed the trail of the vanguard squad to this place, and on the way, he also captured a lot of human blood food and forced out some information. Mountain of God? Mountain God? I see. Is this the scumbag who killed the men this marshal sent to Qingzhou? The Blade Marshal's gaze was cold as he looked towards a huge, majestic mountain in the distance in front of him. There is the direction of the Thousand Hills Villa. He licked the corners of his mouth and smiled coldly. Kill my men. Then this marshal will exterminate your Divine Mountain. Black mist swept over him, and without stopping he headed straight for the Divine Mountain. And at this moment, the residents of Thousand Mountain Town were blissfully unaware of the fact that both forces were coming towards Thousand Mountain Town. Everyone was busy with their own things. The Zhou family had just moved into Thousand Hills Town, and everything was unfamiliar. However, Bai Liang thought highly of the Zhou family, and purposely asked people to take more care of the Zhou family. This was appreciated by Chao Sanharm, for which he offered to lower his fee. However, Bai Liang was shaking his head and refused. One size does not fit all. And the reward promised to Zhou Sanharm is definitely not something to be underestimated. In this world, alchemists are scarce talents, and it is normal to have more favorable treatment. Chen Jianqi had been running to the Zhou family diligently recently, at first delivering red spirit grass and various alchemy materials, but after the material was delivered, it was still a regular run to Chao's house. Bai Liang inquired about Zhou San, while Zhou San stroked his whiskers and laughed. That brat has his eye on the old man's granddaughter. That's why he keeps coming around so diligently. His granddaughter was also a cultivator, but her realm was on the low side. She had only just stepped into the refinement realm, and was still relying on elixirs to elevate her up. However, his looks were superior, gentle and elegant, and he was well versed in pharmacology and dandao, and was already able to refine some simple pills on his own. Bai Liang was a bit surprised to hear this, and will Zhou Sanjian to smile openly, indicating that he is still in favor of this matter. So he laughed. Then I'll have to trouble Elder Zhou to take care of Brother Jianqi in the future. We're all family members. Good talk. Good talk. Zhou Sanharm laughed. After some homey conversation, he took a couple of pill bottles out of his pocket and placed them on the table. This is the red spirit pill. In the past few days the old man has refined 3 furnaces, and each of them came to fruition. There are a total of 27 pills. Zhou Sanjian's expression turned serious when he spoke of pills. All 3 furnaces are done. Bai Liang was a little surprised to hear that. To know that alchemists' alchemy, 10 does not exist. 10 furnaces can succeed, 1 furnace is already good. However, Zhou Sanjie refined 3 furnaces and all of them were successful, which was a bit unexpected. So Elder Zhou is a wizard of the Dandao. Now it's the juniors who have been slacking off. Bai Liang's expression turned respectful. No, little friend, don't discount old me. This is not a credit to old me. Zhou Sanjie waved his hand repeatedly, then said, in the past, when the old man alchemized pills, he was only able to save 1 out of 12, and his skills were very average. 12 save 1? Bai Liang was a bit puzzled upon hearing this. Since it was 12 furnaces that could succeed in 1 furnace, then why did it succeed in 3 furnaces one after another after coming to Thousand Hills Town? Could it be? Little friend Bai should know why, right? Zhou Sanjian looked toward Bai Liang and said in a slightly agitated tone, because this is the Divine Mountain. Bai Liang said, finally figuring it out. Good, it's because this is a sacred mountain, but there are other reasons. Zhou Sanjia's tone was a bit excited as he continued, the aura of this place is incomparably dense, which can greatly increase the success rate of alchemy. The most important thing is that I added divine water when I was refining pills. Divine water? Bai Liang was stunned, not expecting Elder Zhou to actually add this in. That's right, it's because of the addition of divine water that alchemy can be made in 1 furnace. Zhou Sanjie laughed, and with the addition of divine water, the medicinal effects of these red spirit pills are 30% better than normal red spirit pills, while still retaining some of the efficacy of the divine water. When Bai Liang heard this, he picked up a red spirit pill, and upon a careful sniff, the medicinal fragrance was strong, and there was also a faint taste of the divine water's clear sweetness. He put it into his mouth and it melted in his mouth as the red spirit pill transformed into a medicinal liquid that flowed into his throat. Warm currents of spiritual energy flowed through the body's limbs and bones, moisturizing the body. At the same time, he also felt the effects of drinking divine water, enlightening his mind and purifying his spiritual energy. Good stuff. Bai Liang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although this red spirit pill had very little effect on him, having a beginner cultivator take it would be of great benefit. Bai Liang was delighted in his heart and admired Elder Zhou. I didn't expect that although the other party was old, he had quite a lot of whimsical ideas, and even thought of adding divine water as an auxiliary ingredient in alchemy. These red spirit pills will be provided to the 100 Refinement Hall in the future. With the aid of the pills, I believe that we will soon be able to cultivate another batch of cultivators. Bai Liang laughed. Zhou Sanjie nodded, then said, then old me will go back to refining pills, and strive to refine a few more pills. After sending off Elder Zhou, Bai Liang took the red spirit pill to the 100 Refinement Hall. Nowadays, there were already more than 24 students in the 100 Refinement Hall. People who had awakened their talents by drinking the divine water continued to appear, which provided the 100 Refinement Hall with a constant supply of blood. Bai Zhuang Master. The crowd of trainees stopped their cultivation when they saw Bai Liang arrive. Bai Liang nodded, then took out the red spirit pill. This is an elixir that Elder Zhou has just refined. You can take it when you are cultivating. Upon hearing that there were elixirs, the trainees revealed joyful expressions. Then they all went up and shared an elixir. Bai Liang told one of them to take it and see how it worked. The man immediately took the red spirit pill, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate to absorb the medicinal effects of the pill. After a few moments his face turned red, and a mist of sweat began to steam up from his skin. This went on for about half an incense stick before it stopped. He opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming. Good elixir. My cultivation has refined by 2 levels. With some more time, I will be able to break through the refinement realm and become a cultivator. Hearing this, the crowd was very excited in their hearts, marveling at the effects of the red spirit pill, and they couldn't wait to take the pill and try it now. Bai Liang, however, laughed lightly. Don't be too happy. The reason you have such a great effect after taking it is because of the first time you took the elixir, and if you take it again in the future, the effect won't be as good as it was the first time. That's also very strong, Master Zhuang. This elixir can top my 10 days of hard training, the man said excitedly. Cultivate well then. Bai Liang also smiled and encouraged a few words before checking the cultivation of the trainees present. There were already 2 people who had broken through to the refined law realm. One was Lin Qian, the teenager with the best talent, and the other was a woman, Chai Zian, who had awakened her talent after drinking divine water. The rest, all of them were still polishing at the introductory stage, and there was still some time before they could break through the refined Dharma realm. However, now with the assistance of the red spirit pill, it should be possible to quickly train all of these people into Dharma refining realm cultivators. By then, Thousand Hills Town, too, would be considered to have a force of its own. Though the force is still weak, there was still a portion of red spirit pills left, which were naturally distributed to Du Tian Morning, Chen Jianqi, Qian Ku and the others. They're the backbone, the core of Thousand Hills Town. Afterwards, Bai Liang arrived at the residence of the three Qilin brothers. After these three brothers joined Thousand Mountain Town, they stayed quietly in their residence to cultivate, and usually came out to Thousand Mountain Town to make their rounds, and their days were much more peaceful than when they used to cultivate in the wild. Kirin, Master Bai Zhuang is here. When Black Dragon saw Bai Liang, he called out the two Kirins. After a while, Kirin and Fire Phoenix walked out. Bai Liang smiled and said, "Several brothers, how are you staying in Thousand Mountain Town? Can you feel comfortable?" "Very comforting, to be honest, having gotten used to the days of wild cultivation. This is a bit unaccustomed to living such a peaceful life all of a sudden." The Qilin smiled and said. He then joked that on the first day the Black Dragon stayed in Thousand Mountain Town, he was awakened by a cat in the middle of the night and was frightened to think that a demon had appeared. It was later found out that it was a cat that came out in the middle of the night to purr and have fish and water sex with a female cat. The Black Dragon looked embarrassed and defended. "It's normal to be woken up by a commotion that occurs in the middle of the night. Who let that cat scream so unpleasantly? Like a demon?" A few of Bai Liang's people smiled knowingly. After spending the last few days together, they had become much more familiar, and both sides had dropped their guard, especially after the three Kirin brothers took the divine water. It brought them closer to each other. Bai Liang took out the red spirit pill and asked the Qilin trio if they needed it. The Qilin took it and examined it, then shook his head and said, "This elixir doesn't have much effect on us, so it's better for Bai Zhuang Master to take it to someone else." They were all at the peak of the Gnosis realm, and the red spirit pill had little effect anymore. Bai Liang nodded, so he retrieved the red spirit pill. After chatting about a few more things, Bai Liang left and headed to the cave halfway up the mountain. Now that he cultivated all his training here, the incomparably dense aura caused his cultivation speed to increase drastically. As for Li Shui, who was based here to cultivate, she had already managed to break through into the Xian realm a few days ago, and now her realm was all stabilized. According to Li Shui's day and night cultivation time, it was estimated that she would soon be able to catch up with Bai Liang. Bai Liang watched with a pang of envy, but it couldn't be helped. He still had to deal with the many affairs of Thousand Mountain Town, while Li Shui didn't have to, and only needed to cultivate. "Uncle Bai, you're here." Sensing someone coming in, Li Shui opened her eyes and smiled when she saw it was Bai Liang. Bai Liang nodded with a smile and said, "Don't call me uncle. Xiao Shui, your cultivation level is almost catching up with mine. I guess in a few months, I'll have to call you senior." "Uncle Bai, are you poking fun at Little Snow? How can it be that easy to break through the God of Enlightenment? It would take at least 3 or 4 months, right?" Li Shui thought seriously for a moment, then returned. 3 or 4 months. Bai Liang laughed bitterly. "This cultivation speed. I'm afraid Brother Wu Zhe would have to be caught up." Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it too much, found a spot to sit down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. In the meantime, the Golden Dragon Temple and the others were rapidly approaching Thousand Mountain Town, and the borderline of the town could already be seen from afar. "Almost there. There's the town of Thousand Hills." He looked away from the town in the distance and said with a grave expression. As Sanchi looked away, he could see the outline of a huge mountain standing there. "Is this the rumored sacred mountain?" It didn't look like anything special from a distance, just a big, ordinary mountain. The pupils of the little shamans emitted a shimmering light as they stared dead-on at the divine mountain in front of them, their brows furrowed tightly. Surprisingly, he sensed an unusual aura, the kind of aura that was only found on altars dedicated to gods. But now they met on a big mountain in Qingzhou. What does that mean? It meant that there was a high probability that there was an altar to the gods on this divine mountain, or as rumors had it, this divine mountain was the gods. When he thought that there was a 90% chance that the secret book was in the Thousand Mountain Town, he felt a little troubled. But luckily a temporary group of strong men had been captured and could scout the way for them first. The little sannyasi glanced at Sanchi, who immediately understood. "A few of you. Thousand Mountain Town is just around the corner. Speed up," Sanchi said indifferently. Qianchu and the others, their expressions were ironic, but having come this far, it wasn't too bad to take this last step. So he hardened his head and continued to fly towards Thousand Mountain Town. Flowerless Thief secretly exchanged glances with Yang Yushui. The two were already making eye contact, and when they entered Thousand Mountain Town, they would immediately find Bai Liang, his brother-in-law, and inform him of the situation. With that Lord Mountain God around, I believe these bald asses can't turn any waves. However, there was also a need to be vigilant. That little sannyasin was unfathomable, and there was a high probability that he was a mighty powerhouse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to come in person despite knowing that there were gods in this place. On the other side, the Sixth Order Blade Marshal was also rapidly approaching Thousand Mountain Town. He could feel the incomparably vigorous human chi of Thousand Mountain Town coalescing here from a long distance away. Although the cohesive chi was very weak, it was growing slowly. trickling into a river. This is the first time I've encountered this. Ever since the demonic chaos, the human race's chi has only collapsed and not coalesced. As a result, nowadays in this nook and cranny of Qingzhou, the appearance of cohesion of chi is simply the sun coming out of the west. This struck an unusual chord in Blade Marshall's heart. It just so happened that the trail of the vanguard squad was also in the direction of Thousand Mountain Town, so he came straight here. When he came to the outskirts of Thousand Mountain Town, Blade Marshall saw the entirety of Thousand Mountain Town. It's a brand new human town under construction, or you could say it's county size now, and there are also human refugees coming from all sides one after another, as if the town of Thousand Hills is the place of light. This is it? Blade Marshall's tone was grim. The trail of the vanguard squad broke off right here, and without any surprises. It should have been decimated by the human cultivators. His eyes were icy cold, since he dared to kill the demons under his command. Then this human town, go and be buried with them, and become a blood meal in his mouth. However, just as he was about to approach Thousand Mountain Town, he suddenly sensed the aura of a large God realm powerhouse. Under careful exploration, there were actually nearly 10 God realms. Blade Marshall's face changed slightly. Why would so many human cultivators suddenly appear here? There's a problem. Is it possible that they knew he would come to Qingzhou and set up an ambush in advance? But he was a 6th order demon marshal, and no matter how many ancient realm cultivators came, it would be useless. The gap in strength is so large that it's not so easy to make up for it by relying on numbers. Good. Very good. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from this trip. So many God realms. After I devour and absorb them, my cultivation will surely rise greatly. Blade Marshall revealed a cold smile. I thought to myself that the Nian demon was clever and confused for a while, but he would be afraid of this small place in Qingzhou. This was great. So much God realm blood food, all of it to be enjoyed by him. By the time his strength increased, the Nian demon would not be his match when he went back to the White River State. Thinking of this, the Blade Marshal couldn't wait and headed directly towards the group of God realms. Over here, Sanchi and his group were approaching the town of Thousand Hills. At this moment, they were still lamenting the development of the Thousand Mountain Town, which managed to develop a town out of thin air on top of a wildland. In the past, this feat would have been nothing, but now it's a world of demonic chaos. Suddenly, the little shamans sensed something. Their faces changed slightly, and they said in a deep voice, "On guard, a demon is approaching." When these words came out, everyone was shocked. It was too late to think about whether this was true or not. Everyone present raised their spirits, their minds alerting the surroundings and taking a defensive stance. A few moments later, a figure carrying black mist flew in from the distance, and it also exuded an incomparably harsh and tyrannical aura, giving off a terrifying sense of oppression. Feeling the suppression brought about by this aura, Qian Shu and the others were horrified in their hearts. A 6th-ranked demon. Sanji lost his voice. When did a 6th-ranked demonic creature appear in Qingzhou? Wu Chang's face was incomparably ugly. His eyes were incomparably grave as he stared at the demonic creature in front of him, and his dual swords had already appeared in his hands. 6th-ranked blade demons. They should be coming from the White River State. They've set their sights on Qingzhou. Qianshu recognized the demonic creature in front of him as one of the 2 6th-order demons that had wreaked havoc in Baijiang Prefecture some time ago. The Blade Demon. There's vision, but it's useless, because you're soon going to be this marshal's blood meal. The Blade Marshal scanned the many God realms in front of him, his scarlet eyes revealing a greedy color as he licked his lips. Put your mother's fart. You demons don't keep your word. The Heavenly Water Pact agreed that the 6th rank would not be allowed to enter the country. You broke the Heavenly Water Pact, Wu Chang said with an ugly face. Against? When did you violate it? It says that the 6th rank does not enter the country. This marshal is the one who broke through the 6th rank after entering the country. So how is it contrary? The Blade Marshal laughed coldly. Drill a hole? In that case, then we can also break through the 6th order Yang God realm after leaving the capital. Wu Chang spoke in a deep voice. You guys can try. In that case the Tianshui covenant will cease to exist. Do you dare to bear the consequences? Blade Marshal looked disdainful. As soon as Wu Chang heard this, he was speechless and felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation in his heart. Yeah, the demon side could care less about the Tianshui covenant, but not the human race. Once the restrictions of the Heavenly Water Covenant were lost and demons of the 5th rank or higher began to enter the country, that would be the end of the human race. So now that the demon had broken the Tianshui covenant, Dechu could only tolerate it and turn a blind eye. As long as the demons didn't completely tear their faces off and let the 6th-ranked demons enter the country, it would be fine. All the adults in the capital want is time. I don't care if I have to sacrifice more as long as I can delay it further. This feeling of being hit and then being asked not to fight back was too stifling. Sanchi turned back to the young sage. At this moment on the field, only the Master Ancestor had the strength to fight against a 6th-order demonic creature. But the little shaman shook his head at him. There was no way he was going to make a move until he had to. Otherwise, if the demonic side learned that a strong person from the human race had left the capital, then they would definitely not be able to avoid being looked for trouble. So it's just a matter of holding back a little longer. At most, he would be able to protect the Sanji few people from leaving, and would not make a move to kill the 6th-ranked demonic creature. Leaving the capital in a reincarnated body would have been costly, and the most important purpose of the trip had not been achieved. The secret book must be obtained. It is the key to becoming a saint and cannot be lost. Sanchi, does your Golden Dragon Temple want to remain a spectator? Qianshu turned back to the Golden Dragon Temple and saw that a few people wanted to retreat, so he could not help but say angrily. Sanchi didn't answer, instead avoiding Qianshu's angry glare. Humph, want to escape? In front of this marshal, can you escape? The Blade Marshal smiled coldly, but in the next moment, he only saw the little shamans offer a string of Buddha beads, covering Sanji, Sanwu and Xiuhe, covered in golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 of them disappeared into thin air. The Blade Marshal reacted that something was wrong. Waving his hand was a series of a dozen blade lights chopping over, but the people had already disappeared, and the blade lights could only chop on the air. The Blade Marshal's face was incomparably unsightly, and had really escaped 4 human blood food. This was undoubtedly a hard blow to his face. Something's not right. There's a strong man? He immediately realized that the little shamans who had just struck out were not simple. Otherwise it would not have been possible to escape in front of him so easily. After escaping the 4 people, the Blade Marshal raised his vigilance in his heart and stared at the Qianshu few people, his divine thoughts locking the few people to death. Qianshu and the others looked incomparably unsightly, already realizing that they would most likely be planted here today. It's all the fault of those vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple, who have victimized them. Even if a strong person left the capital, meeting a 6th-order demonic creature and being scared to flee to avoid battle was simply a disgrace. Everyone, there's no way back today. The only way is to fight to the death and fight this demon. Qianshu spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Qianshu speak, Wu Chang and the others had heavy faces. In his heart, he realized that this time, he was afraid that it would be very bad. Brother Wu, try to get as close as possible towards Thousand Mountain Town. That's our only way to survive. Flowerless Thief suddenly shouted. He and Yang Yushui had begun to approach Thousand Mountain Town. Facing a 6th-order demonic creature, they simply had any hope of resisting. The only hope in front of them was to enter Thousand Mountain Town and rely on the Divine Mountain to shelter them. Thousand Hills? Wu Chang was puzzled in his heart, but when he saw that the 2 flowerless thieves had already started to move, he did not want to think that much and started to follow them. The Qianshu people were numb. Shouldn't this situation now be a joint effort against the sword demon? How come you start running away before you even start fighting, and you get scared before you fight? The question is, even if you run away, can you escape past the 6th-order blade demon? It wasn't like they had the kind of means that little shamans had. They were just ordinary ancient realms. Taoist Qian, hurry up and go before it's too late. The 2 Yin God realms from the General Military Palace were already on the move, following the 3 people from the Heavenly Patrol. Great Master of the Infinite Heavenly Father, wait for the old Taoist. The color of Qian's face changed, and he couldn't care whether it was right or wrong to flee to the Divine Mountain, so he directly followed, and the Blade Demon had already locked a few people in place. There was no way he would let them escape this time. Struggle fearlessly and run 2 more steps, just in time to devour those ordinary blood meals as well. Blade Marshal laughed coldly and followed behind Flowerless Thief and the others, teasing them like a cat catching a mouse. A sharp blade attacked. Qianshu, who was at the very back, was so shocked that he couldn't even turn back, and with a bulge of his Dao robe, he held up a barrier, trying to block the blade. Only a bang was heard as the bulging Dao robe directly exploded and shattered into pieces of rags. Qianshu's entire body flew forward, skimming over the 2 men from the general's palace who were fleeing, and smashed in front of Wu Chang. Whoa! A mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and Qian's surface's color was incomparably weak. His lips blackened. On his back, the deep slash marks were beyond hideous. He hurriedly took out his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of medicinal wine, and his face instantly flushed. When Wu Chang and the others saw the scene, then their faces changed dramatically. 6th-order demon marshal. The strength was really strong. Qianshu's strength, when placed in the 5th-order ancient realm, was considered inexpert. But that was it. It couldn't catch a move from a 6th-ranked blade demon. Wu Chang hesitated for a split second, but still paused for a moment to pull Qianshu. Thanks a lot, Qianshu said in a weak tone. As the same clawed rat, all we can do is to work together, Wu Chang said in a deep voice. Qianshu nodded, and then the 2 of them continued to flee in the direction of Thousand Mountain Town. Just by delaying this moment just now, the 2 men from the general's office had already overtaken them. What's the point of running so fast? Stay here. The Blade Marshal looked towards the two flowerless thieves who fled at the front and gave a cold snort before casually chopping down with 2 slashes of blade light. Sensing danger, flowerless thief turned back to see the light of the blade that was chopping at them, and his eyes froze. Without any hesitation, he directly threw out the heavenly patrol net. Yan Yushui did the same, and the 2 heavenly patrol nets met the blade light. Tear it up. The blade light sliced the patrol heavenly net in half like it was slicing through paper, but the blade light was also weakened quite a bit as a result. The 2 flowerless thieves stifled a grunt and fully resisted the weakened blade light. However, the 6th rank was still the 6th rank, and even though the 2 of them exerted their full strength, they were still unable to block the blade light and were directly sent flying out. It's just going to be a little bit better than Chancellor Chu just now, not getting seriously injured. The 2 of them had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, but there was no time left for them to do so, and after they stood up, they were still busy rushing towards Thousand Mountain Town. If they don't make it to Thousand Hills Town, then they're really dead. Very persistent, Blade Demon said faintly, not forgetting to then fill in the center with the 2 men from the General's Palace. These 2 weren't so lucky. One of them was only in the early ancient realm, and couldn't stop the Sword Demon's attack at all, and was chopped in half on the spot. The corpses were directly collected by the Blade Demon and absorbed as blood food for growing their cultivation. Wu Chang and the others looked cold in their hearts, not knowing if they would be the next to die, and fled desperately. In the distance, the figures of the 4 people from the Golden Dragon Temple appeared. They stood here, watching from afar as the Blade Demon devoured the corpse of the Yin God realm, their faces not changing much. This 6th Order Blade Demon, how did he come to Qingzhou? This is trouble. Sanji spoke in a deep voice. The high probability that the secret book was in the Thousand Mountain Town, and now that there was a 6th Order demonic creature blocking the area, the difficulty of retrieving the secret book was greatly increased. Senior brother is wrong. The appearance of the 6th Order Blade Demon might be a good thing for us. Sanwu suddenly spoke up. How? Why would that be a good thing? Sanji frowned in disbelief. Sanwu smiled and said, the Divine Mountain isn't simple. There's no doubt about that. To be honest, even if we let Xian Chu and the others go to explore the situation, they might not be able to find out anything. But if they were replaced with a 6th-ranked demonic creature to go forward, then the effect would be different. Sanchi's heart fluttered as he listened. Yes, the 6th Order demons would inevitably target the people of Thousand Mountain Town, which was nearly 100,000 blood meals. It's not much, but it's still a snack. As long as the Sword Demon stared at Thousand Mountain Town, then it would be against that so-called mountain god. At that time, they would be sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, and they would still be able to see what that mountain god was really about. But if the secret book is taken by the Blade Demon, what should we do? Shou, he said with some hesitation. The 2 Sanchis didn't know what to do, so they looked to the Master Ancestor. Little Shaman spoke indifferently. If the secret book appears, my father will naturally make a move. As long as the secret book was in his hands, then it didn't matter if he was exposed or not. When Sanchi and the others heard this, they let go of their hearts. Turning his head, he indifferently looked towards the Chanshu few people over there who were being chased. Meanwhile, in the town of Thousand Hills, the 3 Qilin brothers were the first to notice the movement outside of Thousand Mountain Town. The 3 just happened to be out on patrol when they were startled by the tyrannical and overpowering aura in the distance. What's going on? Such a strong aura. Peak 5th rank Great Demon. The Black Dragon flew into the air, frowning and staring into the distance. Kirin and Fire Phoenix followed closely behind, and Kirin only took one look before saying in a deep voice, Fire Phoenix, quickly go and notify Lord Baizhuang. Big trouble is coming. Fire Phoenix nodded and turned around to leave quickly. Black Dragon, you come with me. The Qilin opened his mouth and directly flew out of Thousand Mountain Town. The 2 came outside, and from afar they saw several figures fleeing this way in disarray. Behind these few figures, it was a huge figure that was surrounded by black mist. That tyrannical and overpowering aura was emanated by this figure. The Black Dragon's eyelids jumped straight up, sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and said in a shocked voice, 6th-ranked demonic creature. This aura could not possibly be possessed by a 5th-ranked demonic creature. It's that 6th Order demon marshal from the White River Prefecture. It's run away to the Green Prefecture. Kirin sank his face. Flipping his hand, a bone blade appeared in his hand. He crossed the blade across his chest and shouted at the figures fleeing towards Thousand Mountain Town. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless with my bone blade. Kirin's shout resounded through the sky, and was heard directly by the Flowerless Thief and the others who were fleeing. Before Flowerless Thief could open his mouth, Wu Chang jumped ahead and said, Fellow Daoist, we are the Imperial Court's heavenly supervisor, and we are being chased by a demon. Can we come to our aid? No. Turn around immediately and do not approach Thousand Hills Town. Kirin bellowed out, his face full of fury, a solemn killing intent emanating from him. It was only the peak of gnosis that he was able to make Wu Chang feel threatened. Wu Chang wanted to say something else, but the blade demon at the back struck again at this moment. The other ancient realm of the general's palace that fell at the very back couldn't even utter a scream before it was directly cleaved in half. When the Qilin and the black dragon saw this scene, both of them had their eyelids fluttered in fear. A sixth-ranked demonic creature was simply powerless to resist. The black dragon was furious in his heart and copied his axe, itching to chop the Wu Chang Fu into pieces. This sixth-order blade demon, which was obviously lured over by these people, was meant to harm their Thousand Mountain town. Fellow Daoist, I'm Flowerless Thief. I'm Bai Liang's brother-in-law. Please let us in. At this time, Flowerless Thief spoke up. If they didn't go into Thousand Mountain town, then they would be the ones to die. Karen frowned, not believing Flowerless Thief's words on this. I've already notified Lord Bai Zhuang. If you're really Lord Bai Zhuang's brother-in-law, he'll naturally let you in when he arrives. He opened his mouth. Brother Hua, you've victimized us now. Wu Chang looked at the blade demon that was devouring the blood meal with a look of despair. Qianchu coughed a few times, his face already extremely weak. The old Taoist said long ago that by combining our efforts to resist the sixth-order demon, with the strength of the six of us, we may not have no chance of survival if we delay. As a result, it turned out to be a good thing that the two Flowerless Thieves led the escape and directly routed the army. Flowerless Thief was in a hurry at the moment. Where was he in the mood to refute the words of the two Wu Changs? After the blade demon finished devouring the ancient realm corpses, he licked his blood-stained lips, but his cold eyes looked towards the Qilin duo who were blocking the front of the Thousand Mountain town. Not bad, 2 more snacks, so I'll take you 2 for an appetizer. The blade demon laughed grimly and extended his large hand about to grab the Qilin duo. The Qilin and the black dragon both looked shocked, but facing a sixth-order demonic creature, they were simply unable to fight against it, and they couldn't even escape. But just at this moment, the ground began to vibrate, and the Xian Huangqi overflowed from the ground, quickly converging into a semicircular shroud that enveloped the entire Thousand Mountain town. The wind-stabilizing bead was activated, and the guardian array was activated. The blade demon's eyes flashed with astonishment when he saw the situation. Humph! I didn't expect this tiny town to be guarded by formations, but in front of this marshal, everything is a bubble that will shatter at the touch of a button. The blade demon was disdainful, and without any pause, his large hand directly grabbed towards the guardian formation, wanting to crush the formation. But the moment his large hand touched the grand formation, his face suddenly changed drastically. No good! Blade demon's large hand quickly retracted as a reflex, but it was still too late. The guardian array emitted a dazzling arcane yellow light, giving a strong counter shock in the face of the blade demon's aggression. A reaction force struck the body of the blade demon directly. The force was just as strong as the force of his strike, knocking him back dozens of meters on the spot, his body staggering. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. What's going on? The sword demon was blocked? Qianchu was incredulous, somewhat wondering if he was hallucinating from his severe injuries. A sixth-ranked demonic creature, an existence that practically ran rampant in the territory of Great Chu, was actually blocked by the formation? Wu Chang was similarly shaken, not understanding what was happening. Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui, on the other hand, revealed joyful colors and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. For once they gambled right. The two of them, the Qilin and the Black Dragon, were looking at each other. Their first reaction was that Lord Mountain God had manifested himself, but looking at the movement it didn't look like it either. And it was only after taking a closer look that they realized it was the formation that had blocked the attack of the sixth-order blade demon. While the two of them were confused, Fire Phoenix arrived with a few people from Bai Liang. Karen, Lord Bai Zhuang and Lord Wu Zhuang are here. Fire Phoenix shouted. Several people dropped out of the air and came to the two Karens. Bai Liang frowned and looked out of the formation, and Karen then went over the situation. It was that there was a group of Yinshin realm that was being chased by a sixth-order demon, and then also lured this sixth-order blade demon to their Thousand Mountain town. If it wasn't for the formation, then he and the Black Dragon would have died here. At the end Karen said, Master Bai Zhuang, there's one over there called Flowerless Thief who says he's your brother-in-law and asked me to let him in. But I didn't. Flowerless Thief? Bai Liang froze, then saw the figure of his own brother-in-law outside the formation. Flowerless Thief's face showed joy after seeing Bai Liang appear, and he hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, Brother-in-law? Seeing this, Bai Liang hurriedly greeted Flowerless Thief to come in quickly. The two of them, Flowerless Thief, took advantage of the gap between the blade demon being repelled by the formation and quickly flew to the edge of the formation. Bai Liang maneuvered the formation to allow the two to enter. Wait, we're not even inside yet. Wu Cheng shouted in panic and flew to the formation with Qianchu. The knife demon at the back had slowed down and raised his hand to chop out a dozen or so knife chi, leaving no stone unturned in order to chop the two Wu Changs into pieces. Bai Liang, Brother Wu is brother-in-law's colleague, and the other one is a Taoist master of the Xianqing temple. So he can't be considered a bad person. Flowerless Thief hurriedly spoke up. Bai Liang nodded his head. In front of the demons, the human race's righteousness came first. Since they are all human beings, and are not great traitors and evil people, it is natural to help if you can help. He manipulated the formation and opened a gap. The two Wucheng men quickly drilled in when they saw this, and when they entered, the gap quickly closed. And it just so happened that in the next second after the two entered the formation, a dozen or so swordlights came one after another, chopping down on the formation with a crackling metallic sound. The formation shone with a metaphysical yellow light, blocking the blade light in full. When Wu Chang and the others saw this, their hearts were relieved, even though their hearts were incomparably shocked at the fact that there was such a powerful formation at this place. They did not have the energy to think too much about it right now, and they all dropped to the ground, gasping for breath. Outside the formation, the Blade Demon's eyes almost spewed fire when he saw everyone hiding within the formation. He was incomparably furious and erupted with a terrifying sound. Countless sword lights slashed at the grand formation, emitting violent and loud sounds, but as a result, he was unable to shake the formation in the slightest. The Blade Demon was inwardly horrified. How could such a powerful formation appear here? He suspected that there were strong people above the Yin God inside Thousand Mountain Town. Otherwise, how could he explain the situation at hand? Good. Very good. You human race dares to break the Tianshui Pact. Then prepare to bear the wrath of our demonic side. The Blade Demon let out a furious roar. Far away, the four people of the Golden Dragon Temple took in this scene and were all shocked. Sanji said incredulously, "There's something about this divine mountain. Such a powerful formation exists that a sixth-ranked demonic creature can't even shake it in the slightest." Formations, the Golden Dragon Temple also had them, but they were all small formations, while the larger ones were needed to protect the capital. Powerful formations were usually not used to guard cities outside of the capital because it wasn't worth it. A city outside of the capital, it's good enough to have chi luck to shelter it, but you still want the luxury of formations? The grade of this formation, it has at least reached the 7th rank or above. How could such a powerful formation appear here? Sango frowned, puzzled. Xiu He, on the other hand, had a shifting face as he spoke. A formation beyond the 5th order has appeared in Xinzhou, regardless of whether the divine mountain is under the command of Chu or not. In the eyes of the demons, it is considered to be a violation of the Tianshui covenant, and there's a lot of trouble to come. Sanchi listened and realized the trouble. If it was not handled well, it might even lead to a great disaster, resulting in the destruction of life and the divine kingdom. How to deal with it? Intercept this sword demon and prevent him from spreading the news? Sanji hesitated. Late. The little shaman spoke faintly. That Blade Demon has already used a secret method to spread the news. I'm afraid that after some time, the situation here will be spread back to the demon's base camp. What? Sanji and the others were shocked when they heard that. They turned their heads to look, and saw the sword demon raise his hand and throw a black token arrow into the air, which then shot off in the direction of Baijianzhou. He himself, however, did not leave, but instead stood guard outside of Thousand Mountain Town, his eyes glaring icily at Bai Liang's group in the formation. He had to wait for reinforcements and pass the word back to the sacred court that the human race had broken the Tianshui covenant. If His Holiness knew about this, he would definitely be furious and might have to start the final war of extermination against the human race. In the town of Thousand Hills, Bai Liang and the others, on the other hand, looked at the Blade Demon outside the formation from afar, and when they saw that he had no intention of leaving, their brows immediately furrowed. This is troublesome. Is this demonic creature planning to keep watch? He spoke in a deep voice. Karen, on the other hand, turned back to Qin Shu and the others, and said in a cold voice, "You've attracted trouble. Tell me, what are you going to do about it?" Qian Shu coughed a few times, helplessness showing on his pale face, and said, "The other party is a 6th order Blade Demon. I can't beat it even if I put my life on the line. Old Taoist, won't you call out to someone if you can't beat them?" Karen continued, "There's no use shouting. If more 5th order in God realms come, they'll still be sending them to their deaths, unless we can transfer the state city's chi over to suppress the 6th order Blade Demons. But that's impossible to do." Qian Shu shook his head and said, "Is this all there is to the world's first door?" On the side, the Black Dragon sneered, with displeasure in his eyes, because the 6th order Blade Demon was lured to Thousand Mountain Town by these people. Wu Chang looked at the Qilin several people and felt a sudden sense of familiarity, having just been far away, and with the Blade Demon right behind him. He didn't notice the looks of the Kirin's few people. Now that he was close, it finally dawned on him that he recognized the 3 Kirin. "You are the 3 evils of the jungle? Kirin, Black Dragon, and Fire Phoenix. The court is heavily rewarding the most wanted criminals." Wu Cheng's complexion turned cold all of a sudden. As soon as the Qilin trio heard these words, their faces changed abruptly and they looked at Wu Chang with a face full of fury. The two sides were at once somewhat at cross purposes. Good after hiding for so many years, I didn't expect to meet the three of you here today. Back then, you killed the second prince and then fled. His Majesty was enraged and ordered to exterminate all 9 of your clans. It's a pity that you guys escaped. Now let's see where else you can escape to. Wu Chang stepped forward and flashed his weapon, about to take down the Qilin trio on the spot. And how could the Kirin trio be intimidated? Their expressions were cold and indifferent, and they likewise took out their weapons to confront them. Brother Hua, Brother Yang, the thugs who killed the second prince are right in front of us. Why don't you do it quickly? Wu Chang turned his head to look at the flowerless thief duo. Flowerless thief and Yang Yuxue, however, had tangled faces and turned their heads to Bai Liang. Seeing this, Wu Chang also looked at Bai Liang and said in a deep voice, "This brother, these 3 are key outlaws wanted by the imperial court. If your excellency can recognize the situation, it would be best if you clear your name." When the 3 Qilin heard this, they all turned their heads to look at Bai Liang as well. Bai Liang's face sank as he looked at Wu Chang and said in a cold voice, "Qilin and the others are my 1,000 mountain townspeople. It's not your turn to arrest them." Wu Chang's face stiffened. Then he said in a deep voice, "What does your excellency mean by that? Is it possible that you don't know that our heavenly patrol is working for His Majesty today?" When Bai Liang heard this, he laughed, and then coldly drank. "What's wrong with working for the emperor? I'll give you this sentence in turn. Don't you realize that our 1,000 mountain town is working for Lord Mountain God? The 3 Qilin are now people of 1,000 mountain town, working for Lord Mountain God. I don't care what they've done in the past, but now that they're blessed by the Mountain God, no one who comes can move them, not even if the emperor comes." When these words came out, Wu Chang's face was ugly to the extreme. On the contrary, the Qilin trio was overwhelmed with feelings in their hearts, and the eyes that looked at Bai Liang took on a look of gratitude. The 3 of them, at this moment, added a few more points of belonging to the divine mountain in their hearts. "Bai Liang, be careful what you say." Flowerless thief was shocked by Bai Liang's words, and at the same time, he felt heartbroken. The meaning of these words is no different from rebellion. In the hearts of Bai Liang and these residents of Thousand Mountain Town, there was no longer a Dichu as a court. He was a little worried that if these words were spread back to the capital and the emperor was furious, it might cause a lot of trouble for Thousand Mountain Town. "It's fine, brother-in-law." Bai Liang, however, waved his hand, not really caring. Old Taoist Qian Chu's eyelids fluttered, and he lowered his head as if he hadn't heard. He also pulled on Wu Chang's sleeve to stop him from continuing to speak. "Now that you're in the wrong place, you're trying to arrest the other guy. Isn't that just pure stupidity? Do you really think that everyone in the world has a heart for Chu?" Wu Chang obviously realized this as well, realizing with hindsight that he had just been a bit impulsive. So he bent down and arched his hand, apologizing to Bai Liang and the others, saying that he was a bit agitated and that he hoped to be forgiven. The 3 Qilins had bad looks on their faces, but they wouldn't do anything without Bai Liang's orders. Flowerless thief was filled with bitterness. It was now difficult for him to be the middleman, a brother-in-law on one side, and a colleague who has worked together for many years on the other. In the end he stiffened and stepped forward to lighten the mood. "Brother Wu, this is the Divine Mountain, and the several brothers are not wanted criminals. I still hope that you will pay attention to your words and try to commit some respect," Flowerless thief said to Wu Chang. Wu Chang's face twisted, but he finally nodded. "I'm sorry, this time it's brother-in-law who has caused you trouble." Flowerless thief looked at Bai Liang and apologized. "Wu Chang's intentions aren't bad, but he's just in his position. So please forgive me if I've offended you more. Brother-in-law doesn't have to be like this." Bai Liang hurriedly waved his hand. Flowerless thief turned around to apologize to the 3 Qilin brothers again, which made the 3 of them look much more relaxed. In fact, they could understand in their hearts that Wu Chang was a court eagle, working for the court. There is no personal vendetta between the two sides. This matter was temporarily over, and the most important thing right now was how to make the 6th Order Blade Demon outside the formation leave. Otherwise, he was directly hindering the development of Thousand Hills Town by guarding the outside like this. There were quite a few refugee paupers who had come to join Thousand Mountain Town, and just as they approached Thousand Mountain Town, they were casually exterminated by the Sword Demon. Bai Liang witnessed this with a somewhat heavy expression. At this time, Wu Zhe hurriedly arrived with Li Shui. They were originally practicing halfway up the mountain, and only rushed here after being startled by the commotion of the Guardian Array activating. "How's it going? Are the demons gone?" Yuzawa asked, looking at Bai Liang. Bai Liang shook his head, signaling Yuz to look outside the formation. When Wu Zhe looked over, he saw the 6th Order Blade Demon, who was emitting a monstrous demonic aura, gazing at them coldly. His brows furrowed at once. Although the Guardian Array blocked the demonic creature, It did not exterminate it. Uncle White, let me do it. Li Shui stood out, her expression resolute, already prepared to use the divine fate talisman again. She was now at the third order into the Xian realm, spanning 3 major realms, just enough to execute a 6th order blade demon. It's that the sacrifices will be great. No, not yet. Bai Liang shook his head without even thinking about it. The divine destiny talisman was to be utilized only as a last resort, and it was not time to use the divine destiny talisman. Qian Chu and the others, including the 3 Qilin brothers, listened to the conversation between Bai Liang's few people. While they were puzzled and completely unable to understand, it was outrageous for a little girl of the Xianxian realm to offer to take on a 6th order blade demon. Crucially, Shiro and Yuzawa were still convinced and stopped the little girl from striking. What the hell is this? Bai Liang didn't explain too much, but instead looked at Qian Chu and the others and said, the 6th order demon came out, and the court didn't do anything? No. Chanticleer shook his head decisively. With the restrictions of the Treaty of Tianshui, how could the court dare to make any moves? The Beijing side still wanted to rely on the Tianshui Treaty to linger on for a few more years, so how could it break the treaty? Bai Liang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the so-called court, the court that claimed to be able to let the people of the world live in peace? In the end, it's not even comparable to their Thousand Hills town. Since the court doesn't dare to make a move, what do you guys think should be done about this current situation? Bai Liang looked toward Qian Chu. Several people. Qian Chu was silent for a moment, then said, if this formation can be maintained all the time, then it's best to stay in the formation and wait for the 6th order blade demon to give up and leave. Then you will be able to survive this calamity. Wu Qing nodded, and he thought the same thing, but that sword demon, who has already sent a message, might be looking for reinforcements. Flowerless Thief frowned. The blade demon had just used the black token arrow, but they had all seen it. It doesn't matter if we find reinforcements, but if the news of this place is sent back beyond the borders, it will be troublesome. Yang Yushui sighed. Qian Chu and the others' faces were a bit unsightly after hearing this. What the court has been desperately trying to avoid may soon trigger an appearance because of the town of Thousand Hills. Wu Zhe snorted coldly and said, so what if it's troublesome? What should be faced cannot be avoided after all. Could it be that the demons will feel pity and spare the human race just because the court has been retreating? Nah, they're just cutting their flesh with a soft knife, trying to take down the human race at the smallest possible cost. Look at how much qi the court had before the Treaty of Tianshui, and how much it has now. Wu Chang and the others fell silent. It's something we all know by heart. Demons naturally weren't that kind to sign the Tianshui contract with Chu in order to give the human race a reprieve. The great Chu dynasty was sheltered by its qi, and even if the demon and demon saints were to strike, they would not be able to eat it without paying a great price. If you want to take down the Chu dynasty at the smallest possible cost, then you have to cut your flesh with a soft knife, letting the demons under your command keep eroding the human cities and keep consuming the court's qi. When the court's qi is cut to a certain level, that's when the demons will make their move. The capital side was also gambling, using the heavenly water covenant to buy time for the half-saint to achieve sainthood. If a saint could come out, it would change the situation of the human race being weak. Jianxiu. Several people stopped talking. Yuzawa looked towards Bai Liang. The current situation was very unfavorable for Thousand Mountain Town. They didn't have any good ways to deal with it for the time being. Why don't I go to the temple? Ozzy hesitated. Bai Liang quickly shook his head and said, no, with the guardian array in place, we can also defend ourselves. It's not yet time to ask Lord Mountain God to reveal himself. Yuzawa nodded, thinking to herself, according to the strength of the guardian array, a few more sixth-order demons might not be able to shake it. The two of them, Wu Chang and Qian Chu, began to wonder about the guardian array of Thousand Mountain Town at this time. To be able to easily stop a sixth-order blade demon, the strength of this formation was too exaggerated. What kind of existence could lay down such a formation? Both of them thought about the rumors of the Divine Mountain. Could it be that the gods in the rumors are real? Then why haven't we seen the gods show up yet? The mind was very puzzled, but did not ask. Outside the formation, the blade demon was still waiting patiently, and he had just tried using his divine thoughts to invade the guardian array again. The result was undoubtedly still blocked. The formation was simply not broken at all. It was all natural, not like it was man-made. Very well, it seems that there is still a big fish hidden. This time it can be caught by this marshal. The blade demon sneered in his heart. This big fish was hesitant to show itself, and it seemed to have concerns. On the other side, the four people from the Golden Dragon Temple were still watching. Shohei's idea was to go back to the state capital immediately and send the news back to the capital so that the court could make early preparations. But that's not what Sanchi and the others thought. The secret book was extremely important. If the news of this place spread, then it would be much more difficult to get the secret book again. So now is the best chance to not leave it at that. That formation is perfect. And trying to rely on the concealment method to sneak in won't work. Sanji frowned and said, why don't we show ourselves and let the people in the formation let us in? Do you think they'll let us in? Sanji shook his head, dismissing San Goku's proposal. Eventually the two of them looked to the master ancestor and asked what he had to offer. The little shamans closed their eyes in contemplation, then opened them. A hint of coldness swept across their eyes. There is a way. By cooperating with the Blade Demon and breaking the formation together, you can enter Thousand Mountain Town and retrieve the secret book. When the three wise men heard their master ancestor's words, their faces all changed. He looked horrified and said, Senior, this cannot be done. To be in the company of demons and still be a sixth-order demon marshal, if it is known, it will be a heinous crime. Sanji and Sanwo also felt that this was not a good move, joining the demons together against one of their own. Honestly, this whole thing was too mischievous. However, since it was brought up by the master ancestor, the two naturally had to agree. Master ancestor, this planned disciple thinks it's feasible. Anyway, this divine mountain doesn't belong to the imperial court. Maybe it's even related to the anti-religion. If we utilize the sword demon to destroy it, it's also considered to be removing a harm for the imperial court. Sanji opened his mouth and said. Sanji spoke blindly with his eyes open without batting an eyelid, so it was clear that he was quite experienced in the path of speaking blindly. Elder brother is right. Thousand Mountain Town doesn't listen to the orders of the imperial court, but instead honors the divine mountain. What is this, not a rebellion? Besides, we're not cooperating with the Blade Demon, but utilizing it. It's sort of a two birds with one stone plan, Sango said with a strong voice. He, who was on the side, was directly shocked and stared at the two with wide eyes. He thought to himself that this official has been an official for many years, and has seen many things of fly and dog, but this is the first time he has seen such a shameless operation. It's amazing that being in the company of demons can be described as utilizing them. Absolutely. It's true that it's still these monks who are shameless, but he only dared to think about these words in his heart, saying that he absolutely dared not say them out. He quickly replaced his smiling face and said, worthy of being a master, to come up with such a wonderful plan in a single thought, using demons to deal with rebels. This is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. When the two Sango heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. However, can that sword demon agree to cooperate with us? Sango suddenly spoke. Sanji wasn't sure in his heart, so he could only turn his gaze to the master ancestor. The little shaman said faintly, he will. After saying that, the little shamans went straight towards where the Blade Demon was. Seeing this, the Sango several people hurriedly followed. The Blade Demon was waiting for reinforcements while searching for a break in the formation. Suddenly sensing a cultivator approaching, he was immediately alerted. Turning around, he was furious when he realized that it was the few monks who had fled earlier. Good, you just escaped, and now you actually dare to come back. Do you really think that this marshal can't move you? The Blade Demon raised his hand and chopped over with dozens of black and ink-colored blade chi. The three wise men's faces changed as they felt the overpowering and incomparable blade aura. However, the little shamans blocking the front were calm and raised their hands to offer a string of Buddha beads, transforming into an aperture that blocked dozens of knife chi. You really aren't in the God realm. The Blade Demon's face was gloomy and his heart was holding in his anger. Originally came to Qingzhou was to kill the four directions, devouring blood food as a way to enhance the cultivation. The result is that people did not eat a few, and touched the wall twice. Your Excellency, do not be in a hurry. This honored one is here to seek your cooperation, Little Shai said indifferently. Cooperation? Oh, what do demons have to cooperate with your human race? Blade Demon sneered. At this time, the three wise men at the back stepped forward, and after settling their nerves in the face of the sixth-ranked demonic creature's pressure, they spoke out their thoughts. After hearing this, the Blade Demon's brows frowned slightly, then stretched, but still looked at Sanji and the others with some skepticism, and said in a cold voice, you are of the human race, yet you chose to cooperate with the demons against the human race. How can I convince this marshal of such a ridiculous thing? Because in Thousand Mountain Town, there is something we need in Golden Dragon Temple, Sanji said in a deep voice. The Blade Demon carefully surveyed Sanji's demeanor, and it did not appear to be a fake. After pondering some more in his mind, he finally agreed to join forces with these few human races in front of him. The main reason was that he was a little wary of that little shaman's strength, unable to see just what realm it was. Since we're cooperating, I wonder what methods you have to break through this formation. Blade Demon opened his mouth and asked. The three wise men looked at their master ancestor, and they didn't know what method they were going to use. The little shamans opened their mouths indifferently and said, this honored one has a Dharma door called the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom, which can contain all things in a single mustard seed. Upon hearing this, the Blade Demon's heart stirred and he said, this method will allow us to go in directly? The little shaman shook his head. No, though the mustard seed is small, it has volume. That's why I need you to shake up the formation and break through the gap, so that the mustard seed can take advantage of the opportunity to enter. In that case, won't I be unable to enter the mustard seed? The blade demon's face sank as he heard this. Isn't that purely using him as a tool, man? Don't worry. The moment the mustard seed enters, my father will take you in, the little shaman said calmly. Blade demon frowned in contemplation, pondering the feasibility of it, and finally decided to give it a try. Good. Let's do it the way you say, he said in a cold voice. After reaching an agreement, the little shaman's fingers gently twisted from the air, and a grain of mustard seed many times smaller than a grain of sesame appeared between his two fingers. He blew gently, and the mustard seed began to grow in size, finally transforming into the size of a small mountain. The three Wu and other people can clearly see inside the golden splendor. The Sanskrit sound, the palace statues, serene and peaceful, like a sight of the Buddha country, the world of bliss. Go in, little shaman spoke, taking the lead and walking into the mustard seed Buddha kingdom. Shoei's few people looked at each other and marveled at their master ancestors' methods in their hearts before walking in as well. Blade demon, on the other hand, looked at it with his eyelids fluttering, and in his heart he cried out that it was hasty. Those who could cast such spells had to be at least of the 7th rank. The blade demon's heart fluttered and he rose to his defense. Start doing it. In the mustard seed Buddha kingdom, the little shamans who had turned into a small humanoid form spoke. Hearing this, the blade demon no longer hesitated and began to approach the Thousand Mountain Town's guardian formation. Inside the formation, Bai Liang and the others had been keeping an eye on the outside, and they saw several figures approaching the blade demon. Originally, he thought that it was the Imperial Court's cultivators who came to get rid of the demons, but he didn't expect those figures to be talking about something with the sword demon. It's those vultures from the Golden Dragon Temple. What do they want? Flowerless Thief recognized the identities of those silhouettes at a glance and his expression sank. Their group was held hostage by the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple, and as a result, when they met the Blade Demon, these vultures simply ran away. Golden Dragon Temple? Bai Liang and the others all furrowed their brows upon hearing this. Just now, they had already asked Hua Wu Tang and the others why they had appeared near Thousand Mountain Town, and naturally, Hua Wu Tang wouldn't hide it from his own brother-in-law, and told them all the ins and outs of the matter, from the time they arrived at Qingzhou City, then rounded up the Holy Maiden of the Valiant Dragon sect, and then when the Holy Maiden ran away, they were taken hostage by the hidden experts of the Golden Dragon Temple and forced to come to Liaoyun County. The reason for all this is because of the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple. Flowerless Thief also mentioned that among the few people from the Golden Dragon Temple, there was a little sannyasin whose realm was above that of a Yin god. It was reasonable to say that with this kind of strength, one shouldn't be afraid of a 6th-order blade demon, but the other guy just ran away at the first opportunity and didn't respond to the fight. But how come they're turning back now and talking to the demons about something? What is the meaning of this? Brother-in-law, do you know why these vultures? Why are they targeting our Thousand Mountain Town? Bai Liang suddenly asked. Flowerless Thief pondered, then shook his head. I'm not really sure. That little shamans, after coming out of the capital, came all the way to Qingzhou, then after spending a few days in Qingzhou City, he wrapped us up and came to Thousand Mountain Town. It seems he came with a purpose from the start, running all the way to Qingzhou and finally setting his sights on Thousand Mountain Town. When Bai Liang heard this, his mind became even more confused. Running to the town of Thousand Hills in the first place? Because of what? The news of the Thousand Mountain Town was, by definition, limited to spreading within Qingzhou. Being able to hear about Thousand Mountain Town from the capital city, which was tens of thousands of miles away, Bai Liang was a bit unconvinced. Even if he knew about it, it was impossible for a powerful person above the Yin god to break the Tianshui covenant and leave the capital to come to Qingzhou, so there must be something else going on here. On the side, Wu Zhe speculated, could it be that because of the death of Monk Sangue, the Golden Dragon Temple has decided to seek revenge? After the death of Monk Sangue, they had been on guard to see if the people of the Golden Dragon Temple would come looking for trouble because of this, but not for a long time, so they gradually put it behind them. It's possible, but a disciple of the entering Xian realm, even if he's a direct descendant of the 3rd character generation, wouldn't be enough to make a powerhouse above the Yin gods leave the capital in violation of the Tianshui covenant. Would he? Bai Liang shook his head, dismissing the speculation. Ignoring this first, the most important thing right now is what exactly did the people from the Golden Dragon Temple talk about with the Blade Demon? Bai Liang raised his head and looked outside the formation. Wu Chang stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. According to my guess, this shameless bald donkey must be trying to enter into some kind of cooperation with the Blade Demon. Perhaps to deal with us. I think so too. Old Tao, there is no more shameless in this world than a bald donkey. Qian Chu echoed. having been undermined by the vultures of the Golden Dragon Temple. His heart was full of stifled anger at the moment. With demons. As soon as Bai Liang heard this, his face immediately sank. After experiencing the previous collusion between monk San Gue and the demons, he naturally believed in his heart that the monks of the Golden Dragon Temple had this lower limit, but now they are unhinged. The monk Sanka colludes with the demons all behind their backs. Now they were openly colluding with the Blade Demon, wanting to work together against Thousand Mountain Town? If such behavior were to spread out, even if Golden Dragon Temple was the #1 Buddhist sect in the world, it would certainly be greatly affected. We can't just sit back and wait for death. That little shaman's strength is unknown. If he cooperates with the 6th-ranked Blade Demon, maybe the formation won't even be able to withstand it. We have to be prepared for the next variables. Wu Cheng frowned and opened his mouth. Good point, or you guys kill your way out. Kirin spoke up from the sidelines. Wu Cheng's face froze. Kill out? Are you kidding me? One was a little shaman of unknown strength, and the other was a 6th-ranked sword demon. Which one could they deal with? Let's see what they really want first. Uzi spoke up. Meanwhile, White River State. A black token arrow fell into the ruins filled with blood. The Nian demon with the enchanting figure opened her eyes and raised her hand to directly catch the token arrow. After crushing it, her complexion changed violently. Qingzhou, a cultivator of the 5th order or higher? The human race broke the Tianshui covenant. Nian demon frowned, pondering in his mind how true or false the message sent back by Blade Demon was. The message had two meanings. One was for her to help send a message back to the sacred court, and the other was to ask for her help. Wanted to ask her to travel to Qingzhou and solve the tricky trouble together. Go, or not to go? Nian demon's mind was torn. The main reason was that earlier she had a premonition that there seemed to be a change of heart over in Qingzhou, and now it seemed that her premonition was correct. It is naturally best not to go. However, the appearance of a strong person of the 5th order or higher in the human race had already violated the Tianshui covenant, and the news must be sent back to the sacred court. When the holy court learns of this, it will certainly make a move. At that time, if the sacred court knew that the Blade Demon had asked her for help and she ended up avoiding it, then she would definitely be punished by the sacred court. Damn Blade Demon! Nothing to go to Qingzhou and implicate me. Nian Demon's heart burst with rage. But in the end, she can only be forced to move and travel to Qingzhou. Before moving on, she unleashed her token to send back to the sacred court what the Blade Demon had said. In about a day's time the sacred court would receive news that the human race had broken the Tianshui covenant. Outside the town of Thousand Hills, the Blade Demon was ready at this moment, using the power of his entire body to attack towards the grand formation without reservation. Countless streaks of harsh blade chi chopped towards the formation, fusing together again as they approached the formation, coalescing into a huge ink blade. The ink knife was incomparably sharp, and it made a tearing sound when it cut through the air, as if it was slicing through space, with a loud bang that shook the heavens and the earth, accompanied by ripples that spread in all directions. The ink knife ruthlessly chopped down on top of the grand formation. The few people in the middle of the mustard seed Buddha kingdom stared tightly at the formation. It was discovered that the moment the ink blade chopped at the formation, a momentary gap appeared in the formation. The gaps were small and appeared for a short time, then were repaired again in an instant. Feasible. Blade Demon. Continue the attack, Sanchi said with a joyful expression. The Blade Demon's expression was also moved as he continued to exert all his strength and exerted his blade chi with all his might, chopping towards the formation. Bai Liang and the others within the formation, on the other hand, frowned as they watched the Blade Demon's attack. Chen Shu looked towards the patch of golden light behind the sword demon, and suddenly thought of something, his complexion changing drastically. Hiss! Mustard seed Buddha kingdom. It's the mustard seed Buddha kingdom, one of the Golden Dragon Temple's world-famous Dharma doors. Damn it! This is big trouble. Chen Shu's tone was somewhat incredulous. I didn't expect that the people from the Golden Dragon Temple would actually take out this Dharma. This was a true determination to take down Thousand Mountain Town. Mustard seed Buddha kingdom. The faces of the few people from Wuchang also changed violently upon hearing this. Only Bai Liang and Wu Zhe were a few people who were a bit confused and didn't know what the Arabidopsis Buddha kingdom was. The flowerless thief hurriedly explained to Bai Liang, and after hearing this, Bai Liang's few people came to a realization, finally understanding what the mustard seed Buddha kingdom was. Wu Zhe's face sank as he spoke. They're trying to get the sword demon to attack the formation, causing a gap to appear in the formation, and then use the mustard seed Buddha kingdom to enter Thousand Mountain Town through the gap. That's right. Those vultures are so insidious that they actually cooperated with the demons. If I can survive this time, I will definitely go back to the capital to report this matter to His Majesty, Wu Cheng said with a cold face. The Blade Demon's attacks continued, but not every attack caused a brief gap to appear in the formation. so he could only keep trying to find a moment for the Golden Dragon Temple's Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom. On the Divine Mountain, Li Yu's divine thoughts were immersed between heaven and earth. In the midst of sensing the laws, there was no concept of time. It felt like only a minute had passed, and then it felt like hundreds of years had passed. The more he sensed the development of this heaven and earth, the more immersed Li Yu became. For he had made a great discovery, a discovery no less than the descent of the Scarlet Meteor. However, there appeared to be some kind of movement in the outside world, and the thumping sound annoyed him to no end. It seems like someone is tapping on the guardian formation formed by the wind-fixing bead? Li Yu felt something. At first the tapping wasn't very hard. It was a tickle to the wind-setting beads. As a result, the more the other guy tapped, the more he got up to it and started using his full strength, and then the scratching turned into scraping. Even though this level of attack couldn't even break the defense of the wind-stabilizing bead, it had already disturbed Li Yu's enlightenment. So Li Yu was a bit angry. Li Yu's divine thoughts awoke from sensing the laws of heaven and earth. The moment he woke up, he quickly scanned over everything within the Divine Mountain's boundaries and immediately noticed the scene in Thousand Mountain Town. The wind-fixing bead was suspended beneath the ground, emitting a dazzling Xian Huang light. The Xianhuang light penetrated through the ground and transformed into some kind of great formation that enveloped the entire Thousand Mountain Town, shielding it perfectly. And on the outside of the Grand Formation, a demonic creature that exuded a violent aura was attacking the Grand Formation in a frenzy. Each attack caused the Grand Formation to tremble a bit and emit a buzzing sound. Not far from the demonic creature, there was also a mass of things emanating golden Buddhist light. Li Yu's divine thought swept through, and actually found a few small people hiding inside. These are the things that disturbed him from realizing the laws of heaven and earth? Li Yu was in a very unhappy mood, and it was also in that moment when his divine thoughts revived. It was as if the blade demon sensed something. It was a trembling from above his soul, as if there were supreme beings looking down on him from on high, causing him to feel fear in his heart. What's going on? What just happened? Was it an illusion? The blade demon stopped his attack, his expression somewhat hesitant. In the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom, Sanji and the others were a bit puzzled when they saw the blade demon suddenly stop. Blade demon, what are you waiting for? You're close to breaking the formation. Why don't you keep attacking? With the presence of the ancestor, Sanguine spoke in a harder tone, urging up the sword demon. Because they were hiding in the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom, they didn't feel a divine thought sweep through. Only the little shaman frowned, vaguely sensing a hint of something wrong. You guys don't feel anything wrong? The blade demon's face sank as he said in a cold voice. Wrong? What's wrong? Are you trying to back out? Sanji said with a frown. They were hiding in the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom and didn't feel a thing. So suspect the knife demon is lying. No? When the blade demon saw that these monks did not look like they were faking, he wondered if he was experiencing an illusion. It was also true that that feeling just now was too intimidating, and he had only ever felt it in the Demon Saint and the two Saint Exalted Lords. It was impossible for the human race to have such a powerful existence, or else they wouldn't be in the situation they were in today. Looks like I was thinking too much. The blade demon shook his head, then continued to attack towards the Grand Formation again. Just now, under his continuous attacks, gaps had easily appeared in the Grand Formation. It was just that the time for the gap to appear was too brief. Only an instant, so it wasn't enough for the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom to take advantage of the opportunity to enter, requiring him to hold on for a little while longer. In formation, Bai Liang and the others were all looking towards the blade demon that kept attacking the formation with grave expressions. In the present situation, they surprisingly did not know what to do. If this goes on, sooner or later, the formation will reveal a break and they will find an opportunity to use the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom to enter Thousand Mountain Town. Qian Chu could see that although the formation was strong, the Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom was one of the top spells of the Golden Dragon Temple, and this was not something that was covered. Wu Zhe and Bai Liang glanced at each other, and both of them already had a resolution in their hearts. If the formation really couldn't block it, then they would have to let Li Shui make a move. Scared? Bai Liang touched Li Shui's head with some heartache. Li Shui, however, just smiled faintly and shook her head. Not afraid. It's my duty to fight for the Divine Mountain. It's nothing more than an offering of another 50 years of life. And if that's not enough, then add another 20 years. She was now in the entered Xian realm, and her lifespan was 2 eons, or 120 years. The previous sacrifice had consumed 15 years of longevity, and by rough calculation, Li Shui still had more than 90 years of longevity. Sacrificing 70 years of longevity, that leaves only 20 years. Yuzuo was silent, clenching his fists. If he had been stronger, he wouldn't have needed to let Li Shui, a little girl, come forward. Longevity that is not recoverable. Li Yu's divine mind hung high in the sky, coldly watching the sword demon continuously attack the formation. Just now, He swept his divine thoughts all over the bottom and finally managed to figure out the situation. Sixth order demons. And that Buddhist avatar mustard seed space. You've got some brains. You want to use it to break through the formation and enter Thousand Hills Town? But that's as far as it goes. Do you really think the mountain god, doesn't exist? Without any further hesitation, Liu directly cast Dharma phase heaven and earth. And in an instant, the divine mountain shook, and 7-colored haze rays descended from the sky, illuminating the top of the divine mountain. A heavenly body rose up on the divine mountain, as if a heavenly god had descended to wash away the filth of the world. Such a vision immediately shook the crowd of Thousand Mountain Town. Qian Shu and the others' faces changed drastically. All of them felt an irresistible pressure that caused one's heart to prostrate. They were incomparably horrified in their hearts. What was this situation? Could it be that the demon saint realm had killed over? As for Bai Liang and the others, when they saw the appearance of a vision on the divine mountain, they were first stunned, and then they looked overjoyed. God's mountain. It's the mountain of God. Lord Mountain God has manifested. Du Tian Morning shouted in excitement. Yuzawa was trembling with excitement, his emotions unspeakable. Lord Mountain God has revealed himself, and the town of Thousand Hills is safe. Bai Liang revealed a cheerful smile, and his taut heartstrings instantly turned loose. The 3 Qilin brothers, who had never seen the mountain god manifest, but had drunk the divine water, had long been incomparably revering Lord Mountain God in their hearts. Now that they saw Lord Mountain God manifesting, their faces all showed excitement. Flowerless Thief and Yan Yushui looked at each other with shock written in their eyes. They had made the right bet this time. This incomparably powerful aura was enough to prove that the mountain god was powerful. Facing the 6th order blade demon and the golden dragon temple's powerhouses was simply easy to take. Most of the residents of Thousand Hills are unaware that Thousand Hills has just been facing a crisis. They only saw the vision that appeared on the divine mountain, the golden giant that stood atop the sky. The new residents hadn't realized what was going on and were frozen to the spot in shock. And the old inhabitants already knew that this was a manifestation of the Lord God of the mountain. And one by one they excitedly knelt down towards the sacred mountain. With sincere and pious gazes, Lord Mountain God has manifested himself once again. Everyone come and worship. Some elderly people chanted and pulled boys as young as a few years old to kneel and bow. The little people implore Lord Mountain God to shelter their grandchildren in peace and tranquility for the rest of their lives. The boy kowtowed a few times with the old man's head pressed against him, and raised his head with wide eyes of incomparable curiosity to look at the golden giant on the sacred mountain. Similar scenes are beginning to appear all over the town of Thousand Hills, and outside the town of Thousand Hills. The blade demon who had just finished attacking the formation looked incredulously at the divine mountain. The golden giant emitted a golden light that reached the sky. It was truly just like a heavenly god. The blade demon's body began to tingle all over, and he stood still, not daring to move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but there was a divine and incomparable aura locking him down, making it impossible for him to move. What is this? Has a saint appeared in the human race? The blade demon's eyes carried a deep shock as he swallowed hard. Until now he couldn't believe that there could be such a terrifying existence here. That oppressive feeling that penetrates right into the soul. Is that the holy might? The blade demon couldn't believe it, and in his heart, he thought that a saint had appeared in the human race. No wonder he dared to ignore the heavenly water covenant. So it was because he finally had the backbone to fight against the demons. In the mustard seed Buddha kingdom, Sanji and the others had long since been shocked beyond words. They were going to be even more shocked than the sword demon because they had no idea what this golden giant in front of them was. Human? That may not be. Divine mountains, mountain gods. There really are gods here. Sanchi's eyelids fluttered, and cowardice arose in his heart. Shohei opened his mouth, his mind already flashing through countless words of begging for mercy and exactly what position he would be begging for mercy in a moment. Master Ancestor, what on earth is going on here? Didn't you say that there are no more gods in heaven and earth? Sango trembled. At this moment, the little shaman's heart had already turned over in shocking waves. As an 8th order Buddha, he was even more shocked than anyone else present. The others were still just wondering if the golden giant in front of them was a deity. But he was quite sure that it was indeed a deity. A true deity. There were even gods existing in heaven and earth. In his heart, the little shamans had begun to doubt whether the rumors about the Jedi Heavenly Pass recorded in the Golden Dragon Temple were true. If the Jedi were truly Jedi Sky Tunnel, how could there be a leaky god? This honored one isn't sure, but it's certain that it was a true deity. The little shaman slowly shook his head. He didn't understand what was going on either. The 3 wise men were incomparably shocked in their hearts after hearing this. It's a real deity. Hiss. A true god descending into the world. This is going to set off a new situation. Sanchi marveled. However, Sanhwa had an ugly face and said, "It's over. We came here to seek trouble from the divine mountain and even joined forces with the Blade Fiend. And now that the mountain god has manifested, He definitely won't let us go, Master Ancestor. Let's quickly escape and let the blade demon go to the top. Right, Elder, we'd better hurry and escape. He panicked. It's too late to escape. The little shamans shook their heads, their complexions somewhat ugly. This side of the heaven and earth deed has been locked up, and unless the true body of my father arrives in person, it can't be broken at all. Ha? What then? The sanguine few panicked a bit, waiting to die. The little shaman said faintly, he was only a reincarnated body now, so even if he died, the loss would be small. It was the fact that the secret book was not in his hands that made him feel immensely sorry. That's the key to sainthood. Upon hearing the words waiting for death, Sanji and the others instantly turned ashen. Carrying supreme divine might, the golden giant leapt down from the divine mountain and came directly outside of Thousand Mountain Town. When it landed, the ground shook with a dull ringing sound. Liu maneuvered Dharma phase heaven and earth, his eyes staring indifferently at Blade Demon and the others. The former, Senior, I have no intention of offending, but I really have eyes that don't recognize the divine mountain. So I hope that the adults will not remember the little man. Junior is a junior general under the Sacred Court's Demon Elder. I still hope that Senior can look at the Demon Elder's face and open his net. The Blade Demon's tone trembled a little as he spoke stiffly. He can only hope now that the other party scorned the Holy Court and Lord Demon and then spared his life. A demon? What garbage! Liu opened his mouth in a deep voice, and his voice resounded through the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Being disturbed from his senses, he had long been upset in his heart. So no matter what background status there was no way he was going to let it go. The golden giant took a step out, and dust flew up like a sandstorm pouncing on the sword demon. The blade demon's face changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to not even give face to Lord Demon and call it some kind of trash. He was shocked and angry in his heart, but before he could continue to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, the sandstorm driven up by the golden giant stepping completely drowned him. The sword demon shouted angrily, bursting out all his strength to resist. But how can the light of a glowing fire compete with the white moon? In an instant, he was sent flying dozens of meters by the sandstorm, and his demonic body was unsteady, starting to overflow with demonic energy. The people who witnessed this scene all had their eyelids jumping and looked shocked. The dust and dirt brought out by the step sent the sword demon flying tens of meters. How terrifying is this kind of strength? Afterwards, the golden giant once again made his move, this time directly opening his large hand to grab at the blade demon. The blade demon spat out a mouthful of demonic blood with a wow, and couldn't even get up from the ground if he wanted to, so he could only watch as he was grabbed into the air by the large hand. Spare, spare! The knife demon wanted to continue begging for mercy, but Liu didn't even look at him and directly pinched and exploded, killing the knife demon. After killing this demonic creature, it was next the turn of the few monks hiding in the mustard seed Buddha kingdom. Sanji and the others were pale. They had all seen what happened to the blade demon. It's totally just too desperate to fight back at all. Your Holiness, we are the human race, not demons. I hope that your Holiness will be merciful. Shoei spoke in a panic, attempting to seek a way out. But how could Liu believe him? When the heart mirror shone, nothing could be hidden from him. Not to mention that this place was still within the shroud of his divine thoughts. Would he not know what had happened? Get lost. Don't disgrace yourself here. Little shamans frowned and pushed away Shoei, who wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. He looked up at the golden giant and took a deep breath before stepping out of the mustard seed Buddha kingdom. This honored one has practiced for hundreds of years, but it's the first time I've seen a real deity with my own eyes. Today is an eye-opener. The little shamans clasped their hands together and stared intently at Liu's golden body. Incarnation? As soon as little shaman stepped out of the mustard seed Buddha kingdom, Liu could tell that something was wrong with him. The physical body was only at the peak of the fifth order in God realm, but the true spirit was incomparably powerful. At least above the seventh order. Your Holiness' divine eyes are like a torch. Some small tricks are just that, the little shaman slowly said. Liu is too lazy to say much. So what if it is above the seventh order? Kill it as it is. When the little sandman saw the golden giant move, his expression turned grave. He knew that he couldn't resist the mountain god, but he wanted to take this opportunity to weigh the deity's bottom line. One sand, one world. The little shaman's hands strangled the magic spell, and in an instant, countless gravels fell from the air and surrounded the golden giant. Each piece of gravel contained infinite spatial power, like a star, which carried a world inside. As the little sandman let out a low shout, the gravel began to fly towards Liu. Liu looked at the little shaman's tactics and thought to himself that it was indeed a bit of something, but only a bit. With just a gentle lift of his hand, he absorbed countless gravels into the palm of his hand. The gravel was heavy, each grain of sand equivalent to a side of a small world, and the weight nearly bent the golden giant's wrist. As Liu clenched his hand, the countless gravel instantly turned into pieces. When the little shaman saw this, their faces changed dramatically. A sand and a world is the Golden Dragon Temple's supreme divine ability, although it can't exert its maximum power until the Saint Realm. But to be crushed so easily, it's too much of an exaggeration. Before he could make a sound of astonishment, the Golden Giant's attack followed. The fleshly body of the Fifth Order in God Realm was unable to resist, and was instantly slapped to pieces. The Mustard Seed Buddha Kingdom also instantly broke, and the three people hiding inside fell out. The little shaman's flesh was smashed, and a ray of light golden light flew out of it, which contained the truth of the Buddha's way. Trying to break through the air, Liu was slightly surprised in his heart when he felt the glow. This light golden light was actually able to break through his divine thought blockade and try to escape. This is the true spirit? Liu immediately realized what it was. A true spirit. Something that could only be born out of a cultivator of the 7th rank or above. Compared to the Yuan Shun, the true spirit was purer and in line with the supreme principle of the heavenly Tao. As long as the true spirit is not extinguished, then it will never die. One could even continue their life through means such as reincarnation and reincarnation. This true spirit of little shamans was not complete, only a small part of it. Liu naturally wouldn't let this true spirit escape. Having come all the way here, let's all stay. The Golden Giant poked out his right hand and in the blink of an eye, he clutched the golden true spirit in his hand, which desperately struggled and emitted a brilliant light in an attempt to break free. But the so-called struggles were all in vain, and the golden hand stood firm like a great mountain. Seeing that he couldn't break free, the true spirit became a bit anxious and began to emit light, sending out a divine thought fluctuation. The meaning was probably that he was one of the 2 grandmasters of the world's #1 Buddhist sect, the Golden Dragon Temple, 8th Order Venerable Realm. Senior brother is a Buddhist half-saint, just one step away from the Sage Realm. It was also a top human battle force, belonging to the same line as the old realist of the Xin Qingguan and the emperor of the Dechu dynasty. Let Liu be a man of honor and meet in the future. Even if you are a god, gods are not invincible. If this part of his true spirit were to be extinguished, it would be a complete break with the capital side. Liu felt the fluctuation of the true spirit's consciousness, and was on the verge of laughing in his heart. You came to Thousand Mountain Town with your people looking for trouble, and ended up collaborating with the demons to attack the Guardian Array. As a result, he was now asking himself to let him off the hook, and even brought up the several half-saints in the capital. Was this an attempt to threaten him? But unfortunately, Liu ate softly but not hardly, and the last thing he ate was this kind of threat. Ignoring the true spirit's violent fluctuations in consciousness, the Golden Giant's eyes were indifferent, and with a forceful blow of his large hand, he directly crushed the golden true spirit on the spot. No! You're going down the path of extinction. Before the golden true spirit dimmed, an unwilling roar came out. Meanwhile, the capital, covering an area of several hundred acres of land, the Golden Dragon Temple, various Buddhist halls are situated. Brilliant, like the heavenly palace, incomparably sacred. In one of the deepest Buddhist halls, an old monk who was bent over with his legs crossed and eyes closed snapped his eyes open. A flash of pain flickered in his cloudy eyes. No! My true spirit! The old monk clenched his teeth. The pain caused by the obliteration of his true spirit was unbearable to normal people. Cold sweat seeped from his forehead, and in his heart, he hated the mountain god who had struck out at him. Damn it! This wild god that appeared out of thin air dares to destroy my true spirit, and has already taken the path to death, the old monk said with hatred in his heart. The true spirit was too important to cultivators, especially for a powerhouse of the 8th Order exalted realm like him. If he wanted to achieve the Sage Realm, he had to keep his true spirit perfect. Now that a part of his true spirit was missing, then he would never be able to reach the Sage Realm again. There was also the key secret of becoming a saint that he didn't get, and this trip to Qingzhou was a big loss of blood. The old monk's heart was like dripping blood, resentment and anger, and a trace of venom flashed in his eyes. What a divine mountain! Exterminating my true spirit! Just wait! As the words fell, he directly disappeared in place and went to inform the several half-saints of this matter, outside the town of Thousand Hills. After dimming the golden true spirit, Liu's gaze turned to the remaining 3. Your Holiness, I'm innocent. I'm not a monk from the Golden Dragon Temple. I'm the state capital of Qingzhou. Please forgive my life. Your Holiness. He was scared out of his wits. The strongest of the Golden Dragon Temple had been exterminated, so they were even more defenseless. The 2 Sanji men, drenched in cold sweat, also fell to their knees and opened their mouths to pray for mercy. What's backbone in the face of life and death? The Golden Giant coldly swept over the 3 people, simply ignoring the pleas for mercy from the few people, mercilessly lifting his large hand, and slowly slapping it down in the gazes of the 3 people's horror and despair. No! Without even being able to cry out in misery, the 3 of them were reduced to a puddle of mud under the Golden Giant's massive hands. The Yin gods disappeared, but Liu was prepared and once again struck out to crush the 3 Yin gods in the air. At this point, all of the enemies that had come to invade Thousand Hills Town were extinguished. The people inside the formation, witnessing this scene with their own eyes, were all shocked. Each and every one of them looked horrified, with incredulity in their eyes. For his part, Bai Liang and the few others looked incredibly excited, and there was reverence in their gazes as they looked at the golden giant, worthy of being a mountain god Sama, easily destroying the incoming enemy. Ozzy marveled, and at the same time felt a pang of self-consciousness. I didn't expect to end up with the blessing of the mountain god. In the end, they were still too weak to do anything to defend themselves. The three Qilin brothers were filled with shock and admiration. This was the first time they had seen Lord Mountain God make a move, the divine might that looked out of the world, and with the lift of his hand, he had exterminated the Sixth Order Blade Demon and the Golden Dragon Temple powerhouse. At this moment in their hearts, they all felt that the choice to defect to the Divine Mountain was the most correct choice they had made in their lives. With the blessing of such a powerful deity, isn't this 100 times and 1,000 times stronger than the so-called dynasty's fortune? Karen, it's a good thing we finally listened to your proposal. Otherwise we wouldn't have come to Divine Mountain, the Black Dragon said with a face full of excitement. In the beginning, they were given two choices. One was the Fire Phoenix's offer to defect to the Vast Dragon sect, the other was the Divine Mountain mentioned by the Qilin. It was just that none of them knew much about the Divine Mountain in the beginning. They just happened to be in Qingzhou and heard rumors about it. So they decided to head to the Divine Mountain first to see how things were going, and stay if they could. If not, he would then travel outside the country to join the Dragon sect. Kiran's heart was thrilled, and he admitted that there was an element of gambling on his part at the beginning, but it turned out he was right to gamble. Not only was the spiritual chi here in the Divine Mountain rich, there was also divine water with all sorts of unearthly spirits. What's more important is that there are gods sitting in the shelter, which is stronger than any other place. Flowerless Thief and the others, on the other hand, were shocked beyond words. Wu Cheng swallowed hard. This was the first time he had seen a living deity, and that terrifying divine might was not so oppressive even when he was facing his majesty. No wonder Flowerless Thief was running this way in the beginning. So it turned out that he knew from the beginning that there was a deity sitting in this place. Thinking again of the fact that he had just made a fool of himself by trying to capture the Qilin trio, Wu Cheng's back was in a cold sweat. Luckily, the other party didn't do any counting, otherwise he would have been in danger. Shen Chu's heart had already been turned upside down. No wonder the trigrams he divined were so strange. It turned out to be the reason why this place possessed deities. His perceptions were turned upside down. The old real man had said that in the ancient times, there were ancient saints who had Jedi heavenly powers, and since then there were no more gods in the world. But what the hell is going on in this scene right now? The strength of this deity was something Qian Shu couldn't speculate on, but it was at least at the half-saint level. Such a powerful strength will surely have a great impact on the situation today. After resolving the incoming enemies, Liu lifted the Dharma heaven and earth, allowing the golden giant to slowly dissipate. Seeing the golden giant dissipate, Bai Liang and the others hurriedly headed in the direction of the Divine Mountain, kneeling respectfully. Disciple thanks Lord Mountain God for manifesting his sanctuary. The three Kirins followed suit and knelt. Flowerless Thief and Yang Yushui hesitated for a moment, but they also simply knelt down and thanked the Mountain God for saving their lives. Wu Cheng and Qianxu felt a little awkward, but they eventually knelt down sincerely and thanked the Mountain God for saving their lives. The residents of Thousand Hills Town were even more excited to pay their respects. It was not easy for Lord Mountain God to manifest himself, and this was an auspicious omen for them. When Liu's divine thoughts returned to the Divine Mountain, he saw this scene in Thousand Mountain Town. In an instant, the merits skyrocketed, and he, who hadn't checked the panel for a long time, felt a bit dismayed after only glancing at it. This immersion in sensing the laws of heaven and earth once, the merit has actually gone up by more than 3 million? Realm, 4th Order Sacred Mountain. Merit, 3.41 million/10 million. Avatar, the Mountain God bestows blessings. The Dharma phase of heaven and earth. Incense restoration. Drinking water to think of the source. Spell, manifestation. Artifacts, Seal of Jinshan. Mirror of the heart. Furnace of divine warriors. Wind taming bead. After seeing so many merit points, Li Yu's first reaction was that he was immersed in his senses. How long had passed? When his divine thoughts swept through Thousand Mountain Town, he knew how much time had passed. It's only a couple months. The fact that merit could rise so quickly was still down to the development of Thousand Hills Town. When he was immersed in the midst of his senses, the population of Thousand Mountain Town was only around 60,000 to 70,000 people. Now, if you look at it, it has broken through 100,000 and come to a population of over 100,000 people. Such a large population allowed him to rise many merit values every day, and the rate of growth was still rising. It was estimated that in another half a year's time, he would be able to reach 10 million merit points and advance to the 5th order sacred mountain. In the town of Thousand Hills, the manifestation of the mountain god lord caused the mood of the crowd to be exuberant. The previous heavy mood caused by the appearance of the 6th order blade demon had long since dissipated. In its place were excitement and exhilaration. By Liang, several people, the first time they came to the temple, incomparably respectful incense worship. It is also a report on the various situations, big and small, in the town of Thousand Hills over the past few months. Bai Liang knew that Lord Mountain God wouldn't care about this, but he couldn't not inform him. The 3 Kirins stood outside the temple with apprehensive minds. To the town of Thousand Hills, they are the newcomers. Previously, when the Mountain God Lord was in hiding, they were still able to enter the temple at will without any psychological burden. But now the Mountain God was manifesting, causing them to look at the temple with a sense of oppression and an overwhelming nervousness in their hearts. It was only when Uzi finally pulled them in that they tentatively stepped into the temple. Then they also followed the example of Bai Liang and the others, offering incense and bowing. After bowing to the Mountain God Sama, the next thing to do was to take care of things. The few people from Wucheng were housed in the mountain house and were temporarily entertained by He Li Yuan, with the Mountain God Lord manifestation in front of them. Even though these few people were in the Yin God realm, they didn't dare to act out. Not to mention that Flowerless Thief was still on Bai Liang's side. In the mountain house, the atmosphere was somewhat silent, and the several Yin God realms of Qianshu were all looking at each other, not daring to speak. The main reason was that the oppressive feeling that the mountain god gave them was just too suffocating. Don't doubt that mountain god sees and hears every move they make in Thousand Mountain Town. So this made the several Yin God realms, who usually talked a lot, turn out to be not talkative. Brother Flower, when did you know about Thousand Mountain Town? Wu Chang was the first to break the silence and looked at Flowerless Thief to ask. Chasing after the vast dragon sect rebels, I accidentally came to this place. It just so happens that the person in charge of this place is my brother-in-law. So naturally I knew about it, Flowerless Thief said indifferently. He was even a little proud when he said that the person in charge was his brother-in-law. So that's how it is. Brother Flower is truly blessed to have such an extraordinary brother-in-law. Wu Chang opened his mouth and said, and there was actually some envy in his tone. That's a left turn and a right turn. And it's kind of a ride with the gods. That was a deity, perhaps even the only one in the world. And it was indeed enviable to be able to hook up with it. Qianshu also turned his gaze towards Flowerless Thief, with some envy in his heart as well. Regardless of the origins of this mountain god, he was ultimately a deity. At this time the door was pushed open and a few people from Bai Liang walked in. Brother-in-law, I've kept you waiting. Bai Liang smiled and spoke. Where? It's us who are troubling you. If it wasn't for the divine mountain sheltering us this time, we would have lost our lives in Qingzhou. Flowerless Thief stood up and said. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Bai Liang several people took their seats. Several of you are in the Yin God realm. I wonder what you think of our Thousand Mountain Town. Bai Liang looked at the Wucheng few people and spoke. I wouldn't dare. And how would we dare to criticize the gods under their command? Qianshu hastily shook his head and said. Wucheng also waved his hand, fearing that if he said the wrong thing and was heard by that mountain god, it would be disastrous. There's no harm in a few of you saying what you think. Baekliang continued. Seeing Bai Liang's insistence, Qianshu's few people looked at each other. And finally, Wu Chang spoke up. When I first saw Thousand Mountain Town, I was a bit surprised at the prosperity of this place. After all, a year ago it was still a wasteland. When I entered the town, I was even more amazed. Residents of its essence, as I have never seen over the years, even the people of the capital city, there is no such spirit. Qianshu nodded his head in approval and said, not only is there plenty of essence, but what is even more amazing to Old Tao is that Thousand Mountain Town has actually condensed a trace of Qi luck. This Qi is not the Qi of a deity, but is indeed the Qi of the human race, coalescing from over 100,000 people of Thousand Mountain Town. This is the human race payload. Towards the end, Qianshu's tone actually trembled a little. The Qi of the human race. Since the bloody meteorite landed and the demons messed up the world, the Qi of the human race had died a long time ago. It is like a puddle of stagnant water. Each point consumed would reduce by 1 point, and when the Qi luck was consumed, that would be the time when the human race would perish. This is one of the reasons why the upper echelons of the capital are as good as dead. With all the luck gone, is there any hope for the human race? Qi luck is the best reflection of a community's future. If the Qi is strong, then the future will be prosperous. If the Qi fails, then the future will decline and perish. The Qi of the Great Chu dynasty is the face of decay. Several half-saints had also tried various methods to try to stimulate the recovery of Qi, but they all ended in failure. But now, Qianshu saw the human race's Qi coalescing in the tiny town of Thousand Mountain Town. What does that mean? He didn't dare to think deeper in his mind. Hearing Qianshu's words, Wu Chang and a few other gods who knew about Qiluk were shocked. Even the half-knowledgeable Bai Liang and the others vaguely felt that the relationship was significant. The Qi of the Thousand Mountain Town could not be described by the people present. Bai Liang and the others thought that it was the work of the mountain god lord, but Qian Shu and the others didn't think so. Deities were certainly powerful, but the Tao of Qiluk was mysterious. There may have been a reason for this, but it could not have been made by the mountain gods. There wasn't much conversation on this topic, and it was quickly changed. The next thing we talked about was that after this battle, God's Mountain had been completely put in the clear. I believe that in a few days, all the major powers in the world will know about the existence of the Divine Mountain. Bai Liang looked at Wu Chang and opened his mouth to ask, if the Emperor heard the news of the Divine Mountain, how would he react? Wu Chang was silent for a long time before he returned. It's not that I'm unwilling to say it, but your Majesty is the true dragon son of heaven, and I and other subjects are unable to guess what's in your Majesty's heart. Bai Liang frowned and looked at Flowerless Thief. Flowerless Thief nodded at him, proving that what Wu Chang had said was not false. Although the Heavenly Inspector is a close friend of the Emperor, he spends most of his time outside on missions, and can't see the Emperor once a year. Trying to get them to guess the Emperor's reaction is obviously unlikely. Wu Chang thought for a moment and said, His Majesty is temperamental. No one can speculate on what is in His Majesty's mind except for Lord State Master. When the news from here gets back to the capital, His Majesty may be furious about it and make an enemy of the Divine Mountain. It's also possible that he'll be overjoyed and make an alliance with Divine Mountain. It is also possible that he will not be happy or angry, and will just pretend that there is no such thing as the Divine Mountain, and continue to play music and dance. When the crowd heard this, they were all a little odd in their minds. Du Tian Morning was directly dissatisfied? This emperor is so dim? How can he command the great Chu dynasty? When these words came out, other than the people from Thousand Mountain Town, the rest of the people were sweating and did not dare to answer. Can you sign a shameful treaty like the Treaty of Tianshui without being dim? The Black Dragon said disdainfully. Wu Cheng frowned, unable to see anyone denigrate the emperor. But this place was a divine mountain, so even if he was dissatisfied, he could only hold it in his heart. Then Bai Liang turned his gaze back to Qian Shu. Before he could open his mouth to inquire, Qian Shu said directly, if Xin Xingguan knew that there were deities in the divine mountain, it would have confirmed the truth first. And finally the old reality and the rest of the several half-saints would have resolved whether to be an enemy or a friend? According to the poor Tao's understanding of the old real person, his old man might be very interested in deities, which involves many hidden secrets from the ancient times. It would not be for me to know. Bai Liang frowned. That is to say, the half-saint of the Shenqing clan might come to the Divine Mountain in person? It's just possible, not certain. After all, there's still the Heavenly Water Covenant restriction, and even though half-saints are strong, they are also afraid of demon saints and devils. Qian Shu sighed. Although half-saints were tainted with the word saint, they were a world away from true saints. According to rumors, the ancient saints, in their mortal bodies, were comparable to the gods. Every saint, who was at the end of a great path, was more powerful than some gods. There were ancient saints who could even go against the heavens to destroy the gods and stain the heavens with blood. I think that Bai Liang you guys need to be wary of the reaction from the demon side. The Blade Demon has already sent a message back, and it might not be long before the demon receives news of the Divine Mountain. And at that time, there might be very tricky trouble. Flowerless Thief spoke up, his face somewhat worried. Demons, with absolute strength, two sage realms sitting in the middle. If they learned of this unstable variable, the Divine Mountain, they would certainly take measures. This I know, Shiro said. For this, there is nothing they can do to prevent it. The Sixth Order Blade Demon didn't even have a way to solve it, let alone the demon sending in an even more powerful and strong person. But with Lord Yamagami around, there shouldn't be any major problems. It was foreseeable that the situation would become more complicated in the future, and it was hard to say whether the Tianshui covenant could still be maintained. For both Wu Chang and Qian Shu, Bai Liang chose to send them off. The two of them were relieved to see that they were able to leave Thousand Mountain Town. It was really because the sense of oppression that the Divine Mountain gave to the two of them was too strong, and it felt very difficult to breathe when they stayed at this place. Flowerless Thief and Yan Yushui were not prepared to stay in Thousand Mountain Town for much longer, and after taking a short rest, they chose to say goodbye to Bai Liang before leaving Thousand Mountain Town. In the meantime, on the mountain road from Baijiangzhou to Qingzhou, Nian Demon was still rushing slowly. She wasn't in a hurry. Instead she deliberately slowed her pace. When the Sword Demon Order Arrow asked for help, it was proof that it had met an opponent he could not defeat. Being the same 6th-ranked demonic creature, the Sword Demon had no way to deal with it, so naturally she couldn't deal with it either. If you can't beat the enemy, why are you in such a hurry to get yourself killed? This guy, Blade Demon, better not pit me. Nian Demon said in a cold voice in his heart. After entering Qingzhou, she was always on guard, following the direction recorded by the order arrow. Soon she entered Liaoyun County and began to approach the Divine Mountain. On the way, she always felt that something was wrong, and her mind became more alert. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying pressure fall, shocking her with a cold sweat. Without any hesitation, Nian Demon turned around and ran, but it was still a step too late. A golden palm fell, directly toward one side of her showy face, slapping down hard. Pa! With a crunching sound, Nian Demon's petite body directly flew several hundred meters out backwards, and the right side of her face, which had been slapped by the golden hand, swelled into a pig's head. Red. It was too late to be angry, and with fear in her heart, she burned her origin without reservation and desperately fled. So decisive. Running really fast, but it seems to be running in the wrong direction. Li Yu's divine thoughts silently looked at the Nian Demon that had escaped the range of his divine thoughts. There was some pity in my mind that it was done too quickly. I should have known to let her go some distance deeper before striking. With the vigilance of this demonic creature, Li Yu estimated the cost-effectiveness of the chase in his mind, and after feeling that it was not high, he did not bother to go after it. Around the same time, it was only a 6th-ranked demonic creature that couldn't turn over any waves. In the dozens of days of sensing the laws of heaven and earth, Li Yu had gained a lot. One of the things that surprised him the most was that the rules of the heavens and earth that closed off the entire world were actually caused artificially from the inside out. In other words, it wasn't the people on the outside who had barricaded the world. It was the people on the inside who had closed the doors and even welded the windows shut without showing a single crack. The appearance of the blood-colored meteorite is when someone outside smashes the window with a rock and breaks open a hole. Li Yu wondered why he had to close the door. Was it because he didn't want the people outside to come in? Or don't you want the people inside to get out? And what kind of person made this big deal? Jedi Heavenly Passage. This heaven-defying maneuver? What kind of cultivation can do it? Li Yu thought to himself that he, who was only a 4th-order Saint Mountain, could not do this yet. Maybe if we break through another realm or two, we can do it. There was also the more important point that after the Jedi Heavenly Passage, it would be impossible for Saint Realm beings to appear in this heaven and earth. Whether it's a human or a demon or a devil, there's no way to get to the Holy Realm. However, on both the demon and devil sides, a sage realm had appeared, which was something to ponder. Li Yu guessed that it was most likely related to that blood-colored meteorite. Either the people outside had sent in items capable of becoming saints, or the 2 saint realms amongst the demons were not originally beings that belonged to this world. Li Yu thinks the latter is the most likely. The 2 9th-order saints of the demons were beings from beyond the heavens. Why did the people outside come in and send in 2 sage realms? Why would the people inside want a Jedi Tendo? Isolate the inside from the outside? Li Yu could not figure it out. There were too many hidden secrets involved. Perhaps there in the capital, there would be a partial answer. Those few half-saints, they might know something. Sweeping away the thoughts in his mind, he pulled his attention back to the town of Thousand Hills. The present Thousand Hills town, compared to the previous development, is too much better. The population is already enough to satisfy the expansion of the Thousand Hills town into a county town. Industry flourished in the town, and the inhabitants lived in peace and prosperity. What surprised Li Yu was still the 100 Refinement Hall. The number of trainees in the 100 Refinement Hall had now increased to more than 50, and among them, there were 5 who had become profound refinement realm cultivators. This was naturally due to Zhou Sanjia's credit, refining pills that were extremely effective in assisting the effects. After knowing that Zhou Sanhua had added divine water when refining the elixir, Li Yu called out demonic talent in his heart. This elixir was not good enough to eat, but he had always remembered the side effects of the divine water. When he thought of divine water, Li Yu thought of the chess piece he had casually laid before. Qing Quan. I wonder how well she accomplished her mission. Did she spread the divine water? Li Yu thought this in his mind. If Qing Quan really spread the divine water, then he would be able to acquire a group of believers for nothing. Of course, the average believer Li Yu is somewhat unattractive nowadays. That's why the targets he let Qingquan choose were placed on cultivators, and they had to be cultivators with a higher level of cultivation. But for that, he wasn't too concerned. The main reason was that he didn't care to use divine water to collect believers. After all, it was too that, kind of like certain criminal organizations in his previous life. It was just a random act, and he didn't care what the outcome was. However, what Li Yu didn't realize was that Jiangzhou City had now turned upside down because of his casual behavior. Ever since drinking the divine water that Qingquan had brought back, Chu Wuliu was thinking about it day and night, very much recalling the efficacy that the divine water had brought. In his heart, he was even more incomparably in awe of that mountain god who had created the divine water. Did you go and ask? When will Qingquan go to Qingzhou again? Chu Wuliu opened his mouth towards his subordinates. The subordinate lowered her head and replied, My lord. Miss Qingxuan said that she would go over there again when she had recovered from her injuries. Send this official's Wu He over there, so that she can quickly recover from her injuries and head to the Qingzhou Divine Mountain at an early date, and then pray to Lord Mountain God for some divine water. Chu Wuliu said immediately. The subordinate was startled and hurriedly said, My lord, that Wu He is a rare spirit medicine, incomparably precious. How can it be given to Qing Quan, a junior? If he didn't know the temperament of the state governor, he would have thought that Chu Wuliu was looking at Qingxuan. This is a poor statement. Now that little friend Qingxuan is working for the Divine Mountain and is under Lord Mountain God, it's quite reasonable to give Wu He to her. Chu Wuliu spoke indifferently, not feeling that something had gone wrong. The subordinate directly froze. It was the Mountain God again. Ever since the Lord drank the divine water, the Mountain God had been on his lips. At first it was just Yamagami, but by now it was addressed as Yamagami-sama. Can someone please tell him what the hell Lord Yamagami is? The subordinate gritted his teeth and said stiffly, My lord, just what kind of god is that Mountain God that deserves such reverence from you? Ever since you drank the divine water, my lord, you've been incomparably honoring the Mountain God. My lord, my subordinate thinks that there is something wrong with that divine water, so please go find Master Wood Spirit to take a look at your body. Hearing those words, Chu Wuliu's face instantly sank. You're teaching this official how to do things? He rebuked in a cold voice, then threw a slap across his face and said angrily, Is Lord Mountain God not something you can question? Letting this official go to Master Wood Spirit. Are you thinking that this lord has a physical problem? The subordinate was slapped dizzily and wanted to grit his teeth and continue to persuade the state governor to wake up, but he instantly shut his mouth when he met Chu Wuliu's terrifying eyes. Forgive me, my lord. I was confused and should not have said such nonsense. He went from his heart. Humph. Watch what you say in the future, especially to Lord Mountain God. Chu Wuliu coldly snorted. The changes in Chu Wuliu's body were also occurring in the rest of the Yin God realm and the White River Prefecture state capital at the same time. To be precise, it was all the Yin God realms that had taken the divine water. Xian Koan was a bit gloating at first, but now the more he looked at it, the more scary and bizarre he felt. He got a little scared and found Kayasumi to double-check if that mountain god was some kind of evil god or not. Qingxuan, on the other hand, responded with certainty that it was not an evil god, but a righteous god. These words instantly made Qian Kuan suspicious in his heart. His face changed and he hurriedly said, Senior niece, you wouldn't have drunk the divine water as well, would you? No. Senior uncle, you're overthinking it. I'm telling the truth. Qing Quan shook his head and said, she had been under house arrest for close to half a year, and it could be said that she had watched Thousand Hills Town develop step by step. What Bai Liang and the others have done is well documented, and every single thing is a good thing that benefits the people at the bottom. There was no brainwashing when the Mountain God was proclaimed. It was all about believing in the Mountain God, and the Mountain God would shelter everyone like that. In fact, the Mountain Gods did this, and as long as the people were under the command of the sacred mountain, they were able to live in peace, free from demons. No, on the line, that thing is too evil. You must not touch it, Xian Kuan said with palpitations. Finally, he also cautioned Xing Quan that when he went to Qingzhou in a while, he must never, ever have much contact with the people of Divine Mountain. Take the magic water and leave so you don't get brainwashed. Kapatul. The news of the Divine Mountain had already reached the capital at this moment. The major forces in the capital city shook, and all of them questioned the authenticity of the news in the first place. Deities. It was a deity. Something that had never appeared in many years had appeared at this very moment. The court immediately summoned the civil and military officials to gather at the Golden Palace. Officials of the capital, large and small, were all busy rushing to the palace. Above the courtroom, all the officials were gathered. Among the first two, a person wearing an ink robe, hair white, eyes closed and head hanging, great scholar style. This is the head of the civil officials, Shangwan Lu Mo. Another person, a soft armor covering the body, straight posture, eyebrows like a sword, eyes extremely sharp, like a sheathed sword. This is the head of the military officials, Cha Yun Bu. The two men represented two waves of camps in the court, facing each other. Fellow colleagues, it's early. A voice like a spring breeze came out, followed by a handsome middle-aged man walking slowly into the great hall. The master of the state is here. The various officials saw the middle-aged man and gave him sideways glances. The state master, the person His Majesty trusts the most. It can be said that many times, matters in the courtroom are decided by the state master. When the state master entered the hall, he walked straight to Shangwan Lu Mo and Cha Yun Bro's position half a step in front of him, meaning to press the two of them head-on. Shangwan Lu Mo's face didn't change much when he saw this. He just let out a light laugh. I didn't expect that the state master would still be this sharp at his age. He really bowed out. The great Confucian appeared to be praising, but in reality, he was secretly sarcastic. Cha Yunbra, on the other hand, was not so good-tempered, and grunted coldly, "It's just relying on His Majesty's favor." Listening to the words of the two men, the State Master smiled faintly and did not answer, but instead said, "It's better than certain civil officials not daring to swear at demons in the face of them, and certain military officials not daring to make a move in the face of them." Cloud Machine, what do you mean by that? Cha Yunbra instantly became furious. Shangwan Lumo's face also instantly pulled down. These words from the State Master simply poked at their pain points, causing both of them to be shamed in their hearts. Cloud Machine smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't mean anything. Why are you guys in a hurry?" Cha Yunbra's face flushed red, but this was the Golden Palace, so no matter how angry he was, he couldn't possibly make a move. In the end, he could only fling his arms away angrily, glaring angrily at Cloud Machine. Shangwan Lumo spoke in a somber tone and said, "The State Master is in charge of everything on a daily basis, and the affairs of the capital are all handled by the State Master. It's just that the capital is not peaceful lately, so I hope that the State Master had better not make any mistakes and fail to live up to His Majesty's expectations." That's a blatant threat. If I can't move your Cloud Machine, can't I make trouble for you? This is not necessary for your old man to labor. When you are old, go home and retire. Give more opportunities to your descendants. Don't always want to hold on to power and not let go. Don't you think so, Prime Minister sir? Yunji said coldly. Poof. Shangwan Lumo didn't respond. Turning around and no longer speaking to Yunji, the Emperor had already advised him many times to retire in his old age, only that he didn't want to give up his position as a Prime Minister and refused on each occasion with an excuse. After a few more moments, the crowd straightened up as a shrill shout rang out. Your Majesty has arrived. The crowd's eyes looked, and they saw a youth-like man, walking up to the high platform and sitting on the dragon chair. The man's gaze was like a torch, sweeping over the civil and military officials under the stage, and a majesty that belonged solely to the Emperor radiated out. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Hundreds of officials have been making obeisance. Be excused. Emperor Chu gently raised his hand, allowing the 100 officials to rise. Dear secretaries, I'm sure you all know about what happened in Qingzhou, right? I wonder how you all feel about it. Emperor Chu spoke directly. With the Chu Emperor's words, murmurs rang out above the Great Hall. Then Shangwan Lumo stood up first and spoke. Your Majesty, Qingzhou is my Great Chu territory. That divine mountain naturally belongs to the Great Chu dynasty as well. Old Minister, we can send a messenger to the divine mountain and negotiate with it, so that the divine mountain can guard Qingzhou for my Great Chu and resist the demons. As soon as the words fell, a number of civil officials spoke in favor, but there was a quick rebuttal. Your Majesty, I thought that what the Prime Minister said was inappropriate. Cha Yunbra stepped forward, then continued. The news of the divine mountain has already spread throughout the world, and who doesn't know that there is a deity present in the divine mountain today? Lord Shangwan is being whimsical, wanting to have a deity stationed in Qingzhou to keep the demons at bay for Chu. Is this possible? He didn't make his words too clear. The gods were strong and powerful, not something that Chu could take in. If they really did what Shangwan Lumo said and let the messenger go to the divine mountain, then if they angered that mountain god, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chauncey Cloudbreak's words were likewise favored by the military officials. The civil officials were unconvinced and began to retort, and for a while the courtroom turned into a scolding ground for both civil and military sides. Emperor Chu just sat on the dragon chair and watched, and did not stop. No one could guess what he was thinking in his mind. State Master, what do you think? Emperor Chu suddenly looked at Yunji. The courtroom was suddenly quiet, and everyone stopped arguing and turned their gazes to the State Master. Your Majesty, I feel that the appearance of the divine mountain is too bizarre, and that God should not exist in the world, but they still appear. It's hard to say whether it's a good or bad thing for today's situation. That's why I thought that we should respond to all changes with no change. Yunji slowly spoke. Oh, I-Ching means that you don't have to do anything? Emperor Chu came to his thoughts. Right. Don't worry about anything. Doesn't that mountain god want territory? Liao Yun County is given, so there's no harm in giving up another Qingzhou. Qingzhou is a borderland, bordering the demon base camp. The ones who should have a headache are the demons, not us. We don't need to do anything. Just wait for the situation to develop. Cloud Machine stated the reason. When Emperor Chu heard this, he thought it made perfect sense. Since the divine mountain didn't show any hostility, there was no need to care. As for the few disciples who died in the Golden Dragon Temple, that is the business of the Golden Dragon Temple. What has it got to do with me? Though Chu Di was curious about deities, wondering why there were still deities out there after the Jedi Heavenly Passage, but he didn't have the time to pay attention to this. The emergence of deities didn't conflict with his Tao, so naturally he didn't have to pay attention to it. Then it's settled. Emperor Chu immediately clapped his hands. Shangwan Lumo wanted to say something, but seeing this he could only hold his words back in his stomach. Yunji revealed a smile. He knew the Chu Emperor very well. There was nothing that could make Emperor Chu care nowadays, except for becoming a saint. Suddenly, Emperor Chu sensed something and frowned slightly. He then raised his hand to clear away the civil and military officials, and when he was the only one left in the Golden Palace, his true spirit left his body and entered the Great Void. This was a special space that could only be accessed by powerhouses above the half-saint level who had touched the saint realm and sensed their own Tao. In the midst of the Great Void, no matter how far apart they are, they can meet here. The emptiness was barren, dead, and all was an endless nothingness. The nothingness wasn't of the black kind, but empty, deep, and without light. Only the true spirit can reside in the Great Void. The physical body cannot enter. Tai Xian, Japheth, what is the matter with calling out to me? When Chu Emperor's true spirit entered the Great Void, he saw two figures that had been waiting here for a long time. One of the figures had kind eyebrows and wore a dirt-colored monk's robe, looking like an ordinary old monk. The other figure was a small Taoist child of 4 or 5 years old, with bright eyes and white skin. Those who didn't know thought it was an innocent little child. Naturally, it's about the Divine Mountain, the little Taoist child said in a childish tone. The old monk couldn't stand it a bit and frowned. Tai Xian, how did you refine yourself into this ghostly state? Can you refine it back? The old monk just can't take it anymore. Chu Di also couldn't stand it a bit. Thinking that such an innocent little child was actually an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years made him feel a bit sick to his stomach. After the 9 revolutions human pill is refined, it will take 49 days before it can be re-refined, and only 30 days have passed now. Tai Xian spoke, his tone still childlike. No, then you change your voice. Chu Di just couldn't take it. In the end, Tai Xian processed the voice through a spell and changed it back to its original voice. It was only then that Chu Ti and Gapi felt a bit more normal and began to talk about what they were going to discuss at this rendezvous. The records of the Jedi Heavenly Passage can't possibly be wrong, but why would there still be leaky gods appearing? Jia Pai spoke in a deep voice. The appearance of the gods was not a very good sign for him, especially after his senior brother found him and told him all about his trip to Qingzhou, and after he learned that the key secret to sainthood was in the Divine Mountain. He became a bit unable to sit still. Demons and devils have appeared as 2 saints. So isn't it normal for a leaky god to appear? Tai Xian said slowly. Tai Xian, where exactly did the demons' 2 sage realms come from? You and I both know it by heart. Only the appearance of this mountain god has no explanation. Jia Pai said in a cold voice. Could it be a fake? Or maybe there really are cultivators who have become Taoists with the help of incense? Chu Di speculated. Impossible. The scent of a deity can't be counterfeited. And as for a cultivator becoming a Taoist with the help of incense, that's even more impossible. Tai Xian shook his head and said, Your Majesty, you may not know much about incense and fire. My master fell because of the backlash of the incense. The way of incense is not something that can be touched. The karmic consequences of that backlash cannot be carried without an extremely high destiny rank. Since ancient times, the only ones who can carry incense karma are those who have that kind of great fortune and great merit. As for the rest, it's probably those beings who were born with an honorable position. From time immemorial, whoever doesn't know that incense is a good thing wants to touch it. But the results were, without exception, extremely tragic. Some people think that by accumulating merits and virtues, they will be able to carry the karma of incense. Then they go about doing all kinds of good deeds and saving the people. But in the end they can't bear the karmic repercussions. Some people think that their luck is extraordinary, since the cultivation of karma sometimes go out to peak and pick up heaven and earth. So they thought they could withstand the karma, but the result is still being reversed fall. There is also a heavenly pride at the age of 3 to practice sword. The sword on the hand will be human sword unity. At the age of 5, he was invincible in the same realm, and at the age of 7, he was fighting against all kinds of heavenly pride, and there was no enemy in the whole world. At the age of 27, he ascended to the semi-saint, thought that his talent was unparalleled, and wanted to take the path of incense. The result was also tragic, a death without a body. Neither is it a fake, nor is it a cultivator's incense to become a Taoist. Then why would a deity appear? Emperor Chu was somewhat puzzled. It's most likely an innate deity. Carpe Diem suddenly said. An innate deity? These words directly caused Chu Emperor Tai Xian and the 2 of them to freeze. And then they reacted. Deities are said to be preternatural and posternatural. The latter is the one who relies on incense and grows from an ordinary being to a deity. And congenital deities, literally, are deities from birth. There is no need to build up the godhead through any incense. It's possible. If it's an innate deity, then everything makes sense. Tai Xian spoke. Both Chu Di and Gapi, too, thought it possible that the mountain gods were preternatural deities. And what should be done about this mountain god? Gap spoke up. Respond? I've already summoned the civil and military officials to discuss the situation, so I'll respond to all changes with no change. Emperor Chu spoke faintly. Tai Xian also spoke up. The poor Taoist is too busy refining pills to bother with the affairs of Qingzhou. Seeing that the two of them were not concerned about their own business, Carpe Diem's face instantly just sank as he opened his mouth. Your Majesty, fellow Daoist Tai Xian, the emergence of deities is a major event that affects the current situation in the smallest sense and our attainment of the Tao in the largest sense. It's not good to turn a blind eye to it, is it? Affecting the situation? The Heavenly Water Covenant wouldn't have lasted long in the first place. So if it's ruined, it's ruined. If the demons want to make a move, they'll have to get past the Divine Mountain first. As for influencing us to become a man, it's affecting you, Jia Pai, right? No matter how that mountain god is, it can't affect the poor Taoist from refining himself into an absolute great Dan, right? Tai Xian had an unimpressed look on his face. If you want to achieve sainthood, then you must choose a path, also called the path of becoming. Tai Xian's way of becoming a Taoist was to refine himself into an overwhelmingly great elixir, wanting to use this to become a Taoist and break through to the sage realm. Deities can't affect my path to becoming a Taoist either. Emperor Chu spoke indifferently. Carpe Diem's face was a little hard to see when he heard that. Is he the only one who was hindered from the path to sainthood by that mountain god? That secret book was too crucial. He had to get it. In the meantime, Holy Court. This was thousands of miles away from the Great Chu imperial dynasty, and it used to be Great Chu's territory. But not anymore. The earth was barren, all yellow soil flying, without a trace of life. From time to time, one could see demons raging and demonic creatures running rampant. Unlike the human race, demons don't manage their territories, and after occupying a large state, they slaughter indiscriminately until all living beings are slaughtered. So all that's left is lifeless wasteland. The sacred court was so alive in the demon stronghold, because a lot of captive human and other living beings were used to serve the demons. The demons' holy court was built grandly, hanging high in the sky and rising straight up into the clouds, because this was the handiwork of two saints. With the lift of their hands, they were able to pull up the ground and make a high mountain appear on the flat ground. Another wave of the hand will make the clouds hang their heads and bend their spines. The sacred court was then situated at the top of the mountain, which was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the building was magnificent. Above the great hall, two seats were placed equally. This is the location of two saints. On weekdays, saints don't show their faces, so all the affairs of the holy court are at the disposal of the demon half-saint. But today was a bit different. A black token was transmitted to the holy court and immediately drew the attention of the half-saints. After reading the message conveyed by the token arrow, this demon race demi-saint burst into a rage. Reverse. The human race dares to violate the Tianshui covenant. This is not putting the holy court in their eyes? Green Featherthorn spoke angrily. At this moment, his heart hated to unleash a large army and completely overthrow the Chu in one fell swoop. But he couldn't make the decision yet. The matter had to be referred to the two saints. And when he wanted to report this matter to the two saints, a voice slowly appeared in his mind. I know. It was the voice of the demon saint. In the great void, two blurred figures appeared here at this moment. It could be vaguely discerned that the two figures were not people, but other beings. What's the matter with the human race? How dare they break the Tianshui Treaty? Did they really think they could withstand the Sacred Court's army? One of the figures spoke indifferently, his tone very cold. Ha! Resist? With what? Lift the chi of the human race to arrive? I'm just afraid they don't have the vigor. Another voice said with mockery. Unusual. Let's get Feather Stinger over there to check it out. He's a half-saint, and if he enters to Chu, the Heavenly Water Covenant will be completely destroyed. If it's ruined, and the time is almost right to harvest it. They can't wait either. They've been rushing. It's a pity. I was going to nurse it for a while longer. Who knew that the human race was so impatient to find death? The people of Thousand Hills Town were unaware of the movements in the capital and the sacred court. Everyone was still immersed in the euphoria of Lord Mountain God manifesting himself once again. In these days, the doors of the temple are almost crowded, and the incense is quite a bit more potent than on weekdays. Originally, the population of Thousand Mountain Town had been rising continuously, and now after the manifestation of the mountain god, the number of people who came to join the town had become even greater. There was even an entire county that wanted to raise its county to the divine mountain. The magistrate of the county came directly to the town of Thousand Hills with his official seal and found Bai Liang to discuss the matter. When this magistrate found Bai Liang was still very dismayed, somewhat unable to imagine that there would be a court official who blatantly wanted to defect to the divine mountain. It was not until the end that I realized that it was this magistrate who was on the wrong side. Originally, Liaoyun County was a power under the general military command, but it turned out that Qiuhe, the state government, coveted Liaoyun County and wanted to stick his hand in. On the surface, he sent Xiuzhenhe to come to Tianyue County, but as a result, he secretly contacted the county magistrates of the remaining several counties, promising favors to get them to stand up to the state government. County Magistrate Wang agreed, and after receiving the benefits, he waited all day for Qiuhe to be able to overpower the general military palace and snatch Liaoyun County from Xiang Tiandao's hands. As a result, Qiuhe and a few monks offended the sacred mountain and were directly slapped to death by the manifestation of the mountain god. Frightened Magistrate Wan was anxious all day long, fearing that his backstabbing would be known to the general soldier and he would be liquidated. Thinking about it, frankly his career is bound to be gone, and finally clenched his teeth, simply come to a hard, defected to the mountain of God, so he came to the town of Thousand Hills carrying the official seal. After Bai Liang heard the reason why Magistrate Wang wanted to defect to the divine mountain, something dawned in his mind. It turned out that he had been pushed to the brink of extinction, so no wonder he dared to defect to the divine mountain in such a blatant manner. However, this person has eaten and betrayed the general's office once, so Bai Liang has some scruples in his heart. Magistrate Wang obviously knew this as well, and gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Lord Bai Zhuang, my loyalty can be seen. If you don't believe me, I can place my wife, children in Thousand Mountain Town, as well as my savings that I have saved up over the years." Bai Liang listened but did not respond. How is this enough proof? You know, some people don't even care about their family. When Magistrate Wang saw this, his face looked a bit desperate. Finally biting his teeth hard, he whispered something towards Bai Liang. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes stared slightly and glanced thoughtfully at Magistrate Wang. "You're really a restless master," he commented on Magistrate Wang. Magistrate Wang hastened to humbly say, "I don't dare. I just want to progress too much. It's good to want to progress, provided you have more than enough loyalty." Bai Liang stood up and agreed that Magistrate Wang had defected to the divine mountain. Seeing this, Magistrate Wang's face showed joy and his heart was finally relieved. After joining the divine mountain, Magistrate Wang quickly obtained the first benefit, which was the rumored incomparably precious divine water. Wang Lan was also a cultivator, at the early stage of the third stage of the entering Xian realm. After drinking the divine water, his eyes lit up, feeling the changes brought about by the divine water in his body and marveling in his heart. Is this divine water? Truly worthy of being a divine item created by a deity. Lord Mountain God is too powerful, isn't he? Wang Lan heartily lamented. The county where Wang Lan is located is called Stone Tree County. The population was over 100,000, but in the meantime 10,000 or 20,000 had run off to join the town of Thousand Hills, so now it was only about 100,000 or so. Stone Tree County was more than 100 miles away from Thousand Mountain Town, farther than Tianyu County. For Shishu County, Bai Liang was going to arrange for Master Zhang, Xianka and Jinqi Chan to accompany Wang Lan there. When the time comes, just like Peach Blossom County, we will first establish the Mountain God Temple, so that the people of the county will worship Lord Mountain God. Finally, we'll see if we want to relocate everyone over to the God's Mountain. Master Zhang and Xianke were experienced in these matters, and they were a bit surprised when they received Bai Liang's notification. I didn't realize that Stone Tree County had also defected to the Divine Mountain, so in that case, it wasn't far from the Divine Mountain's unification of Liaoyun County. The Tianyu County side was also already infiltrating. The rumors of the Divine Mountain were already well known, and many people had begun to believe in the Mountain God. It was believed that in a short while, Tianyue County, the second largest county in Liaoyun County, would come under the banner of the Divine Mountain. But before that, there was one more big thing to do in the town of Thousand Hills. That is to change the town to a county. Today's Thousand Hills town, with a population of more than 100,000, could have long been called a county town. It's just that before, Bai Liang's few people were busy with their cultivation and it wasn't that important, so they put it aside for the time being. Now it's time to take it out and fix it. Bai Liang called out all the core members of the present-day Thousand Mountain town to the mountain building. This included several people from Qianke who had not yet gone forward to Shishu County, and Wang Lan, the county magistrate who had just defected, was also among them. After everyone arrived at the mountain building, they were all curious in their minds as to what was going on when Lord White Manor called out to everyone to come over. Soon Li Yuan also came, and brought along Xiao Shui. Seeing that everyone was here, Bai Liang smiled and said, "Everyone's here, so I won't waste your time. Let's get right to it." Now that the population of Thousand Hills Town is already more than 100,000 people, it's no longer appropriate to call it a town. That's why I've asked everyone to come here today, because I want to announce that from today onwards, Thousand Hills Town will be changed from a town to a county, and from now on, it won't be called Thousand Hills Town anymore, but Thousand Hills County. When these words came out, smiles appeared on everyone's faces, and there was some excitement in their hearts. Although it's just a name change, nothing has actually changed, but it's a symbol of getting better and stronger. This was followed by various job changes in Chisan County. Bai Liang and Wu Zhe actually did not want to follow the system of Dechu. However, they could not come up with a good one for a while, so they could only follow the system of the Chu court after making some changes. There are only 4 main official positions in a typical county: the county magistrate, the prefect, the lord, and the canonical historian. After the changes made by Bai Liang, the main official positions were only 2 county magistrates and county ministers, with a number of large and small official positions under them. It was Wu Zhe who would serve as the county magistrate of Thousand Mountain County, with Bai Liang serving as the county minister. Though Wu Zhe rarely handled affairs on weekdays, and it was still Bai Liang who was actually in charge of the affairs. From now on, you will have to address the 2 bank lords as adults. Jian Qi Chen couldn't help but flirt. The crowd smiled when they heard this. Everyone can call it whatever they like, but don't be so angry. All are working for Lord Mountain God. There is no difference between high and low, Bai Liang said with a serious look on his face. Wu Zhe also nodded his head in agreement with Bai Liang's words. The feeling of being called an adult by his brothers was also too uncomfortable for him. It's still necessary to address your lordship in front of outsiders. He Li Yuan, however, spoke up. The rules have to be laid down or it will not be easy to manage when the time comes. As for private, that's whatever you want to call it. The crowd nodded, feeling that He Li Yuan was right. After the deliberation, Bai Liang told everyone to leave individually. The town of Thousand Hills has also, since then, become Thousand Hills County. The news of the change from town to county spread and immediately caused the people in the town to cheer. Everyone's hearts were quite excited and thrilled. The fact that Thousand Hills Township became Thousand Hills County shows that Thousand Hills Township is growing and in the midst of development. This waning scene is unmatched by the waning of any other county. The change to Thousand Hills County stimulated many merchant houses at the same time. Businessmen are all money-minded masters, and when they saw how quickly Thousand Hills County was developing, they immediately smelled a business opportunity. This then led to many business houses spending more money to invest in Thousand Hills County. Various restaurants, stores, and rice houses opened branches. More food is constantly being transported from all directions to the middle of Thousand Hills County. Out of nowhere, Thousand Hills County had become the most prosperous zone in 100 miles. Even Tianyue County, which had a population as high as 700,000, was not as prosperous as Thousand Hills County because all of the merchant houses had run away to do business in Thousand Hills County. In addition to ordinary merchants, there were also quite a few cultivator merchants traveling to and from Thousand Hills County. After the last spiritual rice trade, the spiritual rice of Thousand Mountain County was considered to have spread on a small scale, causing many people to be moved. Although it was still much different than real spiritual rice, it was better than the quantity. And then there was the fact that the pills from Wednesday's harm were coming out with a bang at an industrialized rate. He had recently become addicted to refining pills, and the 100% success rate of pills after adding divine water made his heart incomparably horrified. This alchemy thing is just like fishing. If you blow up the furnace Air Force every now and then, it must feel very boring. You may even get the idea that this Dan is not to be refined and this fish is not to be caught. But what if you were to get on the Giants all this time and never Air Force? It was like refining pills to become pills every time. And each one of them was a fine product, which greatly gave enough satisfaction to Zhou Sanharm. So he's this old man, addicted. Every time Bai Liang came over to see him, he tried to persuade him to take some rest and not work too hard. Zhou Sanharm, on the other hand, treated it as if he didn't hear it and continued to immerse himself in alchemy. Thus, under Zhou Sanjie's non-stop alchemy, the red spirit pills were coming out. It was only when the red spirit grass was consumed that the old man stopped with a sense of satisfaction. Bai Liang counted the number of red spirit pills that had been refined. There were thousands in total, and was directly taken aback. Ha ha, with 100% pills formation rate, it's normal to have thousands of red spirit pills, Zhou Sanjie proudly said incomparably. This is indeed something to be proud of. 100% pills completion rate. Saying it out loud would have to scare the hell out of all the alchemists in the world. Elder Zhou, it's really hard on you. You're really a great contributor to Thousand Hills County, Bai Liang exclaimed. Ha ha ha, don't dare. What do you mean? Thousand Hills County? Halfway through the laugh, Zhou Sanjie reacted to Bai Liang's words mentioning Thousand Hills County, not Thousand Hills Town anymore. He had been immersed in alchemy during this time, so he wasn't present on the day the town was changed to a county. Bai Liang spoke of the change from town to county to Zhou Sanharm, which instantly brought a cheerful smile to Zhou Lao. The better Thousand Hills County is, the better that proves he made the right choice. After all, he had moved the entire Zhou family to Thousand Hills County. Thousands of red spirit pills. Bai Liang took half of them and sent them to the 100 refinement hall for the trainees to take. These are the living forces of Thousand Hills County. Take out a portion of the rest and give it to the practitioners in Thousand Hills County. In the end there were about 300 left. These could be considered to be taken out and sold for other pills, or cultivation resources. Jian Chi Chen had already left for Shirshu County, so these matters were left to the three Qilin brothers. Let them take the spirit rice and red spirit dan to negotiate with the practitioner merchants who came to trade. As for earlier when Wuqing had said that the Qilin trio had killed the emperor's son and were wanted by the emperor, Bai Liang had already inquired about it. Karen didn't hide anything about it and told the reason why. It was that second prince who wanted to take the three of them under his wing. And the three Qilin people disagreed, expressing their unwillingness to be caught in the middle of a fight between several emperors. The second prince whirled around and carried out a lure, which failed to work and then changed to coercion. As a result, the three Kirins refused. In the end, the second prince was infuriated. He was a prince. The future ascended to the throne of the 9 or 5. Except you three Jianghu bandits is to give you face, but also dared to refuse? He then told his men to kill the three Kirin men. And the Kirin men were forced to find an opportunity to coerce the second prince to flee. Who knows that the second prince did not know what means to play? Issued a bizarre smile. The whole person was as full of gas like a leather bag suddenly deflated, and finally turned into a side of dry skin. Seeing this, the three Qilin people were also startled, and after feeling bad, they quickly disappeared. Seeing the death of the second prince, the court directly designated the three of them as murderers, and the emperor was furious and ordered a manhunt. When Bai Liang heard this, he was also amazed and wondered in his heart what was going on with that second prince. For the mission that Bai Liang had arranged, this counted as the first official mission that the Qilin trio had received after defecting to the Divine Mountain. Kirin took this seriously and assured Bai Liang, "Please don't worry, Master Bai Zhuang. I won't let Thousand Mountain County suffer." Bai Liang didn't care much about this, as long as it was an equal exchange. Yuz was already back halfway up the mountain to cultivate, bringing Li Shui with him. For the two of them, staying at the bottom of the mountain wouldn't help, so more time was spent cultivating. Wu Zhe was preparing to impact the Yin God realm, while Li Shui was going to impact the Wisdom God realm. Li Yuan guarded beside the divine water, and was moisturized day and night by the divine charm that overflowed from the divine water, and his cultivation speed was unexpectedly gained. This made him incomparably excited, and in his heart, he felt that he could hope for the Yin God realm, and that the Yang God realm would not be out of the question. Li Yu awakened this time, and after resolving the 6th order blade demon and the monk from the Golden Dragon Temple, he didn't immediately go back to continue sensing the laws of heaven and earth. During the past few days, he has been watching the development of Thousand Hills County. He was a bit surprised by the three Kirin brothers who had just defected over. These three were quite strong, only one step short of the Yin God realm, and it looked like the three had suppressed their realms, or else they would have already been in the Yin God realm. Li Yu appraised the hearts of the three with his heart mirror and there was nothing wrong with it. Of course, even if there was a problem, after drinking the divine water, there was no problem. These days the merit increases very rapidly. Only a few days ago it was only 3.41 million, now it's up to more than 3.6 million. Because the people of the city had been so enthusiastic in the past few days, the temples were packed to the brim, and the incense was still going strong at night. At this time, within Li Yu's divine thought range, he suddenly saw a familiar silhouette. Kayasumi? She's back? Li Yu was surprised and thought of the last mission given to Qing Quan. I don't know if she has finished the divine water washing. How many cultivators have been benefited? What realm are these cultivators in? A few dozen miles away from Thousand Mountain County, Qing Quan raised his head and looked in the direction of the divine mountain. It's almost here. I wonder how the town of Thousand Hills is now. She thought darkly in her mind that, as he got closer to the divine mountain, Qing Quan's mood became a bit complicated. It was really the divine water that gave her too much of a shock. So many Yin God realm powerhouses in the White River State had drank just a few times, and now each of them was already in the shape of a mountain of gods. This time when she came to Qingzhou, she was still requested by Chu Wulio and the others to come. If they hadn't been unable to leave, I'm afraid that they would have had to follow her on a pilgrimage to Qingzhou to meet the mountain goddess whom they had never met, but whom they had already worshipped. Whenever he saw the blazing eyes of those people from Chu Wulio when they mentioned Lord Mountain God, Qing Quan felt afraid. Xian Koan is even more eyes and nose, as if he did not see. Turning around, he then cautioned Qing Quan, never, ever give the divine water to his own people. This thing, it's just too evil. Kayasumi thought deeply. This time, he had come to Qingzhou because he had promised Bai Liang that when the divine water was finished being delivered, he would come back to fetch more divine water and continue delivering it. Soon she was nearing Thousand Hills County. Before she even got close, she was surprised by the scene in front of her. When he returned to Baijiang State before, Thousand Hills Town was still just a small town, and although it was developing very rapidly, it was limited to the size of a town. But what is this today? Could she have gotten off on the wrong foot? But the sacred mountain towered above the clouds, and such obvious landmarks could not possibly be wrong. The county seat in front of you is the town of Thousand Hills. No, it would have to be called Thousand Hills County now. On the gates of the newly established county seat hung 3 large letters that had just been carved into it. Thousand Hills County. Qingxuan very strangely walked into the middle of Thousand Hills County, and then she saw the bustling scene in the county town. Vendors hawked their wares. There was a steady stream of people coming and going, and every now and then wagons full of goods passed by on the main road. A living picture of prosperity and thriving. This is Chiyama Prefecture? Kayasumi was surprised. At that moment a patrol came along, headed by none other than Erqing. Erqing glanced at the woman dressed as a Taoist priest and recognized Qingxuan, saying with some surprise, "Are you Qingxuan from the Xianqing Temple? Didn't you go back to Baijian Prefecture? Why have you come to our Thousand Mountain County again?" Kayasumi looked back at Erqing. Erqing had once spent some time in Peach Blossom County, so the two were considered somewhat familiar. "I'm here to look for Lord Bai Zhuang. Where is he now?" Qingquan spoke. "Lord Bai Zhuang? Now it has to be called Lord Bai." Erqing corrected himself before replying. "Lord Bai is handling affairs at the mountain house, and big brother he is there as well, as if he's up to something. Can you take me there?" Qingquan said in a hurry. Erqing thought for a moment and returned. "I can take you there, but you can't go upstairs. You have to wait for me to inform you before doing so." Qingxuan nodded her head, and then Erqing brought her to the front of the mountain building. Erqing entered inside to inform while Changquan waited outside. "In the mountain house, big brother are you saying that many spirit herbs have grown next to the divine spring, and there are a lot of them?" Hearing Li Yuan's return, Bai Liang sounded a bit surprised. Li Yuan had been guarding the divine spring, and for this reason, he had built a wooden house next to it for him to rest. "That's right. These spiritual grasses are moisturized by the divine water, and they contain spiritual power when they grow. The spiritual qi near the divine spring is dense, and this kind of environment is the most suitable for spiritual creatures to grow," Li Yuan said. "Do these spirit herbs have any efficacy?" Bai Liang asked the key point. "Yes, but the efficacy is not great. It's mainly because it was originally a weed that was just moisturized by the divine spring." Li Yuan shook his head, his tone somewhat regretful. After the spirit grass grew, he tried it himself. The result is poor efficacy. When it comes down to it, it's just some weeds that contain aura. "Is that so?" Bai Liang pondered, then spoke. "I'll have Elder Joe go over there in a few days to see if we can try to get some spirit medicines to plant near the divine spring. If that's okay, that would be great," Li Yuan said with some anticipation. "Spiritual medicine and spiritual grass? That's a big difference. Like the red spirit grass that refined the red spirit pill. It was only the lowest grade spirit herb that was a little bit better than spirit grass. Just like that, the price of the red spirit grass was quite outrageous, not something that ordinary people could afford. If Thousand Mountain County could grow spiritual medicines through itself, then it might not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future." Just then, Erqing knocked on the door. Bai Liang let him in, and when he saw that it was Erqing, he smiled and said, "Erqing, why are you free to come to Mountain House? Could it be that the patrol found something wrong?" "No problem found." Erqing shook her head, then said, "It's Qingquan who's here. She wants to see you." Clear Spring? Hearing this name, Bai Liang was surprised. I didn't expect her to come back to the Divine Mountain so soon. He remembered that Lord Mountain God had asked him to arrange a task for Qingxuan before, a task that he was somewhat confused about until now. "Let her come straight in," Bai Liang said in a hurry. Erqing nodded and turned to go out the door. When he then re-entered, he was already followed by a female Taoist priest. Compared to before, Qingxuan's face was quite a bit better nowadays. Originally, her appearance wasn't bad, belonging to the beauty level. It was only because he had been seriously injured before, and his entire body was shriveled up and pale, that he didn't look that stunning. Returning to Beijiangzi to recuperate his body, his face is also rosy and looks much better. "Haven't seen you for a long time, haven't you been well?" Bai Liang made a polite remark and invited Qingquan to take a seat. "Farewell, Hakusho, Lord." Kayasumi was equally polite, only to get stuck for a moment when it came to addressing him. Bai Liang didn't care about that, and after seeing Qingquan take his seat, he made a cup of tea with his own hands. Looking at the tea that was delivered to his face, Qingquan picked it up and wanted to drink it, but suddenly thought of something else. His face changed slightly, and the tea that was delivered to his mouth was put down. Noticing this detail, Bai Liang frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Does Miss Qingxuan have any concerns?" There was a slight displeasure in his mind. Was this a suspicion that he had poisoned the tea? "No, Lord Bai, you've misunderstood. Qing Quan also realized that his actions were a bit inappropriate and hurriedly said, is this tea-making water the divine water of Thousand Mountain County? Bai Liang shook his head. Naturally not. Although there is a constant flow of divine water, we don't have the luxury to do so. After hearing that it wasn't, Kayasumi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. And so it was with confidence that he picked up his tea and drank it. When Bai Liang saw this, his mind became even more confused. Why did you drop your heart when you heard that it wasn't divine water? One must know that divine water is an incomparably precious treasure that no one else has even if they want it. Miss Qingxuan, what do you mean by this? Could it be that something went wrong with those divine waters that were handed to you last time? Bai Liang frowned a little. Don't you know the efficacy of divine water, Lord Bai? This time, in turn, Qingxuan was a bit stunned and somewhat puzzled. Efficacy? Isn't it just to realize the true heart and purify the spiritual energy, and the chance for capable people to gain the gift of cultivation? More than that, there's, Kayasumi said, suddenly not knowing how to express himself. Saying that this sacred water is poison that can brainwash people? This was a sacred mountain, and I'm afraid she'd be in for a rude awakening if she said that. What else? Shiro pursued. On the side, He Liyuan was also staring at the clear spring. He was always guarding the divine spring. To say that the divine water had other effects, how could he not know? Ercheng also had a puzzled look on his face. He drank the divine water many times and didn't feel any other effects. And looking at Qingxuan's lustful look, I'm afraid that the effect wasn't a good one. Qing Quan was also incredibly confused in his heart when he saw that Bai Liang's few people really didn't know. Aren't they Lord Yamagami's men? How come they know nothing about divine water? Thinking about it, something dawned on her. Bai Liang and the others already had immense reverence for the mountain god, and this divine water would be nothing but good and no bad for them, because that badness they can't feel at all. After weighing her words for a moment, Qingxuan told the scene that had happened after she had brought the divine water to Baijiang Prefecture. Bai Liang's few people listened quietly, the looks on their faces constantly changing in a wonderful way. Until Chang Quan finished speaking, the faces of several people remained wonderful. That's it. I don't know what's going on, but I was a little scared in my heart, so I didn't dare to drink the divine water easily. Sorry, Qing Quan apologized. Bai Liang and He Liyuan glanced at each other before saying, I didn't expect the divine water to have such a divine effect. It's worthy of being a divine item created by Lord Mountain God. After listening to Qing Quan's narration, Bai Liang's few people didn't feel anything wrong, but instead, their hearts were somewhat excited. What kind of side effect is that? It's like a god effect. After drinking the divine water, no matter what power one's heart was toward before, one would become a believer of Lord Mountain God under subtle influence. It was as good as not having that side effect for those of them who were already believers in Lord Yamagami. This side effect only works on those who do not believe in Lord Yamagami. This solves a problem that has been plaguing White Shine. That's whether or not the people below are loyal. With that, more and more people drank the divine water, and as a result, the number of people who awakened their cultivation talents also became more numerous. Over this period of time, the trainees of the 100 Refinement Hall had reached as many as 3 digits. Among them, those who had broken through to become Dharma Refining Realm cultivators were also already in the double digits. This is obviously very good news, but most of the people in here are new to Thousand Hills County, so it's hard to see if there are any people harboring duplicity in there. Now that Qingxuan had brought this news, it allowed him to completely let go of this scruple. Since they all drank the divine water, there was no problem. Even if someone wanted to defect to Thousand Hills County in the future, he could be made to take the divine water, and even if he had any more dissent in his heart, it would dissipate. It also occurred to him that the pills Zhou Lao had made using the divine water, had they also inherited the efficacy of the divine water? And would planting spiritual herbs near a divine spring have this effect as well? Various thoughts brought bold ideas to his mind. Instead, He Liyuan, who was on the side, asked about the situation in Baijiangzhou. Miss Qingxuan, are you saying that there are a dozen or so god realms in the White River State right now, and all of them have developed a reverence for Lord Mountain God after drinking the divine water? He couldn't help but open his mouth, a little marveled in his heart. If that were true, then wouldn't it be true that Qing Quan had collected a dozen or so God realm believers for Divine Mountain on a single trip back to Baijiang Prefecture? That's a little too outrageous. Qing Quan nodded. Yes, if they didn't have to guard the White River Prefecture, they might have to come on a pilgrimage to the Divine Mountain. He Liyuan and Bai Liang glanced at each other, both of their eyes shining brightly. Afterwards, Bai Liang asked Qing Quan some other questions before finally allowing He Liyuan to lead Qing Quan to the Divine Spring to fetch the divine water. Bai Liang had also specially explained that Qing Quan should bring a little more divine water this time. How could it be 2 or 3 times as much as last time? It would be a shame not to share such a divine object. Liu withdrew his divine thoughts from the mountain building. He naturally heard all of the conversation between the several people. He was a little surprised in his mind about what Qin Quan had said about the situation in Baijiangzhou. I didn't expect to get so much out of it last time when I did it casually. A dozen or so in God realm believers. This was a considerable force if used well. He sensed carefully in his heart. And suddenly he sensed a dozen or so points of light in a very distant place, which was the direction of the White River State. These tiny points of light represent devotees who have offered incense to him. Looking further down, one could see densely clustered points of light, with many more scattered nearby. This was Thousand Hills County, his home base and the main source of merit points at the moment. In the midst of these points of light, Liu also saw a faint thread of golden light slowly condensing. He was a little taken aback by this unexpected discovery. Is this qi? Shen Chu had mentioned earlier that Thousand Hills County was condensing its qi, only that Liu didn't put too much emphasis on it. Now that he saw the materialization of qi, it was quite surprising to him. Carefully sensing these qi fortunes, he realized that they were different from the qi fortunes of today's Great Chu dynasty. The qi of Thousand Hills County has a vibrant all-around weather. The qi of the court, on the other hand, gives the impression of twilight. One represents new life and one represents decay. Does this represent the future direction of the situation? Liu thought in his heart. Holy Court. Inside the incomparably grand palace, Ching Feathery Thorn, a demon race demi-saint, received instructions from the saint. Let him question the Great Chu dynasty as to why he broke the Tianshui covenant. It was testing in giving a warning. The first thing that happened after the green feathered thorn took the saint's order was that he closed his eyes and his true spirit entered into the middle of the great void. In the great void, all is void, but there are coordinates. He came to a certain coordinate, and then his true spirit knocked on the great void to affect reality. Kapatul, Chu Emperor, Tai Xian, and Jia Pai opened their eyes almost simultaneously, their expressions changing. Someone knocked on the great void, and beings of the half-saint level came to the door. In the first instance, the three of them saw the originator when their true spirits directly entered the great void. Green Feather Thorn, it's you! Garpai saw that it was an eight-tailed green fox kowtowing to Taishu, and he also recognized the identity of this green fox, the first general under the demon saint's seat, the peak of the 8th rank, half-saint level demonic creature, the Green Feather Thorn. In the great void, all living beings manifest their true spiritual essence. Old fox, haven't grown a 9th tail after such a long time? It seems that your demon race's method of becoming a saint is overstated. Tai Xian opened his mouth, his eyes burning into the green fox spur. For his part, Emperor Chu's face was cold, and his tone was unpleasant. Green Feather Thorn, you came alone, knocking on the great void for no reason and disturbing us. Aren't you afraid of folding here? Now it was the three of them versus the green feathered thorn, a demon that had the overwhelming advantage. Ha! You guys have to dare to do it too. Green Feather Thorn laughed coldly. These words caused all three of the Chu Emperor's faces to sink. Indeed, they didn't have much of a backbone to make a move against the green feathered spur, not because they were concerned about his strength, but because they were afraid of the two sage realms behind them. The demon saint realm was like a huge mountain pressing down on their hearts, making it impossible to breathe. Emperor Chu said in a cold voice, I can't kill you here, but if I make you suffer a bit, it's still easily doable. Green Feather Thorn's face changed. Seeing that the three started to surround them, he hurriedly said, a few of you do not need to help yourselves. This time, this father came here on the orders of the two saintly lords. You'd better weigh it up before you consider whether or not to make a move. Saint? Upon hearing these words, the three Chu emperors frowned, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. It's for the matter of Qingzhou, isn't it? Carpe Diem spoke faintly. After what happened in Qingzhou, they were ready for the demons to come to their door. Humph. It seems that you all know it clearly in your hearts. Since you know why this father has come, then you guys still don't give an explanation as to why you broke the heavenly water covenant. Ching Feathery Thorn questioned in a cold voice, light erupting from amongst a pair of fox eyes. When has the Great Chu dynasty ever broken the Tianshui covenant? Your Excellency is afraid that you are not mistaken. Emperor Chu spoke calmly. You still want to argue even now? My sacred court lost a 6th order demon marshal in Qingzhou. Do you want to say that the 6th order blade demon's summons before he died was false? Qing Yuji's tone turned angry, feeling that Chu Di was bullying him. After enjoying 2 years of peace and quiet, have you really forgotten the fear you once felt under the might of the demonic army of their holy court? This statement is wrong. The Chu emperor calmly and unhurriedly said, the land of Qingzhou, although it nominally belongs to the Great Chu imperial dynasty, it has long since existed in name only. The one who subdued the 6th order demon that day was also not someone from the Great Chu imperial dynasty. What do you mean by that? Shrugging it off? Not even recognizing the territorial forces under his command. How can the human emperor be so weak? Green Feather Thorn coldly mocked, not believing Chu Di's words at all. believing that Chu Di was trying to use this to shirk his responsibility and continue to stall for time. Chu Emperor's face remained unchanged, and he said faintly, "I never tell lies. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate." In short, the Chu dynasty has never violated the Tianquan covenant. Not counting the matter of Qingzhou. In that order, why did it also mention that a strong person from the Golden Dragon Temple had left the capital? How are you going to explain this? Green Feather Thorn coldly said. Ba Buddha. Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense. Jia Pai stood out directly and said indifferently, the Golden Dragon Temple's strongest person has never left the capital. And speaking is something that can be done with evidence. Evidence? The Blade Demon has already been killed. What other evidence is there? So there's no evidence? No evidence is just empty words and empty talk. How can such news be valid? Carpe Diem said. Qing Yu Prick was furious. Originally thought that Chu Di was already shameless enough, but did not expect this old monk to be even more shameless. His face instantly sank completely, and he said in a cold voice, "A few of you are really beating yourselves to death and won't admit to breaking the Tianquan covenant, aren't you? Having never violated it, how can one talk about disowning it?" Emperor Chu said slowly. At this time, Tai Xian also opened his mouth and said, Qing Feather Thorn, if your sacred court wants to find trouble, you don't need to find this kind of excuse, just come and try. Although the Great Chu dynasty doesn't have any saints, its might is not unfavorable with the human race's chi luck that has been accumulated since the beginning of the dynasty. Luck is the bottom line of the De Chu dynasty today. It wasn't as if the two saints of the demons hadn't tried to take down the De Chu dynasty in one fell swoop before, but the human chi that had been accumulated over the years wasn't a vegetarian. Even though you are a saint and have penetrated a path, you can't fight against the majestic and boundless chi. Green Feather Thorn eyes slightly changed. Part of the human race actually still have such a bottom. It seems that the chi still retained a lot of luck. Good. Very good. Since you don't recognize Qingzhou as the territory of the Great Chu imperial dynasty, then my sacred court sending strong men into Qingzhou won't be considered a violation of the Tianquan covenant. Qing Feathery Thorn suddenly laughed. In his heart, he thought, since you guys want to shrug it off and shirk your responsibilities, I'll just go along with it and bring Qingzhou completely under the holy court. Let's see how you're going to cope now. After hearing this, the three Chu emperors all had a subtle look on their faces, and after glancing at each other, Tai Xian was the first to step forward, his face huffing as he said, Green Feather Thorn, what do you mean by this? Although Qingzhou is out of the control of the Great Chu dynasty, it still nominally belongs to the Great Chu dynasty. What is it if you are not violating the Tianquan covenant by sending strong men into the country? Not bad. Emperor Chu's face sank as he said in a cold voice, Qingzhou is the territory of the Great Chu imperial dynasty, and now that there is both a Tianquan covenant restriction, then the sacred court shouldn't have allowed the strongest people to enter the country. If Qingzhou is the territory of the Great Chu dynasty, then you are violating the Tianquan covenant, so make your own decision. The Green Feather Thorn laughed coldly. The three Chu emperors all looked unsightly, and the three of them glanced at each other as if they were secretly conferring. Finally making up his mind, Emperor Chu grimaced and said coldly, although Qingzhou is the territory of the Great Chu dynasty, it already exists in name only. I will order that all court officials and people within Qingzhou be evacuated to Qizhou. The court officials can, but not the people. Green Feather Thorn said at once, let the people all withdraw. Then their benefit of taking Qingzhou would be less than half. That's all tens of millions of blood food. I don't know how many demons can be cultivated. Emperor Chu's brows were furrowed, as if he was having trouble making a choice. In the end, it was Tai Xian who stepped forward and sighed. Then let the people stay. Green Feather Thorn listened and broke into a smile. This time it has served its purpose. When the Great Chu dynasty ceded Qingzhou, the sacred court would temporarily dismiss the matter. Congratulations to the Great Chu dynasty. Another state less. Ha ha ha. After the Green Feather Thorn let out a burst of ridicule, the true spirit quickly vanished from Taishu. He was worried that the Chu emperor's few people would become enraged and make a move against him. However, after he had completely left, the Chu emperor trio did not look angry. Instead their expressions were somewhat subtle. It's already far away. Your Majesty can laugh if you want to. Tai Xian faintly laughed. Hearing these words, Emperor Chu then revealed a smile and snorted. As usual, this Green Feather Thorn has little brains, and is easily fooled over. Yes, if it were that demon half-saint instead, it wouldn't be so easy to fool him. Tai Xian lamented. The demons had two half-saints that had existed from the beginning. Before the demonic chaos, it was these two half-saints that confronted the three of them, and the Great Chu dynasty overpowered the demons. As for those two Saint Realm demons, they appeared out of thin air, and so far no one knew where they came from, but also completely lost Qingzhou. Emperor Chu sighed. Although it had been decided earlier that he was prepared to cede Qingzhou to that deity of the Divine Mountain, But that was just a verbal mention, and now it's a complete severing of Qingzhou. From today, Qingzhou no longer belongs to the Great Chu dynasty. Losing the shelter of the Great Chu dynasty and the withdrawal of the court's strongest men would be the end of Qingzhou. But there was a variable in this, and that was the divine mountain that appeared out of nowhere. Previously, they had judged that the strength of that mountain god in Qingzhou would not be lower than the 8th order exalted realm, and might even be at the half-saint level, adding to the fact that the deity bit was too much higher than a cultivator. This mountain god's strength would have to climb a little further up the mountain. With the strength of a half-saint or above, there should be a chance to shelter Qingzhou. The prerequisite was that those two saint realms in the Holy Court didn't make a move. Your Majesty, do you think the mountain gods can withstand the demon army? Carpe Diem suddenly said. There was a glint in his eyes, and the secret book was on his mind since the beginning. That was the key to his sainthood. Chu Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Maybe not. But no matter what, it's kind of slowing down the demons for us, buying us some more time. Tai Xian nodded his head in approval. Time is running out. The poor Taoist has to go back and prepare the materials to refine himself. I hope that I can succeed this time. After saying that, he simply disappeared and left Taishu. Chu Di and Jia Pai followed suit and dissipated, their true spirits returning to their physical bodies. There really wasn't much time left for the Great Chu dynasty. The next day, an imperial decree was issued from the capital, shocking the world. The court went so far as to have all the officials in Qingzhou evacuate and retreat to Qizhou. What does this mean? Are you giving up on Qingzhou completely? This edict was immediately resisted by most of the officials, who petitioned His Majesty to withdraw the order. Then the Chu Emperor summoned all the officials, and after a court meeting, these officials were quiet. But while they're quiet, the others won't be. The people are overwhelmed with sadness and anger. After 2 years, are they going to cut off their land and give it away again? The court officials have withdrawn. What about the people of Qingzhou? They can still stay in Qingzhou, losing the asylum of the Qi, the asylum of the strong court. These people are the fish and meat on the board, to be slaughtered. Many recalled some of the states that had been ceded to the demons a few years ago. Which one is not turned into a hell on earth? Especially that incomparably rich Jiangnan state, with a population of hundreds of millions of people, merchants and traders everywhere, and its state city is called a small capital. As a result, after being ceded to the demons, what was a small capital had long since turned into a purgatory. And now, Qingzhou is about to follow in the footsteps of Jiangnan state. Qingzhou City. Since Qiuhi's death, Xiang Tianjia has gradually taken control of Qingzhou City, and the people under the original state government have been liquidated one by one. But just when he thought he could completely control Qingzhou City and have it change its surname to Xiang from now on, Emperor Chu suddenly issued this edict. Xiang Tiandao was numb when he received the holy decree. The flowerless thief few happened to be in Qingzhou City as well, and when they heard the news, their faces were incomparably complicated. His Majesty has abandoned Qingzhou. Wu Cheng spoke in a deep voice. Yeah, give it up. Since the battle in Tianshui Prefecture 3 years ago, this is the first time we've ceded territory to demons. Xiang Tiandao spoke in a low tone. His gaze was a little disheveled. Even if he was the son of the world, so what? He was powerless to fight against the threat of demons and the Emperor's orders. Chief soldier, withdraw. Flowerless thief sighed. Qingzhou was ceded, and in his mind he was already able to anticipate what would happen next in Qingzhou. And then there's Thousand Hills County. The change of town to county he's heard about. Qingzhou was ceded and not sheltered by the Tianshui covenant. So could Thousand Hills County stand up to the full threat of the demons? Thinking of this, Flowerless Thief began to worry about his own brother-in-law, thinking that he had to immediately summon a message to inform Bai Liang, so that they could get ready as soon as possible. Withdraw. Xiang Tiandao uttered these 2 words feebly, his old face, which was already full of wrinkles, appearing even older. So an order went out from the general's office, down to the major counties and prefectures. Have all court officials, including the disciples of the Golden Dragon Temple of Swanqingwen, quickly withdraw from Qingzhou and do not stay. As for the people, they can't afford to take them with them. It's a bummer, but it can't be helped. The Emperor's edict mentioned that the people were not allowed to be carried away and relocated, and that they had to be allowed to stay. It's best to evacuate quietly and not cause a ruckus. But how could this not be a riot? The edict was announced to the world that Qingzhou would never again belong to the Great Chu dynasty. It's a short sentence, but ordinary people just can't practice. Not stupid. Naturally, there were smart people who could see the meaning of the edict, and immediately the entire Qingzhou exploded. The court is going to give up Qingzhou and cede it to the demons, sending everyone into their mouths. The news left everyone in despair and immense anger at the same time. Dog Emperor, incompetent, giving Qingzhou to the demons. You will surely be doomed by the Dog Emperor. Run away. Hurry up and flee to Qizhou. There's still a chance of survival. For God's sake, save us poor people. The people of Qingzhou, in turn, have been ignited with anger. But this was the world of cultivators after all. So what was the point of having more people? Although Xiang Tiandao could not bear it in his heart, he could only order the army stationed in Qingzhou to step in to suppress it. There are county soldiers out in the county and county soldiers out in the county. In short, when faced with a cultivator, an ordinary person is unable to resist. After decapitating some of the people who led the disturbance, the people were completely dead. Xiang Tianjie, with a group of court officials, also began to retreat towards Qizhou. The only neighboring states of Qingzhou are Baijiang and Qizhou. The path of the Red State had been blocked, and on the side of the White River State, the area just adjacent to it had already fallen into the hands of the demons. Both roads were blocked, and the people of Qingzhou had nowhere to flee. In the end, I don't know who mentioned the sacred mountain in Liaoyun County, saying that there was a deity there that could protect all living beings. When the people heard this, they were half convinced, but now that there was no way out, some of them started to head in the direction of the sacred mountain with hope. Kamiyama, Chiyama Prefecture. Since the location of the divine mountain was in the borderland of Qingzhou, the emperor's edict reached here a bit later. When the residents of Thousand Mountain County learned that the imperial court had completely abandoned Qingzhou and ceded it to the demons, it inevitably caused a wave of panic. After all, they were all ordinary people who had lived in the Great Chu dynasty since they were young. Although the court is incompetent, it is doing its best to shelter them. Now that they have suddenly lost the patronage of the court, people are starting to panic. Fortunately, Bai Liang reacted quickly and immediately went out to calm everyone down. And he said that the court had given up on everyone, but the sacred mountain would never give up. With Lord Mountain God sheltering him, even if Qingzhou loses the protection of the Tianshui covenant, Thousand Hills County will be fine. Hearing that they were sheltered by the Lord God of the mountain, the people seem to have taken a dose of peace of mind and gradually settled down. It's just hard not to still have some concerns. In the mountain house, at this moment, all the core personnel of Thousand Hills County were gathered here. Bai Liang and Wu Zai's faces were grave as they looked towards the crowd that had already arrived. All of you should already know about the court's edict, right? Bai Liang spoke in a deep voice, his expression grave. The crowd nodded and the atmosphere was heavy. The Great Chu Imperial Dynasty has already given up on Qingzhou, and the letter sent by my brother-in-law has already stated that Qingzhou has been ceded to the demons. I'm afraid that in a short while, demonic powerhouses will enter Qingzhou and start the slaughter. White Shine spoke up. Those words caused everyone's faces to change. He Li Yuan said in a somewhat angry tone, "How can the imperial court be like this? The lives of tens of millions of people in Qingzhou are given up just like that?" The rest of them were also incomparably indignant in their hearts, and they were very panicked at the thought that in the future, Qingzhou would be isolated and exposed to the threat of the demon army. Kirin said in a cold voice, "Those adults in the capital never sympathize with the people. In their eyes, the lives of pariahs don't count as lives." He had long since seen the nature of the Great Chu dynasty, especially those officials in the capital, full of benevolence and morality. But as soon as they were allowed to go out and leave the capital to go to the local area to resist the demons, they were quiet all of a sudden. All his life only dared to cower in the capital, by virtue of the Dechu Emperor's backbone to survive, has long since lost heart. In the end, it's the people who bear the brunt of everything. Yuzawa sighed. The crowd was silent. The tens of millions of people in Qingzhou are now separated from the imperial court and have no cultivators to protect them. Once the demons went on a rampage, then it would soon become a hell on earth. At the thought of this, the hearts of those present were incomparably stifled as if they were blocked by something. We, Thousand Mountain County, will be fine with Lord Mountain God sheltering us. But how many people can Thousand Mountain County shelter? A few 100,000. A million maybe. But Qingzhou is full of tens of millions of people. Bai Liang opened his mouth in a deep voice. He really couldn't bear to watch so many people being poisoned by the demons. Do your best. Uzi, however, spoke up. There is a limit to what a person can do. Just do your best. What's more, the Emperor's edict also had a great impact on Thousand Hills County. The sacred mountain is here, and naturally, Thousand Hills County cannot be moved. But now that it was no longer within the territory of the Emperor of Chu, the demon army would soon come and take Qingzhou over. Then it's them, Thousand Hills County, that will bear the brunt of it. Whether or not they could survive the onslaught of the demon army was the test they would now have to deal with. I'm going to pay my respects to the Lord God of the Mountain and pray that the Lord God of the Mountain will show the way to Thousand Hills County. Eventually, White Light made a decision. Wu Zai also said at this time, more than a year has passed since the last time we sacrificed to Lord Mountain God. This time, it's just right to prepare an even more grand sacrificial ceremony to pay thanks to Lord Mountain God for his patronage. The ritual ceremony had only been held once since they had stayed at the Divine Mountain. At that time, Thousand Mountain County was still just a small village. not even a village. So it was very simple. And the offerings used for sacrifice were also very simple: 3 animals and a half-demonized demon tiger. At that moment, Yuzawa had said that when he was in a position to do so in the future, he would definitely organize another grand festival for Lord Mountain God. Previously, Thousand Hills County was in the midst of development, and there was little suitable opportunity to hold a festival. Now would be a good time to even use it to solidify the hearts of the residents of Thousand Hills County. If it's a sacrificial ceremony, the offerings must not be sloppy. Bai Liang spoke. Yuzawa also nodded thoughtfully. Offerings had to be carefully considered. Kirin and the others didn't know about the sacrifice ceremony, but they had heard about some of the matters of the sacrifice before. He opened his mouth and said, "Lord Bai, I would like to ask, when you sacrificed to Lord Mountain God before, what kind of sacrifices were offered?" This question caused Bai Liang to be a bit embarrassed, coughing and saying, "It's just a demonic tiger that doesn't enter the rank." Not entering the rank? The Qilin thought that he had misheard. Actually taking a demonic tiger that had not entered the rank to sacrifice to a deity? This was that, right? He Li Yuan opened his mouth to explain. Thousand Hills County has been growing for less than 2 years. During the last sacrificial ceremony, there were only about 2 dozen of them in Bai Liang. When Kirin heard this, her mind was then clear. After thinking about it, he said, "The matter of sacrifice is the most important thing. I think we have to do our best to obtain the best sacrifice for Lord Mountain God." Nowadays, within Qingzhou, there are still many 5th-order demons left. If we can hunt them down, not only can we make an on-the-spot sacrifice to Lord Mountain God, but we can also prevent them from coming out to jeopardize Qingzhou. Yuzawa's eyes lit up when he heard that. Qilin is right. Hunting 5th-ranked demons as sacrifices. It's just that 5th-ranked demons are strong and there aren't many among us who are qualified to hunt them, said Yuzawa, frowning a bit more. Together, the 3 Qilin could deal with a 5th-order in God realm. He could also deal with 5th-order demons if he relied on the divine walking talisman, but the rest is gone. It couldn't be that Li Shui could use the divine life talisman to go out and exchange her life for her life, could it? This is clearly unrealistic. Kirin frowned as well. This was indeed a dilemma. Perhaps we can bring in help from the In God realm. At that moment, Bai Liang suddenly spoke. He Li Yuan also thought of something, the corners of his mouth twitching as he looked up at Bai Liang. He thought of what Kayasumi had said about the White River State. There were a bunch of In God realms that had drunk divine water there. You can invite help from the In God realm? Wu Zhe looked back unexpectedly, thinking that Bai Liang was trying to ask Flowerless Thief to help. The Flowerless Thief is White Light's brother-in-law and has a soft spot for Thousand Hills County. If Bai Liang had asked, Flowerless Thief would definitely not have refused. It was only when he asked Bai Liang if he wanted to invite Flowerless Thief. But Bai Liang shook his head with a smile and spoke. There's no need to invite my brother-in-law. There's someone more suitable. And there are quite a few of them. Someone more suitable? Who is it? There was some doubt in Yuzawa's mind. Besides Flowerless Thief, did Bai Liang know any other ancient realm powerhouses? Kirin and the others also looked curiously at Bai Liang, thinking to themselves, does Thousand Hills County have other experts lurking about? Only he Li Yuan knew who Bai Liang was talking about. Bai Liang didn't sell himself short, and directly told everything that Qin Quan had said that day. After listening, Wu Zhe and the others were shocked and speechless for a long time. It's really worthy of Lord Mountain God to create such a divine object. In the end, it was Yuzawa who couldn't help but emote out, breaking the silence. The rest of them also came back to their senses, their hearts shaken beyond words. I didn't realize that the divine water had such an effect, and in this way, the hidden danger that there would be white-eyed wolves in Thousand Hills County would be eliminated. It was only the 3 Qilin brothers, whose faces were a bit odd, but they remembered that on the first day they defected to the Divine Mountain, they were enthusiastically fed divine water. At that time, their hearts were still incomparably warmed by the thought of being able to enjoy such a divine thing just after defecting over. However, looking at the reaction of Wu Zhe and the others, it seemed as if they had only recently realized the side effects of the divine water, and their expressions did not seem to be faked. Thinking that now that they had all become the people of Thousand Mountain County, there was no use in thinking about this in detail. The Qilin several people swept this subtle thought out of their minds. Soon, Qingxuan was also invited into the mountain building. She didn't return to Baijiang Prefecture immediately after fetching the divine water, so she was still in Thousand Mountain County at this moment. Being invited to the mountain house, Qingxuan was a bit puzzled in her mind, but she came anyway. She had also heard the Emperor's edict and knew that nowadays Thousand Hills County was facing a huge crisis. Entering the mountain house, Bai Liang saw her coming and explained straight away the reason for inviting her. Miss Qingxuan, now that Qingzhou has broken away from the Great Chu dynasty, the court powers have also retreated. The lurking demons are bound to be foolish. So we want to send out our manpower to take care of the internal demons before the demons from outside the country invade Qingzhou. It's just that we don't have enough manpower in Thousand Mountain Prefecture. So we'll also have to trouble you to go to Baijiang Prefecture and ask the strongest people in Baijiang Prefecture to help. Bai Liang spoke. As soon as Qin Quan heard this, he immediately understood what Bai Liang meant. This was to ask her to go back to Baijiang Prefecture to call all those ancient realms that had drunk the divine water and had already been brainwashed to come to Qingzhou to serve as fighters for the divine mountain. Thinking about all this, she somewhat couldn't help but say, "You guys let me bring the divine water back to White River State just to wait for this moment?" Not really, it just happened to happen. Bai Liang shook his head. Xingchuan did not want to say anything more. She also knew the crisis facing Qingzhou nowadays. Tens of millions of people have a sword hanging over their heads. If nothing happens, I am afraid that it will soon become a blood meal in the mouth of the demons. She exhaled heavily, her eyes turning resolute as she spoke. I will spread the word so that they will all come to Qingzhou to aid you. It's still the same old saying, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. As for what would happen to Chu Wulio and the others after they came to Qingzhou, that was none of her business. After Qingxuan answered, he didn't stay much longer. Now that Qingzhou had turned into a mess, if he wanted to travel to Baijiang Prefecture, he had to move as early as possible. Otherwise it would be difficult to leave. Qingxuan left with divine water and set off on the road back to Baijiang Prefecture. On the other hand, Bai Liang's few people began to make arrangements so that when Bai Jiangzhou's helpers arrived, they could immediately move out to hunt demons in the mountains. At this juncture, Bai Liang and He Li Yuan were also eager to contribute to the hunt for fifth-order demons, but the two just couldn't keep up. Bai Liang was now at the peak of the entering Xian realm, just one step short of the enlightenment realm. He Li Yuan was already in the realm of enlightened God, but he didn't have a divine talisman to add to it, and he couldn't fight against a fifth-order demon with his own strength. Only Yuzawa and the three Kirin brothers could travel to hunt demons. The Qilin had spent some time in Qingzhou and had some knowledge of the demons lurking within its borders. The fifth-order demons within Qingzhou basically correspond to the number of ancient realms in the imperial court, so the number won't exceed double digits. Kirin spoke up. The black dragon then picked up. We have wandered the wilderness before, and have run into fifth-ranked demons a few times, and know where they are lurking. As for the others, the general directions are also known, so we can just look for them more carefully when the time comes. Yuzawa listened and nodded. Knowing the location of the demon, it would be much easier to hunt. But now there was another problem, and that was the news of Qingzhou's separation from the Great Chu imperial dynasty. If it was once known by the demons within Qingzhou, that would be bad. The news has already spread all over Qingzhou, so I guess I already knew about it a long time ago, Fire Phoenix said in a deep voice. Now that Qingzhou is in chaos and the court powers have withdrawn, it's a good time for the demons to harvest their blood meal. But right now they couldn't go out yet. Help hadn't arrived yet, and with just the four of them, they couldn't fight off that many demons. I hope that these demons will have some scruples and won't dare to make a move for the time being. Kirin sighed. Li Yu had naturally already known about such a big event in Qingzhou. To be honest, he was not expecting the Great Chu dynasty to be so decisive and directly give up Qingzhou, a state with tens of millions of people. That's 40 or 50 million people, not 20 or 30 million. So many people, just like this into the demon's blood mouth, can only say that the capital of those in power, the heart is really cruel. Li Yu's heart was cold. Though he was a mountain, he was once a man and had compassion. If he couldn't see it, it was fine, but Qingzhou could be right under his nose. How could he possibly watch tens of millions of people being harvested by demons as blood food? White Light and the others did not disappoint. They intended to strike out and exterminate the demons in the Qingzhou territory first. In order to resist the outside world, we must first secure the inside world. We must first solve the internal hidden dangers before we can unite to fight against the demonic armies outside the country. This practice was recognized in Li Yu's heart. He was already preparing to convey his orders to Bai Liang and the others at the ritual ceremony. At the same time, Bai Liang's strength was still a little too weak, and before, Li Yu didn't want to pull the plug, so he had left them to cultivate on their own. But nowadays, the situation is stronger than ever, and you can't even pull the plug if you don't want to. The mountain god blessing will have to pick up a few more people as well, and we'll have to train up strong people who can stand alone as soon as possible. Li Yu looked at the panel. Realm, 4th Order Sacred Mountain. Merit, 3, 910, 000/10, 000. Avatar, the mountain god bestows blessings. The Dharma phase of heaven and earth. Incense revival, drinking water and thinking of the source. Spell, manifestation. Artifacts, seal of Jinshan, mirror of the heart. Furnace of divine warriors. Wind taming bead. The merits totaled 3, 910, 000. And there was still a large portion of the 5th Order Holy Mountain to be promoted. There's no way to accumulate a full amount in a short period of time. However, this time the court abandoned Qingzhou, resulting in tens of millions of people losing the court shelter. This is a great opportunity for him. If he could convert half of these tens of millions of people into his followers, that would be a terrifying amount of merit points. Meanwhile, in the city of Qingzhou, the general's residence and the state mansion have long been empty. The court's strongest men and troops have all withdrawn, and this place has become a city without jurisdiction. The city was in turmoil, and many outlaws took advantage of the situation, killing and setting fires for a while, and it was unbelievably chaotic. There were still some lower-ranked cultivators that remained in Qingzhou City. They began to rally and kill the disruptive thugs, calming the situation down for the time being. But soon enough, another gangster, and a cultivator gangster at that, began to cause trouble, and the situation instantly spiraled out of control, as countless people fled out of the city, but most of them closed their doors tightly and hid in their homes. On the windowsill of an inn, Empty Delusion stood by the window, looking at the chaos in the city with a calm expression. Amit Ba Buddha, he whispered a Buddhist chant. In the next moment, he disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already on a street. There were two waves of people fighting here. Most of them were refinement realm cultivators, and two of them were second-order Tong Fa realm. Qingzhou is in great turmoil. As cultivators, not only do you not defend the situation, but you take the opportunity to wreak havoc and chaos, killing and setting fires, plundering, raping and humiliating. Are you still not human beings? The man who had his right arm chopped off and was bleeding continuously glared angrily at the sneering scarred man in front of him, oblivious to the fact that a monk had suddenly appeared beside him. Maintain the situation? A great disaster is coming. The court has given up on Qingzhou. What are we ants going to take to maintain the situation? Take your passionate blood? The scarred man laughed coldly and continued. We're going to be trampled by the demons anyway, so it's better to let our brothers have a good time. And it's better to die under our swords than to die in the mouths of the demons and help them grow in strength. Boss is right. The line of people behind him chimed in, laughing wildly. Qingzhou was in chaos, and in their opinion, the end was already predetermined. If it's going to be destroyed sooner or later, why not indulge in a little madness? Bastard! The one-armed man was incomparably angry, but the other party was stronger than him, so he could only stifle his anger as he watched the scarred man laugh. Although you are very stupid, you can still maintain a passionate blood and still have some sense in these days. I appreciate that, so I'll spare your life. So get lost, the scarred man said indifferently. I am not going to leave. You want to make trouble in the city? I won't allow it, unless you step over my dead body, the one-armed man said in a cold voice. Step over your dead body? What are you? Do you really think this is so magnificent that others will see you as a hero? Stupid to the core. The scarred man had a mocking look on his face, and then his face turned vicious. Toast to death. Since you want to seek death, then I'll satisfy you. After saying that, he swung his large sword and stepped forward, appearing in front of the one-armed man in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his hand's veins rose up as he chopped down fiercely. The one-armed man's face changed, but he did not retreat. Although it was only an arm, he still raised his hand in time to parry it, a green sword across his chest as he tried to use it to block the greatsword. However, the gap in strength itself was large, and with the injuries sustained long ago, it was impossible to resist. With a bang, the sound of weapons clashing rang out, the green sword was chopped open, and the one-armed man flew out backwards, smashing into the green brick-paved road and stirring up a cloud of dust. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the one-armed man's face turned very pale. The cultivators who stood on the side of the one-armed man saw the situation but did not dare to come forward to help, fearing the strength of the scarred man and worried about being implicated. See, you like to stand up for the people, and now you're down on the ground. And your companions, the people you saved, don't even have the courage to pick you up. Sad. It's better for me to send you on your way. The scarred man sneered. The one-armed man turned his head to look at his companions, only to have each of them dodge their eyes and lower their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Looking again at the ordinary people he had saved, they were even farther away, not even willing to look at them anymore. He let out a bitter laugh, not knowing what was going through his mind. The scarred man's eyes were cold, and he was about to walk up and take the one-armed man's life with his large knife, but all of a sudden he seemed to have bumped into something, and only after fixing his eyes did he realize that a monk had suddenly appeared in front of him. The monk was incomparably clean-cut, fair-skinned, and quite handsome. The scarred man's face changed and he quickly took a few steps back, coldly staring at the monk in front of him, questioning, where did the monk come from and how did he appear here? Amit Ba Buddha, poor monk Empty Delusion, coming from the Divine Mountain, has been watching here for a while, Empty Delusion said indifferently. Divine Mountain? The The scarred man frowned slightly, then thought of a rumor that had just circulated up. It is rumored that there is a sacred mountain over in Liaoyun County with a village of deities that can shelter all beings in the world. He naturally did not believe such rumors. If there were really gods protecting all beings in the world, how could the imperial court have completely withdrawn and abandoned Qingzhou? Been here a while? Spying in the dark? The scarred man said coldly. He was a profound realm cultivator, but just now, he had never noticed anyone approaching. To be able to unknowingly approach and not be known by him, then this monk in front of him, his cultivation realm must have exceeded him. Perhaps he was a cultivator of the Xian realm. The scarred man's heart thought 100 times, but also felt that if it is into the Xian realm, that would have long followed the court officials to run away. How could it stay in Qingzhou? Only they, the cultivators with low realms and no status, would be abandoned. Thinking of the possibility that the monk in front of him was pretending, the scarred man's face turned hard and coldness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stormed up, trying to take advantage of the monk's inattention to deliver a vicious blow. Seeing that empty delusion was unmoved and seemed to be unresponsive, the scarred man's face was overjoyed. Got it, but in the next moment, his face changed drastically, turning to panic. His greatsword ruthlessly chopped on empty delusion's bald head, and there was no imagined image of the head being split in half. And with a dang sound, the greatsword was bounced off, and empty delusion's head was intact. Scholar, you're in too much of a hurry, empty delusion said softly. Master, spare my life. I have no intention of offending. Before the scarred man could finish his plea for mercy, he was flicked by empty delusion's finger, and a golden light struck his chest, and immediately blood flowed out and he flew backward a dozen meters. When the junior brothers behind them saw this, their faces changed in fear. Those who reacted quickly turned around and ran, and there were some who were scared and their legs went soft, not daring to flee, fearing that they would be chased by empty delusion. Many thanks to Master for saving my life. The one-armed man came to empty delusion's side and said in a weak tone, Do you regret it? Empty delusion said with a calm expression. The one-armed man froze, not reacting to what empty delusion meant by this. Empyrean added, Do you regret saving those people? This one-armed man then understood. He first smiled bitterly, then his eyes turned firm again, and his tone was serious. No regrets. I saved them, never to ask others to be thankful, only for the thoughts to be clear. Then if you meet this kind again in the future, will you still come to the rescue? Empty delusion continued to ask. Will. The one-armed man's tone didn't have a hint of hesitation. You're very good. Your Dao heart is incomparably firm. Empty delusion praised. So what if the heart of the Dao is even more resolute? The latecomer is just a Tongfa realm cultivator, and even if he has the ambition to reach the green clouds, he is powerless to reach it. When the one-armed man said this, his expression didn't appear disheveled, but instead became more resolute. His companions in the back, seeing the one-armed man saved by the monk master who had appeared, were tempted to go up and ask what was going on, but in the end, he didn't have the face to come over, but turned away. Yu Qiu's broken arm was still dripping blood, but he didn't care, enduring the pain and using his sword to shave off the rotten flesh on it, and blood instantly gushed out. He frowned and tore off another corner of his shirt, wrapping it all around the break where the blood was dripping, which managed to stop the bleeding. After doing so, Yu Qiu then turned his head and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, Grandmaster, the court has abandoned Qingzhou and has already evacuated all of its strong men. Why haven't you left yet? The poor monk is not a member of the imperial court, so what is the point of evacuating? Empty delusion said. Not the Golden Dragon Temple? Yu Qiu recalled that just now. Master Empty Delusion seemed to have said that he was from the Divine Mountain,